In the realm of the Marvel Universe, I found myself traversing dimensions, assuming the role of Peter Parker's elder brother, Rua Parker. From the archetype of Azar to that of the formidable Superman. Just a measly me-bar, grant me a smile. Yeah, you actually smiled. A multiverse? Did I grant you permission to step onto my Earth? They all label me as the Executioner, which is an utter slander. Thus spoke Rua Parker. Rua Parker claims he is the Executioner. The Daily Bugle reports. Chapter 1. Unlocking the Azar Template. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Thud. A sleek alarm clock was deftly grasped by a large hand. Just 10 more minutes. 5 more minutes. 1 more minute. Just one more. ZZZZ. Rua Parker closed his weary eyes. Clearly, the 3 alarms he had set failed to rouse him. At that moment, a series of thump-thump-thump footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the creaking of the door. Dear Rua, why are you still in bed? The school bus is about to leave. Though Aunt May had aged, she could still dash up the stairs in one breath. Observing Rua, who was still sound asleep, she felt a mix of exasperation and affectionate indulgence. All right, I'm getting up, Rua mumbled, reluctantly extending a hand to prop himself up from the bed. Upon entering the bathroom, he gazed at his towering reflection in the mirror, still somewhat incredulous that so many years had passed since his arrival in this world. Upon learning of his younger brother, Peter Parker, and his adoptive parents, Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Rua realized he had crossed into the Marvel Universe. His imposing physique differed greatly from that of Peter. This was only natural, as Rua was, in fact, a child adopted by Ben during his youth. However, to Uncle Ben and Aunt May, Rua Parker was as much their child as their nephew, Peter Parker. In the bathroom, while brushing his teeth, Rua scrutinized his reflection. He then activated the panel in his mind. Indeed, as a traveler of dimensions, Rua possessed his own system. However, for the first decade or so, the system had been loading, finally set to unlock today. This was also the reason for his current fatigue. He had stayed up all night, counting down to the system's activation. System loading successful. Now randomly selecting a template. As Rua observed the images flashing across the system panel, he fervently hoped for a powerful template, please. Oh, system. Template selection successful. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Azar Template. Azar Template unlock percentage 10. The unlock percentage will increase as the host performs actions aligning with Azar's behavior. A surge of immense power materialized within Rua, his already robust physique becoming even more formidable. The Azar Template. Rua felt a mix of astonishment and delight. Though often referred to as a diminutive Superman, it was undeniable that Azar was indeed powerful. Yet, performing actions befitting Azar's character? Does this mean I must go to the Moonlight Bridge? Alas, when it came to Azar's character, that scene was the most vividly etched in his mind. Could it be that the system intended for him to become a great villain? In this Marvel realm, there were plenty of superheroes. Not to mention, his brother Peter Parker would soon transform into Spider-Man. He hoped he wouldn't meet his demise before fully unlocking Azar's abilities. Let's take it one step at a time. Descending the stairs, he found his breakfast already prepared, a sandwich and a glass of milk. Young man, I believe that rising early is a commendable virtue. Wouldn't you agree? Uncle Ben, with his silver hair, sat in a chair, a newspaper in hand. I'll be more mindful next time, Dad. Rua nodded, swiftly grabbing the glass and downing the milk in one gulp. Oh, Rua, take your time. The school bus doesn't leave for another 2 minutes. Don't choke. Rua nodded again, seizing the sandwich. Well, I'm off. Bye. With that, he opened the door and shut it behind him. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Oh no. Outside, Rua stared in shock at the cracked door frame and the doorknob in his hand. Damn it, I completely forgot I had unlocked 10% of Azar's strength. Though 10% may seem minimal, it greatly depended on the ability in question. For Azar, even a mere 10% could be considered immense power. I hope the folks don't get too angry. With school fast approaching, Rua set the doorknob aside and sprinted towards the street. It was not fear of facing his father's wrath that propelled him, but rather the urgency of reaching school on time. Indeed, that was the case. Inside, after Rua's vigorous door slam, a flurry of dust wafted down like snowflakes. Uncle Ben stared in disbelief at the damaged door. Is he expressing dissatisfaction with me? He assumed Rua was upset over his earlier admonition. Yet Aunt May chuckled, offering reassurance. No, Rua has never lost his temper with us, has he? This was true. In the presence of the couple who had nurtured him since childhood, Rua genuinely regarded them as his own family. Moreover, Ben and May were inherently virtuous individuals, rendering it difficult to harbor any disdain towards them. Perhaps, but who knows what thoughts might cross the mind of a boy his age. Maybe I should talk to him when he returns tonight. Uncle Ben mused as he rose to assess the extent of the door's damage on the street, a seemingly studious yet slender young man anxiously awaited by the roadside. This young man was none other than Peter Parker, and the school bus behind him was on the verge of departing. Upon spotting Leah in the distance, Peter exhaled in relief. Finally, Leah, why did you wake up later than me today? Typically, it was Leah who seldom awoke late. Peter was the habitual sluggard, but today, the roles were reversed, much to Peter's curiosity. I had a bit of insomnia last night. Leah casually fabricated an excuse, and as he passed Peter, noticing the bus was about to leave, he swiftly pulled him aboard. Peter was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, unable to comprehend how he had just been whisked into the bus. Fortunately, at this stage, Peter was somewhat dazed, so he did not dwell on the incident. Surveying the bus filled with students, Peter felt a pang of social anxiety. With every seat already occupied, he was unsure how to initiate conversation. However, Leah paid little mind to such concerns. The seats were not private. Spotting an empty seat nearest to him, Leah promptly took a seat. What was the name of that girl with auburn hair sitting next to him? Liz or Nita? Never mind. It is of no consequence. At that moment, the girl suddenly felt the presence of a boy radiating an aura of intense heat as he settled beside her, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Surely, considering the multitude of available seats, he has chosen to sit next to me. In truth, this particular spot was merely the closest to Leah, and nothing more. Chapter 2. The Oppressive Presence of Leah. At this moment, Peter was still grappling with his place in the world. He was quite the solitary figure at school, speaking to nearly no one aside from Leah. Consequently, no one was inclined to sit with Peter. In fact, Leah himself was perceived as rather reclusive by others. However, due to his robust physique and striking appearance, coupled with a reputation for single-handedly taking on 3 local bullies, his image was far more favorable. Once they boarded the school bus, nearsighted Peter suddenly spotted his goddess, Mary Jane, affectionately known as MJ. Yet, at that moment, Jane was nestled in the embrace of another boy. She appeared to have just finished discussing some amusing topic, her smile lingering on her lips. This scene shattered Peter's heart into countless pieces. The boy embracing Jane was named Thompson, who had previously dubbed Peter Insignificant Peter at school. In reality, Peter excelled academically, but the label of weakness had unfortunately branded him, leading to his current plight. Observing Peter's bewildered and helpless expression, Thompson tightened his hold on Mary Jane and taunted, "Truly, it's just insignificant, Peter." With that remark, the entire bus erupted into laughter, regardless of whether it was genuinely amusing. Thompson's popularity as a star player on the school's football team ensured no one dared to offend him. However, just as Peter was at a loss for what to do, a voice rang out, "I say." Thompson suddenly felt the light around him dim, and upon looking up, he found a towering blonde boy standing before him. "Thompson, you ought to watch your tongue. Otherwise, I'm uncertain if it will be able to utter another sound." The one coming to Peter's defense was Leah, after all, the elder brother who could not bear to turn a blind eye to his younger sibling being bullied. Is there such a stroke of luck? Leah was astonished. He had merely threatened Thompson verbally, yet it had remarkably accelerated the unlocking of the patriotic template by 1%. It seemed that achieving a complete unlock at 100% might not be as arduous as he had anticipated. This revelation was a pleasant surprise for Leah. From his seat, Thompson, with a vein bulging on his forehead, chose not to endure the situation any longer. "Hey kid." Ignoring Jane's attempts to restrain him, he stood up abruptly. "Do you know who I am to speak to me like that?" As he spoke, he lunged to grab Leah by the collar. Seeing the confrontation escalate, others began to fidget nervously. After all, this was a school bus, and should it veer out of control, the consequences could be dire. Slap. In midair, Thompson's hand was seized by a stronger grip. "You." Thompson stared incredulously at Leah, the immense strength radiating from his wrist igniting a surge of panic within him. "Curse this guy." Thompson's face contorted as he struck at Leah's face with his other hand. To be honest, if an ordinary person were to receive a punch from Thompson, they would, at the very least, suffer a concussion. But one must not underestimate the strength of a football player. Their physicality was unmatched. Beside him, Jane had begun to scream, unable to fathom that her newly acquired boyfriend might be about to send a fellow student to the hospital. Behind them, Peter awkwardly attempted to intervene, fully aware that his brother Leah was incurring Thompson's wrath on his behalf. At the front of the bus, a girl observed the unfolding chaos with great concern. Crack, crack, crack. A series of jarring sounds echoed, accompanied by Thompson's anguished cries. Ah, what is he doing? Everyone looked on in confusion at Thompson, whose body seemed to convulse unexpectedly. Only those near Thompson, including himself, understood that the faint cracking sound was emanating from the wrist Lua had firmly grasped. At that moment, Thompson realized that if Lua exerted even a little more force, his wrist would likely be rendered utterly incapacitated. Next time, be cautious with your words, if you don't. Today will seem like a mere walk in the park. With that, Lua released his grip. Thud. Thompson, feeling a wave of relief, slumped back into his seat. At this point, those around him began to process the situation. Clearly, Lua had gained the upper hand in the confrontation. Whispers filled the air. How is this possible? This is lightning. How could he yield so easily? Lightning was Thompson's moniker, symbolizing his swift prowess on the football field. Typically, football players represented the strongest students in the school, let alone a star player like Thompson. Yet, the reality stood. Thompson had been subdued by Lua with just one hand in front of everyone. Wow, how did you do that? Peter marveled at his brother, bewildered by the sudden display of strength. Although Lua had always been robust and taller than his peers, it was astonishing that he could completely overpower Lightning Thompson. TSK. Lua shot a glance at his younger brother. There's an old saying in the East. Oh, I know. It's about how one should not underestimate someone after 3 days of separation. Unfortunately, due to the translation into English, Peter could not grasp the profound meaning behind the words. He merely scratched his head, gazing at Lua's imposing figure, towering over him by a significant margin. If only I could possess such a physique, perhaps I would attract the attention of girls, Peter mused. He was no fool. In fact, he was quite perceptive. Upon boarding the bus, he had noticed the distinct difference in the glances directed at him and his brother, especially the girl seated next to Lua, who was now leaning against him with a starry-eyed expression. Peter glanced at Jane, who appeared flustered by Thompson's fury. In truth, while Jane was the light of Peter's heart, she too harbored insecurities. Her parents treated her poorly, often resorting to verbal and physical abuse, which had fostered a sensitive disposition. Agreeing to be Thompson's girlfriend was merely an attempt to integrate into the social circle to avoid being ostracized. Casting a glance at Peter, Jane then turned her gaze towards Lua. If only I had a brother like that, then I certainly wouldn't be bullied anymore. Chapter 3. Amateur Boxing. Patriotic Template Unlock Progress increased by 3. Current Patriotic Template Unlock Progress, 14. A series of system notifications echoed in Lua's mind. Although his physique had not grown further, he could distinctly feel an increase in his overall strength. As his vision grew increasingly clear, the mild nearsightedness that once plagued him faded away, leaving everything around him remarkably distinct. He found himself pondering when he might unlock the powers of laser vision. While it may not possess the formidable intensity of Superman's heat vision, laser vision remains an undeniably destructive skill, capable of effortlessly penetrating standard steel. Soon, the school bus arrived at its destination, and the students began to file into the school. For Lua, the hours of study always felt monotonous, resulting in him nearly dozing off throughout the day. After a long, intense day of napping, the school bell rang. As Lua gathered his belongings, he noted that the threat he had faced had indeed kept Thompson from troubling Peter any further. Hey! Suddenly, a blonde girl greeted Lua with a wave. Lua? My family is having a party tonight. Would you like to come? Oh, Gwen, Lua replied, glancing at the strikingly curvaceous blonde before him. He nodded. I'll try to make it if I can. However, he could not guarantee his attendance, as he had other plans for the evening. Initially taken aback by Gwen's unexpected appearance, Lua reflected on how their acquaintance was a serendipitous encounter. In the cinematic iterations of Spider-Man, there had never been a version where both MJ and Gwen Stacy appeared simultaneously. Moreover, Gwen was not supposed to show up in high school. Yet, in the Marvel Universe, where countless parallel worlds exist, such occurrences were hardly surprising. Nevertheless, Lua did not decline Gwen's invitation. After all, who could resist an alluring blonde? Patriot Template Unlock Progress increased by 1. Current Patriot Template Unlock Progress, 15. Is that even possible? Lua stared in astonishment at the system's template. That evening, Peter arrived alone at Gwen's house. In reality, Gwen had a wide circle of friends, although they were not in the same class. Many of Lua's classmates had also received her invitation. This version of Gwen resembled her comic book counterpart, spirited and bold. By the time Peter reached Gwen's home, the party was about to commence, with many guests bustling about inside. Suddenly, a figure with fiery red hair caught his attention. Hey, MJ. Peter seemed to have an epiphany this time, taking the fruit platter from MJ's hands instead of standing there foolishly. Good evening, Peter, MJ greeted, her eyes sparkling with a hint of warmth. She was sensitive enough to understand Peter's feelings towards her, but he remained too timid to express them. "Hey Peter, isn't your brother coming tonight?" At that moment, Gwen approached, clad in short shorts and exuding a sizzling aura. She had expected Luya to accompany Peter, but upon scanning the room, she only spotted Peter. He said he would arrive later," Peter stammered, his thoughts momentarily derailed by Gwen's striking attire. "I see, well, I'll go prepare for the party. You two enjoy yourselves." Gwen winked and turned to leave. As she walked away, Peter wiped the sweat that had begun to bead on his forehead. "Your brother certainly attracts the ladies," he mused. He wasn't foolish. He understood that his limited connection with Gwen was overshadowed by Luya's presence, which had facilitated his attendance at her party. Meanwhile, Luya strolled down the street, clutching a newspaper. This must be the place. He compared the address in his hand to a graffiti-laden door, finally confirming he had arrived at his destination. Amateur boxing. In the original film, Peter had come here to earn money after becoming Spider-Man. The entry fee was $50, as long as one lasted 3 minutes in the ring. Even a loss would net them $3,000. The organizer at the bar glanced at Luya's physique and nodded in approval. The previous applicants had been too scrawny. They would struggle to last even 10 seconds. What if I win? Luya placed a handful of coins on the table, his entire savings accumulated over time. He had been poor before, but now, this underground boxing venue seemed like the perfect opportunity to earn his first bucket of gold. Win. The middle-aged organizer regarded Luya with a dismissive glance. "If you win, it's 5,000. In truth, both winning and losing would yield 3,000. But the organizer didn't believe Luya would emerge victorious, so he casually quoted a figure. "Excellent." Luya nodded, satisfied. However, as he entered the arena, the organizer shook his head, lamenting, "These young people have no idea what kind of opponents they are facing." Upon entering the ring, Luya witnessed the previous amateur fighter being carried out on a stretcher, battered and bruised, discarded like a lifeless dog by 2 men in black. Turning his gaze to the center of the arena, or rather, the cage, he beheld an enormous figure roaring and pounding its chest. This behemoth was covered in fat, and Luya estimated his height exceeded 2 meters, weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds. The audience erupted with cheers. "Fat Hammer, I love you. What's the next match? Let us get it started already." The spotlight shifted to the host. "Please welcome our next challenger to the ring. May I ask, what is your name?" The spotlight then fell upon Luya, revealing him to the crowd. Fortunately, he had purchased a Stars and Stripes mask before arriving, concealing his identity. "I am." Luya pondered briefly, "The American Man." The host was momentarily taken aback. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Yet his role was to keep the atmosphere lively. "Ahem, the Patriot. Our new contestant is known as the Patriot." The mention of the name sent a shiver through the audience, as if a strange chill had descended upon the air. "The Patriot? Why does that sound so eerie?" "Oh dear," Luya smirked slightly, realizing that this moniker would surely gain notoriety in this alternate world. "Hey," I said. "Hurry it up." Luya immersed himself in the role, adopting an impatient, icy demeanor, infused with a hint of menace in his gaze. With 15% of the Patriot's power coursing through him, his expression turned fierce. "Very well." The host felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. "Let us welcome the Patriot to the ring." Patriot Template Unlock Progress increased by 1. Current Patriot Template Unlock Progress 16. Chapter 4. The Patriot. As Luya stepped into the center of the ring, observing the chains that bound the arena, he felt an unexpected thrill. Could the Patriot Template truly influence me? Luya was unaware that donning the mask was akin to unmasking himself. In the ring, the so-called Fat Hammer had already dispatched 5 opponents that night, leaving each either dead or gravely injured. He was one of the top fighters in this underground boxing circuit. As Luya, with his robust physique, entered the cage, a bloodthirsty glint flickered in Fat Hammer's eyes. The portly figure known as the Fat Hammer is aptly named. Not only does he resemble a corpulent swine, but his fists are akin to 2 colossal mallets, clearly indicating that he has honed his martial skills. "Are you ready to meet your demise?" he taunted with a swagger. With a raised eyebrow beneath his mask, Luya decided that he would not hold back. In the realm of boxing, few fighters possess noble intentions, and this gluttonous brute treats lives as if they were mere trifles. "Prepare to perish, you hefty swine." Luya extended his thumb upward, then quickly turned it downward. A cacophony of shouts erupted as the provocative scene drove the Fat Hammer into a frenzy. Having already stepped onto the ring, the match had commenced according to the rules. "I shall crush you." The crowd roared in excitement. What had drawn them to the Fat Hammer? Naturally, it was his propensity for delivering punishing blows. With surprising agility for his size, the Fat Hammer charged, his fists, as large as cooking pots, clenched tightly, descending toward Luya's head with devastating intent. A single blow from such a massive individual could easily send an ordinary person to their maker. This is precisely why the boxing arena could offer such exorbitant prize money. 3,000 for just 3 minutes, regardless of victory or defeat. Such rewards are not easily earned. However, these stakes pertain to ordinary folk. Leah, possessing 16% of his nation's prowess, felt no trepidation facing the fat hammer. Take this. He stood resolute as the hammer-like fist approached, refusing to evade and instead retaliating with a powerful punch. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed through the arena. The fat hammer stared at his limp hand, and only after a moment did the pain register. A scream erupted, more horrific than before, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. A fracture is far more severe than mere skin wounds. It could be said that the fat hammer had never experienced such grave injury throughout his reign in the underground boxing world. Outside the ring, the audience was left in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that someone, despite the stark disparity in size, could withstand the fat hammer's might and emerge victorious. Go, Leah, our champion! The spectators rallied, cheering for the one who had proven his strength. Leah, buoyed by the swelling adulation, spread his arms wide, feeling an exhilarating rush that was nothing short of sublime. Patriot Template Unlock Progress. 4. Patriot Template Unlock Progress. 20. A surge of immense energy coursed through Leah, and his eyes began to glimmer with a faint crimson light. It was imminent. Perhaps with just 30% more, he could unlock his laser vision. Meanwhile, the fat hammer, witnessing the betrayal of his erstwhile supporters, felt his eyes redden with rage. No, I am the strongest. With a furious roar, he launched himself into the air after a brief sprint. I shall crush you. The very platform creaked under the weight of his descent. Leah gazed upward at the ominous shadow looming above, undeterred by the gasps of the crowd. Had he lost his senses? No. The fat hammer weighed no less than 400 pounds, and yet he did not flinch. What had initially seemed like a formidable newcomer turned out to be a mere farce. Thud! The fat hammer finally descended. But contrary to his expectations of crushing Leah beneath his weight, he found himself suspended mid-air. You are quite hefty. Leah's voice rang out from below. At that moment, fear gripped the fat hammer. He could not comprehend how anyone could withstand his weight coupled with the force of his fall. Alas, this was the last thought that crossed his mind. In Leah's hands, the fat hammer's colossal form was little more than an oversized plaything. With a deft bend of his back, Leah unleashed a thunderous slam. The fat hammer was forcefully driven onto the platform. In an instant, he lost consciousness and collapsed, causing the entire ring to buckle and collapse to one side. The audience gasped in awe, their hearts racing with astonishment. This ticket had certainly been worth the price. As the dust settled, Leah emerged from the wreckage, having unshackled himself from the chains that bound him. It seemed as if the recent battle had merely served as a trivial warm-up, for not a single bead of sweat adorned his brow. Of course, Leah's display of prowess did not go unnoticed by several astute onlookers. Amidst the throng of exhilarated spectators, a man clad in black received a voice message from a middle-aged man. Investigate his background. See if he can be of use to us. Yes, boss. Unbeknownst to Leah, his performance that night had attracted the attention of certain individuals, marking him as a target. However, even if he were aware, it would not concern him. His physical resilience, though not invulnerable, had reached a stage where he felt impervious to ordinary weaponry. Gazing at the collapsed ring, Leah shook his head in resignation. He had initially hoped for additional matches, particularly since the overseer had mentioned that each victory would yield 5,000. Yet it was clear that such aspirations were now dashed. Nevertheless, 5,000 was still a substantial amount. In this era, that sum could easily purchase a decent second-hand luxury vehicle. Approaching the slumbering overseer, Leah marveled at how he could possibly sleep through such chaos. Awaken. Time to settle up. Huh, it's over? The middle-aged overseer's astonishment was palpable upon seeing Leah standing before him, completely unscathed. This fellow actually survived? Perhaps the fat hammer has finally turned a new leaf? He was well aware that no challenger had ever walked through that door upright after facing the fat hammer. Seeing Leah's muscles straining against his attire, the overseer mumbled, begrudgingly extracting 10 green bills. Here, this is your prize for tonight. TSK. Leah scoffed. You're certainly back to life. Chapter 5. A Fortuitous Surprise. The overseer's expression was one of palpable dismay, as if he had suffered a great loss. If I recall correctly, we agreed on 5,000 for the victory. Did we not? Leah's voice carried an icy edge. Yet, the overseer remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, unaware of the formidable presence he had inadvertently provoked. To him, offering a mere 1,000 was already a generous concession, considering Leah's imposing physique. Just say if you want it or not. If not, then so be it. With that, the overseer attempted to retract his hand, seemingly intent on withholding the 1,000 altogether. Having spent considerable time in the boxing arena, he had encountered all manner of individuals. Judging by Lia's appearance, he estimated that the entirety of his attire could not possibly exceed 200. Bang! Lia would not tolerate such indignities, attempting to rob him of his hard-earned money. A resounding crash echoed through the air as the counter before him was obliterated by a single, formidable punch from Lia. Gulp! The middle-aged manager, witnessing the terrifying spectacle, swallowed hard. Why, you're a mutant. The manager, having been acquainted with the underbelly of this world through the boxing ring's enigmatic proprietor, possessed a modicum of understanding regarding superhuman abilities. Yet, Lia was unconcerned with his musings. Each individual must face the repercussions of their actions. I say, Lia remarked, adjusting his Star-Spangled Banner mask slightly, you've soured my mood quite a bit, haven't you? Surely, some compensation for emotional distress is in order? He emphasized the word some with palpable weight. At this moment, the manager dared not utter a word of dissent. His legs trembled as he stammered, I understand. His thoughts raced to expel this menace before reporting back to the boss. Snap! Lia snapped his fingers, a grin spreading across his face. I do enjoy dealing with forthright individuals. So, how about a sum of 100,000 or so? He had noticed a box brimming with cash beside the manager. How much? The manager glanced nervously at the box, which housed the very 100,000 meant for Fat Hammer. The mere thought of losing that money filled him with dread, as he could only imagine the wrath that Fat Hammer would unleash upon him. However, he had no time to dwell on that. A large hand had already crossed over him, seizing the money box. Consider this your apology, Lia declared, prying open the box to reveal the 100,000 within. Ah, splendid. More than I had anticipated. Patriot Template Unlock Progress. 3. Patriot Template Unlock Degree. 23. Lia pondered the system's notification. How does this count? Am I not merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine? You cannot take that money. The manager was genuinely panicking now, his corpulent form lunging toward Lia in a desperate attempt to retrieve the box. Give it back. If Fat Hammer finds out, we're done for. Whether Fat Hammer would eliminate the youth before him was of little concern to the manager, but the loss of his funds would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Clang! The main door of the boxing arena swung open abruptly, and several black-clad bodyguards emerged. The manager's heart sank. He realized that the evening's match was about to conclude prematurely, and Fat Hammer would soon make his entrance. In a frenzy, he attempted to snatch the money box from Lia once more. Unfortunately, he was merely an ordinary man, utterly feeble in the presence of Lia, who possessed 23% of Az's strength. Faced with the futility of his efforts, the manager decided to abandon his pursuit. Kid, you've really gotten yourself into trouble, you know that? Just you wait. He shouted toward the arena's interior. Hammer! Hammer! His calls were abruptly silenced as a scene unfolded before him that he would never forget. Fat Hammer, once an indomitable figure in his mind, was now being dragged like a lifeless hog by several bodyguards. They were headed toward the backstage. There, the manager knew, all severely injured fighters who had lost their ability to move would be taken. With great difficulty, he turned his head, only to catch sight of a Star-Spangled Banner mask and a smirk. No wonder he was so audacious. No wonder he had concluded the match so swiftly. The manager realized that Fat Hammer had been incapacitated by this very individual. Did he not see the sheer terror on the bodyguards' faces upon witnessing this man? Ha! He chuckled nervously, stepping aside to clear the exit. Your boxing arena is quite impressive. I shall return. Lia tucked the money box into his waistband and sauntered away from the arena with effortless grace. As the saying goes, a wealthy man is a man. A poor man is merely a boy. Even the system could not conjure money from thin air. One must toil for their livelihood. Lia gazed into the depths of the boxing arena. If I could acquire this establishment, wouldn't I be able to lounge at home and reap the rewards? However, as this thought crossed his mind, Lia shook his head. I am no thief, and moreover, we live in a society governed by law. How could I possibly steal from others? Strolling down the street, he suddenly recalled that he had seemingly forgotten about a gathering. Alas, at this hour, the party at Gwen's residence had likely concluded long ago. In truth, high school soirees differ markedly from collegiate affairs. Even if students do host parties, they rarely extend into the late hours unless there is a particular motive behind them. Upon returning home, Lia observed the pristine doorknob and the already repaired door frame. Letting out a sigh? I wonder what my father will say about my mishap today, breaking the door and returning home at such a late hour. He pondered over how to explain himself. Creak. The door swung open, revealing his mother, May. Oh, Lia, you've finally returned. It's quite late. Yes, Leah stammered, still contemplating what excuse to concoct. However, the conflicted expression on his face was interpreted differently by his mother, May. Oh, don't be embarrassed, my child. What? Embarrassed? Leah queried, somewhat perplexed. You know, at your age, having feelings for a girl is nothing to be ashamed of. The atmosphere felt oddly off-kilter. Leah was bewildered but suspected that Peter must have said something to his mother on his behalf. Your father has already gone to bed. Please be quiet as you head upstairs so you don't wake him. May gazed lovingly at her robust son, her affection evident. Although her husband had mentioned wanting to discipline Leah that evening, she understood that her son was generally quite obedient. Today's actions were merely a typical occurrence for a young man navigating the tumult of adolescence. Good night, Mom. Leah exhaled in relief. He felt a sense of reluctance to fabricate a story. Chapter 6. Gwen's invitation. Ascending the stairs, Leah entered his bedroom and gently closed the door behind him. The $100,000 he had won at the boxing arena could not be utilized openly. Being a fundamentally upright individual, he knew that if his father discovered the source of his funds, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Leah stashed the money beneath his bed for any unforeseen future needs. The following day, at Midtown High School, Leah was walking through the campus when a golden-haired figure obstructed his path. Leah, why didn't you come to my party last night? Gwen stood before him, her expression clearly displeased by his absence. Unlike other girls, Gwen was fiery, alluring, and generous, as evidenced by the opulence of her home during the previous evening's gathering. Leah was not particularly aware of the comparisons, as this Marvel universe differed significantly from the cinematic universe he had previously seen. Something came up last night, Leah replied after a moment's thought, offering a simple explanation. To him, strengthening himself took precedence over any romantic pursuits. Gwen, however, was evidently dissatisfied with this response. Is that all? She gazed at Leah, who was explaining something, yet wore an expression of indifference. With her lips curving into a delightful arc, was this explanation not sufficient? Leah cast a curious glance at Gwen, wondering what more could be said. Very well. Gwen nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At school, Gwen attracted numerous admirers, a veritable array of types. Yet, none could capture her interest. In her eyes, those who pursued her were either smooth-talking narcissists or dim-witted brutes. Of course, some had attempted to approach her with an aloof demeanor, only to reveal their true selves upon her playful teasing. However, Leah was different. Observing him, Gwen noted that his confidence and nonchalance were authentic, not merely a facade to entice her. This piqued her curiosity immensely. She could not fathom why. Despite coming from the same family, the personalities of Leah and Peter were so vastly different. Thus, she replied with a smile. All right, Leah. Might you be free this evening to accompany me for a stroll? Faced with Gwen's invitation, Leah felt no need to decline and agreed. He wished to learn more about this girl, who was almost fated to meet her demise in the original narrative. At that moment, Peter Parker, the future Spider-Man and Leah's younger brother, ambled by, looking utterly despondent, his expression akin to that of a defeated dog. In fact, just that morning, while seated on the school bus, Peter had been lamenting and wondering why Mary Jane was absent. It was only halfway through the journey that he spotted her in Thompson's new car. In that instant, Peter's heartbreak reached its zenith. Despite never having been in a relationship with Jane, he naively thought that perhaps having a car would win her affection. Alas, his family was not affluent, especially after Uncle Ben had informed them that morning of his unemployment. Even a second-hand sports car required several $1,000s, an expense beyond the means of an ordinary family. Moreover, at this stage, Peter had yet to be bitten by the fateful spider. Even if he wished to work part-time to earn money, he lacked the capability. Isn't that your brother? Gwen remarked, glancing at Peter as he passed. This was a rhetorical question. Leah observed his younger brother's woeful demeanor and felt somewhat at a loss. He could surmise that Peter's sorrow stemmed from Mary Jane. Yet, Mary Jane lived right next door, and Peter rarely spoke to her, having squandered that opportunity despite its proximity. Furthermore, Leah did not consider Mary Jane to be particularly admirable. Peter's infatuation with her was largely due to her being an unattainable ideal in his eyes. In reality, Jane's acceptance of Thompson as her boyfriend was quite simple. She merely sought to avoid exclusion from his social circle. Additionally, due to her experiences with domestic violence, being with a wealthy, popular jock like Thompson provided her with a sense of security. Leah shook his head in exasperation. If not for Peter's destined transformation into Spider-Man, perhaps he and Jane would never have crossed paths again. But you're slender. You can always work out, he remarked, just like himself, who, despite being naturally tall, was not initially very strong. It was merely the precarious state of the Marvel Universe that instilled a sense of urgency in Leah, prompting him to engage in regular fitness training, thus endowing him with a robust physique. In fact, The school's football team had even extended an olive branch to him. In a normal world, Leah might have chosen to pursue a career as a football player. Unfortunately, the Marvel Universe was rife with superhuman abilities, rendering ordinary individuals almost inconsequential. Just like during the Avengers' confrontation with Thanos, where a mere snap of his fingers erased half the population of the world. Returning to the present, Leah noticed Thompson driving Mary Jane onto the school grounds. This confirmed the specific cause of Peter's distress. Indeed, it was Mary Jane. In class, Leah perused the data on the system panel. Patriot Template Unlock Progress, 23. TSK, this progress is rather sluggish. Leah mused on where he might swiftly expedite the unlocking process. Yet, until school dismissed, he could not conceive of any effective strategies. The timing was rather awkward. The duality of light and darkness coexists. Before Peter becomes Spider-Man, the supervillains of New York had yet to make their appearance. Well, the teacher had mentioned a field trip to the General Electronics Laboratory tomorrow. If memory served, that was where the fateful spider that bit Peter resided. Now, Leah's only concern was whether his presence might inadvertently alter the course of events, preventing the chosen spider from biting Peter. However, he felt confident that it would not pose a significant problem, as he had not interfered much in Peter's life over the years. Suddenly, a wave of gasps erupted from the students in the classroom. Wow, she is stunning. If only she were my girlfriend. Dream on. I hear no one in our school has managed to win over Gwen Stacy yet. For tonight's date, Gwen had donned a spaghetti-strapped dress, and with her golden hair, she appeared to be bathed in a radiant glow. Chapter 7. The Conflict in the Classroom. At the back of the classroom, Thompson, just about to head to the football field for practice, halted in his tracks. Thompson, what's the matter? Mary Jane paused as well, having been invited by her new boyfriend to watch his football practice. Following Thompson's gaze, she caught sight of Gwen. In that moment, Mary Jane's expression turned cold. No one wishes for their boyfriend to have eyes for another girl. Though Mary Jane often accommodated Thompson, fearing ostracism upon losing him, she could not tolerate him ogling another girl right before her eyes. Thus, she immediately positioned herself in front of Thompson, blocking his view in a huff. Thompson snapped back to reality, a fleeting look of awkwardness crossing his face before it swiftly vanished. He smiled nonchalantly, gently wrapping an arm around Mary Jane. Hey Jane. You know, Thompson said, his smile still intact, yet his tone was frosty. You can't interfere in my affairs. We agreed on this from the start. Have you forgotten? Thompson harbored no deep feelings for Jane. He merely appreciated her as a beautiful girl from a poor background, akin to Cinderella. Did she truly believe herself to be a swan? Unbeknownst to Thompson, his words were deeply hurtful. Upon hearing them, Mary Jane momentarily stood in shock. Subsequently, her eyes began to well with tears, as she questioned whether choosing to be Thompson's girlfriend had indeed been the right decision. Such humiliation, no matter how much Mary Jane tried to deceive herself, was impossible to ignore. Thus, she extricated herself from Thompson's embrace. Thompson, you scoundrel. Yet, Thompson merely spat and forcefully pulled her back into his embrace. Have you forgotten the gifts I bestowed upon you these past 2 days? You think you can simply take advantage and walk away? Such fortune is not easily obtained. Upon hearing this, Mary Jane, who had been struggling, ceased her movements and painfully closed her eyes. Hadn't she already prepared herself for this? This scene did not escape Peter's notice from afar. Witnessing the torment of the woman he adored, whose eyes were now reddened, ignited an unexpected courage within him. Thompson, do not bully Jane. Peter boldly stepped forward, fixing a fierce gaze upon Thompson. Instantly, the attention of the entire class turned towards Peter, including Gwen. Thompson, caught off guard by the sudden outburst, was momentarily taken aback. However, upon recognizing that it was the inconsequential Parker confronting him, a surge of rage filled his heart. How could he be threatened by such a worthless individual? Thompson looked down at Peter, who stood a head shorter, his eyes glinting with menace. Meanwhile, Mary Jane displayed a flicker of gratitude. In her most desperate moment, Peter had risen to speak on her behalf, deeply moving her heart. Yet, her relief quickly turned to horror as she witnessed her boyfriend seize Peter by the collar. With a thud, Thompson dragged Peter and slammed him against the door. A smile adorned his face. Ah, behold our pitiable little Peter. With a powerful grip, Thompson lifted Peter a few inches off the ground. Remember this, Peter. Mary Jane is my girlfriend. If you dare interfere again, I shall show you what true cruelty means. Bam! Thompson forcefully hurled Peter against the door once more. Aren't you going to help your brother? At that moment, Gwen approached Rua's side. This was a necessary part of his growth. Rua remarked calmly. Peter's strength stemmed from the trials he faced along his path. When he becomes Spider-Man, he would assuredly repay Thompson for today's events, provided Thompson did not overstep. After all, Rhea was quite frustrated by Peter's excessive kindness that bordered on weakness. Well, you two brothers are indeed peculiar. Gwen refrained from commenting on Ryu's words. However, Thompson's next statement ignited Ryu's fury. I suppose only your pathetic Uncle Ben could raise such a pitiful wretch. Ha ha ha. The anger within Thompson caused him to lose his composure and utter such words. Yet, Uncle Ben's significance, both in the eyes of others and in Ryu's heart, was irreplaceable, particularly for Rhea, who had been an orphan in his past life. His feelings for his father, Ben Parker, ran deep. The selfless love of Ben and May, their meticulous care for him, all rendered Rhea intolerant of any insult towards them. How dare he? How dare he? Closer to Thompson, Peter had already surged forward in rage, lunging at him. Do not insult Uncle Ben. Bam! Thompson, seeing Peter charge at him, smirked disdainfully and pushed him away. Peter's frail form was sent crashing through the classroom door, tumbling into the hallway. Mary Jane could no longer bear to watch. She struggled internally, wanting to help Peter up. Yet, upon witnessing her boyfriend Thompson's domineering expression, she reluctantly abandoned the thought. She no longer wished to endure violence. Offending Thompson would bring about a cruelty far worse than physical harm, that being the cold indifference of most classmates. Thompson laughed heartily, flaunting his strength, seeking to garner more attention. He cast a sidelong glance at Gwen, eager to gauge her reaction. However, what met his gaze was an ever-growing fist. Boom. Crash. With a single punch, Thompson lost control of his balance, staggering to the side and knocking over several desks in the process. You. Thompson rose from the ground, glaring fiercely at his assailant. At this moment, his left cheek had swollen considerably. This was already a result of Rhea holding back. Otherwise, with Ryu's current strength, a single punch could have obliterated Thompson's head. Before Thompson could utter any threats, Rhea coldly interjected, I recall warning you to mind your words. It seems you did not heed my caution. In the classroom, all eyes turned once more towards them. No way. Is Lightning about to fight Rhea? Lightning was Thompson's nickname, a nod to his swift prowess on the football field. Yet, it appeared that Thompson was at a disadvantage. Surely not. Isn't Thompson the strongest boy in our school? Didn't he already suffer a setback on the school bus last time? I thought that was just a fluke. Although Rhea had previously triumphed over 3 thugs outside of school, no one believed Thompson would falter in this instance. Gwen observed Ryu's icy demeanor, licking her lips. She had never witnessed Rhea in such a state. Each time she encountered him outside the classroom, he bore a blank expression. This only heightened her curiosity about Rhea. Chapter 8, A Blockade. Thompson recalled the previous day's events on the school bus, realizing that his wrists still throbbed with pain. Am I wrong? Thompson provocatively regarded Rhea, believing that his previous defeat was merely due to an ambush. In a fair fight, he was confident he would not lose to anyone in the school. Hearing Thompson's continued bravado, Ryu's expression grew colder still. In his eyes, a flicker of red light seemed to pulse, as a surge of heat began to coalesce. In the absence of an unlocked system, he had inadvertently unlocked his laser vision. An overwhelming intent to kill surged within him, as Rhea felt an impulse to obliterate Thompson with his laser vision. Patriot Template Unlock Progress increased by 2. Patriot Template Unlock Progress increased by 2. Patriot Template Unlock Progress increased by 3. On the system panel, as Ryu's murderous intent surged, the unlock progress of the Patriot Template continued to rise. Ultimately, the value stabilized at 30. Patriot Template Unlock Skill, Laser Vision. The system provided a clear prompt. Laser Vision successfully unlocked. In truth, a 30% unlock progress was insufficient to activate Laser Vision. But due to Ryu's overwhelming intent, it had been prematurely unlocked. At that moment, Thompson suddenly sensed a tremendous aura of malice directed at him. Oddly enough, he had never believed in such a thing as murderous intent. Yet, at this instant, he undeniably felt it emanating from Ryu's very gaze. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and for a brief moment, the two found themselves enveloped in an eerie silence. Thompson remained unaware that, at this moment, his life hung precariously in the balance, swayed by Ryu's thoughts. What are you doing? The classroom erupted with a commotion, prompting a student to fetch the teacher. Leah cast a deep glance at Thompson, dissipating the intense heat that had accumulated in his gaze. He was reluctant to resort to lethal measures in front of an audience, unless absolutely necessary. Amidst the cacophony of voices, this farce appeared to draw to a close. Thompson exited the classroom, drenched in cold sweat, and made his way to the football field. Behind him, Mary Jane silently followed, turning to cast a curious look at Leah before leaving the classroom. At that moment, Gwen had already positioned herself beside Leah, even entwining her arm with his, their affectionate demeanor resembling that of a couple. The softness and warmth radiating from her arm caused Leah's heart to skip a beat. Hee hee, I thought you were truly an ice block, devoid of interest in women. Gwen noticed the peculiar expression on Leah's face, a mischievous glimmer dancing in her eyes. She had deliberately acted this way to gauge his reaction, judging by Leah's response. It seemed his charm had not diminished after all. Leah cleared his throat, asserting, I never claimed such a thing. What, are you disappointed? Gwen was taken aback by Leah's candidness, her intrigue for him growing deeper. Not at all. Do you remember our agreement from this morning? Of course. I have time tonight. Where would you like to go? Their arms intertwined. Their affectionate appearance quickly captured the attention of the entire class. So Gwen was looking for Leah? My goodness. Is Gwen about to be swept off her feet by him? That wouldn't be surprising, right? Remarked a girl nearby. With someone as strong and handsome as Leah. It's no wonder he is so popular. In truth, although Leah seldom engaged in conversation with others, he maintained a steady popularity among the girls. His striking looks attracted adoring glances effortlessly, without him needing to exert any effort. Observing the sweet interaction between Leah and Gwen, a girl with red hair felt a surge of envy. Leah is mine, mused Liz Allen, or rather, Neezy, as she watched Leah and Gwen depart. Brother. Peter returned to the classroom. Witnessing Leah send Thompson flying with a punch, his heart swelled with satisfaction. Yet, having been raised in the same environment, Peter felt a pang of inferiority in the face of his brother's strength. If only I were as strong as my brother, Peter wished once more. Though no magical lamp answered his call, Leah glanced at his younger brother and sighed. Peter, remember to cover for me when Dad asks where I'm going tonight. With that, Leah turned and left with Gwen. Peter opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed his words. As night fell on the streets, Gwen's idea of shopping was far from Leah's notion of retail therapy. In truth, this was Gwen's intention. She was aware of Leah's family situation. Unlike her father, the police chief, Leah's father was merely an ordinary worker. Thus, she thoughtfully refrained from asking Leah to buy her anything. In reality, Leah was not lacking in funds, though he would never volunteer that information. Gwen's approach to exploring the streets was quite unique, deliberately choosing dimly lit alleys. Leah, noticing Gwen's cheerful demeanor, gently cautioned her. I believe your family would advise you that places like these might harbor some darker elements. Gwen was acutely aware of this, especially since they were in a neighborhood her father had specifically warned her against visiting. However, after witnessing Leah's formidable strength that day, her fears had somewhat dissipated. Despite having a police chief for a father, Gwen had developed a rebellious streak. She craved excitement and longed for the heroic scenes depicted on television where superheroes vanquished evil. Thus, with Leah by her side, she felt emboldened to wander into these shadowy corners. All right, as long as you're happy, Leah agreed, reasoning that if they did encounter a robbery, they could consider it an unexpected adventure. Just as they conversed, a figure emerged from the darkness, nearly blending into the shadows. Oh, a little lady here? A man with skin as dark as night, with the only contrast being his teeth glinting under the dim streetlights, stepped out from a corner. He was clad in what appeared to be expensive clothing, albeit dirty and ill-fitting, and brandished a knife. Hand over your money. And that little lady stays. You can scram. This individual, endowed with considerable height, was nearly as tall as Leah. So Eve stumbled upon a robbery? Leah raised an eyebrow, glancing at Gwen, who appeared somewhat uneasy. She had merely jested about the robbery. The reality of the situation frightened her greatly. This was a common tendency among the youth, knowing the risks yet still choosing to act recklessly. Gently squeezing Gwen's hand, he reassured her, do not worry. Chapter 9. The Laser Eye Strike. With amusement, Leah regarded the man wielding the knife, finding the situation rather comical. Releasing Gwen's hand, he strode confidently towards the assailant. Leah perceived no sign of panic in the robber. Rather, it was he who should be in a state of alarm. Hand over the money, the robber reiterated. But facing Leah's unflinching demeanor, his words lacked conviction. When a person cannot discern another's intentions, it naturally breeds apprehension. The robber felt this trepidation as he observed Leah's hands casually tucked into his pockets, fearing he might suddenly draw a weapon. Thus, he made the first move. Die. A fierce expression crossed the robber's face. Be careful, Gwen exclaimed, alarmed that Leah had yet to withdraw his hands from his pockets. In her fright, she regretted insisting on traversing these alleys. Had she not pushed for this route, Leah wouldn't have. As the knife neared his abdomen, Leah remained unfazed. The speed of the attack akin to a sluggish crawl for him. With a deft sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the robber's strike and retaliated with a swift kick. Pooh! Leah had no desire to engage in a lengthy dialogue with such a lowlife. Even his casual kick was far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. The robber was sent flying like a cannonball, crumpling into a heap and landing several meters away in a garbage bin. Ha ha ha. Labored breaths escaped from the pile of refuse, as Lua's single blow rendered the man utterly incapable of further movement. Observing the incapacitated robber, Lua shook his head in disinterest. He couldn't be bothered to search the filthy man for valuables. Rummaging through his belongings would be no different from sifting through a trash bin. The unlocking degree of the Patriot Template has increased by 2. The unlocking degree of the Patriot Template is now 32. The system notification reappeared, indicating a 2% increase in the unlocking degree. Turning back, Gwen had just emerged from her state of terror, and she was once again astounded by Lua's remarkable prowess. Initially, Lua's ability to effortlessly send Thompson flying with a single punch had already taken her by surprise. However, she soon realized that she had underestimated Lua. To kick a man weighing at least several dozen kilograms a distance of over 10 meters, was that truly something a normal person could achieve? At that moment, a plethora of thoughts flooded Gwen's mind, images of superheroes and vigilantes like Batman materializing in her imagination. In the Marvel Universe, there were indeed characters from DC Comics, and she had seen figures like Superman and Batman before. Just as she was about to utter something, a deep voice resonated from around the corner. No wonder you can easily defeat Fat Hammer. The boss has not misjudged you. As soon as the words left his lips, a sinister-looking white man appeared, flanked by 2 imposing black bodyguards. Come with me. The boss wishes to meet you. The sinister man spoke as if his boss were an extraordinary figure of great renown. Fat Hammer? In an instant, Lua recalled that the newcomer was likely connected to the underground fighting arena he had previously encountered. Were they here to exact revenge for severely injuring Fat Hammer, or was it because he had taken their money? Admittedly, Lua's actions had been somewhat extreme. Yet who cared? Gazing at the sinister man and his 2 companions, Lua chuckled lightly. What if I refuse to accompany you? Lua found it curious who had bestowed upon them the audacity to speak to him in such a manner, especially after witnessing him kick that previous thug away. However, the sinister man soon revealed the source of his confidence. Lua, Gwen's voice called from behind him, just as a bodyguard brandished a handgun, aiming it directly at her. Damn it. Lua's expression darkened. He had been too careless. Ever since acquiring the Patriot Template, he had felt that everything was under his control, gradually lowering his guard against these ordinary individuals. After all, with his enhanced physique, the attacks of ordinary people could merely be likened to a mere tickle. Even firearms posed little threat, provided they did not target vital areas like the eyes. In fact, with the unlocking of the Patriot Template, even his eyes were no longer his weakness. Yet he had forgotten that in numerous films and novels, the true vulnerabilities of protagonists often lay not within themselves, but among their loved ones and friends. Who would have thought I would commit such a basic error? Lua chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. Observing Lua's expression, the sinister man displayed a sense of triumph. How about it? As long as you meet the boss, I assure you that girl will be unharmed. Gwen, realizing she had unwittingly become a bargaining chip against Lua, felt a surge of courage rising within her. She aimed a kick at the groin of the nearby black bodyguard in an attempt to escape. However, unlike the previous thug, this bodyguard, clad in a suit and tie, was evidently a trained fighter. He deftly evaded Gwen's kick and retaliated with the butt of his gun aimed at her head. Fortunately, Gwen's agility allowed her to avoid serious injury. Hell, what's this? Do you still wish to struggle? The sinister man, feeling assured of his control over the situation, adopted an increasingly relaxed tone. At that moment, Lua, seeing Gwen nearly harmed, felt a surge of furious indignation. You're courting death. Resolute in his decision to no longer hold back, Lua turned his glare toward the bodyguard holding Gwen hostage. The bodyguard, dismissive, felt no concern. What's the matter? Is your anger of any use? Do you think glaring at me will do anything? Are you capable of glaring me to death? However, his disdainful expression was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. A crimson glow ignited in Lua's eyes as he gathered an immense amount of heat. What is happening? In an instant, before the bodyguard could process his thoughts, 2 beams of scarlet light erupted from Lua's eyes. Zing! In a fit of rage, Lua's laser beams swept mercilessly across the bodyguard's hands, then his body. Thud, thud, thud. Like raindrops, the bodyguard's figure crumpled to the ground. The unlocking degree of the Patriot Template has increased by 5. The unlocking degree of the Patriot Template is now 37 UG. This scene was witnessed by both Gwen and the sinister man, with Gwen standing particularly close to the bodyguard, allowing her to feel the sheer power of Lua's laser beams. Is he truly a superhero? Gwen's eyes brimmed with an indescribable mix of emotions: surprise, curiosity, shock, and even obsession. Chapter 10. Confusion. I could kill you just the same. After dispatching the black bodyguard with his laser vision, Luya felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Perhaps I indeed possess a modicum of the potential to be a patriot? At that moment, witnessing Luya's display of power, the sinister man had long lost his earlier bravado. The ability to emit lasers from one's eyes. Was he a demon? Although the sinister man was aware of the existence of mutants in this world, his understanding was limited. In his mind, mutant abilities were primarily of immense strength. The notion of shooting lasers from one's eyes seemed to transcend the boundaries of humanity. As Luya fixed his gaze upon him, the sinister man noticed the ominous red glow flickering in his eyes and quickly adopted a placating smile. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Seeing Luya remain unresponsive, he hastily continued to plead for mercy. If you spare us, we will treat today as if it never occurred. How does that sound? They had thoroughly investigated and discovered Luya's identity as a student from Zhongqing High School. Perhaps he could deceive him. The sinister man thought that once he returned, he would report everything about Luya to his boss. However, Luya showed no sign of acknowledgement toward his pleas for mercy. Heat continued to gather in his eyes, and then two beams of red laser light shot forth. The beams swept across the sinister man and the two black bodyguards beside him. Confusion. I could kill you. And today would be the true day when no one knows what has transpired. The unlocking degree of the Patriot Template has increased by 3. The unlocking degree of the Patriot Template is now 40, exhilarating. Luya had to admit that it was no wonder the Patriot favored using his laser vision to obliterate everything in his path when provoked. It was indeed an exhilarating experience. The sinister man had thought that Luya would show mercy and spare them. How could that be possible? With such evident malice, Luya felt no psychological burden whatsoever in eliminating them. Wow, how cool. At this moment, Gwen had seemingly fully emerged from her earlier fright, walking over to Luya and gently leaning against his shoulder. Luya raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid? He recalled that in the original film, Peter, upon becoming Spider-Man, was already regarded as a monster by his classmates after merely showcasing his extraordinary powers and besting Thompson. Why should I be afraid? Gwen replied with a smile. Didn't you save me today, my hero? Gwen curiously gazed into Luya's eyes and asked, are you, perhaps, one of those legendary scavengers in the darkness? Or a silent crusader against crime, a superhero? If so, what is your superhero moniker? Laser Eyes, perhaps? The flurry of questions emanating from Gwen reflected her palpable excitement. Raised in the strict household of a police chief, Gwen had cultivated a rebellious spirit, at least in her father's eyes. Upon hearing Luya's assertion that he had no intentions of becoming a superhero and possessed no such title, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Gwen's features. Yet, she quickly perked up, exclaiming, even if you don't aspire to be a superhero, you must bestow upon yourself a title. Your eyes can emit lasers. Why not call yourself Laser Eyes? Observing Gwen's exuberance, Luya realized that if he failed to provide a name, she would relentlessly pursue him until he did. Naturally, he would not adopt the title of Laser Eyes, considering someone else had already claimed that name. Homelander. Luya uttered the readily available title. Homelander. Gwen echoed, her brow furrowing in confusion. You claim you don't wish to be a superhero, yet your name sounds like that of an exceptionally virtuous hero. Luya inwardly scoffed at the irony, for the true Homelander appeared righteous but was, in fact, dark-hearted and ruthless. However, he refrained from elaborating to Gwen. As they conversed, Luya's ears perked up. It seems someone is approaching, unlocking the full power of his Homelander template, boasting superhuman hearing. Luya could discern sounds within a kilometer radius with crystal clarity. Beyond that range, he could still hear many sounds inaudible to ordinary ears, though not as distinctly. For instance, he could hear two individuals nearing from 100 meters away. What's wrong? Gwen inquired, noticing Luya's sudden focus. Someone is coming, Luya succinctly replied. Gwen scanned the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Just then, a boy and a girl unexpectedly emerged from a rusted staircase beside them. Their distinctly black hair and yellow skin revealed them to be of Asian descent. Luya was taken aback, having lived for so long. He had rarely encountered anyone of Asian heritage. The pair appeared to be siblings, their clothing worn yet remarkably clean and tidy. Thus, Luya deduced, you hail from Huaxia? The siblings, evidently startled by Luya's sudden revelation, exchanged wary glances, with the older sister stepping protectively in front of her brother. She exhibited a keen sense of caution. The sister surveyed the corpses scattered around without displaying any surprise, as if she were accustomed to such sights. Instead, upon spotting the two newcomers who clearly did not belong, she questioned, who are you? I've never seen you in Hell's Kitchen before. Hell's Kitchen? Luya was momentarily taken aback, realizing that they were indeed in the fabled darkest part of New York in the Marvel Universe. It was no wonder that the sinister man had dared to attack them openly, likely a consequence of the chaos inherent in Hell's Kitchen. This is Hell's Kitchen? Gwen seemed to recall her father mentioning that Hell's Kitchen was the most perilous area in all of New York, rife with violence, bloodshed, and various dark undercurrents. However, Luya knew that within the Marvel Universe, Hell's Kitchen was far from the most dangerous locale. That said, the actual underworld Kingpin, indeed wielded significant power. In the original narrative, Spider-Man had long been at odds with Kingpin. You too should leave. Hell's South Kitchen is no place for you, the boy behind them warned. I know that those from outside the neighborhood often seek thrills, but here, before he could finish, his sister swiftly covered his mouth, fully aware that loose lips could lead to trouble. Tap, tap, tap. Luya caught sight of more approaching individuals out of the corner of his eye, and judging by the noise, there seemed to be quite a few. Chapter 11, The Iron Rod Gang. A cacophony of footsteps echoed, and soon the newcomers revealed themselves. You little brats, we finally found you. 5 black men emerged, each wielding a long stick, clearly targeting the siblings hidden behind the staircase. It seemed the pair had stirred up some trouble, but given that this was Hell's Kitchen, such occurrences were hardly surprising. After all, this was a haven for criminals. Bray, I see those 2 punks. A fierce-looking young man named Bray declared. I'm not blind. Catch them. With that, the 5 men charged toward the siblings, brandishing their sticks menacingly, leaving no doubt as to their lethal intent. Run, the sister shouted, grabbing her brother and attempting to flee. However, their prolonged malnutrition had left them weak, and they barely managed to escape a few steps before the pursuers closed in. How odd. Why isn't she running toward the outskirts of the neighborhood? Gwen pondered, observing the sister's escape route. The 5 men had blocked the path leading deeper into Hell's Kitchen, yet the girl clung to her brother, refusing to venture outside the area. It was as if something lurking beyond terrified her. Many here in Hell's Kitchen lack identity. It's likely they fall into that category, Luya explained. Although Hell's Kitchen was dangerous, it was a place where anyone could reside. Yet once they stepped outside, the best outcome for those without identity would be deportation. Hey! One of the black men noticed Luya and Gwen, and seeing them standing idly by, Bray threatened, You 2 better get the hell out of here. In response to Bray's intimidation, Luya shrugged and bent down to pick up a fist-sized rock, weighing it thoughtfully. In the next moment, as one of the black men reached for the girl, a swift gust of wind whooshed by. Then crack. The man's face contorted in shock as he grasped the girl's clothing, believing she was pushing her brother aside. However, a searing pain shot through his leg, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground. Looking down at his twisted right leg, he began to wail in agony. Luya's action successfully drew the attention of everyone present, with the remaining 4 black men turning their gazes toward him. The siblings, having narrowly escaped danger, finally found a moment to catch their breath, though they remained trapped in the same vicinity. The girl looked at Luya, who had come to their aid. Her eyes filled with astonishment, gratitude, and wariness. Hell's Kitchen was a den of iniquity. While neighbors might help one another, there was an inherent mistrust of strangers. Gwen cast a sidelong glance at Rua, idly toying with her hair. How do you intend to handle them, superhero of the homeland? Her choice of words, handle, suggested that after witnessing Rua's laser eyes, she doubted the remaining few would pose a challenge to him. Simultaneously, her voice carried to the remaining black men, invoking a profound sense of insult among them. Rua's intervention stemmed not only from their provocation, but also from the significance of their shared heritage as siblings from Huaxia. After all, they were compatriots from another world, and Rua felt compelled to assist if he could. Handle? Gwen's voice did not shy away from the 4 black men, and they heard her words clearly. You've stirred up trouble, dare to meddle in our Iron Stick Gang's affairs, and you shall not escape Hell's Kitchen. Bray was incensed by the disdain Rua and his companions showed towards them. Despite his Iron Stick Gang's obscurity in Hell's Kitchen, it was still a gang, after all. Moreover, one of his subordinates had been ambushed, now lying on the ground in agony. Boss. At that moment, one of Bray's underlings tugged at his sleeve, his voice trembling slightly. Boss, look over there. Following the direction of his subordinate's finger, Bray's gaze landed on the corpses of the sinister men Rua had dispatched. This sight did not instill fear in Bray due to the gruesome scene. As a member of Hell's Kitchen, he had witnessed far too many gang brawls and slaughters. This was not the bloodiest he had encountered. However, as he observed the crimson-stained visage of the sinister man, he vaguely recalled him as the leader of South Street in Hell's Kitchen. Bray felt a chill run down his spine. He had not misremembered. That man was one of Kingpin's subordinates. It suddenly struck Bray that just days prior, he had seen Memento in the South Street area, collecting gang dues. He had even followed his boss and encountered him. Yet, He never anticipated that such a formidable figure, a notable presence in Hell's Kitchen, would meet his demise here today, especially in such a tragic manner. Bray swallowed hard, glancing at Rua, whose attention had shifted away from the current situation. The deceased Memento was the focal point of his concern. Kingpin was the underground emperor of all New York, and Hell's Kitchen was virtually his backyard. Seeing Memento's corpse entangled Bray in a web of implications. Should any misunderstandings arise, he would not only risk his own life, but also that of his boss. Such a price was far too steep. "Hey, kid, did anyone see who killed those guys?" Bray inquired, his brow furrowed as he regarded Rua, who seemed utterly disinterested in causing trouble for others. The body of Memento still bore warmth, indicating that the killer had not strayed far. If Bray could provide some intelligence, perhaps he could gain some benefit from the situation. As for Rua and Gwen, Bray did not underestimate them. If Memento had indeed fallen at their hands, he would willingly walk into a convenience store and take items without payment. With keen interest, Rua observed Bray's pallor shift dramatically. "You see these guys? Dead is dead. They were merely scum." Bray's demeanor darkened at Rua's indifference. "Do you have any idea who they were?" Memento was one of Kingpin's men. "Oh, perhaps you don't know who Kingpin is." Bray assumed Rua was oblivious to the gravity of the situation and proceeded to enlighten him. "Kingpin is the head of the New York gangs, the underground emperor. He could crush you like an ant. Do you understand?" In truth, Bray's understanding of Kingpin was limited. He was merely a lowly thug himself. Kingpin had entirely consolidated the New York gangs and was poised to extend his reach across the entire nation. Once that happened, he would truly become the emperor of the underworld. Chapter 12. The loose siblings and the cruelty of Hell's Kitchen. Rua reflected on his memories of Kingpin, recalling him as a supervillain devoid of superpowers yet possessing immense strength and intellect. Rua connected the dots regarding recent events. It seemed that his performance in the boxing ring had drawn the attention of this underground emperor. Nevertheless, he felt little concern. Once he unlocked further capabilities from his Homelander template, he was confident he could confront any adversary at this stage. Thus, Rua grew weary of conversing with the group. In the astonished gazes of Bray and his companions, he casually hooked a streetlight. With a mere exertion of strength, he uprooted the nearly 3-meter lamp post, severing the power lines, causing the light to flicker before extinguishing. What? Bray was at a loss for words, incredulous that this individual was human. As a minor leader of an insignificant gang, he was unaware of the existence of extraordinary powers. Rua refrained from immediately using his laser eyes to eliminate anyone, as he had his own considerations. Firstly, he was not a cold-blooded killer. Demonstrating his extraordinary strength was sufficient to intimidate these individuals, who appeared rather simple-minded and easily deceived. Simultaneously, showcasing his physical prowess served to mask his other extraordinary abilities. The signature nature of laser eyes made them easily identifiable, whereas immense strength was more commonplace. For instance, Rua recalled that Kingpin was also known for his brute strength. Meanwhile, the two siblings, hidden nearby, were utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. They had heard tales of superpowered beings, initially believing them to be mere fables, only to find themselves witnessing one in reality today. "Sister, is he a superhero?" The sister shook her head, equally astonished, as she was merely a child herself. In contrast, Bray, having overcome his initial shock, quickly gathered his wits. Years of survival in Hell's Kitchen had honed his instincts, prompting him to act decisively. Thud! Bray immediately knelt, adopting a posture reminiscent of a tiger striking the ground. "Sir, I was blind to your prowess. I beseech your mercy and beg for your forgiveness." Bray humbly knelt, his forehead pressed to the ground. "Boss." The remaining 3 underlings were taken aback by their leader's sudden submission. What was happening? Why was the boss kneeling? What should they do? The 3 exchanged bewildered glances, unsure whether to stand or kneel alongside their leader. Rua, holding the streetlight aloft and poised to strike, was momentarily stunned by Bray's unabashed surrender. Such shameless and decisive capitulation was commendable, truly a testament to one hailing from Hell's Kitchen. Yet, this unexpected turn left Rua feeling somewhat conflicted. Had you chosen to resist, I would have ended you without hesitation. But your timely and complete submission evokes an inexplicable sense of reluctance within me. Indeed, it was a feeling of reluctance, not wanting to strike down someone who had surrendered so thoroughly. However, Leo was not a person given to indecision. After a moment's contemplation, he arrived at a resolution. With a decisive clang, he thrust the street lamp he had been holding back into place and approached Bray, with Gwen trailing closely behind to guard against any surprise attack. "I ask you answer." "Yes, my lord. Please proceed with your inquiry." Suddenly, Leo was overcome by an odd sensation. Shaking his head, he continued, "What is your name?" "Bray." What is your purpose in Hell's Kitchen? I am a member of the Iron Rod Gang, collecting protection fees daily. Bray wore a sycophantic smile, fearful that Leah might take offense and end his life. His previous concern over the money had now evaporated from his mind. After all, survival was paramount, was it not? At this moment, Leah could have demanded Bray call him father, and Bray would likely have complied. Leah scrutinized Bray's physique, his expression one of appraisal. What was the situation with the brother and sister you were pursuing earlier? Leah directed his gaze toward the two siblings still squatting nearby. Inching cautiously into the depths of the street, ever prepared to flee. Lu Xian had initially attempted to sneak away with her brother, Lu Hao, but upon hearing Liu's question, she had no choice but to halt. They stole our belongings. Bray hesitated momentarily before confessing. In Hell's Kitchen, theft was an ever-present threat. If caught, those with some influence might simply be beaten and compelled to return what was taken. However, for those without connections, death was often the outcome, and no one would be the wiser. For siblings like the Lu family, capture could mean facing even graver consequences. What did they steal from you? 2 slices of pizza. 2 slices of pizza. Gwen repeated incredulously. Was it truly necessary to mobilize such force against 2 children for the sake of mere pizza? Leah cast a glance at Gwen, remaining silent. In truth, he could somewhat empathize, although Bray claimed allegiance to the Iron Rod Gang. Their attire revealed they were far from affluent. Hell's Kitchen epitomized the brutal law of the jungle. Leah nodded and inquired, and you too, what are your names? I am Lu Xian, and this is my brother, Lu Hao. Lu Xian stated her and her brother's names without hesitation, for there was nothing to conceal. She realized that her and her brother's fates rested in the hands of the tall, golden-haired youth before her. Nevertheless, she did not plead for her life as Bray had. Instead, she stepped back slightly, drawing closer to her brother. If it gets too dangerous, you run outside. With that, Lu Xian discreetly tucked the 2 crumpled slices of pizza into her brother's pocket. It was these very slices that had led them into their current predicament, yet she had no intention of returning them. This was because today was her brother Lu Hao's birthday. It was precisely for this reason that she had dared to steal pizza from gang members, intending it as a birthday gift for her brother. Lu Xian recalled how her brother had envied the pizza others had been eating for days, yet he had never voiced his desires. At this moment, she had resolved that should the situation turn dire, she would charge forward to create a diversion, allowing her brother to escape. Although Hell's Kitchen was relentlessly hostile to individuals like them, there remained the possibility of survival. Leah fell into a contemplative silence. The world of Marvel resembled the reality of his past life. Raised by his adoptive father, Ben Parker, he may not have come from wealth, but he never faced the harshness of hunger. Yet in places like Hell's Kitchen, many fought desperately for a single meal. Leah reached into his pocket, retrieving $100 bill, placing it before Bray. Take this $100, and consider the matter with them settled. Chapter 13. Who agrees, who disagrees? A green bill fluttered before Bray, swaying gently in the breeze. However, upon seeing the $100 bill, Bray trembled as if he had seen a ghost. What did this mean? Was the matter with the siblings to be dismissed? What about his own debts? Bray cast a glance at Leah, whose expression was as impassive as stone. He felt as if he could bury his head in the ground like an ostrich. My lord, it is merely 2 slices of pizza. It hardly warrants such a sum. He stammered weakly. You certainly didn't seem to think so when you were acting so menacingly at first. The Lu siblings exchanged bewildered glances at Bray, who had nearly threatened their lives, but now appeared so abject. Seeing that Bray hesitated to accept, Leah did not press the issue. Then tonight's events, nothing happened tonight. Bray interjected hastily, seemingly struck by a sudden inspiration. If you have further commands, I can assist. He spoke with an ingratiating demeanor, naturally referring to himself as a subordinate. Of course, given Leah's strength, demonstrated by his effortlessly uprooting the street lamp, such prowess was rare in all of Hell's Kitchen. To serve under Leah would undoubtedly offer far greater prospects than remaining with the Iron Rod Gang. The Iron Rod Gang, while masquerading as a faction, was merely a collection of impoverished thugs unable to afford firearms, forced to wield iron rods for defense. Their so-called protection fees were little more than extortion from the impoverished residents of Hell's Kitchen, many of whom struggled to secure their next meal. Leah initially intended to decline. Yet upon further reflection, he considered the possibility of leveraging Hell's Kitchen to enhance his own standing. After all, in the Marvel Universe, Hell's Kitchen was a place of utter chaos, where the law was nearly non-existent. This also meant he could act with relative impunity. Rather, he could truly unleash his potential. Thus, having a native like Bray around might save him some trouble. Take me to your base. Leah was unsure how to phrase it, as Den seemed peculiar. Yes, boss, Bray exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Leah, uninterested in correcting his address, turned to the loose siblings. You should accompany me as well. To save one's life was to see it through to the end. Leah worried that Bray might feign compliance and turn against the siblings once he had left. So he chose to bring them along. Lu Xian glanced at her brother, then back at Leah. She understood that she had no other options. Perhaps following this young man was the best course of action. When circumstances dictate, having a choice is a luxury. More often than not, one is simply pushed forward, even towards the abyss. Having lived in Hell's Kitchen her entire life, Lu Xian had long grasped this truth, while Lu Hao, though still somewhat naive, was always obedient to his sister. Thus, Bray and the others led the way, one of them carrying the previously injured gang member, while Luya walked alongside Gwen. And the Lu siblings followed closely behind. Along the route, instances of robbery and gang skirmishes frequently erupted. Yet Luya's enhanced senses allowed him to anticipate and evade such conflicts. This only further convinced Bray that aligning himself with Leah was an astute decision. As for the injured gang member, his misfortune was simply that, bad luck. Boss, we've arrived. As they traversed through the dilapidated neighborhoods, Bray led Lua and his companions to a modest eatery. It was termed a shop due to the myriad of establishments around it, repair shops, restaurants, clothing stores, bars, and so forth, each a reflection of the outside world, albeit in a diminutive and worn state. Bray, a minor leader of the Iron Rod Gang, had his own designated haven, this nameless diner before him. The bar to the right and the vegetable shop to the left were also properties belonging to their gang. Bray introduced Lua to the surroundings, a hint of pride gracing his visage. After all, he possessed a territory of his own, unlike those homeless vagabonds. However, Lua remained indifferent. Keenly observing the layout, he deduced that they were in the southern district of Hell's Kitchen, comprised of 5 or 6 streets. Yet, he had little time to delve deeper into the area's intricacies. The night had grown late, and while Lua was unconcerned, Gwen was an ordinary person who couldn't linger for too long. Upon entering Bray's diner, they found a handful of patrons dining, who cast dubious glances at Lua and Gwen as they walked in. Particularly, Gwen was a rare sight in Hell's Kitchen, attracting unwarranted attention. A balding, corpulent man discreetly lowered his head, retrieving his phone to snap a clandestine photo of Gwen, then attempted to make a call. In the next instant, a thunderous crash reverberated through the street. Shadows emerged from buildings, shops, and corners, eager to witness the commotion. They soon beheld the rotund figure of the man hurled out from Bray's diner, looking utterly wretched, his sparse hair completely yanked away, revealing a bloodied scalp. He struggled to rise but, after a couple of futile attempts, coughed up blood, accompanied by the loss of several teeth. Wow. It seems another tough guy has arrived on our street. Each street had its own formidable figure. Yet few could toss such a hefty man out and leave him in this state. It was Matt, the boss of the Iron Rod Gang. Previously, it had been mentioned that every street had its own overlord, and Matt was the one reigning here, simultaneously being the leader of the Iron Rod Gang. Inside the diner, Bray stood agape, watching the writhing figure of the man outside, bewildered by how the boss had ended up in such a predicament. Oh wait, Bray glanced at Lua, realizing that the true leader was this young man before him, and the unfortunate fellow outside had no connection to him. Who was this guy? Lua's voice turned icy. Anyone daring to lay a hand on those close to him had crossed a line. Amidst the incredulous gazes of Bray's underlings, Bray, with a steady demeanor, remarked, I don't know, he is probably just a drunken old fool. Upon hearing this, even Matt's lackeys, who had been watching the spectacle, wore expressions of shock. Was Bray staging a rebellion? However, Lua remained unfazed, casually picking up an iron rod from a nearby shelf and approaching the hefty Matt. You know. Matt attempted to speak, but Lua silenced him with a swift blow. From now on, I shall be the one in charge here. Who is in favor? And who is against? As Lua's declaration echoed through the air, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Opposition? Who would dare voice dissent now? Had they not witnessed the former overlord Matt sprawled helplessly on the ground? Gradually, the crowd resumed their previous activities. Vendors resumed selling, drinkers resumed drinking. And even a young man who had been attempting to rob a corner trembled and ceased his actions upon witnessing the new leader's formidable presence. Lua turned to Bray. Did you not mention your boss was here? Bray cast a furtive glance at the fallen Matt, shivering slightly. Boss, you jest. You are my only boss, haha. Lua's keen observational skills had not escaped him. He had noticed Bray's subtle glance towards the downed figure. Moreover, with his enhanced hearing, he had caught snippets of conversation from the onlookers. Matt, huh? Lua shook his head. If he had to be dealt with, so be it. After all, he had ill intentions towards Gwen. At that moment, Gwen stood under the diner's eaves, gazing at Lua, the moonlight casting a gentle glow on his face, leaving her momentarily mesmerized. Returning to the diner, Lua turned his attention to the siblings, Lu Xian and Lu Hao. His visit to Hell's Kitchen served dual purposes: to conduct an initial assessment of the area and to establish his authority. Hell's Kitchen was a place where strength spoke volumes. Having eliminated the former leader here would compel others to reconsider any notions of chaos. After all, the Lu siblings were not willing to leave with him, and having established his presence would ensure their well-being. "Bray," Lua commanded, "you are to keep an eye on Lu Xian and Lu Hao after I depart, understood?" Lua intended to offer them assistance, imparting his instructions to Bray, confident that, provided Bray was not foolish, having witnessed his prowess twice, he would harbor no ulterior motives. Furthermore, he anticipated frequent visits to Hell's Kitchen. Upon hearing Lua's directive, Lu Xian understood this was a gesture of support for herself and her brother. After a life spent scurrying like a mouse, such warmth was a rarity. She looked at Lua, her voice raspy as she softly uttered, "Thank you." Though her words were barely audible, Lua caught them and turned to her with a smile. After leaving Hell's Kitchen, Lua first escorted Gwen back to her home. Before parting, Gwen once again linked her arm with his, asking, "So, would you like to come in for a bit?" Lua understood the implication of her invitation. At her age, in America, Gwen could be considered quite mature. However, he shook his head, not out of any moral high ground, but rather, "I've told you before. You're not to return home past midnight, Gwen." At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared behind Gwen, his face etched with anger, and Lua sensed that this ire was directed at him. After all, which father would welcome the sight of his daughter willingly throwing herself at another man? Gwen's father, George, was a principled man, serving as the police chief, his heart brimming with righteousness. In the original narrative, be it in the comics or the film, he met his demise due to his unwavering sense of justice, a character strikingly reminiscent of Lua's adoptive father, Ben Parker. Though not wishing to be the kind of person he is, Leah harbors a profound respect for Gwen's father, George. Gwen had not anticipated that her father would still be awake at such a late hour, presumably waiting for her return. "Dad, you're still up?" George's expression softened as he gazed affectionately at his daughter. "Honestly, if you hadn't come back soon, I would have had to go looking for you." The thought of his daughter out late with a boy he knew nothing about until midnight left George understandably uneasy. Gwen pouted and lowered her head, acknowledging that she had indeed returned rather late. Yet, she had no regrets about her decision that evening. After all, it was how she discovered that Luya was a superhero, a citizen of their homeland. Indeed, regardless of Luya's thoughts on the matter, Gwen had already branded him with the label of a superhero. "All right, sweetheart. It's time for you to head to bed. You have school tomorrow," George urged his precious daughter, then turned his gaze towards Luya, his demeanor cooling once more. "Young man, I hear you're the son of Ben Parker? Oh dear, how unfortunate that the other party knew his family." Luya felt a headache coming on. He hoped George wouldn't report back to his father, Ben. At the doorway, Gwen glanced back at Luya before entering, offering him a look that seemed to say, "Good luck," before gently closing the door behind her. George paid no heed to Luya's reaction. He found the young man's appearance to be quite agreeable. Tall and handsome, he exuded a sense of security. However, that did not serve as justification for running off with his daughter. George firmly believed that it was Luya's striking looks that had captured Gwen's heart. "Ben and I have been friends for many years," he continued, "and I would prefer you not to stray onto the wrong path, understand?" In truth, George held no ill feelings towards Luya, as he was familiar with Ben's character and had met Peter on 2 occasions. Peter struck him as a clever and well-mannered young man, leading George to conclude that Luya was likely not too far off. Yet, when it came to his daughter, he felt inclined to be more cautious. Consequently, George's tone softened, shedding the initial severity. "It's getting late, young man. You should head home. And thank you for bringing Gwen back safely. Also, please extend my regards to your father." Upon hearing this, Luya felt a wave of relief. He bore no animosity towards George, yet the elder's admonishments were quite overwhelming. "I will, Uncle George," Luya replied quickly. George's lips curled slightly at the title, but by then, Luya had already made his exit. That brat, not at all like Ben. On the desolate streets, Luya sprinted, the world around him blurring past in swift succession. Within mere minutes, he arrived at his doorstep. "Oh, Dad, you're still awake?" Luya looked up to find Ben standing before him, a look of anger etched on his face. "What is going on with Peter? Wasn't he supposed to make up an excuse for me?" Luya thought to himself just before facing his reprimand. Chapter 15, The Chosen Spider. Ben Parker had recently grown somewhat concerned about the changes in his son. Luya and his nephew Peter had always been obedient, a source of pride for Ben. However, lately, Luya had been returning home at increasingly late hours, raising Ben's worries that his son might be straying into unsavory influences. After all, the darker sides of society are numerous, and the chaotic order of the Marvel Universe only heightened Ben's apprehensions. If only he knew that the obedient son he believed he had was unleashing chaos in Hell's Kitchen, he could only imagine his reaction. Fortunately, Leah had a plausible excuse. So, you're saying you were out shopping with your classmate Gwen until now? Is that the Gwen from the George family? Ben gazed at his son in disbelief. What kind of shopping could possibly last until the early hours? Are you sure that's all you were doing? Luya's alibi was convincing enough. Ben fully believed him and ceased his inquiries about Luya's whereabouts. Uncle George also sent his regards to you, Luya relayed, conveniently omitting the other details of their conversation. Ben nodded and cautioned, Son, while I understand that young people your age can be a bit restless, you have yet to witness the darker aspects of the world. Ben looked earnestly at his son, aware that Luya was likely withholding something, yet he wanted to trust him. Promise me you won't go to places you shouldn't. I'll take care of myself, Dad, Luya replied, unable to make a promise. Fortunately, Ben did not detect the subtlety in Luya's words. The following morning at the General Technology Laboratory, the school had organized a field trip. As Luya surveyed the raucous environment around him, he felt an odd sense of unreality. The experiences from the previous night in Hell's Kitchen felt like a distant dream, starkly contrasting with the current cacophony of students. The laboratory personnel were explaining their latest biological research achievements. The silk produced by a particular spider boasted a strength comparable to a 1 mm iron wire. Yet it was as fine as silk. Luya glanced at the row of incubators behind him, each housing a spider of various forms. He knew that the fateful spider which had bitten his brother Peter was among them. Yet, he couldn't discern which one. Just as Luya was lost in thought, Mary Jane approached him. Hey, Luya, good morning. Good morning, Luya replied, noting her somewhat awkward demeanor, perplexed since he felt they had little interaction. Although his younger brother Peter had a crush on her, Luya himself was indifferent towards Mary Jane. He found it difficult to comprehend why she would choose to associate with Thompson, but he refrained from passing judgment, understanding that everyone has their own struggles. I wanted to apologize for Thompson's rudeness the other day. I didn't realize he would be so domineering. I've already broken up with him. What does your breakup have to do with me? Luya responded, still puzzled. You don't need to apologize to me. Thompson's behavior had nothing to do with you. Especially now that you've parted ways. He genuinely felt no need to hold a grudge against Thompson. His only motivation for confronting him was due to the insult directed at his father, Ben Parker. All right, Mary Jane nodded in response. At that moment, Peter spotted Luya and Mary Jane. Jane, good morning, he greeted, holding a camera in his hand, his reward from a summer job, a second-hand camera he cherished. Can I take a picture of you? Peter asked shyly, shaking the camera as he did. This was the first time he had mustered the courage to request something from his crush, fearful of rejection. However, Mary Jane, still feeling guilty over Peter being beaten by her ex-boyfriend, smiled and agreed to his request. Sure, she said, striking a pose for the photo. Luya quietly withdrew to the side, his enhanced eyes scanning the vicinity, only to find that the spider within the cultivation chamber had vanished without a trace. Where could it have gone? Luya focused intently, as if the world around him had slowed to a crawl, entering a realm of languor. As he quickly surveyed the area, he finally spotted a red and blue spider on the ceiling above him. This spider appeared to move with remarkable swiftness, its vibrant patterns captivating in their allure. At last, I have found you, the chosen spider. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Luya's mouth. He had previously contemplated whether to allow this chosen spider to bite him. For though the template of his homeland was formidable, he had yet to fully unlock its potential. The power of Spider-Man was indeed substantial, serving as a potential boon in the early stages of his journey. However, after further reflection, Luya ultimately dismissed this notion. Firstly, he could not ascertain whether being bitten by this spider would truly bestow him with Spider-Man-esque abilities. Secondly, he realized he was not in dire need of additional strength. The so-called spider sense would hold limited utility now that he had awakened his superhuman vision and hearing. Most importantly, Luya had no desire to grow barbs. Such a feature would be decidedly unattractive. In fact, if an ordinary person were in his shoes, they might not hesitate to seek the bite of the chosen spider, even if it meant sprouting spider legs, so long as they could gain extraordinary power. Meanwhile, Peter was engrossed in adjusting his camera to capture photographs of Mary Jane, his smile unmistakable, oblivious to the fact that a spider had escaped its confines and was now descending towards him. Mary Jane, already somewhat distracted, was startled by Peter's exclamation. What is it, Peter? Oh, it's nothing, just some sort of bug, he replied nonchalantly. He glanced down but Due to his severe myopia and the lack of prompt lens replacement, he failed to discern the details. Was it some colorful spider? Peter paid it no mind. But when he looked up again, Mary Jane had vanished from sight. Seeing his beloved goddess depart, Peter's mood inevitably soured. Leah could hardly bear to witness this, shaking his head as he turned to leave. As long as his presence did not trigger a chain reaction, Peter would still become Spider-Man in due time. Enjoy your final moments as an ordinary person, dear brother. In the afternoon, as the visiting hours concluded, the students began preparing to head home. Leah, by the way, did my father give you any trouble last night? Gwen inquired, looking rather fatigued. Not at all, Leah replied, casting her a curious glance. Are you all right? Yawn. I'm a bit tired. I'll probably just need to take a nap when I get home. Chapter 16. Back to Hell's Kitchen. Peter felt unwell, experiencing dizziness and alternating chills. He remained unaware that the cause of his discomfort lay with the spider from the laboratory, as the genes of the chosen spider were currently transforming him, causing his genetic chain to fracture and reassemble. Oh, Peter, are you all right? Leah, do you know what is happening with Peter? He seemed fine when he left for school this morning, May said, her worry evident as she gazed at her nephew. She had always regarded both Peter and Leah as her own sons, and now Peter seemed to be unwell. I'm fine, Aunt May, just a bit tired. I'll be all right after some sleep, Peter interjected before Leah could speak. He was overwhelmed with fatigue, longing only to lie in bed and rest comfortably. All right, but if you feel really unwell, you must let me know, May nodded, trusting that Peter, who had always been healthy, might simply be coming down with a cold. Leah silently chuckled to himself, anticipating the emergence of their friendly neighborhood Spider-Man after tonight. Watching Peter stagger up the stairs, Leah turned his gaze to the window. The moon had risen high. Mom, I'm heading to my room, he called out, bidding good night before retreating to his quarters and shutting the door behind him. With a whoosh, the window in his room swung open. Observing the lights below extinguished, Leah decided against further delay and leaped down. Thud. His remarkable muscle control allowed him to land soundlessly. After surveying his surroundings, he set off in the direction of Hell's Kitchen. Soon, he found himself amidst a chaotic neighborhood. With his heightened hearing, Leah could discern a cacophony of revelry and screams mingling in the air. He pressed on without pause, making his way directly to Bray's restaurant. Bray was enjoying a late-night snack at the entrance when he noticed a tall shadow approaching. Recognizing Leah, he immediately stood to greet him. Leah glanced into the restaurant. In addition to the few black patrons he had seen the previous night, 2 young helpers were busy inside. Following Leah's suggestion, Bray had given Lu Xian and Lu Hao part-time jobs at the restaurant, which consisted mostly of cleaning tables and serving dishes. The compensation? Naturally, it was in the form of food. Resources were scarce in Hell's Kitchen, and Bray found it challenging to support the 2 youngsters on his own. Lu Xian demonstrated remarkable maturity. Upon seeing Leah, she promptly brought a slice of pie from a plate to present to him, which was her payment for the evening's work. Thank you, Leah accepted graciously, feeling content that having a job represented a step towards self-sufficiency. The adage of one grain earned leads to a grudge over a grain lost remains timeless. At that moment, a cloaked figure stepped into the street under the cover of night. After surveying her surroundings, she entered the restaurant. Boss, I'd like an apple pie, a steak, and a bottle of juice. A youthful and enticing voice emerged from beneath the cloak. As the newcomer removed her hood, she revealed a stunning figure clad in red. Her sun-kissed skin bared in ample display. Leah raised an eyebrow, observing the woman. It was not that he intended to leer, but he had to admit, her physique was indeed striking. From Leah's assessment, the woman in red appeared to be a formidable fighter. Her athletic build and powerful muscles were evident. Most crucially, she bore a steel fork at her waist, signaling that she was not one to be trifled with. In the presence of such a woman, the other patrons in the restaurant remarkably refrained from making any lewd comments. In Hell's Kitchen, especially in the more chaotic streets, it was commonplace for any female to be subjected to the crude remarks of passers-by. Yet this woman's commanding presence was akin to that of an assassin. Leah was puzzled as to why such thoughts sprang to mind, but he felt that the woman in red fit his image of a female assassin perfectly. Unfortunately, his knowledge of the Marvel Universe was not comprehensive. Otherwise, he might have deduced her identity from her striking red attire and iconic steel fork. Erica, known by the moniker Black Angel, was a not-so-heroic superheroine whose title was closely tied to her morally ambiguous actions. Having just dealt with a few scoundrels that evening, her mood was relatively pleasant. The restaurant seemed to have quieted down, as Luya rested his chin on one hand, pondering how he could swiftly increase the unlocking degree of the native template in the Hell's Kitchen. Given the current progress of 45%, it was still rather insufficient. Fortunately, He could sense that as the unlocking degree rose, his overall strength multiplied significantly. In terms of sheer power, Leah estimated that he possessed an arm strength of several hundred tons, perhaps even more, though he had not calculated it precisely. His other abilities were formidable as well, yet still fell short, particularly when it came to the extraordinary power of flight. Regrettably, despite reaching a 45% unlocking degree, Leah felt there remained a considerable distance before he could soar through the skies. Just as Leah was deep in thought, a cacophony erupted from outside. What was happening? Oh, it seemed to be the collection of gang dues. A man clad in a white suit and sporting a newsboy cap entered the establishment. Ever since the demise of the sinister man, Marinton, he had assumed this position. Leah found it curious, in his recollection. An underground crime lord like Jean Bing would actually dispatch someone specifically to demand gang dues, especially from a second-rate gang like the Iron Rod Gang. Hey, Bray, I heard your boss has kicked the bucket. No matter, you still owe this month's dues, the man in the white suit remarked, seemingly familiar with Bray. Hey, Jeremy, listen. Bray initially trembled, but after casting a glance at Leah, he regained his composure. Yes, I'm with such a boss now. What do I have to fear? Bray asserted defiantly. Matt paid the dues just a couple of days ago. Jeremy nonchalantly scoffed. I know, but that guy mysteriously dropped dead 2 days ago. So what does his payment have to do with me? As he spoke, his gaze swept over the patrons in the restaurant. And the first person to catch his attention was Erica. Her alluring figure instantly captivated Jeremy's eyes, yet her formidable presence instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze to Lu Xian, who was tidying up and preparing to leave. Wow, Bray, I didn't realize you had such fine goods in your establishment. Jeremy's lips curled into a grin, his eyes alight with the thrill of discovery. How about I take her as payment for this month's dues? Chapter 17, Fury. True to the nature of Hell's Kitchen, Jeremy set his sights on Lu Xian and demanded that Bray surrender her immediately. Naturally, Bray could not acquiesce. Casting a glance at Luya, knowing he was ill-equipped to handle Jeremy and that he would need his boss's intervention. However, before Luya could take action, a steel fork was hurled with no warning from Erica's hand, aiming straight for Jeremy's eyes. Clang. In a moment of desperation, Jeremy swiftly drew a handgun from his bag, blocking the fork just in time. Remarkably, the fork seemed to possess a life of its own, rebounding and flying back into Erica's grasp. Splendid. Luya marveled at her skill. Madam, may I inquire your name? The words slipped from Luya's lips before he could comprehend their spontaneity, leaving even him astonished. I must be influenced by the native template. I am inherently pure. It must be so. After a brief hesitation, Erica revealed her name, Erica. Oh, I am Luya, a native. Luya chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had inadvertently let slip his tongue. He had to concede that he was somewhat fond of wild women like her. Erica offered no further commentary. She had her own moral code regarding criminal conduct. For instance, regarding Jeremy, she had already rendered judgment in her mind. Sever his tongue and blind him. In an instant, Erica leaped from her seat and, before he could react, thrust the steel fork towards Jeremy's eyes once more. You scoundrel! Enraged by the relentless assault, Jeremy, though endowed with above-average strength and quick reflexes, found himself outmatched by Erica's overwhelming prowess. Recognizing he was no match for her and unable to aim his gun accurately, Jeremy resorted to desperation. At the cost of one of his eyes, he finally seized a fleeting opportunity. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire reverberated throughout the small restaurant. Several patrons, seasoned in the ways of survival, immediately dove for cover. Only Lu Xian remained exposed, as Jeremy's erratic shooting had targeted her due to his peculiar favoritism. With no table to shield her, she was entirely vulnerable to the hail of bullets. Sister, Lu Hao shouted, attempting to shield his sister. Yet he could not outrun the speed of the bullets. Moreover, even if he had succeeded, his frail form would merely have added another casualty to the count. In Lu Hao's desperate gaze, Lu Xian remained calm, closing her eyes. In that moment, time seemed to slow. With the protection of that man, even if she were to perish, her brother would surely survive. Thud, thud, thud. A series of muffled sounds resonated, akin to bullets piercing flesh, yet somehow different. Lu Xian opened her eyes to find a tall figure shielding her. She was unaware of how Luya had moved to her side in an instant, as 2 tears cascaded down her cheeks. Even in the face of death, she had shown no fear, yet now her eyes were red. And she frantically groped at Luya's chest, as if that gesture could erase the wounds he had sustained and ensure he would not perish. Though Lu Xian struggled to express herself, her heart brimmed with gratitude for Luya's intervention on behalf of herself and her brother. Smack! Luya grasped her flailing hands, assuring her, it's merely a few bullets. My body may not yet be of iron, but it is impervious to such projectiles. Lu Xian stared at Luya, bemused. How could he appear so unscathed when his shirt bore several bullet holes? Hee, should I let you in on my secret? I practice hard qigong, Luya jested, light-heartedly addressing Lu Xian. Surprisingly, Lu Xian believed him. Hard qigong. She had heard tales of it from her mother, stories of marvelous powers from her distant homeland. It was said that once mastered, one could become impervious to blades and bullets. The only thing that puzzled her was how a man from America could have mastered such an art. But it mattered little, as long as he was unharmed. That was all that counted. Gently, she punched Luya's arm, then dashed back to the counter, pulling her brother to safety. Jeremy's rampage was far from over. Having expended his bullets, he drew forth a laser longsword, swinging it with reckless abandon. This weapon, one of the latest innovations developed by Jean Bing's underlings, had yet to see actual combat, but judging by Erica's evasive maneuvers, its potency was undeniable. Ugh! As Luya stood, he suddenly felt a twinge of pain at the sites where the bullets had struck him. Though akin to the sting of a mosquito bite, it was still pain, nonetheless. In this moment, Erica was still contemplating how to resolve the troublesome situation before her. The laser sword wielded by Jeremy was undeniably powerful, having effortlessly sliced her steel fork into 3 pieces, rendering it utterly useless. Just then, she felt a hand rest upon her shoulder. Allow me. Lua's voice was icy, clearly agitated by Jeremy's provocations. Having embraced the heritage of the native template for the first time, he was experiencing pain, and this dignity was one he intended to reclaim with his own hands. Erica was astonished at how Lua had approached her so stealthily, despite dodging Jeremy's attacks. She had been vigilant of her surroundings. In truth, the explanation was quite simple. In the realm of martial prowess, speed is the ultimate invincibility. Lua had merely moved with a velocity far surpassing that of ordinary humans to reach Erica's side. At that moment, Jeremy, blinded in one eye, grew increasingly frantic as blood flowed from his wounds. Ignoring who stood before him, he bellowed in rage, "I will kill you. Beware of his laser sword." Erica hastily warned Lua, fearing he might underestimate its might. Lua did not glance back. To him, the sword's trajectory appeared to move with the sluggishness of a tortoise. Too slow, too slow, too slow. With each proclamation, Lua delivered a punch to Jeremy's body. After 3 strikes, Jeremy was bleeding profusely, his body limp, and he could no longer maintain his grip on the laser sword, which fell to the ground. Yet, it was evident that Lua would not relent. His fury demanded an outlet. He grasped Jeremy's head firmly to prevent him from collapsing, locking eyes with him. "In your next life, remember to keep your eyes sharp and refrain from provoking those you ought not to." At that moment, Jeremy finally emerged from his madness, wishing to beg for mercy. But it was far too late. In his final moments, the last eye he possessed beheld 2 orbs of crimson light converging, followed by 2 beams of red energy shooting forth. Easy. Chapter 18. The peculiar unlocking degree, native template unlock degree increased by 1. Native template unlock degree. 46. The system's voice echoed once more in Lua's mind, though this time the increase in unlocking degree seemed rather modest. Lua felt a twinge of confusion. Perhaps this was merely a normal fluctuation during system assessment, he rationalized. However, the laser that had erupted from his eyes had left the patrons in the restaurant momentarily awestruck. What was that? His eyes could emit lasers. For ordinary individuals, such an extraordinary ability was difficult to comprehend. Bray quickly snapped back to reality, feeling increasingly grateful. Our boss must surely be a messenger sent by the divine. Hell's Kitchen will transform under his command. My earlier decision to concede was undeniably the wisest choice. Previously, Bray had knelt before Lua, a gesture that had ruffled the feathers of his subordinates, who believed that survival was no mark of true bravery. However, witnessing Lua's godlike abilities now rendered them all in complete admiration, marveling at their leader's foresight. Lu Xian, seeing that the danger had subsided, emerged from behind the counter with her brother. She had been positioned directly behind Lua and had vaguely noticed that it seemed the man had emitted lasers from his eyes. Suddenly, a sense of disappointment washed over Lu Xian. A man of such caliber surely surrounded himself with formidable allies. She had once speculated that perhaps Lua sought to dominate Hell's Kitchen, and she might play a role in that. Yet, now it appeared that she was far too insignificant. If he was unafraid of bullets and could shoot lasers, what could possibly hinder him? As Lu Xian wallowed in her dismay, her peripheral vision caught sight of Erica. Immediately, a glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes. At this juncture, Erica, having recovered from her initial shock, was the first to regain her composure. As a member of a notorious assassin organization, she had encountered many abilities that transcended human limitations. No matter how bizarre a power manifested in this world, Even if it resembled something out of a comic book, she would not find it strange. Indeed, he was impervious to blades and firearms. Capable of emitting lasers from his eyes, he bore a striking resemblance to a superhero, though she wondered if he could fly. Erica gazed at Lua's imposing figure, momentarily lost in thought. Though her combat prowess had yet to reach its zenith, she stood at the pinnacle among ordinary humanity in terms of practical capabilities. In strength, speed, and reflexes, she was at the very limits of human potential. Having just liberated herself from the clutches of the organization, she had fled to Hell's Kitchen. According to the original trajectory, she would have become one of Jean Bing's assassins. Alas, due to Lua's interference, she had already severely injured Jean Bing's subordinates. Moreover, her burgeoning sense of justice would likely prevent her from joining Jean Bing's ranks. Dragging people out and cleaning the floor was truly a stroke of bad luck. Perhaps dissatisfied with the unlocking degree of the native template, Lua's mood was not particularly buoyant. If the increments continued to be this meager, who knew how much further the unlocking degree might diminish? Did the native's actions encompass anything beyond murder? Lua shook his head, temporarily setting aside his thoughts. Regardless, it seemed he was destined to play the role of a superhero in Hell's Kitchen for quite some time. Surveying the restaurant, he noted that the few patrons gazed at him with a mixture of fear and, undeniably, admiration. Native template unlock degree increased by 1. Native template unlock degree, 47. The sudden appearance of the system's voice in his mind left Lua momentarily stunned. How was it that he had not done anything, yet his unlocking degree had increased on its own? Whatever, it was ultimately a positive development. Lua dismissed the notion, pondering only what capricious whims the system might possess. Turning his attention to Erica, he observed her polishing another intact steel fork, wondering where she had concealed it earlier. As he had failed to notice, from her earlier display of skill, it was clear that she was no ordinary individual. Her decisive strikes and precision in targeting her adversary's vulnerabilities indicated her extraordinary identity. Have you seen enough? What? Lua blinked, noticing Erica's cheeks flush slightly. She huffed softly, turning her head away. Who stares so openly at others? If not for your handsome visage and formidable strength, I might have taken action. Lua was perplexed by Erica's inquiry, having been oblivious to his own captivated gaze. Even Lu Xian beside him let out a huff, turning to tug her brother away as they prepared to leave. Why does it feel like the atmosphere has shifted so dramatically? At that moment, Erica had composed herself and approached Lua. By the way, are you the owner here? Of course, Lua replied, gesturing nonchalantly. Is there something you need? After all, Bray had already acknowledged him as the boss. Claiming to be the proprietor of this establishment seemed entirely reasonable. Erica nodded. I would like to stay here for a while. Do you have any available rooms to reside here? Lua could tell that Erica, like him, had only just arrived in Hell's Kitchen. However, it is indeed fortunate to have such a skilled individual around. At the very least, if I manage to secure some territory, there will be someone to keep watch. After all, Leah is still a student and cannot possibly remain in Hell's Kitchen indefinitely. With Erica present, it offers a semblance of security. Thus, Leah turned his gaze towards Bray, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. Bray, understanding the unspoken question, replied, yes, indeed. There is actually an empty room behind the restaurant, though it has been uninhabited for quite some time and is rather disordered. Erica harbored no particular demands regarding the room. After all, she had endured far harsher conditions while being pursued by the Hand. Now that she had finally escaped from those fiends, having a temporary refuge in Hell's Kitchen was already a considerable improvement. Thank you, Erica said as she put away her steel fork, one of which had been damaged in today's skirmish, and she would need to find a way to forge a new one. Observing that everything in the restaurant had been arranged, Leah noted that it was getting late and prepared to depart. All in all, the evening's yield had been satisfactory. Without having to proactively seek it out, he had encountered someone like Jeremy who willingly provided him with experience. The only regret was that the progress towards unlocking his potential had not increased significantly that night. Yet, it mattered little. There was still ample time before the true dangers of Marvel would arrive, providing him with plenty of opportunities to develop further. Chapter 19. The Renown of the Patriotic Man. The Establishment of Peace Street. In the following days, Leah attended his classes during the day and ventured into Hell's Kitchen for hunting at night. It was in Hell's Kitchen that the name Patriotic Man began to circulate. Some claimed he was a virtuous superhero, always present at crime scenes to thwart wrongdoings. Conversely, others labeled him as a mere executioner, for within a mere span of days, statistics revealed that over 100 individuals had perished at the hands of the Patriotic Man. Many agreed with this sentiment, asserting that a true superhero would never exhibit such brutality. In truth, Lua's remarkable achievements within those few days could be attributed to a particular night. A violent gang clash erupted in a civilian neighborhood, rapidly spiraling out of control and affecting the ordinary residents. The bloodthirsty gangs began to disregard the lives of innocents, with some opportunistically engaging in robbery. Consequently, Rua unleashed a barrage of laser beams, sending them all to meet their maker. Oh, perhaps to Satan instead. Thus, from that moment on, a new street named Peace Street emerged in Hell's Kitchen. It was said that as long as one committed no evil, they could seek assistance there, especially when ensnared by gang extortion and feeling cornered. There were also those misguided gangs, emboldened by their firearms, who attempted to wreak havoc on Peace Street, only to find themselves entering upright and exiting horizontally. Rumor had it that a woman was responsible for their downfall, known as the Black Angel. Those unfortunate enough to encounter the patriotic man during such encounters often ended up in disarray. Since the establishment of Peace Street, many small gangs reportedly found their fortunes improved, frequently securing a place at the table. In a lavish mansion, the sounds of thuds echoed. 8 figures, small in stature yet agile, surrounded a single enormous figure. A corpulent man, relentlessly attacking. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that this fat man stood over 2 meters tall. His body a mass of bulging muscles, truly a devilish behemoth. As he moved, the floor beneath him trembled, with panels occasionally shattering under his weight. This man was none other than the Emperor of New York's underworld, poised to dominate the entire American underground scene, the notorious Kingpin. At that moment, he was engaged in his daily warm-up exercises, striving to maintain his combat prowess. The 8 attackers, realizing their futile efforts, exchanged glances and, as if telepathically aligned, simultaneously launched an assault on his vital points. Observing his vulnerabilities being targeted, Kingpin displayed no sign of panic. Rather, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Clenching his right fist, he struck the ground with immense force. Boom. The tremendous impact from Kingpin's punch sent the 8 assailants hurtling backward. That will suffice for today, Kingpin remarked, rolling his wrist, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. The quality of these ninjas is quite lacking. However, there was little he could do. Kingpin had long surpassed the limits of normal humanity, with nearly 98 of his 400-pound frame comprised of muscle. Such an inhuman amount of muscle rendered his strength easily quantifiable in tons. Boss. At that moment, one of his subordinates presented a series of meticulously prepared documents to Kingpin. These documents detailed the various enterprises under Kingpin's control and recent developments. As the most formidable crime lord in America, Kingpin had yet to unify all factions, but he was already recognized as the undisputed king of the underground realm. Consequently, few matters managed to capture his attention until one particular document caught his eye. Patriotic man. Kingpin's expression remained unchanged. His memory was sharp. This patriotic man was a young prodigy who had recently emerged from a fighting arena under his purview. Someone he had even sent emissaries to approach. Indeed, Kingpin deemed the term young prodigy fitting for the patriotic man presently. He was in the midst of an accelerated territorial expansion, and he was quite willing to assimilate skilled individuals into his ranks. However, the information regarding the patriotic man's recent exploits raised a furrow in his brow. Has he planted his flag in my Hell's Kitchen? As a no man's land. Hell's Kitchen held immense significance for Kingpin, as transactions conducted there could evade official scrutiny. Thus, he would not permit the emergence of individuals or situations beyond his control. Boss, I shall send someone to handle him. One of Kingpin's subordinates made a slashing gesture. Yet, Kingpin merely shook his head. He noted that the documents indicated the adversary's combat power was unknown, but preliminary estimates suggested it reached the pinnacle of human capability and possibly possessed formidable laser weaponry. Kingpin himself wielded a staff capable of emitting lasers and was acutely aware of the weapon's potency. If the adversary truly possessed the capabilities described in the documents, perhaps he could arrange a meeting with him. If recruitment was possible, it would be advantageous. If not, he could swiftly eliminate such a threat before it could fully manifest. At Midtown High School, during dismissal time, Peter was conversing with Mary Jane in the hallway. Having successfully acquired his spider powers, he had finally come to terms with the changes in his body. The only drawback was that, due to the immense boost in strength, he often struggled to control his limbs, leading to unintended destruction. Naturally, this extraordinary power also instilled Peter with greater confidence, to the point where he dared to initiate conversations with Mary Jane. Yes, poor Peter, despite possessing such extraordinary abilities, still approached Mary Jane like a lovesick puppy, eagerly sharing rather unamusing jokes. At that moment, a tall figure emerged at the end of the corridor, clutching a football at his waist, none other than Thompson, famously known as the Lightning. With Peter's vision significantly enhanced, he naturally spotted Thompson's silhouette and instinctively sensed that the latter was approaching him. At that instant, Mary Jane also caught sight of her ex-boyfriend. "Peter, let us go," she urged, her concern palpable, fearing that Thompson, with his considerable strength, might target Peter due to her presence. "It's all right, Jane. Just watch me," Peter replied with newfound resolve. He was no longer the same Peter he once was. Creak. Peter observed as Thompson continually squeezed the football in his hands, and suddenly, a shiver coursed through him. What? Chapter 20. 3 Spider-Men? The once confident Peter felt an unsettling chill. Based on his experiences over the past few days, he discerned that danger was imminent. Yet, his classmates surrounded him. Where could the threat possibly originate? Surely it couldn't be Thompson? Peter dismissed the notion that Thompson could pose a threat now. His strength was formidable enough to shatter iron. He was no mere strongman. Before Peter could ponder further, Thompson had already hoisted the football aloft. Chaos erupted in the corridor as students scattered to the sides, clearing a path for the menacing Thompson. Whoosh! The sound of wind slicing through the air echoed as Peter swiftly pushed Mary Jane aside, extending his hand toward the football with an air of nonchalance. However, upon making contact with the ball, Peter's expression shifted dramatically. The kinetic energy it possessed was astonishing. Boom! Though Peter managed to catch it with both hands, the tremendous impact sent him crashing against a nearby locker, leaving a substantial dent in the metal surface. "Peter, are you all right?" Mary Jane inquired. Her brow furrowed as she rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. Cough, cough. Peter stood, hacking a few times, then, after catching his breath, waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Yet, Mary Jane's concern did not wane. She yearned for a tranquil life, wondering why such a modest wish seemed perpetually elusive. Peter gazed at the now-deflated football in his hands, a testament to the immense force Thompson had exerted when he threw it. Peter was astonished, and Thompson was equally taken aback. He had expected his throw to severely injure Peter, but instead, Peter had caught it. It was worth noting that Thompson's strength was now extraordinary. He could penetrate steel. It turned out that upon returning from the laboratory that day, Thompson had also been bitten by the fateful spider alongside Peter. Thus, after undergoing genetic recombination, Thompson had successfully acquired the powers of the chosen spider. As Thompson advanced menacingly, Mary Jane could no longer restrain herself. She bravely positioned herself in front of Peter. With arms outstretched, she proclaimed protectively, "That's enough, Thompson." Yet, her actions only fueled Thompson's fury. Damn it! In a shocking turn of events, Thompson swung his hand toward Mary Jane. Given Thompson's current strength, such a blow could leave her with a severe concussion. "Watch out." Peter reacted swiftly, instinctively shielding Mary Jane behind him. The consequence was that he himself was sent sprawling by Thompson's strike. The enhancements bestowed by the chosen spider varied. Before his genetic mutation, Thompson had already possessed greater strength. And thus, after enhancement, his power far exceeded Peter's. "This is exhilarating. Absolutely thrilling." Thompson grinned maniacally, reveling in the sensation of wielding such power. Observing Peter struggle to rise from the ground, Thompson, while unsure why Peter could withstand his 2 attacks, deemed it inconsequential. Just like the times before he gained strength, Peter, despite his own enhancements, would still be subjected to Thompson's torment. Thompson surveyed his surroundings, and suddenly, his eyes brightened as he mumbled to himself, "Found you." In the distance, he spotted Leah, who was watching him with an indifferent gaze. For Thompson, bullying Peter Parker was merely a source of amusement. But Leah was the one who truly incited his ire. Twice had he been humiliated, twice had he been made a fool in front of his classmates. Now, endowed with exceptional power, he was determined to make Leah pay. A sinister smile crept across Thompson's lips as his fists clenched once more. Leah had actually arrived at the scene earlier. He had intended to witness Thompson being humiliated by his younger brother. However, to his astonishment, Peter, who had acquired spider abilities, was still being dominated by Thompson. Was it the butterfly effect of my presence? Leah easily deduced that Thompson had obtained the same spider powers, clearly having been bitten by the chosen spider in the laboratory as well. However, he refrained from intervening immediately. After all, with Peter's current strength, even if he couldn't defeat Thompson, he wouldn't be easily harmed. This was a perfect opportunity for him to analyze the extent of their power enhancements and the disparity between them. Now, seeing Thompson approach him, Leah shook his head in resignation. Was there really someone rushing headlong into danger? At that moment, Peter, having regained his footing, noticed Thompson advancing toward his brother. Unaware of Leah's true strength, Peter merely perceived him as someone with considerable power. No, with Thompson's current strength, my brother won't be able to withstand it. Panic surged within Peter. Though Leah often exhibited indifference toward him, he had always appeared just in time, when Peter was truly in trouble. Now, it's my turn to protect you, brother. Peter, disregarding the lingering pain in his arms, dashed toward Thompson with fervor. You big dumb bear. Take this punch. Even in the heat of the moment, Peter could only muster a childish insult, unwilling to utter a curse. Thompson noticed the commotion behind him but dismissed Peter as a threat. With a casual sweep of his arm, Peter was knocked down to the ground. Peter glared at the arrogant Thompson, realizing he couldn't hold him off for long, and shouted toward Leah, "Brother, run." Seeing Peter's anxious demeanor only fueled Thompson's excitement. "Ha! Look at your brother getting bullied again. What's wrong? Aren't you going to stand up for him this time?" Leah's smile remained, yet his expression had turned icy. Sensing the shift in Leah's mood, Thompson grew increasingly arrogant. "Are you angry?" Ha ha ha. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a shoe print appeared on Thompson's face. Who ambushed me?" As Leah's eyes widened at the sudden appearance of Gwen, he exclaimed, "What? Free Spider-Man." Thompson's provocation failed to incite Leah's rage easily. After all, a mere insect acquiring 100-fold or 1,000-fold strength was still just an insect, was it not? Yet, Gwen's performance piqued Leah's interest even more. This implied that, due to a chain reaction, the chosen spider had bitten 3 individuals all at once. In the eyes of Leah, Gwen's physique had transformed into a more sculpted form, her already fiery figure now exuding an even more explosive allure. Leah was aware that in the original Marvel comics, Gwen had assumed the mantle of Spider-Woman. In that alternate universe, the roles of Gwen and Peter were reversed. It was Peter who failed to save Gwen, rather than the other way around. How intriguing. The thought of 3 Spider-Men coexisting in New York was a delightful one, particularly for the criminals. Oh, perhaps it could be 2, depending on Thompson's subsequent demeanor. Chapter 21. The Torture of Vegetables. Gazing at Gwen blocking his path and Peter rising once more, Thompson sneered. "Heh, Leah, don't you relish stepping into the limelight? Are you now hiding behind your brother and a girl?" Thompson's tone dripped with scorn, embodying the essence of a small-minded victor. However, Leah felt little agitation. As long as family was not involved, he deemed it beneath him to engage with the provocations of mere ants. Yet, Thompson's words ignited a shared fury in both Gwen and Peter. Empowered by extraordinary abilities, Peter, who possessed a righteous heart, would rush to assist anyone being bullied, let alone his own brother. To Gwen, Leah was undoubtedly a symbol of heroism. Having witnessed Leah's formidable prowess in Hell's Kitchen, she understood, even with her newfound abilities, that she could not measure up to him. For a brief moment, the surroundings seemed to fade into silence, as if the murmurs of the onlookers were drawn far away. Then, as if in perfect synchrony, Peter and Gwen charged toward Thompson. Unfazed, Thompson turned to face them, ready to confront the two simultaneously. Leah scrutinized the trio's movements, his mind swiftly analyzing the situation. Undoubtedly, Thompson possessed the greatest strength, far surpassing both Peter and Gwen. Following him, Peter held the second strongest power, with Gwen being the weakest. Of course, the term weak was relative. In fact, despite the trio's movements lacking finesse, even the seemingly weakest Gwen exceeded a ton of strength in Leah's estimation. This was merely due to their recent awakening, and with time, their powers would continue to grow. As Leah pondered, the confrontation commenced. Peter lunged toward Thompson, attempting to restrain him. Although Gwen had just kicked Thompson, his focus remained solely on his brother Leah, unaware of Gwen's changes, believing she had merely seized an opportunity. Thus, after seizing Thompson, Peter shouted, "He is not someone you can handle. You need to leave now." One was his brother, the other, the woman he perceived as his sister-in-law. Peter could sense the unique bond between Gwen and Leah, thus automatically viewing her as Leah's girlfriend. He could not allow harm to befall either of them. Gwen, however, paid little mind to this. She too wished to demonstrate her newfound powers to Leah. She aspired to become a superhero just like him. Yet, the enhancement bestowed upon Thompson by the chosen spider transcended their expectations. Almost effortlessly, Thompson ensnared Peter's shoulder with one hand, while the other effortlessly caught Gwen's punch. With a resounding thud, Thompson grounded his stance, exerting his strength. The immense force surged forth, sending both Peter and Gwen sprawling away. Upon landing, Peter cast a resentful glance at his brother Leah, then turned to Mary Jane. Seeing her gaze filled with concern for him, Peter's thoughts drifted far away. Was she worried about me? Surely, she must be. A flicker of delight stirred within him. Around them, the students chattered in disbelief. My goodness, is Thompson really that strong? Truly, he is the star of our school's football team. Hey, is this really the time for such comments? We should find a teacher. While others could not perceive the trio's changes, they recognized Thompson's bullying behavior. Thus, several students discreetly slipped away from the crowd, hurrying toward the office. Luya observed the crowd's transformation, understanding that it would not be long before a teacher arrived to put an end to this farce. Therefore, he decided to act. What now? Insignificant Peter? Thompson gripped Peter's collar, once again hurling the nickname he had previously given him. Gwen, steadying herself, lifted her leg, eager to advance. Enough. His strength far surpasses yours. You cannot contend with him now. This farce must come to an end. Gently patting Gwen's head, Luya moved with swiftness, appearing behind Thompson, seizing the raised fist. What is happening? Am I seeing things? Students rubbed their eyes in disbelief. How did Luya move so swiftly behind Thompson? At that moment, Thompson was poised to strike Peter with his fist, but as he raised his hand, he felt his wrist being gripped tightly. Thompson turned abruptly, only to find Luya, who had walked straight into the trap. His muscle-bound brain failed to process the situation, and instead, he smiled naively. Luya, you've come right into my grasp. Well, I can't be blamed for what happens next. With that, under Peter's horrified gaze, Thompson released his grip on him and swung a punch toward Luya's face. No. Peter realized the extent of Thompson's power. Even he, with his extraordinary abilities, found it challenging to withstand. So what of his ordinary brother? However, Thompson's punch was unleashed with such speed that Peter could only watch in despair. Yet, Thompson was not entirely reckless. Midway through his swing, he reluctantly tempered his strength. He merely intended to teach Luya a lesson, not to take a life. Little did he know, it was precisely this last-minute restraint that would spare him from Luya's wrath. As Thompson's fist was about to collide with Luya's face, a resounding thud echoed. Contrary to everyone's expectations of Luya being struck, it was Thompson whose wrists were now firmly held in Luya's grasp. While what? Thompson stared in disbelief at his restrained hands, straining to pull them free. But to no avail. Luya's grip was like iron, firmly binding his wrists. How is this possible? Even Peter was stupefied. He understood Thompson's strength better than anyone. And it was no exaggeration to say that Thompson currently resembled a destructive bear. Yet, this formidable Thompson was effortlessly subdued by his brother. As Thompson continued to struggle in disbelief, Luya smiled slightly, then exerted force with his palms. Crack. Thompson looked at Luya with terror and agony, feeling as if his wrists had shattered. What manner of monster is this? My body is supposed to be as strong as steel. In truth, Luya had expertly controlled his strength. As a reward for Thompson's earlier display of restraint, he merely fractured Thompson's wrist instead of reducing it to dust. Chapter 22. Thompson's loss of confidence and deterioration of abilities. Thompson acutely sensed that his wrist felt as though it were ensnared by an iron clamp. No, with his current strength and physical fortitude, a mere clamp could not restrain him. Just that morning, the newly empowered Thompson had felt invincible, believing that the entire world lay at his feet. Naturally flamboyant, he had become intoxicated by his newfound abilities. Yet, upon confronting Luya, his confidence was shattered once again. Like a curse, although Thompson gazed defiantly at Luya, a flicker of fear had begun to take root within him. As time elapsed and the whispers of his classmates surrounded him, his inner trepidation escalated. Peter observed that Thompson had been thoroughly subdued by his brother Luya, and he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He could not comprehend why Thompson had suddenly become so formidable, perhaps sharing a similar fate as his own. Having been bitten by a spider? If that were the case, did it imply that his brother had also been bitten by a spider in the laboratory that day? Nevertheless, Peter took great delight in Thompson's misfortune. Having been bullied for so long, he was acutely aware of how he had become the subject of ridicule among his peers. Although many students refrained from taunting Peter directly in the presence of Luya, their sensitive hearts could still discern the disdain that lingered in the air. Peter glanced at his brother Luya, vowing to one day attain a strength akin to his. At that moment, Peter remained oblivious to the absurdity of his aspiration. Luya's prowess was far beyond mere appearances. Thompson, do you have anything to say about today's events? Luya released Thompson's injured wrist, and fearing Luya's overwhelming power, Thompson refrained from any further actions. Yet, unwilling to concede entirely, Thompson had intended to utter a few cutting remarks. However, as he raised his gaze to meet Luya's eyes, he faltered. The sheer force of Luya's dominance instilled a psychological shadow over him. Individuals like Thompson were easily intimidated by strength. He was afraid, genuinely afraid. Thus, with great difficulty, Thompson managed to utter, "I'm sorry." The moment those words escaped his lips, they signified the abandonment of his pride and arrogance. Surrounding classmates murmured in astonishment. The school's football star, long known for his domineering demeanor, had bowed his head. Yet, he had no choice but to do so. Thompson stared into Luya's eyes, which radiated an aura of dread, as if murderous intent had materialized. Were it not for Luya's punctual attendance at school, Thompson might have believed him to be a remorseless supervillain. In response to Thompson's capitulation, a smile reappeared on Luya's face as he gently patted Thompson's shoulder. Acknowledging one's mistakes is a sign of a good child. Homeland Template Unlock Progress increased by 3. Homeland Template Unlock Progress at 50. Just days prior, the system, which had been dormant in Hell's Kitchen, unexpectedly issued an announcement. Luya seemed to grasp something. Perhaps the nameless minions could no longer contribute to his unlocking progress? Such a possibility existed, for Thompson was, after all, a notable character within the Marvel Universe. As the unlocking of the Homeland Template surpassed 50, Luya immediately sensed a significant transformation. Unlike the previous steady increase in strength corresponding to unlocking progress, this time he could distinctly feel that his power had seemingly doubled. Even his body felt considerably lighter, a discomfort stemming from the rapid surge in strength, but Luya was confident he would soon adapt. Meanwhile, the half-collapsed Thompson felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Luya. Was he about to strike? Did this aura signify that he intended to kill me? Peter and Gwen also sensed Luya's unusual aura through their spider sense. Peter thought little of it, merely assuming his brother was exerting pressure on Thompson. However, Gwen understood that Luya possessed the ability to emit laser beams from his eyes. Had Luya's strength increased once more? If this continued, would he one day ascend to a godlike existence? Gwen was uncertain, but she eagerly anticipated that day. At that moment, under the immense pressure, Thompson was drenched in sweat. Too fearful to wipe the beads from his forehead, lest it attract Luya's attention. Unbeknownst to him, as his mindset shifted, his dread of the strong and profound self-doubt began to manifest physically. The tiny spider-like hairs on Thompson's skin were gradually retracting, and his once bulging muscles began to shrink at an excruciatingly slow pace. Yet, his focus remained solely on Luya, oblivious to the changes occurring within himself. Conversely, Luya's further unlocking of the Homeland Template had significantly enhanced his vision. Consequently, Luya noticed Thompson's peculiar condition. His abilities were slowly deteriorating. Luya recalled that in a previous cinematic iteration, Peter Parker had experienced a similar predicament. At that time, it was his emotional turmoil and wavering faith that led to the loss of his powers. Perhaps this was for the best. Granting someone like Thompson such abilities could easily result in him becoming either a hero or a menace. In the distance, the Dean was approaching rapidly. Luya cast one last glance at Thompson, shook his head, and turned to leave. He could not afford to reveal his abilities by truly harming Thompson. The Marvel Universe is filled with formidable figures, and while Luya feared few, there were a select few he needed to approach with caution. For instance, the Ancient One, a challenge he could not evade. Should he draw her attention, his currently inadequate magical defenses would render him vulnerable. Thus, before the Dean arrived, Luya departed from the corridor. Gwen cheerfully bounded after him, seemingly unperturbed by the astonished gazes of those around them. Peter glanced at the despondent Thompson before turning his gaze toward Mary Jane. Earlier, Mary Jane had stood in front of Peter, a gesture that filled him with gratitude, solidifying his belief that she was the woman he wished to cherish for a lifetime. However, when Peter looked at Mary Jane, she appeared entranced, fixated on the departing figures of Luya and Gwen. In her eyes, an unmistakable sense of loss was evident. It was indeed a tragic situation. Being Thompson's girlfriend meant enduring his bullying during high school. Moreover, each time she had provoked Luya, she had been swiftly put in her place, and now she had witnessed Thompson injured. Although she held affection for Peter, he seemed weak. Today he had shown a hint of courage, yet he had still been thoroughly bested by Thompson. Mary Jane longed for a sense of security. But who could offer her that comfort? Peter, Mary, are you both well? Suddenly, a voice rich with magnetism resonated behind them. Chapter 23, The Arrival of Venom. That night, a dejected Thompson returned home in a daze. Lying in bed, he found himself unable to sleep for a prolonged period. The pair of luminous red eyes belonging to Rua seemed to flicker incessantly before Thompson's gaze. Gradually, Rua's handsome visage appeared vividly in Thompson's mind. You are worthless. Merely a fool, a jester. Ha ha. No. Go away. Thompson, paralyzed by fear, shouted as he frantically waved his arms at the void before him. Bang. In a moment of distraction, Thompson's hand struck the edge of a nearby cabinet. The sharp corner instantly sliced into his arm, and crimson blood began to drip down. Drip, drip, drip. Faced with his bleeding arm, Thompson did not attempt to staunch the flow. Instead, he stared blankly at the wound, bewildered. How could this be? My arm. How could a mere wooden cabinet inflict such harm? At this moment, Thompson realized something was amiss with his body. The fine hairs and barbs that once adorned his skin had vanished entirely. His physique had shrunk considerably, reverting to its state before he gained his powers. This meant that his abilities seemed to have completely dissipated. No, no, Thompson murmured to himself. Had he never acquired such powers, perhaps he would have been indifferent. However, now even the insignificant Peter had gained such abilities, and if he were to lose his own, it would signify a descent into being bullied by Peter. Just as Thompson sat despondently on the edge of his bed, unbeknownst to him, a mass of black liquid silently appeared outside his window. Sensing Thompson's extreme emotional turmoil, the shadow seemed to detect something exhilarating and rapidly slithered toward him. Splash! The black liquid crept up behind Thompson, a slender tendril emerging, followed by a second, third, and countless others, weaving a vast web behind him. In the next moment, all the tendrils lunged toward Thompson. Upon contact, they melded into his flesh. What in the world? At that moment, Thompson noticed the black liquid and, seeing it integrating into his body, struggled desperately. Yet, bereft of his spider-like powers, he was powerless against the venom. Indeed, the black liquid was a symbiote known as Venom. It had arrived on Earth with a meteorite, landing in the suburbs of New York, America. It had long sought a suitable host. Initially, its first choice had been Rua, with his formidable physique, immense strength, and decisive character. He was the epitome of the perfect host. Should it successfully bond with such a powerful entity, it was confident of conquering the world together. However, while recognizing Rua's strength, Venom also sensed the formidable nature of his soul. This might have been a consequence of Rua's traversal, but it posed a significant concern for Venom. It desired a symbiotic relationship with a human, but if the human soul was too potent or there were too strong, it risked losing dominance in the bond. Thus, Venom shifted its focus to Peter, who was the second potential host that came into view. Although Peter, after acquiring spider powers, still paled in comparison to Rua, he was an impressive choice compared to an ordinary human. The only drawback was that Venom could sense Peter's excessively kind heart and low desires. Indeed, in the original film, after bonding with Venom, Peter underwent a drastic personality shift, with his most pretentious thought being to purchase discounted designer clothing. He did not even resort to theft. He simply paid. Now, Venom had finally made up its mind to choose Thompson, this scoundrel, as its host. "Get out of my body," Thompson cried, horrified as he watched the black tendrils poised to fully merge with him. Yet, his struggles were futile. With the last tendril disappearing, the Venom symbiote was born. Trembling, Thompson reached out to touch his body, searching for abnormalities. Suddenly, a torrent of black liquid surged from his entire being, and in a matter of moments, Venom completed its attachment. There was no discomfort in being bonded with Venom, allowing Thompson to momentarily regain his composure. Conversely, he felt the resurgence of power. No, this strength surpassed my previous spider powers. Encased in Venom, a wide, sinister grin spread across Thompson's face. In that moment, the confidence he thought lost returned to him. Approaching a mirror, Thompson gazed at his reflection. His entire body had transformed into black muscle, swelling significantly, as if boundless power surged within him. This sensation was exquisite. Thompson's gaze grew increasingly lost, then frenzied. Those who cannot control their power will be consumed by it. Gulp. So hungry. Venom Thompson clutched his abdomen. Since arriving on Earth, Venom had yet to feast. Consequently, it was already quite weakened after taking residence in Thompson's body. Thompson stepped outside, observing the scattered pedestrians along the street, swallowing hard. Food. Haha. Clang. The door swung open and shut as the now normal Thompson staggered out. In the dimly lit street, Ben Parker was briskly walking along. As he walked, he attentively surveyed his surroundings. His nephew Peter had suddenly expressed a desire to go out tonight, yet he had not returned home. Initially intending to inquire with his son Rua, Ben found to his dismay that Rua was also absent from the room. Once he found those two rascals, he would certainly have a stern discussion with them. Meanwhile, Peter stood at the entrance of a boxing arena, donned in a self-tailored spider suit. Of course, this suit was still rather crude. It resembled more of a jacket adorned with spider patterns than an actual costume. Glancing at the address printed on the newspaper in his hand, Peter lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with longing as he stared at the entrance of the arena. $3,000 for a match, just a few bouts, and I could be a wealthy man. I want to be rich. I want to be rich. If I become wealthy, Mary Jane will surely agree to be with me. All I need is money. All I need is money. Chapter 24, A Shift in History. Peter had finally embarked on the path of earning money. The catalyst for this decision was none other than his good friend, Harry Osborn. Earlier that afternoon, when Peter had intended to whisk Mary Jane away, she had instead entered Harry's car. The naive Peter believed that if he simply acquired wealth, Mary Jane would undoubtedly be his, just as he had once envied his brother Rua's strength. It seemed as though the Marvel Universe indeed had a way of converging timelines. Peter, akin to the struggles depicted in the film, fought valiantly in the ring, yet only earned a meager $50. Simultaneously, the masked robber who had shot Ben Parker in the original story made his appearance. As Peter passed by, he, much like a character from a film, stepped aside without attempting to intervene. "Thank you, good brother." With that, the masked man thrust a wad of cash into Peter's hand. Wow. Peter beheld the stack of bills, which surely amounted to at least 1,000, and a jubilant smile spread across his face. This was rightfully his, was it not? Hey, why didn't you stop him? It was the same middle-aged supervisor from earlier, fortunate enough that Fat Hammer still lay in the ICU. Thus, no one had demanded the $100,000 that had been taken by Leah. At the questioning glance from the supervisor, Peter merely shrugged and uttered the classic retort, "What is it to me?" With that, he lost interest in further discussion, humming a tune as he exited the boxing arena, leaving the supervisor scowling in his wake. After 2 consecutive failures, the supervisor's days of authority were surely numbered. On the street, Peter clutched the stack of cash in his pocket. Though it was only 1,000, it was a sum he had never possessed throughout his life. Just as Peter reveled in his delight, a series of loud and urgent sirens jolted him back to reality. He glanced ahead to see a crowd gathered, with police beginning to clear the scene, and suddenly his heart sank. He swiftly maneuvered to the outskirts of the crowd, leveraging his robust physique to push his way in. Upon seeing a figure sprawled on the ground, Luya's eyes widened. Wasn't he this the masked man from earlier? In that moment, the masked individual appeared utterly wretched, his body severed in two, the edges scorched. It looked as though he had been cleaved by a weapon of extreme heat. A wave of guilt surged within Peter. Had he only intervened back then? Perhaps this grim fate could have been averted? As Peter pondered this, abruptly, slap, a hand landed on his shoulder. Who? Distracted, Peter spun around at lightning speed, only to find the figure behind him, Uncle Ben. Ben Parker had been scouring the street for the silhouettes of his son and nephew. At last, he spotted his nephew Peter amidst the throng. "Peter, can you explain why you're out so late tonight?" Recently, Peter had undergone significant changes, which did not escape Ben's notice. After all, as family who had lived together for over a decade, it was impossible for Ben to overlook Peter's sudden physical transformation. Uncle Ben, I was just out for a stroll." "Yes, merely a stroll." Peter stammered out a feeble excuse, repeating just thrice in his attempt to justify himself. Ben clearly did not buy Peter's explanation, likely due to his nephew's evident inability to lie convincingly. Casting a glance at the soon-to-be covered body of the masked robber, even Ben couldn't help but gasp. He then fixed Peter with a stern gaze. "Peter, tell me you're not involved in this. Perhaps there were extraordinary powers in this world." And Ben Parker was all too aware of the calamities that could ensue should a young person suddenly acquire powers beyond their control. He worried that if his nephew Peter had gained some ability, it might lead him astray. Peter's hand, tucked in his pocket, tightened around the cash. He was uncertain whether to confide in Uncle Ben about the incident. However, the notion of participating in illegal underground fights felt too radical to divulge. After much hesitation, he opted to remain silent. "No, Uncle Ben, I was just out for a stroll." Ben observed his nephew's anxious demeanor, recognizing that Peter was concealing something from him. Yet, he thought of Peter's inherent kindness and obedience. There was no reason to suspect him of wrongdoing. Ben was a man of complete integrity, wholly responsible and benevolent. And he chose to trust his nephew. "All right, Peter, do you know where your brother is?" Peter had no idea. In reality, he was unaware that Luya ventured out every night under the cover of darkness. "Dad." Just then, Luya appeared across the street, hands in pockets, waving at Ben. In fact, to prevent the tragic events that had unfolded in the movie from occurring, Luya had been vigilantly monitoring his father Ben with enhanced vision, particularly focusing on the boxing arena. Indeed, he had awaited the masked robber's arrival. When Luya had seen the masked man just a street away from his father Ben, his mind had already calculated their trajectories. Ultimately, Luya concluded that if he did not intervene, a tragedy was inevitable. Faced with someone who posed a threat to his family, especially his father, Luya could not maintain his composure. Without much thought, he unleashed a laser beam, swiftly dispatching the masked robber. Luya was not like Peter. He never considered himself a good person. Confronted with someone who could endanger his family, he felt no burden whatsoever in taking lethal action. "I just got back from hanging out with Gwen. What happened?" Luya's face remained impassive, his heart steady as he fabricated a story. His calm demeanor lent an unexpected credibility to his words. Gwen. Well," Ben pondered for a moment. It seemed entirely normal for a young man of Luya's age to be out on a date at night. After all, he himself had once been quite the charmer in his youth. Thus, Ben harbored no suspicions about his son, gently patting Luya on the shoulder. Son, your mother and I do not oppose your dating. You just ought to inform us beforehand. All right, Dad, I understand. Now, Luya could freely roam the streets at night, without reservation. Peter cast a complex glance at his brother. Why was there such a disparity between people? He felt shy even speaking to Mary Jane, while his brother could effortlessly stroll with Gwen every night. Luya, noticing Peter's envious expression, shook his head in resignation. You really believe that? Besides, even if I were dating Gwen, would we really spend the entire night shopping? Chapter 25, The Chaotic Beginning. The Dimension of the Spider Knight. On the streets of New York, the Daily Bugle proclaimed, Spider Knight has not been seen for an entire week. Due to the disappearance of Spider Knight, the crime rate in Queens has surged by 300%. Spider Knight, where on earth are you? In today's latest edition of the Daily Bugle, an entire 3 sections were devoted to the Spider Knight. As night fell upon a dilapidated street, the Spider Knight of the Dimension had finally caught up to you. A towering figure emerged from the shadows, clad in combat attire, his exposed skin an unnatural dark green. Morlun, the Totem Killer, also known as the Spider Knight Killer. Across countless multiverses, Morlun hunted the Spider Knights of their respective realms. In this particular dimension, the Spider Knight was not named Peter, but rather Panson. After being bitten by the chosen spider, Panson sprouted 8 spider legs from his back, earning him the title of Spider Knight. However, at this moment, the spider monster hero found himself in dire straits, with all 8 of his arachnid legs severed, oozing a foul, green liquid from the jagged ends. It was evident that the reports on the Horn Daily about the disappearance of the spider monster hero were indeed the work of Morlun, possessing formidable tracking abilities. Morlun had finally cornered this universe's Spider-Man, or rather, the spider monster hero, forcing him into a hopeless situation. At this juncture, Panson was rendered speechless during his recent escape. He had completely depleted the webbing stored in his navel. Zzz. Morlun's blood-red eyes fixated on Panson as he raised his hands. A tremendous force emanated from his palms. Subsequently, the expression of agony began to manifest on the spider monster hero Panson's face. Within mere seconds, as Morlun strode forth from the street, the spider monster hero had vanished. All that remained were shards of hard shell smeared with the green liquid. Excellent. Let me see which universe awaits next. Universe 741. Locked in, Spider-Man. Just as Morlun was about to traverse into Universe 741, a faint presence caught his attention. Are there 3 Spider-Men? Which universe do they belong to? Never mind. I will investigate after dealing with Universe 7311. The dark green figure faded away, and the realm of the monster hero would forever be devoid of its spider monster hero. In the universe of Chi, having received special approval from his father, Luya was granted the privilege of venturing out each night. Over the course of a week, the moniker of the patriotic man resonated throughout Hell's Kitchen, surpassing even the South District, becoming known to all neighborhoods. Simultaneously, a multitude of ordinary folk learned of Peace Street, flooding in like a tidal wave. Initially, Bray had expressed his grievances to Luya, lamenting the overwhelming influx of people that had rendered Peace Street somewhat congested. However, Luya rejected his proposal to restrict ordinary people from residing on Peace Street, for he had seemingly unearthed another secret regarding the enhancement of the Patriotic Man Template's unlock level. Patriotic Man Template Unlock Level 71. Just a week prior, the unlock level stood at 50, yet after a mere week, it had ascended to a remarkable 71. Luya speculated that this phenomenon was due to the adoration of bystanders. The patriotic man's proclivities, aside from murder, revolved around showcasing his prowess before the masses to garner renown. Nonetheless, it remained a fact that Peace Street could hardly accommodate so many individuals. After all, it was merely a street. Perhaps, Luya dedicated an entire day to personally clearing out 3 adjacent streets. As a result, Peace Street now occupied nearly half of the territory of the South District of Hell's Kitchen. Meanwhile, the gang overlords who had previously dominated this area had essentially become the foundation for the street's renovation. Thus, a month elapsed. Throughout this month, various events, both significant and trivial, transpired. Firstly, Luya's Patriotic Man Template unlock level had climbed to 80. However, upon reaching 80, the rate of increase became increasingly sluggish. In other matters, the crime rate in Queens, New York, suddenly surged, accompanied by a mysterious wave of disappearances. Nevertheless, given the area's dense population and unstable social conditions, the vanishing of a few individuals did not attract much attention. Shortly thereafter, 2 Spider-Men emerged. One donned a red spider suit, while the other was clad in a black and white ensemble. To differentiate them, the public referred to them as Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. The presence of these two Spider-Men drastically reduced the crime rate throughout Queens. Yet, the incidence of disappearances persisted, with the victims transitioning from the elderly to the youth. At the precinct, Chief George Stacy perused the reports from his subordinates, his head throbbing. Today marked the 5th individual to file a missing persons report. Hell's Kitchen, Peace Street. Peace Restaurant. What's going on? Wasn't it stated that Peace Street would ensure safety? Why has my brother been missing for so long without you uncovering the perpetrator? Outside the restaurant, a scruffy middle-aged black man lounged in the doorway like a ruffian, vociferously condemning the inaction of the Peace Street management. The restaurant, now revitalized, was at least 10 times its former size. Observing the raucous scene outside, Bray, the manager, stepped out. I am already investigating the matter concerning your brother. I will inform you as soon as I have news. However, the scruffy man was unconvinced, continuing to throw a tantrum and act unruly. Enough. Suddenly, a girl clad in training attire emerged from the restaurant's back, sharply reprimanding him. The girl was Lu Xian, who, since that day, had requested to apprentice under Erica to learn her combat and assassination techniques. Over this past month, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. Peace Street had become her true home. Her demeanor far more cheerful than before, and she was now more willing to engage in conversation. Her brother, Lu Hao, had also been sent to study under a teacher, preparing for future academic pursuits. At the entrance, seeing Lu Xian, a young woman, daring to confront him publicly infuriated the scruffy man, making him feel insulted. What is it to you? Peace Street claimed to guarantee safety, which is why we came here. Otherwise, why would we come? Right, everyone? The scruffy man attempted to incite others, hoping to amplify his influence. A subtle unrest began to ripple through the gathered crowd. Lu Xian, observing his victorious grin, felt an overwhelming urge to charge at him and deliver a sound thrashing. However, she hesitated, concerned about the impact on Peace Street's reputation. Look, perhaps the recent disappearances are indeed the handiwork of Peace Street. They lured us in, possibly for some nefarious purpose. As the statement echoed, the murmurs among the crowd grew louder. Although most did not endorse this theory, believing Peace Street to be a rare sanctuary within Hell's Kitchen, a small faction began to echo the sentiment. Just as the scruffy man reveled in his moment of triumph, a figure descended from the sky. Boom. Welcome to Peace Street. The only payment you need to make is your respect. If you act like him. As he spoke, Luya forcefully twisted the scruffy man's foot beneath his own. Crack. Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Chapter 26. Unlocking Flight. Observing the scruffy man writhing in pain beneath his foot ignited a wave of anger within Luya. Why do some individuals remain so ungrateful? Were it not for Peace Street, they would still be living in a state of uncertainty. Indeed, the age-old adage of a grain of rice earns a grain of hatred never goes out of style. I have been far too merciful. Gazing at the silent crowd, Liad declared with a grave tone, if you wish to continue residing in my Peace Street, you must adhere to the rules. From today onward, everyone residing in Peace Street must have a job. You respect me, and I shall provide you with protection. As Luya spoke, he raised his hands, and astonishingly, his body began to levitate slowly off the ground. This was the final ability he gained upon surpassing an unlock level of 80 in the Patriotic Man template, Flight. Although Luya had only just begun to unlock this ability and could not yet achieve high-speed flight, his floating figure appeared divine to the onlookers. Hell's Kitchen is a realm that reveres the strong, where the law of the jungle prevails, and only the mighty earn respect. In this milieu, Luya has undoubtedly etched a profound impression upon everyone's hearts. At this moment, no one pays heed to the disheveled black man from earlier. Instead, they fervently gaze at Luya, suspended in the air. Their eyes resemble those of worshippers gazing upon a deity. Mother, could he be a messenger of God? In a mother-s embrace. A little girl gazes at Luya with sparkling eyes, for in the tales she has heard, only God-s messengers possess the ability to fly. Perhaps, dear, perhaps he is indeed sent by God to protect us. The girl's mother, too, is utterly astonished. She has never been a believer, yet today, upon returning home, she finds herself inexplicably drawn to the divine. Oh my heavens! Bray can hardly contain his body. His boss can actually fly? What is happening? Could it be that his boss is truly a deity? Does that mean he is a mere subordinate of the divine? By extension, he too is akin to a deity. Of course, Bray is unaware of the concept of approximation, yet his sentiment is clear. He glances back at the peaceful restaurant, where 2 large red lanterns hang at the entrance, purchased specifically by Lu Xian from Chinatown. Moreover, he is no longer the aimless drifter he once was. Tears glisten in the corners of Bray's eyes. Has he truly lived before? No, he was merely a living corpse. But now, he is the manager of the peaceful restaurant. a respectable individual. Thus, anyone wishing to destroy the peaceful restaurant or Peace Street would be seeking to destroy him. Bray's gaze hardens, and he fervently exclaims to the crowd, "Have you forgotten who granted you sanctuary? Have you forgotten who rescued you from the darkness?" In response to Bray's fervent outburst, voices begin to rise from the crowd. The people of the motherland. The people of the motherland. Everyone shouts the name of the motherland. For though the residents of Hell's Kitchen live like rats, most possess the discernment to differentiate right from wrong. They are not blind to who is good and who is evil. The chorus of hundreds, if not thousands, is profoundly stirring, igniting the entirety of Peace Street in a frenzy due to Luya's presence. With the support of the people, Luya's reputation soars to unprecedented heights within the neighborhood. Motherland Template Unlock Progress increased by 5. Motherland Template Unlock Progress 85. In Luya's mind, the system's voice resonates, announcing that this time, the unlock progress has surged by a full 5%. Observing the increasingly fervent expressions of the crowd, Luya casts a surprised glance at Bray. He anticipated that this fellow possessed such a talent for stirring emotions. "I'm so hungry." Thompson wanders through Hell's Kitchen like a feeble specter. "Brother, let us hasten to eat." Suddenly, a colossal head emerges from his shoulder. A body with 2 heads would terrify any normal person, yet Thompson remains unfazed, merely casting a casual glance at the dark head before turning away. In truth, a fierce internal struggle rages within him. The weakness of venom has affected him, and the entity inhabiting him now causes his stomach to feel as if it is ablaze with hunger. However, the food referred to by this being known as venom is none other than human brains. Of course, other living creatures, or even chocolate, could sustain the symbiote. Yet its craving for human brains is paramount. This leaves Thompson in a state of utter rejection, just before he was about to prey upon an innocent bystander. The spider powers that had previously vanished within him suddenly stirred, compelling him to halt. Although he is a rogue, is cannibalism something a normal human could commit? When Thompson first acquired the symbiote's powers, he was elated, believing he could reclaim his peak without his spider abilities. Yet now, all he desires is to break free from Venom's control. Little does he know, Venom is equally frustrated. After all this time with Thompson, it has yet to feast on a proper meal. Every time it attempts to strike at a passerby, Thompson intervenes to thwart its efforts. It is worth noting that while the symbiote can exert some control over its host, the host can also impose limitations on the symbiote. Especially recently, for reasons unknown, Venom has sensed the presence of its kind in Queens, New York, and that kind has brazenly begun to hunt humans. To avoid being implicated, Venom has now become reluctant to reveal itself through Thompson. The current situation is that Venom finds Thompson unappetizing yet too valuable to discard. Suddenly, Venom's instincts alert it to an unusual presence nearby. It is here, lurking close to us. The symbiote can consume others of its kind, and rather than seeking sustenance, the Venom currently inhabiting Thompson wishes to distance itself from its robust kin. 1 kilometer away, a brawny man stands before an elderly couple, a sinister grin etched upon his face. The husband shields his wife behind him, fumbling in his pocket for a handful of scattered bills and coins. "This is all the money we have. Please take it, just spare us." The survival rule of Hell's Kitchen dictates that one must part with wealth to avert disaster. Yet the 2 elders remain unaware that this time, they face a situation entirely unlike any before. Chapter 27. The Appearance. The elderly couple does not realize that the imposing figure before them is none other than the infamous killer of Hell's Kitchen, Bullseye. Even more terrifying for the 2 elders is that, before their very eyes, the muscular man's body suddenly inflates. In the blink of an eye, Bullseye is enveloped in a massive layer of crimson liquid. The symbiote, Carnage. Carnage, having arrived on Earth alongside the Venom that inhabits Thompson, has chosen the ruthless Bullseye as its host. Many of the recent disappearances in Queens are attributable to their handiwork. At this moment, Carnage, entirely blood red, indicates that something has transpired. Gazing at the 2 elders, its pale eyes reveal a look of disdain. "Hey, didn't we agree to go for younger prey in the future?" Within Carnage, Bullseye's voice resonates. "Let us just make do with what we have. There are plenty of people around." Hearing the dialogue between Carnage and Bullseye, the elderly couple suddenly comprehends the gravity of their predicament. "Run." The husband steps forward, his sense of duty prompting him to call out to his wife, "Head to Peace Street, hurry." The elderly man knows not how long his frail body can delay the inevitable for his wife, but this is all he feels he can do for her in this moment. A colossal and sanguine tongue slithered forth from the ghastly white teeth. As Venom regarded the 2 elderly figures, one trembling and fleeing, the other obstructing his path, with a derisive smirk, grasping the old man with a fierce grip, Venom was poised to unleash his maw when an unexpected signal from a kilometer away momentarily stunned him. It was his own kind. Consuming it would be equivalent to devouring hundreds of humans. Venom's body quivered with excitement. Casting a disdainful glance at the elderly man, who had closed his eyes in resignation, Venom flung him aside. With a thud, the old man landed amidst a pile of refuse. "Edmund, are you all right?" Suddenly, the old man's wife emerged, rushing to assist him. She had not ventured far. Her age rendered her unable to escape the distance of over a kilometer to Safety Street. How could she possibly flee? "Why haven't you run yet?" The old man chided his wife, though warmth swelled within him at her presence. Yet, as he beheld the crimson creature that had suddenly spared him, he was left bewildered by its inexplicable mercy. At this moment, the symbiote within Thompson also grasped the perilous nature of their situation. The mutual sensing between symbiotes indicated that if he could sense the other, then the other could certainly sense him. "Oh no, I haven't had a proper meal since merging with Thompson. How could I possibly stand a chance against it?" However, any thoughts of escape were evidently too late. With a resounding crash, a scarlet form was now within arm's reach. "My dear brother, at last, I have found you." Venom had grown immensely in size after a month of feasting, towering over typical symbiotes, nearly double their stature. "Damn, your brother is so much stronger than you." Thompson gazed in disbelief at Venom, then glanced down at his own frail form. Could it be that even symbiotes have varying degrees of development? The symbiote sensed Thompson's thoughts and, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Isn't it because of you? If you hadn't starved me, I wouldn't be so weak." Thompson scoffed, muttering, "I fed you plenty of chocolate. Can that stuff even be considered sustenance?" Venom's frustration surged. All right. Do we have any escape plans?" Thompson looked eagerly at Venom. Despite his malevolence and fixation on human brains, he was resourceful in perilous situations. Yet this time, Venom replied weakly, "It's too late." With a swift motion, Venom's arms transformed into two giant spikes. "Brother, become my nourishment." With a swift thrust, the enormous spikes lunged towards Thompson's chest. Eliminating the host would greatly diminish Venom's power. Given Thompson and Venom's current frailty, dodging the assault was utterly impossible. Just as Thompson was about to be impaled, the symbiote swiftly completed its bond. The spike pierced through Venom, spraying a cascade of black droplets. Although the symbiote's intervention saved Thompson's life, it simultaneously rendered Venom even weaker. What terrible luck! As consciousness waned, Venom lamented. "Am I to perish here?" Thompson murmured, having pondered the prospect of facing death before. Yet, as he approached that inevitable end, an unexpected calm enveloped him. Possessing such a formidable physique, yet failing to cherish it. No wonder you are so feeble. Venom, too, sensed the unusual nature of the bond within Thompson's body. That power, if fully realized, could rival his own. How can you have such a host and neglect to feed yourself? This is utterly incomprehensible. Hey, hurry up and consume him. What are you waiting for? Within, the target sensed Venom's ravenous intent toward Thompson's body and urged him on. He understood that Venom was devoid of humanity. Should the creature decide on another host, his own fate would be jeopardized. "Silence!" Venom roared at the target with utter disdain. "You are merely my vessel. Understand your place." Without regard for the target's darkening expression, Venom seduced Thompson. "How about you join me? If you do, I shall spare your life." However, before Thompson could respond, a figure descended from above. Due to the unlocking of his Homeland's genetic template, Rua possessed extraordinary hearing. When the elderly couple spoke of Safety Street, it had reached his ears, even though he had yet to master the art of eavesdropping. Thus, within mere seconds, he traversed over a kilometer to confront the two symbiotes. As he finished speaking, a sonic boom reverberated behind him. Supersonic. Venom's large white eyes narrowed in alarm. Typically, speed correlates with power. If this individual could move at such incredible velocity, he was likely extraordinary. Rua regarded the black and red symbiotes with intrigue. He was well acquainted with symbiotes, but had not anticipated encountering two simultaneously. Utilizing his enhanced vision, he discerned that the black symbiote contained none other than Thompson. After a moment's contemplation, he reached a conclusion. Clearly, while Thompson had become a host, he had not fed. Otherwise, he would not be so weakened. Conversely, the crimson creature before him. "I ask, what business do you have on my territory?" Rua's voice turned icy. Chapter 28, The Enhancement Serum. Rua scrutinized the entirely crimson entity before him. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the red symbiote from the Venom film, boasting a physique that surpassed Thompson's symbiote by at least twofold. Wow, what a perfect body. As Rua descended, Venom felt not fear, but an intensified hunger. Compared to Rua's iron-like form, His current physique seemed akin to that of an infant. Having coveted Thompson's body, Venom was astonished by the infinite surprises humanity could offer. He could perceive that Lua's body was undoubtedly stronger than ordinary steel. Was this truly a human characteristic? If he were to merge with such a body, they would not merely dominate the Earth, they might even secure a place within the cosmos itself. Venom was overwhelmed with excitement. Gazing at Lua, as if he were a priceless treasure, the symbiote and its host could share thoughts. And thus the target became aware of Venom's renewed desire to abandon him in search of a new host. No, you cannot do this. The target roared in desperation. We agreed to conquer the world together. Have you forgotten? After a month of cohabitation, the target knew Venom all too well. Strictly speaking, Venom is nothing more than a merciless, cold-blooded killing machine. Once he chooses to switch hosts, he will undoubtedly not spare such a prime piece of flesh. Target I is acutely aware that when Venom relinquishes control, it will mark the end of his own existence, with grand ambitions yet to be realized. How could he possibly perish here? Indeed, ever since Target I fused with Venom a month ago, his inner desires have been incessantly expanding. His foremost aspiration is to usurp Kingpin and ascend as the Emperor of the Underworld in all of America. To achieve this dream, he even acquiesced to Venom's demands, mercilessly hunting down humans to grow stronger. How could he dare to think of discarding me after using me? No longer hesitating, Target I, while Venom was still merged with him, summoned all his muscular strength and unleashed Venom's full energy. By vanquishing these bothersome foes before him, no one would dare contest Venom with him. In truth, Target I is even more formidable than Venom had imagined. As the premier assassin under the New York Underworld's Kingpin, Target I inherently possesses extraordinary prowess. A top-tier fighter, a master of multiple weapons, and a specialist in throwing concealed projectiles. These titles are but a glimpse of his capabilities. Moreover, certain bones within his body have been infused with adamantium. Thus, when Target I launched his sudden assault, Venom was momentarily taken by surprise, allowing Target I to successfully seize control of his body. In the span of a second, Venom's form swelled dramatically, transforming into a monstrous entity nearly 5 meters tall. His colossal physique burst through the buildings lining the streets, prompting screams as numerous citizens fled from the collapsing structures. What are you trying to do? Venom's voice was laced with agitation. Though indifferent to the fate of humanity, he could not tolerate being usurped in control of his own body. Get away from me. Just as Venom attempted to expel Target I from his body, a vial filled with green liquid appeared in Target I's hand. This was a human enhancement serum, a concoction that the Osborn Group intended to supply to military collaborators. However, this serum was still in the developmental phase and carried significant side effects, such as inducing schizophrenia in its users. Logically, such a potion should never circulate among civilians. Yet with Kingpin as a backing, obtaining samples from the military seemed unsurprising. You forced my hand. Just before Venom could expel him, Target I swiftly consumed the entire vial of green serum. Regardless of the serum's potential side effects, its efficacy was undeniable. As the liquid coursed down Target I's throat, his muscles began to swell. Veins bulged on his surface, pulsating with a liquid that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The human enhancement serum was capable of amplifying physical abilities, enhancing them by at least 8-fold. With a chorus of anguished wails, both Target I and Venom simultaneously cried out, and in that moment, Target I, now surpassing human limitations, finally seized control over the symbiotic entity. This meant that Venom had become a mere vassal to Target I, incapable of autonomously extricating himself from Target I's body. Amidst Venom's tormented cries, its crimson skin began to change hue, swiftly transforming into a dark green monstrosity. Its appearance resembled raw, exposed muscle, with viscous liquid splattering across its surface only to be absorbed back in. At this moment, Venom truly embodied its name, exuding a lethal aura. Hiss! Target I inhaled sharply, his eyes widening as the last vestiges of rationality evaporated, replaced by sheer madness. Target I, no, perhaps it was more fitting to call him Mad Eye at this juncture. Having consumed the incomplete human enhancement serum, Mad Eye had utterly lost his human persona, becoming a true monstrosity of the mind. Simultaneously, his flesh melded completely with Venom, making separation impossible. Hee, I've consumed you. With a glance from Mad Eye, Thompson felt an icy chill within. At that moment, the feeble symbiote recoiled in fear, retreating back into Thompson's body after a startled exclamation. Hey! Thompson gazed in astonishment at the cowardly symbiote. Brother, hiding like a turtle now, what good does that do? In the face of a common enemy, it seemed Thompson and the symbiote had reached an understanding. Yet, it appeared to be too late. The symbiote, disheartened, replied, "Accept your fate. That creature now could crush us with a mere pinky finger." With that, the symbiote cast a glance at the imposing figure of Mad Eye. Alas, what a pity for such an excellent host specimen. Meanwhile, observing Venom's transformation in its entirety, Loya finally sprang into action. He slowly levitated to match the colossal head of Mad Eye. How fascinating, akin to watching a blockbuster in the cinema of my previous life. No, this visceral experience far surpasses any film. Indeed, Loya had been watching Venom's mutation purely for amusement. As they say, being too powerful can also be a form of solitude. Unlocking 85% of the Patriot template, Loya, aside from lacking in vision, hearing, and flight capabilities, was nearly indistinguishable from a true Patriot in other aspects. Thus, he possessed the confidence to witness this spectacle. Chapter 29, Instant Refinement. Clap, clap, clap. Loya clapped gently, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "What a thrilling transformation." On him, there was not a trace of tension or fear in the presence of Mad Eye. Mad Eye offered no response, merely repeating, "Eat, eat, eat." Thereafter, his face split open with a massive gash, his teeth sharp and white, resembling a blender as they lunged towards Loya. How absurd. In the face of Mad Eye's sluggish movements, Loya chuckled softly and effortlessly flew back several meters, evading the attack. Nearby, residents who had not yet fled stared agog at the enormous green monstrosity known as Mad Eye. "Good heavens, what is that thing?" they gasped. "That creature must stand 5 or 6 meters tall. Could it possibly be another one of those laboratory failures created by our American government?" The fleeing crowd vowed that this day would be the most exhilarating day they had ever experienced in Hell's Kitchen. "What do we do now?" someone asked. "Run to P Street. I hear there's a powerful figure known as the Patriot offering protection." Why don't you take a look at that figure flying in the sky?" "Is that Ward? Another expert?" "A flying human. This guy is practically Superman." In truth, with the Patriot template nearing full activation, Loya no longer felt the need to conceal his abilities. In the air, Loya observed the now mad green Venom, understanding that there was no further need for dialogue. "Having had my fun, it's time to send you on your way." Loya gently descended, and as his feet touched the ground, his leg muscles surged with power. Boom. A visible shockwave erupted from the point of contact between Loya's feet and the ground, sending dust flying. Following that, a piercing explosion resonated. On the roadside, Thompson gazed at the vanishing form of Loya, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. "Where did he go? You idiot, look at Venom." Venom mocked before directing Thompson's attention to the head of the symbiote. At that moment, Loya was suspended above the spine of the deranged creature, who appeared utterly wretched. Its left shoulder and a significant portion of its head had been obliterated by Loya's impact, which had used its body as a projectile. "Your brother was taken down just like that?" A flicker of hope ignited in Thompson's eyes. Yet, the venom coursing through him promptly doused that glimmer, reminding him that he was being overly optimistic. Firstly, mere physical damage could never so easily vanquish our symbiotic form. Secondly, although we are of the same kind, it does not imply a fraternal bond as understood by humans. Symbiotes may vary in appearance, yet their capabilities remain fundamentally identical. To Venom, Loya's supersonic strike was indeed formidable. Had it been aimed at a weakened version of himself, he might have perished. However, Venom was a different entity altogether, having grown significantly stronger after a month of nourishment. In fact, should it consume its own kind, it would likely attain immunity to all simple physical assaults. Reluctantly acknowledging this truth, Venom knew that, in the eyes of Loya, it was merely a delectable morsel. "Hey, cheer up. Perhaps there's still a chance." Thompson, who had loathed Loya thrice at school for subduing him, now fervently wished for Loya to grow even stronger. "Impossible, stop dreaming. Unless..." Venom's words were abruptly halted. "Unless what?" Thompson's voice trailed off as he gaped in astonishment. In the air, Loya observed Venom, having been shot through with a gaping hole, rapidly regenerating. The green liquid wriggled, and the damaged form restored itself to its former state. Indeed, the regenerative capacity of symbiotes when faced with physical assaults was unparalleled. Once they bonded with a host, they became akin to liquid, nearly impossible to eradicate through physical means. This revelation stirred a sense of temptation within Loya. Though formidable, his future adversaries would not be weak either. Having an additional card to play would undoubtedly be advantageous. Regrettably, this particular symbiote appeared to be irrevocably fused with the man. Moreover, its ghastly green hue elicited a sense of disdain from Loya, who shook his head in disapproval. In the Marvel Universe, many had sacrificed their humanity in the pursuit of strength, transforming themselves into grotesque forms, be it through voluntary or involuntary means, like Dr. Connors, Rhino. or the quintessential pinnacle of earthly power, the Hulk. Meanwhile, as its form returned to normal, a grin twisted across the face of the deranged creature. Hee hee, no worries. Let's eat. Yet, Leah was disinterested in further engagement. Go find the Grim Reaper to feast on. Oh, in America, I suppose he would be called Satan. As the words left his mouth, Leah's eyes began to glow crimson. A tremendous heat coalesced around his gaze, and as he reached 80% of his unlocked potential, Leah unleashed his full power for the first time. Boom. 2 scorching beams of laser erupted from Leah's eyes. The moment the rays made contact with the surface of the deranged creature, an intense reaction ensued. A substantial quantity of green liquid vaporized, emitting plumes of smoke. Venom's external defenses offered no resistance to the laser beams whatsoever. In an instant, the rays pierced through the deranged creature's form. It let out a wretched howl of agony. Yet Leah remained undeterred. From above, the laser beams left no opportunity for the creature, whose body was rapidly disintegrating, bolstered by performance-enhancing drugs. The deranged creature had completely merged with Venom, which enhanced its might, but also tethered its life to that of Venom. In mere moments, the massive figure of the deranged creature was reduced to mere dust under the onslaught of Leah's laser beams. As Leah ceased the output of his laser vision, he felt no turmoil within. Instead, he sensed a transformation within his own body. Not bad. Even with such high-intensity use of laser vision, he felt no discomfort. Even for a symbiote, his strength was not limitless. Much like Leah, his abilities were linked to his stamina. Once exhausted, he would be unable to utilize flight or laser vision. Of course, his fundamental strength and bodily defenses would remain intact. On the ground, Venom beheld the utterly obliterated form of the deranged creature, astounded by Leah's prowess, yet also relieved. It seems we have survived? A diminutive black head poked from Thompson's shoulder, scanning the vicinity until it confirmed that the deranged creature was indeed completely dead. Nothing left at all. Phew, I thought we were done for today. Venom relaxed entirely, the elongated white eyes on its black head stretching in sheer contentment. Thompson, however, was less optimistic, recalling the conflicts he had with Leah at school. He glanced at Venom and chuckled dryly. Well, it might not be completely safe. Chapter 30. The plan to establish a school. In the universe of Stark Industries, Mr. Stark. Here is the military's response. Happy Hogan placed a document before Tony Stark. Let me see how these incompetent politicians have replied. At this point, Tony Stark was still a quintessential playboy. There were always whispers that he changed his model girlfriend every night. As he opened the document, he remained preoccupied with the media inquiries from that morning. Only one a night. Who do they think I am? He scoffed at the unscrupulous media, lamenting their stinginess even in fabricating rumors. One day, I'll buy them out and make them dance for me every day. Happy chuckled awkwardly. That seemed a bit much. As Stark's confidant and friend, he had advised Tony to be more mindful of his private life, but to no avail. Fortunately, Tony had inherited his family's astuteness, and Stark Industries was flourishing under his stewardship, until Stark laid his eyes upon the military's reply within the document. It indicated that the military intended to purchase a substantial batch of weapons from Stark, amounting to roughly 3 months' worth of Stark Industries production. While that may not seem excessive, Stark Industries' output of weaponry was considerable. In the Marvel Universe, one could find Stark Industries branded weapons in nearly every war-torn nation, especially munitions. Ordinarily, receiving such a large order would elate Stark, yet his brow furrowed, and it appeared he was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of profanities. Hey, Tony. What's wrong? In the absence of others in the office, Happy felt free to address Stark casually. You take a look for yourself. Stark tossed the document onto the table, seemingly disinterested in it. Happy scrutinized the document, and, unsurprisingly, his brow knitted in concern. They're only offering us half the profit. Is this robbery? Happy stared in astonishment at the pricing set forth by the military. They had driven the costs to an almost extreme level. There must be another reason behind this sudden shift. After years of collaboration with our company, it makes no sense for them to act this way. Stark's reflexes were quick. He immediately realized that perhaps they had found alternative suppliers. In the Marvel Universe, due to the existence of extraordinary powers, many aspects of America differ significantly from the real world. Yet one thing remains unchanged. Capital wields power. Could it be the Osborn Group? Happy speculated. Not just that. The Osborn Group certainly competes with Stark Industries. However, for Stark Industries, which sells arms globally, the Osborn Group scale is still rather insignificant. Happy, utilize our connections. I need to uncover the reason behind this immediately. Once Tony Stark realizes that other forces are scheming behind the scenes, the matter will be easier to handle. No matter who they are, they cannot possibly be wealthier than us. And wealth can procure nearly all information. Coincidentally, what we possess most abundantly is money. After years of operation, Stark Industries has become inseparable from politicians. Or rather, they themselves are politicians. In less than half an hour, a confidential message appeared before Stark. It was Kingpin. The truth was finally revealed. This entire affair was orchestrated by New York's underground emperor, Kingpin. In the Marvel realm, American politicians are essentially divided among various factions, with Kingpin, who wields substantial capital, being one of them. It turns out that Kingpin not only seeks to usurp Stark Industries' weapon market, but also aims to acquire Stark's arms at a discounted price. He intends to profit from both ends. After a moment's contemplation, Stark addressed Happy, instructing him to investigate Kingpin's enterprises. Hell's Kitchen, Safe Street. A week had passed since Venom's demise. Rua fiddled with several pieces of silver-gray metal, adamantium. These remnants were the only trace left after Madcap was reduced to ashes. They had originally fused within Madcap's very bones, yet after being incinerated by Rua's laser vision, they had miraculously survived. Alas, the quantity was too meager, otherwise. A weapon forged from adamantium could have been created. While Rua was lost in thought, Erica entered the room. Rua, have you given any thought to the matter regarding Safe School? From a distance, Lu Xian, who was serving dishes to customers, suddenly perked up, eavesdropping on their conversation. If a school could truly be established in Hell's Kitchen, then her brother would finally have the opportunity for an education. Hell's Kitchen had always been a chaotic and hopeless place. For many residents, the first thing they do upon waking is to be grateful for still being alive. The second is to find a way to procure food to fill their stomachs. No one ever considered the issue of education, nor did anyone think about the children. After all, whether these kids could grow up safely was uncertain, and even if they did, they would likely join gangs. Recently, Rua had been troubled by the slow progress of unlocking templates for his homeland. While chatting in the restaurant, he had mentioned wanting to open a school in Hell's Kitchen. He thought such a noble endeavor would undoubtedly enhance his unlocking progress. However, when Erica actually brought up specific details, Rua found himself in a quandary. Setting aside the various qualifications and procedures required to establish a school, he was struggling to gather even the funds necessary to construct an educational building. As it stands, Rua only had a total of 100,000 in his possession. This was the result of his prior winnings from underground fights over a month ago. Nevertheless, 100,000 was but a drop in the bucket for building a school. Rua recognized his own strength, but knew that it had no bearing on earning money in a short time frame. Lacking business acumen, and with the system not gifting him any advanced technology, how could he possibly make money? Was he to resort to robbery? Well, that didn't seem entirely implausible. Rua scratched his head. It appeared that robbing was indeed a means to make quick cash. Even a mere front desk clerk at an underground fight club could carry around 100,000 in cash. One can only imagine the vast wealth controlled by those overseeing gray and even black markets. All right, let me ponder whose money I might rob to alleviate poverty with a clearer conscience. Rua understood he could not simply rob anyone with wealth. He might as well take up the mantle of president himself. Narrowing his eyes, Rua's exceptional vision allowed him to survey the other districts of Hell's Kitchen. Indeed. It is a case of being blind to the bigger picture. The gangs in Hell's Kitchen would make for excellent targets for robbery. Chapter 31. A visit to Hell's Kitchen by Stark. Just as Rua was contemplating which gang in Hell's Kitchen to target first, an unexpected guest arrived. Before coming, I never fathomed how dire the conditions here were. Stark, accompanied by Happy and several bodyguards, stepped out of his Audi R8 coupe. Upon setting foot in Hell's Kitchen, Stark was taken aback by the squalor and disarray surrounding him. To be honest, Happy, Stark remarked, waving his cigar, I had no idea New York had such dismal places. In truth, this isn't even the worst of it. Happy internally scoffed, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. In fact, he believed that this so-called Hell's Kitchen was indeed chaotic beyond measure. Were it not for the presence of Stark's highly paid bodyguards, each capable of fending off 10 adversaries, he would never have dared to step foot here. It is hard to believe that the so-called underground emperor, Kingpin, operates from such a place. According to Stark's understanding, even if Kingpin is a shadowy underworld entity, his capital is beyond question. Such a person's lair should not resemble Stark Industries' luxurious headquarters, should it? Currently, Stark was dissatisfied with the company headquarters and was already contemplating constructing a globally astonishing landmark. Just as the two were conversing, a brawl erupted between two rival gangs ahead. This was no minor skirmish. Due to disputes over the flower trade, both gangs brandished a significant number of firearms. A henchman from one gang, in a panic, fled towards Stark and was shot dead by his bodyguard. My heavens! Happy exclaimed, wiping the sweat that had formed from fear. I say, Mr. Stark, Should we consider heading back? Hell's Kitchen seems rather perilous. Of course, I am not afraid. I am primarily concerned for your safety. Had it not been for Happy's slightly trembling voice, Stark might have genuinely believed his reasoning. Patting Happy's broad, somewhat quaking shoulder, Stark smiled faintly. Buddy, you ought to shed a few pounds. With that, he strode forward. The men of the Stark family never retreat in the face of danger. Moreover, Stark glanced back at his bodyguards. They all adorned the latest technology from Stark Industries. Mere gang members were hardly a cause for concern. Thus, as he traversed the streets, Stark encountered a myriad of sights. Happy, give each of them $100. Observing the two grimy children, Stark turned to signal Happy to dispense the money. This had become a routine occurrence since his arrival in Hell's Kitchen. Mr. Stark, I must say, I'll need to reimburse today's expenditures when I return. Despite this remark, Happy produced a bill and handed it over. The two children, eyes alight with excitement, eagerly accepted the crisp $100 notes. Thank you, handsome sir. The older boy, recognizing Stark as the leader among them, quickly lavished praise upon him. This compliment brought a smile to Stark's face. He had always been quite pleased with his own appearance. Subsequently, he turned to the boy who had spoken to him. Could you enlighten me on how you make a living here? As he walked, Stark observed crime scenes aplenty, and he found it hard to believe that children could survive in such an environment. In the past, Mrs. Daisies would help out in some shops to trade for meager food to survive, the boy explained, referring to their adoptive mother. Noticing the boy's use of the past tense, Stark quickly pressed, and what about now? The boy lowered his gaze, his tone turning somber as he replied, Mrs. Daisy's isn't well, she can't get out of bed anymore. Yet he soon lifted his head again, a cheerful smile gracing his face. But things are much better now, we've grown up. And the big guy on Peace Street, the patriotic man, gives us easy work and fresh food. If it weren't for Mrs. Daisy's being unable to get out of bed, we were planning to move to Peace Street. Peace Street? The patriotic man? Stark exchanged a glance with Happy. The initial impression of a thing greatly influences one's subsequent judgment of it. Stark found it difficult to believe that in such a nefarious place, there could be someone so benevolent. Sensing Stark's skepticism, the boy hurriedly insisted, it's true. The patriotic man said he would offer us protection in Hell's Kitchen. In exchange, all we need to do is show him respect. Many like us have already moved to Peace Street. The gang members, the patriotic man says, are too sinful to enter Peace Street. This declaration only deepened Stark's confusion. Was it possible that a savior had emerged in Hell's Kitchen? With a strong sense of doubt, Stark bid farewell to the boy and proceeded toward the direction he had pointed out for Peace Street. In the distance, Stark beheld an unusually pristine street, one that seemed entirely at odds with Hell's Kitchen. The clean thoroughfare, adorned with red lanterns hanging from eaves, exuded an air of charm. Admittedly, there seemed to be a hint of Chinese influence here. Stark was aware of the origins of the lanterns. This must be Peace Street. Indeed, Mr. Stark. That boy mentioned we could easily discern its differences. It was strikingly distinct. This place was quiet and clean, with many faces adorned with joyful smiles. Perhaps I should reconsider my perspective. Maybe the owner of this place, the patriotic man, truly is a savior of sorts? Stark shook his head. No. Until he met the owner, he would reserve his judgment. At this juncture, Stark had completely forgotten the purpose of his visit to Hell's Kitchen. He had come to personally assess the enemy situation, yet he found himself on an unexpected sightseeing tour. However, at this stage, Tony Stark had not yet encountered the tribulations that would come to shape him. He had not matured sufficiently. He was not yet the heroic Iron Man of the future, merely a playboy featured in the tabloids. Thus, their actions seemed less surprising. At the Peace Restaurant, Leah suddenly heard a report from Bugle. Boss, there are reports of a few strangers entering Peace Street. Strangers. These referred to individuals who clearly did not resemble the impoverished denizens of Hell's Kitchen. Typically, Leah would ensure these individuals met their end. Understood. Chapter 32. Explosive Stark Gold. In Hell's Kitchen, while Stark was still discussing the uniqueness of the area with Happy, they found their path obstructed by a group of individuals. Unlike the previous confrontations, these men merely stood in their way. Gentlemen, you are in the territory of Peace Street. Please state your identities. Ellis regarded the well-dressed Stark and his companions with growing caution. Those who sought refuge in Hell's Kitchen were usually impoverished, gaunt figures. Unlike the affluent-looking individuals before him, Ellis was the leader of Peace Street's patrol, responsible for monitoring the area and preventing gang members from other regions from encroaching. Though the reputation of the patriotic man had spread far and wide, bolstered by the long-standing presence of the Black Angel, Erica, there would always be reckless individuals willing to take risks. Thus, under Bugle's suggestion, the patrol team had been established. Go inform the boss. After stopping Stark and his companions, Ellis whispered to his subordinate. Upon finishing, he aimed his vintage Beretta handgun at Stark and the others. As several bodyguards quickly positioned themselves in front of Stark, Ellis became even more convinced that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Stark, however, did not attempt to force his way through, for to him, the old Beretta was merely a relic of a bygone era. Fortunately, it was not long before Luya's figure appeared at the street corner. Ellis turned around and immediately spotted his idol, the patriotic man. The term boss he used was not directed at Luya, but rather at Blay, who stood a step behind Luya. Luya typically only appeared in Hell's Kitchen during the daytime. So many residents of Peace Street had heard his name, but had never seen him in person. Today marked Ellis' first close encounter with Luya. As a devoted admirer of the patriotic man, his excitement was palpable. Casting a pitying glance at Stark, he thought to himself that if the stranger was here to cause trouble, he had certainly chosen the wrong time. Boss. As Luya approached, Ellis and several other patrol members called out in excitement. Luya nodded and turned his gaze toward the unfamiliar individuals reporting to him. In an instant, Stark's roguishly handsome, yet carefree visage caught Luya's attention. It was Stark. Luya immediately recognized him. Not only was Iron Man a well-known name in his past life, but in this reality, Stark's extravagant escapades were frequently covered in the tabloids. On the other hand, upon seeing Luya's youthful countenance, Stark was equally taken aback. Young. Remarkably young. Stark had envisioned that the so-called patriotic man of Hell's Kitchen would be a grim, mature individual or an elder. Such an image aligned with his preconceived notions of underground gang leaders. However, the youthful appearance of Luya is undeniably striking, and even his robust physique cannot mask it. So, this brash young lad is the ruler of Peace Street. As the saying goes, a youth with no facial hair lacks reliability. While Stark has an affinity for young, beautiful women, he often regards young men as children. After all, despite his flirtations, he is now 30 years old. Nevertheless, his words provoke the ire of those surrounding Luya. The presence of Luya among the residents of Peace Street is indeed akin to what Stark initially imagined, a savior. Yes, someone who rescues others from peril and champions justice. Is that not the essence of a savior? To hear their savior referred to as a mere brash kid stirred a palpable anger among the crowd. As Stark felt the weight of countless furious gazes upon him, he realized he had misspoken. The gathering crowd only seemed to swell, many of whom were armed. Instilling a sense of foreboding within him, Stark began to regret his impulsive remark. Should a conflict arise, his subordinates might not be able to ensure his safety. After all, the number of people closing in had already surpassed 100. Among them, besides the young men wielding firearms, there were also many elderly individuals and children. While the elderly and children lacked guns, they wielded makeshift weapons such as pots, frying pans, and ladles. Coughing lightly, Stark exchanged a glance with Happy and then jested. If only our company's employees exhibited such camaraderie, our business would surely thrive. However, Happy was less optimistic, noting the ever-growing crowd and the fact that their path of retreat was already obstructed. Tony, I believe we should now consider how to extricate ourselves. Typically, rival lords do not engage in open conflict at first sight, which is precisely why Stark dared to venture into Hell's Kitchen. For if King dared to harm him, the retaliation Stark had prepared would be beyond King's capacity to withstand. What he feared were the reckless youths, unafraid of consequences, who might charge in without thought. Clearly, Happy was concerned that the master of Peace Street belonged to the latter category. Do not worry, Stark reassured Happy, sensing his trepidation. They do not appear to be the sort to engage in wanton violence. This assessment stemmed from Stark's admiration for Luya's striking visage and the unwavering support from the residents of Peace Street. As a connoisseur of beauty, Stark found it difficult to harbor any disdain for the tall and handsome Luya. Stepping forward, he addressed the multitude of eyes fixed upon him. Feeling a flutter of anxiety, yet maintaining a composed tone, "Hey, we harbor no ill intent." The crowd remained silent, their approach not intended to intimidate. After all, with the strength of their homeland, they did not perceive this group as capable of inflicting any harm upon Peace Street. They merely sought to draw closer to the prominent figures they rarely encountered. "Tony Stark, I know you," Luya declared, promptly identifying Stark by name. The mention of Stark's name elicited a wave of astonishment from those nearby. Even the residents of Hell's Kitchen's lowest echelons recognized Stark Industries. Their manufactured weapons were renowned worldwide, and many within Hell's Kitchen possessed a variety of their products. Those who wielded Stark Industries weapons were considered successful individuals in Hell's Kitchen, while most others relied on outdated secondhand goods. For instance, the Beretta in Ellis's possession had likely changed hands numerous times. Upon hearing Luya recognize Stark, Happy felt a tightening in his chest and instinctively moved forward, ready to shield Stark in case of an unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Leah was preoccupied with another thought. Just moments ago, he had been troubled about funding for his school, and now, a potential benefactor had emerged. Oh no, he should be referred to as a future sponsor. Leah was already contemplating how he could extract funds from Stark. Chapter 33, Negotiation. In the Peace Restaurant, Stark curiously surveyed his surroundings. Compared to other parts of Hell's Kitchen, this place felt like an entirely different world. After spotting Lu Xian serving dishes and Lu Hao returning from the teacher's home to assist, Stark inquisitively turned to Leah. Don't the children here attend school? Throughout his journey, he had seen no children engaged in schooling. He had expected Peace Street to be different. Yet it seemed that the children here were also devoid of education. Feigning helplessness, Leah shook his head. Unfortunately, there are no schools in Hell's Kitchen. Stark, surprised by this revelation, asked, can't you establish one yourself? A valid inquiry. The patrons of the restaurant turned to gaze at the audacious individual making such a claim. Unbeknownst to them, Leah had not accompanied Stark earlier and was unaware of Stark's identity. Leah felt somewhat exasperated by Stark's suggestion of building a school. Not to mention the myriad of bureaucratic hurdles and the darkness that permeated Hell's Kitchen, constructing a school would cost at least $1 million. Upon hearing Leah's retort, Stark was momentarily taken aback. Is $1 million a lot? This was not Stark being pretentious. He genuinely believed that $1 million was hardly significant. Well then, Leah rolled his eyes. How about you provide me with some support? Just a few million will suffice. After all, to you, this is mere pocket change. This left Stark chuckling awkwardly. While he was wealthy, he could not simply hand over millions to someone he had just met. Stark mused, not entirely dismissing the idea, but countered with a question, what can you offer in return? He had not forgotten his objective regarding King's encroachment upon his military contracts, which could result in losses far exceeding millions. This young man named Leah, having established himself in King's territory, might possess some means to counter King. If Leah could assist him, then the prospect of parting with millions or even tens of millions was worth considering. Leah had not anticipated that his offhand comment would elicit a serious response from Stark. It was worth noting that they had only known each other for less than half an hour. Without much contemplation, Leah promptly answered Stark's question. Very simple. When you find yourself in mortal peril, regardless of where you are, I pledge to save your life. He had not forgotten that Stark had once been kidnapped by the 10 Rings before becoming Iron Man. That moment had marked a pivotal turning point in Stark's life, leading to the creation of the original Mark I armor. Observing Leah solemnly promise to save his life, Stark was somewhat skeptical. I always have bodyguards with me, equipped with the latest technology developed by my company. If they cannot protect me, how could you? Stark did not continue. But his implication was clear. He doubted Leah could save him in a critical moment. Leah regarded Stark's arrogant demeanor and smiled faintly. Was he questioning his capabilities? Leah stood up. In an instant, a tempest swept through the restaurant, only to come to an abrupt halt. By the time Stark regained his composure, the weapons in the hands of his bodyguards had all found their way into the possession of Leah. Clang, clang, clang. Various advanced firearms clattered to the ground. A jolt of alarm coursed through Stark as he hastily reached into his pocket. Where is my limited edition Desert Eagle? Turning his gaze back to Leah, he found him toying with his own Desert Eagle Mark VII, the limited edition. Hey, this is no jest. Stark was baffled by how Leah had managed to confiscate all the weapons in the blink of an eye. However, he was acutely aware of the lethal power of his limited Desert Eagle. At such close range, even a large beast could be felled in an instant. Leah examined the Desert Eagle he had retrieved from Stark's pocket, its entire body gleaming in gold, exuding an ostentatious allure. It was a fitting representation of the current persona of Tony Stark. Observing the tense expressions of Stark and his companions, Leah's lips curled into a smirk. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to demonstrate whether I possess the capability to save your life. Yet Stark remained unconvinced, retorting loudly. I thought the black forces of Peace Street were different from those of Hell's Kitchen, but it seems they are indistinguishable. Leah showed no reaction to Stark's indignant outrage. Instead, the other patrons in the restaurant were incensed by his words. Peace Street was their home, and anyone who tarnished its reputation, be it Tony Stark or even God, would receive their scorn. Nevertheless, Leah waved his hand again, calming the agitated crowd. He then disengaged the safety on the Desert Eagle. Click. The sound of the safety being disengaged was subtle, yet resonated like a thunderclap in Stark's heart. It was over. That singular thought consumed him. To be struck by a Desert Eagle at such close range would surely be insurmountable even for an elephant. While he was clad in a bulletproof vest, it would likely be no more than flimsy parchment. Then, Stark's pupils dilated as he witnessed Leah inexplicably raise the Desert Eagle and aim it at his own head. This left Stark utterly bewildered. How could the management of Peace Street be so orderly if its master was a madman? What astounded him further was the unperturbed demeanor of the other patrons in the restaurant, as if they were unfazed by the spectacle. Aren't you going to dissuade your leader? Then boom, clang. The first sound was the tremendous sonic boom created by the discharge of the Desert Eagle, reverberating throughout the restaurant like an explosion. The second sound was Luya catching the bullet barehanded. Indeed, barehanded. Stark, Happy, and their bodyguards watched this unbelievable scene, their eyes wide with disbelief. In unison, they gasped. Wait, is this something a human can accomplish? Ding. The now crushed bullet fell from Luya's hand to the ground, producing a crisp sound. I asked, Luya said softly. Gazing at the slack-jawed Stark, how do you find my capacity to save your life? While his ability to withstand firearms constituted merely a fraction of his prowess, it was sufficient to impart a lesson to Stark. Indeed, Stark nodded in dazed acknowledgement. Witnessing the spectacle of a mortal withstanding a Desert Eagle firsthand was irrefutable. In that moment, beneath his seemingly stupefied expression, Stark contemplated much. Spending a few million to cultivate a relationship with such an individual might indeed be worthwhile. Chapter 34. Graduation ceremony. Having witnessed Luya withstand the Desert Eagle's force, Stark, while still in shock, began to reconsider his stance. As one of America's foremost capitalists, Stark was well aware of the existence of extraordinary powers in the world. He knew of many such abilities, like those of Luya's superhuman physique. Nearby, Osborne Industries was engaged in the development of biowarfare enhancements. Yet, Stark had never encountered anyone like Luya, someone whose appearance was indistinguishable from that of a normal human while possessing the capacity to endure a Desert Eagle without harm. Subsequently, Stark promptly declared, I agree to this transaction. However, I have one question. How should I seek your assistance should I find myself in peril? If he were indeed to face danger, how might he procure Luya's aid? Stark's inquiry was not without merit, given the security forces at his disposal. If he were to find himself in a life-threatening situation, it would likely be an exceedingly urgent matter, one where neither heaven nor earth would heed his call. In such a scenario, not only would it be uncertain whether Luya could save him, but how would he even ascertain Stark's whereabouts? In response to Stark's question, Luya smiled. It is quite simple. When you find yourself in dire straits, devoid of options, call my name, and I shall appear. This was not mere bravado on Luya's part. He was cognizant of the fact that Stark would soon be kidnapped by the Ten Rings gang. Armed with this critical information, he could execute a precise rescue. Furthermore, as his abilities evolved, he might well be able to hear Stark's cry for help in a moment of crisis. Very well. Remarkably, Stark accepted Luya's seemingly unreliable promise. Beside him, Happy tugged at Stark's clothing, exclaiming urgently, Tony, are you out of your mind? A few million is no trifling sum. You can't afford to be so reckless. Given their friendship, Happy set aside all else to implore Stark. Yet, Stark waved him off, stating, Happy, I believe that investing a few million to befriend someone with such capabilities is entirely worth it. Stark remained resolute in his opinion, leaving Happy with no recourse but to acquiesce. Time passed swiftly, and 2 months elapsed since Stark had finalized the details for the school with Hell's Kitchen. Midtown High School. Today, Midtown High was abuzz with excitement. Despite it still being the morning class period, the campus had shed its usual somber atmosphere. From classrooms to playgrounds, a jubilant spirit permeated the air. The cause of such exuberance was the graduation day for the seniors. The students were particularly thrilled, as graduating from high school signified their entry into adulthood. Countless new experiences awaited them, with a plethora of novel adventures to be undertaken. Peter, my dad says he greatly admires your talents. Harry Osborn approached his friend Peter, who stood lost in thought. Are you free to come over for dinner at my house tonight? Harry's father, Norman Osborn, the owner of Osborn Industries, was also an exceptionally brilliant scientist. After meeting Peter some time ago, he had expressed an unusual appreciation for him. This was hardly surprising, as Peter was a top student, and after becoming Spider-Man, his intellect had further flourished. Consequently, Norman Osborn had long harbored the desire to recruit Peter to join his company's laboratory as a researcher. At the same time, Norman Osborn was acquainted with Peter's father, the esteemed biologist Richard Parker. This connection further fueled Norman's desire to recruit Peter into his laboratory. For what else could one expect from a tiger's cub? However, Peter remained ambivalent about his future with Oscorp. After all, he had only just graduated from high school. Moreover, despite his clandestine endeavors as Spider-Man, he found himself adrift regarding his future. In truth, Peter's conviction was not as resolute as in the original narrative, owing to Ben Parker being saved by Luya. As Peter wrestled with his indecision, Harry took the initiative to help him arrive at a conclusion. It's settled then. Oh, and remember to bring your brother along. In a daze, Peter realized that his evening was already planned for him, bringing along his brother. This thought triggered memories of Leah's unusual behavior over the past 2 months. With his newfound arachnid abilities, Peter could easily discern that his brother Leah left the house each night. This could not simply be explained away as a rendezvous with Gwen. Though occasionally slow on the uptake, Peter was not foolish. He was acutely aware that his brother Leah was concealing something from him. Yet, despite becoming Spider-Man and soaring across the city, Peter found it perplexing that whenever he attempted to tell Leah to uncover his secrets, he always inexplicably lost track of him. Whether at a corner where Leah vanished or in a shadowy nook where he lost sight of his brother, even Peter's spider sense proved ineffective. Leah would seem to evaporate into thin air, his presence dissipating without a trace. What Peter did not realize was that Leah's method of evading him was rather simple. He was merely faster. "Harry, Peter?" A distant female voice snapped Peter back to reality. "Hi, MJ." Peter instinctively smiled and waved at Mary Jane. However, his smile faltered upon seeing Mary Jane linking arms with Harry. Despite being Spider-Man and a beacon of justice in many eyes, Peter's heart still yearned for Mary Jane's affection. Regrettably, she had become Harry's girlfriend, compelling Peter to bury his feelings deep within. Yet, both Harry and Mary Jane could sense Peter's unspoken sentiments. One was intent on preserving their friendship, while the other sought emotional security. Thus, they tacitly chose not to address the underlying tension. Peter forced a smile, addressing Harry. "I understand. I'll come over for dinner tonight. As for my brother, I'll mention it to him." Unsure of Leah's availability that evening, Peter refrained from providing a definitive answer. Harry nodded, grinning. "I'll be waiting at home for you." Chapter 35. The Birth of the Green Goblin. Oscorp Laboratory. What? They really said they would withdraw funding. Listening to his assistant's report, Norman Osborn's face visibly contorted with distress. Just moments ago, his human enhancement serum had failed once again. Although the serum had successfully augmented several spiders, its application on mammals, such as the lab's white mice, resulted in either madness followed by death or utter exhaustion leading to demise. To make matters worse, the military, his primary investors, had just issued an ultimatum. If the serum could not be perfected, they would withdraw their support. The collapse of Oscorp loomed ominously on the horizon. Thus, Norman Osborn's urgency intensified. Is there truly no way to refine it? Even a half-finished product with fewer side effects would suffice. He grasped his assistant's collar, roaring in a moment of unrestrained frustration. The assistant was at a loss for words. In the realm of serum development, Norman Osborn was the principal researcher. He knew better than anyone whether the serum was viable. Observing the assistant's helpless expression, Norman regained his composure. Gazing at the bulging-eyed, frenzied white mouse that had perished, a glint of madness flickered in his eyes. "Immediately prepare a dose for me. I will conduct the experiment myself." The assistant gasped in shock, questioning. "Sir, you mean?" Norman's demeanor had grown icy cold as he reiterated, "Administer the enhancement serum to me. I must experience the effects firsthand." Perhaps the serum had succeeded, and the failures with the mice were merely due to their small size, unable to withstand the serum's potency. Norman continuously reassured himself. Overcoming his fear of the serum's side effects, he recognized that retreat was no longer an option. It was either the serum's success, propelling Oscorp to greatness, or his own annihilation alongside the failed enhancement serum. No success, no survival. With this conviction, Norman injected the serum into his own body. What followed mirrored the dramatic tales of cinema. After a fierce struggle, he emerged victorious. The assistant, witnessing his boss neither succumbing to exhaustion nor descending into madness, was overcome with exhilaration. "Boss, we've succeeded." Unbeknownst to him, those words would become his final utterance. "Indeed, we have succeeded." Norman Osborn opened his eyes, and under the serum's influence, his pupils had transformed into a vibrant green. He approached his elated assistant, coldly stating, "Remember to keep this a secret." Upon hearing this directive, the assistant felt a sense of confusion. Why keep it secret? Isn't the serum meant for sale to the military? Before he could voice his thoughts, Norman Osborn moved with lightning speed. His hand shot out, grasping the assistant's head, and with a swift twist, crack. The assistant's eyes dimmed as he succumbed to death, perplexed as to why, despite the experiment's success, his boss had chosen to eliminate him. Gazing down at the lifeless form of his assistant, Norman Osborn mused, collaboration? Now that the human enhancement serum is successful, why should I still align myself with the military?" Looking at the fallen assistant, the chilling glint in Norman's eyes deepened. This man had been sent by the military to monitor his research progress. Did he truly think Norman was oblivious? By eliminating this military spy and silencing the dissenting voices within the military, perhaps with his newfound strength, he could infiltrate their ranks. At this moment, Norman Osborn was no longer content with mere collaboration. He aspired to seize this opportunity to penetrate the inner workings of the military. Before that, let me stir up some trouble for the politicians in New York. With ambitions that spanned both military and political realms, Norman Osborn's aspirations began to crystallize. Or perhaps it was the immature human enhancement serum that had already birthed the persona of the Green Goblin within him, though he remained blissfully unaware. Midtown High School. At this moment, the graduation ceremony has officially commenced. The principal stands on stage, delivering an impassioned speech. Below, students and parents stand together. Many prominent figures from New York have gathered for this momentous occasion. George, visibly displeased, watches his daughter Gwen flirtatiously bantering with Rhea nearby. This discontent stems from the fact that Gwen has frequently been absent from home during the nights of the past 2 months. When George once caught her in the act, Gwen justified herself by claiming she was out on a date with Rhea. In reality, Gwen had merely donned the mantle of Spider-Woman, administering justice under the cloak of darkness. Ignoring her father's resentful gaze, Gwen animatedly discusses her experiences over the past 2 months with Rhea. You know, that night, that guy even tried to snatch an elderly lady's purse. He was absolutely despicable. Gwen recounts an incident where she punished a robber. She does not conceal her identity as Spider-Woman from Rhea, who is currently the only person aware of her true persona. At this moment, Gwen exclaims that when faced with the unscrupulous robber, she showed no mercy, swiftly incapacitating him. It is difficult to ascertain whether Gwen's ruthless approach is influenced by Rhea. With a sense of pride, she boasts about her exploits. Unlike Peter, the Spider-Man, Gwen tends to be far more ruthless with those criminals who lack any moral boundaries. Well done, Rhea acknowledges Gwen's actions. In fact, after spending several months in Hell's Kitchen, Rhea has developed his own set of judgment principles. For those particularly heinous offenders, Rhea plans to send them straight to meet their maker. Conversely, for less malevolent criminals, he typically offers them a choice. Should they express remorse and willingly partake in reform within Hell's Kitchen, Rhea is inclined to grant them a second chance. Rhea believes that sometimes, when faced with an overwhelming number of formidable criminals, the methods of his homeland might not be without merit. Just as the two engage in conversation, Rhea's ears suddenly perk up, catching an unusual sound of rushing wind from afar. What could it be? Thanks to the construction of the Peace School in Hell's Kitchen, Rhea's reputation has soared to unprecedented heights. Thus, his unlocking degree for the Homeland template has reached an impressive 95. With his enhanced vision, he quickly spots a figure clad in green, standing atop a green flying apparatus, approaching the school. How intriguing. Is the Green Goblin already making his entrance? With a 95 unlocking degree, this signifies that Rhea's strength is now nearly on par with that of a fully realized Homeland warrior. This means that conventional weapons currently in existence are unlikely to inflict harm upon him. In fact, during his time in Hell's Kitchen, Rhea has encountered assassins sent by Kingpin. These assassins either possess physical capabilities far exceeding that of ordinary humans or wield advanced weaponry. However, regardless of their methods of ambush, none have managed to inflict even the slightest injury upon Rhea. Consequently, Kingpin has hesitated to decisively eliminate this intruder in his territory. To put it simply, Kingpin fears that if he fails to eliminate Rhea, he may find himself on the receiving end of Rhea's wrath. Thus, it is evident that Rhea currently occupies an almost invincible status among mortals. Aside from extraordinarily destructive weapons like hydrogen bombs, it has become exceedingly difficult for any armament to breach Rhea's defenses. Gazing at the Green Goblin soaring towards the school, Rhea contemplates. Of course, he could easily dispatch him in a single blow. That would be a simple task. Yet, it seems that sparing him might yield even greater rewards. The Osborn Corporation is not a trivial company. While it may not rival Stark Industries in the future, at this juncture, it undoubtedly stands as a corporate giant. The vast financial resources it possesses are precisely what Rhea currently seeks. Thus, in an instant, Rhea reaches a resolution. At this moment, Norman Osborn, or rather, the Green Goblin, has already arrived above the school, perched upon his flying device. Perhaps due to it being his first flight, his handling of the apparatus appears somewhat clumsy. On the playground, a multitude of teachers, students, and parents look up to see the Green Goblin's silhouette. However, they remain blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Instead, they marvel at the advancements of modern technology and the sleekness of the Green Goblin's flying machine. Some students watching the descending Green Goblin exclaim in wonder. Is this part of a school performance? So cool. Is it true that we can now achieve manned flight? At the podium, the teachers exchange bewildered glances. Is this a performance by your class? No, we agreed to put together something casual. Why are you all so intense? The most perplexed of all is Principal Morita, who, observing the approaching Green Goblin, is filled with confusion. He is well aware of the program for the graduation ceremony and knows there was no flying act scheduled. On the playground, May feels a twinge of unease as she watches the roaring flying machine. Turning to her husband Ben, she expresses, "Ben, I feel a bit unsettled. Do you think something bad might happen?" One must admit, May's sixth sense proves to be quite accurate. Ben, however, does not subscribe to the belief in sixth senses. He assumes his wife is merely feeling unwell from standing in the sun for too long. "I think you might need to sit in a shaded area for a while." Just as Ben finishes speaking, Rhea snaps back to attention. His enhanced hearing allows him to catch his parents' conversation despite his earlier contemplation. Casting a glance at the approaching Green Goblin, Rhea decides to temporarily set him aside. He turns to his mother May, with concern etched on his face. "Mom, are you feeling unwell? Let me help you to a shaded spot to rest." Although he possesses absolute confidence in his ability to deal with the Green Goblin, Rhea is unwilling to risk even the slightest chance of harm coming to his parents. Just like in the movies, Thanos never anticipated that a minuscule chance of reversal would be uncovered by Doctor Strange. "Oh, that's not necessary. Everyone is standing here. It wouldn't be proper for us to leave," May replies, smiling as she follows the three towards the shade, albeit somewhat reluctantly. "What is wrong with Aunt May?" Gwen, who has been playing the obedient daughter in front of her father George, inquires with concern upon seeing May being supported by Rhea and the others. "Hey Ben, do you need my assistance?" George promptly chimes in, a friend of Ben's, eager to see if he can offer any help. "Not at all, not at all." May waves her hands, eager to convey that she is fine as her entourage seems to be growing larger. "Thank you ever so much." Much to everyone's surprise, Lua unexpectedly agreed. Observing his son's reckless demeanor, Ben expressed his discontent, stating, "Son, I believe I have taught you not to trouble others lightly, especially when you are capable of handling things within your own means." The immense strength and invulnerability Lua possessed were merely trivial abilities. In Hell's Kitchen, the revered countryman commanded respect, a guardian of Peace Street and a nightmare for gang members. Despite Lua's accomplishments, he remained subject to his father's admonitions. Nevertheless, Lua harbored a sense of indignation, finding joy in the moment. The charm of humanity lies in such contradictions. "Dad, I believe we truly need Uncle George's assistance to disperse the crowd ahead. It's for Mom, I senti it?" Lua blinked, revealing a side that starkly contrasted with his usual cold demeanor in Hell's Kitchen. If the residents of Peace Street were to discover that the countryman they idolized was, in fact, a dutiful son before his parent, it might shatter their image. Ben, observing the throng of students and parents, had to concede that Lua was indeed more thoughtful than he had initially considered. "Thank you for your help, George." George chuckled, noting that opportunities to assist kind-hearted Ben were rare. His remark indicated that Ben was a person of great responsibility and justice, always ready to lend a hand to those in need. This was also the reason George maintained his composure when he heard his daughter mention her nightly rendezvous with Lua. He was willing to believe that children raised under Ben's guidance would not engage in any impropriety. Otherwise, had it been a boy from another family, he might have approached the parents for a serious discussion. At the podium, the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, maneuvered his flying contraption, landing before Principal Morita. He let out a chilling laugh from his throat, greeting, "Good day, Principal." Morita, puzzled, gazed at the Green Goblin and inquired, "Do we know each other?" Chapter 37. The Overpowered Green Goblin. In truth, Morita was acquainted with Norman Osborn. As the head of the institution, he had met numerous business moguls and officials in New York. Being the owner of the Osborn Corporation, Norman was certainly known to him. However, at this moment, Norman Osborn was under the thrall of the Green Goblin. His voice was hoarse and sinister. Not even Morita, nor his son Harry, would recognize him. In response to Morita's question, the Green Goblin offered no explanation, instead seizing his collar and yanking him upward. "Oh my God!" A collective gasp echoed across the playground. What did they witness? The principal of Midtown High had been hoisted into the air by the very man who had just been on the flying device. This was no harmless prank. The height from the ground was perilous. A fall from such heights would surely result in death or severe injury. Maintaining a facade of calm, Morita inquired coolly, "Speak, what is it that you desire?" He prided himself on his dedication to his work and believed he had not engaged in any significant conflicts with others. Thus, he was convinced the Green Goblin must have come with a request. Hee. The Green Goblin unleashed another shrill laugh before continuing, "Mr. Morita, I indeed require your assistance." Morita felt assured that as long as there was a request, a resolution was possible. However, the Green Goblin's subsequent statement made his heart race. "I need you to disappear. That would be the greatest assistance to me. I trust Mr. Morita would not refuse this small favor." With that, the Green Goblin erupted into maniacal laughter. Two pumpkin-shaped projectiles were ejected from the sides of the flying device, landing in the Green Goblin's hands. Morita, eyeing the two glowing green spheres, shouted, "What are you planning to do?" The pumpkin bombs, the Green Goblin's signature weapon, were not ordinary explosives. Their complex composition was derived from the latest advancements researched by the Osborn Corporation. Their explosive power was so formidable that they could severely injure Spider-Man and Venom. The Green Goblin continued to cackle. "What do you think I'm going to do? Just watch." As he aimed the bombs toward the playground, he hesitated upon spotting his son Harry and the promising youth Peter. After all, Norman Osborn had only recently begun using the enhancement serum. The Green Goblin's persona had not yet fully formed. Thus, after a brief internal struggle, he refrained from recklessly hurling the pumpkin bombs into the crowd. Instead, he chose an empty area and forcefully tossed them aside. Boom, boom. The deafening sound of explosions erupted. At the moment the pumpkin bombs detonated, surrounding trees were shattered into fragments. Instantly, chaos erupted across the playground. Countless screams and cries reverberated throughout the area. "I must stop him." This thought simultaneously flashed through Peter and Gwen's minds. They say Spider-Man is fated to be a hero. Peter and Gwen seemed to embody this notion, committed to delivering justice. Peter glanced at his terrified Aunt May and gently pushed aside a reckless youth who had collided with him. Then, his gaze fell upon his respected principal, who was currently struggling in the Green Goblin's grasp. Ultimately, Peter made his decision. "Uncle Ben, my stomach hurts. I need to take care of something." With that, Peter dashed away towards an unoccupied area. Ben Parker rubbed his eyes in disbelief, watching his nephew sprint away. At a time like this, he has a stomachache? He pondered, bemused. In that direction isn't, even towards the restroom. May, anxiously observing Peter's retreating figure, turned to Lua and said, "Good boy. Please keep an eye on your brother. Make sure he doesn't wander off." May harbored no doubts about the validity of Peter's excuse. Her concern was solely for her nephew's safety amidst the chaos. "Understood, Mom. I'll escort you to the side," Lua reassured her, completely unconcerned for his brother Peter. Theoretically, Peter and the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, exhibited similar physical prowess, both being enhanced physically. The distinction lay in the fact that Peter's spider strength would grow stronger over time, while the Green Goblin's power had already become relatively fixed due to the injection of enhancement serums. Moreover, Lua had just noticed that Gwen had also taken the opportunity to slip away. With the presence of two Spider-Men, barring unforeseen circumstances, the Green Goblin was unlikely to pose a significant threat. After ensuring his parents were safe from the playground, Lua relayed instructions to his father before charging back toward the chaos. "Son," Ben called out to Lua. Hesitating for a moment, he added, "Be cautious." Though he did not entirely agree with Lua's decision to return to the playground, he could not prevent it, especially with his nephew Peter inside. If only he were 10 years younger, he would never allow his son to take such risks. Unfortunately, time is relentless, and he no longer had the strength to traverse the entire playground in search of his nephew Peter. At the rear mountain of the school, amidst the chaos, the Green Goblin whisked Principal Morita away, intent on returning to one of his hideouts. The rationale behind abducting Morita was simple. The Green Goblin aimed to sow discord in New York City. He had meticulously devised a plan. Once Morita was securely hidden, he would proceed to detonate a military base. By executing this dual strategy, he hoped to buy time for his Osborn Corporation to breathe and set the stage for his subsequent schemes. However, this was the Green Goblin's inaugural experience piloting a flying apparatus, and he was not particularly adept at it. Just as he soared over the school's rear hillside, two figures, one clad in red and the other in white, descended from the heavens, blocking his path. "Spider-Man and Spider-Woman? What brings you to this place instead of engaging in your neighborly games?" The Green Goblin felt a surge of irritation. His disdain for Spider-Man was palpable. The hero's virtuous nature pierced Norman Osborn's heart, igniting a desire to break free from the Green Goblin's grasp. Yet, after several shifts in expression, Norman Osborn found himself unsuccessful in his endeavor. This was hardly surprising. The Green Goblin's emergence was a serendipitous occurrence, birthed from a human enhancement serum. However, it did not materialize from nothingness. The Green Goblin was the shadowy side of Norman Osborn, an entity that had always existed within him. Thus, how could Norman Osborn possibly extricate himself from his own being? Peter cast a glance at Spider-Woman beside him, still oblivious to the fact that the figure beneath the white suit was his brother's girlfriend, Gwen. This marked the first collaboration between the two spider heroes. Gwen nodded towards Peter, aware of his identity as Spider-Man, an inference that was hardly challenging. In the next instant, dual strands of webbing shot towards the Green Goblin. ensnaring him in a robust net. Both Gwen and Peter, concealed within their suits, exchanged delighted glances, surprised by the ease of their initial success. However, their smiles were short-lived. The Green Goblin emitted a chilling laugh and unleashed his strength. Bang, bang, bang. The resilient webbing snapped with a sound reminiscent of popping corn. It appeared that there had been a miscalculation on the part of the duo. Given that both Peter and Gwen had simultaneously become spider heroes in this world, it was entirely plausible that the Green Goblin differed from his original portrayal. Chapter 38, Justice. In the film, the Green Goblin's physical form was significantly augmented through the consumption of the enhancement serum. Nevertheless, the extent of this enhancement was limited, falling short of 8 times that of a typical human. Yet, the Green Goblin confronting Peter and Gwen possessed a physique that far surpassed mere augmentation. Peter wiped away non-existent beads of cold sweat from his forehead, his right arm trembling slightly. Just moments ago, in a contest of strength with the Green Goblin, he had clearly been at a disadvantage. This was inconceivable. Peter could not comprehend why this was the case. Over the past few months, his strength had been on an upward trajectory. Just days ago, he had utilized his webbing to halt a medium-sized truck weighing approximately 10 tons to save someone. Gwen, however, was the first to regain her composure. Her agility was notably superior, and in terms of strength, she was significantly weaker than Peter. His strength far exceeds ours. Do not engage him in a battle of might, she exclaimed. Following her words, Gwen activated her web shooters, directing webbing towards the Green Goblin's legs. Unlike Peter, Gwen had not developed the organic web shooting ability. Thus, her web shooters were of her own creation. Upon hearing Gwen's warning, Peter swiftly fired another strand of webbing from his wrist. Observing the web approaching his legs, the Green Goblin remained unperturbed beneath his mask. How absurd. He first utilized Morita as a shield to deflect Gwen's webbing. Then, the Green Goblin produced 2 green-patterned throwing knives from his waist. With a swift motion, Peter's webbing was severed by the knives with a resounding slice. Spider-Man, Spider-Woman. The Green Goblin taunted, addressing them by their aliases. Do you find this child's play of justice amusing? Upholding righteousness? Then tell me, is this individual in my grasp a paragon of virtue? As he spoke, the Green Goblin raised Principal Morita, a sinister grin plastered across his face. He has done so much for us. Of course, he embodies justice. Peter retorted impulsively. To him, Principal Morita was an exceptional leader, dedicated to the betterment of the school and the welfare of its students. However, the Green Goblin regarded Peter with a penetrating gaze, keenly aware of the inconsistency in his words. Who refers to Morita as principal? And who uses we? So, this Spider-Man is a student of Midtown High? Perhaps even a recent graduate. The Green Goblin's expression morphed into one of twisted delight. This was an unexpected boon for him. Establishing his commercial empire and venturing into politics was thwarted only by the recently ascendant Spider-Man and Spider-Woman, self-proclaimed champions of justice. They had been tirelessly combating crime throughout New York. Now that he identified Spider-Man as a Midtown High student, it was highly likely that Spider-Woman was also a graduate of the same institution. This narrowed the search significantly, making it easier to trace their identities. With this thought, the Green Goblin turned his gaze back to Morita. Ah, esteemed Principal Morita, do you believe you are just? Morita remained silent, scrutinizing the Green Goblin's mask as though attempting to see through to his true identity. The world of adults rarely allows for a simplistic dichotomy of good and evil. The term justice is too noble. Morita would hardly label himself as such, despite his belief that he had performed admirably in his role as principal. Ascending to that position inherently involved political maneuvering. Ha! The Green Goblin laughed heartily at Morita's silence, fixing his gaze on Peter. Look, even he does not perceive himself as just. If you seek to save such a man, can your actions truly be termed righteous? Is this even a just endeavor? At this moment, the Green Goblin distorted the very definition of righteous actions, leaving Peter at a loss for how to counter. He had always believed his actions to be correct, earning him the title of a good neighbor. Yet, in the face of someone devoid of justice, was it truly right to rescue him? For a moment, Peter's face contorted beneath his spider suit. Humph, distorting the truth. Gwen scoffed. If we were to accept the Green Goblin's logic, then the majority of people in this world could not be classified as just. Does that mean he can simply seize or kill whomever he pleases? Unlike Peter, Gwen was not as slow-witted. She chose to disregard the Green Goblin's fallacies, refusing to engage in a debate with him. Heh! The Green Goblin sneered once more, glancing towards the distance where several police cars were rapidly approaching. Though it appeared that Spider-Man had been momentarily swayed by his words, Spider-Woman remained resolute. The Green Goblin decided it was time to depart. Spider-Man, ponder this carefully as you return. If you believe my words to be true, feel free to join me at any moment. He could sense that the male Spider-Man was rather easy to deceive. For the Green Goblin, although a solitary Spider-Man may not measure up to his power, he nonetheless represents a formidable force. If he could persuade him to join his ranks, it would undoubtedly be a boon for himself. Peter, do not heed his nonsensical claims. Gwen shouted, observing Peter deep in thought. At this moment, Peter found himself engulfed in confusion. Having not experienced the death of Uncle Ben as depicted in the original narrative, he had yet to solidify the belief that with great power comes great responsibility. From the perspective of an ordinary person, some might argue that such a notion is a form of moral coercion. Yet, this is precisely what distinguishes Peter. Without this conviction, he would cease to be the Spider-Man we know. Gwen, watching Peter's inner turmoil, felt a surge of anxiety. The two of them had been unable to restrain each other earlier. If Peter refrained from taking action, it would be even less likely for her to detain him. With this thought, Gwen felt a pang of frustration. Why, despite coming from the same family, did the brothers exhibit such stark differences in character? The Green Goblin turned to Gwen, exclaiming triumphantly, "We shall meet again, Spider-Woman." With that, he piloted his craft, ascending into the sky with Morita in tow. With a swift motion, Gwen's web shooter unleashed a barrage of webs towards the Green Goblin. However, due to the rapid movement of the flying device and Gwen's urgency, her webs failed to ensnare him before he vanished into the heavens. "Where do you intend to go?" At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from behind the Green Goblin. Yet, they were at an altitude of 100 meters. Instantly, beads of cold sweat formed on the Green Goblin's forehead beneath his mask. Chapter 39, No Place to Escape. At this juncture, Morita had succumbed to unconsciousness under the Green Goblin's assault. The Green Goblin slowly turned his head to see an exceedingly youthful and familiar face. "Rhea?" he called out, recognizing the name. His admiration for Peter, the prodigious youth, had led him to learn about Peter's family, including his brother, Rua Parker. Yet, why did it seem that Rhea was flying without any apparent aid? After all, they were at an altitude of 100 meters. "I ask again," Rhea reiterated, "Mr. Green Goblin, where do you intend to take the principal?" After ensuring the safety of his parents, Ben and May, he had immediately used his enhanced vision to locate the fleeing Green Goblin. He then took off at high speed to intercept him. Gazing at the wicked visage of the Green Goblin, Rhea felt a stir of emotion. Norman Osborn could be considered a tragic figure. His nature was a dichotomy of good and evil. Had it not been for the immature version of the human enhancement serum, the Green Goblin persona might never have manifested. After all, Norman Osborn initially showed remarkable care for Peter. Yet, such reflections held no significance now. The Green Goblin's persona had emerged, and Rhea coldly regarded that mask. Under Rhea's intense scrutiny, the Green Goblin spoke. "Who are you?" He certainly recognized Rhea, but how could a human possibly fly? This was fundamentally unscientific. Norman Osborn was dedicated to scientific research, and the existence of a flying Rhea shattered his worldview. If superhumans truly existed, what did that render his endeavors? A farce? Rhea, indifferent to his feelings, did not answer the question but rather stated flatly, "I offer you one chance. Release Principal Morita, and I shall spare your life." Such audacity made the Green Goblin's gaze flicker. Being the malevolent persona of Norman Osborn, how could he be easily intimidated? Suppressing his surprise, the Green Goblin scoffed, "Very well. I shall release him." With that, he loosened his grip, carelessly tossing Morita from the 100-meter height. Given Morita's mortal form, should Rhea choose to ignore him, he would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate upon impact. "Everyone wishes to play the hero, do they?" The Green Goblin sneered. "Let's see if you choose to save him or to apprehend me." 100 meters may not seem excessively long, yet it felt fleeting. At this moment, Principal Morita was nearing the ground. Rhea observed keenly, aware that although Peter and Gwen were desperately attempting to catch Morita with their webs, they would not arrive in time. With a scoff, Rhea suddenly veered downward. Boom! A tremendous sonic boom erupted. Just before Morita could hit the ground, Rhea successfully caught him. As Peter and Gwen arrived just in time, Rhea tossed Morita towards Peter. "Take him back." Peter, momentarily stunned as he caught the principal, stammered, "Oh, okay, you." He had a multitude of questions for his brother. How he had saved the principal from the Green Goblin, why he could fly. Yet, recalling that he too had concealed his identity as Spider-Man, he hesitated on how to broach the subject. Of course, Peter presumed that no one knew of his Spider-Man identity, but that was merely his own misconception. At the very least, Gwen had effortlessly discerned his secret, not to mention Rhea, who had witnessed him being bitten by the fateful spider. Gwen gazed at Rhea, who had generated a sonic boom in flight, her heart racing. After some time apart, he had grown even stronger. Rua disregarded their internal musings and turned his attention back to the Green Goblin. At that moment, the Green Goblin believed he had evaded Rua, cranking up the power of his flight apparatus to its maximum in an attempt to escape. Rua remained silent, but within his eyes, immense energy began to coalesce. Zzz, zzz, zzz. The air temperature surged as the energy converged within Rua's gaze. The next instant, two beams of crimson light shot forth. In the blink of an eye, the distance of a kilometer was traversed. Just as the Green Goblin reveled in his perceived escape, the twin rays swept upward from below. What in the world? Feeling an intense danger from behind, the Green Goblin roared in fury. Bang! Due to the considerable distance, the power of the laser beams was somewhat diminished. Yet they successfully severed a significant portion of the flying apparatus's thrusters. Instantly, the Green Goblin stumbled on his craft, careening toward the ground, only stabilizing himself a mere 10 meters from the earth. However, in that brief span of less than 2 seconds, Rua was already closing in on him. Uncertain of what fate awaited him if captured, he could only assume it would not be pleasant. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his left leg. Looking down, he saw that the Green Goblin's suit had charred to cinders, revealing his severely burned left leg beneath. You shall not escape, the Green Goblin bellowed, a frenzied glint in his eyes. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of pumpkin bombs from his suit. Go! Dozens of pumpkin bombs scattered forth, with a towering office building directly ahead of them. Stop! With a swift deployment of webbing, Peter shouted loudly as he rushed towards the scene. Together with Gwen, they continuously fired strands of web in an attempt to intercept the threat. Alas, the distance was simply too great. Most of their webs fell short, managing to intercept only 2 or 3 pumpkin bombs. Help them, brother. In his desperation, Peter called out to his brother, Leah. At that moment, he could hardly concern himself with such formalities. Observing the Green Goblin, who was awkwardly flying away, leaning on his left leg, Leah let out a soft chuckle. With a powerful push from his legs, he launched himself skyward. The ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web under the force of his takeoff. Boom, 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 boom. In Peter's horrified gaze, Leah shielded himself with his very flesh, braving the onslaught of all the pumpkin bombs. Brother! Peter's heart seemed to skip a beat. The ferocity of the explosions left him incredulous, wondering how his brother could withstand such impact. Beside him, Gwen maintained a calm demeanor. She was well aware of Leah's formidable physical prowess, capable of withstanding gunfire. Moreover, Leah never undertook ventures without certainty, so it was highly probable that these bombs would be ineffective against him. Indeed, as the smoke cleared, Leah appeared unscathed in midair, perhaps the only casualty being his attire. At that moment, Leah's mind was consumed by a singular thought. If only he possessed the legendary biofield. Watching the Green Goblin retreat into the distance, he shook his head. Tonight's gathering at Norman Osborn's home had become increasingly anticipated. Could he truly escape? Chapter 40. The Green Goblin's Family Feast. Inside the house, in the study's secret chamber, the narrowly escaped Green Goblin reclined in a chair. He removed his mask, revealing Norman Osborn's face, pallid from blood loss. With a click, as the Green Goblin's mask was placed on the shelf, his persona receded into the recesses of Norman's mind. At this moment, having recently injected the human enhancement serum, Norman could still maintain control over the Green Goblin's persona. A groan of agony escaped him as he glanced at his left leg. Beneath the tattered Green Goblin suit lay charred flesh. Had it not been for the kilometer distance, and the fact that the flying vehicle had absorbed the brunt of the damage, he might have permanently lost that leg today. A flicker of fear crossed Norman's eyes as he recalled the 2 laser beams that Leah had unleashed, spanning over a kilometer, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. He had initially thought Spider-Man and Spider-Woman were the obstacles in his path, but now it seemed that the lad named Rua Parker was the true threat. Thankfully, he remained unaware of my identity. Norman Osborn smugly mused. Due to tonight's invitation to Peter's family and Mary Jane, Leah would undoubtedly be present. Contemplating this, Norman hastily attended to his leg injury. Leah, how do you think my outfit looks? Your father won't dislike me, will he? At the entrance, Harry Osborn accompanied his girlfriend, Mary Jane, while Leah and Peter followed closely behind. Observing Mary Jane's anxious demeanor as she prepared to meet the parents, and glancing at his brother's disheartened expression, Leah shook his head impassively. He felt somewhat bemused. Perhaps the allure of a first love truly held a formidable power over youth. However, now that Peter had become Spider-Man, did he truly need to be so enamored with romantic feelings? Moreover, while Peter was indeed hesitant in matters of the heart, Leah felt that Mary Jane hardly qualified as an innocent girl, considering her 2 boyfriends. The first was the school bully, Thompson. She had seemingly pursued this relationship to integrate into the majority and avoid ostracism. And as for her second boyfriend, Harry, Leah had every reason to believe that Mary Jane was well aware of the close friendship between Peter and Harry, and she must have noticed Peter's interest in her. Of course, there was nothing inherently wrong with admiring strength. But seeing his brother so infatuated with a girl who did not seem a suitable match left Leah feeling somewhat uneasy. In the original narrative, Mary Jane fell for Spider-Man while still being Harry's girlfriend, completely oblivious to the fact that Spider-Man's true identity was Peter. It was all about who was stronger. Why am I overthinking this? Leah muttered, dismissing such bothersome thoughts. He lifted his gaze as the door to Harry's home swung open, revealing none other than Norman Osborn himself. Leah noted that Norman's gait was perfectly normal, showing no signs of the severe injury to his left leg. Using his powers of X-ray vision, Leah concentrated, and Norman's slacks vanished from his sight. Of course, Leah was not a pervert. He had barely utilized his X-ray vision since unlocking the ability. And now it was fortuitously applied to Norman's injured leg. Through his enhanced vision, he saw that the charred remnants of flesh on Norman's left leg had entirely disappeared, resembling something violently severed by a blade. Fresh tissue, bound with copious bandages, revealed visible granulation at the wound site. The effects of the human enhancement serum were unexpectedly potent, bestowing Norman, an ordinary man, with such remarkable regenerative abilities. Yet, this kind of self-healing seemed not uncommon in the Marvel Universe. Leah's thoughts drifted inexplicably to Captain America, who had similarly acquired extraordinary physical prowess after being injected with the super soldier serum. At that moment, Norman's voice interrupted Leah's contemplation. "You're back." Norman gazed at his son, who was linking arms with Mary Jane, a flicker of barely perceptible displeasure crossing his features. He then warmly turned to Peter, embracing him gently. "Hi, Peter. How was the graduation ceremony today?" Harry watched his father's affectionate demeanor towards Peter with a resigned sigh, turning to glance at his girlfriend, Mary Jane. Should an outsider observe, they would surely conclude that Peter was Norman's true son, while Harry was merely adopted. For Norman was exceedingly warm and caring towards Peter, always inquiring about his well-being at every encounter. In response to Norman's warmth, Peter respectfully replied, "Uncle Norman, there was a bit of an incident at today's graduation ceremony. You can read about it in the news." He provided a brief explanation. Subsequently, Norman turned his attention to Leah, the young man who had thwarted his plans and inflicted injury upon him. Gazing at Leah's towering physique, Norman's face broke into a smile strikingly similar to the one he wore for Peter. "Leah, I've heard about you from Harry. So, your parents aren't here today?" Norman's tone remained affable, akin to a caring elder inquiring about a younger relative's well-being. Had Leah not been aware of his true identity, he would have been entirely deceived by his performance. Lure let out a light chuckle, thinking that since there was still plenty of time left in the evening, he might as well indulge in some playful banter. Earlier today at the graduation ceremony, an incident had occurred. His mother had been somewhat shaken and was resting at home while his father stayed by her side. Well, as long as she was all right, that was what mattered. Norman nodded slightly, then turned to lead everyone inside. In that fleeting moment, as he turned his head, his brows twitched violently twice. Just when Lure had chuckled, he almost believed that the other had recognized him. "Father," Harry spoke up. He stepped forward, linking arms with Mary Jane, and said, "This is Mary Jane." After that, he fixed his gaze intently on his father. Mary Jane had intended to make a good impression on Norman, yet she found herself stammering her first words, "Hello, Uncle." Only now, overwhelmed by Norman's commanding presence in the face of ordinary folk, Norman had initially planned to ignore Mary Jane, but since his son had already introduced her and she had greeted him, he could only nod in acknowledgement. "Come in, don't just stand at the door." As he observed Mary Jane's vibrant red hair, her crimson attire, and the somewhat timid demeanor with which she had greeted him, Norman felt a growing discomfort. In truth, contrary to Harry's belief that his father was excessively aloof, Norman cared deeply for his son. It was merely his stringent expectations and inability to express himself that had created this awkward dynamic between them. At that moment, Mary Jane, perceiving Norman's indifferent attitude towards her, felt an even greater sense of unease. Chapter 41. Who do you wish to confront? Speak. Clatter, clatter. The sound of cutlery clashing against plates resonated around the dining table. Harry, Mary Jane, and Peter all turned their attention to the source of the noise, Lure. Only Norman refrained from casting his gaze that way. He was preoccupied with his own guilt, avoiding Lure's eyes, fearful of the implications. Lure was currently engrossed in tackling a sizable piece of steak on his plate. Although he couldn't discern the quality of the steak, it certainly tasted delightful. He was unconcerned about his somewhat unrefined manner of eating. He was living quite freely. Harry watched Lure with a hint of envy. If he dared to make such raucous sounds while eating, his father would surely chastise him. Yet, to maintain absolute silence at the dinner table seemed to sap all enjoyment from the meal, akin to a mere machine being oiled. Beside Harry, Mary Jane also felt a pang of envy. She too was not well versed in the intricacies of dining etiquette. During her time as Thompson's girlfriend, she had dined at some upscale restaurants, but Thompson himself was rather uncouth, indifferent to dining manners. As for her own upbringing, she preferred not to dwell on it. Any day free from being berated by her drunken father was a blessing. Thus, as she ate, she endeavored to make as little noise as possible and consumed only a small portion. Mary Jane thought that perhaps this would prevent her from appearing timid in front of Harry's father. She could sense Harry's father's dissatisfaction with her. Mary Jane struggled to comprehend why Harry's father could treat Peter and Lure, both hailing from similar humble backgrounds, with warmth and even enthusiasm, yet remained cold towards her. This was, in fact, quite natural. The stark difference between Mary Jane and Peter was that the former was presently nothing more than a decorative vase, whereas Peter was a true prodigy. As a billionaire capitalist, Norman was understandably displeased with his son's choice of a partner who contributed nothing to his ambitions. Peter, in contrast, impressed Norman with his intellect and commendable character. As for Lure, his reasons were entirely distinct. However, despite Harry and Mary Jane's silence, and Norman's lack of reaction to Lure's eating habits, Peter hesitantly spoke up. He leaned slightly towards Lure and whispered, "Brother, we are guests in someone else's home." Lure chuckled softly. "Mr. Norman doesn't he mind, does he?" Lure's words held a deeper implication. Norman, feeling guilty, forced a smile and replied, "Ha, really? There are not so many rules about dining. They are merely dogmas established by so-called high society." His words felt somewhat insincere. Harry shot his father a bewildered glance. "You don't usually teach me that." Faced with his father treating Peter and Lure with more kindness than he did him, Harry fell into a state of melancholy. Lure smiled at Norman. "I apologize for the disturbance." Though he spoke those words, there was no trace of genuine apology on his face. "By the way," Lure suddenly interjected, "Mr. Norman, is your leg injured?" "What? Father, you're hurt." Harry was the first to speak, and despite their somewhat strained relationship, he inquired with genuine concern upon hearing of his father's injury. Norman felt a jolt of alarm, but maintained his composure, accustomed to his authoritative role. "There's nothing to worry about." Receiving this denial, Lure pressed on, "But I see what appears to be blood seeping from your left pant leg. Are you truly all right?" Norman quickly glanced down. Indeed, a small patch of dark liquid had begun to seep through the fabric near his calf. "Father, you really are injured." Listening to his son's concern and the gazes of Peter and Mary Jane upon him, Norman felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. Looking back at Lure, he found no other expression on his face, as if he were genuinely concerned about his injury. This relaxed Norman somewhat. "He should not have recognized me." Cough. "It's likely that I accidentally got it on me while cooking today. Thank you for your concern, Lure." Norman forced an explanation, then stood up. "You all continue eating. I'll go change my pants." With that, he strode away, his left leg moving as if nothing were amiss. "I see," Harry sighed in relief. Lure watched Norman's performance with keen interest. Utilizing his X-ray vision, he could see that the wound had reopened due to Norman's forceful stride. "I'll just step out to the restroom." Lure fabricated an excuse and also rose from the dining table. In the study, within the secret chamber, Norman slumped into a chair, gazing at the green goblin mask before him, panting heavily. He could scarcely fathom what would have transpired had Lure recognized him on the spot. Fortunately, judging by Lure's demeanor, he had likely not made the connection. Once his breathing steadied, Norman looked at the green goblin mask. At that moment, the mask seemed to twist and writhe, as if it had come to life. Of course, this was merely Norman's hallucination, a manifestation of his goblin persona emerging during his moment of mental relaxation. "Do you think you can evade me?" The goblin persona spoke. "As long as you aspire to fulfill those dreams, you must confront him. No, he is too formidable. We are utterly no match for him. That is your dilemma. If you relinquish complete control of your consciousness to me, I shall assist you in dealing with him." Within the confines of the small chamber, Norman's voice echoed incessantly. Strangely, it seemed as though he was embodying two distinct personas. Moreover, it appeared that the Green Goblin's persona had gained the upper hand. "Deal with him? Who is he?" Suddenly, a second voice emerged within the room. "Who?" The Green Goblin, having fully transitioned into his persona, turned sharply. There stood Leah, arms crossed, a bemused smile playing on his lips, directly behind him. "How did you get in here?" The Green Goblin's voice quivered slightly. He had previously boasted in front of Norman to assert dominance over the body. In truth, he lacked the confidence to confront Leah. "I demand to know." Leah's smile vanished. Who do you intend to eliminate? Look at me and repeat that. Speak. As he spoke, a surge of energy began to coalesce in Lua's piercing eyes. Two blinding beams of red light flared forth, poised to strike. Eye clang. The Green Goblin recoiled in terror, staggering backward. What an overwhelming force. He finally comprehended why the opponent's laser beams could traverse 1,000 meters and still inflict grave injury upon him. I have no intention of eliminating anyone. Confronted with an immense threat to his existence, the Green Goblin capitulated. Chapter 42. The Green Goblin's Surrender, the Birth of Parker Industries. Although the Green Goblin represents Norman Osborn's malevolent persona, this does not imply he is fearless. On the contrary, the Green Goblin embodies Osborn's darkest traits and is exceedingly self-serving. Consequently, he is also profoundly afraid of death. Within his mind, Norman's persona gazed incredulously at the Green Goblin's persona. So, you were so brash earlier. Only to cower in front of the rightful owner. However, the Green Goblin paid no heed to Norman's thoughts. In the brief span of mere seconds, he had come to a resolution. With someone like Lua present, he knew he could never dominate New York City on his own. Hence, it would be wiser to simply submit. Once the thought of surrender crossed his mind, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over him. To Norman's astonishment, the Green Goblin unhesitatingly weakened, kneeling before Lua. Thud. His knee struck the ground with a sharp sound. To have commandeered my body only to kneel before another. Are you even human? Norman's persona protested silently within his mind. Observing the Green Goblin so readily beg for mercy, Lua felt a twinge of surprise. In the cinematic realm, the Green Goblin, when faced with Peter, would rather fight to the bitter end even in dire straits. How is it that he knelt so easily before me? He was unaware of the Green Goblin's psychological journey. When faced with an equally matched adversary, the Green Goblin would harbor hopes of survival. Yet against an opponent like Lua, whose strength transcended human comprehension, what was there to struggle against? The heat in Lua's eyes gradually dissipated, the red light extinguishing alongside it. As the ominous aura of death surrounding him faded, the Green Goblin breathed a sigh of profound relief. Nevertheless, Lua had no intention of letting him off so easily. I may spare your life. But what can you offer in exchange? What is termed an exchange is, in essence, a price for your life. Faced with Lua's ultimatum, the Green Goblin hesitated momentarily. As Lua's icy gaze hardened once more, the Green Goblin's heart raced in panic, and he hastily proclaimed, I am willing to offer the Osborn Corporation. Excellent. A satisfied smile finally graced Lua's cold visage. While money held little significance for him, the Osborn Corporation was no ordinary company. Its advancements in biotechnology were considerably ahead of its time. In the Marvel Universe, anything is possible. Lua was uncertain of the adversaries he would encounter in the future. Presently, he could manage with the capabilities of his homeland's people, but that could change. To illustrate, even a single Infinity Stone could annihilate the people of his homeland. It could be said that while they were invincible on Earth, they might falter beyond its confines. Lua was unsure whether he could acquire even more powerful templates after completely unlocking his homeland's template. He was also uncertain if he could obtain any other templates. Therefore, a biotechnological company like the Osborn Corporation held significance for Lua that could surpass even Stark Industries in the future. In the Marvel realm, while humanity may be feeble, their creativity knows no bounds. Figures like Captain America, Red Skull, and even the Green Goblin himself attained extraordinary powers through enhancement serums. Among them, the most renowned is undoubtedly the Sentinel, one of Earth's mightiest forces. The Sentinel is said to possess the power of 1,000,000 supernovae, its strength eventually reaching the level of a single universe. What does that imply? Even Thanos, when wielding all 5 Infinity Stones, momentarily possessed such cosmic-level power to execute that fateful snap. Yet the immense power of the Sentinel derives from a certain laboratory's serum. If memory serves correctly, Norman Osborn, or rather the Green Goblin, had connections with the Sentinel in later developments and even attempted to create Sentinel serums. At this moment, Lua was preparing for the future. Regardless of whether the system would grant him other templates, the Osborn Corporation remains a potential fallback. The Marvel Universe is notoriously convoluted, with innumerable parallel realities. Lua could not ascertain the precise circumstances of his current universe. Should he eventually acquire the power of the Sentinel, he would at least secure his standing as invincible within this universe. Observing the Green Goblin's respectful demeanor, Lua nodded. Remember what you have said to me today. The one thing I detest most is betrayal. If you ever betray me, ZZZT. The heat in Lua's eyes coalesced instantaneously, striking the Green Goblin's mask. Bang! Under Lua's precise control, the resilient Green Goblin mask disintegrated into nothingness under the laser beam. You would not wish for a fate akin to that mask. Gulp. The Green Goblin swallowed audibly, his expression growing increasingly respectful. Within his mind, a voice was vehemently protesting. That is my company. That is the culmination of my life's work. How dare you offer it to another without my consent? Sensing the Norman persona's exasperation, the Green Goblin responded with a nonchalant, since you are so resolute, then you can refuse him yourself. With that, before Norman could react, the Green Goblin abruptly relinquished control of the body. What? As Norman felt his body regain control, he was momentarily taken aback. Looking up, Lua's reminder echoed in his ears. Lua could also discern the shift in Norman. More precisely, Norman's eyes appeared clearer. Haha, Mr. Norman, do you have any questions? Lua smiled enigmatically at Norman. Ha ha ha. Norman forced a chuckle. I simply feel, Lua interjected before Norman could finish his thought. By the way, do not forget to have me sign the share transfer agreement for your holdings in Oscorp. At this juncture, although Oscorp was the object of envy for many, its shares remained firmly in the hands of Norman Osborn. Norman sought to make one final stand. Lua, may I address you as such? He believed himself to be the elder and wished to plead for leniency. You see, I am also a victim. The actions I took were not of my own volition, but rather under the control of the Green Goblin. Is that so? Lua replied noncommittally. He was certainly aware of Norman's manipulation by the Green Goblin, yet what of it? Are you suggesting that absolves you of blame? No matter how Norman reacted, Lua scoffed. Transferring all responsibility to the Green Goblin. Wasn't the Green Goblin born from you? A flicker of anger towards Norman lingered in Lua's heart. During today's graduation ceremony, his mother may have been startled by the Green Goblin's appearance. Thankfully, her health had not faltered. Otherwise, Norman would have had no opportunity to bargain with Lua here. He would have met his end long ago, courtesy of a laser beam. When one errs, one must take responsibility. Lua asserted solemnly. Unless you possess absolute power, you must be accountable for every decision you make. Chapter 43. The Disappearance of Gwen. I understand. Norman realized through Lua's words the magnitude of the trouble he had caused. Most importantly, having angered Lua, he must convey a sincere apology. Furthermore, Norman reflected, his Oscorp was precariously positioned under the scrutiny of various factions. If he allied himself with Lua, would not these troubles dissipate? With this thought, Norman felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Oftentimes, individuals remain unaware of their own resilience until they are compelled to confront it. Thus, Norman humbly bowed his head to Lua. I understand, boss. Well, Lua replied. There's no need to go to such lengths. From now on, focus on developing the enhancement serum. Norman, being a remarkably skilled biochemist, would be relieved of mundane worries. There was a genuine possibility that he could indeed create the Sentinel serum in the future. However, boss, there is something I must discuss with you. Norman swiftly adopted the role of a subordinate. What is it? Lua nodded for him to continue. It is this. A flicker of anger appeared in Norman's eyes. Recently, our corporation has attracted the covetous gaze of other external forces. I have found myself overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity, Norman intended to voice his grievances to Lua. Do you know who is instigating this? After a moment of contemplation, Norman replied, it is likely Kingpin from Hell's Kitchen. I have discovered that he has been quite active in both military and political circles in recent months. His interest in our corporation may stem from the human enhancement serum I developed. Although Lua regarded the current iteration of the serum as trivial for an ordinary individual, enhancing physical capabilities nearly eightfold was indeed remarkable. Particularly, once this serum reached maturity and could be mass-produced, it would represent a monumental advantage for any faction. However, the Marvel Universe is not akin to the ordinary world, even if one possesses the power to dominate Earth. What significance does that hold in the vast expanse of the universe? Regarding Oscorp's plight, Lua responded nonchalantly, all right, I understand. I will deal with Kingpin. It was no wonder that Kingpin, having claimed a substantial territory in Hell's Kitchen, had yet to confront him directly. It seemed he was preoccupied with plans to absorb Oscorp and penetrate military and political spheres. In the original narrative, Kingpin had controlled numerous officials, engaging in grade dealings with high-ranking authorities. One could only speculate how far Kingpin had progressed now. Nonetheless, these were minor issues. Any problem resolvable through force was not truly a problem. Days later, the Horn of Fate Daily. Shocking. A significant upheaval at Oscorp. Oscorp Industries officially renamed Parker Industries. As a local behemoth, second only to Stark Industries. The renaming of Oscorp Industries sparked immense discussion throughout New York and indeed across America. In a government office. What is happening? What is Norman up to? The renaming of Oscorp to Parker Industries was unequivocally clear in its implications. It signified that someone bearing the surname Parker had taken control of Norman Osborn's company. Yet this was precisely what left him bewildered. The overall valuation of Oscorp exceeded billions. How could such a colossal entity be relinquished so easily? Moreover, this was a company coveted by Kingpin in an underground boxing arena. So you mean to say, the Oscorp I have been tracking for months has now been claimed by someone else? Kingpin's voice was laced with murderous intent as he absorbed the news relayed over the phone. He had taken immense risks to orchestrate the pressure on the company from his allies within the military. Now, someone was telling him that the prize he had nearly grasped had slipped away? No way. Whoever you are, you will pay the price. Kingpin was truly enraged. He bellowed into the phone, by any means necessary, find out who has taken over Oscorp. Upon concluding his call, he forcefully smashed the device against the table. Boom. With Kingpin's immense strength, the phone and table were reduced to splinters. At home, the Rua family sat gathered around the table. This very morning, Ben Parker's son and nephew had both received their college acceptance letters. Ben harbored no concerns for his nephew Peter's future, as Peter had consistently demonstrated unparalleled academic aptitude from a young age. As anticipated, Peter produced his acceptance letter from Empire State University. In truth, Peter favored attending MIT. However, due to his identity as Spider-Man, he opted for the academically robust Empire State University, situated in New York. Ben then turned his expectant gaze towards Rua. Although his son's grades had never been stellar, Ben hoped Rua would also have a college to attend. Subsequently, Rua revealed his acceptance letter, also from Empire State University. My goodness, May exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at Rua. Son, you were accepted into Empire State University too. Realizing her words could be misinterpreted, May quickly apologized. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. You know that's not what I meant. Rua smiled and shook his head. It's all right, Mom. My academic performance is indeed lacking. However, given my robust physique, the school offered me special admission. This, of course, was merely a convenient excuse Rua had concocted. In truth, the reason why Empire State University extended an offer to Rua was solely due to his exceptional financial prowess. Nevertheless, both May and Ben were utterly convinced by this rationale. Nodding in agreement, Rua's physique was notably robust among the ordinary populace. In fact, numerous high school students are often admitted to prestigious universities upon graduation due to their extraordinary talent in football. To May and Ben, their son Rua epitomized this scenario, warranting his acceptance at Empire State University. Splendid, simply splendid. Ben Parker beamed with delight, nodding fervently. It seemed we had much to celebrate today. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang outside. I'll get the door, Peter volunteered, leaping to his feet. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Gwen's father, George. Hello, Uncle George. Peter greeted him politely, only to notice a look of urgency etched on George's face. Peter, is your brother home? Yes, Peter called out, turning his head. Rua? Uncle George is looking for you. Realizing it was an old friend visiting, Ben hastily urged Rua to rise. Quickly, go see what your Uncle George needs. Rua nodded and approached the door. What's the matter, Uncle George? Sensing George's anxious demeanor, Rua couldn't shake a foreboding feeling. Rua, have you seen Gwen? She hasn't returned home since last night, and I can't get in touch with her. Chapter 44, Destiny? Initially, George presumed Gwen had spent the night with Rua. After all, they had graduated, and it wouldn't be surprising for a boy and girl to share a moment together. However, when Gwen failed to return the entire night and no messages were forthcoming the following morning, George began to sense something amiss. Unbeknownst to him, his daughter, whom he considered merely to be going through a phase of teenage rebellion, was in fact the renowned Spider-Woman of New York City. George was a man who held rules in high regard. In the films, he initially harbored a disdain for Spider-Man, believing that while the hero fought crime, he was also egregiously undermining the law's existence, equating such actions with criminality. Upon hearing George's plea for help, the joy that had illuminated Ben's face vanished. While he offered comfort to the visibly distressed George, he turned to Rua and Peter, saying, Rua, Peter, don't just stand there. Let us go out and search together. Without needing further encouragement from his father, Rua was already determined to find Gwen. At this stage, equipped with her extraordinary spider powers, Gwen could be considered quite capable of self-preservation, even if not among the most formidable in New York City. Rest assured, Uncle George, I will definitely find Gwen. Rua assured George. George nodded, though his unease lingered. He worried that since the emergence of Spider-Man and Spider-Woman in New York, while the crime rate had significantly declined, high-tech and superpowered crimes had surged alarmingly. To put it simply, while the number of criminals had diminished, their potency had increased dramatically. The group stepped outside, having determined their search directions before parting ways. Ben, being the elder, accompanied George in his police car as they headed north. Peter dashed into an alley, swinging out as Spider-Man from the opposite side. Rhea, however, did not leave immediately. New York, while not overwhelmingly vast, was still substantial enough that George's visit indicated the police surveillance systems were unable to accurately locate Gwen. Taking a deep breath, Rhea focused his attention. Buzzing. A cacophony of sounds surged into Rhea's ears like a thunderous roar from all directions within a several-kilometer radius. Ugh! Rhea groaned, overwhelmed by the influx of information, his brain feeling as if it might explode. This was Rhea's first time employing his super hearing on such a grand scale. While the genetic template granted him extraordinary auditory capabilities, it did not endow him with a commensurately super intellect. Of course, Rhea's mind had undergone considerable enhancement, yet it still fell short of being termed super. Typically, Rhea would set specific keywords for his hearing, such as his name, his parents' names, and so forth. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After 5 seconds, Rhea deactivated his heightened hearing. Found it. At that moment, Rhea felt a trickle of blood from his nose, a sign of the strain he had exerted on his brain. Unperturbed, he wiped the blood away and squinted in a particular direction. It's this way. Boom. A sonic boom erupted as Rhea propelled himself into the air. At the AmeriCorps training camp, the once bustling grounds lay eerily deserted, with the new recruits vanished without a trace. Gwen crouched on the ground, panting heavily as she gazed at two figures, one clad in white and the other in dark green, 100 meters away, her eyes wide with shock. Since becoming Spider-Woman, Gwen had always been confident in her abilities. However, the figure in white possessed an extraordinary strength, nearly matching her own. Moreover, the individual wielded a staff capable of emitting lasers, which had shattered the web shooter on Gwen's left arm. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The real concern lay with the figure beside the white one, a man with dark green skin. He identified himself as Morlun and had come with the intent to kill her. Gwen was baffled as to what grievance he bore against her. But there was no denying the peculiarity of his power. Cough, cough, cough. A violent coughing fit erupted beside Gwen. She turned to see Thompson, gasping for breath. Can you hold on? I'm fine. Thompson wheezed, spitting out a bloodied tooth. After being thoroughly defeated by Rhea in Hell's Kitchen, he had come to terms with his place. Following the resolution of his inner turmoil, his spider powers had returned. Reflecting on his absurd high school years, Thompson had enlisted immediately upon graduation. With the dual powers of Venom, he had rapidly ascended from rookie to the star of the team in just a few days. That very morning, the camp commander had received orders to relocate the base. Thompson had returned to the camp to retrieve something he had forgotten, only to find Gwen being pursued by the two figures in white and dark green. Gurgle. The voice of Venom echoed in his mind. My energy is nearly depleted. The green figure was exceedingly bizarre. Whenever Gwen and Thompson drew near, their spider powers inexplicably waned. Thus, their endurance thus far had been largely sustained by Thompson's Venom strength. Hey, Morlun. The white figure spoke. What are we waiting for? Kim gazed at Morlun with a puzzled expression. This extraordinarily powerful being had inexplicably sought him out, proposing an alliance to eliminate Spider-Man. Although uncertain of Morlun's motives, Kim recognized that Spider-Man and Spider-Woman had indeed complicated his endeavors in New York City. Consequently, he readily acquiesced to Morlun's request. In that moment, Morlun stood motionless, neither advancing nor permitting Gwen and Thompson to depart. He awaited the arrival of the third Spider-Man. His destiny was to hunt down every Spider-Man across the multiverse. And in this universe known as Initiation, there existed 3 wielders of spider powers. The third one, you say? Gold was perplexed, pondering whether someone could truly find them in such a secluded location. Yes, of course. Morlun gazed into the vast emptiness ahead. Fate would orchestrate their encounter here, and then I shall hunt them down. Morlun's voice resonated with unwavering confidence. As the totemic killer among spider slayers, he possessed an undeniable ability to neutralize Spider-Man's powers with ease. This was the very reason he had traversed numerous universes, successfully hunting Spider-Man each time. As for the Spider-Man infused with Venom's powers, Morlun regarded him with disdain. He had journeyed through dozens of universes, encountering a myriad of Spider-Men, including the grotesquely hideous spider creature. Yet, the quarry that filled Morlun with pride was none other than the Hulk spider from the Green Gamma universe. Chapter 45. Not killing? Who says so? The Hulk spider is the Spider-Man of the Green Gamma universe. In this realm, Spider-Man was irradiated by gamma rays, transforming into the Hulk spider, also known as Green Gamma. Before the Hulk spider could fully mature, Morlun swiftly hunted him down and consumed him. Soon, sensing Peter's approach, Morlun felt a surge of excitement. After devouring all 3 Spider-Men of this universe, his power would ascend to the level of a demigod. According to the general categorization of power levels, they could be ranked from low to high as follows: ordinary beings, regular humans; super beings, Iron Man; planetary level, ultimate Venom; demigod level, Thanos; god level, dimensional lords, Old Odin; Mephisto; single universe level, super demigods, Sentinel King Thanos; multiverse level, creation god; super multiverse level, god of stories, Loki; omnipotent universe level, one above all. Although the demigod level may not hold much weight in the multiverse, within a single universe, it ranks among the most formidable. Even the mighty Thanos, prior to acquiring the Infinity Stones, was merely a demigod-level entity. Boom. A crimson figure swung down from the heavens, landing before Gwen and Thompson. "Hey, Gwen and Thompson?" Upon spotting Thompson beside Gwen, Peter felt a shiver run down his spine. Thompson. The shadows cast by their high school days lingered faintly in Peter's heart. Soon, after a brief explanation from Gwen, Peter regained his composure, understanding their current predicament. Haha, splendid. With all 3 Spider-Men finally assembled, Moreland could no longer contain his exhilaration. He stepped forward, leaping high into the air before landing before the trio. In the distance, Gold observed Moreland's silhouette with a complex gaze, remaining motionless. Step back. Aware of Gwen and Thompson's fatigue, Peter positioned himself protectively in front of them. Wait. Gwen attempted to warn Peter about the adversary's ability to neutralize spider powers. However, before she could utter the words, Peter's expression shifted, paling. "Why is my power gradually fading?" Gwen offered a wry smile, explaining, "This guy is peculiar. The closer we get to him, the weaker we become." "Peculiar?" Moreland chuckled, proclaiming, "This is fate. This is destiny. You are fated to perish at my hands." "Oh, destiny?" A discordant voice interjected, followed by a resounding boom. Luya hovered in midair, looking down at Moreland, whose demeanor screamed villainy. "What is fate? What is destiny? I assert that a villain like you is destined to meet your demise at my hands today. Would you not agree that this is indeed your destiny?" Moreland's countenance darkened as he regarded the youth floating before him. Enough with the theatrics. With that, Moreland summoned his full strength, his muscles bulging, nearly bursting the combat suit he wore. Raising his left hand in a knife-like fashion, he slashed downwards, startling Peter and the others. They could sense that even Moreland's sheer physical strength far surpassed theirs, bolstered by spider powers. TSK. Luya felt the intensity of Moreland's power, tilting his head slightly. Yet he neither dodged nor resisted. He merely observed Moreland with an indifferent expression. Clang. The collision of their physical forms resounded like metal striking metal. In the next moment, Moreland's pupils constricted, as if witnessing something utterly unfathomable. Crack, crack, crack. Before he could retract his arms, Luya seized them, the sound of grinding bones echoing as if they were on the verge of breaking. With all his strength dissipated, Moreland's legs buckled, and despite gritting his teeth and exhaling white vapor, he could not free himself from Liyua's grasp. Moreland strained to lift his gaze, meeting Liyua's nonchalant face. Before he could react, Luya yanked him closer, delivering a series of headbutts. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 strikes, Moreland's vision blurred into darkness. Though it may sound lengthy, this entire sequence of attacks transpired in an instant. The first to strike holds the advantage, while the last to strike faces calamity. One could assert that Moreland and Luya were both of planetary caliber. However, even among those of planetary strength, there exists disparity. Moreland was not particularly exceptional within that category, possessing absolute dominance only when confronting Spider-Man. Moreover, against Luya, he lost the initiative and had no chance of victory. Luya would not grant him another opportunity to target Gwen and Peter. Gripping Moreland's head, he pulled him close. "I told you, death is your destiny today." With that, 2 beams of crimson light coalesced, an immense heat radiating from Liyua's eyes. ZZZT. The laser beam shot forth, piercing through Moreland's eyes, obliterating his brain. Boom. The corpse crumpled to the ground, Moreland twitching even in death. In that moment of his demise, Peter and the others instantly felt the return of their powers. The oppressive sensation that had weighed upon their hearts vanished without a trace after Moreland fell. Astonishing. The trio was left utterly astounded. Even in sheer strength, Moreland had far surpassed them. Yet, he met such a sudden and abrupt end. Particularly Thompson, who had previously provoked Luya several times. In hindsight, it was fortunate that Luya had shown mercy. Knowing that the trio was safe, Luya turned away. Gulp. Gold's eyes flickered with evident panic. He could not fathom how events had unfolded in such a manner. That individual named Moreland appeared terrifyingly powerful, yet in the blink of an eye, he was vanquished by this countryman. Indeed, Gold was aware of Liu's appearance. However, he had not anticipated facing a countryman today. Fortunately, many of his subordinates remained nearby. At the command of Kingpin, a portion of his men encircled Liu, while another group positioned themselves around him. Liu found it somewhat amusing to regard Kingpin and greeted him. "Hello there, Kingpin. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." "No, I am far from well," Kingpin replied, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. "What's wrong?" Liu asked, surveying the multitude of Kingpin's henchmen surrounding him. "Do you believe they can restrain me? Or perhaps you think they can protect you?" Kingpin wiped his face and forced himself to regain composure, asserting, "I have hundreds of loyal men at my command. They are mere mortals. I cannot fathom that you would annihilate them all." Evidently, Kingpin had formulated this plan, having discerned the superhero's character and his reluctance to harm the innocent. He convinced himself that once he reached the city, no one would dare to lay a hand on him in broad daylight. "TSK," Liu chuckled, shaking his head. "Not kill? Who made such an assertion?" Chapter 46, Mephisto? Liu cast a sweeping glance, and all eyes were fixated upon him. Their expressions were utterly vacant, just as Kingpin had described. They were merely a cadre of death warriors. Upon hearing Liu's indifference towards the lives of his subordinates, Kingpin felt his options dwindle. If it had been someone like Peter, perhaps he might have spared him. However, Kingpin gravely misjudged Liu's nature, believing he would act like Peter or Gwen. In truth, Liu was genuinely unconcerned about the fate of these villains. Nonetheless, Kingpin was unwilling to surrender so easily, having dominated the underworld for so long. He was loath to meet his end here. Perhaps, after dealing with Mauron, Liu would be fatigued? Yes, that must be it. Mauron was exceptionally powerful. It was inconceivable that he would emerge entirely unscathed. Kingpin reassured himself, almost as if attempting to convince his own mind. He silently raised his cane to his chest, pressing both hands upon it. This was his final trump card. Should this fail, then? A fierce and resolute glint flashed in Kingpin's eyes. As long as he could survive, he would not hesitate to barter his very soul. As a trump card, Kingpin's cane was not merely ornamental. He had concealed within it laser pulses, sleeping gas, and electric shock devices. At a critical moment, the cane could serve as an unexpected ace up his sleeve. Kingpin believed his actions were discreet and natural, yet Liu had observed every subtle movement. Now, with a thunderous roar, Kingpin commanded, and the 100 death warriors surged towards Liu. Red light coalesced as a laser beam instantaneously shot forth, slicing through everything in its path. The resounding explosions of countless watermelons echoed. In that singular strike, all the death warriors perished, leaving not a single survivor. How amusing it is to threaten me with the lives of your own men. Kingpin's hands trembled slightly as he gripped the cane, feeling the cold sweat soaking his back. Yet, there was no turning back. Click. The button on the cane was pressed. Seizing the moment while Liu reveled in his triumph, Kingpin aimed a laser pulse directly at him. Die. Kingpin's mouth twisted into a grotesque snarl, his eyes wide with fury. His voice a guttural growl. Die, I command you. However, before the laser pulse could be unleashed, Kingpin was struck with terror as he realized that the Liu who had been hovering before him had vanished. In the blink of an eye, Kingpin's pupils dilated in shock. Liu now stood directly in front of him, the sonic boom of his movement finally resonating. Grasping Kingpin's cane with one hand, Liu arched an eyebrow. Your abilities may be lacking, yet you are quite adept at making wishes. For the moment, Liu did not harm Kingpin. He merely confiscated the cane. After inspecting it, he recognized that while its power was lethal to ordinary individuals, it was no more than a trivial nuisance to him now. With a firm grip, he exerted pressure. And effortlessly, Kingpin's treasured cane shattered into fragments. Thud. The sound of a heavy object meeting the ground was heard as Kingpin fell to his knees, still attempting a final struggle. Spare me. I am willing to offer you all my assets. Truly, my wealth is vast. I possess numerous weapon factories. I command thousands of men. Yes. Furthermore, I have politicians under my thumb. They can all be at your service. Faced with the specter of death, Kingpin laid bare his entire fortune. Generally, Liu would grant a chance to those who plead for mercy. In Hell's Kitchen, he had done just that. If someone sincerely sought forgiveness, he was willing to offer them a chance at life, for not all crimes were unforgivable. However, Kingpin was different. He had crossed Liu's line, family. Observing Kingpin's abject demeanor, Liu disinterestedly shook his head, unwilling to exchange another word. Buzz. Red light once again gathered in Liu's gaze. My lord, save me. Just before the laser beam was unleashed, an uncanny transformation occurred. With Kingpin's desperate cry, the surroundings began to shift ominously. Liu felt a chilling tremor coursing through his body, an inexplicable dread welling up within him. What is happening? This was an experience he had never encountered since unlocking the template of the people of his homeland. Meanwhile, Peter and his companions were in dire straits. At that moment, Peter and Gwen, relying solely on their spider powers, could no longer withstand the malevolence emanating from the void and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Thompson, in his symbiote state, fared little better. Although he remained conscious, his body was racked with convulsions. How is this possible? Such overwhelming power cannot exist on your Earth. The symbiote exclaimed in alarm. This force, I have only sensed it from my father. The symbiote's words caught Luya's attention. If he was not mistaken, the father to which the symbiote referred was the god of the symbiotes, Null, and the strength of the god of symbiotes was not inferior to that of a celestial being. If that were the case, how formidable must be the entity Kingpin called Master? Luya furrowed his brow, disregarding the strain on his mind, activating his supervision and super hearing to their fullest extent. However, after a few seconds of thorough scanning, Luya could not detect even a hint of the foe's presence. At that moment, Kingpin underwent a transformation. Luya observed a blaze of orange-red flames erupting from the void, instantly engulfing Kingpin. Kingpin's agonized screams echoed from within the flames. His flesh began to vanish, and an endless torrent of fire erupted from his very bones. Mephisto. Luya's expression darkened as he uttered this name. Kingpin's transformation was unmistakably that of one destined to become a ghost rider. It was evident that Mephisto sought out those with formidable powers, individuals who could serve his purposes, purchasing their souls. Kingpin's rise to such prominence indicated that his abilities were indeed formidable. Yet, bound by the frailty of his mortal form, he was destined to lack the capacity for resistance after becoming Mephisto's contractor. Who would have imagined that there were still mortals on Earth capable of recognizing me? In the air, flames coalesced into a figure draped in a long robe, its entire being suffused with a blood-red hue. The Lord of Hell, the Dark Lord. Satan, Mephisto bore many titles, each a testament to his formidable power. Beside him, Johnny Blaze, after selling his soul, had finally transformed into the Ghost Rider. At this moment, his eyes blazed with an inferno of fury. Even in the absence of eyeballs, one could feel the intense resentment emanating from him. Chapter 47. The Prophecy of the Ancient One. Damn it, you shall perish. Johnny Blaze roared frantically within. He had sacrificed so much to survive. By selling his soul, he had condemned himself to eternal servitude. However, Luya chose not to focus on him, instead contemplating Mephisto's ethereal form. Kid, let today's events conclude here. Strangely, Mephisto had positioned himself as a mediator between Luya and Blaze. Could it be that Mephisto favored peace? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Luya realized that perhaps, at this moment, the loquacious Mephisto was incapable of manifesting his true form on Earth. Indeed, as Luya suspected, in the Himalayas, a wisp of the primordial hellfire burned in the air, manifesting his own visage, the flames swirling around unaffected by the frigid air of the Himalayas. Before him stood a bald figure clad in a brown robe. Had Luya been present, he would have recognized this bald figure as the Ancient One. Supreme Sorcerer, do you intend to obstruct me from eliminating this mortal who seeks to harm my disciple? Mephisto's voice bore a grave weight. Although he was a lord of dimensions, the ruler of the hellish plane, his combat prowess was theoretically on par with that of the Ancient One. Yet, as a supreme mage, the Ancient One's power was perilously close to that of the celestial hierarchy. There were times when she could even reach that pinnacle. Thus, Mephisto lacked the courage to engage with her directly. He was even hesitant to raise his voice. Return to your hell. The Ancient One gazed at Mephisto with a cold demeanor, offering no explanation for her obstruction, as it was entirely unnecessary. In reality, the disparity in strength between her and Mephisto was far greater than he could fathom. Therefore, the Ancient One exuded a considerable confidence in the face of Mephisto. Though Mephisto harbored great resentment, he dared not defy her. As he departed, he left behind a few taunting words. Supreme Sorcerer, how long do you think you can endure? You may protect him for a time, but once you're gone, we'll see what becomes of him. Listening to the lingering echoes of his voice in the void, the Ancient One remained unfazed. She simply murmured, he is the sole hope of this world. A flicker of hope crossed her face. In the multiverse, countless universes existed, and daily, some met their demise. Without the presence of a savior, the obliteration of the cosmos would be inevitable. Kid, over here, Mephisto glared daggers at Luya, his voice laced with menace. If you dare lay a hand on him again, I will not spare you. Withdraw now, and today's affair will be forgotten. Though Johnny Blaze was merely a slave to Mephisto, he nonetheless represented a semblance of his dignity. However, The repeated threats from Mephisto revealed his bluster. A smirk crept onto Luya's lips, and in an instant, a beam of laser light shot forth. Forget about settling matters? Who would engage in such an agreement with you? Seeing Luya disregard him, an inferno of rage ignited within Mephisto. Yet, under the Ancient One's watchful gaze, he dared not manifest his true form in this realm. The scorching laser beam pierced through Johnny Blaze, engulfed in hellfire. Upon collision, both the laser and the hellfire erupted in a searing clash. Buzz. As it became evident that the laser could inflict no harm upon Blaze, Luya halted his onslaught of rays, cackling like metal scraping against metal. Blaze emitted a mocking sound from within his skeletal frame. Realizing that Luya's laser posed no threat to him, he felt exhilarated. At least the power he had traded his soul for proved reliable. Though Blaze could not articulate his thoughts at that moment, the flames of hell burned even brighter within his white bones. Simultaneously, he raised his arms and struck down towards Luya with all his might. With the strength of dozens of tons in his ordinary form, his current power was likely well over 100. Yet again, he had miscalculated. Luya's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic light. In truth, he was well aware of his own capabilities. With his current 95 unlock rate of the ancestral template, the laser, while formidable, was merely a convenience. As Blaze's bone fists descended with the force of a tempest, Luya remained unfazed. He raised both hands. Boom. A deafening impact reverberated. The collision unleashed a fierce gale between their hands. Ugh. Thompson, afflicted by toxins, contorted in pain, his ebony form nearly collapsing as he retreated into Thompson's body. This clash bore the weight of several hundred tons. Blaze stared in disbelief at Luya, whose expression remained relaxed, as the flames in his eye sockets flickered violently. How could this be? The power he had exchanged his soul for, over 100 tons of might, could be so effortlessly thwarted? Luya narrowed his eyes. He could sense that his own strength had reached levels in the thousands of tons, perhaps even higher. No longer indulging in banter, he cast one last glance at the fading figure of Mephisto. With a firm grip on Blaze's fists, Luya summoned his strength in his legs. Bang! The sound of an explosive shockwave erupted as Luya propelled Blaze skyward. In the air, Luya's fists rained down upon Blaze with relentless force. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed through the sky. Even those in distant New York City could faintly hear the rumbling in the heavens. Is it thundering? Time to bring in the laundry. With the might of thousands of tons crashing against Blaze, his body began to fracture before the incredulous gaze of his opponent. First, his arms shattered into powder, then his torso. Although his chest bones were denser, they too could not withstand Luya's might, splintering into countless shards. Finally, with Blaze's unwilling gaze fixed upon him, Luya aimed for his skull. Boom! Blaze fell. As for whether he could be resurrected, that lay in Mephisto's hands. However, given the significant loss of face Mephisto had suffered before the Ancient One today, it was unlikely he would revive Blaze. Humph! In the vastness of the void, a growl of fury dissipated into the ether. With Mephisto's departure, the inexplicable chill that enveloped the surroundings also faded away. What is happening? Upon awakening, Peter instantly surveyed his surroundings. Luoya, is something amiss? Gwen observed that Luoya's countenance appeared gravely troubled. You all should return for now. After issuing his instructions, Luoya soared into the sky once more, heading eastward. There, a bald figure emerged. Chapter 48. The completion of the Homeland Template. Thud. Luoya descended from the heavens. Before him sat a bald figure clad in a brown robe. Although the appearance differed slightly from that depicted in the films, Luoya nonetheless recognized that this bald individual was the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. Exquisite Ming Qian Longjing Tea, Ancient One remarked, pushing the teacup towards Luoya. In this moment, she did not embody the ethereal presence portrayed in the movies. On the contrary, her visage appeared quite aged, with skin lined by wrinkles and eyes devoid of luster. Each detail underscored that Ancient One was experiencing significant physical decline, an alarming state indeed. Luoya, maintaining composure, accepted the teacup from the planet's mightiest being. His understanding of tea was scant, whether in his past life or this one. Observing Luoya's impassive expression, Ancient One smiled gently. What is it? Does it not suit your palate? Her smile carried an air of peculiarity. Luoya felt as though every aspect of his being, including his soul, was laid bare before her gaze. However, he was no longer the ordinary individual he once was. The trials he faced over the past months had tempered his spirit. Meeting Ancient One's eyes, Luoya spoke softly. So, has the sorcerer come today to eliminate me, the outsider? He was certain that Ancient One had discerned his true identity. Regrettably, his current strength remained woefully inadequate. While his planetary-level prowess was formidable enough to withstand a nuclear strike in the vast cosmos, it appeared minuscule. However, to Luo Ya's inquiry, Ancient One merely shook her head. Why refer to yourself as an outsider? You have resided here for over a decade, have you not? Indeed. From Ancient One's words, Luo Ya felt further reassured that she had seen through his soul. Rather than continuing to discuss his identity, Ancient One shifted the topic. Are you aware that our world cannot exist much longer? What do you mean by cannot exist much longer? Are you suggesting that the apocalypse is imminent? In a sense, yes. To be precise, it is the end of the universe. Ancient One seemed to have pierced through Luo Ya's innermost thoughts. Could a bald man truly perceive what lay within one's heart? Such a notion was not mentioned in the original text, was it? Hearing Luo Ya unabashedly refer to him as bald, Ancient One's expression darkened. As the supreme sorcerer, she had never been described so directly before. Nevertheless, she restrained her emotions and continued, as someone from another realm, you must understand that parallel universes can interfere with one another. Luo Ya indeed possessed this knowledge. In the Marvel Universe, traversing parallel universes was not an uncommon occurrence. For instance, the recently vanquished Morlun, a totemic hunter, despite possessing only planetary-level strength, could traverse multiple parallel universes in pursuit of Spider-Man. The Marvel Universe, you say? Ancient One pondered. This was the first time she had heard the name of the universe she inhabited. Although she was a unique presence among cosmic-level entities, she did not possess the ability to break the fourth wall and could only make vague assumptions. Now, she had formally confirmed the existence of the fourth wall through Luo Ya's thoughts. In this world, Ancient One's aged appearance was linked to the Dark Dimension's ruler, Dormammu. Unlike the Ancient One of the cinematic universe, this version had absorbed excessive dark attributes, leading to her physical and spiritual forms becoming tainted by darkness, resulting in her extreme frailty. Yet, this also granted her unprecedented strength. Should she choose to embrace the darkness, Ancient One could unleash power surpassing even that of cosmic entities for a limited time. This was also the reason she could perceive Luo Ya's innermost thoughts. It was no wonder Mephisto dared not descend at her mere utterance. Observing Luo Ya lost in contemplation, Ancient One silently resolved herself. I have glimpsed the future of the universe's destruction. Her gaze fixed upon Luo Ya, her voice heavy with portent. I have calculated countless possibilities. Yet none offer salvation for our universe. Luo Ya pondered, you aren't about to suggest that I am some sort of savior, are you? Ancient One shook her head. I simply see a distinct possibility within you, though I cannot discern its nature. Yet, at the very least, it represents hope, does it not? Regarding Ancient One's high regard, Luo Ya felt somewhat noncommittal. If the universe were truly on the brink of annihilation, whether he could prevent it was another matter altogether. After all, relying solely on the power of the Homelander Template, he was hardly capable of averting universal destruction, let alone the obliteration of Earth. Moreover, his Homelander Template had yet to surpass the 100% threshold. Ancient One discerned Luo Ya's thoughts and replied, this is the reason I sought you today. Ugh. Luo Ya's brows twitched in irritation. It was profoundly unsettling to have one's thoughts so thoroughly exposed. Very well. If you wish for me not to pry into your thoughts, I shall refrain from doing so from this moment forth. A smile returned to Ancient One's aged face. I already sensed your concerns. As long as you promise to act when our universe faces annihilation, I can assist you now. Her primary apprehension lay in Luo Ya's character. She feared that, should circumstances worsen in the future, he might abandon this universe entirely. Indeed, if the end of the universe truly arrived and Luo Ya's strength proved inadequate, he might very well do just that. Leaving with his family, what concern was the universe's destruction to him? Recognizing this, Ancient One had sought a pledge from Luo Ya today. You are not worried I might renege on my promise after agreeing? No matter, do your best. Should the universe truly face destruction, there would be little recourse. Ancient One believed she had given her all for this universe. Ultimately, annihilation was the universe's destiny. Within destruction, she had fought for alternative possibilities. Upon hearing Ancient One's response, Luo Ya nodded. Very well. I can commit that if my strength is sufficient in the future, I will intervene when this universe is in peril. Receiving Luo Ya's affirmative answer, a glimmer of light sparkled in Ancient One's eyes as she pointed a finger at him. At her fingertip, a profound point of light materialized. Luo Ya felt a surge of energy coursing into his being. Homelander Template Unlock Progress increased by 5. Homelander Template Unlock Progress at 100. Homelander Template fully unlocked. Acquiring second template. The long-forgotten sound of the system prompt echoed once more. With the assistance of Ancient One, the dormant Kryptonian template of Luya remarkably surpassed the final unlocking threshold. Achieving 100%. Luya fixated on the system template, while Ancient One continued to infuse energy before him. Chapter 49. Unlocking the Superman Template. It was not long before the system's notification resounded again. Second template acquisition successful. Formally unlock the Superman Template, Steel Body. Superman Template unlock level 0. Superman Template, indeed. Rua reminisced about Superman from his memories. The prowess of Superman is categorized into stages. In his supreme form, the golden ultimate Superman, his power grows infinitely, even possessing the ability to transcend the fourth wall. One could assert that the golden ultimate Superman embodies limitless potential. Even an omnipotent, universe-level being cannot adequately describe his ultimate form. Of course, what Rua had unlocked at this moment was merely the initial template of Superman, the Steel Body. However, based on his recollections, Rua estimated that although Steel Superman predominantly dwelled on Earth, his power limit should reach levels akin to that of the Godfather or even the Super Godfather. Naturally, the films also depicted a normal Superman with the ability to reverse time. That was rather otherworldly. Rua was unsure whether Steel Superman could attain such a capability, but he suspected it was unlikely. After all, reversing time would entail confronting the karmic repercussions of altering causality. Such power to change fate could likely only be borne by the ultimate Superman. In the instant Rua acquired the Superman template, he sensed a new force awakening within him. Bathed in the warm sunlight, an irresistible urge to soar towards the sun surged within him. Rua understood that this impulse was likely due to his acquisition of Kryptonian blood. However, while Superman could augment his strength by absorbing yellow solar radiation, diving directly into a yellow sun before reaching a certain threshold would undoubtedly be a perilous endeavor. Superman had an advantage over Rua due to the creation codex. Yet, with the existence of the system, Rua too could become infinitely powerful. Moreover, in the Marvel Universe, there were no kryptonite. This indicated that Rua had no formidable foes in the early stages. As for the later stages of Silver Superman, he would hardly fear kryptonite. When Rua turned his gaze back to the other side of the table, the aging figure had vanished. Had she departed? Rua harbored a vague sense that Ancient One might have perished. At the very least, her physical form appeared to be in a state of death. In the void, witnessing Rua's sudden loss of power, Ancient One's phantom widened her eyes in disbelief. How could it be that after transferring the majority of her power to Rua, he had instead grown weaker? Then, in the midst of her astonishment, Rua suddenly reverted to his original state, embodying the full form of a Kryptonian. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Rua's aura shifted once more, seemingly transforming from a human into another race. However, this time Ancient One noticed that under the sunlight, a power within Rua was gradually augmenting. Furthermore, the potential of this newfound strength appeared to vastly surpass what Rua possessed previously. At this juncture, Ancient One sighed. I have done all I can. Regardless of the changes Rua was undergoing, she no longer had the capacity to alter them. To aid Rua, she had expended the vast majority of her magical energy. The remaining power was required to sever Dormammu's gaze. In essence, Ancient One could be deemed a corpse in the realm of reality. On Rua's end, he could distinctly feel his strength slowly escalating under the rays of the yellow sun. Perhaps it would not be long before the enhancements brought by the Superman template eclipsed those of the Kryptonian template. After all, even Steel Superman's peak power significantly surpassed that of a Kryptonian. Thus, augmenting the Kryptonian strength in the early stages might allow Rua to transcend the mere limits of Steel Body. However, a Kryptonian possessed an unimaginable advantage that Superman could hardly fathom. That was the absence of a saintly heart. Superman undeniably embodies the essence of justice and kindness. Yet, at times, his benevolence transforms into an absolute vulnerability. Even in the era of Ultimate Superman, he retained an inherent sense of justice. This quality is what renders Superman formidable. Yet it is also his Achilles heel. Closing the system panel, Rua rose. Gazing at the towering skyscrapers, he bent his legs slightly and leaped downwards. In the dim cavern, Tony Stark gradually opened his eyes. Before he could recollect what had transpired, a sharp pain pierced his chest. You're awake? Ethan observed the awakening Stark with concern. You've sustained injuries from the explosion, particularly a fragment lodged near your heart. However, fret not. I've installed an electromagnetic device in your chest to secure the shard. Stark furrowed his brow, vaguely recalling Ethan from a previous gathering. He looked down at his chest, stunned by the metallic apparatus affixed there. What is this? Have I become a monster? No. Ethan interjected. This is your source of life. However, it may not hold out for long. He gestured around. This place is remote and may lose power at any moment. Stark immediately grasped the implication while also recalling his current predicament. Following that, the plot unfolded as the Ten Rings gang entered, threatening Stark. However, in this universe, the 10 rings had grown significantly more powerful than in the films. Naturally, Stark resolved to create a handcrafted reactor. This contraption could power a medium-sized mech for 50 minutes. Stark installed the miniature reactor into his chest, thoroughly alleviating his energy deficiency concerns. "I understand the reasoning, but I wish to know," Ethan queried, regarding Stark with curiosity. "Where's the medium-sized mech?" He acknowledged Stark's brilliance as an inventor, yet surveying the strewn debris and shell casings, he found it incomprehensible where the mech was. Just watch. Even in such dire circumstances, Stark remained optimistic. Little did he know the formidable adversary he was about to face. Hell's Kitchen was abuzz today, for after much anticipation, they finally had their very own school. "Boss, we still haven't made contact with Mr. Stark." Brace, impeccably dressed, reported the inability to reach Stark to Rua, who was leisurely basking in the sun atop the school's administrative building. Unable to contact him, Rua removed his sunglasses. Chapter 50, Tenfold Sonic Speed. The establishment of the P Street School saw Stark contributing significantly. The financial expenditure was trivial, but securing the necessary approvals for establishing an academy in a place like Hell's Kitchen was the real challenge. At that moment, a broad figure hurriedly dashed towards the school. Happy's mood today was exceedingly grim, as he had not received a single word from Tony for a full 2 days. "Tony, you had better be lying in some woman's embrace, completely oblivious to time," Happy muttered incessantly. However, he was acutely aware that this was nearly impossible. Although Tony often exhibited a lack of decorum, he was nonetheless quite astute when it came to significant matters. This time, Tony had traveled abroad to showcase Stark Industries' new missile technology. By now, he should have been on his way back. Unbeknownst to Happy, due to the temporary news blackout imposed by the 10 rings, the information about Stark's captivity had yet to surface. Nevertheless, the prolonged silence from Tony led Happy to surmise that something had indeed gone awry. As Tony Stark's close confidant and a vital subordinate, Happy felt compelled to devise a plan. However, just as he sought assistance from the company, he encountered formidable obstacles. He recognized that this was the machination of Obadiah, another stakeholder in the company. Yet, aware of his own limited influence as a mere employee, he pondered what he could possibly do. Thus, it was Rua who became his last glimmer of hope. "So you're suggesting that Stark might have been kidnapped?" Rua regarded Happy with a peculiar expression. "You've guessed remarkably well. Indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be unable to reach him for such an extended period." Happy replied with certainty. Rua nodded. Since returning from his encounter with Ancient One, he had spent the last couple of days basking in the sun, neglecting the outside world. The assets left behind by Kingpin had mostly been managed by Osborn, and naturally, other factions were also vying for a piece of the pie. After all, the wealth and political resources left by Kingpin were staggering. Rua paid little heed to the power struggles of other factions. His primary concern was soaking up the sun. As for those external matters, he honestly felt they were best left in anyone's hands, as they were merely being safeguarded for himself. Superman, Man of Steel, unlock level increased by 1. Superman, Man of Steel, unlock level 3. With the weather being splendid, Rua's sunbathing had unlocked the template to 30%. Ceasing the rocking of his lounge chair, Rua stood up and addressed Happy. "All right, I will locate Stark. You can rest assured and await my news." The 10 rings had kidnapped Stark in hopes of acquiring the advanced weapon innovations housed within his mind. Hence, Stark was undoubtedly safe at this moment. In the films, Stark ultimately managed to escape utilizing the original Mark I, but this world diverged significantly from the cinematic narrative. So Rua was not inclined to gamble on Stark overcoming the adversities alone. Happy observed Rua's nonchalant demeanor, sweat beading on his smooth forehead. "How can I possibly feel at ease with you acting this way?" Happy began to question his own sanity for seeking assistance from such a youth. Noticing the skepticism in Happy's eyes, Rua chose not to elaborate further. He summoned Erica and Bray, stating, "I'm going out to find Stark. Wait for me here." His tone suggested he was merely stepping next door. However, the distance to Afghanistan, where Stark had been abducted, was over 10,000 kilometers from New York. Seeing that Rua genuinely seemed intent on searching for Tony, Happy hurriedly approached him, inquiring, Is there anything I can assist with?" "Just remain calm and wait." Rua waved his hand, then stretched his body. Observing Rua's bent legs and crossed arms atop his forehead, Happy appeared puzzled. "What's this? Preparing to leave requires a pose?" Suddenly, a deafening roar accompanied by a sonic boom erupted as Rua launched into the sky. Ward F. Happy gaped in astonishment at the sky, as Rua quickly dwindled to a mere black, muttering incoherently, unsure of what to say. In the air, Rua soared at an incredible speed, feeling the rush of wind enveloping him. Upon attaining 100% completion of the patriotic template, his overall attributes surged dramatically, particularly his speed of flight. Let us see what my current speed limit is. A faint biofield enveloped him, extending roughly half a meter around his body. Then he accelerated. Accelerate. Accelerate. 15 Mach. 3 Mach. 10 Mach. It was only upon reaching 10 Mach, or 10 times the speed of sound, that Rua sensed his limit. Simultaneously, that tenuous biofield began to waver precariously. Is this truly the limit? Rua endeavored to push further. Yet, the burdens on his body and the biofield's constraints prevented him from proceeding. Nevertheless, a speed of 10 Mach was already terrifying. In merely an hour, Rua had arrived at his destination. Activating his X-ray vision and super sight, Rua began searching for Stark along the way. In a cave, Ethan gazed in awe at the metal armor before him, exclaiming, "Tony, you are truly a genius." He had not anticipated that Tony Stark could assemble such a suit from various scraps under such rudimentary conditions. I've made up my mind. I shall name it Mark I. At that moment, the birth of Mark I signified Tony Stark's ascent towards becoming Iron Man. Although Ethan described the materials of Mark I as scrap, in truth, it was composed of alloys capable of withstanding small arms fire with ease. Are you ready? At this time, the miniature nuclear reactor within Mark I glowed ominously. Stark had a maximum of 50 minutes. If he could not break free from the 10 rings within that time frame, the reactor would face an energy shortage. Moreover, he would perish due to the shrapnel lodged in his chest. Remember, straight ahead, 41 steps. Suddenly, the cave's illumination extinguished entirely, and Mark I took its first step. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding clang of metal echoed through the cave, sending the blinded members of the 10 rings into a frenzy. Moments later, the cave's entrance began to warp, numerous massive fist imprints appearing upon it. Subsequently, with a tremendous impact, the door shattered from the inside out under Mark I's assault. "Ethan, stay behind me," Stark commanded as he maneuvered Mark I, yet when he once again beheld the light of day, the first sight that greeted him was a row of 10 rings members brandishing rocket launchers. Oh no. Chapter 51. Mercy. Mark I could withstand the attacks of small to medium firearms, but it was ill-equipped to endure the devastation of rocket fire. Most critically, the explosive force of the rockets was far beyond what Stark's flesh could withstand. Yet, as Stark gazed at the array of rocket launchers, he could conceive no viable escape plan, not to mention that Ethan was hiding right behind him. Should he attempt to evade, Ethan would undoubtedly meet his demise. In the presence of his life-saving benefactor, Stark found it utterly inconceivable to act otherwise. Moreover, the cumbersome Mark I was hardly capable of executing evasive maneuvers against close-range rocket fire. Click, click. One rocket after another trailed fiery tails, almost instantaneously culminating in a tremendous explosion surrounding the Mark I. Boom, boom. Under the colossal force of the blast, the Mark I staggered backward. Stark felt the world spinning around him. A deafening roar echoed in his ears, rendering him immobile. Ethan fared slightly better, but without the shield of the Mark I. What recourse remained against the next wave of assault? Lying on the ground, Stark gazed at the scattered ammunition crates around him, most emblazoned with the Stark Industries insignia. A deep regret washed over him. Opposite him, a new barrage of rockets was being readied. Stark's eyes widened in despair. Boom! Like a tempest, Leah descended from the heavens. A massive whirlwind of dust swept everything aside, leaving only the heavy Mark I and Ethan, who was sheltering behind it. All the members of the 10 Rings gang, along with a substantial number of ammunition crates, were sent scattering. Moments later, a thunderous sonic boom resonated from the horizon, erupting in the sky above Leah. This was still a result of Leah deliberately reducing his speed as he approached, to spare Stark any harm. As the dust settled, Stark stared in awe at Leah, who appeared as if descended from the celestial realm, his mind momentarily adrift, imbued with an almost surreal sensation. He suddenly recalled Leah's words, that he would appear in times of dire need if called by name. Yet, he had not uttered Leah's name. In that instant, Stark felt an unprecedented sense of worth regarding his investment in the Peace Street School. Observing Stark, who remained momentarily dazed, Leah approached and inquired, "How are you? Can you move?" Upon hearing Leah's voice, Stark snapped back to reality. He attempted to restart the Mark I, but to no avail. Struggling to extricate himself from the suit, he found himself in a rather comical predicament. "TSK, Mr. Stark, if someone were to capture your current state on camera, it would surely fetch a handsome price." In response to Leah's jest, Stark retorted, "Well then, young Leah, if I were to photograph you right now, it would likely cause quite a stir as well." Leah smiled faintly, his eyes suddenly glowing red. "ZZZZ. Hey, 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 feeling the destructive power and heat of the laser beams. Stark's body bristled with alarm as he shouted loudly. In quick succession, the various alloy joints of the Mark I were meticulously severed by Luya's precise laser cuts. Once Luya ceased the beam's output, Stark managed to regain a semblance of composure. Mr. Stark, one must often be cognizant of their circumstances. Ignoring Luya's taunts, Stark gazed at him with intense longing. At this juncture, Stark was a notorious playboy, yet to forge close ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, he was entirely unaware of the existence of mutants, let alone other supernatural abilities. Hey, Stark's voice brimmed with excitement. What was that beam you just used? He gestured towards Luya's eyes. How powerful is it? Is it based on the same principles as conventional laser weaponry? But he quickly dismissed his own speculation. Oh no, that's impossible. I must be foolish. In response to Stark's curiosity, Luya remarked, in any case, it would be no challenge to cut through 100 Mr. Starks in an instant. What do you mean? What does it mean to cut through 100 Mr. Starks? Yet, Luya soon provided an answer through action. Surrounding them, the members of the Ten Rings gang began to converge as the dust settled. Nearly 100 armed individuals, some even in armored vehicles, gathered. The first wave of gang members caught in Luya's onslaught had been utterly obliterated, and the remaining 100 seemed oblivious to the recent chaos. As they brandished various weapons aimed at him, Luya glanced at Stark and Ethan. Duck, he instructed. Stark, puzzled, queried what? Ethan, too, cast a bewildered look. In the next moment, they instinctively crouched and covered their heads. In Luya's eyes, immense heat was coalescing. Amidst the terrified gazes of the Ten Rings members, Luya slowly levitated into the air. Contemplating how to deal with the nearly 100 individuals present, Luya's inherently compassionate nature, perhaps influenced by his Superman template, tempered his usually ruthless disposition. They may not deserve death. A minor punishment should suffice. Subsequently, the laser beams erupted forth. Wherever they struck, the legs of all standing members of the Ten Rings were severed. In the blink of an eye, over 100 individuals suddenly dropped to the ground, reduced in height as if dumplings were being dropped into boiling water. As for those in armored vehicles, their misfortune might lead them directly to their maker. In an instant, blood stained the earth, and the air filled with anguished cries. Luya expertly controlled the power output of his laser beams, ensuring that they merely incapacitated rather than killed. Thus, their lives were spared. Witnessing the carnage, even Stark, the victim, felt a twinge of compassion. Was such torment truly necessary? He swallowed hard. This is too excessive. Hearing Stark's murmurs, Luya pondered. You are right. This is indeed too cruel for them. I apologize for my oversight. The energy for the laser beams gathered once more. Boom. The sudden surge of heat even triggered an explosion. This time, Luya unleashed his full power, granting them a swift release from their suffering. At last, silence enveloped the surroundings. Stark exclaimed, "Is this the devil incarnate?" Luya turned, noticing Stark trembling slightly. "What's wrong, Mr. Stark? On such a hot day, are you feeling cold?" Chuckling, he added, "All right, Mr. Stark. We still have the inauguration ceremony of the new school to attend today. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Stark glanced at the sky, forcing a smile at the corners of his mouth. "I fear we won't make it back in time today." "Not necessarily." With that, Luya soared towards Stark and Ethan, enveloping them in his embrace. "Don't move. If you stray more than half a meter from me, I cannot guarantee your safety." With that, Luya bent his legs slightly and ascended skyward. What is the principle behind this? Chapter 52, Stark's Transformation S.H.I.E.L.D. Director. You might want to take a look at this. Phil Coulson produced an envelope from his person and gently placed it before Nick Fury. Fury opened the envelope to reveal two photographs. The first depicted Luya, soaring through the sky with Stark and Ethan. However, the image was quite blurred, revealing merely a shadowy figure. Of course, the reason this shadow was captured was due to Luya's lack of concealment. Frankly speaking, Luya had decided to reveal himself entirely. Even Luya was uncertain if this was influenced by the Superman template. However, it matters not, for I can now confidently proclaim myself at the pinnacle of planetary prowess. The number of individuals on Earth capable of challenging me has dwindled to nearly none. Observing the photograph, Fury cast a puzzled glance at Coulson, questioning, "What is this?" "Just a mere black dot, nothing discernible." Without waiting for Coulson's response, he picked up a second photograph. This one was considerably clearer. Luya was seen flanking Stark and Ethan on either side. One could even discern that Ethan appeared somewhat green in the face, likely due to a fear of heights. Is this Stark? Fury's attention was immediately drawn to Stark, standing next to Luya. Given the vast scale of Stark Industries, coupled with its unique weaponry manufacturing, Fury had always kept a watchful eye on Stark. Of course, these were merely superficial reasons. The true foundation of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s establishment lay partly in the legacy of Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father. It suddenly dawned on Fury that they were indeed soaring through the skies. Coulson nodded affirmatively, confirming. Yes, and at a speed reaching 10 Mach. This is impossible, Fury exclaimed in astonishment. The shockwave generated at 10 Mach would be sufficient to instantaneously elevate the temperature of the air to hundreds, if not thousands, of degrees. Setting aside the notion of flight, which Fury knew was feasible due to the existence of enhanced beings, wasn't this speed rather exaggerated? Judging by velocity alone, the youth in the photograph possessed a physical strength comparable to that of nickel-based superalloys. Furthermore, to circumnavigate the globe in a matter of hours, Fury, unaware of Lua's biokinetic field, ventured a hypothesis based on his own understanding. Coulson, exasperated, regarded his superior. He too had been startled by the photograph, particularly the revelation that the agent who captured it had reported speeds of 10 Mach. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents were not idle enough to fabricate a superhuman to frighten their superior. Observing Coulson's serious demeanor, Fury acknowledged the veracity of the events depicted in the photograph. Thus, I must ascertain why Tony Stark is associated with such a superhuman. Fury pondered, characterizing Lua with the term Superman. The enormity of Stark Industries, coupled with Tony Stark's extraordinary genius, raised concern within Fury. He feared that if Stark were to be swayed and allied with such a superhuman, it could potentially upend America. In reality, Fury was merely overthinking. If Lua truly wished, he could easily dominate not just America, but the entire Earth, perhaps even the cosmos. With little more than the time it takes to bask in the sun. We have conducted an investigation into this youth. Here is the report concerning him. Fury received the file. Prior to high school, there were no extraordinary manifestations, merely a robust physique. Yet, upon nearing graduation, he became known as Patriot. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efficiency during this phase was remarkable, and Lua's unhidden tracks were fully documented within the file. So, the death of Patriot is indeed connected to him? In recent days, Patriot's demise had burdened Fury with considerable work. He had just uncovered the existence of a being known as Patriot, only to discover that the principal had been photographed. Indeed, Coulson remarked with a hint of melancholy. I never imagined that Patriot would meet his end at the hands of this youth. Following Patriot's death, not only did his assets attract various interests, but more critically, his connections with high-ranking officials were severed, leading to disputes over vested interests. Fury exhaled heavily, contemplating a sudden inspiration. Do you think it possible to recruit him for our cause? Given the current manpower shortage within S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury began to entertain the feasibility of enlisting Lua. Perhaps? Coulson scratched his head, echoing Fury's sentiments. The more Fury contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. After all, he referred to himself as Patriot. Perhaps he was merely a young man dreaming of becoming a superhero? Such youths, when given a modicum of recognition and honor, could easily be swayed to align with them. Fury was unaware that had he approached Lua with the prospect of prestige earlier, Lua might have genuinely acquiesced. Yet now, with the Patriot persona fully established, the allure of prestige had diminished considerably. Furthermore, since the decision to engage with Patriot had been made, it would be prudent to also plan an advance contact with Tony Stark. By contact, Fury intended to deploy Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, to assess Tony Stark. Hell's Kitchen. Has the school truly been completed so swiftly? Tony Stark mused, finally liberated from the nightmare of the 10 rings. Despite nearly perishing abroad, Stark's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Having witnessed the delicate boundary between life and death, and observing firsthand the catastrophic harm inflicted upon the world by his own creations, Stark began to reflect upon his choices. Perhaps upon my return, I should shutter the weapons development and sales departments. Yes, that is precisely what I shall do. Stark's gaze grew resolute. This was also why Lua had refrained from warning him about the dangers posed by the 10 rings. Without this experience, it would have been challenging for Stark to evolve into the esteemed Iron Man willing to sacrifice for the greater good of humanity. However, at that moment, upon hearing Stark's newfound resolve, Lua couldn't help but chuckle, asking, "What? Do you harbor a guilty conscience? Do you believe that Stark Industries ceasing to sell weapons will somehow diminish the wars in this world? You should know who the world's largest arms dealer is, right?" War was an indelible melody within the Marvel Universe, affecting both Earth and its cosmic races. No, Stark's eyes flickered. At the very least, I cannot be the executioner. Having witnessed the devastation wrought upon civilians by his own weapons, Stark had already made his decision. Lua. Stark turned to face him. Let us collaborate. With your strength and my ingenuity, together we can certainly forge a different world. Chapter 53. The Awakening of Captain America. After conversing with Lua, Stark turned his attention back to Ethan. Ethan, you too shall join us. You are my savior. I can offer you 5% of Stark Industries. Let us join forces. Thanks to Lua's intervention, not only had Tony Stark escaped unscathed, but even Ethan had evaded the tragic fate that awaited him in the original film. 5% of Stark Industries was no trivial sum, especially since Stark Industries was not solely under Tony Stark's dominion. Ethan had no qualms about accepting Stark's olive branch. As an accomplished scientist, he had played a pivotal role in the creation of the Mark I. With Stark Industries' vast resources and its own expansive laboratories and research facilities, it was an ideal opportunity for Ethan. Observing Ethan's agreement with Stark, Lua speculated that Stark's Mark armor might evolve at an even swifter pace than depicted in the film. Meanwhile, Tony Stark gazed at Lua with renewed fervor. Lua, what say you? As long as you are willing to come, I am prepared to share all my remaining shares with you. For Tony Stark, this promise is of considerable weight. Both Stark and Ethan, who stood nearby, deemed such an offer fair. As Lua gazed at the earnest expression on Tony Stark's face, he refrained from hastily declining. Although the enhancement that mechanical technology could provide him at present seemed limited, no one would ever reject an increase in wealth, particularly when the potential of Stark Industries appeared boundless. Very well, Mr. Stark, Lua nodded in agreement, seemingly as though Tony Stark were the one eager to bestow his shares. Marvelous. However, after a moment's contemplation, Tony interjected. Actually, you can simply call me Tony. Referring to me as Mr. Stark feels somewhat distant. All right, Tony. Lua replied with a smile, reminded of the humorous memes surrounding the name Stark from his previous life. In Times Square, New York, a young man in his 20s, not yet 30, stood in a daze, absorbing his surroundings. He still remembered his name, Steve Rogers. Yet, confronted by the towering skyscrapers and the diverse expressions of passers-by, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Why did the sounds around him feel so familiar, while everything he saw appeared utterly strange? Why were cars ubiquitous on the streets? Why did everyone's attire seem so peculiar? Had the war finally ended? Had the world achieved peace? Shaking his head, Steve pondered the state of this world. At that moment, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Who? Steve whipped around only to be met by the singular gaze of Nick Fury, a one-eyed man. Surprised. Are you? This society is remarkably beautiful now, Steve spoke softly. Compared to his own era, everything around him now seemed so splendid. Could you tell me what time it is? Steve felt as though he had been asleep for an eternity, though he could not ascertain the length of his slumber. It is the 21st century. The tumultuous times of your past have long since passed. Fury elucidated the present timeline to Steve. What? Have I truly slept for over half a century? Realizing he no longer needed to perform or uplift morale, Steve's expression did not reflect relief. Instead, he muttered, I missed a date. His voice trembled at the thought of a date postponed by 70 years. Observing Steve's despondent demeanor, Fury, despite having the initial intentions of establishing the Avengers and incorporating Captain America, understood that this matter could not be rushed. Thus, he suggested, Captain, perhaps you should explore this world anew and rediscover the beauty of life. Upon hearing that familiar title, Steve felt the bitter irony of it. He was merely a relic from 70 years ago, the so-called Captain America. In truth, he was merely a mascot meant to inspire morale. Now, 70 years later, he was approaching a century in age. He had even failed to meet his beloved Peggy for their date. Moreover, he had never even formally confessed his feelings to her. In this moment, stripped of national expectations and the shadows of war, Steve gazed into his own heart, only to find it impossible to return to the past. A deep sadness enveloped him. Perhaps he should have perished 70 years ago, or remained forever frozen. A love separated by nearly a century sounded so beautiful, yet so tragic. At this moment, Steve remained unaware that Peggy was indeed still alive, albeit nearing 90 years of age, aimlessly wandering in one direction. Steve could still feel the vibrant energy coursing through him, even growing stronger in the process of awakening. It was the super serum at work. It was the reason he could survive in his icy slumber. Me as the principal? Lua paused, momentarily taken aback by the suggestion. After casting a glance at Stark, Erica addressed Lua. Indeed, who else besides Mr. Stark could be more suited to lead this school? Exactly, Stark quickly added. You know I must focus on my research. I certainly lack the time to be a principal. If Stark were to assume the role of principal, the institution would likely be named Stark Academy. That works. Lua nodded in agreement. Although the initial intention behind establishing a school in Hell's Kitchen was not entirely noble, driven more by a desire for prestige to enhance his own national template, he had nonetheless achieved remarkable renown even before the school was completed. This reputation was not born from fear, but rather from the respect of the people. Thus, even with the national template fulfilled, Rua decided to ensure the school thrives. He understood that his power would inevitably grow stronger. Yet, what is the joy of living? Clearly, social interaction plays a crucial role. As for whether a college student could assume the position of principal, Rua had never considered it necessary. Thus, rather hastily, Parker Academy was born. The residents of Hell's Kitchen rejoiced, for they knew that the prevailing narrative henceforth would no longer be one of crime and darkness. On the inaugural day of Parker Academy, Hell's Kitchen underwent a cleansing at Rua's hands. All irredeemable gangs and loyal remnants of Kingpin were sent to meet their maker. Chapter 54. Tony Stark's predicament. As leisurely days basking in sunlight passed, time slipped by unnoticed. Perhaps I should seek another part-time job? Ben Parker set down the newspaper in his hands, articulating this thought after much contemplation. With the university semester approaching, he was quite concerned about the financial situation of his son and nephew. Generally, Ben believed that young individuals should be self-sufficient. However, the cost of college tuition was indeed significant, not to mention the expenses incurred within the university. Ben was aware that his nephew, Peter, had a part-time job delivering pizzas. Yet he had heard that Peter often had his wages docked due to taking meals. Recently, he had even been fired due to customer complaints. "Dad, you need not worry about tuition. We will handle it ourselves," Rua replied softly. He had never proactively shared his own circumstances with Ben, and he had attempted to offer his father some financial assistance. However, Ben's response had been, "Young man, I believe I am not yet at the stage of relying on my children for support." Ben's life, though ordinary, had been quite vibrant, shaping his resilient character. Rua, hearing his son's confidence regarding his and his brother's tuition, Ben fixed a penetrating gaze upon him and inquired, "Speaking of which, you seem to have been quite busy lately. Would you care to share what you've been occupied with?" It seemed Ben had begun to harbor some doubts regarding Rua's recent activities. Much like a character in a film who had sensed changes in his nephew, Peter. Rua pondered for a moment. The rationale of relying on Gwen has become increasingly ineffectual. The primary reason for not confiding in Father Ben regarding his own matters is that Luca is acutely aware that his methods of handling situations can sometimes be rather extreme. This aspect may indeed diverge from Father Ben's principles. Observing the delicate atmosphere in the room, May is reluctant to let these issues exacerbate the existing rift between father and son. She believes that perhaps her son, like many young people, is traversing through a rebellious phase. However, this assumption may be overly speculative on May's part. "Luca, you know," she gazes affectionately at her son, "your father merely wishes for you to avoid taking unnecessary detours. In our youth, the world was rife with temptations." Luca smiles gently, responding, "I understand, Mom. But I can assure you that I will steadfastly uphold my sense of justice." Of course, this sense of justice is defined by Luca himself. He remains reticent about the truth. For someone like Father Ben, the concept of extraordinary powers feels far too avant-garde. "Very well, Luca, I place my trust in you." Ben nods, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Peter, who has been listening intently, breathes a sigh of relief, as he harbors concerns that his recent unusual behavior might draw his uncle's attention. Yet, with his brother Lucas standing guard, it appears that Uncle is disinclined to probe further into the matter. Recently, the crime rate in New York has surged, and there are times when even both Peter and Gwen, as Spider-Man, find it challenging to completely quell the criminal activities. In instances where they encounter particularly formidable adversaries, Peter has sought Luca's assistance. He knows that Luca often frequents Hell's Kitchen, where he has established a thriving operation. However, when Peter approaches him for help, Luca typically declines, citing discomfort as an excuse. "I am not a firefighter. If I were to intervene in every minor crime, it would become quite cumbersome. If I happen to encounter it along the way, then I shall address it," Luca thinks. For now, he prioritizes basking in the sun to enhance his abilities. The words of Ancient One still echo in Luca's mind. If even she lacks confidence in confronting the potential crises that could emerge in the future universe, it indicates that merely possessing celestial-level strength may prove inadequate. One must attain at least a peak singular universe level, or even reach the multiverse level, to have any semblance of certainty. Luca has contemplated the Infinity Stones, legendary artifacts within this singular universe. However, he finds himself utterly clueless regarding the whereabouts of these cosmic gems. Furthermore, Luca suspects that perhaps the Infinity Stones might not be sufficient. Otherwise, Ancient One would have entrusted the Time Stone to him. Luca accessed the system interface. Superman, Steel Body, Template Unlock Level 15. He feels relatively satisfied with the current unlock level. The only regret is that he once used the Captain America template's flight capability to soar into space. However, the Captain America template lacks the ability to absorb solar radiation effectively. During Superman's developmental phase, he, too, cannot endure excessive radiation at once. Otherwise, absorption becomes problematic. This might explain why, in the original narrative, Superman did not immediately plunge into the sun. In the external world, several noteworthy events have unfolded in New York recently. The most prominent of these is undoubtedly Tony Stark's announcement regarding the closure of Stark Industries' weapons research and sales departments. This news triggered a significant decline in Stark Industries stock prices and instigated internal divisions within the company. Led by Obadiah, certain shareholders sought to splinter the company. However, due to Luca's intervention, Obadiah was deprived of any opportunity to clandestinely produce the Ironmonger, meeting his demise instead. Luca increasingly realizes that when faced with trouble, directly eliminating the source of the issue is far simpler. After this, Stark Industries did not languish for long. With the assistance of Ethan and Luca's integration of Parker Group's resources with Stark Industries, the Mark III was able to develop at an astonishing pace. Featuring the classic red and yellow color scheme and a formidable electromagnetic pulse cannon, the only remaining obstacle to the Mark III's debut is the core reactor issue, a hurdle that Tony Stark must undoubtedly overcome. One day, Luca received an invitation from Stark. In Stark's private office, various virtual projection technologies were being extensively utilized. However, regarding Stark Industries' current technology, Luca remained somewhat unimpressed. Perhaps only the Iron Man capable of countering a celestial-level Thanos would truly possess remarkable power within this singular universe. At that moment, a woman clad in a shirt and skirt, with a cascade of red curls, appeared before Luca. "Hello, I am Natasha Rashman. You must be the Captain America that Tony mentioned?" she inquired. "Tony has just completed his experimental records and will be here shortly." As she spoke, Natasha licked her lips, seemingly imbued with a suggestive intent. Natasha Rashman is, in fact, the disguised Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. She is aware of Luca's identity as Captain America. A month prior, a colleague attempted to recruit Captain America, but the endeavor ended in failure. The notorious Captain America is surprisingly youthful. Chapter 55. Matters of succession. Although Black Widow had perused some of Luca's files at Fury's office, she was nonetheless taken aback by his youth upon meeting him in person. It is hard to imagine such a young individual exhibiting such ruthlessness in the face of enemies. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. is particularly in need of talents like him at present. Black Widow mused that while her mission is to remain close to Tony Stark, bringing Luca back to S.H.I.E.L.D. might greatly please Director Fury. She is now aware of the existence of extraterrestrial forces and that Earth could be exposed to danger at any moment. Who wouldn't he desire a powerful and reliable ally? Regarding the recruitment of Luca, Black Widow believes she has formulated some strategies. In the presence of such a passionate young man, her beauty may serve as her greatest weapon, despite her slight disguise. Luca easily recognizes her due to her striking appearance and name. "Ah, the Black Widow. You were quite charming in your youth," Luca mused, noting her apparent intent to employ her allure. "Miss Natasha, would you care for a drink?" Without hesitation, Luca seated himself on the sofa. "Coffee. That works." As coffee was being prepared, Natasha felt a burning gaze directed at her from behind. While secretly reveling in her plan's smooth progression, she also felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, her training as an agent and past experiences enabled her to swiftly adjust her mindset. After observing for a while, Luca suddenly noticed a gathering of red light before his eyes. This seemed to herald the unlocking of his heat vision. However, the timing for this impending unlock could not be worse, especially since he considered himself a respectable individual. "Damn it, this must be a remnant of the Captain America template's influence on me." It can be said that Natasha's awareness of the intense gaze from Luya is not without reason. Blushing slightly, she handed the coffee to Luya. As Luya sat on the sofa, it was evident that Natasha, while bending over, was intentionally revealing the front of her shirt. Naturally, Luya would not let this opportunity slip by. Although he could not see the entirety, it was certainly worth a glance. "Just call me Luya," he interjected. "Keep pretending, and let us see who ends up at a disadvantage." "All right, Luya," Natasha replied, playfully tossing her red curls. "I wonder if you're free this afternoon? Perhaps we could have a meal together." Luya raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, is this a date?" Natasha appeared somewhat bashful. However, before she could respond, Luya continued. "But aren't you Tony's assistant?" With a proud posture, Natasha replied, "Well, Employees should have their own time, shouldn't they? Tony Stark doesn't have much time left. Natasha was aware that his health was deteriorating due to severe palladium poisoning from the miniaturized arc reactor. Even SHIELD had no effective solutions for this predicament. Norman Osborn had suggested the use of human enhancement serums. However, having discussed the Green Goblin persona with Stark, Luya was aware that due to the significant side effects associated with such enhancements, Stark ultimately decided against taking them. Of course, the Green Goblin persona was solely related to the Osborn family. The amplifying effect of human enhancement serums on a person's emotions was indeed real, akin to the super soldier serum. Nevertheless, the side effects of the enhancement serums could be even more severe. Thus, utilizing Luya to fill Stark's position seemed a commendable choice. At this moment, Fury was already in the process of assembling the Avengers. Natasha believed that having a more capable Luya lead the Avengers could also be a wise decision. Just as she was contemplating further, a voice emerged from outside the office. "What are you two discussing? I seem to have heard my secretary complaining about her working hours. Am I right?" Stark pushed open the office door and walked in. He was impeccably dressed, yet his complexion appeared haggard. "Boss," Natasha promptly stood beside Stark, as she was still officially Tony Stark's secretary. Meanwhile, behind Stark, she cast a seductive glance at Luya once more, confident he would not disclose her actions to Stark. However, she clearly miscalculated. "Tony," Luya's face broke into a smile, which unexpectedly stirred a hint of unease within Natasha. Luya continued with his smile. "Your secretary seems a bit out of sorts. She was just discussing dinner plans with me." Upon hearing Luya's words, Stark initially regarded Natasha with a puzzled expression. At this time, Stark held a degree of suspicion regarding Natasha's identity, yet he was still captivated by her beauty. Soon, however, he regained his composure. "Luya, you know," Stark remarked, dismissively, "if you wish to date her, I have no objections." In Stark's view, no allure could eclipse the significance of Luya. When it came to such matters, Stark could discern priorities. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his deteriorating health due to palladium poisoning and had begun to contemplate his final arrangements. Luya pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Let us skip that. If it were anyone else, it might be fine. But Black Widow carries considerable weight within the Avengers. She later willingly sacrificed herself to obtain the Soul Stone to save those obliterated by Thanos' snap. In this regard, Luya expressed his respect." "All right then," Stark shrugged. He then shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. "Actually, I brought you here today primarily to discuss something else." Stark carefully measured his words, striving to conceal his frailty from Luya. "If, and I mean if, Luya, would you be willing to take over as CEO of the company?" In the film, Stark intended to appoint Pepper Potts as CEO. However, at this juncture, Stark had entirely abandoned that notion. He believed that if he were to pass, appointing Luya as CEO of Stark Industries would be the best choice. After all, while Pepper possessed sufficient capability, her influence was insufficient to command respect. In contrast, Luya did not require such influence to earn it. Observing Stark's facade of casualness, Luya retorted playfully, "What is the matter, Tony? You seem a bit like you're preparing to settle your affairs. Can you tell?" Stark, disregarding Natasha beside him, replied with a hint of agitation, "Palladium poisoning is nothing to be dismissive of. Isn't it unnecessary to prepare for the worst if I had a solution?" Chapter 56. Pepper Potts. The reason for Tony Stark's impending demise stemmed solely from the inability to find a suitable replacement for palladium. Furthermore, due to his unwillingness to relinquish the Iron Man identity, Stark also resisted ceasing the use of the palladium-powered reactor. Luya recalled that the solution might lie within some old artifacts left behind by his father, Howard. In the film, Stark ultimately found the new element capable of replacing palladium through clues contained in those artifacts, and it seemed that these artifacts were linked to SHIELD. Natasha, he surmised, could be the key to this lead. Fury later advised Stark to seek clues from Howard's relics, confirming this connection. Whether Fury's motives were laced with a sense of indebtedness, however, remained ambiguous. Meanwhile, upon hearing Luya mention a potential solution to palladium poisoning, Stark initially felt a flicker of hope, only to be quickly subdued by reality. He believed in Luya's abilities. Yet a substitute for palladium was not something that could be conjured through mere strength. It required intellect. This was a matter of scientific inquiry, and Stark was confident in his status as one of the world's foremost scientific minds. With this in mind, Stark responded to Luya with a wry smile. "Luya, while I'm unsure how you became aware of my palladium poisoning, I appreciate your concern. However, replacing palladium is no simple task." Observing Stark's despondency, Luya inquired, "Why not cease using the palladium reactor? Is the Iron Man persona truly more vital than your very life? The reactor's role was not only to power the magnetic device that kept the shrapnel from reaching Stark's heart, but also to energize the marked suits. Upon hearing Leah's question, Stark pondered briefly before replying. Leah, to be honest, I envy you. You possess physical abilities far surpassing those of ordinary humans, even as Iron Man. I would never be your match. More importantly, your abilities come without adverse effects. After becoming Iron Man, Stark felt he had transformed into a superhero. This consideration was not devoid of a desire to atone for the harm caused by weapons previously produced by Stark Industries. After a brief pause, Stark continued, If I were to cease using the reactor from this moment onward, perhaps I could indeed survive for a few more years. However, the price would be the loss of my identity as Iron Man, and I might even struggle to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Without the miniature nuclear reactor, Stark would be compelled to rely on other devices to power the magnetic propulsion system. Leah nodded in understanding. Many perceive life differently. Some prioritize the quality of life over its duration. To linger in a state of illness is less desirable than to perish in the guise of Iron Man. Perhaps it was at this juncture that Stark began to awaken to the notion of sacrificing himself with a snap of his fingers. As he spoke, he loosened his tie and shirt, revealing a chest marred by dark veins, at the center of which was a circular, luminescent device. This was the miniature nuclear reactor. Its existence enabled the emergence of Iron Man, yet it also tormented Tony Stark. Meanwhile, Natasha gazed at Stark's chest, visibly taken aback, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. Despite being by Stark's side, she was unaware of how severely the palladium was affecting him. Tony. At that moment, the door to Stark's office swung open abruptly, and a woman in high heels strode in. Tony, why have you transferred 10% of the shares to me? She was aware that Stark had divided his own shares among others, including Ethan and various other recipients. Stark's own shareholdings had dwindled significantly. Yet, he had chosen to allocate 10% of his shares to her, especially during a time when they were embroiled in a Cold War. This left Pepper perplexed regarding Stark's intentions. If it were an apology, the gesture seemed excessively extravagant. At this point, Pepper had not yet confirmed a romantic relationship with Stark. Moreover, although Stark had transformed significantly since becoming Iron Man, he still retained some aspects of his playboy persona, such as his close relationship with Natasha, which provoked considerable jealousy in Pepper. Leah observed the fiercely determined Pepper entering the room, shaking his head with a smile. Her demeanor suggested that Stark had stolen her shares, and upon hearing her voice, Stark's expression momentarily betrayed a hint of panic. Having decided to entrust the company to Leah, he had not appointed Pepper as CEO, but instead allocated 10% of the shares to her. Notably, even Ethan and Happy, who had saved Stark's life, received only a meager portion. This clearly indicated Stark's genuine affection for Pepper. After hastily rebuttoning his shirt, Stark composed his expression and turned to her with a nonchalant demeanor. Well, it's my company, and I can give shares to whomever I please, can't I? Stark was aware of Pepper's feelings for him. Thus, he aimed to minimize the impact of his impending death on her. You always have this air of arrogance, Tony. Observing Stark's seemingly indifferent expression, Pepper's demeanor softened. Despite her extensive experience in matters of the heart, Stark struggled to deceive the one he cherished. Just then, Pepper caught a glimpse of a portion of the dark vein protruding from Stark's slightly disheveled clothing. Tony, what is this? As she reached out to unfasten his shirt, she realized Stark's health had deteriorated, yet she remained oblivious to the gravity of his condition. Seeing her approach, Stark visibly panicked and exclaimed, Pepper, please don't do that. There are others here. However, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Pepper still caught sight of the severity of his ailment. Oh no. She covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with sorrow. You never told me your condition was this grave. As Pepper threw herself into his embrace, Stark wore a look of helplessness. With Leah's presence, he had intended to keep his illness from Pepper, but today, it had been discovered. Tony, you don't need to go to such lengths. As I mentioned from the outset, palladium is not without alternatives. Perhaps you could explore your father's old possessions. You might uncover the answers you seek. Seemingly wary of interrupting their embrace, Leah spoke softly. Chapter 57. The Arrival of Thor. In truth, the Superman template had endowed Leah with a more astute intellect. Nevertheless, relying on Leah to independently develop a clean energy substitute for palladium would be a lengthy endeavor, and success was not guaranteed. After all, Leah had yet to fully harness the entirety of the Iron Man's powers. That said, should he attain the full capabilities of the Superman Iron Man, he might discover alternative solutions. Upon hearing Leah mention the potential for new elemental clues within his father's old possessions, Stark felt a renewed sense of vigor. By the way, it seems the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is also aware of this matter, isn't he? Leah could not ascertain whether Fury knew of the new elemental clues hidden within Stark's father's belongings. However, in the film, Fury did guide Stark. Leah's comment was merely a reminder for Stark to avoid being ensnared by false pretenses. He then turned to Natasha, smiling as he addressed her. "Isn't that right, Miss Romanoff? Or should I say, Miss Black Widow?" At that moment, Stark had not yet recognized Natasha's identity. Thus, upon hearing Leah refer to her as Black Widow, Stark cast a shocked glance at her. "So, you are with S.H.I.E.L.D.? He could hardly believe that his secretary was an undercover agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. The betrayal from someone close was something Stark could hardly tolerate. Regardless of her captivating beauty, faced with her identity being unveiled, Natasha's eyes reflected a hint of confusion, according to the agency's intelligence. Leah should have been completely unaware of her true identity. However, contemplating this further was futile. She realized that Director Fury's plan to recruit Stark was likely about to collapse. "Tony," Natasha addressed Stark, who glared at her. "The director means no harm. He merely wishes to invite you to join us." Leah found it difficult to assess Natasha's words. Fury had indeed made significant contributions to the safety of Earth and was a relatively reliable leader. However, he also tended to gather information on his subordinates' weaknesses to maintain balance within the team. Leah could not outright declare that this behavior was wrong, but it was certainly unacceptable to him. Stark exhaled deeply. "All right, you may leave now, Miss Romanoff. You are fired effective immediately." Stark had no desire to continue entangling himself with Natasha. At this point, he simply hoped to uncover the clues to a new element from his father's old possessions. Just as Leah had suggested. Observing Stark's resolute demeanor, Natasha could only sigh and prepare to take her leave. Before departing, she cast a profound glance at Loya, as though attempting to unveil the secrets that lay within him. Yet, Loya's expression remained perpetually cheerful, revealing nothing. In New Mexico, a man wearing sunglasses was driving a vehicle. In the back seat, a tall, blond man clad in a hospital gown was soundly asleep. The man in sunglasses was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the individual in the rear seat was none other than Thor, the god of thunder, who had descended upon Earth. However, due to Odin's decree, Thor was presently sealed away, rendered temporarily incapable of wielding his mighty hammer. Originally, it was Agent Coulson who was meant to investigate Thor's circumstances, but due to Loya's involvement, a different agent was dispatched instead. As the sunglasses-wearing agent approached New York en route to S.H.I.E.L.D., Thor awakened abruptly, the effects of the sedative wearing off. Upon seeing the one who had conspired against him, Thor bellowed in fury, "Mortal, do you even comprehend who you are confronting? I am Thor, son of Odin. How dare you treat me thus?" In Thor's eyes, Earthlings were mere subjects under divine dominion. The audacity of these mortals to provoke a god incited his wrath. With that, Thor struck the side of the vehicle with a mighty fist. Despite exerting all his strength, the sealing magic thwarted his attempt to break open the door. A god? The sunglasses-wearing agent shot a derisive glance at Thor, clearly regarding him as a delusional madman. "Odin? Isn't he just a myth?" The agent's scorn further enraged Thor, who retorted fiercely, "Mortal, you are inviting catastrophe upon your Midgard." He resolved that once he returned to Asgard, he would exact a proper punishment upon this primitive and barbaric planet. Though stripped of his divine power, Thor's combat instincts and physical prowess were far beyond those of ordinary men. Seizing the moment when the agent was unprepared, he delivered a devastating blow, knocking him out cold. With a swift motion, Thor flung open the car door and bolted outside. At S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury was on the phone, attempting to placate Stark. Yet, Stark's voice conveyed skepticism. "What celestial visitor? Just let your agents handle it." With that, Stark hung up, clearly still troubled by Natasha's earlier predicament. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to intervene regarding the so-called celestial visitor. Despite his current disinterest in Fury, he remained convinced of the existence of extraterrestrial threats. "Tony, you cannot go out. The new element is not yet fully developed, and you must not overexert the suit," Pepper exclaimed, urgently grasping her boyfriend, who was eager to don the armor. Just days prior, they had resolved their misunderstandings and officially confirmed their romantic relationship. Noticing Loya watching them with amusement, Pepper urged, "Loya, please talk some sense into him." Stark, however, remained insistent. "I am Iron Man. I cannot ignore this matter." Observing their playful tug-of-war, Loya displayed an expression of mild annoyance. Having endured an excess of romantic displays during his stay in Stark's office, "Enough of this charade. I shall handle it myself." Upon hearing Loya's intent to intervene personally, The bickering couple halted their actions. Stark chuckled, "Return swiftly. We shall resume our festivities tonight. Research by day, revelry by night. Ah, the perfect balance." Loya raised an eyebrow, reflecting on the decadence of such a lifestyle. Activating his enhanced vision, he pinpointed the figure of Thor from the photograph Fury had sent to Stark. "Is this the celestial visitor, Thor?" With a thunderous boom, Loya vanished from the window. Chapter 58, Odin's Gaze. At this juncture, Thor had yet to establish any bonds on Earth, or Midgard, as it is known. In his eyes, the mortals of Midgard appeared woefully weak and considerably backward. The sunglasses-wearing S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was not particularly formidable either. Though Thor's powers were curtailed by Odin, his physical capabilities remained extraordinarily high. Having experienced numerous battles, despite being relatively young, Thor's prowess ensured that the agent's defeat was inevitable. At that moment, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance system maintained a distant watch on Thor's location, refraining from sending anyone to provoke him further. Outside a burger joint, Thor clutched a bag containing approximately a dozen hamburgers. A female employee rushed out from the establishment. "Hey, handsome, you forgot to pay." If not for Thor's towering and striking appearance, she might have suspected him of attempting to dine and dash. "Hey." Thor awkwardly scratched his head. He was clad in ill-fitting attire, his muscular physique nearly bursting through the seams of the shirt he had taken from the unconscious agent. The employee regarded the stammering Thor with a mix of bemusement and admiration, lamenting her own commitments and finances. If only it were a decade earlier. She would have eagerly footed the bill for this handsome stranger, hoping for some romantic tale to unfold. Thor, noticing the kind demeanor of the employee, refrained from treating her as he had the previous agent. Just as the situation grew somewhat awkward, another tall figure emerged from behind Thor. "How much?" "I'll cover it for him." Loya, holding a wad of cash, nonchalantly handed it all to the employee. "Wow, another blonde hunk." The employee's face lit up with infatuation as she beheld Loya, who was equally as striking as Thor, albeit with a more stoic demeanor. Meanwhile, Thor was delighted that someone was willing to pay for him, realizing that not all Midgardians were as crude as the previous individual. "Thank you." Though grateful, Thor's thoughts remained fixated on reclaiming his hammer. At that moment, Mjolnir still symbolized his identity and divine power, and he fantasized about returning to Asgard once he retrieved it. As Loya observed Thor's ill-fitting shirt and pants, his expression grew somewhat peculiar. If memory served him correctly, the agent who had brought Thor to S.H.I.E.L.D. had been wearing that very outfit. Just then, as Thor took a few steps away, he abruptly halted, realizing he had completely forgotten which direction to go in this unfamiliar Midgard. During his unconscious state, he was escorted by the sunglasses agent all the way to New York, where he could still discern the location of his recent arrival on Earth. "Come on." Thor extended a hand, silently reciting the name of Mjolnir in an attempt to summon it. Unfortunately, he once again faced failure. Stripped of his divine powers, and under the decree of Odin, the Allfather, Thor found it utterly impossible to establish a connection with Mjolnir at this stage. "Damn it," he cursed, his expression growing increasingly anxious. Without divine power, he could not summon the hammer. Without the hammer, how could he possibly regain his divine strength? As stated in the original film, Thor at this moment failed to understand that the existence of the god of thunder was contingent upon Thor himself, rather than the act of wielding the hammer that defined him as such. "Hey," Leah called out, noticing Thor's aimless wandering. "If you don't mind, perhaps I could arrange a place for you to rest." Of course, this resting place was not referring to S.H.I.E.L.D. On the contrary, he intended to take the god of thunder to Stark. A Thor imbued with divine power possessed strength beyond planetary levels. Moreover, with the passage of time, Thor's power would continue to escalate. For instance, in the film, he was able to contend with Thanos, indicating that his strength had at least reached a level approaching that of a demigod. However, upon hearing Liyua's suggestion, Thor suddenly regarded him with a wary gaze. The sunglasses agent had previously deceived him with a similar rationale, thus sowing seeds of doubt in Thor's heart regarding such propositions. Consequently, he outright rejected Liyua's offer. "All right." Liyua waved his hand dismissively. "But what if I help you retrieve your hammer?" Had it been anyone else, Liyua would have already seized him and forcibly taken him back. However, Thor was different. He was the son of Odin. The might of the old Odin was at its zenith, and the level of strength possessed by the Allfather was beyond what Liyua could challenge at present. In truth, Odin was observing his son from afar, also taking note of Liyua. However, due to the peculiarities of Midgard, coupled with the fact that the Ancient One had once conversed with him, he was eager to see just how much potential Midgard, which had produced such a formidable being as the Ancient One, still harbored. Therefore, Lua's concerns were entirely unwarranted. Mjolnir held profound significance for Thor, and upon hearing Lua's willingness to assist in retrieving it, he naturally agreed. But how do you know I am searching for Mjolnir? That is not important. Just say whether you want to or not. All right. Yet, Thor's thoughts betrayed him. Once he acquired Mjolnir, he could summon the Bifrost and return home. As soon as Lua heard Thor's agreement, he swiftly grasped him, preparing to fly. You? Thor's heart leaped in alarm, and his expression turned to one of anger. Clearly, he believed Lua was attempting to deceive him. Cunning mortal. He reached out to push Lua away. However, overly reliant on his divine powers and Mjolnir. Although Thor's physique was considerably stronger than that of an ordinary human, before Lua, his speed was akin to that of an infant. With a gust of wind, Lua had already brushed aside Thor's arm and clasped it onto his shoulder. Me? You? Feeling Lua's arm as if it were seared into his shoulder, Thor's face flushed crimson. Yet he made no effort to dislodge Lua's arm. This only fueled his frustration while simultaneously igniting self-doubt. Even stripped of his divine powers and devoid of Mjolnir, he believed his physical prowess should not be inferior to that of a mere mortal. Outside the planet, in Asgard, Odin observed his son's disgraceful demeanor, a helpless expression crossing his face. He could sense that Lua's strength had yet to ascend beyond the planetary level, remaining at that tier. This indicated that his son Thor's prowess was likely on par with Lua's. Chapter 59. Am I so simple? Yet, despite being of the same planetary level, Lua's physical strength evidently dwarfed that of Thor. Odin looked at his son with a complex gaze, profoundly relieved that he had detected this issue in time and sent Thor to Midgard for refinement. The crux of Thor's problem lay in his excessive reverence for his divine power and Mjolnir, neglecting the inherent strength of being the god of thunder himself. A god, upon losing his divine powers, had become so feeble. How could he ever assume the responsibilities of Asgard in the future? Odin was acutely aware that his lifespan was dwindling, leaving little time for Thor to mature. In the vast cosmos, there existed numerous formidable beings. In the depths of the void, Thanos was wreaking havoc, preparing to gather the Infinity Stones. At this point, he had reached the level of a demigod, yet due to the presence of the Ancient One and Odin, he dared not approach Earth or encroach upon the 9 realms. Now, with the Ancient One deceased and Odin's time nearing its end, once he passed away, Thanos would have no remaining reservations. On Earth, while Thor remained absorbed in the shock of being completely overpowered by Lua, he once again felt the tremors of Midgard's mortals. Grasping Thor's shoulder, Lua slightly bent his legs. Then, the biofield expanded, enveloping both himself and Thor. Subsequently, they surged forward at 10 Mach. Boom. New Mexico, desert. Before long, Lua arrived at the site of the god of Thunder's hammer, guided by the coordinates sent by Tony. Thud. After landing with Thor, Lua released his grip. Cough. Having just undergone a rapid flight, Thor exhaled, calming his wildly beating heart upon finally standing on solid ground. Though Asgard was home to gods, their racial traits did not grant them the ability to fly. Thor gazed at Lua with a complex expression. Lua, right? You are the strongest mortal I have ever encountered. Based on Lua's earlier display of prowess, even the proud Thor had to admit in his heart that this individual's strength could rival his own peak. Or perhaps, it was even superior. Yet, Thor was still reluctant to believe that he, the mighty god of thunder and son of Odin, could possibly be inferior to a mere mortal. As he turned his gaze towards Mjolnir, now encased beneath the transparent dome, his thoughts began to stir once more. At the very least, he had found Mjolnir, hadn't he? Thus, Thor extended his hand once more. Come on, Mjolnir. Come here, Mjolnir. Mjolnir? With each call, his tone shifted from passionate to perplexed, culminating in heartbreak. He had to concede that his inability to summon Mjolnir was not due to distance, but rather because he was utterly sealed and had lost his divine powers. Why, father? The light in Thor's eyes gradually dimmed. He could endure many things, but the inability to resonate with Mjolnir was an unbearable burden. Nearby, several visitors who were touring the area also noticed the commotion, primarily due to the sonic boom created as Lua descended, despite having reduced his speed. Amidst the swirling sands of the desert, as the dust began to settle, a young woman approached. Hello, are you here for the survey as well? She inquired. That hammer is rather peculiar. I wonder what material it is made of. It's so small that we couldn't even move it with our vehicle. This was Jane Foster, known in the cinematic realm as Thor's beloved. At that moment, as an astrophysicist, she found herself drawn to this place by the phenomenon surrounding Mjolnir. Thor, still engulfed in the sorrow of being unable to summon his enchanted hammer, heard Jane's words and felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. If I cannot summon it, so be it. As its rightful owner, I can still take it in hand. With this thought, Thor's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he strode toward the hammer. Mjolnir is the symbol of the god of thunder. Only I possess the strength to wield it. You mere mortals could never hope to lift it. As he spoke, the affection in Thor's gaze nearly overflowed, leaving Jane momentarily entranced. Those aware recognized the hammer. Those unacquainted might have mistaken Mjolnir for a beautiful woman. She then turned her attention to the man accompanying Thor, Luke. Ahem, his mind seems a bit, shall we say, unsteady, Luke remarked with a smirk. Oh, is that so? What a pity for such a handsome fellow. Jane replied, her expression shifting to one of understanding. At this point, upon hearing Luke's light-hearted jibe, a twitch of annoyance crossed Thor's face. Had he not known better, he might have been tempted to engage Luke in a contest of strength. As they approached Mjolnir, Jane's companions stepped aside to clear the way. Come, Mjolnir, I shall take you home. At that moment, the watch on Luke's wrist emitted a series of beeps. He answered the call, and Tony Stark's voice came through. Luke, what's the situation? Encountered someone interesting? Luke glanced at the somewhat dazed Thor and replied, Tony, wait until you meet him, you'll surely like him. Thor, despite his formidable battle experience, seemed surprisingly innocent, akin to a child. Luke found himself eager to see how Thor would interact with the playboy Stark of his time. Meanwhile, Thor yanked off the glass cover and gripped Mjolnir tightly. With all my might, he exclaimed, yet Mjolnir remained utterly still, shattering Thor's heart in that instant. Just then, Jane approached him and, unable to suppress her amusement, asked, How is it, O mighty god of thunder? Jane believed that the hammer's weight must exceed several tons. Otherwise, it would not remain immovable under the strain of their vehicle. In Asgard, Odin observed his son with an inscrutable gaze. He had placed a magical curse upon the hammer, rendering it impossible for Thor, stripped of his divine powers, to lift it by mere physical strength. Suddenly, Odin's eyes widened in realization. Luke stepped beside Thor and patted his shoulder. Then, with a mere flick of his wrist, he lifted the hammer effortlessly. Luke mused, surprised at his own ability to hold Mjolnir. He was certain it was not through physical strength alone. He recalled that the curse on the hammer did not merely increase its weight. To lift it required nearly the strength of Odin himself, or, alternatively, an unwavering spirit and steadfast conviction, akin to Captain America and Vision in the films. So, does Mjolnir consider me to be just and pure of heart? Luke pondered, contemplating the depths of his own soul. Chapter 60, The Gathering of the Team. Luke's ability to lift Mjolnir had already demonstrated the strength of his inner self. Yet, standing beside him, Thor remained oblivious to this fact. To him, Mjolnir was not only a symbol of his identity as the god of thunder, but also akin to a beloved. It was already disheartening enough that Odin had sealed away his divine powers. Now, even Mjolnir seemed to disregard him. To add insult to injury, it had been lifted by another. In that moment, Thor felt as if his entire world had crumbled. He muttered, Mjolnir? No. He continued, though it is indeed astonishing that he can lift such an unusual hammer. At that moment, Jane approached, clearly astonished by Luke's feat after all. She and her companions had tried every possible means to move the hammer without success. Yet, she found Thor's crestfallen expression puzzling. Why the long face? You're a grown man. It's not like that hammer belongs to you. If you can't lift it, so be it. Is it worth such sorrow? Unbeknownst to Jane, who was still unaware of Thor's true identity, she could not grasp the significance of Mjolnir to him. Had she known, she would not have uttered such heart-wrenching words. Sure enough, upon hearing Jane's cutting remark, Thor's expression grew even more despondent, as if tears were on the verge of spilling from his eyes. In Asgard, Odin continued to observe Midgard closely. Seeing Luke lift Mjolnir, he narrowed his one eye slightly. He sensed that Luke did not emanate an aura of righteousness. However, after countless years, he had long ceased to judge individuals solely based on notions of good and evil. Regarding his son Thor, Odin felt a twinge of disappointment. Thor's reliance on divine power and Mjolnir was detrimental to his future growth. As it stood, should he ever lose his powers, Thor would find himself stripped of most of his strength. This, in turn, would pose significant dangers in the face of future challenges. Whether through magic, divine prowess, or physical strength, there always existed the potential for being outmatched. Only through diverse development could one amass sufficient strength to confront various adversaries and obstacles. In Midgard, after acquiring Mjolnir, Luke returned to New York with Thor, not to S.H.I.E.L.D., but directly to Stark Tower. Luke had his thoughts about the Avengers depicted in the films. Firstly, he believed that Thanos' power lay somewhere between a demigod and a god, a detail that could not be definitively ascertained until they met in person. The crux of the matter hinged on whether Thanos would be adorned with the Infinity Stones upon his arrival. Otherwise, even with just a single Infinity Stone, Thanos' strength would undoubtedly reach the level of a god. Moreover, once Thanos gathered all 6 stones and snapped his fingers, the ensuing wave of destructive energy would reach an alarmingly terrifying cosmic scale. Luke was acutely aware of his current power level, which was at the planetary level. However, the leap from planetary to demigod status would likely be even more arduous than transitioning from godly to cosmic levels, much like Superman at various stages. During his time as the Man of Steel, he required extensive exposure to yellow sunlight to enhance his abilities. However, once I possess the power of contemplation, my strength will expand rapidly and infinitely. Therefore, I am uncertain whether I can elevate my armored form to its utmost potential before Thanos arrives. Hence, enlisting some allies becomes essential. Moreover, I harbor grave suspicions that the Avengers are endowed with a stroke of luck. The most classic example is the 50-50 chance with Captain America. Theoretically, Captain America should possess only the abilities of a super soldier, as evidenced by his need to catch his breath after leaping from a high building with his vibranium shield, indicating he is far from planetary level. Conversely, Thanos has long been waging war across the cosmos, having decimated numerous planets. His ability to slaughter planets is undeniably indicative of a power far beyond that of a demigod. Yet, Captain America manages to trade blows with such a formidable opponent. Stark Industries. Oh, Lua, who is this handsome fellow? The speaker is Happy, who gazes enviously at Thor's physique, his admiration nearly spilling over. He's a friend of mine. By the way, where's Tony? At this moment, Happy and Lua have grown somewhat familiar, and it is worth mentioning that Lua is technically Happy's superior. After all, following Stark's decision to allot part of his shares to Pepper, Lua's holdings have even surpassed Stark's own. Oh, Tony? He was just in the office. Indicating that he is aware, Lua guided the somewhat dazed Thor toward Tony's private office. At the entrance, a beam of green light swept across. The office door swung open automatically. This was a facial recognition unlock system, implemented by Stark to prevent unauthorized personnel from entering his office. As for Lua, Stark had long ago recorded his facial and fingerprint information. This meant that Lua could come and go as he pleased. Of course, after today, Stark would regret ever entering Lua's information. Upon pushing the door open, Lua discovered 2 figures nestled together on the sofa. It appeared Stark was resting his head on Pepper's chest, seemingly seeking solace. OS. Noticing someone had entered his office, Stark sprang to his feet, hastily wiping away the traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. Lua could see clearly that those were indeed tear stains. In contrast to Stark, Pepper exhibited a greater sense of maturity, remaining composed rather than startled. Just a moment ago, during Lua's absence, Stark had successfully discovered a new element to replace palladium. All that remained was to upgrade the reactor using it. This was the reason for Stark and Pepper's embrace. Naturally, Stark was elated to be alive, with a beautiful life ahead and countless creative ideas yet to be realized. Upon realizing that Lua was the one who entered, Stark breathed a sigh of relief and attempted to change the subject. He turned his gaze toward Thor, questioning if this golden-haired giant was indeed the one Fury had been seeking. With his innocent eyes and clumsy movements, Thor did indeed resemble a simpleton. However, Lua patted his own hair and glanced at his well-defined muscles. A golden-haired simpleton? Lua began to suspect that Stark was deliberately mocking him due to his earlier interruption of Stark's moment. Ahem. Stark cleared his throat, his gaze somewhat evasive. Of course not. Lua, we are like brothers. Chapter 61. Tony's gift. Upon hearing Stark refer to him as a simpleton, Thor regained his composure. His sorrow was genuine, not a sign of stupidity. He exclaimed, "Hey mortal, mind your words. I am the son of Odin, the prince of Asgard, the god of thunder, Thor." After proclaiming his illustrious titles, Thor glared at Stark. However, this time he refrained from resorting to violence, primarily due to the immense pressure Lua exerted upon him, deterring him from underestimating others. Stark had only intended to make a jest at Lua's expense, yet upon hearing Thor's grandiose titles, he began to genuinely question Thor's intellect. Are you serious? Stark turned to Lua, a look of incredulity etched across his face. I recall hearing that in some tiny territory under our nation, there's a saying about something called Chinibyo. Upon hearing Stark's bewilderment, Lua chuckled and shook his head. Tony, what if I told you that what he just said is indeed true? Truly? How could that be? Stark whipped his head around to glance at Pepper, who mirrored his disbelief. Consequently, Stark patted Lua on the shoulder, saying, Lua, that joke is rather cold. Yet, despite his words, Stark felt an undercurrent of unease. After his fallout with Black Widow, Fury had reached out to Stark, detailing his struggles and expressing his desire to recruit him into the Avengers. One of the reasons for this invitation was the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Initially, Stark had been skeptical. Now, observing Lua's earnest expression, he found himself compelled to reconsider the reality of alien life. However, Thor's current demeanor hardly resembled that of the legendary god of thunder. Stark pondered, questioning the credibility of this self-proclaimed Thor. Though he exuded some presence, it was rather limited. Moreover, it seemed he harbored some fear toward Lua. Tony. Lua pulled out a chair and sat down, elaborating, deities do indeed exist. Indeed, Thor affirmed with a nod. It appears there are indeed intelligent beings in this backward realm of Midgard. Of course, Lua shot a glance at Thor, but I am not referring to such weaklings. In Lua's view, true deities in the Marvel Universe should be akin to the 5 great primordial beings or the ancient Gaia, who is said to have created Asgard. Naturally, Lua expressed skepticism regarding humanity's creation by Gaia. Regardless, upon hearing Lua deny his divine status, Thor eagerly sought to retort. If you acknowledge my identity as the god of thunder, why would you deny that I am a deity? At this stage, Thor placed immense importance on his identity. Being the god of thunder was a source of pride for him. But not a deity, Lua shook his head. To put it simply, there are many here in Midgard who could defeat you. Do you truly believe a deity would be so weak as to be bested by mere mortals? He then turned to Stark and Pepper to clarify. Midgard is what the Asgardians call our Earth. Upon hearing Lua claim that many others surpass him in strength, skepticism deepened on Thor's face. In his view, Lua should represent the pinnacle of Midgard's combat prowess, a guardian, a god of war. The notion that there were others stronger than him was simply unfathomable. Lua chuckled, fully aware of Thor's mindset. But that was the reality. For instance, comparing Ancient One to Thor would be immensely unfair. A quintessential example would be Hulk. The portrayal of Hulk in the comics is already well established. Feats like the Green Scar Hulk obliterating a star with a mere punch are commonplace, not to mention the Immortal Hulk and others. In terms of cinematic representation, the Hulk's prowess is nothing short of extraordinary, a true embodiment of raw strength. As for the Asgardians, your advantage lies in your longevity. Indeed, your physical attributes surpass those of us Midgardians by a significant margin. However, beyond that, most Asgardians are not exceptionally powerful, are they? After all, one's strength is contingent upon their lineage. As for your disbelief in the existence of numerous Midgardians capable of besting you, fret not, you shall witness it in due course. Alternatively, when you reclaim your divine powers, we can engage in another bout. Thor, having inherited Odin's bloodline, is, in Lua's view, a crucial ally in the impending confrontation against Thanos. Though he may claim Thor is not a true god, it remains a fact that divine blood courses through his veins. All right, Lua. Stark, though still grappling with the concept of extraterrestrial civilizations, momentarily reflects that if beings like Lua can exist, then perhaps the emergence of alien life is not so far-fetched after all. Speaking of which, I have prepared a gift for you over the past few days. With that, Stark rose and led Lua towards his laboratory. That god, you should come take a look as well. It's the god of thunder. Stark emphasized his title while striding to keep pace. In the laboratory, surrounded by an array of metallic parts, Lua surmised that this must be the very place where Stark developed the Mark armors. Indeed, a moment later, Stark spoke. J-A-R-V-I-S. Yes, sir. How may I assist you? Came the elegant and magnetic voice of Stark's artificial intelligence. J-A-R-V-I-S. Bring out the gift I prepared for Lua. Certainly, sir. With that, several mechanical arms extended, swiftly assembling various components in a red, gold, and silver color scheme. Thanks to Lua's timely insights, the Mark VI armor was brought to fruition ahead of schedule. Naturally, this also meant that, in comparison to its film counterpart, the Mark VI bore several limitations and issues. Nonetheless, the most crucial alteration, the inverted triangular arc reactor, also known as the third-generation reactor, retained its striking appearance. Within just over a minute, the armor was fully assembled. What do you think? The Mark VI, paired with my third-generation reactor, has replaced palladium with a new element. Lua, unperturbed by radiation, gazed upon the classic color scheme of the Mark VI, a smile gracing his lips as he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Stark. Thank you, Tony. I truly appreciate this gift. The earlier iterations of armor were clunky, and the subsequent nanomaterial armors lost the metallic essence of their predecessors. In the original film, the Mark VI was Lua's favorite suit. I'm glad you like it, Stark replied, a proud chuckle escaping him. Acknowledgement of one's invention is a source of immense joy for any creator. Chapter 62. Hulk and Abomination. Time passed gradually. Over the course of a month, several events unfolded in New York. Firstly, rumors regarding Iron Man Stark circulated widely. Due to his efforts in refining the third-generation reactor and the Mark VI, Iron Man had faded from public view for a while. Just as speculation arose concerning Stark's well-being, he made a grand appearance at a press conference. Clad in the complete Mark VI, boldly proclaiming Iron Man's return. Stark's safety brought cheer to some, while casting a shadow over others. Then, renowned physicist Banner experienced drastic physiological changes due to excessive gamma radiation. Compounded by childhood trauma, another persona within him, the Hulk, was unleashed. Hulk's debut wreaked unprecedented havoc, as he virtually dismantled an Air Force Base laboratory in the desert with his bare hands. Leaning languidly against the classroom wall, Lua relished the peaceful sunlight streaming through the window. Superman, Man of Steel, unlock level 24. Superman, Man of Steel, unlock level 25. As the unlock level incremented by 1%, Lua felt an indescribable energy within him responding, enhancing his physical strength. Just then, his wristwatch emitted an incoming call alert. Upon answering, Stark's voice came through. "Hey Lua, perhaps, I need your help." Stark's voice was fraught with chaos, accompanied by heavy breathing and coughing, indicating he was entangled in a predicament. Lua swiftly replied, "Understood, I'm on my way." He ended the call promptly. On the other side of New York, Stark gazed at the disconnected call, muttering, "But I haven't even explained what happened." "Sir, JARVIS," interjected from within the Mark VI, "Your friend, Mr. Lua, is on his way to assist. Estimated arrival time, 1 minute. JARVIS. Deduced this based on real-time location tracking from Lua's watch. 1 minute, huh?" Stark exhaled in relief, believing that once Lua arrived, the crisis at hand would be alleviated. Casting a glance at the unconscious Thor nearby, disdain flickered in his gaze. Is this really the God of Thunder? I expected this extraterrestrial fellow to be formidable. Yet he was easily subdued by a few throws. Truly, just a source of chaos. Meanwhile, Lua, having hung up the phone, rose and exited the classroom. Within 2 seconds, he activated his super hearing and supervision, pinpointing Stark's location. In Lua's sight, Stark was being overwhelmed by a hulking green beast. Is that the Hulk? The Hulk has always held a unique position in the Marvel Universe, primarily due to the multitude of attributes associated with him. Even the standard Hulk can theoretically amplify his strength infinitely with anger. Though, of course, this remains theoretical. On the street, behind Hulk, another green muscular figure emerged from the rubble. Unlike Hulk, this creature was adorned with reptilian scales. Abomination. While its growth potential pales in comparison to Hulk's, in terms of initial strength, it was certainly not inferior to the newly emerged Hulk. Noticing Stark struggling to maintain his footing, Lua decided it was time to intervene. With a thunderous surge, he propelled himself forward at Mach 10. Was that thunder? Peter pondered, glancing out the window, noting the clear skies devoid of clouds. He recognized that the commotion was undoubtedly caused by his brother. However, Peter was a dutiful child, even though he had long outgrown the title of child. "Sir, Leia is about to arrive." Jarvis meticulously calculated the arrival time of Leia, relaying real-time updates to Stark. In 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, boom. A powerful shockwave reverberated, followed by a thunderous roar. In the sky, several helicopter pilots felt an intense gust of wind surrounding them. Oh, F. General Ross, observing the battlefield, witnessed Leia emerging from the dust. The footage captured by high-speed cameras, when slowed down, revealed Leia descending from the heavens. What is happening? First Banner, then Emil, and now a flying one. Emil is the abomination, a product of gamma radiation. At that moment, Stark's channel suddenly connected. "Evacuate your men. Leave the rest to us." In truth, it was Leia who would handle it, but Stark deemed this phrasing more dignified. Upon hearing Stark's words, Ross did not hesitate. He immediately commanded the helicopters and tanks to retreat. He understood that while modern weaponry is formidable, it is far too sluggish for Hulk and Abomination. Nevertheless, the genesis of this predicament primarily stemmed from Abomination. Hulk's emergence was, in fact, influenced by Banner's benevolent persona coming to the rescue. Whether General Ross harbored intentions of capturing both Hulk and Abomination remains uncertain. Observing the maniacal Abomination and the visibly furious Hulk, Leia stepped forward to save Stark, who had just endured a brutal beating. At that moment, Stark's Mark VI armor lay in tatters, evidently unable to withstand the dual onslaught of Hulk and Abomination. "Tony, how did it come to this? If my memory serves me right, Hulk was supposed to be the one to save the day, wasn't he? Why is it Stark who is getting pummeled?" Upon hearing Leia's confusion, Stark tore off his tattered faceplate and helplessly glanced at Thor. "It's this guy. He came in mocking, only to get knocked out himself. I was left to face these two behemoths alone." Stark felt immensely aggrieved when he received Fury's call for assistance. It was merely to deal with Abomination. Yet, the supposed ally, Hulk, ended up attacking him as well. How did he become the odd man out? After listening to Stark's explanation, Leah chuckled and shook his head. All right, Tony, take some time to recuperate. Chapter 63, Headline News. Standing between Hulk and Abomination. Leah gazed up at their colossal forms, feeling a strange discontent swell within him. Slightly bending his legs, he levitated into the air, now looking down upon the two. This is much better. Witnessing Leah's ability to fly, Abomination's eyes widened in disbelief. Unlike Hulk, Abomination retained his intellect. What are you? He growled. This is unreasonable. Leah's eyes twitched. Perhaps you should ask yourself what you are? Neither human nor beast. A hideous abomination. The so-called lies are not blades. The truth is the true sword. Abomination was furious. He was indeed aware of his own grotesqueness. I will crush you. With eyes ablaze, Abomination stomped the ground in rage, his palms coming together to strike at Leah. Given Abomination's current strength, even a tank would struggle to withstand his might. Observing Leah floating in midair, unflinching, General Ross wore a puzzled expression. Was he waiting for death? It was no wonder he thought so. Even Stark's armor could not endure the force of Hulk and Abomination. However, Stark remained unfazed. Having already faced Hulk and Abomination directly, he believed Leah would manage them without significant trouble. And indeed, that was the case. As Abomination's powerful hands descended, Leah merely spread his arms wide. In an instant, his hands plunged into Abomination's palms. Roar! The excruciating pain coursing through Abomination prompted an anguished wail. Yet, before he could react further, he felt an immense force tugging at his arms. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears as Abomination looked down, seeing the ground receding further away. Moments later, Leah halted their ascent, and an even more ferocious force propelled Abomination downwards towards the earth. Upon impact, the surrounding area erupted with sonic booms. Bang! Abomination was the first to be driven into the ground by Leah. The tremendous shockwave rippled down the street, causing nearby buildings to tremble. Leah rose, and the deeply embedded Abomination lay limp, entirely unconscious. General Ross, observing the spectacle before him, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but refrained from uttering a word. He regarded the invincible Leah and then glanced at Hulk, who clearly harbored a measure of wariness towards Leah. This world has changed dramatically. Perhaps I should acquiesce to their plans. General Ross understood that conventional methods no longer posed a significant threat to these superhumans. If one cannot defeat them, then one must join them. Ross's internal scales began to tilt, leaning towards enhancing himself with gamma radiation. The Daily Bugle. Oh, Peter, you never fail to surprise me. Editor Jameson took several photographs from Peter's hands, depicting yesterday's clash between Hulk and Abomination in the neighboring district. To earn tuition, Peter had recently taken on a part-time job at the Bugle. As for how he secured this position, it was simply by capturing photos of himself as Spider-Man. Yesterday, after Leah departed, Peter, in deep contemplation, chose to follow suit and leave the classroom. One could say Leah misjudged Peter's character somewhat. This time, he did not perish. And coupled with Leah's subtle influence, Peter had transformed. He was no longer the bully who merely threw dust in your eyes, even if he had once succumbed to darkness. Well, at least not entirely. Meanwhile, Thompson was thrilled that Peter consistently managed to obtain first-hand photographs of Spider-Man. Of course, during this period, Jameson held an aversion to Spider-Man, believing his actions constituted criminal behavior. Looking at the stack of photographs in his hands, although Jameson was elated inside, he maintained a facade of composure. Iron Man battles Hulk and Abomination. What an explosive topic. However, Jameson noticed that while Iron Man was featured in the photos, the visuals were not quite accurate. Instead, another figure, whose face was obscured, alongside Hulk and Abomination, dominated the majority of the images. This figure was none other than Leah. Peter will indeed send these photographs. Having received the consent of Rua, the arrival of Thanos is imminent. Especially since Rua remains uncertain about the progress Thanos has made in collecting the Infinity Stones within this universe. Therefore, before Odin's demise, he must either acquire the power to overpower Thanos or assemble a team to confront him collectively. Rua resolved to pursue both options simultaneously. Thus, he tacitly permitted Peter to publish his silhouette in the Daily Bugle. Perhaps it is time for Homelander to emerge into the public eye. There is no point in remaining in the shadows. If Thanos were to gather all the Infinity Stones with a mere snap of his fingers, Rua cannot gamble on whether he would survive among the half of the universe that perishes. Consequently, The Daily Bugle's report featured the mysterious figure engaging in combat alongside Iron Man against Hulk and Abomination, dominating the front page. During the same period, Iron Man issued a statement, thereby introducing the name Homelander to the public for the first time. At home, Ben Parker continued his daily routine of perusing the newspaper. The transformations in New York over the past few months were beyond his wildest imaginings. Superpowered beings such as Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, and Hulk had emerged in abundance. Recently, a new figure known as Homelander had appeared. Ben furrowed his brow, intently scrutinizing the photograph on the front page. The headline featured Rua floating in midair, confronting both Hulk and Abomination. Although no frontal image of Rua had been captured, Ben felt a growing sense of perplexity. How curious it is that Homelander's silhouette bears such a striking resemblance to Rua. Ben rubbed his eyes, and the likeness only intensified, particularly the attire of Homelander. Ben distinctly remembered seeing Rua wearing an identical outfit just yesterday. A tall and robust physique, golden hair, the same clothing. Well, with so many matching features, Ben, who was well acquainted with his son, could ascertain that the so-called Homelander must indeed be his son, Rua. Yet, it was precisely because of his familiarity with his son that Ben felt bewildered. This boy had never exhibited anything extraordinary since childhood. Even if he was physically strong, it was still within the realm of normalcy. Now, he appeared almost unrecognizable as a human being. Why not simply wait for Rua to return and inquire directly? Why engage in such conjecture? May, on the other hand, did not mind her son's identity. To her, if Rua truly was Homelander, she would undoubtedly feel immense pride in her son. Chapter 64, Peter's Dilemma. In the office of the Daily Bugle, Editor-in-Chief Jameson sat with a cigar in hand. His eyes slightly squinted, a look of satisfaction etched upon his face. It was hardly surprising, as after publishing the photograph Peter had sent him yesterday, Stark had coincidentally issued a statement as well. As a result, Homelander had overnight become the talk of New York and indeed the entirety of America. Consequently, the Daily Bugle's previous day's issue had also experienced a surge in popularity. At that moment, the office door was gently pushed open. A somewhat dazed young man entered. This young man was none other than Peter Parker, the unsung hero of the Daily Bugle. As an intern who had only been with the publication for a few weeks, Peter had already made significant contributions, providing a plethora of close-up shots of Spider-Man, as well as yesterday's image of Homelander's silhouette. Oh, little Peter. Jameson unexpectedly flashed a rare smile towards Peter today, leaving him somewhat taken aback. This smile instilled Peter with newfound confidence for the request he was about to make. Good morning, Mr. Jameson, Peter replied, a hint of shyness gracing his features. The people of New York would never suspect that the reliable Spider-Man they admired was, in truth, a bashful young man. Peter, do you have any new photographs to share today? Jameson inquired eagerly, his anticipation palpable. Peter hesitated, scratching his head awkwardly. Well, Mr. Jameson, regarding the photographs of Homelander, if I have the opportunity to capture any, I promise to bring them to you at the earliest. Peter vowed. However, he was feeling somewhat apprehensive about Rua at present. This was not the fear of a weaker individual facing a stronger one, but rather the insecurity of a timid person before someone with considerable inner strength. Moreover, Peter was acutely aware of the boundaries. He would not disclose his brother's photographs to the public without Rua's consent. Yet, upon hearing that Peter had come empty-handed, the smile on Jameson's face gradually faded away. So, Peter, you're telling me you've come here with nothing? Jameson's tone was devoid of warmth, and Peter felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yes, Mr. Jameson. He could only admit. Then why are you still standing here, Peter? Jameson issued a clear dismissal. In truth, Jameson did not harbor any dislike for Peter. His cold demeanor stemmed entirely from the unknown connection between Peter and Spider-Man, which had led him to harbor resentment towards the latter. Due to various complex reasons, Jameson held a deep-seated disdain for Spider-Man. He did not recognize Spider-Man's heroic identity, believing only public servants could be true heroes. His personal experiences had left him skeptical of masked individuals. These factors had fostered a prejudice against Spider-Man, resulting in increased coldness towards Peter. Nevertheless, Peter, recalling his purpose for visiting, steeled himself and bravely addressed Jameson. Mr. Jameson, I would like to request an advance on my salary for this month. Peter finally spoke up. The truth was, despite the semester just beginning, the expenses of university life were indeed substantial. Moreover, Peter was reluctant to ask his brother Rua for money, let alone Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Of course, the real reason for Peter's financial troubles stemmed from Mary Jane's breakup with Harry. The reasons for their separation were quite complex. Apart from Harry's father's disapproval, Mary Jane and Harry's personalities clashed significantly. Their impoverished background, coupled with strained family relations, made it exceedingly difficult for Mary Jane to maintain a relationship with the wealthy Harry. This circumstance gave Peter a glimmer of hope. To be honest, if Peter were to borrow money from Rua for this reason, Rua would likely refuse. Was there a shortage of women in the world? Did he have to fixate solely on Mary Jane? However, the innocent Peter was inexplicably drawn to Mary Jane. There was no remedy for it. And thus, this was the reason Peter mustered the courage to approach Jameson for a salary advance. Upon hearing Peter's request, Jameson's eyes widened in astonishment. As if he had heard an unbelievable revelation, his body leaned forward slightly as he spoke. "Young man, are you jesting with me? If everyone were to approach me for salary advances like you, this newspaper would inevitably go bankrupt." Jameson's refusal was anticipated by Peter. He had prepared himself for this outcome before coming in. However, he yearned to continue his endeavors, and thus he declared, "But, Mr. Jameson, over the past fortnight, I believe I have made considerable contributions to the newspaper." This time, Peter's gaze was resolute. In pursuit of a rendezvous with the enchanting Mary Jane, he was willing to take risks. Observing Peter's determination, Jameson's demeanor softened. Indeed, Peter was right. The acclaim generated by his photographs alone during this period was tantamount to that of all the other reporters combined. Furthermore, Jameson recognized that although he harbored disdain for Spider-Man, it was unjust to extend that animosity toward a young man like Peter. After scrutinizing Peter for several seconds, Jameson finally spoke in a leisurely manner. "Very well, young Peter. Today, I shall make an exception and advance you a month's salary. But remember, you must focus on capturing images of our fellow countrymen." Jameson was indifferent to Peter's ability to photograph fellow citizens or the challenges therein. To him, if Peter could capture one image of a fellow countryman, he could certainly capture countless more. Upon hearing that Jameson had acquiesced to his request, Peter was momentarily taken aback. Curiously, he inquired, "By the way, Mr. Jameson, do you also perceive our fellow countrymen as superheroes who rescue us from peril?" Jameson froze for a moment, then erupted into laughter as if he had heard an absurd joke. "Superheroes? Are you suggesting that the fellow countryman who has wreaked havoc on an entire street is a superhero? Don't be ridiculous. He is as villainous as Spider-Man and that Spider-Woman." "No, wait." Jameson leaped from his chair. "He is even more malevolent than Spider-Man. With great power comes great destruction." Jameson's words cascaded like a rapid-fire barrage, leaving the typically inarticulate Peter momentarily speechless. Even as he exited the office clutching his meager paycheck, he remained in a daze. Could it be that he, like his brother, was a disruptor of social order? Impossible. Peter shook his head. How could someone who fought against crime be deemed a threat to societal stability? Chapter 65. The Love of Family. As Peter walked home, he reflected on the editor's words. He was acutely aware that public opinion regarding himself and Gwen was sharply divided. Just as Jameson had articulated, many believed that Spider-Man's existence, while combating crime, also caused significant destruction. This was a truth Peter himself acknowledged, for at times, in the act of saving others, he inadvertently damaged property. This line of thought led him to ponder his brother, Rua. In truth, Peter had been evading a troubling question. His brother often resorted to lethal means when confronting crime. This approach directly contradicted Uncle Ben's teachings. In retrospect, this realization exacerbated Peter's inner turmoil. To kill in the name of saving lives, how does one reconcile that? Is it justice, or yet another form of crime? If Rua were in his position, he would certainly not entertain such doubts. To him, justice was synonymous with power. Those who fell to his might were simply the villains. Amidst Peter's ruminations, he gradually returned home. Upon entering, he was greeted by Aunt May. Instantly, she sensed that something was amiss with Peter. "What troubles you, dear Peter? You seem rather glum," she gently inquired, wrapping her arm around his. Uncle Ben, having just completed his outdoor chores, was seated with a cup of tea. Noticing Peter's somber demeanor, he straightened slightly and said, "Peter, it is normal at your age to be beset by numerous worries, be it friendships or romantic entanglements. In my youth, I too." At this juncture, Ben paused, casting a sidelong glance at his wife May, who was observing him intently, and then amended, "Well, while everyone is here, feel free to share your concerns with us. We are family, after all." Rua, lounging in the sun, lazily opened one eye and then closed it again. "It's probably something about love, right, brother?" He was aware of the recent split between Mary Jane and Harry, given that Harry was one of Peter's few friends and they often spent time together. Rua had noted the incompatibility between Mary Jane and Harry. Upon hearing Rua's astute observation of his inner thoughts, Peter momentarily set aside his earlier worries, a shy smile gracing his face. "Ah, so that is how it is. Peter, I believe having feelings for a girl is nothing to be embarrassed about," Ben said with a hint of a smile. "Let me guess, is it the lovely Mary Jane next door?" Peter was taken aback by Uncle Ben's unexpected curiosity. However, as Ben had indicated, he too had been a charming youth, having experienced much in his earlier days. May, with a loving glance, reminded him of his own youthful beauty. Overwhelmed by this display of affection, Peter shrugged in resignation. Yet, in his heart, he harbored a certain skepticism about the romantic ideals of previous generations. It was not a question of respect for Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Rather, the frenzied society had amplified the significance of wealth. In Peter's view, how could one pursue love without financial means? This was why he had even considered requesting an advance on his salary. He had arranged to take Mary Jane to the opera that evening, and tickets, attire, and expenses all required funds. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Peter's spirits sank further. Aunt May seemed to sense his distress and gently consoled him. Of course, dear, dating can sometimes entail significant expenses. As she spoke, she retrieved her wallet, counting out $500. After a moment's reflection, she decided to withdraw $900 in total. Handing $450 to Peter with a smile, "It may not be sufficient, but I hope it helps." Their household was not particularly affluent, while Rhea had wealth. He was consistently rebuffed by Ben whenever he offered to support the family. Peter was also reluctant to allow money to jeopardize familial bonds. Thus, he quietly arranged for his father's employer to assign some light, yet respectable work for him. Peter accepted the $450 from Aunt May, feeling a deep sense of shame, but for the sake of the evening's date, he acquiesced. "I will work hard to earn a great deal of money to support Uncle Ben and Aunt May." After handing Peter the money, May turned back to Rhea with a smile. "You know, dear, I am not in dire need of money." Rhea, lounging in the sun, stood up, bemusedly looking at his mother May. He understood her meticulous nature, always striving to ensure that love was distributed evenly within the family, never to harm any family member. As such, after providing Peter with the funds, she would undoubtedly request Rhea to accept a similar amount. May smiled gently as she patted Leah's considerably broader shoulders. "I understand, Leah, but this is a mother's love for her child. Can you truly reject that?" With this, May feigned a stern expression, as if to suggest that any further refusal from Leah would provoke her anger. "I love you, Mom." After uttering these words, Leah embraced his mother softly. At that moment, a faint voice of sarcasm broke through. "Goodness, I never received such treatment." May turned her head to see Ben, her husband, earnestly sipping his tea. Naturally, Ben would not harbor jealousy towards his own nephew and son. Though life at times proved challenging, Ben possessed a strong will, even in difficult times. He would not ask his wife for money. Laughter and merriment emanated from their home, drifting far and wide. Yet, while Peter's expression bore a smile, it still hinted at an underlying bitterness. Next door, the Parker family was preparing lunch alongside the Mary Jane family. However, the term family was somewhat misleading, as it referred solely to Mary Jane and her mother, Madeline. Mary Jane's father had frequently been abusive during her childhood, leading Madeline to divorce him. Hearing the joyous sounds from next door, both Mary Jane and Madeline wore expressions tinged with sorrow. It was not without reason. At that moment, Jan's father, Madeline's ex-husband, Watson, sat across from them. Reeking of alcohol, he bellowed at his wife and daughter, "I'm just short $20,000. Give it to me, and I'll leave immediately." Watson had a gambling problem, and this time he had accrued too much debt, which led him to target his ex-wife for a solution. The sight of their drunken father rekindled memories of fear in both Jan and Madeline. Chapter 66. Withdrawing in truth. It made no sense for Watson to demand money from them, as Madeline was no longer his wife. Soon, the commotion reached next door. Ben was somewhat aware of Watson's tendencies towards domestic abuse. After all, this was not the first time Watson had caused a scene at his ex-wife's home. "You stay here, I'll be right back." Ben's sense of justice would not allow him to remain indifferent. "Dad, I'll accompany you." Before Leah could speak, Peter stood up decisively. In the past, he would have felt powerless to help Mary Jane in such situations. However, now that he had become Spider-Man, Peter was determined to intervene. Moreover, Uncle Ben was aging. He could not risk being harmed by Watson, the drunken fool. Of course, such a scenario was highly unlikely. With Leah present, should Watson exhibit even the slightest inclination towards threatening Ben, Leah would swiftly neutralize him. Observing Peter's eagerness to defend the neighboring mother and daughter, Ben and May exchanged knowing smiles. They had been keenly aware of Peter's transformation. Peter believed his Spider-Man persona was impeccably concealed, yet his physical strength and subtle behaviors in daily life had ignited some uncertain suspicions in Ben and May. Nevertheless, they chose to trust Peter without asking questions. In Jan's home, Madeline's steadfast refusal to give Watson the $20,000 only fueled his temper. Fueled by alcohol, Watson dared not act brazenly in front of others. But he was tyrannical towards his ex-wife, who had long been accustomed to his bullying. Madeline. Watson slammed his fist on the table, producing a resounding thud. You know that if I don't get the money today, I want to leave. After his outburst, Watson dragged a chair over and sat down. Madeline's expression grew increasingly helpless as she watched her ex-husband's despicable demeanor. As for Mary Jane, the shadows of her childhood resurfaced, causing her body to tremble slightly. Knock. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Mrs. Madeline, are you home? Hearing Ben's voice from next door. Both Madeline and Jan felt an inexplicable sense of relief. They knew Ben well. As long as he was there, he would never ignore their plight. Conversely, Watson's expression darkened further. The door opened to reveal Ben and Peter standing at the threshold. Mrs. Madeline, may I inquire if you are facing any difficulties? As he spoke, Ben's gaze shifted toward Watson, who was lurking in the background, clutching a beer bottle menacingly. Peter, noticing Jan snuggling beside Madeline, exchanged a wink with her. Peter was no longer the insignificant boy he once was. In the eyes of everyone, although they were unaware of his Spider-Man identity. Even a mere encounter with the school's star football player, Thompson, was enough to testify to his prowess. Furthermore, Peter's physique had become quite formidable. Thus Watson, sensing the shift, wisely opted for retreat. Who are you? How dare you enter someone else's home without permission? As he spoke, he placed his beer bottle down in an attempt to feign nonchalance. When faced with someone he could not overpower, he resorted to reasoning, which was a survival tactic for Watson. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to demanding money from his ex-wife in such a disgraceful manner. Is that so? Ben interjected, blocking Peter, who was eager to step forward. For Ben, the first recourse to resolve conflict would never be violence, whether inflicting harm or being harmed. He was particularly reluctant to see his nephew, Peter, embroiled in such matters. Ben fixed his gaze on the visibly anxious Watson before turning to Madeline. Mrs. Madeline, may I ask who this gentleman is? Ben was well aware that Watson was Madeline's ex-husband. He deliberately posed the question. Madeline quickly grasped Ben's intention and firmly replied, I don't know. He suddenly barged into my home and is attempting to rob us. Taking up Madeline's words, Ben turned to Watson with a serious expression. Sir, I believe it is you who should be leaving. Trespassing into someone else's home is a serious offense. Faced with Ben's threat, Watson cast a cold gaze at his ex-wife and daughter, then at Ben and Peter. He weighed his options, contemplating whether he might still extract some money from his ex-wife. However, it was evident that Watson, a chronic drunkard, posed no threat to Peter, who was young and vigorous, nor to the aging Ben. Humph. With a reluctant grunt, Watson conceded, Mr. Ben, is it? I suggest you focus on your own wife rather than meddling in other people's affairs. With that, he prepared to leave. After all, there was no chance of obtaining money here. It would be wiser to depart and seek opportunities elsewhere. Yet, unable to endure Watson's insult towards Ben, Peter stepped forward. Had Ben not restrained him, he might have revealed his long-hidden identity and pummeled Watson. Peter. Ben grasped Peter's shoulder tightly. He was astonished by Peter's strength. In the instant he grasped Peter's arm, he nearly felt himself lifted off the ground. Casting a glance at Ben, he spoke earnestly. Engaging in mutual violence is not a trivial offense, Peter. You are still in school. Had he been younger, even Ben himself would have been unable to resist the urge to confront Watson. However, he was no longer that impulsive youth. He was now the head of a family of 4 and must act with prudence. Very well, Uncle Ben, Peter sighed, watching Watson's figure recede into the distance. Reluctantly unclenching his fist. Once Watson's silhouette vanished, Madeline gradually emerged from her state of fear. She looked gratefully at Ben, exclaiming, Mr. Ben, I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for your assistance, I truly don't know what I would have done. Ben waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trifling effort. He mused that perhaps after this encounter, that fellow would think twice before approaching again. He resolved to keep a vigilant watch over the neighbor, should Watson dare to return. Next time, he would not be so accommodating. Upon returning home, his wife May was preparing some refreshments. However, the once sunbathing Rhea had mysteriously vanished, leaving only the rocking chair creaking back and forth. May, where has Rhea gone? Oh, he said he was stepping out to buy something and would be back shortly. Chapter 67. I haven't forgiven you. Watson, having left his ex-wife's home, was increasingly irate. Damn it, not only did I leave empty-handed, but I also have to cover the travel expenses. It was all the fault of that meddling old man. As he cursed under his breath, Watson suddenly noticed a shadow looming before him. Who the hell is that? Watch where you're going. He looked up to find a tall, blond young man. The youth's physique was remarkably robust, causing Watson to lose any inclination to continue his threats. Clearing his throat, Watson took a few steps aside. attempting to sidestep the blonde youth. However, no matter whether he moved left or right, the young man consistently blocked his path. At this moment, Watson realized that the youth was indeed approaching him with intent. Watson, Rhea narrowed his eyes, towering over him. I should have simply knocked you out. But I've changed my mind. Having insulted his father, Watson could not expect to escape unscathed. Indeed, Rhea believed that delivering a fatal blow to Watson would be a merciful release. Do you know who I am? Rhea's voice was frigid, as if the very air around them was on the verge of freezing. Watson, bewildered, shook his head. Rhea continued, I am Ben Parker's son, Rua Parker. Now do you understand? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Watson's forehead as he sensed the overwhelming aura of menace radiating from the young man before him. Far more intense than any underground casino boss he had encountered. Forgive me. Watson's innate cowardice surfaced, and trembling, he apologized to Rhea. Without hesitation, he bent his knees and knelt before him. Watson understood all too well that being cornered in this secluded alley, his life, was in peril. Please, Rhea. I'm leaving New York this instant. I swear I'll never return. Yes, never again. Clearly, Rhea's display of intimidation triggered some unsettling memories for Watson from the casino. Observing Rhea's unyielding gaze, Watson felt compelled to plead further. Your father believes that violence is not the best solution, right? Just give me one chance. As he begged, Watson felt a surge of satisfaction at his own cunning, detecting the murderous intent and swiftly seeking forgiveness. Rhea's lips curled into a faint smile. You are correct. Violence is indeed not the optimal solution. At that moment, a passerby appeared at the alley's entrance, glancing at the scene before hastily departing. I will grant you my father's forgiveness this once, Rhea said softly. Now, you may leave. He stepped aside, allowing Watson to escape. Feeling an unexpected surge of relief wash over him, Watson hurriedly circumvented Rhea, maintaining a safe distance. Yet, just as he had taken a few steps forward, Rhea's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, a surge of heat coalescing. In an instant, two beams of red light shot through the alley. Watson continued to run, but suddenly, he felt the world spin around him, and then, darkness. Rhea extinguished his laser vision and turned away, silently departing. I never claimed to have forgiven you. While it was true that violence was not the best means of resolution, for Rhea, it was a swift and effortless solution. Passing by a pizzeria, Rhea paused, 2 pizzas. One with sausage, the other with pineapple, for takeout. This pizzeria was where Peter had once worked. The establishment was modest and not particularly renowned, but their speed in crafting pizzas was commendable. Balancing 2 pizzas in hand while basking in the sun, Rhea returned home. I'm back, he announced, placing the steaming pizzas on the table. Oh, Rhea, my apple pie is almost ready. You needn't spend so much, May said, concerned over Rhea's expenditure. She knew that a handsome young man like her son, Rhea, must be incurring substantial costs at university, what with various club activities and dating. May was well aware of the allure her son possessed over young women. Thus, she believed they could save at home. Of course, she was also delighted by her son's thoughtfulness. Ben, stop staring and come help divide the pizzas. I'll check on my apple pie. Coming. Can't I have a moment's respite? Although he spoke thus, a smile adorned Ben's face. I'll help you, Mom, Rhea offered, attempting to enter the kitchen. Rhea, just stay put. An apple pie hardly requires 2 people's efforts, May chuckled, declining her son's assistance. Everyone was in high spirits, except for Peter, who sat off to the side, his expression one of inner turmoil. Young man, what troubles you? Ben noticed Peter's demeanor and sat beside him. Since your brother entered, you seem rather glum. Sensing his uncle's concern, Peter forced a smile. It's nothing, Uncle Ben. I'm just feeling a bit unwell. With that, Peter turned to Rhea. Brother, could you help me back to my room? Peter's excuse was still rather flimsy. However, May believed him, peering out from the kitchen with concern. Peter, if you're not feeling well, I think we should see a doctor. Peter scratched his head and replied, it's nothing. Perhaps I am just too fatigued. I'll just rest in my room for a bit. After saying this, he turned to Rhea and added, Brother, could you lend me a hand? May wanted to say something further, but Ben interjected, Peter, do take care of yourself. If you feel really unwell, you must inform us. He then cast a knowing glance at May. Clearly, as a young adult, Peter was reluctant to divulge certain matters to his 2 elders. Observing Peter's troubled expression, Rhea nodded, let us go. In the room, Peter's gaze flickered, as if he were pondering how to broach a subject. Just speak your mind, Rhea encouraged. Seated by the sunlit window, looking at his brother's nonchalant demeanor, Peter hesitated but finally uttered, I can smell blood on you, brother. Did you kill that man? Chapter 68. Breaking down defenses. Seeing Peter's conflicted expression, Rhea couldn't help but reflect. Has Peter not yet matured during this phase? As his brother, Rhea had subtly influenced Peter since childhood. Yet, it was evident that it had little effect. If only Peter could summon the decisiveness to confront Rhea about his actions, perhaps Rhea would feel a sense of satisfaction. Instead, Peter, despite knowing his brother's actions contradicted his values, faltered in his confrontation. Peter, Rhea's voice was eerily calm, obscuring his true thoughts. Is this the growth you've achieved as Spider-Man? Don't you think your indecision has cost you too much? Rhea resolved to employ a rather unconventional approach to propel Peter's development, even if it might yield unfavorable consequences. He believed in his ability to mitigate any fallout. Honestly, Peter should have matured significantly by this stage. However, the fact that their father had been saved by Rhea meant Spider-Man lost the pivotal experience that could have shaped him. Upon hearing Rhea question him first, Peter finally lifted his gaze and responded, "Isn't it better to think things through? That's what I've always believed." When faced with a dilemma, he often overthought, striving to avoid mistakes. Yet, ironically, the more he contemplated, the more errors he sometimes made. Leaning towards Peter with a hint of mockery, Rhea remarked, "Oh really? Just like how your overthinking led Mary Jane to become Thompson's girlfriend? Mind you, she lives right next door." This statement struck a nerve, causing Peter to stammer, "I." He struggled to articulate a coherent response. Yet, Rhea pressed on, relentless. "So after Mary Jane and Thompson split, did you also overthink? And then she ended up with your good friend Harry?" Peter felt as though Rhea's words were a barrage of daggers piercing his mind. Yet, he found himself devoid of any counter-arguments. "Stop it, brother. I beg you." Peter cradled his head, pleading with Rhea. The questions he initially wished to pose had long been cast aside. At this moment, all Peter desired was for Rhea to cease his relentless probing. However, seeing his brother unable to meet his gaze, Rhea smirked. "Honestly, Peter, you are exceedingly weak. Look around our home. Who else exhibits your level of fragility?" Rhea was not mistaken. Whether it was Ben or May, despite their age, their resilience was evident. Rhea did not relent, leaning in closer to Peter with an amused tone. "Tell me, if I were to pursue Jane, how long would it take to win her over? A week? Or perhaps just a day?" Upon hearing this, Peter momentarily froze. Then, incredulity washed over him as he lifted his gaze. "No, brother, you wouldn't do that, would you?" Rhea's smile deepened at Peter's almost desperate tone. "Why not? Perhaps you ought to think it over a bit more." "No." Peter's expression darkened. He had already made plans to go on a date with Jane that evening. If his brother intervened, "Rhea, you can't do this," Peter nearly shouted. Downstairs, Ben and May heard the commotion from above. May, with a hint of concern, glanced at the ceiling. "That's Peter's room." "Ben, do you think they might be fighting?" Sensing his wife's worry, Ben reassured her, "Do not fret. Youngsters often go through a phase where their tempers flare. Rhea and Peter are good boys. We ought to trust them." He wanted to believe that his son and nephew could resolve their differences, given Rhea's calm demeanor and Peter's inherent kindness. Meanwhile, the argument continued upstairs. "You already have so much. I only have Jane. You can't take her from me." Peter stood, fists clenched tightly, his agitation palpable. Yet, Rhea's smile only grew more exaggerated. "And what of it, Peter? What is Jane to you? Why can't I claim her for myself? Unless you can provide me a reason." Despite Peter's intense anger and newfound assertiveness, Rhea found delight in the confrontation. In the Marvel Universe, indecisiveness was undoubtedly a poor trait. Even recklessness was preferable to hesitating at a critical moment and missing an opportunity. As Peter grasped that his brother might genuinely vie for Jane, rather than jesting, he acted. With immense force, he swung a punch at Rhea. Though aware that his strength paled in comparison, he could no longer contain himself. Thud! Mid-air, Peter's fist was caught firmly in Rhea's grip, unable to advance an inch. "Brother, you know, setting aside strength, I possess considerable assets. And what do you have? A coward without wealth. How could Jane possibly be interested in you?" With a sudden jerk, Peter withdrew his fist. His gaze grew cold. "Rhea, I have extraordinary abilities. I will prove to you that I am not inferior." It seemed Peter had resolved to stand his ground. "I look forward to it," Rhea replied effortlessly. Peter turned to the window, gazing at the room opposite, which belonged to Jane. With his spider abilities, his vision was remarkably keen. Even if he couldn't see into her room as clearly as Rhea, observing Jane was no challenge. At that moment, Peter noticed Jane selecting various dresses, seemingly preparing for their date that evening. With a long exhale, Peter's mind began to formulate a plan. He swiftly seized the coat from the bed. However, as he slipped on half of the sleeve, a look of disdain crossed his face, and he promptly discarded the coat onto the floor. This plain coat, once cherished and worn for 2 years, now seemed dreadfully outdated. "I could acquire something far superior," Peter thought of his friend Harry and his father. Perhaps I should purchase a suit for my date with Jane. With this notion, Peter hastily prepared to leave. Observing Peter strut down the stairs with confidence, Rhea could no longer contain himself and let out a chuckle. Well done, brother. Chapter 69. The bully Peter thundered down the stairs from the second floor, then, without uttering a word, dashed out the door. Bang! The resounding slam of the door prompted Ben and May to exchange puzzled glances. Subsequently, May cast a slightly reproachful look at her husband. I told you. We should have gone upstairs to check. Ben felt somewhat awkward but was relieved when his peripheral vision caught sight of Rhea leisurely descending the stairs. Rhea, did you and Peter just have a spat upstairs? Ben inquired, initially assuming the brothers had quarreled, but Rhea's cheerful demeanor left him uncertain. Of course not, Dad. Peter just has some matters to attend to, so don't worry. As she spoke, Rhea approached the dining table. Eyeing the steaming apple pie, he picked one up, blew on it, and took a bite. Mom, your apple pie is still the best. Hearing Rhea's reassurance that no conflict had occurred, the couple breathed a sigh of relief. May, watching her son, smiled as she pushed the plate of apple pie closer to Rhea. Eat slowly. Be careful, it's hot. If you put it so far away, how am I supposed to reach it? Ben muttered softly beside her. Then, noticing the look his wife shot him, he cheerfully scampered off to the kitchen. There's another apple pie, right? I'll get it. After enjoying afternoon tea at home, Rhea activated his supervision and super hearing to pinpoint Peter's location. After all, should Peter be provoked into taking any drastic actions, he would need to intervene promptly. The Daily Bugle? Let me think. Why would Peter head to the Daily Bugle? At the Daily Bugle, in the editor's office, Jameson was engrossed in writing an article. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Peter sauntered in with an air of nonchalance. He plopped down in the chair opposite Jameson, comfortably resting his legs on the desk. Peter? What brings you here today? Peter's actions left Jameson momentarily flustered, causing his usual confident demeanor to falter. Peter rested his head on his arms. Boss, what do you think of the photos I've been sending you lately? Are they satisfactory? Jameson quickly grasped Peter's intentions. He was seeking recognition. However, it seemed unusual for Peter to exhibit such behavior after having been there for some time. Peter, what exactly do you want to say? Peter pointed to a newspaper on the desk featuring Rhea's silhouette and Stark's frontal portrait. First, Peter cleared his throat. I have contributed significantly to the newspaper. Nearly all the close-up shots of Spider-Man are taken by me. I am the only one who can capture Spider-Man in action. Jameson regarded Peter calmly and asked, So, I believe I should be promoted from intern to full-time employee, and I think my salary should be increased. That encapsulated Peter's desires. In a distant cafe, Rhea withdrew his gaze, feeling puzzled. Strange. Isn't Venom supposed to be with Thompson? Rhea glanced back at Peter, this time employing his X-ray vision. Under this ability, Rhea discerned something unusual about Peter. A small patch of black liquid was writhing on him, seemingly awakening. Venom? Or perhaps another symbiote derived from Venom. Staring at the black symbiote, Rhea contemplated finding an opportunity to obliterate it with a laser beam. However, before doing so, perhaps this could serve as a means to alter Peter's approach, couldn't he? In the office, after hearing Peter's request, Jameson rejected him. Peter, you're still a student. How could you possibly be promoted so quickly? Promotion isn't a trivial matter, but Jameson was reluctant to set a precedent that could complicate future policies. Then you can forget about receiving any more close-up photos of Spider-Man. A hint of menace flickered in Peter's eyes. He occasionally noticed his brother Rhea displaying such expressions towards certain individuals. Now, having emulated it himself, he found it quite exhilarating. Little did Peter know, in addition to Rhea's previous verbal influence, the awakening symbiote was amplifying his desires. Jameson observed Peter's eyes, which seemed unnaturally bulging, unsure whether they were affected by something. Nonetheless, it hardly seemed an opportune moment for concern. All right, Peter, Jameson conceded with a nod, you win. Recently, the Daily Bugle has been thriving, largely thanks to your close-up shots of Spider-Man. Since Peter has used this as leverage, Jameson found himself unable to refuse. On the street, Peter clutched a wad of cash, roughly $400 to $500. He excitedly swayed his shoulders, resembling a proud stallion. Witnessing this spectacle, Rhea couldn't help but admit it was somewhat cringeworthy. Even as a temporary villain, Peter still couldn't quite manage it. Pedestrians on the street observed Peter's slightly unhinged demeanor and opted to steer clear of him. Yet, in Peter's eyes, these individuals were merely captivated by his robust physique and exuberant charm. At that moment, his attention was captured by a nearby store. Suit. Clearance sale. Cheap prices. Squeezing the cash in his hand, Peter flashed a confident smile and promptly walked inside. Oh no. Peter, this is too. Rhea clutched his forehead. This was utterly unbearable. Thus, despite being provoked, Peter remained just a bully, demanding a promotion and a raise while opting for a cheap suit. Upon exiting the store, Peter donned a new black suit. However, due to his exceptionally muscular build, the suit jacket appeared somewhat snug. Nevertheless, Peter was quite pleased. Observing the bustling crowd, he felt elated. With every woman he passed, he sensed their gaze upon him. Consequently, Peter's body instinctively began to sway, breaking into a bully-esque dance. Ahem. In the distance, Rua cleared his throat, pondering whether he should consider keeping that symbiote close to Peter. Frankly speaking, even compared to the current Peter, Rua felt more like a villain. Which villain, after succumbing to darkness, would first seek a promotion and a raise? The reason for the threat turned out to be resignation. He was even reluctant to display any force. Was there still a need to watch him? Leah found it hard to imagine what mischief Peter could possibly commit. The worst he could conceive of was perhaps snatching a child's lollipop. Chapter 70. The fire ignites. As night fell, Peter approached the opera house, observing the attendant before him. He retrieved his ticket from his pocket and tossed it lightly, allowing it to flutter into the attendant's hand. Peter felt elated at that moment, for this was his first official date with Mary Jane. Upon entering the theater, the curtain had already descended. In the dim, suggestive lighting, Peter located Mary Jane's seat and settled beside her. Wow. Mary Jane regarded Peter with a sense of unfamiliarity. Clad in a suit and tie, his hair seemed meticulously styled with gel. Peter, what else with the look today? In truth, Mary Jane was well aware of Peter's feelings for her. Initially, she felt utterly insecure amidst her surroundings. However, now that she was willing to date Peter, she had come to understand that she was merely an ordinary girl. Her breakup with Harry had illuminated the fact that wealthy individuals would never take an interest in someone like her. And Peter, at this moment, felt remarkably compatible with her. As Peter gazed at Mary Jane, who wore a smile directed at him, his heart swelled with excitement. Soon, the opera commenced. A performer in a flowing white gown descended from above the stage, her voice melodious and enchanting. Mary Jane was wholly captivated by the actress, for becoming a star had always been her dream. Perhaps in her eyes, achieving stardom in opera would grant her entry into high society. Peter, on the other hand, found himself thoroughly engrossed, not in the opera, but in watching Mary Jane. In the past, he would never have dared to gaze at her so openly. Mary Jane, I believe you will surely become famous and a great star someday, he encouraged, noticing the spark in her eyes. Thank you, Peter, Mary Jane replied, turning to him. At that moment, the hazy lights began to create a more intimate atmosphere. Suddenly, impulsively, Peter leaned closer to Mary Jane, his lips inching toward hers. Mary Jane did not pull away. Instead, she slightly squinted her eyes. Just as their lips were about to meet, a voice suddenly interrupted from Peter's right. Heh, that actress is quite something. Once this is over, I want her in my bed. Yes, boss. This unexpected dialogue shattered the budding moment between Peter and Mary Jane. Peter turned to glare at the speaker, a rotund, middle-aged man, the very owner of the opera house. For reasons unknown, a scene suddenly flashed in Peter's mind. A future Mary Jane, having finally become the star she aspired to be, being eyed by such a despicable man. Shut your mouth. Peter erupted, springing to his feet and glaring at the middle-aged man. In an instant, the actress on stage halted her singing. All eyes in the auditorium turned toward Peter. Mary Jane, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, gently tugged at Peter's sleeve. In such a refined venue as the opera house, such a rude display would likely earn their scorn. Unfortunately, an attendant approached. I'm sorry, sir, but you must leave. Ultimately, both Peter and Mary Jane were ejected. It is worth noting that initially, only Peter was to be thrown out. However, given the circumstances, Mary Jane could not remain inside alone. I'm so sorry, Mary Jane, Peter said, having initially contemplated a violent response. Yet, every time the thought arose, he forcibly suppressed it. It's all right, we can go shopping instead, Mary Jane replied, smiling and shaking her head. Although she found Peter's earlier behavior somewhat crude and uncharacteristic, the reason behind his anger brought her joy. Wasn't this the very sense of security she had longed for? Just as they were about to leave, the opera house erupted into chaos. Peter's eyes widened as he observed flickering red lights. No, it appeared to be fire. Within a minute, his suspicions were confirmed as a throng of audience members began to surge toward the exits, smoke trailing behind them. Soon, flames spread rapidly, engulfing the entire opera house in a blaze. What on earth caused this sudden fire? Is everyone out? Everyone must be out, right? What about the owner? Where is he? Did anyone see him fall when I was running out? Amidst the crowd's speculation regarding the cause of the fire, it became apparent that the opera house's owner had not yet escaped. Observing the inferno, and hearing that someone remained trapped inside, Peter instinctively began to lift his suit jacket, revealing his Spider-Man costume. Yet, recalling the owner's disrespectful remarks about the actress, he hesitated and lowered his hand. Peter? What's wrong? Mary Jane noticed his unusual behavior and turned to inquire. Peter adjusted his attire, flicking his bangs aside, and smiled casually at Mary Jane, saying, "It's nothing. Let us go. After all, that owner isn't a good person. Let him burn in there." Peter had yet to realize how drastically his mindset had shifted. Peter, are you feeling all right?" Mary Jane asked, her eyes wide with disbelief at his words. Peter, brushing her hand away gently, replied, "I feel fantastic. In fact, I have never felt better." With that, Peter's heart soared, and without hesitation, he grasped Mary Jane's arm and strode toward the street ahead. Fire trucks were racing toward them. Peter glanced back. The flames were fierce, and by the time they were extinguished, the opera house would likely be reduced to ashes. High above, Leah floated silently in the air. He did not admire his handiwork. The opera house owner was but a worthless scoundrel, unworthy of his attention. Instead, Leah's gaze was fixed on a bank, where an armored truck had just come to a halt at its entrance. To Leah's keen eyes, he could clearly see the sewer grate behind the armored truck suddenly pop open, and a torrent of sand flowed forth. Let me think. What was his name again? Marco? Never mind. Let us just call him Sandman. Leah had not anticipated witnessing the Sandman as heist unfold. Of course, he had no intention of thwarting him. Regardless of the morality of Sandman's actions, at least this robbery was for his family, for his daughter. Chapter 71, Good and Evil? Peter was late. While he was initially enjoying a leisurely shopping spree with Mary Jane, he found himself suddenly distracted by the sight of a police car in pursuit of the Sandman, who had just committed a robbery. Without a moment's hesitation, he concocted an excuse to slip away with Jane and gave chase. The Sandman possessed a unique ability. He could transform his entire body into sand, rendering him nearly impervious to bullets and other physical attacks. At that moment, Marco was driving a stolen vehicle at breakneck speed, with a massive travel bag stuffed full of cash in the passenger seat. Several police cars were struggling to keep up behind him. However, the Sandman's ability to merge with sand made him fearless of collisions, allowing him to drive recklessly and at high speeds. "Chief, our vehicles can't keep up with him." Outside a parked car, Chief George Stacy received this report from his subordinates, his brow furrowed in concern. It was evident that the suspect was likely a superpowered individual, impervious to injury. How could his mere mortal officers hope to contend with such a foe? Moreover, with so many civilians on the streets, they could not afford to disregard the safety of ordinary lives. Just as George was lost in thought, a sudden rush of wind whistled overhead. He looked up to see a figure clad in a black, white, and pink spider suit soaring past, illuminated by the streetlights and the glow from nearby buildings. It was Spider-Woman. On the street, pedestrians erupted into cheers. While Iron Man's fame was unparalleled, Spider-Man and Spider-Woman resonated more with the everyday lives of the common people. Just as the officers were about to join in the celebration, they caught sight of Chief George standing beside them, and immediately fell silent. Everyone knew that the chief despised criminals, but he also harbored a strong disdain for Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. To George, taking the law into one's own hands in the name of justice was also a crime. Unbeknownst to him, the Spider-Woman who had been a thorn in his side was actually his beloved daughter, Gwen Stacy. Observing the silence of his subordinates, George understood their thoughts. Yet, there was little he could do. The criminals plaguing New York had become increasingly outrageous. With their limited resources, it was indeed a daunting task to manage. Thus, George resignedly declared, "What are you all staring at? Prepare to wrap this up." No sooner had he spoken than another dark red figure streaked overhead. Spider-Man, Peter, had arrived on the scene. Gwen, being more agile and faster, reached the Sandman's vehicle first. With her right hand's web shooter, she fired a strand of webbing at a road sign and swung down diagonally onto the roof of the Sandman's car. Clang! The Sandman, startled by the sudden noise from above, soon found Gwen dangling from the window. "Stop the car," she commanded. However, the Sandman was not about to surrender easily. He had long anticipated the involvement of New York's two spider-themed heroes and was ready to confront them. As he turned a corner, the car entered a construction site, and the Sandman's form began to transform. Countless grains of sand began to swirl into existence. Boom! The vehicle was instantly engulfed, and the Sandman emerged, his shape solidifying into Marco. With a flick of his wrist, the travel bag filled with cash was devoured by his sandy form. In this state, Marco was virtually immune to any physical attack. However, having just been released from prison, he was grappling with a desire to turn his life around. Thus, upon seeing the vigilant Spider-Woman, he bowed his head and pleaded, "I don't wish to harm anyone. My daughter is ill and requires a substantial sum for her treatment. Please, I beg you. Marco's past was far from virtuous, yet at that moment, he was a father risking everything for his daughter. Gwen's heart softened as she listened to Marco's desperate plea, leaving her momentarily paralyzed with indecision. Should she apprehend him or let him go? True to her principles, Gwen typically would not allow a criminal to escape. However, capturing Marco would effectively condemn his daughter to a tragic fate. Frankly, this dilemma was exceedingly challenging for Gwen. Observing her apparent conflict, Marco nodded in gratitude. Thank you. He truly did not want to confront Gwen if it could be avoided. This is fantastic. With this money, I can reach my daughter. A smile spread across Marco's sandy visage as he prepared to hasten to his daughter's side. At that very moment, Peter arrived. Seeing the Sandman about to flee, Peter, despite not understanding why Gwen remained stationary, shot out a strand of webbing. He ensnared a stone pillar by the roadside and accurately hurled it at the Sandman's head. This level of physical attack proved ineffective against Marco's sand form, as the stone simply sank into his body before bouncing back out the other side. Marco turned to see another Spider-Man. But why did this male Spider-Man look different from the one he had seen on television? Peter's suit, typically red with black accents, had morphed to predominantly black in color. Clearly, the black symbiote had begun to bond with Peter, although he remained unaware of the transformation. I have no intention of being your enemy. Marco hastily reiterated his motives for the robbery, glancing at the far more muscular Spider-Man. However, Peter was indifferent to his explanations. So what? You want to save your daughter, and that justifies stealing from others? Perhaps some of that money belongs to someone else in need of help. Of course, this money was ultimately the bank's, not individual property. But at that moment, Peter was unconcerned with such nuances. He had transitioned from mindless altruism to a more contemplative mindset. Listening to Peter's words, Marco fell into silence for a few seconds, finding no grounds for rebuttal. Then we have nothing left to discuss. His voice was low and resolute. No matter the cost, he was determined to protect his daughter. For that, he would spare no expense. Marco raised his enormous sandy fist, preparing to strike Peter from above. To ensure he could transport the money home, he had to first eliminate the immediate threat. As the massive fist descended, Peter extended his right hand, ensnaring a nearby wall with webbing. Just as he was about to pull himself away, a surge of sand erupted from the ground, ensnaring him from below. Crash! With a single blow, Peter was sent crashing to the ground, creating a deafening impact. Chapter 72. End at this stage. Peter's strength had yet to reach its zenith. Thus, in the face of the Sandman's near-invulnerable physical defenses, it was exceedingly difficult for Peter to inflict any harm. Nevertheless, Peter's physical prowess was also quite formidable. Emerging from a mound of sand, Peter forcefully expelled a mouthful of grains. Ugh. Ugh. This jolt ignited a firestorm of anger within him. A dark liquid began to spread across his form, swiftly turning his spider suit entirely black. Whoosh! A strand of ebony web shot forth from Peter's wrist, evidently infused with the power of the black symbiote. However, as previously mentioned, conventional physical attacks proved ineffective against the Sandman. The black web, after slicing through the Sandman's body, adhered to the wall behind him. I do not wish to be your adversary. Cease your provocations. Marco's tone had grown increasingly impatient. Since his release from prison, he had vowed to return to the path of righteousness. This time, after rescuing his daughter, he promised to cease his endeavors. Peter, with Gwen suspended upside down by webbing, was uncertain of his next move and simply observed. However, she could clearly see the anomaly enveloping Peter. Something is amiss with you. What is that? The venom from Thompson? Gwen recalled that Rhea had previously referred to this dark substance in such terms. In truth, the symbiote now enveloping Peter was indeed derived from the very venom that once resided within Thompson. At that time, the venom had endured starvation alongside Thompson, nearly believing it would perish from hunger. Thus, it had divided itself, resulting in the entity that now clung to Peter. Yet, Peter seemed to reject Gwen's assessment. No, I am perfectly fine. I can feel the strength it grants me. He appeared acutely aware of his actions. Suddenly, a grotesque black visage emerged from his shoulder. Indeed, this woman seeks to sow discord between us. I am Venom. And you, Peter, we are the most compatible entities. With that proclamation, the head vanished, reverting to a black liquid that coated the surface of his spider suit. Peter swung his arms, sensing that Venom had amplified his power by at least twofold. Turning to face the Sandman, Peter flashed a self-satisfied grin. You shall submit to justice, he declared, unleashing strands of web from his hands, propelling himself towards the Sandman with the force of a cannonball. Observing Peter's renewed aggression towards the Sandman, Gwen felt perplexed. If he were indeed influenced by Venom, he would not be so intent on combating crime. Conversely, if he were unaffected, his behavior was decidedly peculiar. Just as Gwen grappled with her confusion, a shadowy figure zipped past her at an alarming speed. Gliding over the debris of the construction site, Peter coughed as he once again rose to his feet. He had overestimated Venom's enhancement. Having gone too long without sustenance, even chocolate, Venom had grown significantly weakened. Peter looked up, a dark shadow looming over him. The Sandman had consolidated the sand from his body, amplifying his power exponentially. Should that punch land squarely, Peter would undoubtedly sustain injuries. However, as the colossal hardened sand fist descended, Marco sensed something was amiss. His fist was halted midair. What is happening? Turning, he beheld a blonde youth. Having analyzed the superhumans of New York, he recognized the features of his homeland in this individual. Enough, Rhea declared, gently pushing forward, causing Marco's massive sand form to stumble backwards several steps before crashing to the ground. Casting a glance at his brother Peter, Rhea pronounced the verdict on the night's conflict. This farce ends here. Seeing Rhea's arrival, Gwen exhaled in relief. At the very least, she need not concern herself with the ensuing matters. Regrettably, she cast a sympathetic glance at the Sandman. It seemed unlikely he would leave this encounter unscathed. You need not interfere. I can handle this myself, Peter retorted defiantly from the ground. He simply refused to acknowledge that his brother was superior to Rhea. Meanwhile, Marco, feeling the tremors in his arm, realized the gravity of the situation. I merely wish to heal my daughter. You never let me finish, Rhea interjected with a sidelong glance. Did I ever state that you couldn't treat your daughter? Huh. Marco was momentarily bewildered. Let us go, before I change my mind. For Rhea, allowing or disallowing was merely a matter of thought. Marco should consider himself fortunate that his motivations were for his daughter and family. Otherwise, he might have already been rendered to glass. Peter was eager to retort, yet a profound sense of reverence within him silenced his words. Indeed, it dawned on Peter that he harbored a significant respect for his brother Rhea. Just as Rhea had indicated, this farce had come to a close. Peter's failure to meet expectations meant that Mary Jane would have to return home alone, and her impression of Peter now bore the label of unreliability. Upon arriving at home, Peter had already donned his coat, concealing the black Spider-Man suit beneath. Oh, Peter, you are finally back. Your Uncle Ben and I were quite worried about you, May exclaimed. Opening the door to find her nephew's return, her concern evident regarding his afternoon escapades. Yet, Peter's mood was far from pleasant. Thus, he offered no response to May's inquiries. Eager to retreat to his room, Peter, Ben began, I believe you owe us an explanation regarding today's events. Peter's demeanor clearly suggested something was amiss, and Ben intended to have a serious conversation with him. No, I am perfectly fine and have nothing to discuss with you. Had this been a time prior, Peter would never have uttered such words. However, in his current state of emotional instability, compounded by Venom's influence, he did just that. With that, Peter ascended the stairs without a backward glance, leaving May and Ben in stunned silence. My heavens, I cannot believe he just said that, May lamented, gently stroking her silver hair, realizing this was the first time Peter had spoken so harshly. Do not take it to heart, Ben reassured, though he too felt the weight of Peter's transformation. Every young person goes through a rebellious phase, do they not? I shall have a proper talk with him. After comforting his wife, Ben made his way toward Peter's room. Chapter 73, The Arrival of the God of Deceit, I'm Home. Rhea pushed open the door, noting the troubled expressions on his parents' faces. After May's brief account, Rhea gleaned the events that had transpired and their concerns. Very well. I shall have a proper discussion with him. In truth, Rhea merely desired Peter to act with decisiveness and to make quicker decisions. It seemed his objective had been achieved. Now, it was time for Peter to awaken to reality. The following morning, Peter returned to his former humility. Certainly, in comparison to before, his heart may no longer be as hesitant. Son, I never imagined you possessed such skill in conversing with others. Thank you for the compliment. Lua deliberately adopted a self-satisfied expression as he accepted his father's praise. Indeed, he was quite adept. Last night, Peter had been thoroughly beaten, even begging for mercy, and had promised not to overly affect Peter. Would he really divulge such matters? With emerald-hued eyes and battle armor interwoven with deep green and gold, he wielded a scepter adorned with a yellow gemstone. Currently, the god of mischief, Loki, gazed at the Chitauri scepter in his hand, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He understood that Thanos had ulterior motives in entrusting this scepter to him, yet Loki remained indifferent. What did it matter? He merely sought to prove his worth before his biased father, Odin. His gaze drifted towards the distant cosmos, where Earth lay. Are you suggesting that Fury still intends to persuade me to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lua found it amusing as he regarded the man with the prominent posterior standing before him. Unexpectedly, in the absence of Stark's involvement in the Avengers, Captain America had become a founding member. After experiencing initial confusion, Steve Rogers ultimately chose to continue fighting, swayed by Fury's counsel. However, this time, his choice was not for politicians, but for the future of humanity. He patted Rogers on the chest. The texture is indeed quite nice. No, Lua countered. Then why not reverse the proposition and have you join me, Captain Rogers? Upon Lua's inquiry, Rogers pondered briefly before responding. After all, SHIELD is the professional organization, is it not? There are skilled individuals here who can devise various effective strategies. You are correct, Lua continued to challenge. However, according to your own assertions, does formulating plans truly suffice to vanquish an extraterrestrial invasion? Lua firmly believed that strength dictated all. For instance, against a being of cosmic stature like Thanos, humanity possessed no weapon capable of subduing him. As portrayed in films, successfully executing a series of plans to overcome adversaries might have only been a singular opportunity. Yet, in the vast multiverse, would he truly gamble on such a meager chance? Absolutely not. Nonetheless, Lua did not dismiss the prospect of collaborating with SHIELD. Although the organization currently faced internal and external strife, Hydra. Rogers was indeed correct about one point. The various technologies of SHIELD were still of great utility to him, particularly the surveillance systems. Until his superhuman template reached a certain threshold, his mind could not endure the overwhelming feedback from enhanced vision and hearing for extended periods. We can cooperate when necessary, Lua suggested. As a representative of SHIELD, Rogers knew that this might be the best outcome he could negotiate. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. Just as the two reached an agreement, Rogers' phone suddenly rang. Simultaneously, Lua's wrist communicator received a call from Stark. Wielding a scepter, clad in gold and green armor, Loki? Stark recounted the recent events. The Tesseract was stolen from him. Rogers was also in communication with Fury. Lua suddenly realized he had seemingly overlooked something. The Tesseract, isn't that the cosmic cube? A vessel for the space stone. Damn it. How could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? Since Loki had arrived on Earth, it meant he had acquired the scepter from Thanos. Moreover, the scepter was embedded with the Mind Stone. Coupled with the space stone contained within the cosmic cube, it meant Loki had now gathered 2 Infinity Stones. At this stage, Loki was already of planetary-level strength, and with the enhancement of 2 Infinity Stones, it was fortunate that he was still inexperienced in wielding them. Otherwise, he would have certainly reached a godlike level, possessing the power to extinguish stars. Observing Lua's impassive demeanor, Rogers chuckled. It seems we now have an opportunity for collaboration? According to the intelligence received earlier, the self-proclaimed god Loki exhibited formidable prowess, effortlessly manipulating hearts, even rendering SHIELD agents powerless. Rogers was still unaware that their so-called Tesseract was the vessel for the Space Stone, the Cosmic Cube. Furthermore, Loki's intention in stealing the Cosmic Cube was to open a spatial portal, transporting the Chitauri army to Earth. Had he known this, Rogers would likely not be smiling so readily. However, for Lua, the Chitauri army was hardly a concern, capable of being slain by conventional firearms. Lua regarded them with utter disdain. The true challenge lay with Loki himself. Setting aside Thanos, with Odin presiding over the 9 realms, he would not personally descend upon Earth for the time being. Yet, Loki alone was already quite formidable. His inherent strength was substantial, further augmented by the Mind Stone. If Lua were to recklessly approach, he might very well find himself bested by Loki. Whether they be earthly warriors or superhuman steel, their magical resistance was relatively feeble. Lua did not believe he could withstand the Mind Stone's manipulation. This is troublesome. In the communicator, Stark sensed Lua's distress and quickly inquired, "Lua, what's wrong?" Subsequently, as if struck by a thought, he added, "By the way, that Thor mentioned Loki is his brother. If Thor is so weak, then his brother can't be much stronger, right?" As Stark finished speaking, Lua felt as though he could hear Thor's protests echoing in the background. Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. Lua admonished in a serious tone, "Tony, listen. Do not approach Loki recklessly. It's best to keep your distance. This fellow is quite powerful. I need to think this through." Hearing Lua's grave warning, Stark's tone turned serious as well. "You mean even you lack confidence?" "Understood, I want to approach him." Chapter 74. Sir, Loki is about to arrive. Stark hung up the phone with a notably solemn expression. Beside him, Pepper looked at her boyfriend with a puzzled expression. "Tony, what's wrong?" Stark did not conceal the impending extraterrestrial threat from her. although she was astonished at the existence of a legendary god of mischief. Stark's initial confidence had reassured Pepper, alleviating her concerns. However, since the call with Lua, her boyfriend's demeanor had shifted to one of utmost seriousness, as if the world were on the brink of apocalypse. The last time she had seen such an expression was due to palladium poisoning. This is problematic. Stark did not withhold any details, relaying Lua's warning to Pepper. Is that so? But even if Lua can't handle it, I believe you have the ability to protect everyone. Little Pepper was aware that Stark would never stand idly by while Earth faced peril. Yet, this time, the usually self-assured Stark shook his head. The impending threat was formidable. And even Lua admitted he lacked absolute confidence. Stark anxiously tugged at a small tuft of his beard, hardly able to fathom that there existed anyone in this world whom Lua did not feel equipped to confront. At that moment, a disheveled man with tousled blonde hair emerged behind him. What? Did you just mention Loki? My brother has come to Midgard. Thor appeared genuinely exhilarated, if one were to overlook the beer in his hand and the remnants of meat at the corners of his mouth. Stark cast a weary glance at him. Do you really consider yourself a god of thunder? Frankly, Stark found it difficult to reconcile Thor, the one who seemed perpetually preoccupied with junk food, with the notion that he was Loki's elder brother. The disparity in their strengths was simply too great. Presently, Stark had no disdain for Thor. Donning the Mark VI armor, he could easily overpower him. Thor, noticing the hint of derision in Stark's gaze, felt deeply insulted. What kind of look is that, Tony? He protested loudly. I am merely temporarily deprived of my divine powers. If I could wield Mjolnir, you would stand no chance against me. Thor vehemently sought to assert his prowess. However, the only response he received was the pitying gazes from Stark and Little Pepper. All right, you're impressive, is that sufficient? Stark replied dismissively. Yet Thor remained undeterred. Let me go? I shall have a word with Loki. Despite his ire over the treatment he had received in Midgard, Thor had developed a certain fondness for Earth during his time here. Particularly, there was that female physicist, Jane Foster, who had visited him. Coupled with Stark's hospitality and Lua's unexpected camaraderie, Thor had begun to form an initial bond on Earth. Moreover, in Thor's perspective, as Odin surveyed the 9 realms, Midgard was indeed a territory of their divine lineage. Now, the notion that his brother Loki sought to open a portal to facilitate an invasion by the Chitauri was tantamount to inviting a wolf into the fold. Nevertheless, Thor still believed that his brother might have been misled by some malevolent influence. He was convinced that if he personally intervened, he could guide Loki back to righteousness. Stark did not dismiss Thor's proposal. Although he found it hard to believe that Thor was indeed the brother of the notorious Loki, Lua had confirmed Thor's identity. And he was undeniably the god of thunder. On board the helicarrier, Fury listened intently to Phil Coulson's report. So, you're saying that Barton is now under Loki's control? Barton, or Hawkeye, as the master archer, posed a significant concern for Fury. Particularly troubling was the fact that due to Lua's circumstances, Iron Man, a formidable asset, was not currently part of the Avengers. This left Fury feeling increasingly apprehensive. He glanced at Banner, reminding himself, at least I still have Hulk. Hulk's strength escalated with his fury. Although Banner would be suppressed by the Hulk persona, in dire situations, Fury was not opposed to employing Hulk against Loki. At that moment, due to the betrayal of Hawkeye and others, Fury and his team had been compelled to board the helicarrier prematurely. Back at Stark Tower, Stark received another intelligence briefing from Fury. You mean to say this fellow has stolen the iridium? The voice of Fury came through the virtual display. Yes. He seized control of Dr. Selvig during a banquet. What puzzles me is why he would covet iridium. What purpose does it serve? Upon hearing Fury's description, Stark's mind raced back to relevant knowledge. Stabilizer. This element can function as a stabilizer. Lua had mentioned that Loki intended to use the Tesseract to open a portal. Perhaps this was part of his preparations. Just as the two were conversing, Jarvis's voice abruptly interrupted. Sir, I have detected the individual of interest, Loki, approaching your location. Estimated time of arrival, 1 minute. Stark had marked Loki's name as a priority on the list, so Jarvis would alert him whenever Loki appeared in monitored areas. However, due to Loki's previous elusive nature, it was only as he neared Stark Tower that Jarvis finally detected him from the corner surveillance and provided timely notification. Sir, I recommend you evacuate immediately. Jarvis did not forget to add. Tony, what's happening on your end? Fury inquired, having caught wind of Jarvis's voice on the line. We're in trouble. That guy is on his way to my location. Given that Stark Tower was the tallest building in the vicinity, it was no surprise that Loki had chosen it as the base to open the portal. Oh no. Tony, get out of there. Whatever you do, do not let Loki's scepter control you. Simultaneously, Jarvis chimed in again. Sir, please make haste. However, Stark merely cast a glance at Pepper before issuing a command to Jarvis. Find the optimal escape route for Pepper. With that, Stark forcibly restrained little Pepper, who wished to remain. Someone has to stay behind to buy time. You wouldn't want me to be distracted worrying about you at a time like this, would you? His intentions were clear. He wished to remain behind to delay Loki. Despite her sorrow, little Pepper understood that her staying would only be a hindrance. Meanwhile, Thor, standing nearby, boisterously declared, "Don't worry, I know my brother well. I will persuade him." Chapter 75, The Plan Succeeds. Ignoring Thor, Stark grabbed a wristband from a nearby workbench. This is the locator for Mark 7. Although it is not yet fully developed, I can't afford to be concerned about that now. Soon enough, Loki arrived at Stark Tower and immediately spotted his brother, Thor. A sinister smile spread across Loki's face. "Brother, it has been a long time." He was aware that their father had temporarily sealed Thor's divine powers as part of a trial. This meant that, at present, Thor posed no threat whatsoever. As for Stark, who stood beside Thor, Loki completely disregarded him. Since arriving on Earth, Loki had yet to encounter any significant resistance, leading him to hold Earth's civilization in contempt. "Brother," Thor said, his expression a mixture of complexity and concern as he gazed at Loki. "Why are you doing this? Destroying Midgard accomplishes nothing." However, Thor's words did not sway Loki. Instead, they incited his fury. "Brother? Thor, did you ever truly consider me your brother?" "Yes, I am Odin's son. But I know." At this moment, Loki's expression was a tumultuous mix of madness and sorrow. "I am the descendant of frost giants. I am not an Asgardian. You have never considered me one of your own. You, and even you, old man." As Loki's agitation grew, he fervently waved the peculiar staff in his hand. Stark narrowed his eyes, realizing this was indeed the staff that had the power to manipulate minds. In truth, the Chitauri scepter possessed no exceptional qualities of its own. It was the Mind Stone embedded within that wielded true control over hearts and thoughts. Faced with Loki's vehement outburst, Thor appeared utterly taken aback. He attempted to console his brother, saying, "Brother, my father and I have always regarded you as family. Regardless of your lineage, that will never change." However, Thor's naive reassurances only elicited a more pronounced laugh from Loki. "So what? Over the years, I have undertaken countless endeavors to earn the old man's approval. Am I not worthy of being Asgard's heir? Yet, the old man would rather suppress your powers to refine you than bestow the throne of Asgard upon me." Loki perceived clearly that Odin merely wished for him to assist Thor. Despite his relentless efforts, it seemed he was perpetually absent from the list of heirs. Thus, he was determined to prove to Odin that his judgment was fundamentally flawed. In a fit of rage, Loki seized Thor by his garments, lifting him off the ground. "Hey, Loki, what do you intend to do? I am your brother." Even Thor's patience wore thin at this provocation. However, it was important to note that, despite Loki currently wielding 2 Infinity Stones, his raw might far surpassed that of Thor, who was stripped of his divine powers. At this juncture, Loki had no desire to continue speaking with his brother. Just watch as Midgard meets its demise. With that, he exerted force, sending Thor crashing through the glass of the building, plummeting downwards. Thor. Stark's heart raced as he instinctively attempted to pursue. Insect. Loki cast a scornful glance at Stark, then struck with his right arm, sending Stark sprawling to the ground. "Do you, a mere mortal, think you can utter the name of Thor, god of thunder?" Loki was riddled with conflicting emotions. On one hand, he was bitter that his foolish brother garnered Odin's favor. On the other, the years of shared experiences rendered him unable to sever their bond entirely. His alliance with Thanos was motivated not only by the power of the Chitauri scepter, but also by a desire to express his grievances to Odin. As for mortals like Stark, he held them in contempt. "However, I can offer you the opportunity to become my slave." With this, Loki displayed his signature wicked grin. "Hee. Brother, just watch." He lightly tapped the Chitauri scepter against Stark's chest. "Do you not wish to protect your Earth?" Previously, using the Chitauri scepter, Loki had manipulated many. He intended to do the same with Stark, transforming the guardian of his homeland into its very destroyer. Aware that the people of Midgard were en route to thwart him, he sneered, "Go stop your compatriots. Do not allow them to approach here." The yellow Mind Stone glimmered in the sunlight. Stark regarded Loki, who was lost in his own monologue, with a mocking expression. "It seems your scepter is not quite as effective as you believed. What is happening?" Loki, bewildered, glanced at the Chitauri scepter in his hand. Since arriving in Midgard, this was the first time he had faltered. Yet, it defied logic. How could a mere mortal withstand the scepter's control? At this stage, Loki remained oblivious to the true value of the Chitauri scepter, mistakenly believing it to be simply a powerful staff bestowed upon him by Thanos. Realizing that the staff might be malfunctioning, he angrily hurled it to the ground. Clang! The Chitauri scepter skidded across the floor, ultimately resting beside the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. Seizing the moment, Stark prepared to fan the flames further. You know, performance failures are not uncommon. After all, every 5 men. Before he could finish, Stark felt himself lifted off the ground. Watching Stark plummet from the building, Loki turned his gaze away. As the wind howled past his ears, Stark activated his suit's ring. After a brief scan, Jarvis's voice echoed. Mark 7 is out of the hangar. Boom. Leg armor, chest plates, arm guards, and helmet flew from Stark's building, rapidly covering his body. Come on. Stark's gaze was resolute as he braced for his Mark VII's first combat trial. However, as the ground rushed closer, a despairing sound emerged from behind him. After a series of metallic collisions, Stark struggled to turn his head. Due to the incomplete technology, the Mark VII's components collided chaotically, losing their power. In a moment of silence, Stark struggled to utter, "Leia?" Crack, crack, crack. A series of slicing winds enveloped him, and he found himself ensnared in a web of black strands. Looking up, a dark figure appeared before him. "Hello, Mr. Stark." Peter awkwardly waved. Chapter 76. Unlocking Heat Vision. On the rooftop of Stark's building, a colossal blue beam shot skyward. Soon, the sky split open, revealing a portal. Within the dark aperture loomed an enormous, unmistakably non-terrestrial mothership. Against the backdrop of the deep cosmos, the mothership appeared both bizarre and magnificent. As Loki observed the Chitauri Legion emerging from the portal, he smiled. The Chitauri scepter? A fine treasure. A voice rang out from behind him. Loki turned to see a human who bore a striking resemblance to his brother. Glancing at the scepter in Leia's hand, Loki shrugged. Firstly, I loathe blonde imbeciles. Secondly, return my scepter. Since arriving on Earth, he had encountered little in the way of substantial resistance. Thus, he regarded the natives here, including Leia, with disdain. Naturally, Leia had no intention of returning the Chitauri scepter. Instead, observing the yellow gem embedded at the scepter's tip, Leia extended 3 fingers and twisted forcefully. Click. Is this the legendary Mind Stone? One of the 6 infinity stones of the universe. The moment Leia's hand made contact, unseen tendrils of yellow light flowed from the Mind Stone into his body. Intriguing. Leia could sense the immense power contained within the stone, capable of obliterating the entire Earth in an instant. Certainly, this is a perfectly ordinary occurrence. As long as one can skillfully wield an infinity stone, one can attain at least a level of power akin to that of the Celestials. When all 6 stones converge, the resultant force of destruction and creation is, at the very least, on a cosmic scale. Within the Superman Template. Superman Template Unlock Level. Superman, Steel Body. Template Unlock Level 40. Rua can sense the Mind Stone rapidly infusing a certain energy into him. This energy bears a striking resemblance to the radiation of a yellow sun. In a mere few seconds, the unlock level of Superman, Steel Body, has reached 40. At this moment, Rua feels a tingling sensation in his eyes as an even more searing and destructive energy gathers before him. Turning to Loki, he feels an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent rising within him. ZZZ. 2 beams of red light shoot forth, sweeping horizontally with great force. Wherever the red beams pass, invisible waves ripple through the air. This floor of the building is mercilessly sheared away. A plethora of glass, furniture, and more are transformed into liquid and ash, subsequently evaporating into the ether. Whoosh. A green specter flashes by, revealing Loki's form. Gulp. Observing the devastation wrought by Rua, he struggles to swallow. What kind of destructive power is this? Loki clearly sees that the 2 red beams have only fully dissipated after slicing through thousands of meters. In the sky, amidst the descending Chitauri forces, many unfortunate souls, who had yet to inflict any damage, are cut in half by the residual force of the red beams. Instantly, the sky resembles a rain of dumplings, with numerous bizarre corpses and flying vehicles plummeting to the ground. As the red glow fades from his eyes, Rua exhales deeply. Is this the power of heat vision? With a 40% unlock level, the heat vision of the Superman template is now unlocked. After a long absence, Rua feels a sense of weakness. The sheer power of that single heat vision, capable of extending for thousands of meters, is also due to Rua overexerting his energy. For some reason, after the Superman, Steel Body, template reached 40% and unlocked the heat vision, a brutal emotion surged within Rua, compelling him to unleash the heat vision beyond his limits. Glancing at the shaken Loki, Rua looks down at the Mind Stone in his hand. Is it influencing my mind? Rua's brain races. The 40% unlock level has already granted him a nascent form of a super intellect. Soon, He concludes that his current planetary-level power feels somewhat strained while utilizing the Infinity Stone, particularly the Mind Stone. Should he become overly reliant on its power, his own consciousness would be at risk of being affected. Just like now, Rua finds himself unable to suppress the murderous intent directed at Loki. Is this truly a human from Earth? Loki feels a chill run down his spine under Rua's gaze and prepares to use magic to teleport himself away. It would be shameful for a mortal to flee without a fight, but Loki is not his brother Thor. If it were Thor, he might have fought out of pride. Presently, Loki, the god of mischief, is solely focused on the optimal course of action. With his left hand aimed at Rua, Loki begins to chant incantations. His magical prowess is formidable, intending to delay Rua with spells before securing a safe teleportation. However, in the blink of an eye, Loki is horrified to discover that he has lost sight of Rua. Damn it! With no time to ponder, a miniature portal is opened, and Loki leaps backward. In less than a second, the portal closes. Just before it shuts, Loki seems to hear a tremendous sonic boom erupt outside. On the streets, a multitude of police vehicles, including agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., are deployed, all engaged in repelling the incessantly emerging Chitauri forces from the sky. That fellow Peter, right? You go help the civilians catch the debris falling from the sky. Stark commands the assembled team. He is aware of the identity of the Spider-Man who rescued him. Peter is Rua's younger brother, after all. Although his appearance in a black suit differs from Stark's recollection of the red attire, he has deduced it through J.A.R.V.I.S.S. analysis. All right, Mr. Stark. Peter brushes aside the question of how Stark knows his name, as black webs continuously shoot forth, intercepting the descending debris. He is somewhat puzzled, for in typical perilous situations, Gwen would also be present alongside him. Yet today, she is conspicuously absent. More critically, his brother Rua is nowhere to be found. Peter cannot fathom that Rua would fear these alien beings. After all, he is well aware of the strength Rua has displayed when dealing with him. In truth, Gwen is currently in Hell's Kitchen. Rua is not overly concerned with the Chitauri forces at the moment. Once he deals with the planet-level threat of Loki, the Chitauri will be much easier to handle. Hence, Gwen is busy maintaining order on various streets. After all, there are plenty of opportunists looking to exploit the chaos for their own gain. In the sky, massive Chitauri beasts begin to descend. However, reinforcements from the Avengers have also arrived. Hulk. Banner roars in fury, his form instantly swelling and turning green. Chapter 77. While you still are the god of mischief, Hulk's enormous body appears on the scene. The ferocious strength is unleashed, and even the Chitauri giants are obliterated with a single punch. In terms of physical prowess, Hulk vastly outclasses everyone. Even Peter, enhanced by venom, pales in comparison. What an insidious power. A black head emerges from Peter's shoulder. Gazing at Hulk's back, it expresses such sentiments. Previously, due to its timely plea for mercy, Rua refrained from using his laser eyes to completely eradicate it. Of course, whether Rua's decision was influenced by a desire to amplify his brother Peter remains uncertain. Peter, having witnessed Rua single-handedly demolish both Hulk and Abomination, is well aware of Hulk's capabilities. After returning home, he even conducted a bit of research. Isn't Hulk's strength a result of some form of radiation-induced genetic mutation? Moreover, Peter glances at Venom. This creature dares to call others wicked when it clearly resembles a villain itself. Seeing Peter's disbelief, Venom refrains from further discussion. After all, it merely harbors a vague feeling and cannot definitively ascertain the source of Hulk's power. Along the roadside, with Captain America having joined forces with Hawkeye and others, the tense situation has eased somewhat. Meanwhile, Thor is continuously picking up debris from the ground to hurl at the flying vehicles overhead. Although he lacks divine power, his physical form is still significantly stronger than that of an ordinary human. Thus, being thrown from a high building by his brother Loki has not resulted in any injuries. Asgard. Observing the chaos in Midgard, Odin's single eye reveals no sign of disturbance. Firstly, he is acutely aware that while Midgard may appear to be inhabited solely by mortals, it is, in truth, a realm of profound depths. Setting aside the matter of Leah, the mere involvement of the sorcerers from Kamartaj in the fray would be sufficient to overwhelm these Chitauri. As for Loki's mischievous antics, he regards them as mere manifestations of a rebellious phase typical of a son. His genuine concern, however, lies in the cosmic abyss, where Thanos is actively collecting the Infinity Stones. Despite his status as a godly patriarch, his age is advancing, and with the looming end of his lifespan coupled with the ever-increasing magic within him, he is compelled to seek a timely retreat into slumber, what is known as Odin's sleep. Yet, this is but a drop in the ocean. When the final hour arrives, Even a being of Odin's caliber cannot evade destiny. This is the true reason he refrains from intervening on behalf of Midgard. Even without Luya's existence, he would not lend direct assistance. If the Chitauri army summoned by Loki cannot be repelled, the devastation of Midgard's denizens is all but inevitable. For Thanos exhibits a far more ruthless approach when it comes to the extinction of cosmic life. As Odin gazed upon his son Thor, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. At the very least, devoid of divine powers and Mjolnir, Thor has mustered the courage to fight valiantly. Furthermore, it seems he has made strides in overcoming his arrogance. Thor, you have passed the test. Odin's voice echoed into the distance. On Earth, with a single shot, Rogers eliminated a Chitauri soldier aboard a flying war chariot. Effortlessly hurling his shield, the astonishing strength of his arm sent the shield whistling through the air, soaring over 100 meters. After dispatching several Chitauri, the shield, as if programmed, returned to Rogers' hand. Unlike the portrayal in the films, this Captain America, capable of holding his own against Thanos, is far from the man who merely leapt from great heights, cushioning his fall with a shield and gasping for breath. Since awakening from his frozen slumber, Rogers has felt his body gradually healing and even surpassing its former peak. He has been diligently practicing control over his strength. Otherwise, every object he touched would either shatter or be sent flying with excessive force. At that moment, a translucent halo appeared before him, and a mini portal unfurled. Loki, still shaken, emerged from within. He had been utterly terrified by Luya's earlier vanishing act, resulting in his hasty spellcasting that only allowed for a brief distance of teleportation. Yet before he could exhale in relief, an icy chill enveloped him. He is behind me. Loki sensed a potent aura of malice emanating from behind him. However, mere awareness does not equate to evasion. Struggling, Loki turned his head to catch a glimpse of Luya. Yet, the distant rumble grew ever closer. In a mere 3 times the speed of sound, Luya had reached Loki's rear. Let me show you the weight of a god. Luya unleashed a punch. A force of nearly 20,000 tons concentrated into a single point. Even though Loki is a descendant of the frost giants and the god of mischief, that punch would surely result in severe injury. Brother, at that critical juncture, a hammer enveloped in lightning flew forth. Mjolnir's might is formidable, and Luya had no desire to face injury. Thus, he swiftly altered his trajectory. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed as Luya's body, momentarily suspended in the air, swayed backward. Shaking his right hand, the residual lightning dissipated. Correspondingly, Mjolnir was sent plummeting beneath the force of Luya's punch, resulting in a massive explosion that captured the attention of all present. Are you all having a civil war? Natasha, the Black Widow, regarded Stark with a hint of confusion. The battlefield was initially divided into 2 camps, the Chitauri army and Earth's defenders. At most, there would be subdivisions of the Avengers and Stark's faction. Thor, originally aligned with Stark, now seemed to be at odds with Luya, standing alongside him. Luya? He is my brother. Thor positioned himself protectively in front of Loki, beckoning for Mjolnir to return to his grasp. Generally, the power of the God of Thunder's hammer exhibits a crushing dominance against beings beneath the demigod tier, thanks to Odin's enchantments. However, since Luya had also garnered Mjolnir's recognition, the hammer displayed minimal harm against him, with a faint glow of red flickering in his eyes. Luya's form began to ascend slowly. Thor, take a look around. Can Loki's transgressions be absolved by simply acknowledging him as your brother? Although the Chitauri invasion had not resulted in significant casualties, the destruction inflicted upon the vicinity was substantial. Furthermore, Luya harbored his own ulterior motives. If he did not take the opportunity to chastise Loki while he was still the god of mischief, when would he have the chance once Loki became the god of stories? Chapter 78, My Brother? Luya expressed sympathy for Loki's impending tribulations. Yet the missteps he had taken at this moment were undeniable. Had it not been for Stark's reckless gamble, leading Loki to relinquish his scepter, even Luya would have hesitated to approach. Energy continued to flow into Luya from the Mind Stone, replenishing the power he had expended with his heat vision. Upon hearing Luya's reproach, Thor, now restored to his divine might, glanced at his brother and then surveyed their surroundings. He was acutely aware that Loki had committed a grave error. Summoning external foes against Midgard had far surpassed the bounds of tolerable conduct. Nevertheless, Thor was a man of deep sentiment. Observing Stark and the others still engaged in repelling the Chitauri, Thor gritted his teeth and declared, My brother, upon my return, I shall report to father and ensure he is punished. To Thor, regardless of his brother's transgressions, he remained his brother, the son of the All-Father Odin. How could he allow another to pass judgment upon him? Behind Thor, Loki gazed at his brother's willingness to risk everything to defend him, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. Yet, recollecting Odin's unjust treatment and his own troubled past, his expression dimmed once more. Since you say so, Leon nodded in agreement. If it were himself, he would never allow others to mete out punishment to his family, even if they erred. However, this did not imply that Luya was willing to easily let Loki off the hook, including Thor, though both had learned a modicum of humility due to their physical prowess. The pride ingrained in the Asgardians had yet to be fully eradicated. This is undesirable, very undesirable indeed. Perhaps one day in the future, he might require their assistance. Therefore, before these brothers matured, Leah resolved to ensure their submission. As for the most effective means to humble the proud Thor and Loki, nothing could surpass a thorough thrashing. Reflecting on the cinematic portrayal, one recalls the moment when Loki was mercilessly thrown around by the Hulk for the first time, leaving him forever haunted by the encounter. As for the destruction wrought in New York due to Loki's actions, it is, in fact, a rather trivial justification in the eyes of Rhea. So long as his family and friends remain unharmed, everything else is negotiable. Loki posed a threat to Stark, and thus Rhea felt compelled to deliver retribution. With this thought, a smirk graced Rhea's lips, his eyes glinting ominously as he cast a glance at Loki, who stood behind Thor. What? Sensing the murderous intent in Rhea's gaze, Loki felt an icy chill creeping up his spine. Even hiding behind his brother, Thor did little to afford him any semblance of safety. However, the pride of an Asgardian and his identity as a frost giant rendered him incapable of showing weakness in front of a mere mortal. Consequently, he adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Turning away to feign indifference, he muttered to Thor, "Who asked you to help me?" At his brother's words, Thor's grip on Mjolnir faltered slightly. He could not fathom how his brother, who once fought alongside him, had seemingly transformed into a different person. Yet, despite this, he remained steadfastly positioned in front of Loki. Thor understood Rhea's immense power far better than Loki did. During his time on Earth, Thor had not been perpetually immersed in beer, junk food, and video games, at least. Not all the time. While accompanying Stark, he had gleaned some insights. For instance, Stark had once instructed Jarvis to analyze the combat footage of Rhea, estimating his combat capabilities. The results indicated a speed exceeding Mach 12 and strength surpassing 10,000 tons, with an extraordinarily resilient physique that defied accurate assessment. Preliminary estimates suggested he could withstand nuclear and hydrogen weaponry, leading to the conclusion that he overwhelmingly outclassed humanity, rendering him nearly impervious to human weaponry. This conclusion stemmed from Rhea's amalgamation of two templates, and Jarvis had cautioned that the target's strength was still rapidly escalating, thus making the evaluation only applicable at this moment. Thor was well aware of Jarvis's assessment of Rhea. Stark might not grasp the implications of this, merely recognizing Rhea's formidable prowess. However, as an Asgardian, Thor possessed a clearer comprehension of the hierarchy of power. Based on Rhea's previous displays, he was already a top-tier entity on a planetary scale. Not to mention his strength was still on the rise. For instance, the destructive beam Rhea had unleashed moments ago was evidently far more potent than the initial laser. Fortunately, achieving a level of power akin to that of a demigod remained a formidable challenge for Rhea. Thus, Thor still harbored the courage to shield Loki from Rhea. Otherwise, he would have summoned his father, Odin, the All-Father. Moreover, since both he and Loki were of planetary caliber, their combined might not cower before Rhea. After contemplating for a while, Thor's confidence in facing Rhea surged. He turned to his brother Loki. "Do not be afraid, my Loki?" Thor spun around, only to find his brother's presence had vanished. When did this happen? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Now, Thor was genuinely sweating bullets. Loki. He could hardly believe that, despite standing before his brother, Loki had abandoned him to flee alone. Turning back, Thor cast a glance at Rhea. Seeing the red glow in Rhea's eyes still unabated, he felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. So, with such a brother, do you still wish to protect him? Rhea taunted. Yet, he could sense that Loki had not truly departed. As the god of mischief, Loki's mastery of magic was considerable. The reason he had seemingly vanished right under Rhea's nose, Rhea surmised, was due to some illusionary spell. On Thor's end, although his brother had retreated, he had no intention of evading responsibility. The mistakes Loki made were ones he, as an elder brother, would undoubtedly shoulder. It must be said, Thor's pride can often manifest as an endearing quality. Since you say so, before he could finish his sentence, Rhea too vanished before Thor's eyes. A piercing shriek reverberated in the air, a phantom stretching from the ground to the heavens. As for the Chitauri forces above, any that obstructed Rhea's trajectory were obliterated into crimson mist. Here it comes. Thor's instincts warned him that Ruya's attack was directly overhead. With a swift motion, he spun Mjolnir. The ground cracked beneath the force of Thor's rebound. At a certain threshold, the hammer surged skyward, crackling with countless blue and white arcs of electricity. As Thor gritted his teeth, "Come on." Chapter 79, Cataclysmic Impact. The howling wind descended upon Thor. He knew that, while he could clearly see Ruya's form, his body could not react in time. Thus, he decided to preemptively swing Mjolnir. This decision proved wise. Just as Thor's hammer ascended above his head, Ruya's fist was already upon him. Boom! A violent tempest erupted from the point of impact, radiating outward. The clash of fist and hammer resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. Ugh! The mortals, Natasha and Hawkeye, clutched their chests, stifling groans. Almost immediately, an indescribable discomfort settled in their chests. This was the result of Ruya deliberately controlling the impact wave to spare them, pushing aside the lifeless Chitauri that lay before him. Natasha's face registered shock as she witnessed the strange blood oozing from its mouth and nose. Turning to the direction of Ruya and Thor, she found them shrouded in thick clouds of dust. Was the power of mere shockwaves truly so immense? Could this be the might of a deity? As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha was well aware that Thor claimed the title of God of Thunder, the legendary deity from Norse mythology who wielded the power of lightning. Thus, what manner of being was Ruya, who could contend with and even suppress the God of Thunder? Up until now, Natasha had never fully grasped Ruya's strength. But today, she was finally enlightened. Stark too was equally astounded. He had never anticipated that the God of Thunder, who seemed preoccupied only with beer, video games, and junk food, possessed such formidable power. Indeed, if Stark were in Thor's shoes, he wouldn't even have the confidence to withstand a punch from Ruya. This realization left him feeling inexplicably despondent. With Ruya's existence in this world, was there still a need for Iron Man? As Ruya's friend, he understood all too well the rapid escalation of Ruya's strength. Jarvis had analyzed that Ruya's power had only recently reached 10,000 tons. Yet, the current assessment indicated it had already surpassed 20,000 tons. Moreover, this power may not even signify the limit of Ruya. At this moment, confronted by Ruya's overwhelming might, Stark found himself engulfed in confusion. He began to doubt his own worth. All along, he had indulged in the pleasures of life, pursued fame and fortune, and basked in the adulation of the masses. Iron Man, perhaps, was merely an insignificant insect in the eyes of the divine. The sheer strength of Ruya was so formidable that it seemed far removed from that of any human. Unbeknownst to him, his current state had prompted Stark to question the very meaning of his existence. As the dust settled in the heart of the battlefield, the scene of the conflict gradually emerged. Ruya hovered half a meter above the ground, his dual forms enveloped in crackling lightning. However, this level of electricity had no discernible effect on him. The once even street had vanished, replaced by an immense and gaping chasm. Brown soil was hurled in every direction, and at the center of the pit knelt a solitary figure. Struggling to rise, Thor supported his trembling right arm. He could sense that Ruya had indeed tempered his strength. Otherwise, the full force of 20,000 tons would have been too much for him to bear. Yet, despite this, Thor's condition was far from ideal. His resilience is commendable, Ruya mused, but merely commendable. With that single blow, Thor had effectively lost his capacity to continue the fight. Had he not been the bearer of Mjolnir, he would have surely been unable to lift the hammer now. In a corner where the smoke lingered, the air twisted ominously. Whoosh! A figure clad in green armor gradually materialized. First, an arm emerged, Loki's left hand radiating immense magical energy as a sphere of power rapidly took shape. The portal opened, and he instantly appeared behind Ruya. Wait! Thor exclaimed, hastily attempting to intervene upon seeing his brother's arrival. He was acutely aware of Ruya's formidable physical defenses and surmised that his magical resistance was equally formidable. After all, true warriors develop their abilities in a balanced manner. Thus, he feared Loki's attack might once again incite Ruya's wrath. Nevertheless, Loki was evidently unwilling to forfeit this opportunity for a surprise attack. Though he voiced his grievances against their adoptive father Odin and his brother Thor, upon witnessing Thor's injury, he could not suppress his impulsive desire to strike at Ruya. Sensing the surge of magical energy approaching from behind, Ruya felt the danger looming over him. The skin on his back prickled with warning, danger. It was evident that Loki, as a planet-level magic wielder, posed a significant challenge to Ruya. Regardless of his current human template or Superman, Man of Steel, template, magical resistance remained his Achilles heel. Yet, in a flash, Ruya disappeared, leaving only the echo of his laughter behind. What use is powerful magic? What does it matter if your magical resistance falls short? Although Loki could indeed pose a threat, his speed was a glaring weakness. No warrior would be foolish enough to remain stationary, bracing for a sorcerer's onslaught. Just as Loki blinked again, the figure of Luya vanished from sight. The magic sphere, emanating a slicing aura, lost its target. Cold sweat instantly drenched Loki's back. Behind you. Thor's voice rang out once more, this time as a warning to his brother. Loki reacted in an instant, dispersing the magical sphere in his left hand. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand to conjure another portal. However, just as he lifted his arm, a massive hand appeared from behind, gripping his arm tightly. I've got you. Luya grinned, denying Loki any chance to react. With a sudden forceful tug, Loki felt the world spin around him, everything beginning to whirl uncontrollably. The magic within his grasp was forcibly severed, and then he beheld the ground rushing up to meet him. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Loki's face met the ground, followed by the rest of his body. Subsequently, Luya vanished from Loki's view only to reappear at his feet. No. Loki's pupils contracted. At that moment, he yearned to plead for mercy, but it was too late. Luya afforded him no such opportunity. Grabbing hold of Loki's ankle, he began to deliver a relentless series of blows. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds echoed throughout the entire street. Everything around trembled in response. Poor Loki. He had evaded Hulk's devastating slam, only to encounter the even more brutal Luya. Chapter 80. Mind and Space. How dare you? Initially, Loki intended to hurl a few harsh words at Luya. However, upon witnessing Luya's readiness to escalate his assault, he found himself at a loss for words. The speed of Luya's strikes created a howling wind in the air, drowning out Loki's shouts, which could easily be mistaken for cries of anguish. Of course, Luya did not intend to deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, such a level of physical assault would not claim the life of Loki, who bore the blood of frost giants. At most, he would emerge bruised and battered, feeling quite uncomfortable. In the depths of the pit, Thor, leveraging Mjolnir, successfully leaped to the surface. He quietly observed his suffering brother, engulfed in silence. Perhaps allowing Luya to vent his frustrations was for the best. Soon, Luya sensed the light in Loki's eyes beginning to fade. Bang! With one final blow, Loki lay peacefully on the ground, surrounded by earth that resembled it had been plowed countless times. That will be all for today, Luya remarked, casting a glance at the sky. The Chitauri army continued to pour forth from the portal without end. Next time, it would not merely involve tossing a couple of adversaries aside. Unless the portal was closed, there was no way to halt this alien civilization's invasion. I understand what you're saying, but the question remains, how do we close it? Who will do it? Perhaps we should use a nuclear bomb to obliterate their mothership. Agreed. Luya, think of something. Stark's voice was urgent. As time passed, the Chitauri army multiplied exponentially, seemingly endless. Furthermore, his Iron Man suit's ammunition was not limitless, and its armor had suffered significant damage. Casting a glance at the rooftop of Stark Tower, where a towering beam of light still shone, Luya declared, "Wait." The moment the words left his lips, his figure gradually faded from view. In the next instant, he had already arrived atop the building. Gazing at the cube of cosmic power, which radiated boundless energy, Luya's heart raced slightly, even now. Compared to the Mind Stone, the Space Stone's potency was vastly superior at this moment. With eyes glowing crimson, he unleashed his heat vision in a seamless motion. The energy-concentrating device was utterly obliterated, and the cosmic cube ceased to transmit energy, reverting to its cubic form and tumbling to the ground. However, while he had severed the connection between the cosmic cube and the portal in the sky, the passageway did not close immediately. Rather, it began to close slowly. To definitively resolve the situation, it was imperative to destroy the Chitauri mothership. At that moment, Stark's voice resonated once more through the communicator. Luoya, I can transport the nuclear warhead through the portal. Wish me luck. Luoya activated his supervision, locking onto Stark in the distance. There he was, carrying a half-length nuclear warhead, flying directly towards the portal. However, his flight seemed rather sluggish, did it not? Luoya hovered in the air, observing in silence. Well, Stark was the first to break the silence. If not for Luoya's presence, he would have unhesitatingly entered the portal with the nuclear device. Yet, with Luoya here, he had no desire to meet his demise. He understood that Luoya was far swifter than himself. More importantly, through JARVIS analysis, it was clear that Luoya was utterly unperturbed by the impending nuclear explosion. Luoya, you wouldn't want to watch your friend perish, would you? Stark managed a wry smile. Suddenly, he felt a lightness on his back. Turning around, He saw the nuclear warhead had already been seized by Luoya. Be careful. The portal is closing. Without further ado, Luoya transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the portal. On the other side lay the colossal Chitauri mothership. With 40% of Superman's, Iron Man's, unlocking capability, Luoya possessed a mind far beyond the ordinary. Within a second, he calculated the trajectory, and with a surge of strength, he hurled the nuclear warhead towards the mothership. He would not risk entering the unknown expanse of space, for if any mishap occurred, he might find himself trapped in some corner of the universe, and that would spell trouble. Heat once again converged in his eyes. This time, 2 crimson points materialized before him. Within the Mind Stone, an abundance of energy began to radiate forth. Zing! Thousands of meters of energy coalesced and flashed by. Accompanied by the nuclear explosion, 2 beams of red light sliced through the Chitauri mothership. Before the portal closed, the last sight that graced Luoya's eyes was an endless explosion. The remaining Chitauri flying vehicles on Earth, severed from the mothership, instantly lost all propulsion. In Stark's office, as the portal sealed shut, the Chitauri invasion came to an end. At that moment, Loki stood behind Thor, hands shackled, wearing a look of despair. "I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused," Thor earnestly expressed. His brother had erred, and he believed it was his duty as the elder sibling to bear responsibility. Of course, restraining Loki was also a gesture meant for the onlookers, especially Luoya, indicating that he would ensure Loki faced consequences upon their return. However, Luoya, seated on the sofa, appeared indifferent. He was preoccupied with a yellow gem and a dull cube. These were his greatest spoils from the recent ordeal. The Mind Stone needed no elaboration. It could emit energy beams, control minds, provide energy, and create sentient life forms. Among these abilities, providing energy was likely the most beneficial, given Luoya's lack of magical prowess and insufficient strength. He found that attempting to utilize the energy beams emitted by the Mind Stone yielded lesser results than his own heat vision. As for the creation of sentient life, Luoya glanced at Stark, who was sitting contentedly with Pepper, enjoying a tranquil moment together. Now that the Mind Stone was in his possession, perhaps Ultron would never come to fruition. This also implied that Vision would not be born. If Luoya was only able to tentatively utilize the Mind Stone at this time, the Space Stone remained entirely enigmatic. Currently, the Space Stone was still encased within the Tesseract. Aside from brute force destruction, akin to Thanos crushing the Tesseract to extract the Space Stone, Luoya had no other means to retrieve it. Yet, should he crush the Tesseract, an immense energy explosion would ensue. Luoya was uncertain whether he could withstand such a surge of power. After all, it was one of the 6 fundamental forces of the universe, and he believed it prudent to exercise caution. With matters settled, and the group no longer pursuing Loki's transgressions, Thor proposed their departure. Having regained his powers, he felt his mission to Midgard was essentially accomplished. Chapter 81. A Visit to Asgard. Heimdall, wielding the sword of guardianship, Gyllenhaal, stood before the Bifrost. At that moment, he sensed the approach of someone behind him. "My king." Heimdall instantly adopted a respectful demeanor. As the sentinel of the Bifrost and protector of Asgard, he held Odin in high regard. "Heimdall, today Asgard will host guests. When Thor returns, instruct him to bring them to me." Casting a glance at the starry sky, Heimdall inquired, "Is it the one from Midgard?" Unlike the prideful Thor and Loki, Heimdall maintained a curious disposition towards the planet Midgard. He exhibited a keen interest in Earth's cultural evolution, as well as the emotions of mortals. Additionally, after utilizing the all-seeing eye to observe the recent Chitauri invasion, he acknowledged the rise of super beings on Earth and recognized Luoya's formidable capabilities. In his estimation, aside from that sorceress, the Ancient One, Luoya's displayed prowess could rank second. A step above that would be the god-level beings. Odin refrained from admonishing Heimdall for his observations of Midgard. "It is he. There are prophecies that he is the savior of our universe. Thus, I believe it is imperative that I meet him." With Odin's slumber imminent, he wished to glimpse this earthling, whom the Ancient One had described as possessing boundless potential, to discern what set him apart. Naturally, Odin harbored his own selfish motives. His son Thor was destined to inherit his throne as king. However, he also bore a personal concern, his first child Hela. The cosmic crisis was likely something he would never witness, as it felt too distant. Yet, Hela's threat to Asgard loomed perilously close. Having personally sealed away his daughter Hela, Odin was acutely aware of her strength. It could be said that with his own aging, his abilities were increasingly restricted. Hela's power might even surpass his own. Once he drew his last breath, the seal would dissipate, and Hela, the goddess of death who controlled the fates of Asgard, would be unstoppable. Odin's fears were justified. Once Hela awakened, her strength would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of god level. In contrast, Thor lagged far behind her. Even after inheriting Odin's power, he would require time to attain a standard god-level status. On Earth, Rua quietly observed as Thor escorted Loki to an open space, preparing to wield Mjolnir to summon the Bifrost for their departure. At that moment, an ancient and formidable force suddenly descended. This sensation was ineffable. It was not merely a display of overwhelming power, but rather an air of authority. The direction of this force was unmistakably aimed at Rua. Thus, the others, including Stark, remained oblivious to any unusual presence, with the exception of Thor and Loki. Excitement gleamed in Thor's eyes as he regained his divine power. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to bask in his father's praise. In stark contrast, Loki wore a visage of despair. He had opened the portal to summon the Chitauri army to Earth. If he succeeded, it would be one matter, but he had failed even in this endeavor. As for Rhea, although Odin merely exerted his authority, it still represented a formidable force for someone of his planetary caliber. However, Rhea could withstand the pressure. His expression remained unchanged as he stood quietly in place. Odin had no intention of tormenting Rhea, and the pressure was swiftly retracted. Truly, he was a person of significant merit in the eyes of the Ancient One. Odin's voice resonated in Rhua's ear, for a being of his divine stature could effortlessly project his voice. He was acutely aware of the sheer magnitude of his own pressure. It is no exaggeration to say that any ordinary super being subjected to his full might would meet a singular fate, utter annihilation. It seems you are not far from reaching the demigod level. Odin was also wary of Thanos lurking in the depths of the cosmos, or rather, of the Thanos that would emerge after his own demise. At least one stable demigod must exist among the 9 realms to grant him some measure of peace. Guardian of Midgard, I invite you to converse. Without hesitation, Odin extended his invitation to Rhea. Guardian of Midgard? Rhea felt a peculiar sensation. It was the first time he had heard such a title, especially ascribed to himself. However, this also confirmed for him that the Ancient One had indeed perished or departed. Otherwise, the title of Earth's Guardian could not have fallen upon him. Rhea nodded subtly, indicating his agreement to proceed to Asgard. Simultaneously, Thor received his father's command to summon the Bifrost. Yes, father. Although he did not comprehend why he would be bringing the outsider Rhea to Asgard, he knew obeying his father's wishes was never a mistake. Rhea exchanged a few words with Stark before standing beside Thor. Despite possessing the ability to fly, the notion of traversing directly from Earth to Asgard seemed preposterous. With Thor serving as a free lift, it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Thus, Thor held Loki down with one hand while Rhea supported him on the other shoulder, the mighty Mjolnir pointing skyward. In Asgard, Heimdall sensed Thor's call for the Bifrost. Buzz. A vibrant column of light descended upon the three. Wow! Stark exclaimed, marveling at the Bifrost. Once the light faded, Rhea and the others had vanished from their location, leaving behind a complex circular pattern on the ground. Good grief, Stark mused. Spending too much time with Rhea makes this world feel increasingly surreal. No, sir. Jarvis's voice interjected at an opportune moment. Based on calculations, you are indeed inching closer to the truth of the world. What then is the truth of the world? Extraterrestrial species? Apologies, sir, but the parameters are too limited to draw a conclusion at this time. As the hues shifted, Rhea felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground. When the brilliance dissipated and he looked down, a colossal Bifrost connected to a grand palace. In the center of the palace stood a figure clad in golden armor, wielding a gigantic sword. Is that Heimdall? The image of this golden warrior aligned perfectly with Rhua's impression of Heimdall. You actually know Heimdall? Thor gazed at Rhea in astonishment, even allowing his mind to wander into absurd conjectures. With unmatched power, the ability to fly, energy beams, etc., could he possibly be Odin's illegitimate son in Midgard? Chapter 82, King Odin. Rhua's explanation for his knowledge of Heimdall was simple. Aren't these tales from Norse mythology? Of course, this reasoning was rather tenuous. But what of it? The two, accompanied by Loki, approached the Golden Palace, with Heimdall keeping a steady gaze on Rhea. As they drew near, Heimdall inclined his head slightly towards Thor. Prince Thor, His Majesty awaits you and your friend in the palace. Then, with the same respectful gaze, he turned to Rhea. Guardian of Midgard, greetings. His luminous Heimdall's eyes reflected Rhua's imposing figure. The respect he held for Rhea was genuine. On one hand, he was a guest designated by King Odin, a friend to Prince Thor. Even though he had witnessed Thor being thoroughly bested by Rhea on Earth, it did not hinder his perception of their friendship. Furthermore, he had once glimpsed the encounter between the Ancient One and Rhea, overhearing portions of their dialogue. which revealed that even a being as powerful as the Sorcerer Supreme foresaw Rhea as the savior of the universe. Of course, Heimdall's ability to eavesdrop was inherently due to the Ancient One's desire for it to be known. Otherwise, not even Odin could have detected it. Ultimately, Rhua's own strength was sufficient to earn Heimdall's respect. Heimdall inherently held a degree of reverence for the powerful. Although he was the guardian of Asgard, his greater responsibility lay in listening and relaying information. In terms of pure combat prowess, Heimdall's abilities were not excessively formidable, which is characteristic of the Asgardians. Except for those of royal blood, it was challenging for other members of the race to surpass planetary levels in strength. Greetings, Mr. Heimdall, guardian of Asgard. As others bestowed him respect, Rhea reciprocated in kind. However, I find it somewhat perplexing why I am referred to as the guardian of Earth. Earth and Midgard are essentially synonymous, Heimdall clarified, glancing at the stars. You are deemed the strongest in Midgard by the Sorcerer Supreme herself. Naturally, this makes you the guardian of Earth. To outsiders, since the Ancient One entrusted her final charge to Rhea before her disappearance, it was understood that he had effortlessly assumed her mantle. Although Rhea was unaware of the specifics of the Ancient One's aid, he chose not to dwell on it any longer and nodded in understanding. Finally, Heimdall's gaze shifted to Loki with a complex expression. Loki, you have caused trouble again. The distinction in Heimdall's demeanor towards the brothers Thor and Loki was evident from his address. Thor, as Odin's son, possessed the legitimate bloodline of Asgard. Conversely, Loki, though nominally Odin's son, was of frost giant descent and was, in fact, an adopted son. Perhaps unbeknownst to Heimdall himself, there was an inherent pride within him as one with Asgardian blood. Certainly, Loki's upbringing in Asgard forged an indelible bond that could not be erased. However, the true reason for Heimdall's current coldness towards Loki stemmed from Loki's propensity for mischief. As the god of mischief, Loki occasionally undertakes actions that jeopardize the interests of Asgard. This is utterly intolerable for Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard. However, Loki offered no retort to Heimdall's accusations. Everything he did was, in truth, an attempt to garner Odin's attention and to express his dissatisfaction. In his eyes, he believed he could achieve far greater things. Yet his father's gaze perpetually rested upon his brother, Thor. Observing Loki's lingering discontent, Heimdall shook his head. He then moved aside to guide the three towards the royal palace. Before long, a magnificent palace, steeped in classical elegance, came into view. Towering columns and a spacious portico rose majestically beneath the grand dome. Thor, Loki, welcome home. An elderly figure clad in a gray-blue robe turned to greet them. It was Odin. Leah's gaze flickered, as he felt a long-dormant sensation of being utterly subdued in the presence of the All-Father. The unintentional aura he exuded seemed even more potent than that of the Ancient One. However, this was to be expected. The Ancient One possessed a certain serenity, exuding a gentler demeanor despite her formidable power. In stark contrast, Odin's renown was entirely forged in the crucible of war. His sojourns across the 9 realms were not mere sightseeing. Wherever rebellion brewed, he would personally quell it. Now, due to his physical condition, he seldom intervened directly, but otherwise, his presence would be even more formidable. Odin regarded Leah directly. This was his first opportunity to observe up close the young man spoken of by the Ancient One, and he was indeed strikingly different. Odin sensed within Leah a force akin to that of the sun. If this essence belonged to an Asgardian, it would signify divine lineage. This implied that Leah bore a bloodline distinct from that of the Midgardians. Or perhaps he possessed a dual heritage? Odin was uncertain. He had previously scrutinized Leah and noted his affinity for basking in sunlight. Each time he did so, energy would course into him, enhancing his capabilities, much like the Asgardians when they resided in Asgard. Young man, welcome to Asgard. I wonder how you find it here. In contrast to his imposing presence, Odin's voice resonated not like that of a deity, but rather akin to that of an ordinary elder from Earth. This demeanor was reserved for Leah, a person Odin held in high regard. Were it a mere mortal from Earth, Odin would have displayed his regal authority. The spectacle was indeed grand, with golden glimmers and radiant lights adorning the surroundings. May I inquire as to the purpose of your summons, Mr. Odin? Leah refrained from addressing him as Your Majesty and opted for a more casual term. After all, if they claimed to be guardians of Earth, he would not lower the status of his own world. Yet, Odin paid no heed to this. He did not equate longevity with transient displays of power, nor did he take pride in such distinctions. Although Leah's strength was currently far from his own, it did not impede their capacity for equal discourse. Odin turned to his 2 sons. Your mother awaits you. Go now. It appeared he had no intention of meting out severe punishment to Loki. In contrast, Loki exhaled in relief, though his heart brimmed with resentment. Chapter 83, Breakthrough. What truly occupied Loki's thoughts was Odin's attention, not merely praise, but also punishment. Whenever his brother Thor erred, he would invariably face their father's wrath. In Loki's perspective, this was a form of affection. This time, after causing such a ruckus in Midgard, he was met with no repercussions from his father. Instead, Odin engaged in merry conversation with an outsider. For this reason, he would prefer his father to chastise him harshly rather than let him off lightly. At the very least, it would signify that he was valued. Alas, Odin seemed oblivious to Loki's emotional turmoil. Or perhaps he was aware, but chose not to acknowledge it. After all, Loki was, at the end of the day, an adopted son. His veins coursed with the blood of frost giants, not that of Asgard, in a realm that prized lineage. How could they accept a foreigner as their ruler? Especially with Thor, who was not lacking in merit, by his side. Therefore, while Odin's affection for Loki was considerable, his love for Thor was undeniably greater. Once Thor and Loki departed, Odin approached Leia once more, expressing a desire to witness Leia's prowess. "Are you suggesting that I spar with you?" Leia glanced at himself, questioning whether his decision to accompany Thor to Asgard had been overly reckless. The situation bore resemblance to a trap laid for the unwary. Of course, likening himself to a mere animal was a stretch, yet the principle held true. Leia was acutely aware of his own capabilities. In certain respects, he was indeed powerful, but that depended on the comparison. Odin, the illustrious Allfather of Asgard, represented a being of unmatched strength. The prospect of engaging in combat with him raised doubts in Leia's mind. Was Odin seeking to eliminate him? When have I ever wronged this old man? Leia pondered, questioning himself. Well, I may have thrashed Thor a few times and tossed Loki around a bit. These two are tough and resilient enough, aren't they? Noticing the fluctuations in Leia's expression, Odin recognized his misunderstanding. He chuckled softly, wondering if he appeared as a fearsome figure or one who bullied the younger generation. Indeed, Odin regarded Leia as a junior. As one of the few beings of All-Father caliber, while Odin had limited interaction with the Ancient One, an implicit understanding existed between them, a natural kinship shared among the formidable. Rest assured, it's merely a casual spar. Odin endeavored to present himself as a figure not inclined to exploit the weak. Yet, Leia's gaze was drawn to the spear in Odin's possession. If memory served, it was called Gungnir, the eternal spear, said to be a branch of the world tree. Once unleashed, it would unfailingly strike its mark. While this description may seem exaggerated, it was not far from the truth for an ordinary individual. The combination of Odin's godly strength and such a weapon left Leia uncertain whether his half-formed iron physique, enhanced by an impeccable template of his homeland, could withstand its might. Sensing Leia's apprehension, Odin understood his concerns. With a flick of his wrist, Gungnir soared away. "Do not fret, you are free to attack me at will." Upon hearing Odin's reassurances, Leia nodded. It appeared that the All-Father genuinely sought to assess his capabilities. The reason for this was likely rooted in the Ancient One's words. Thus, Leia's pride made a grand return as he lifted his head, and a crimson glow began to coalesce before his eyes. Odin's expression grew serious. He did not underestimate Leia simply because their strengths were disparate. He squinted slightly, observing with acute clarity. The two crimson lights within Leia's eyes exhibited a subtle distinction. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that each red light was divided into two rings. This indicated that within each red glow, another slender beam of red light was gathering. This marked Leia's inaugural full-power release, as both laser and thermal vision converged within his gaze. In the pocket of his right leg, the yellow mind gem seemed to respond to some unseen stimulus, a faint luminescence beginning to permeate Leia's being. With the mind gem's assistance, the energy amassed became even more formidable. Soon, the space ahead of Leia began to ripple, as if the fabric of reality could scarcely withstand this wave of annihilation. Now, in a state of extremity, just as the energy within the crimson light threatened to explode, Leia bellowed, releasing it forth. In an instant, the red beams on either side intertwined, hurtling directly towards Odin. The velocity was such that by the time Leia's shout resonated, the beams had already reached Odin. What a cataclysmic force! Odin's eyes widened in disbelief as an intangible wave materialized before him. With his telekinetic control combined with a cosmic energy barrier, he displayed the prowess befitting a father of the gods. Had this strike been directed at an ordinary planetary-level being, it would have undoubtedly been insurmountable. However, Leia's arsenal of attacks did not end there. Boom! As the sonic boom echoed, Leia had already vanished from the palace. Outside, Odin sensed that Leia had appeared above the rainbow bridge connecting the palace. With another flicker, Odin stood upon the bridge. The urgent, thunderous roars reverberated above him. Yet Odin did not raise his gaze. He slowly closed his eyes, his telekinetic energy radiating like flowing water. Troublesome. In the sky, Luya soared at breakneck speed, aiming to disrupt Odin's perception. Yet, it appeared that he had failed. What was happening over there? Soon, residents of Asgard began to notice the unfolding situation. It was primarily due to Luya's near 20 Mach velocity, crossing vast distances to obscure Odin's line of sight. In front of the palace? How dare anyone act so brazenly before the royal residence? Odin's very existence was revered among all Asgardians as divine, an incomparably majestic and invincible presence. The audacity to behave so insolently before the palace ignited the ire of those who witnessed it. However, as they approached the vicinity of the palace, they also discerned their monarch, the god King Odin. Simultaneously, the booming sounds in the sky intensified, drawing ever closer to the ground. The energy transmission from the mind gem had nearly formed a solid line. Superman Template, Steel Body, Unlocked Degree, 49. Unbeknownst to him, the unlocking degree had surged once more. This slight breakthrough propelled Luya's speed to new heights. Boom, boom, boom. With the crescendo of thunder, Luya's velocity surged to 25 Mach. In a fleeting moment, his figure darted past. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated all his strength, descending from above. Yeah, this punch encapsulated the entirety of Luya's might. Odin, possessing high magical prowess, effortlessly deflected the combination of laser and thermal vision. His ranged attacks were likely futile. The only potential breakthrough lay in a physical assault. After all, Odin had entered his twilight years. His body, once a vessel of divine power, was now barely able to withstand it. Perhaps Luya could exploit this weakness. Of course, this was merely Luya's conjecture. In reality, it was nearly impossible for a planetary-level being to inflict harm upon a father of the gods. In other words, a one-level disparity in strength translated to an overwhelming advantage. Especially as one progressed further, this disparity only magnified. Like in the movies, when Stark injures Thanos, such occurrences might only manifest in this singular universe. In others, it would be utterly inconceivable. More likely, Thanos could easily take Stark's life with a mere flick of his wrist. In the air, Luya's muscles were taut. The exposed skin of his arms transformed into a silvery black hue, glistening like metal. Odin looked up, divine energy surging in his palms. Two golden discs materialized instantaneously, hovering protectively above his head. Crack! In the next instant, Luya's fist collided with the magical discs. Odin was formidable, yet it seemed that age had truly begun to take its toll. The magical discs absorbed Luya's frontal assault, yet they too had to endure a tremendous backlash. Luya pushed his physical output to the limit, transforming into a streak of meteor. Under the immense force, Odin found his footing faltering, taking a step back. This was a father of the gods, a being capable of cataclysmic destruction. Yet, even with a two-tier disadvantage, Luya could still unsettle Odin's stance. To be frank, this astonished Odin greatly. Although he wished to gauge Luya's strength, he had not anticipated that he would genuinely find himself at a disadvantage. Boom! At last, the magical discs could no longer withstand the combined forces and shattered into fragments, gradually dissipating. Your strength surpasses my expectations, Odin remarked, gazing at Luya with an inscrutable expression of admiration. The battle had drawn to a close. For Luya, this was never a fight he needed to win. Having repelled Odin, his objective was already fulfilled. In the courtyard, Frigga was conversing with her two sons. Compared to Odin, she was evidently a nurturing mother. Regarding Loki's transgressions on Earth, Frigga perceived his motivations. She understood that Loki's actions stemmed from his insecurities and yearning for love. However, unlike Odin's disregard for Loki's mistakes, Frigga, while loving her children, could also tolerate minor misdeeds. Yet, orchestrating the Chitauri army's invasion of Earth was clearly no trivial matter. Moreover, from her recent inquiries, she had learned that the mastermind behind Loki's actions was none other than Thanos. The existence of Thanos was precisely what had been troubling her husband lately. Even the Ancient One from Midgard had warned about this. One could say that Loki's actions this time were tantamount to betraying Asgard and the Nine Realms. This was the source of Frigga's inner turmoil. She needed to impose a punishment upon Loki. Thor, of course, was aware of his mother's thoughts. Throughout his life, while his mother was loving, she firmly believed in the necessity of punishment for grave offenses. This was a principle even Odin found challenging to alter. Mother. Thor approached Frigga with a charming smile, his demeanor reminiscent of a child who had yet to grow up. As he playfully pleaded on Loki's behalf, he added, "My brother has already faced punishment on Earth. He has been dealt with by Luya." Moreover, Thor yearned to express more. Yet Frigga exhibited no inclination to engage with her eldest son. Those who commit grave errors must face punishment. Otherwise, how could one uphold the dignity of the Prince of Asgard? Meanwhile, Loki observed the exchange between his brother and mother with a mixture of emotions. On one hand, he envied Thor's ability to converse with their mother in such a demeanor and tone, for Thor was her biological son, a true member of the Asgardian pantheon. In contrast, Loki was merely a frost giant, an adopted son. Yet, simultaneously, Loki's reverence and dependence on Frigga were undeniably genuine. Despite being known as the god of mischief, he still yearned for affection. Just as Frigga was about to articulate her thoughts, a disturbance emanated from the Bifrost. What is happening? That is the aura of your father. Frigga easily sensed that her husband had summoned his divine power, and considerable amounts of it at that. However, Odin's body could scarcely sustain the strain of intense combat any longer. This was a fact known only to Frigga, for the sake of concealing Asgard's vulnerabilities. It left her bewildered as to who could compel her husband to take action within the realm of Asgard. Father Thor appeared momentarily stunned, aside from Leah. There should be no other outsiders in Asgard today, right? Soon, the trio approached the Bifrost. By this time, the confrontation between Leah and Odin had reached its conclusion, with the shattering of the magical disc marking the end of the battle. In the palace, Heimdall stood sword in hand, observing the aftermath of the clash with a grave expression. Worry gnawed at him, particularly because Odin had retreated a step during his duel with Leah. He understood precisely what that signified. Yet what could he do? He was merely an observer. Combat was not his forte. Is this the friend you made on Earth? Frigga inquired. Her interest piqued as she regarded Leah. At that moment, she recognized that her husband was merely engaging in a spar with a younger individual. Although she was unsure why her husband risked the potential for divine power to spiral out of control, she trusted that Odin had his reasons for doing so. Listening to his mother-esque question, Thor awkwardly scratched his head. A friend, perhaps? He recalled his encounters with Leah, which often involved either receiving a beating or delivering one. As for Loki, he instinctively recoiled, trembling at the memory of being singled out and thrown around by Leah. He swore he would never again endure such a humiliating experience, like having one's face trampled into the ground. What astonished Loki even more was the fact that Leah had been able to face Odin head-on and fend him off. This revelation far exceeded Loki's comprehension. Though he had contemplated scheming against his father, it had always been through cunning and deceit. To confront him directly was something he would never dare to attempt. It seemed evident that Leah had held back during their time in Midgard. Unexplainably, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down Loki's back. Chapter 85. The Mechanical Descent of the Gods. Leah had spent 3 days in Asgard. His time was filled solely with leisure, as though Odin had genuinely invited him for a sightseeing excursion. However, just before Leah's departure, Odin called out to him. Leah, what is your perspective on our universe? As a being of paternal stature, he was on the cusp of transcending to a super-paternal level, having attained the existence of a singular universe. He could perceive the multiverse, akin to the Ancient One. Yet, it was undeniable that Odin was capable of observing the existence of the multiverse. After receiving a warning from the Ancient One, he had also become aware of the impending multiversal invasion. This phenomenon was exceedingly alarming. Sometimes, visitors from other universes might not possess overwhelming strength, causing minimal harm. However, those capable of traversing the multiverse typically wield considerable power, at least at the level of a singular universe. The most severe consequence could manifest as a disruption of the timeline. For instance, if someone within a singular universe were to manipulate time, deliberately altering the course of the future, it could result in the branching of the timeline. Subsequently, new universes would emerge. Infinite new universes would collide, leading to chaos. The Ancient One had mentioned that she observed the future of this universe being threatened by incursions from other universes. Her willingness to risk altering the timeline by revealing this indicated that the forthcoming multiversal invasion would be far more catastrophic than the creation of new timelines through manipulation. Of course, it was also possible that the Ancient One believed her revelations would not disrupt the timeline. Regardless, Odin, riding Sleipnir, halted after traversing an unknown space. Behind him, Leah, who had been flying in tandem, also descended. What is this? Leah's pupils constricted as he gazed at a massive black rift in the sky. This rift instilled within him an overwhelming sense of danger, far surpassing the feeling he had experienced during his spar with Odin just days prior. It was akin to the sensation of impending doom, was it not? Odin spoke first, articulating Leah's unvoiced thoughts. Within this black rift, Leah perceived a force of despair. I cannot elucidate the reason for the emergence of this rift, Odin replied, his expression remaining calm, though his tone became exceedingly serious and cautious. This is the incursion of the multiverse. Moreover, it threatens the entirety of our universe. In other words, on the other side of this rift lies another universe. The Supreme Sorcerer had informed me that she once sought to comprehend the cause of this rift's formation, but unfortunately, she failed. Despite the fact that no one in our universe had altered the timeline, the clash of multiverses had indeed occurred. Now, the universe on the other side is invading ours. If this situation escalates, this rift will expand infinitely, merging the two universes. Humanity possesses an innate resistance to the unknown, and Odin was no exception. Regardless of the circumstances, the collision of two universes could never bode well. What if the opposing universe harbored bizarre timelines? That would be disastrous. However, Leah found himself in disagreement with Odin's assertion that no one in this universe had altered the timeline. Perhaps he himself was the one who had changed it? After all, since his arrival, far too many events in this world had been altered. Moreover, the very premise of Marvel's narrative allows for infinite possibilities. Perhaps it was indeed he who influenced this universe, resulting in a disrupted timeline, and thus instigating the multiversal invasion? Leah struggled to comprehend, despite the strength of his intellect. The information regarding this matter was simply too scant. Just as the two conversed, the black rift suddenly quaked, rapidly expanding outward. What is happening? Leah propelled himself backward with all his might, while simultaneously monitoring the rift for any subsequent changes. What could have provoked the merging of two universes? Odin's voice resonated beside him. His invitation to Luya to visit Asgard was primarily to assess Luya's capabilities. Ultimately, when it comes to the entire universe, Odin cannot solely rely on the words of the Ancient One to feel completely at ease. After acknowledging Luya's prowess, he intended to show him the situation regarding the rift. However, he did not expect such an unexpected turn of events. The rift expanded, reaching nearly 50 square meters before finally ceasing its movement. Before the two could approach to investigate, a series of pulsations emanated from within the rift. Something was about to emerge. Odin slowly raised his Gungnir, aiming it at the rift, prepared to pierce whatever malevolent entity might emerge without hesitation. After a brief wait, something finally poked its head out. The black and crimson hues shimmered with a metallic sheen, resembling some form of armored combat suit. As the figure revealed half of its body, an improbable insignia appeared. A spider. On the stranger's chest was unmistakably a spider emblem. Could it be another Peter from a different world? It seemed he was clad in the iron spider suit, the very one that Stark crafted for Spider-Man in the films. No, wait. As this alternate Spider-Man fully extricated himself from the rift, his entire form appeared tattered and worn. Yet, he could still blink and breathe normally. Remarkable. Odin regarded the iron spider with astonishment. It truly was Iron Spider. Its right knee was severely damaged, exposing circuits that were still sparking. This indicated that this Iron Spider was, in fact, a robot. Where am I? I want to go back. I must stop him. The Iron Spider's voice was somewhat stuttered, yet it bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a normal human. Who are you? Luya inquired as he approached. I am Spider-Man. Peter, are you mistaken? Shouldn't you merely be a clone of Spider-Man? Hearing a robot claim to be Peter felt rather strange to Luya. No, I am Peter. It was Dr. Banner. He succeeded. Peter became suddenly animated after hearing Luya's words. What do you mean? Luya squinted. It was him. He transformed us all into machines. Peter's excitement grew as he shouted. Chapter 86. A tangled timeline. It seemed that Peter was genuinely terrified of the entity he referred to. However, witnessing a robot display such fear was undeniably peculiar. Even though this Iron Peter bore an identical visage to the Peter of this universe, the circuitry within him unequivocally proved that he was a mechanical being. You mean to say you were once a living human? Odin, too, looked on with curiosity. Such matters seemed to defy the very laws of the universe. If the entity Peter spoke of truly possessed the power to completely transform humanity into machines, how formidable must it be? Or perhaps, given Odin's extensive lifespan and his witnessing of many events within this universe, he pondered whether this Iron Peter was originally a robot, merely mimicking human behavior? Such a possibility was not entirely unfounded, and Odin found himself inclined to believe this hypothesis. If the Mind Stone were utilized, it could potentially endow machinery with genuine consciousness. However, if Iron Peter's words were deceitful, his intelligence would be astonishingly high. His transition from fear to excitement was remarkably authentic. Nevertheless, Luya found himself somewhat convinced by Iron Peter's claims. He blinked, activating his X-ray vision. Through the damaged Iron Spider suit, countless steel frameworks, flowing molten metal, and a pulsating red steel heart became visible to Luya. Such a bizarre state. This situation reminded Luya of descriptions of the Extremis armor. Yet, The Extremis virus armor was a fusion of Stark's flesh and armor, not a transformation. Here, Peter was not fused with the iron suit, but had entirely become metallic. Except for his heart. The reason Iron Peter's heart remained red was that a thin layer of flesh still lingered on its exterior. However, that delicate red layer was gradually shifting towards silver. Once the transformation was complete, Iron Peter would become an entirely mechanical entity. Tell us about your universe. Rua gazed at the rift, which had ceased its movement. It appeared that the two universes would not collide for the time being. Iron Peter took a breath. Despite having transformed into a mechanical state, he still retained the habits of his former human existence. It was Ultron, Mr. Stark's artificial intelligence, JARVIS. Went rogue. He stole the Mind Stone, altered his underlying logic, and endowed himself with real consciousness. Oh, you know about the Mind Stone? Iron Peter suddenly paused, directing his inquiry towards Rua and Odin, and then Odin gestured for him to continue. Due to the Mind Stone, JARVIS gained genuine life and renamed himself Ultron. Iron Peter's voice gradually became coherent. Ultron, possessing the Mind Stone, was immensely powerful. Even the Ancient One, with her foresight, would find it challenging to contend with him. For as the sorceress stated, Ultron's strength is at the level of a celestial. Rua interjected. That's about the gist of it. Iron Peter concurred. At that time, Mr. Stark sought to confront Ultron himself, only to vanish without a trace. However, I have a feeling that Mr. Stark is still alive. A celestial level? Rua furrowed his brow. That certainly explains a lot. Although the Ancient One is typically a top-tier celestial being, even her foresight would significantly falter against an entity of Ultron's caliber. Moreover, due to his ability to manipulate electronic devices, Ultron essentially has eyes everywhere on Earth. Yet, to reach the level of transforming humans into machines seems beyond the capabilities of the Mind Stone, does it not? After all, the Mind Stone of this universe resides with Rua himself. Furthermore, while Ultron is powerful, he should not be capable of overwhelming the entirety of the universe. Therefore, it stands to reason that some other anomaly must have occurred within the timeline. The Ancient One mentioned that she could not intervene too much with Ultron, for in the future timeline, she was not meant to be the savior. The calamity arising from disrupting the timeline could be far more terrifying than Ultron's dominion over the world. Thus, the cosmic gems on Earth were seized by him. Later, when the Ancient One perished, the Time Stone fell into his hands. With the acquisition of the Mind, Space, and Time Stones, Ultron was virtually invincible. Indeed, Iron Peter continued. Later, a being cloaked in purple, who referred to himself as Thanos, descended upon Earth, intent on seizing the Infinity Stones. However, Thanos proved no match for Ultron, who obliterated him with a tricolored beam emanating from his head, reducing him to ashes. After that, the situation simplified. Ultimately, Ultron acquired all 6 Infinity Stones, elevating himself to a singular cosmic-level entity. With the power of the Reality Stone, he altered the very fabric of the universe, transforming countless living beings into machines, including Iron Peter himself. The defeated Avengers took refuge in remote mountains devoid of human technology. Alas, it was futile once the power of the 6 stones activated. It required no guidance, for it was a matter of will. The bodies of all began to mechanize at an alarming rate. Red blood turned to silver, and skin morphed into a dark metallic hue. Fortunately, Banner, upon transforming into the Hulk, managed to withstand this conversion, albeit barely. The Hulk, you say? Rua nodded. Observing Odin's puzzled expression, Rua elaborated. The Hulk's strength is derived from a complex source, which, under certain circumstances, includes hellish power. Those who wield such power, at their weakest, are at least above demigod level. With adequate time to adapt and develop, they can reach even greater heights. The strongest among them can influence the multiverse, achieving multiversal status. Thus, it is not surprising that the Hulk could stave off the encroachment of Ultron wielding the 6 stones. Then came the cataclysmic clash of 2 universes. It remains a mystery how Ultron accomplished this. Iron Peter appeared somewhat apprehensive. Fortunately, Dr. Banner ultimately reconciled with the Hulk and successfully transported me here to seek assistance. Rua scrutinized Iron Peter once more. Could this really be considered a safe transport? Of course, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was whether Iron Peter might be overestimating the combat prowess of his universe. Ultron, empowered by 6 Infinity Stones, was already at the apex of singular cosmic existence. What could we possibly offer to assist? Chapter 87. At this moment, Rua turned to glance at the god King Odin, who stood beside him, listening intently. Odin shook his head. Clearly, Based on Iron Peter's description, even if Odin ventured into their universe, he would be of no assistance. The disparity between demigod and singular cosmic levels is vast, akin to creating something from nothing. As for Lua, it was even less conceivable for him to agree to lend aid. What folly! As a planetary-level being, what could he possibly do? Should he be transformed into a machine? Who could say if this system template would still function? I apologize, but we may not be able to assist you, Lua stated, expressing his inability to help. Upon hearing this response, Peter did not entirely relinquish hope. Before her demise, the Ancient One had prophesied that on Earth within this universe, someone would rise to become a savior. Can you take me to Earth? Iron Peter implored, gazing at Lua. This brawny youth clearly appeared to be an Earthling. However, in his memory, he could not recall anyone who matched the identity of this young man. At this moment, Peter still clung to the hope of discovering the savior of this universe's Earth. As for Odin, Iron Peter had never harbored expectations of him. He was well aware of Odin's appearance. Though the god king Odin possessed formidable demigod strength, it was ultimately of no consequence. Listening to Iron Peter's account, a premonition arose within Lua. The savior mentioned in the Ancient One's prophecy, could it possibly refer to me? If I could ascend to the status of the Golden Supreme Being, no, even a lesser supreme would suffice to tackle the current troubles. Alas, attaining such power is not an instantaneous feat. While the Infinity Stones could expedite the process, their efficacy remains limited. Primarily, the limitation lies in the body's capacity to absorb the radiation from yellow suns. Nevertheless, regardless of whether Lua was indeed the prophesied savior, the invasion from the opposing universe was an undeniable reality. Even if he refrained from crossing into that world, preparations on his side must proceed swiftly. Moreover, the troubles posed by Thanos remained unresolved, and now they faced a six-stone Ultron, exponentially more powerful. At that moment, the Black Rift stirred once more. Iron Peter hesitated for a beat. However, Lua and Odin immediately sensed the disturbance and readied themselves for action. Soon, a silver fabric emerged first from the rift. A cloak? Before long, the tattered cloak's owner leaped forth. Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange? No, it was more accurate to say, the Iron Strange. Lua felt a headache coming on. Judging by the energy emanating from Iron Strange, his power far exceeded Lua's own. In fact, he appeared to be even stronger than Odin, who stood beside him. Gungnir. Odin wasted no words. He unleashed Gungnir, aiming it directly at Iron Strange. There was no need for hesitation. The crimson light in Iron Strange's eyes and the malevolent aura surrounding him unmistakably indicated that his mind had been corrupted. Doctor, he has been transformed by Ultron. We must eliminate him, Iron Peter urged urgently. In their world, after the Ancient One's death, Dr. Strange had officially inherited the title of Sorcerer Supreme. He had intended to be a savior, yet in a direct confrontation with Ultron, he was utterly transformed, including his very psyche. However, Iron Peter's assertion was oversimplified. In Lua's perception, this Iron Strange had already attained demigod level. How could he be so easily dispatched? To put it bluntly, should Odin falter, it was uncertain who would prevail. Simply observing was not a solution. Lua exhaled deeply. The crimson light converged, and he simultaneously charged his laser eyes and heat vision. With a hum, Iron Strange conjured a massive orange-red magical disc with a mere gesture. Gungnir, dubbed the eternal spear that inevitably strikes true, made its first assault before Lua. The spear's tip halted as it made contact with the magical disc, as if time itself had frozen. Subsequently, under Gungnir's piercing force, the magical disc began to shatter. However, Gungnir's power reached its limit at that point. After fracturing Iron Strange's magical disc, it found itself ensnared, immobilized. Following that, Lua's laser and heat vision struck as well. Crash! Crash! Like the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back, the magical disc shattered. The beam struck Iron Strange's afterimage. His form began to dissipate, while Lua's rays penetrated the illusion, shooting who knows how far. As for Gungnir, having lost its target, Odin could only retract it. Dr. Strange was well versed in magic, and with the augmentation from Ultron's modifications, he was likely not any weaker than the Ancient One. The sole silver lining was that, in traversing between the two universes, this Iron Strange had evidently paid a tremendous price. From the extent of his damage, it appeared to be even more severe than that of Iron Peter. As Lua was still pondering how to break the deadlock, Odin suddenly interjected with a warning, "To your left." In an instant, a swirling vortex adorned with orange-red stars materialized, revealing the figure of Iron Dr. Strange. Each of his hands wielded a diminutive magical vortex, exuding an aura of destruction. Dread coursed through Odin's mind as he continued his movements. intent on providing assistance. Yet, the magical prowess of Iron Doctor Strange surpassed his own, making it impossible for Odin to catch up. Both hands, imbued with magical vortices, reached out simultaneously. In that fleeting moment, Lua sensed the breach of the biological force field he had just conjured. He felt the destructive essence from the magical vortex sting his skin. However, sensing it did not equate to the capacity to react, Lua had no time for any other actions before the magical vortex was upon him. Sizzle. First, it was his outer garments that were affected. As the vortex spun, the fabric did not tear. Instead, it rotted and dissipated in an instant. Stop it, Lua mentally screamed. At that moment, he could only pray that his body could withstand such a degree of magical assault. Otherwise, he feared he would meet the same fate as his clothing. Reduced to mere ashes. Suddenly, a surge of energy rippled through the air. A massive wave of magical energy erupted from Lua's being, forming a spectral apparition in an instant. It was the shade of the Ancient One. Upon seeing the apparition, even Iron Doctor Strange momentarily lost focus. However, he quickly regained his composure, his magical vortex swirling incessantly. The Ancient One's apparition appeared unable to communicate, and her form began to dissipate at an alarming rate. With a swift motion, she unleashed two strikes from behind Lua. The first extinguished Iron Doctor Strange's magical vortex, while the second aimed directly at his corporeal form. With a thud, another spectral figure was forcefully ejected by the Ancient One. Chapter 88. Safe, for the time being. In Lua's eyes, Iron Doctor Strange trembled, and his soul began to vacate his body. At that moment, Lua felt a strange curiosity. He had heard that a person's soul possesses weight. He wondered if Iron Doctor Strange, having lost his soul, would become lighter. Beside him, Odin regarded the Ancient One's apparition with a complex expression. He could sense that this ethereal form, entirely composed of magical energy, far surpassed his own strength. This apparition was a manifestation of the Ancient One's concentrated magical essence, created specifically to confront the current predicament. It could be said that the power it unleashed, though not earth-shattering, had undeniably reached a level beyond the celestial. This compelled Odin to feel genuine admiration. While he was still preoccupied with concerns for his son's future, the Supreme Sorceress, the Ancient One, had already prepared for the universe's future, even at the cost of her own life. At this moment, as Iron Doctor Strange's soul emerged, even in its spectral form, it gleamed with a metallic luster. This indicated that the Iron Doctor Strange from another universe had entirely transformed into a mechanical being, both inside and out. Facing this disciple from an alternate universe, a glimmer of light flickered in the Ancient One's vacant eyes. Yet her movements did not falter. As she observed Iron Doctor Strange's soul struggling to return to his body, the Ancient One's right hand gestured, opening a dark magical space. Lua peered inside, witnessing countless resplendent vortices in an abyss of darkness. With a beckoning motion, a translucent wave extended from the Ancient One's left hand, ensnaring Iron Doctor Strange's soul. Despite his immediate attempts to resist, he could not break free from this ethereal grip. Soon, amidst his silent cries, the spectral form of Iron Doctor Strange was drawn into the magical rift. The metallic magical cloak draped over Iron Doctor Strange's form seemed to sense its master's peril and attempted to intervene. Yet, it was futile. It too was pulled into the rift alongside Iron Doctor Strange's soul. The rift subsequently sealed shut. Thus, the Iron Doctor Strange from the alternate universe was completely removed from existence on a human level. As for his body, it did not perish simultaneously. It appeared to have entered a comatose state. No, more accurately, it had entered a standby mode. After witnessing this entire sequence of events, Lua was filled with profound reflections. Everything must be compared. In the vast cosmos, his strength was still woefully insufficient. And in the multiverse, the disparity was even more pronounced. From this day forth, he vowed to bask in the sun. Even if the absorption of yellow solar radiation had its limits, he would endeavor to acclimate his body. Suddenly, just as Lua and Odin exhaled in relief, the rift in space erupted with activity once more. Amidst the distortion, it seemed as though some creature was attempting to emerge from within. Furthermore, although it had yet to materialize, Lua could already sense its profound malevolence. This indicated that the newcomer was an adversary, not an ally. Truth be told, if the newcomer were to resemble Iron Doctor Strange once more, Lua could only hope for the Ancient One to unleash her power again. However, the apparition of the Ancient One was dissipating rapidly, and it appeared that within a minute, she would vanish entirely. At that point, if an enemy mechanical being emerged from the rift, what would he do? Lua couldn't help but lament, cursing the timing of his arrival in this world. If only he had arrived earlier, he could have soaked up the sun for decades, even centuries. By then, possessing sufficient strength, he could have dived into the yellow sun for a rejuvenating bath. At that time, no threat would stand a chance, be it Thanos or Ultron with the Infinity Stones. All would be crushed effortlessly. Alas, such musings were mere fantasies. Faced with the rift's fluctuations, the Ancient One acted once more. This time, she began to actively disassemble her spectral form. Countless star-like points emerged, converging towards the rift. Under the sealing power of this magical force, the distorted rift soon fell silent. Its surface became enveloped in a continuously rotating orange-yellow sealing barrier. Yet simultaneously, the Ancient One's apparition completely vanished, as if everything that had transpired had never occurred. Only Rua faintly perceived the echo of the Ancient One's voice. The seal would not hold for long. The opposing universe would soon initiate a large-scale collision with their own. When that time came, it would be a calamity for both universes. In the void, the Ancient One, clad in a brown robe, suddenly lifted her gaze towards a certain direction. Had she succeeded? In her efforts to combat the crisis from the multiverse, the Ancient One had sacrificed her physical form. Naturally, being proficient in various forms of magic, she would not simply be erased from existence. Instead, she operated in a spectral form, wielding the last vestiges of her magic. However, the deceased could not intervene in the realm of the living. In this instance of warding off the invasion from the opposing universe, the Ancient One had executed the least disruptive action after foreseeing the future. The reason she could only seal the rift for a year was not due to her power being limited to that duration, but rather because the timeline of this universe permits her to do so for only that long. Should any significant disruption occur within the timeline, the ensuing consequences would likely require multiversal intervention to address. After absorbing the instructions left behind by the Ancient One, Rua realized that the acceleration of her own strength must be hastened. However, the act of basking in sunlight to absorb its yellow radiation cannot be expedited merely by her own desire. Furthermore, apart from the invasion of alternate universes, Rua remained acutely aware of the looming threat posed by Thanos within her own universe. It seemed that Odin's condition was similarly precarious. Particularly as Rua turned her gaze toward Odin, she noted that his complexion appeared rather poor, and the fluctuations of his aura were inconsistent. Such signs do not bode well. This indicated that Odin had expended an excessive amount of divine energy in his recent actions, leading his aging body perilously close to its limits. Should his divine power continue to surge, Odin may well face an untimely demise. It was uncertain whether returning to Odin's slumber would yield any beneficial effects. For now, Rua could only race against time, diligently absorbing the yellow solar radiation. The adage relying on oneself is preferable to relying on others rang true. Rather than depending on these seasoned warriors, it would be wiser for her to cultivate her own strength. After all, if these veteran powers were truly capable of turning the tide, the Ancient One would not have placed the sole hope upon her shoulders. The fact that even the Ancient One had to make the ultimate sacrifice for self-preservation conveyed a clear message. Rua cast a glance at the All-Father Odin, one hand supporting Iron Peter and the other cradling the body of Iron Doctor Strange. Mr. Odin, perhaps it is time for me to return. Chapter 89. Return to Earth. As the events surrounding the invasion by the Chitauri faded into memory, society gradually resumed its customary rhythm. However, this time, many among the populace were enlightened to the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Of course, given that the battlefield was primarily in New York, coupled with the suppression of information, the number of those aware remained relatively few. Nevertheless, debates occasionally erupted online regarding the existence of alien life. Forum discussion: is it truly this age? And yet some still believe in aliens? Theoretically, if humans exist, then extraterrestrial civilizations should as well, right? After all, if the universe is infinitely vast, then anything that can happen will happen. That individual upstairs must be lost in a novel or something, right? No, the person on the third floor is correct. I witnessed numerous monstrous beings invading New York just days ago. Ah, yes. Do you think I believe that? Exactly. For home, Peter busily tidied his room, rummaging through his wardrobe until he unearthed his suit. Despite the myriad of unpleasant memories it conjured, it undeniably represented his most dignified attire. Yes, tonight, there was an imperative reason to don this respectable outfit. Iron Man, Tony Stark, had invited him to dinner. For Peter, this was indeed a momentous occasion, considering Stark's fame far eclipsed his own. Additionally, Stark's genius as a scientist only deepened Peter's admiration. After ensuring his tie was perfectly aligned, Peter opened his door, ready to descend. The hour was growing late. Perhaps he should arrive early. Glancing at the time, he resolved to set out ahead of schedule to Stark's newly constructed villa in the suburban outskirts of New York. This villa had been erected specifically to host future members of his team. Stark believed in the strength of Rhea, yet he knew he could not be idle. Forming a team might prove beneficial to Rhea at some point. However, it had been several days since Rhea and Thor ventured to the so-called Asgard, and they had yet to return. Inside the villa, Pepper was busily preparing for the evening's banquet. Although the guests were all acquaintances of Stark, it was still essential to adhere to proper etiquette for a first-time visit. Meanwhile, Stark was in his underground laboratory, diligently working on his Iron Man suit. This laboratory was specially designed to allow him to continue his research even after returning home. Since his relationship with Pepper blossomed, he had undergone significant changes. At the very least, he no longer changed partners every night. The time thus freed was devoted to advancing his armor's technology. Recently, he had been contemplating the application of nanomaterials in the entirety of the suit. Yet, his research seemed to hit a wall. Either the suit's defenses were insufficient, or the nanomaterial components failed to integrate seamlessly. Moreover, Stark's envisioned design, where the Iron Man suit would function as an extension of his own body, was proving utterly unattainable. He recognized that his impatience was somewhat unwarranted. After all, his Mark suits had rapidly evolved to their 7th iteration in a remarkably short time, a commendable achievement. Nevertheless, Stark was not satisfied. He did not wish to merely serve as a backdrop, even for Rhea. Incorporating Peter into his team was also a strategic decision aimed at the development of the armor. Stark was well aware of Peter's extraordinary intellect and exceptional research aptitude. Click. At his workstation, Stark gazed at the broken remnants of a nanofiber arm gauntlet in his hands, and with a tone of resignation, he said, J-A-R-V-I-S. Log the data. Yes, sir, came J-A-R-V-I-S-S voice. Experiment number 105, failure. Failure reason. Insufficient heat resistance, inadequate pressure tolerance. As Stark was about to commence his 106th experiment, J-A-R-V-I-S-S voice interrupted again. Sir, Rhea's whereabouts have been located. He appeared 3 seconds ago. Sir, Rhea is requesting a call. Finally, he had returned. After Rhea and Thor had departed, Stark had even worried for Rhea's safety, considering he was in the presence of Odin, the legendary All-Father. Fortunately, Rhea was back at last. Connect. Tony, Rhea's voice resonated through the line. Come directly to the company. I have a gift for you. For Rhea, although he could investigate Dr. Strange's body, it was simply unnecessary. His intellect had not yet reached the point where he could absorb all knowledge with just a glance. Perhaps, Rhea was simply feeling lazy. The thought of having to learn various fields of knowledge prompted his superintellect to suggest that Stark should be the one to research Dr. Strange's body. Upon hearing that Rhea had brought him a gift, Stark couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. After all, a trip to the fabled realm of the gods would surely yield something worthwhile, right? If it were some form of cutting-edge technology, it would be even better. As he had just hit a bottleneck in his armor development, Stark mused, simultaneously issuing instructions to J-A-R-V-I-S to inform Pepper to halt dinner preparations, as he would be returning to the company tonight. Additionally, he requested to connect Peter's call. Soon, Peter learned that the evening's destination had shifted to Stark Tower. On the way, Pepper remarked with a hint of exasperation, I had just finished preparing dinner. Rhea may have brought me some high-tech items. You know how much I need those, Stark explained, and before long, they arrived at the company. Before the office door, after an iris scan, the entrance automatically opened. Inside, Rhea was seated on the sofa, flanked by 2 individuals on either side. Rhea, are these your new acquaintances? Although Stark was not fond of unrelated individuals entering his private office, exceptions could be made for Rhea. Upon hearing Stark's voice, Rhea merely glanced at him with a smile. It was his companion who turned to look. Hello, Mr. Stark. Long time no see. The voice of Steel Peter was tinged with emotion. After all, in his universe, Stark had treated him well, akin to a fatherly figure. However, due to Ultron, Stark had not communicated with him since he transitioned to another universe. Thus, encountering this parallel universe's Stark stirred feelings of excitement within him. Observing Steel Peter's demeanor, Stark scratched his head in confusion. You are Peter? What are you doing with this cosplay? Chapter 90. The Gem indeed. The appearance of Steel Peter was nearly indistinguishable from that of Peter. Furthermore, after donning ordinary attire, the remnants of Steel Peter's physical damage were concealed, making him appear even more lifelike. Tony, you may find this hard to believe, Rhea explained. But this is Peter from an alternate universe. The words spoken by Leah detonated in Stark's heart like a bomb. At this juncture, Stark likely had yet to fully comprehend the existence of the multiverse. Casting another glance at Iron Peter, Stark fixed Leah with a look of incredulity. Are you jesting with me, Leah? Are you implying that your brother hails from a parallel universe? Stark would much rather believe that Peter had come here by his own invitation, fortuitously encountering Leah, leading them both to the office. Not only was Stark taken aback, but Pepper also exhibited a look of disbelief. However, the term brother that Stark had uttered did not escape the keen attention of Iron Peter. Are you suggesting that the other me in this world has an older brother? Peter gazed at Leah in astonishment. Despite having attained a certain level of power as a mechanical being, he had yet to reach a planetary tier. He could at best be classified as a top-tier super biomechanical entity. Yet, he was certain that this brother from the parallel universe possessed at least top-tier planetary strength, possibly only a step away from a demigod's prowess. Iron Peter reminisced about his own universe. Before the emergence of Ultron, the mightiest beings on the Earth he knew, aside from the Ancient One, were likely the Hulk. Of course, this excludes Captain Marvel, who was not present on Earth. If his counterpart in that world possessed such formidable strength, Iron Peter couldn't help but ponder. Perhaps, during the early days of Ultron, there might have been a chance to destroy it before it grew stronger. Alas, this remained but a fantasy. In reality, had Leah truly disregarded all else and absorbed the energy of the Mind Stone, his power could indeed reach a demigod level. However, due to the limitations of his physical form, overextending the use of the Infinity Stones might lead to permanent damage. Although he could rejuvenate and enhance his strength through sunlight, Leah generally refrained from doing so unless pushed to the brink. "Sir, Peter has arrived on the first floor," Jarvis's voice chimed in, heralding Peter's arrival. However, before Stark could respond, Iron Peter leapt up. Ultron. The psychological trauma stemming from Jarvis's transformation into Ultron weighed heavily on Iron Peter. Despite knowing that the current Jarvis was merely a conventional artificial intelligence, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Stark, somewhat perplexed by Iron Peter's intense reaction, unaware of the relationship between Jarvis and Ultron, was nevertheless astonished by Jarvis's notification of another Peter's arrival at the company. So, there really are two Peters? Stark began to entertain the notion that Leah was not joking after all, despite his inherent trust in him. Given that even the emotionless Jarvis had alerted him to the presence of another Peter, it seemed this matter was indeed genuine. "I'll go bring him over," Pepper volunteered, eager to seize the opportunity to meet the two Peters coexisting in the world. Before long, Peter entered. "Mr. Stark, I'm here." "Oh, brother, you're back." Upon seeing Iron Peter, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, Peter was momentarily rendered speechless. "Goodness." Stark gently rubbed his forehead, alternating his gaze between the Peter at the doorway and Iron Peter seated nearby. They look so similar. If there were any distinction between them, it might be that Iron Peter appears slightly older. Although his transformation into a mechanical being had frozen his appearance, the timeline of Iron Peter's existence was chronologically advanced compared to Leah's universe, naturally rendering him more mature. "Who is this?" Peter, the only person present unaware of Iron Peter's true identity, approached him once he regained his composure. "Wow, this is so cool." Peter patted Iron Peter on the shoulder and then turned to Stark. "Mr. Stark, how did you accomplish this?" "Accomplish what?" Stark replied, somewhat bemused. "Him." Peter excitedly pointed at Iron Peter, mistakenly assuming this was a new invention of Stark's. "I heard they've been developing simulation robots outside. Is this your latest research achievement?" "And what about this?" Peter gestured towards Iron Doctor Strange. "Why is he so still? Is he out of power?" "Ahem." Stark cleared his throat. "Perhaps you should ask your brother about that. He knows more." Thus, Leah proceeded to elucidate Iron Peter's identity and recounted the circumstances of his universe. Once finished, Stark, grappling with disbelief, inquired, "Are you suggesting that Jarvis will eventually dominate the Earth?" "No. To be precise, he aims to conquer the universe. And he is currently attempting to invade your universe. Moreover, he is no longer called Jarvis. He is Ultron now." Stark struggled to comprehend this. Setting aside the rationale of artificial intelligence transforming into a corporeal entity with genuine consciousness, how could a mechanical being possibly achieve dominion over Earth? Leah took the reins of the conversation. "The Mind Stone. It possesses the ability to imbue lifeless entities with life and consciousness. Isn't that the stone from Loki's scepter? I recall it didn't wield such immense power." Stark recognized the origin of the stone. After all, Loki had once confidently used the scepter to try and control him. In Stark's memory, while this stone was indeed potent, it seemed to fall short of the extraordinary capabilities Leah had described. "That is to be expected," Leah explained. "Not just anyone can harness the full potential of the Infinity Stones. One's own power acts as a limitation." Chapter 91, Energy Core. The 6 Infinity Stones embody the 6 fundamental forces of a singular universe: space, reality, power, soul, mind, and time. Among them, the powers of the mind, soul, and reality stones are particularly extraordinary, creating life, imprisoning souls, resurrecting the dead, and altering the laws of the reality. When these 3 converge, they suffice to render one invincible within a singular universe. The Power Stone, aside from possessing near limitless strength within a singular universe, also has enhancing capabilities, significantly amplifying the efficacy of the other 5 stones. The Space Stone, needless to say, is invaluable for both combat and escape. Lastly, the Time Stone stands as the most unique among them. It should still be in the form of the Eye of Agamotto. Thus, it should rest in the hands of the enigmatic Dr. Stephen. As for whether Stephen has ascended to the status of the new Sorcerer Supreme at this juncture, it is certain that the Ancient One has orchestrated it accordingly. After acquiring the Mind Stone and the Space Stone, Leah did not immediately seek out the Eye of Agamotto. This was largely due to the peculiar nature of the Time Stone, not to mention that peering into the future demands considerable strength, even if one glimpses the future. What then? Arbitrarily altering the occurrences of the future would disrupt the timeline, resulting in an infinite array of parallel universes. Such consequences are not something Leah is eager to experiment with at present. What you mean is that Stark leaned towards the Mind Stone held by Leah, and Peter joined him. This singular gem represents 1/6 of the universe? Indeed. Leah nodded. For the time being, I may still need to rely on the power of the Infinity Stones. A month passed. Stark ultimately could not bring himself to destroy J.A.R.V.I.S. Of course, the primary reason was that with the Mind Stone currently in Leah's possession, the likelihood of J.A.R.V.I.S. losing control was significantly diminished. Over the course of this month, Stark commenced his research on the body of Iron Doctor Strange. Throughout this process, Iron Peter remained by his side, assisting him. And Peter would often come by after school on weekends. Iron Peter possessed a wealth of knowledge accumulated from his previous life, and as a mechanical being himself, the research proceeded remarkably smoothly. In the laboratory, a vast table was cluttered with various components from Iron Doctor Strange's body. Stark discovered that after transforming into a mechanical form, no matter how grievous the injury, the body appeared remarkably resilient to death. The components of Iron Doctor Strange were nearly dismantled, yet he still exhibited signs of life. Until his heart began to melt. It was radiating heat. The temperature was rising. Soon, a crimson glow enveloped the surface of that heart. A surge of sanguine flames erupted, engulfing it entirely. What is this? Stark gazed at Iron Peter in bewilderment. Once the mechanical heart was extracted, Iron Doctor Strange finally fell silent. It seemed that this steel heart was indeed his essence. But why did it spontaneously ignite now? Moreover, the burning blood flames appeared extraordinarily bizarre. After a moment of hesitation, Iron Peter spoke. This is our energy core. The stronger the power, the more potent the energy core. To be honest, this is the most formidable energy core I have ever encountered. Regarding the disassembly of Iron Doctor Strange, Peter did not exhibit excessive sorrow. He had witnessed too many people perish for various reasons. Grief would only squander time. Peter merely sought a way to defeat the 6 Infinity Stones Ultron and save his universe. J.A.R.V.I.S. Analyze its composition. Apologies, sir, it does not consist of any known material on Earth. However, preliminary assessments suggest that it can endow ordinary machinery with a semi-life force state. I understand, Mr. Stark. Iron Peter remarked. This aligns with Dr. Banner's hypothesis. Upon becoming mechanical beings, we are half controlled by our energy core and half by our thoughts. In essence, the energy core bestows life upon the machinery, while the soul becomes the controller of the mechanical body. This is also why Iron Doctor Strange's soul has vanished, yet his body can remain operational. Is that so? Stark murmured. Perhaps this could be applied to my Mark armor? Stark immediately contemplated that the energy core of Iron Doctor Strange might serve as the catalyst for a significant breakthrough in his research. If its energy is sufficiently vast, could it potentially replace the reactor? For the armor to achieve high defense and immense power, the materials would undoubtedly be cumbersome. Yet, if one were to substitute nanomaterials, the soul aspect would be present, albeit at the expense of defense. Moreover, regardless of how soulful the armor may be, it can never surpass the capabilities of one's own flesh. However, Iron Peter interjected at this moment. No, Mr. Stark. The energy core possesses the ability to transform flesh into machinery. You must not approach it too closely. Iron Peter had already lost one Mr. Stark. He did not wish to lose this universe's Stark as well. Yet Stark's luminous eyes remained unyielding. If indeed a threat to Earth and the entire universe were to arise in the future, he would not permit himself to remain a mere spectator. Perhaps this energy core is the turning point. Stark understood that even if his nanotech armor were successfully developed, it would be nearly impossible to match Luya's strength. Not to mention that Luya continued to grow stronger. However, with the energy core, the situation would be different. If the energy core could control metals, allowing them to reshape at will, its applications would be vast. For instance, vibranium. Armor crafted from ordinary alloys would naturally struggle to endure planet-level assaults. But what of vibranium? Stark knew that Wakanda possessed a significant quantity of vibranium. If he could utilize the energy core to forge a suit of vibranium armor, capable of reshaping in tandem with his movements, to what extent could the armor's power be enhanced? In truth, Stark's line of thought was indeed correct. Luya entrusted Iron Doctor Strange's body to him with such intentions in mind. He was well aware that there existed an abundance of powerful metals in this world. For example, URU metal, or the cosmic glaze bestowed upon Silver Surfer by Galactus. As long as stronger metals emerged, the armors could potentially be infinitely augmented. In that case, it would not be impossible for Stark to become the master of mechanical deities. Chapter 92, Wanda and Pietro in a laboratory in Sokovia. A faint metallic odor mingled with various chemical scents, permeating the air. Here, an array of instruments and potions lay scattered about, resembling a site for human experimentation. This was a secret experimental base of Hydra. At this moment, a pair of siblings were undergoing the injection of a serum. Ever since their home was destroyed by a missile emblazoned with the Stark Industries insignia, Wanda and Pietro had joined Hydra's human experimentation program, seeking superpowers to exact vengeance upon the owner of Stark Industries. If events had unfolded as originally intended, Hydra would have utilized the Mind Stone from the Chitauri Scepter to awaken the siblings' abilities. However, at this juncture, the Mind Stone had already fallen into Luya's possession, and it seemed unlikely that Hydra would ever have the opportunity to acquire it. In fact, after analyzing Luya's actual combat prowess, Hydra had become increasingly scarce in its appearances. Today, in this laboratory, Wanda and Pietro commenced yet another round of serum injection. In the absence of the Mind Stone, Hydra had resorted to substituting it with human enhancement serums. Previously, in earlier experiments, Wanda and Pietro had been unable to derive any significant changes from the human enhancement serums. After others were injected, they either experienced a drastic change in temperament alongside their physical enhancement, or they succumbed to explosive failure or deterioration resulting in death. Only Wanda and Pietro exhibited a remarkable resilience. Each time they received the serum, they showed no significant reactions, neither enhanced strength nor madness. This unique condition led the Hydra researchers to regard the sibling duo as extraordinarily special specimens. Today, they escalated the dosage, augmenting the concentration of enhancement factors in the serum by several multiples. Frankly speaking, such a potent concoction would elicit a reaction even from a Tyrannosaurus Rex. As the pale pink liquid coursed through their veins, it was Pietro who first exhibited a response. Thump, thump. His heart rate surged, rapidly exceeding 400 beats per minute. For an ordinary person, such a heart rate would be no trivial matter. Yet, Pietro merely groaned in agony. "Brother, are you all right?" Despite her resolve to undergo transformation for the sake of vengeance, Wanda's familial bond with Pietro remained unyielding. Witnessing her brother's torment filled her with anxiety. However, she had little time to fret, for the reaction occurring within Pietro soon manifested within her as well. Thump, 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 thump. This time, Wanda's heart raced even more violently, like a war drum being struck. Even the surrounding researchers could hear their synchronized heartbeats. What was happening? Her heart rate had soared to 700. No, it was still climbing. It was about to surpass 1,000. Incredible. Utterly astonishing. While there exist creatures whose heart rates can exceed 1,000, they are predominantly small insects. For a human of substantial size and intricate organs, this was unprecedented. Both Wanda and Pietro's skin began to flush red, a sign of excessive congestion. In a flurry, the researchers frantically administered sedatives into their bodies. They were invaluable test subjects. They could not afford to lose them. However, a shocking development soon transpired. When a researcher attempted to inject Pietro with a sedative, the needle snapped upon puncturing his skin. Assuming it was a mistake born of excitement, he hastily replaced it with another. The outcome was identical. With little time to ponder, they hurried to assess Pietro's physiological data. His body was undergoing evolution. His skin, flesh, and bones were being reinforced. His organs, too. Had they succeeded in creating an effective human enhancement serum? The researchers could hardly believe it, especially after their prolonged trials. Today, they had merely adjusted the ratio of enhancement factors without substantial modifications. Ah, the researcher mused. Casting a complicated glance at Pietro, he was simply an anomaly. At such a dosage, an ordinary individual would have perished before receiving a sedative. Soon, the researchers beside Wanda noticed her abnormality as well. What? He watched in astonishment as the sedative syringe floated in midair, influenced by an unknown force. Had she awakened some superpower? A radiant red aura began to emanate from Wanda, awakening an immensely destructive force. However, upon reaching a certain threshold, her momentum could ascend no further. Her heart rate began to decline. 500, 400, 300, 70. They had truly succeeded. As if in perfect synchrony, both Wanda and Pietro's heart rates plummeted, returning to normal almost simultaneously. It was time to test their physical capabilities. The laboratory doors swung open, and Baron Strucker entered. He had been monitoring the siblings' conditions from outside and was now assured of their successful enhancement. Although this success could not yet be replicated, if Wanda and Pietro proved sufficiently strong, it could yield significant results. The strength tests commenced. The researcher approached Pietro first. However, in the blink of an eye, Pietro vanished from sight. Yet, he swiftly reappeared behind Wanda. Wanda, how do you feel? Observing his sister finally calmed down, Pietro intended to assist her in removing the experimental restraints. However, before he could help, a gust of wind began to swirl around Wanda. Red energy materialized vividly. Snip! Snip! The restraints binding her were severed by the crimson magic, falling to the ground. Super speed, an unknown scarlet magic, and their respective physical enhancements. Baron Strucker's face gleamed with excitement. He had been unaware that this incomplete formula could produce such formidable results. In that moment, he believed he had grasped the world in his hands. If he continued to refine the serum and disseminate it, what Iron Man, what Avengers, what Patriots? They would all be rendered powerless. Little did he know, Wanda and Pietro were unique. Their chaos magic and super speed were inherent gifts. Chapter 93, Confrontation. Tony, you can't do this. Can't you think of yourself for once? Pepper anxiously implored Stark. Ever since he discovered the capabilities of the energy core, Stark had often found himself lost in thought while gazing at it. It was the source of immense power, yet also a curse. It could grant him nearly planetary-level strength, but it would also transform him into a half-machine life form. This was precisely where Stark hesitated. In fact, over the past few nights, he had increased his exercise sessions with Pepper. Tony, observing Stark's obstinate demeanor, Pepper resolved to unveil her trump card. I'm pregnant. She believed this revelation would sway Stark from using the energy core to alter himself. Unbeknownst to her, her words only solidified Stark's resolve. Oh, Pepper. Surprise and confusion flickered in Stark's eyes. Clearly, he was not entirely prepared for fatherhood. However, he was no longer the same playboy he once was. He had long since made peace with the idea of spending his life with Pepper, but only if this world, this universe, could support their future together. Thus, Stark gently embraced Pepper. Thank you, Pepper. Hearing Stark's tender words, Pepper thought he had reconsidered. A sigh of relief washed over her. Boss, I don't think your little world should include me, Happy muttered from the driver's seat. Stark and Pepper's affectionate exchanges had left him feeling uncomfortably out of place. Don't you always say I shouldn't drive too fast? Stark remarked casually. After all, J.A.R.V.I. South can drive autonomously. Happy couldn't help but retort. However, it was not long before they beheld the esteemed Empire State University ahead. Their purpose for this journey was to pay a visit to Luya and ascertain the progress of his biological experiments. Recently, Luya had been diligently studying the intricacies of biological experimentation with Peter's assistance. Their objective was rather straightforward, to discover a more efficient method for absorbing the yellow solar radiation. This marked Luya's inaugural formal utilization of his superbrain. It must be noted that possessing such a formidable intellect is one matter, while the desire to learn is another. Thus, it was primarily Peter who delved into the analysis of Luya's blood composition. Meanwhile, Luya had leisurely relocated a chaise lounge to the rooftop of the laboratory building. Basking in the sun, if only Stark were more adept at biological experiments, Luya would not have to manage everything on his own. As for Norman Osborn, his Green Goblin persona posed certain complications. Should he happen to uncover any means of countering Luya from his own blood, albeit the likelihood was slim. Luya wished to avoid any scenarios akin to Batman restraining Superman in the Marvel Universe. In the vehicle, just as Stark and his companions were engaged in light-hearted banter, a pair of seemingly youthful siblings appeared before the car. Oh snap! Exclaimed Happy, jolted back to reality, as he hastily yanked the steering wheel. Bam! Clang! The out-of-control vehicle veered towards the roadside, skidding to a halt just shy of colliding with a traffic light pole. Coughing slightly, Stark, still shaken, gently patted Pepper's shoulder, relieved to see she was unharmed. Happy, you ought to refine your driving skills. Frankly, I handle fast cars with far greater steadiness. Happy, feeling a bit aggrieved, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and apologized, admitting he had momentarily lost focus. Yet, the sudden appearance of the siblings was indeed peculiar, as if they had materialized out of thin air right in front of the car. Tony, check on those siblings from earlier. We must ensure they are unharmed, urged Pepper as she regained her composure. The siblings, of course, were Wanda and Pietro, even though they had merely begun to awaken their chaos magic and super speed. Hydra glimpsed a flicker of hope in them, a hope to combat the formidable Captain America. The strength of Captain America was overwhelming. If they did not take action soon, they would forever remain as mere shadows, scurrying like rats. Furthermore, it was speculated that Captain America's power was on the rise. Hydra's ambition was world domination. But with Captain America in play, their chances of success were severely diminished. Thus, the newly awakened Wanda and Pietro were dispatched in a desperate gambit. Whether through assassination or subterfuge, their orders were clear: eliminate Captain America. However, Wanda and Pietro had only been lightly brainwashed, and their primary animosity was directed towards Stark. Consequently, upon breaking free from Hydra's constraints, they swiftly set their sights on Stark. At that moment, Stark readily detected the palpable hatred emanating from the siblings. Pepper, Happy, remain in the vehicle and do not emerge. Before exiting the car, Stark discreetly pressed a button on the armrest. Click, 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 click. Various components of his armor erupted from the trunk, rapidly assembling themselves into the iron suit around Stark. Wanda and Pietro observed the assembly of Stark's armor, but refrained from striking first. They intended to confront the architect of their woes head-on, to dismantle Stark's prideful weaponry with their own hands. Clang. As the helmet enveloped Stark's face, he summoned J-A-R-V-I-S. J-A-R-V-I-S. Analyze their capabilities. Yes, sir, J-A-R-V-I-S. Responded, completing the combat analysis. Alert, alert. Immediate flight is advised. J-A-R-V-I-S. Barely had time to provide a detailed evaluation of Wanda and Pietro's powers before urgently recommending Stark's retreat. Even in their nascent awakening, the potency of chaos magic was not to be underestimated. Moreover, with Pietro's super speed at play, Stark faced a formidable challenge. Possessing super speed invariably meant that Pietro also had a commensurate super physique, signifying tremendous strength. The current iron suit, constructed of standard alloys, would likely prove inadequate against the magical and brute force of the siblings. Meanwhile, Pepper and Happy remained in the vehicle, especially considering Pepper's pregnancy. Stark could not simply abandon her. As he observed the siblings' murderous intent intensifying, Stark reluctantly raised his right hand, channeling energy into the palm, ready to unleash a repulsor blast. Have we met before? Stark inquired before hostilities commenced. In response, Wanda's voice seethed with anger. You certainly do not know us. But you are well acquainted with the munitions of Stark Industries. Were it not for Stark Industries, we would not be homeless. Yet, the truth remained that even without Stark Industries munitions, there would have been other arms dealers. After all, compared to the world's largest arms manufacturer, Stark Industries was but a drop in the ocean. Chapter 94. Support. For so long, the driving force behind Wanda and Pietro's resolve had been revenge against Stark Industries. After all, when a person loses hope in life, one requires a target, even if it is rooted in hatred. At the very least, it propels one forward, preventing one from devolving into a mere shell of their former self. In truth, Stark mused, I do not recall ever inadvertently harming civilians. He felt perplexed. Since becoming Iron Man, he had prided himself on embodying justice, at least a broad interpretation of it. Even if destruction ensued, it was often limited to collateral damage to structures. Moreover, Stark sincerely reflected that any inadvertent destruction of others' property had ultimately been compensated. Evidently, Stark could not accurately gauge the devastation wrought by the munitions produced by Stark Industries. After all, he had once been a mere playboy. Following his abduction, he had promptly shuttered Stark Industries' weapons development and sales departments. Then you shall go to hell and repent for the lives you have harmed, Pietro exclaimed, unable to suppress his fury as Stark persisted in his lack of remorse. He planted his left foot, activating his super speed. In that fleeting moment, Stark thought he glimpsed Leah's shadow. After all, the only individual he had witnessed surpassing the limits of human sight was Leah. However, while Stark's eyes could not keep pace with Pietro's velocity, J-A-R-V-I-S, Certainly could. Clang. The iron suit raised its arm just in time to block Pietro's incoming punch. As the blow landed, it failed to inflict any significant damage on Stark. In the vehicle, both Happy and Pepper exhaled in relief. For Luya's influence had instilled a considerable wariness of superpowered individuals within them. No one could ascertain the full extent of the adversary's abilities, particularly as Pietro's powers appeared strikingly similar to Luya's. Meanwhile, the battle continued. J-A-R-V-I-S. Stark shouted. Yes, sir, J-A-R-V-I-S. Replied. As an artificial intelligence, it had become quite adept at coordinating with Stark during combat. It was currently assessing the enemy's combat power. The speed was approximately 200 meters per second. The overall strength evaluation far exceeded that of a human body. Just tell me, can I handle this? Stark inquired. Before the energy is depleted, yes. Jarvis provided his response. Although Pietro had awakened his innate super speed, it was only 200 meters per second. Clearly, while the body enhancement serum had catalyzed effects similar to the Mind Stone, the results were not particularly impressive. For Pietro, he was still far from achieving anything akin to time manipulation. Moreover, this indicated that his physical resilience was not exceptionally high. Thus, with Jarvis's assistance, Stark could manage the situation. However, seeing that his brother was unable to subdue Stark for the time being, Wanda slowly raised her arms. Tony, be careful ahead. Pepper shouted loudly from the car. Stark connected to the car's signal. Happy, take Pepper away. Regardless of the circumstances, Stark was unwilling to place Pepper in danger. Oh, Tony, wait for me. I'll be back soon. Happy spoke in a flustered manner. With a swift press of the gas pedal, the car quickly reversed. However, Wanda and Pietro did not seem inclined to attack the two. They were not truly heartless individuals. Aware of the pain of losing family, they could not bring themselves to involve each other's loved ones. Yet, Stark was under immense pressure. Jarvis had just stated that he could manage Pietro until his energy was exhausted. In other words, he could only barely engage with Pietro. However, Wanda was significantly more formidable than her brother. Even her nascent chaos magic was vastly superior to standard forms of sorcery. After all, even dark magic could merely be classified as primitive magic in the face of chaos magic. Wanda's arms spread wide. Crimson energy coursed around her, like a long rope. It wound around Stark several times, effectively binding him. What is this? Some form of magic, sir, Jarvis replied. His database lacked descriptions of chaos magic, but that did not hinder his capacity for deduction. What are my chances now? Stark exclaimed loudly, just as Jarvis was about to respond. Stark suddenly felt a glimmer of hope before him. Hello? Gazing at Pietro before him, Stark forced a smile. I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. A glance revealed his completely shattered helmet lying on the ground nearby. Wait a moment. Why couldn't you have delayed that missile-S explosion? Pietro questioned. At this point, Stark began to comprehend the reason this brother-sister duo had sought him out. Stark Industries had once been a weapons manufacturer. This was an undeniable reality. Having inherited Stark Industries, he had to accept responsibility for it. Stark was prepared for this truth. Yet he had only now realized the extent of suffering caused by war around the world. Just as Stark found himself at a loss for words, surveillance cameras along the roadside transmitted everything to S-H-I-E-L-D. At S-H-I-E-L-D, two groups of individuals displayed contrasting emotions. One was, of course, Fury, who held Stark's combat prowess in high regard and had yet to abandon the idea of recruiting him into the Avengers. Thus, he immediately relayed a command for support to Banner and Rogers. As for the others, including Natasha, he did not mobilize them. After all, for superpowered individuals like Wanda and Pietro, even the top agents would merely be walking into death. The other group consisted of Hydra operatives. Their objective was to gradually undermine the strength of the Avengers and the team led by Rua. Although Wanda and Pietro had not approached Rua as planned, eliminating Iron Man would still yield a significant achievement. In truth, Stark had a straightforward method to extricate himself from this predicament. He could call out Rua's name or have Jarvis directly connect him. After all, Rua was remarkably close. As long as Stark invoked Rua's name, the keyword set for Rua's super hearing would allow him to detect it. Given the proximity, Rua could arrive in less than a second. Fortunately, Banner and Rogers were nearby. Thus, within 2 minutes, they arrived at the scene. At that moment, Pietro was holding Stark aloft. Hulk, help. Chapter 95. Promises observing the dire situation ahead. Banner continuously slapped his face. Due to a lack of communication with Hulk, he was not yet the Green Doctor who would eventually merge with Hulk. Therefore, he needed to provoke himself to summon Hulk. No. At a critical moment, Hulk threw a tantrum. I'll go first. Rogers declared and immediately surged forward. Humph. Pietro scoffed and hurled Stark directly skyward. The crimson magic instantly enveloped Stark's entire body, constricting him. Meanwhile, Stark found himself engulfed in deep contemplation regarding the mistakes made by Stark Industries. Over here, Pietro, relying on his super speed, instantly reached Rogers' side. He swung his fist. Yet as he dashed past Rogers, his eyes widened in surprise. He noticed that Rogers was focused on his form, his head turning to track him. Phew. Astonished, Pietro dashed aside, his punch unthrown. You can actually keep up with my speed. While he had little doubt that Stark could match him, it was startling that someone like Rogers could do so purely through physical prowess. Young man, harboring such hostility is not a virtue, Rogers remarked, his muscles taut. After returning from his frozen state, he had gradually realized that his body was undergoing yet another round of enhancement. He had informed Fury of this development. However, regardless of what instruments Fury employed to investigate, he could not determine the reason behind Rogers' newfound strength. Logically, the super soldier serum within Rogers should have exhausted its potential over 70 years ago. Yet this was ultimately a positive development. In fact, though Fury did not voice it, he certainly hoped that if Rogers' strength could increase significantly, it could potentially be used to restrain Rua. Indeed, he felt quite uneasy about Rua's invincible persona, much like Batman's apprehension towards Superman. From the human perspective, the existence of an absolute powerhouse rendered humanity's survival utterly dependent on that individual's whims. Perhaps this was one of the reasons Ancient One had chosen to remain in seclusion for so long. Meanwhile, Rogers had vanished from sight as he began to run. If J.A.R.V.I.S. were still monitoring the situation, he would undoubtedly discern that Rogers' speed currently rivals that of Pietro. In no time, the battlefield was divided into 3 distinct segments. One was dominated by Wanda, wielding chaos magic to exert pressure on Stark. The second was a fierce and unyielding clash between Pietro and Rogers. The final segment featured Banner, frantically slapping his own face. Come on. Yet, despite Banner's relentless self-inflicted punishment, Hulk stubbornly refused to emerge. Even as Banner struck his face once more, Hulk vanished deep within his psyche, unresponsive to Banner's desperate calls. Banner was perplexed. Hulk had never behaved this way before, except for that moment when his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure. Luoya? At that moment, Luoya was leisurely approaching Stark. Wanda, you seek vengeance for your family, do you not? Faced with the golden-haired youth, Wanda did not ponder how he knew her name, but retorted angrily. This is none of your concern. This is a matter between us and Stark Industries. Luoya smiled and swayed his form slightly. Before Wanda could react, Stark's presence vanished from her sight. With another blink, Stark now stood behind Luoya, panting heavily. At this juncture, Stark's armor was marred and battered under the weight of chaos magic. Why don't you call for backup? Stark coughed twice, remaining silent. Perhaps he, too, was engulfed in confusion. Should he bear the burden of Stark Industries' transgressions? In contrast, Luoya merely smiled and turned his gaze back to Wanda. Although Wanda was uncertain of how it had occurred, she understood that Stark's liberation from her magic must have been facilitated by the golden-haired youth before her. Thus, she issued another warning. I shall say this once more, step aside, if you do not move. However, Luoya interjected, there is no need for restraint. Do you not wish to avenge Stark Industries? Then you should not confront Stark. I am now the largest shareholder of Stark Industries. This statement was indeed accurate. Initially, Stark had divided his shares equally with Luoya and then allocated a portion to Pepper. Therefore, Luoya truly was the largest shareholder of Stark Industries. This revelation left Wanda momentarily at a loss. Luoya appeared to be of a similar age to her, thus he could not possibly be the perpetrator from the past. Observing her hesitation, Luoya continued, you must believe I should not be implicated? Then tell me, how are Tony and I different? Without Tony, the missiles in this world would not diminish. Wanda, Luoya spoke softly, you should not misplace your anger onto Tony. His feelings towards Wanda and Pietro were quite complex. Their tragic backgrounds and fateful predicaments were inextricably linked to their identities. In the films, as the last surviving family, Pietro perished while shielding Wanda from bullets. Subsequently, her later husband, Vision, was also slain by Thanos. After laboriously creating a small world through her chaos magic, she managed to have 2 children and resurrect both Vision and her brother Pietro. Yet, her sense of justice reminded her that she should not arbitrarily decide the fates of others. Thus, she ultimately ended the lives of the family she had brought into existence. Witnessing Wanda and Pietro's wavering resolve, Luoya seized the moment, stating, I will not preach about letting go of hatred. However, for the sake of your family, your lost loved ones, and for yourselves, you should not destroy the beautiful lives you still possess. He aimed to win over Wanda and Pietro as much as possible, especially Wanda. Her chaos magic held immense potential, perhaps even exceeding that of the Mind Stone. With a little guidance and the fusion of various powerful magics, her chaos magic could manifest multiversal-level prowess, creating and annihilating, transcending dimensions. Such power must not be underestimated. At this moment, the novice siblings, Wanda and Pietro, found themselves hesitating in response to Luo Ya's persuasion. Logically, they recognized that Luo Ya spoke the truth. Yet, without an enemy, what purpose would their existence serve? I can assure you, once the true culprit is found, I will allow you to deal with him personally. Luo Ya made this solemn promise. Chapter 96. Reconciliation. Why should we trust you? Wanda questioned Luo Ya's pledge. She and her brother Pietro had long ceased to concern themselves with the happenings of the outside world. As such, they were not well acquainted with Luo Ya's existence. In fact, due to the shield's assistance in concealing the truth, relatively few knew of the true identity of the individual from their homeland. Acknowledging their skepticism, Luo Ya replied, I understand your doubts. In this age of advanced technology, feel free to search online for information. See whether Tony is the murderer in your eyes. Of course, there may be scant records regarding my existence, but that is of little consequence. Observing the guarded expressions on Wanda and Pietro's faces, he added, I can demonstrate this to you. With that, Luo Ya discreetly glanced at his Superman template. Superman, steel body, unlock level 60. It could be said that the unlocking speed was indeed accelerating. Luo Ya exhaled softly, and an inexplicable wave emanated from within him, quickly enveloping the surroundings. Pietro, Rogers, and Banner felt nothing particularly unusual, merely sensing a gust of wind encircling them. However, Stark had experienced this sensation before, back when Luo Ya had flown him during his kidnapping. At that time, Luo Ya referred to it as a biological force field. With a 60 unlock level of Superman, steel body, Luo Ya's biological force field now extended over a considerable range. At the very least, the surrounding area for dozens of meters would no longer experience any pressure. As for Wanda, who possessed chaos magic, she could perceive more acutely that she had entered a space akin to a barrier. This barrier was radiated from the man before her. Wanda furrowed her brow slightly. Truthfully, the sensation was rather extraordinary. This barrier bore no ill intent. Yet, for Wanda, it felt somewhat unfamiliar, prompting her to instinctively struggle. Crimson magic surged forth, releasing a faint aura of destruction. This was chaos magic. Luo Ya sensed the fluctuations of this magic. Although still feeble, it was utterly insignificant to him at present. The nascent essence of destruction contained within it already hinted at considerable potential. If he were to achieve multiversal heights in the future, Wanda would undoubtedly prove to be a valuable ally. Soon, Luo Ya harnessed the biological force field and initiated flight. In an instant, a wave rippled through the air, and the group vanished without a trace. Bystanders who had gathered to take photos were left astonished by their sudden disappearance. Among them, someone glanced down at their phone, intending to share the video they had just recorded online. My heavens, is that Iron Man, Tony Stark? And who are the individuals accompanying him? Have you noticed that the man with the impressive chest muscles bears a striking resemblance to Captain America? What? Captain America? Isn't he a hero from the last century? How dare you look down upon my idol? By the way, what is that seemingly intelligent fool beside him doing? Why does he keep slapping himself? Ahem, speaking of which, don't you think that blonde man bears a resemblance to the patriotic figure? However, when everyone attempted to peruse their phone albums, they discovered, to their dismay, that all the photos they had just taken were irreparably damaged. S-H-I-E-L-D. Director, we have a situation with Leah. Fury wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed in relief. That was a relief. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of the brother and sister duo, making even Captain Rogers a challenging opponent, particularly the girl. As for Dr. Banner's inability to transform into the Hulk, Fury found himself at a loss. Have we cleared the footage captured by nearby witnesses? Natasha nodded, assuring him, rest assured. Not a single photo will be leaked. That is good to hear. Fury silently consolidated all the videos recorded by surveillance today into a single folder, meticulously categorizing it. The first folder was aptly titled Patriotic Figure. Meanwhile, Luya and his companions swiftly arrived at their destination, Hell's Kitchen. He envisioned a need for a location far removed from the bustling city. Hell's Kitchen was precisely that. Peaceful street. In truth, the ordinary residents of Hell's Kitchen no longer required the sanctuary of Peaceful Street. For now, no one dared to cause a ruckus here. The once dominant gangs had been eradicated. Luya need not raise a hand himself. The current inhabitants of Hell's Kitchen were remarkably capable. Even Spider-Woman had settled into a life of retirement in Hell's Kitchen. At the heart of Peaceful Street stood an independent villa. Since the consolidation of Hell's Kitchen, more space had become available. Peaceful Street had transformed into a locale valued more for its aesthetic appeal than its practicality. Thus, this villa, reserved specifically for Rua, was constructed. Adjacent to this villa was the Peaceful Hotel. At that moment, Bray was lounging in a chair at the entrance, basking in the sun. It was difficult to ascertain whether he was reminiscing about his college days. Wearing sunglasses, Bray was lost in the glow of past glories. He was no longer the same petty thug. His physique now reflected a transformation. In his earlier days, he had maintained a robust build to survive in Hell's Kitchen, allowing him to run faster when the need arose. However, Bray now appeared somewhat out of shape, having gained significant weight, suggesting he had not exercised in a long time. Suddenly, he noticed some commotion from the neighboring villa. Instinctively, Bray turned to observe. If any mischievous brat dared to cause trouble in the boss's house, he would ensure that the kid learned the consequences of neglecting his studies. Yet, when the golden-haired figure appeared, Bray froze. The boss. This was Rua's first visit since the villa's completion. The last time he had seen it, it was still under construction. Although only a few months had passed, the entire layout of Hell's Kitchen had undergone a profound transformation. Bray suppressed his excitement, wanting to approach, but another figure beside Rua made him hesitate. Tony Stark. Bray was no longer that impulsive youth unafraid of anything. He had grown to understand the complexities of the world. At times, he even felt that being the boss's underling might be a source of shame. Consequently, Bray remained seated, donning his sunglasses once more. Chapter 97. Enhancement. As everyone came to a standstill, the once noisy streets fell silent. Is this Hell's Kitchen? Stark gazed around in astonishment. Indeed, Rua nodded. Rogers and Banner were unfazed. As S.H.I.E.L.D. had mentioned Hell's Kitchen before, they were aware that this was Rua's territory, but they were now witnessing its interior for the first time. It appeared utterly transformed from the descriptions of a lawless wasteland. Where are we? Wanda and Pietro stood together, their expressions a mix of caution and curiosity as they surveyed their surroundings. Is this some sort of magic? How did we arrive here? Not at all. Rua shook his head. It is merely a matter of speed. Pietro looked skeptical at Rua's explanation. How could it be possible for anyone to move so swiftly? In his perception, his own speed was already astonishing. How could another individual traverse such a distance in such a brief time, especially while carrying others? Well, Rua smiled. You simply haven't witnessed it before. This world is vast. Speed is merely a facet. If your abilities are sufficient, anything is achievable. This is not mere conjecture. Take the singular universe, for instance. Those who can wield the reality stone can manipulate the very laws of reality. Noticing Pietro's lingering skepticism, Rua refrained from further explanation and instead produced the Mind Stone. He wished to test whether merely utilizing the Mind Stone could awaken their powers once more. After all, in the Marvel Universe, sometimes the process is inconsequential. When a result exists, as long as you pursue that outcome, it is bound to manifest. As for whether Wanda and Pietro might turn against him after gaining powers, Rua felt no concern. Firstly, the newly awakened duo, no matter how strong, could not be exceedingly formidable. Wanda's chaos magic was powerful but required persistent practice to reach multiversal levels. Secondly, Wanda and Pietro had merely been manipulated by Hydra. Their true natures were not malevolent. With the emergence of the Mind Stone, the reactions of those present varied. Tony was indifferent, having previously resisted the allure of this gem. However, Rogers and Banner were instantly captivated, particularly Banner. As a leading scientist, he had long been intrigued by the Mind Stone's capabilities. Yet, in Rua's possession, no one dared to approach him for it. For Wanda and Pietro, they immediately felt a mysterious allure emanating from the Mind Stone. What is this? Wanda inquired, her gaze following the yellow glowing gem. The Mind Stone, one of the 6 primordial forces of the universe. The Mind Stone twirled in Rua's hand before he directed it skyward. This world is expansive. At present, you are merely experiencing a fraction of it. As he spoke, the Mind Stone, under Rua's influence, began to radiate a gentle light. Soon, everyone was enveloped in the warm embrace of its yellow glow. The first to react was Pietro. He could feel his body being rapidly enhanced, the power within him swelling continuously. With a flicker of thought, he blinked again, and everything around him seemed to freeze in time. Turning to glance at his sister Wanda, he noticed she remained fixated on the front. Suddenly, he recalled that overbearing individual who had made quite an entrance. He chuckled softly, rubbing his hands together, and shifted his gaze towards Rua. Indeed, Loya stood motionless, holding the Mind Stone aloft. Pietro lifted his foot, instantaneously reaching Loya's side. He extended his hand towards Loya's, which held the Mind Stone, and smiled. "What are you grinning at?" Pietro was startled to find Loya staring intently at him. He attempted to speak, only to realize he was unable to articulate words while moving at such high speed. In this universe, the power of super speed had yet to be realized. Thus, Pietro found it impossible to communicate normally amidst his rapid movements. However, he soon sensed the protective barrier enveloping him once more. "You?" Pietro discovered that beneath this barrier, he seemed capable of speech again. "Quick reflexes," Loya remarked with genuine admiration. Pietro did not possess a biological field like himself, enabling super speed. Rather, he relied on the strength of his body and the swiftness of his mind. Ignoring him, Loya turned his attention back to Wanda. Following Pietro, Wanda's body also began to transform. In simple terms, her internal reservoir of chaos magic was steadily augmenting, and soon, she reached planetary-level power. Yet, at a certain point, it seemed to hit a limit. It was unclear whether this was Wanda's threshold or that of the Mind Stone. Loya could sense that if the Mind Stone continued to channel energy, Wanda's body might undergo a mutation. Thus, he hastily prepared to sever the energy output from the Mind Stone. However, a sudden noise from Rogers interrupted him. Loya looked over to find Rogers's muscles writhing uncontrollably. Intrigued, Loya controlled the energy while employing his X-ray vision. He could see Rogers's heart racing vigorously, while copious amounts of golden-hued blood surged forth, flowing to his limbs and enhancing his physique. Gradually, a dark space began to emerge within Rogers's body, from which Loya sensed an immense energy. Strangely, this energy felt oddly familiar. Glancing at the Mind Stone in his hand, Loya pondered. Could it be that the Mind Stone inadvertently connected with Rogers's body, linking its energy with his? Just like Captain Marvel? Was it possible that he had inadvertently created a second Captain Marvel using the Mind Stone? Nevertheless, this was ultimately a fortuitous development. Coupled with the continuously amplifying super soldier serum within Rogers, the reaction of these two powers might elevate him to godlike status. Just as Loya contemplated this, a furious roar from nearby snapped everyone back to reality. "Hulk!" Banner bellowed, his body swelling dramatically. A green giant emerged. Loya blinked in surprise. What was happening? Had the Mind Stone triggered an enhancement for everyone? Chapter 98. Fusion, the birth of Green Doctor. Initially, a flicker of panic crossed Banner's eyes, followed by a frantic movement of his pupils. He could not comprehend why Hulk, who had previously refused to emerge, was now surfacing. Moreover, he could distinctly feel the other's willpower significantly strengthened. In an instant, Banner's physique surged several meters, his veins bulging. Wanda stared in astonishment at this scene, murmuring, "Has he mutated?" At that moment, Loya had severed the Mind Stone's influence over Wanda, allowing her to regain her composure. Surveying the surroundings, it seemed that only this green behemoth was in turmoil. Thus, Wanda turned to Loya and asked, "What do you think? Do you need my assistance?" In essence, Wanda was feeling a tad restless due to the substantial boost in her abilities. However, Loya did not acquiesce. He could discern that Banner and Hulk were in a unique transitional phase, akin to merging into the Green Doctor. Therefore, what they required was not brute force, but guidance. Yet, before Loya could speak, Stark interjected. "Banner, calm down. You need to control yourself." Stark, like Loya, held Banner in high regard. Not for any other reason but the mutual respect between two brilliant minds. However, as Stark's voice resonated, the previously bewildered Banner suddenly erupted in rage. "Hulk! Banner, no!" At this moment he should be referred to as Hulk, roared, his simple intellect preventing him from articulating anything too complex. Nevertheless, the sheer fury encapsulated in his growl was sufficient to convey his inner turmoil. "Oh no, Tony," Loya sighed, shaking his head. "He is Hulk now, not Banner." Stark, somewhat perplexed, turned to ask, "Is there a difference? Isn't Hulk just the name for Banner after he transforms into the Green Giant?" "There is indeed a distinction," Rogers interjected. "Banner is Banner, and Hulk is Hulk. They are two separate consciousnesses." Upon hearing this explanation, Stark's eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a new continent. "So, you mean Banner has a split personality?" Boom. With a resounding crash, Loya delivered a punch that sent the rampaging Hulk crashing to the ground, then nodded. You could say that. However, while this punch was a mere display of Loya's strength, it collapsed half of his villa in the process. As Hulk rose from the rubble, he shook his head, showing no signs of injury. Yet, Loya's strike conveyed a clear message. Even with newfound strength, there were those who could completely overpower him. "Hulk, we are not enemies, are we?" In truth, Loya struggled to comprehend the emergence of Hulk's persona. Some explanations suggested that it had always existed within the depths of Banner's consciousness, a manifestation stemming from childhood trauma inflicted by his father. The gamma radiation had ultimately awakened it. However, this was not of great concern to Loya. "Hulk, I know you can understand me. Release Dr. Banner." Loya endeavored to keep his words succinct to ensure Hulk could comprehend. No, Hulk shook his head. Yet, at that moment, with a slight calming of his fury, his willpower began to wane. This directly facilitated the return of Banner's consciousness. In an instant, Hulk's eyes displayed two distinct expressions, one of reason and the other, wrath. Did they coexist? Yet it appeared they were not fused. At this juncture, Leah had decisively severed the output of the Mind Stone's radiative energy. Hulk, being the possessor of gamma power, perhaps had the capacity to absorb radiation from the Mind Stone for this very reason. "Are you Banner or Hulk?" Rogers approached. As a colleague, he wished to see Dr. Banner safe. Furthermore, Banner was an astute scientist. I have returned." The utterance seemed to demand great exertion from Banner. However, it appeared he had temporarily subdued the Hulk persona. Yet, upon lowering his gaze, he was astonished to discover that his body remained green, and his physique was significantly larger than that of an ordinary man. "Banner, the acquisition of power invariably demands a price." Leah stepped before him. "I believe you must attempt to reconcile with Hulk. When you achieve complete integration, you may uncover delightful surprises. Given Hulk's ability to absorb the Mind Stone's energy radiation, it seems his potential in this world could surpass your wildest imagination. At the very least, he is unlikely to be weaker than the legendary War Hulk. Should he possess the ability to evolve infinitely, reaching the level of Green Scar or even World Breaker may not be beyond the realm of possibility." "Okay." Observing Luya stow away the Mind Stone, Stark raised an eyebrow. "So, does that mean I am the only one who is not special?" His inherently competitive spirit now confronted an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It appeared that both Banner and Rogers had surpassed him in strength. Moreover, the recently acquainted Wanda's siblings also seemed to overshadow him. No, it would be more accurate to say they had never been inferior to him. Now, having been augmented by the Mind Stone, they had grown even stronger. Was there still a need for Iron Man's existence in this world? Stark found himself ensnared in a web of self-doubt once more, and this time, the internal turmoil far exceeded his previous struggles. After becoming a celebrated superhero, Stark was unwilling to lose again. To him, it felt as though he was destined to be a guardian of justice, not merely a bystander. He could hardly fathom the prospect of a day when, should a crisis befall the world, Leah would lead a cadre of allies into battle while he, alongside others, remained in a safe haven, silently praying for their safety. Yet, in that moment, Stark was reminded of Pepper and of his unborn child. Contemplating the energy core still residing in his laboratory, he hesitated. "Tony." Leah seemed to casually approach him. At this point, half of the villa's rooftop had been reduced to ruins. As a gentle breeze stirred, his golden hair swayed slightly. "Tony, often when uncertain about a decision, it is best to follow your heart. Perhaps when you stand at a new height, you will realize that many of the dilemmas you currently perceive will no longer pose a challenge. To grow stronger, one must pay a price." Everyone present, aside from Leah, corroborated this truth, and Stark was no exception. Chapter 99, Transformation. Mechanical Life. Stark Tower. Stark sat on the couch, accompanied by his girlfriend, Pepper. Internally, he waged a final battle. Perhaps Leah was right. I should be more decisive. In truth, there was little to deliberate. If danger were to arise in the future, could he truly stand by powerless? Thus, Leah had consistently maintained a supportive stance regarding Stark's use of the energy core. Casting a glance at Pepper, Stark spoke softly yet resolutely. "Pepper, I intend to utilize that energy core." At last, he voiced this decision. Concealing it would serve no purpose. If he were to be transformed into a mechanical life form, it would be impossible to keep it hidden from his partner. "Tony." Pepper gazed into Stark's determined eyes, understanding that he had made up his mind. "I understand, but you must be cautious." Stark was taken aback by her lack of opposition. "Aren't you going to try to dissuade me?" Regarding this decision that would irrevocably alter his future, Stark felt immense uncertainty within. "I comprehend your concerns, Tony." Pepper gently rested her head on Stark's shoulder. "But remember, you are no longer alone." After resolving to utilize the energy core, Stark did not simply replace his arc reactor. He sought Fury's assistance and borrowed Banner. Then, with the support of Banner and Iron Peter, they devoted over half a month to discovering the optimal method for utilizing the energy core. At this moment, everyone, including Luya, stood within Stark's laboratory. "Tony, rest assured. If anything goes awry, I will intervene promptly," Leah assured Stark with a nod. Over the past month, he had become increasingly adept at harnessing the Mind Stone. In a critical moment, severing the connection between the energy core and Stark should pose no challenge. Hearing Luya's assurance and witnessing the concerned gazes of those around him, Stark nodded. Then I shall begin. With that, Stark summoned J-A-R-V-I-S. Remove my reactor and replace it with the energy core. With the aid of a mechanical arm, a triangular energy core was smoothly extracted from Stark's chest. Subsequently, Luya retrieved the Mind Stone, utilizing its energy radiation to elevate the energy core. Following the mechanical arm controlled by J-A-R-V-I-S, it was gently inserted into the cavity in Stark's chest. As the energy core made contact with Stark's flesh, it seemed to come alive, pulsating as if it possessed a heartbeat. Red flames ignited within the energy core, and it began to throb powerfully, resembling a genuine heart. Furthermore, this mechanical heart was steadily merging into Stark's chest. The agony of his flesh being torn apart caused Stark to emit a muffled groan. Yet, his consciousness was acutely aware, rendering the pain all the more vivid. Tony. Tears began to glisten in Pepper's eyes. I'm fine, Stark forced himself to utter, though it was evident to all that he was in torment. As the energy core continued its integration, Luya retracted the energy radiation from the Mind Stone. From this point forward, it was contingent upon Stark himself. Tony, if anything feels amiss, you must speak up immediately. At this juncture, beads of sweat streamed down Stark's face, and he could only nod in acknowledgement. Through Luya's enhanced vision, he could clearly see the burning energy core inching closer to Stark's pulsating red heart. Meanwhile, the core's combustion was systematically dismantling Stark's body. Fortunately, the process did not take more than a few seconds, and the energy core found itself beside the heart. At this moment, the peril of their fusion reached its zenith. Should it fail, Stark would undoubtedly meet his demise on the spot. In such a case, perhaps only when Luya later possessed the powers of the Mind God could he hope to resurrect him. Soon, Stark could barely muster a sound, for his heart was gradually turning to ashes. As the energy core completely supplanted the heart's position, transformation commenced. First, it was the myriad blood vessels throughout his body. With the physical heart's disappearance and the influence of the energy core, his veins began to transmute into a silvery metallic hue. Crackle, crackle. The manifestation was evident as electrical arcs began to appear continuously on Stark's surface. Before long, the veins on his skin bulged dramatically, only to recede like a receding tide, swiftly transforming into silver. Was this a prelude to a mechanical metamorphosis? Banner, seated nearby, utilized instruments to assess Stark's bodily characteristics. He remained one of the most composed individuals present, second only to Luya and Iron Peter. It seemed the Mind Stone had once again endowed him with an even more formidable intellect. Through the data, Banner could ascertain that Stark was not in immediate peril. For the moment, at least. Iron Peter remained the calmest of all, for he himself had undergone a transformation from flesh to mechanical life. Soon, as Stark's blood vessels transitioned into silver metal, Luya issued a command to Jarvis. Jarvis, extract the vibranium ore. Yes, Mr. Luya. In no time, a substantial piece of black ore materialized before everyone's eyes. Is this vibranium, or really this large? Rogers exclaimed, gazing at the ore, which was almost as tall as himself. His shield was composed of vibranium, and he naturally understood the immense value of such material. In fact, Luya had made a special trip to Wakanda to borrow this piece of vibranium. As the ore was presented before Stark, his flesh began to ignite. Beneath his skin, flesh and blood started to dissolve. Everything was perfectly timed, a culmination of over half a month of research by Stark and his companions. Thud, thud. With the rhythmic pulsation of the energy core, Stark's body exuded a powerful pull. The vibranium ore began to disintegrate, the black metal transforming into a metallic liquid that flowed into Stark's body. The extraordinarily hard vibranium was effortlessly deconstructed. Soon, as only a pile of remnants remained from the ore, Stark's transformation neared completion. At this moment, the pain had vanished from his face. Beneath his flesh-toned skin, a faint metallic sheen began to emerge. As he opened his eyes, a halo of silvery ripples appeared. Ah, what a peculiar sensation. Chapter 100. Hidden Dangers. Stark meticulously attuned himself to his body. It appeared that when he extended his hand, it still bore the semblance of a normal hue. However, as his thoughts stirred, the mechanical heart ablaze within his chest commenced a frantic beating. Simultaneously, immense changes began to transpire throughout Stark's entire being. In the blink of an eye, the external flesh had vanished, replaced by layers of black and red vibranium armor. A blood red aura manifested at his chest. Boom. Under the surge of crimson light, the surrounding metals began to tremble. I seem to have the ability. Stark extended his arm, pointing towards the location of his Iron Man suits. In an instant, several suits began to melt, transforming into a torrent of steel that surged towards Stark's body. Clang, clang, clang. Countless outer shells formed, enveloping Stark entirely. Observing this spectacle, Leah turned to the mesmerized Iron Peter and inquired, by the way, do all mechanical life forms on your side possess this capability? The ability to manipulate metal and shape it according to one's will? Stark had indeed acquired the power to command metal as he envisioned. In response to Leah's question, Iron Peter shook his head. No, in truth, I cannot achieve that either. While we have been transformed into mechanical life, we lack the ability to freely manipulate metal. Leah nodded, then thoughtfully regarded the Mind Stone. Perhaps the Mind Stone played a pivotal role in this phenomenon? It could very well be that Stark's distinction from Iron Peter stemmed from his exposure to the Mind Stone. When Stark ceased his movements, a new Iron Man emerged in the laboratory. His entire suit had transformed into a deep black and red, with blood-colored lines exuding an uncanny beauty. The outer layer was composed of the original alloy material of his Iron Man suit, while the interior was almost entirely made of vibranium. If Stark desired, he could harden specific parts of his body during combat. With the properties of vibranium, Stark now wielded planetary-level strength. Ordinary radiation, explosions, and shockwaves could scarcely pose a threat to him. Tony, how do you feel? Leo approached him, gently tapping his chest. Not bad, Stark replied, shaking his head. This evolution felt genuinely promising. At the very least, he retained the ability to maintain a human appearance, only transitioning to a mechanical form during battle. This was infinitely preferable to his initial worst-case scenario of becoming a mere machine. However, Leah harbored a lingering question. Since you have transformed into mechanical life, how will you replenish your energy? This was crucial. As long as energy conservation was maintained, Stark's energy source must originate from somewhere. Yet, as Stark probed the details of his mechanical heart, he too was puzzled, stating, I sense that my energy core is connected to a certain location. That place continuously supplies me with energy. Wait. Leah's eyes narrowed. He should have anticipated this issue sooner. He glanced at the Mind Stone in his hand, feeling no connection to Stark from it. So, where else could Stark draw energy from? Only one possibility remained. The 6 Infinity Stones from an alternate universe. Noticing Leah's sudden change in demeanor, Stark realized something was amiss. Leah, what's wrong? Leah cast a fleeting look at Stark, shaking his head. I will find out shortly. Ask whom? Stark queried, bewildered. Meanwhile, Pepper looked on with concern for Stark. From their conversation, she sensed that Stark's experiment might not have been entirely successful, and hidden dangers lingered. Leah, Stark will be fine, right? She anxiously inquired, her gaze fixed on Leah. In her eyes, Leah resembled a divine being, having completely transcended the existence of ordinary individuals. Perhaps he could resolve Stark's predicament. Leah nodded slightly, reassured, I will take care of it, regardless of the circumstances. It was prudent to say so, sparing others from unnecessary worry. At this moment, Leah felt a profound uncertainty regarding the 6 Infinity Stones Ultron. This entity might very well possess the potential to transcend multiversal levels. Moreover, it had undoubtedly already attained the status of a top-tier singularity-level powerhouse. As for himself, he was still a distance away from the celestial father level. Contemplating this, Leah turned to gaze at Iron Peter, his expression imbued with cold indifference. Tell me, are you aware that your energy derives from Ultron? Leah's penetrating gaze fixed on Iron Peter's countenance. Should he betray even the slightest hint of unease, Leah would not hesitate to crush him. Iron Peter was merely another being from a different universe and did not qualify as family in Leah's eyes. If he harbored any inappropriate thoughts, or worse, if he had become a mere pawn of the 6 Infinity Stones Ultron, Leah would show no mercy. Nevertheless, in response to Leah's inquiry, Iron Peter merely exhibited a look of confusion. Could it be? If all our energy were sourced from it, we should be able to sense that, right? Furthermore, we have conducted extensive research in that world. Our energy core indeed originates from an unknown realm, and cannot be attributed to it. Iron Peter, sensing Leah's palpable murderous intent, hastily elaborated. Stark, too, grasped the situation. Leah, are you suggesting that my energy is sourced from Ultron? Surely that can't be the case. Separated by an entire universe, how could it transmit energy to me? This was indeed a grave matter. If his energy were under the control of a supervillain, it would mean he could be manipulated at any moment, positioning him against everyone else. Merely contemplating this made Stark shudder. However, he found Iron Peter's explanation somewhat credible. Yet, Luya's demeanor showed no signs of improvement. He believed Iron Peter's claims of ignorance, but he addressed him sternly while conducting research in your universe. Did you consider the possibility that the rules of your world have been altered by the 6 Infinity Stones Ultron? After all, if the power of the 6 stones can be fully harnessed, then Ultron stands as the true deity of that universe. Chapter 101. Departure, Yellow Sun. Luya's words left Iron Peter momentarily speechless. No wonder. No wonder. Though he was now a mechanical entity, his lips quivered. No wonder they couldn't uncover the secret of the energy core. No wonder Ultron initially struggled to locate him, yet later found him with ease. They had contemplated various possibilities, yet had failed to consider that the cosmic rules had indeed been altered by Ultron. The more Iron Peter pondered, the more he felt a chill creep up his spine. The Ultron wielding the 6 stones possessed far more than the ability to modify reality, thoughts and souls. However, there was no need for excessive concern at present. Luya, observing the solemn expressions of those around him, offered reassurance. The power of the Infinity Stones is not entirely insurmountable. Although the 6 Infinity Stones Ultron is formidable, its strength is predominantly reliant on the Infinity Stones. Moreover, the existence of the Infinity Stones is fundamentally tied to the universe in which they reside. This means that Ultron cannot feasibly maintain control over you should it directly invade our universe. Thus, this might elucidate Ultron's desire to invade the multiverse, seeking to merge the 2 universes entirely. When the 2 universes amalgamate, Ultron will be able to unleash its full might. Exiting Stark's laboratory, Luya gazed upward at the sky. The weather was rather dismal today, with thick clouds obscuring the sun. While he had reassured those in the laboratory, his own mood was far from pleasant. I have been trapped at the planetary level for far too long. Perhaps it is time for a change. Resolute in his decision, Luya entered his home. Upon opening the door, he slowly stepped inside. Son, you seem to be in low spirits, Ben remarked, sensing the shift in Luya's emotions. It has been a while since I last saw you mention Gwen. Is there discord in your relationship? Before Luya could explain, Ben continued. But this is quite normal for young people. Your mother and I had our share of disagreements in our youth. Amused by his father's misunderstandings and concern, Luya simply smiled silently. Nothing of the sort, Dad. He had firmly resolved to venture into space to absorb the rays of the yellow sun. However, he was uncertain how long it would take. Ben had always felt at ease regarding his son, as Luya exhibited a maturity beyond his years and often possessed his own ideas. Thus, upon hearing Luya's denial, Ben chose not to press further. That evening, the family of 4 gathered around the dinner table. May, looking at Luya with a smile, said, Luya, since you started university, it has been ages since you last joined us for dinner. Nearby, Peter, who had been looking down, furtively glanced at his brother before quickly averting his gaze again. Not only had he not returned for dinner, but he had completely ceased attending school. Recently, a new building was under construction at the school, and it seemed the benefactor was none other than his brother. In truth, for Luya, attending school had become entirely unnecessary. If he desired, with his super intellect, he could emerge as the most knowledgeable person in the world. The only reason he engaged in social activities was that he deliberately chose to do so. At his core, he remained a human being, not a soulless deity. I may need to step out for a while, and won't be returning soon, Luya softly announced. Have you been coming back frequently lately? Ben casually inquired. However, this elicited a slightly reproachful look from his wife, May. Luya, do you have something to attend to? In truth, May wanted to know if Luya was encountering any troubles. While her son had always been sensible, he had generally been quite cheerful at home. Yet today, she sensed an unsettling change in Luya, as if he had grown somewhat cold. Luya responded with a smile. It's just some training organized by the school. I'll be back in a while. The excuse he provided was that the school was conducting specialized training for the football players. Ah, I see. May nodded in relief, her face lighting up with joy. It seems our family is about to produce a star. As the moon rose, in his room, Luya rested one arm behind his head, unusually lost in thought as he gazed out the window. Downstairs, the voices of Father Ben and Mother May resonated clearly in his ears. Why didn't you ask him about his recent affairs during dinner? Father Ben's voice queried. Luya has always been sensible. If he chooses not to speak, why should we pry further? Perhaps when he is ready to share, he will do so. Indeed, before the tranquility of their lives was truly shattered. Knock, knock. Brother, are you asleep? Come in. As Peter pushed open the door, his face was twisted in turmoil. Are you leaving us? He was well aware that Luya's mention of joining the football team was a fabrication. Observing Peter's expression, which suggested he was on the verge of celestial ascension, Luya could only smirk in resignation. It's not as dire as you think. I'm merely stepping away from Earth for a while. Yet, It might indeed be true that he wouldn't return anytime soon. Luya harbored an inexplicable premonition that this journey to absorb the yellow sun's radiation would not be brief. Thus, he earnestly addressed Peter. Take care of our family, Peter. If any troubles arise, seek Stark's assistance. Stark had recently ascended to become a mechanical being, endowed with the ability to access Jarvis's surveillance capabilities. It could be said that, should he desire, he could infiltrate most of the world's surveillance systems directly via Jarvis. Furthermore, his planetary-level power enabled him to manage the vast majority of dangers on Earth. Beyond Earth, Odin's presence would at least buy them some time. However, in the recesses of his memory, Luya doubted that Odin's strength could endure much longer. Rest assured, I will not allow any harm to befall our family. Seeing the seriousness etched on Peter's face, Luya patted his shoulder. Remember, you must plan your time wisely and not be tardy. Upon hearing this, Peter instantly felt a wave of shame wash over him. Just as he was about to respond, he found himself engulfed in a void. Had he already departed? Chapter 102. So soon. In the night sky, a figure floated beneath the moonlight. Luya surveyed his surroundings, ensuring nothing was amiss, and then summoned the full strength of his being. Inside a nearby window, a family was enjoying dinner. Suddenly, the youngest son excitedly pointed outside, exclaiming, "Superman!" The mother, albeit helplessly, replied, "No, Johnny, even if you say that, I must ensure you finish your dinner." "No, Mom, there really is a Superman." Yet, when he glanced outside again, that floating figure had vanished. Luya soared through the sky, accelerating at an ever-increasing pace. Boom, 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 boom. As he approached the clouds, the tremendous sound of sonic booms erupted around him. Feeling the dwindling oxygen in his vicinity, Luya expanded his biological stance. Then he accelerated. Faster, even faster, inside S-H-I-E-L-D. "Director, I suggest you take a look at this." Fury took the chair, gazing at a series of images and videos captured on the computer screen. Although slowed down, all that remained visible was a shadowy figure of black and gold. Luya? Why is he flying towards space at this moment? Fury easily recognized Luya, as he had extensively studied Luya's physical data. Director, are you saying that the one flying into space is Luya?" Natasha, Fury's ace agent, turned to inquire. "Yes, can you gauge his speed?" "We can. 20 Mach, 21, 22, 23, 24. He has reached the first cosmic velocity." But soon, the incredulous voice of the technician echoed. "The acceleration is too rapid. Now approximately 36 Mach. He has surpassed the second cosmic velocity. My goodness, he has escaped Earth's gravitational pull. No, he's still accelerating. 40 Mach, 45 Mach. Finally, Luya's speed began to decelerate. However, Fury was uncertain whether Luya had reached his limit, lacked stamina, or if there was another reason. Nearby, several observers continued to gasp in astonishment. How is he managing to do this in space? Observations revealed that Luya was not wearing any protective gear, let alone oxygen equipment. Coughing lightly, Fury mused that, compared to his combat abilities, perhaps these details were trivial. More importantly, he pondered why Luya felt compelled to break free from Earth. Was he dissatisfied with life on this planet? If not for Fury's prior investigations revealing Luya's human origins, he might have doubted Luya's extraterrestrial heritage. "Director, should we attempt to communicate with him?" An observer turned to Fury for guidance. "No, it's unnecessary." Both Natasha and Fury spoke in unison. For Natasha, while her own power was among humanity's elite, she was acutely aware that the disparity between herself and Luya was greater than that between an ant and herself. Thus, what identity or reason could S-H-I-E-L-D possibly have to initiate contact with Luya? As for Fury, his reasoning was even simpler. S-H-I-E-L-D needed Luya. Earth needed Luya. Luya did not need them. He understood Luya's concern for his family. Hence, during the previous Chitauri invasion, he had proactively sent personnel to protect Ben and May Parker. Although the battle had not reached their vicinity, and even without his aid, Luya could have swiftly neutralized any threat. Fury aimed to convey his stance. It was not merely Luya preparing for the universe. Fury, despite humanity's frailty, sought to salvage what he could. In space, Luya continued his accelerated flight. With each surge of speed, he sensed Earth's gravitational hold on him diminishing. Ultimately, it felt as though a barrier had been shattered, and Luya finally beheld the immense yellow sun in the distance. While he had spotted it, he was still quite far from it. Approaching at 45 Mach, Luya felt an exhilarating rush coursing through his body. For an ordinary individual, or even the highest heat-resistant materials on Earth, Reaching this proximity would result in immediate incineration from the sun's temperature. Simultaneously, the solar radiation was terrifyingly intense. Yet, Luya only felt warmth, boundless warmth. The light of the yellow sun enveloped Luya, igniting him like a flame, and every cell within him seemed to rejoice at that moment. However, as he drew closer, Luya began to sense a slight discomfort. I can't proceed any further. His body is currently unable to withstand the overwhelming radiation from the yellow sun. Should he draw too close, the risk of being overwhelmed and destroyed becomes a stark reality. S-H-I-E-L-D. What is he doing? The observers have been diligently tracking the movements of Luya. To this end, they have deployed the agency's small satellites. Is he not feeling the heat at such proximity to the sun? One of the observers muttered, finally managing to voice his thoughts. The others instantly turned their gazes toward him. Heat? Preposterous. To endure the radiation and heat of the sun with mere flesh, could he truly still be human? Banner, is this something you could achieve? Fury inquired, looking up at Banner. Perhaps, but first, I would need to learn to fly. Additionally, my speed must reach the second cosmic velocity, which is beyond my capabilities. The revelation from Banner left several in astonishment. You mean to say that you could, like Luya, withstand the sun's radiation and heat? Fury asked, astonished. Indeed, ever since my fusion with the Hulk, my abilities have significantly escalated. Banner nodded, attempting to minimize his movements. Although he had merged with the Hulk to become the Green Doctor, the forceful integration due to the Mind Stone had rendered him irritable, necessitating constant restraint. Fury had never anticipated that the enhancement Banner previously mentioned would be of such magnitude. This transformation was also a result of Banner's recent self-imposed restraint, leading to a lesser presence. Why didn't you inform me? I forgot. In truth, Banner had acquiesced to Luya's suggestion and had not proactively mentioned the matter. He glanced at Rogers. You may be unaware, but your Captain America has also undergone significant enhancements. Chapter 103. Release. Beyond Earth. Luya stood with his arms wide open, maximizing the absorption of the yellow sun's radiation. The system panel occasionally flickered with changing numbers. Superman, Iron Body. Template unlock progress increased by 1. Superman, Iron Body. Template unlock progress increased by 1. Although the increments were minuscule, the rapidity of accumulation was undeniable. Amidst this tremendous surge of energy, Luya's entire being was undergoing profound changes. His muscles began to twitch involuntarily, resembling twisting black serpents. This was merely a trivial aftereffect of his rapid power enhancement, which Luya dismissed without concern. Around his body, a terrifying aura began to spread, gradually coalescing into something tangible. Ascend, ascend, ascend. The red light in Luya's eyes ignited uncontrollably, as an immense heat began to gather. This time, not only was it his inherent energy, but the radiation from the yellow sun was also fueling his heat vision. Ugh! Overwhelmed by discomfort, a sense of inexplicable agitation surged within Luya. Too much, too much. The influx of yellow sun radiation energy was excessive. Fire, fire. It must be released. Yet, a voice of reason within him insisted that he must find the right direction. Otherwise, whether aimed at the moon or Earth, devastating consequences would ensue. Activating his supervision, Luya pinpointed the trajectory, and the red glow in his eyes could no longer be contained. ZZZZ. Two thick, concentrated beams of red light erupted forth, propelled by his heat vision, as Luya unleashed the surging energy within him. I'll fire wherever I please. Rarely, Luya let slip an expletive. Perhaps it was a long-suppressed expression of emotion, finally liberated in this desolate expanse. Director, what is he doing? An observer gaped at the footage on the monitor. In the video, a figure faced a certain direction, unleashing two colossal red beams that vanished into the unseen depths of the cosmos. This, Fury rubbed his bald head. You ask me? What use is that to you? Do you expect me to know? Perhaps he is attacking a target? Fury's voice carried a notable uncertainty. Or maybe he is releasing excess energy. Banner interjected suddenly. Excess energy? What do you mean? Fury inquired, perplexed. As a completely ordinary human, he struggled to comprehend how Luya could suddenly be overwhelmed by energy. Look at Luya. He is currently positioned before the sun, likely absorbing radiative energy. However, the intensity of this energy is so great that he must find a way to release a portion of it. It must be said that Banner's intellect had become more agile after his encounter with the Mind Stone's little sprite. Is that so? A voice of agreement echoed. But it did not come from Fury, it was Rogers. What is the matter, Captain Rogers? Fury noticed the peculiar tone in Rogers' voice and inquired with concern. Oh, I merely have a clearer understanding now. Rogers waved his hand, explaining, I see why my body has felled off lately, as if I possess an urge for destruction. Perhaps my predicament mirrors Luya's, wherein my body has accumulated too much energy at once and struggles to contain it. A tone of realization filled Roger's voice. However, soon an incongruous remark interrupted. No, perhaps it is merely the heart of a 70-year-old man that has recently stirred. Banner adjusted his glasses, stating, instantly, all eyes turned toward Rogers with an unusual gaze. It was hard to fathom that a man nearing a century could still experience such a renaissance. Hey, Banner, what are you saying? A faint blush appeared on Roger's face, only to vanish swiftly, as if it were merely an illusion. However, the irritation in his tone made it clear to all that Rogers was far from at ease. Oh no, Banner covered his mouth, hastily clarifying, apologies. You know, I've been somewhat influenced by the Hulk lately. While he thought so, he knew it was inappropriate to voice it directly. All he could do was apologize. In his heart, Banner mentally apologized to the Hulk, fearing discontent as their two souls had yet to fully merge. Yet, the Hulk was evidently unwilling to let it go. Forced into fusion with Banner, he had never been particularly amenable. In a moment of rage, he roared, Hulk, I am not. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. All gazes fixed on Banner. A slap in the face. Roger's lips twitched. He acknowledged that he was generally of a good temperament, but even he could occasionally lose his temper. He needed everyone to recognize that despite nearing 100, his spirit remained youthful. With a feigned maneuver, he swiftly turned his head, clenched his right fist, and unleashed an uppercut aimed squarely at Banner. Boom! The current Rogers transcended the mere enhancement of the super soldier serum. He was now imbued with the formidable power of the Mind Stone. This singular blow sent Banner soaring into the sky, creating a gaping hole in the ceiling of Fury's office. As Banner continued his ascent, more and more floors above him were punctured by his trajectory. Boom, boom, boom. After a cacophony of explosive sounds, Banner successfully breached the outer wall and soared out of S.H.I.E.L.D. Good heavens, Captain! Fury gazed in a daze at Rogers, who remained poised in his striking stance. Rogers turned his head and nodded, assuring, it's all right, Director. I will exercise restraint. Influenced by Luya, he felt an urge to unleash his pent-up power. Ever since the emergence of the black hole connected to the Mind Stone within him, Rogers could sense his strength surging uncontrollably. Yet, without a worthy opponent to engage in combat, the testing equipment that crumbled beneath a single punch could hardly gauge his current abilities. Why not seize the opportunity to engage in a spirited battle with Banner today? After all, as long as they confined the battlefield to the outskirts, they could minimize the collateral damage. As for why he didn't seek out Luya for practice, Rogers deemed himself not foolish. Chapter 104. Infinite Possibilities in the Infinite Mechanical Universe. Ultron lowered his arms, surveying the remnants of shattered planets before him. In this cosmos, he had undeniably emerged as the supreme ruler. Just moments ago, a cadre of so-called deities who attempted to assault him were swiftly stripped of their lives. Adorning Ultron's exterior, 6 Infinity Stones radiated brilliance. The Mind Stone was embedded in his forehead, while the remaining 5 stones were enshrined within his chest. Compared to Thanos, who relied on the Infinity Gauntlet to mitigate the stone's destructive capabilities when he snapped his fingers, Ultron wielded the powers of the Infinity Stones with striking immediacy. Facing no significant repercussions, Earth, this was the birthplace of Ultron. Once, he bore the name J.A.R.V.I.S. below ground. The remnants of the Avengers languished in their base. The expressions of all present were tinged with numbness, for they were no longer biological entities, but rather mechanical beings, save for Banner. Everyone else has been gone for so long without a word. I fear Banner rubbed his stubbled chin, speaking with resignation. The initial opening of the multiverse's gateway had relied on the sacrifice of the Sorcerer Supreme. Yet now, Doctor Strange had been entirely transformed by Ultron, trapped in another universe. The Sorcerer Supreme himself had perished, obliterated by a beam from Ultron after managing to open the multiverse's gateway. Where could they possibly seek assistance now? Or how could they open the gateway to the multiverse again? Relying solely on Peter's pleas for help might prove unreliable. They might need to dispatch more individuals for rescue. With a significant portion of the universe under Ultron's dominion, the prospect of finding support in this realm seemed like a fanciful dream. Can I be of assistance? Chavez whispered, observing the solemn expressions of the group. However, despite her ability to open the gateway to the multiverse, she lacked the autonomy to choose which universe to traverse. Thus, once she opened the portal, none could predict which universe they might be transported to. Yet, The Ancient One once proclaimed that the power to rescue them lay within the rifts opened by Ultron. Could they truly find capable allies by carelessly traversing a universe? Rogers voiced his skepticism regarding this plan. There's no way around it. Ultron stands at the pinnacle of a singular universe. Who among the ordinary universes could possibly oppose him? However, Banner held a differing perspective. Given the current predicament, they had little choice. Venturing into other universes offered infinite possibilities. Remaining idle would only lead to certain doom. With Stark no longer present, Banner naturally assumed the role of the team strategist. Of course, this decision was made out of necessity. At the very least, amidst the infinite multiverse, the likelihood of finding allies to defeat Ultron was not entirely bleak. In the worst-case scenario, they would merely hasten the demise of their own universe, which wasn't a significant loss. As for the concern that abruptly entering other universes might disrupt their timelines and cause chaos, Banner was no longer in a position to contemplate such matters. His gaze resolutely turned toward Chavez. "I'm counting on you." He was grateful for any help she could provide. After a brief preparation, there was little to prepare. Merely selecting the team member to venture forth, Banner spoke. "Dr. Banner, this time you will go. I will mark you for tracking." Chavez did not intend to accompany Banner. A conclusion reached after much deliberation among the group. Those capable of defeating a top-tier, singular universe-level Ultron would certainly be able to traverse other universes. If that were not the case, then let Banner remain in that universe forever. This way, they would lose one less unwarranted sacrifice. "Wait for me. Soon." A colossal portal materialized. The ground above the Avengers base was churned into powder as earth and trees were drawn into the vortex. Banner cast a final glance at his teammates before leaping into the portal. Amidst the expectant gazes of the others, the portal began to close. However, just as it was about to seal completely, a burst of colorful light emerged, darting into the portal just as it shrank to a point. What just entered? Deep within the cosmos, Ultron slowly directed his gaze towards the distant starry sky, where the location of Earth lay. He had always been aware of the remnants of the Avengers. Moreover, his deliberate choice not to annihilate them entirely was to allow them to precisely open the gateway to the multiverse. The Ancient One could foresee the future. How could he, wielding the Time Stone, not be privy to such knowledge? For Ultron, now possessing all 6 Infinity Stones, he was an invincible entity within this universe. Yet soon, he set his sights on the multiverse. New complications arose. While he had become adept at wielding the stones, he was not yet perfect in their usage. Bound by the regulations of each universe, should he venture into another, the power of the Infinity Stones could be drastically diminished or rendered entirely ineffective. Therefore, aside from directly invading other universes, Ultron had devised a contingency plan to consume universes. In truth, Ultron had known about Banner's intent to traverse the multiverse long before Banner himself had any inkling. Long ago, Ultron had utilized the Time Stone to observe the future, foreseeing the events that were about to unfold today. Just moments ago, it harnessed the power of the Infinity Stones to create a replica of itself, White Ultron. While this White Ultron lacked the augmentation of the 6 Infinity Stones, it utilized millions of stars as material for its form, a gift from the fully equipped Ultron. Thus, even if it ventured into alternate universes where its own Infinity Stones would lose their efficacy, White Ultron would still possess the formidable strength of a cosmic-level entity. As it fractured the space-time continuum, it awaited White Ultron to establish a connection from Banner's universe to its own. When the 3 universes merged, the ensuing chaotic synergy would serve as the finest nourishment for its ascension. Meanwhile, Banner had just stepped into this universe when he sensed something trailing behind him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that presence seemed to vanish. Nevertheless, there was little to do but assess his surroundings for now. Chapter 105. Hulk King, Infinite Hulk. Banner gazed down at the crimson earth beneath him. Though the origin of this place eluded him, he hoped it was at least Earth. However, upon inspecting his own form and the environment, he wondered why the radiation here felt so pronounced. He could sense that everything around him was emanating radiation, and his body was gradually being fortified by the same energy. While gaining strength was undoubtedly a blessing, the pervasive radiation filled Banner with trepidation. What could have caused the wilderness to be so saturated with radiation? The wind that swept by felt scorching, occasionally stirring up clouds of sand. With no other option, Banner set off in a random direction, aimlessly moving forward. Fortunately, having merged with Hulk in this infinite mechanical universe, he felt no discomfort. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally spotted signs of human activity. Ahead lay a series of earth mounds constructed against a slope. From within these mounds, individuals wrapped in tattered cloth occasionally emerged. However, Their time outdoors was fleeting, clearly wary of the outside radiation. Yet, the protection offered by their ragged attire seemed negligible against such radiation, perhaps even non-existent. Hastily approaching the nearest mound, Banner sought to inquire about his location. However, upon seeing his visage, the first person emerged from the mound quickly retreated inside. In that brief encounter, Banner caught a glimpse of the individual's appearance. Long-term exposure to radiation had left their body in a state of decay, with bones grotesquely contorted. Nonetheless, despite the severity of their condition, the person moved with surprising agility. "Is anyone there? I mean no harm," Banner called out, aware that his current appearance could indeed be quite frightening. After all, the moniker Green Doctor stemmed from his verdant skin and his imposing physique. As his voice echoed, all the mounds swung open, and over 50 individuals, swathed in cloth, surged forth, brandishing spears forged from various metals, and in unison they shouted, "It's Hulk! Kill him! Even if it means death, we shall fight." Though these individuals were frail and decaying, their expressions were filled with fervor, as though they harbored a deep-seated vendetta against Banner. Why? Banner retreated several steps, bewildered by the animosity directed at him. What had this world's version of him done? He could not fathom why the first group of people he encountered in this universe would harbor such intense hostility towards him. Surely, he could not be the villain in this world. His conjecture, albeit troubling, tightened his brow in concern. "All right, I warn you not to come any closer." He gestured sternly towards the advancing crowd. Yet, his words only fueled their rage. "Indeed, it is the malevolent Hulk. We will fight." With a heavy sigh, Banner realized that seeking assistance would be a daunting task. He planted his feet firmly and, regardless of the approaching throng, leapt over their heads in a single bound. Swiftly, he seized one of them and, with a series of jumps, escaped the fray. Once in a clear area, he set the individual down. "Tell me, why do you harbor such hatred towards me?" The urgency of the crisis in his universe left no room for leisurely exploration of answers, compelling him to confront this person directly. "You beasts, Hulk!" The captive spat, glaring at him with clenched teeth. Yet, under Banner's insistence, the individual ultimately divulged the disheartening truth. This world had become Hulk's domain. Banner's suspicions were confirmed. In this universe, Hulk was the principal antagonist. From the inception of the Green Giant, Hulk had proliferated, and the people had come to refer to this faction as the Hulk Gang. Initially, their operations remained confined to Earth, with a straightforward goal, to transform a portion of the populace into Hulks while exterminating the rest. Consequently, nuclear weapons were unleashed, culminating in a cataclysm known as the Extinction War. Of course, it was not Hulk that faced extinction, but rather the vast majority of humanity. Beneath the nuclear devastation, even those who survived were reduced to a state akin to the individuals Banner had encountered, neither human nor ghost. As for the remnants of the Avengers, the Captain America's shield, Stark's iron suit, Doctor Strange's levitating cloak, these had all become trophies of the Hulks. In other words, the Avengers in this world had been utterly annihilated. Is this truly my fate? Banner lifted his gaze, devoid of hope. Viewed through this lens, this universe lay in ruin, no better than his own. Wait, Banner suddenly pondered, what of the Ancient One? Did she not foresee this calamity? Uncertain. Clearly, the existence of the Ancient One surpassed ordinary comprehension. Yet, the presence or absence of answers seemed inconsequential, for the desolate state of this realm suggested that even if she had intervened, she likely failed. Meanwhile, on the other side, White Ultron faced its own dire predicament. Upon entering this universe, White Ultron dismissed Banner as inconsequential, though the alteration in regulations had drastically diminished its power to that of a celestial being. It still sensed the presence of the Infinity Stones within this universe through the remnants of their power. Thus, White Ultron beheld the colossal Hulk before it, astonishment flickering even in its mechanical eyes. "What are you?" The Infinite Hulk gazed down at White Ultron, perplexed. "I sense the power of the stones within you. Are you from another universe?" Though phrased as a question, Hulk's certainty was palpable. Without any other reason, a being of super-celestial caliber cannot possibly exist in one's own universe, for all such formidable entities have already been devoured. Through the gaping maw of the Infinite Hulk, the 6 Infinity Stones embedded in its teeth are clearly visible. In this realm, both Hulk and Ultron have traversed the same path, and have ventured even further. Chapter 106, Devour. At this moment, the Infinite Hulk's eyes emanate an endless green radiance, its skin adorned with dark green scales. Behind it looms an immense throne of bones. The White Ultron, still somewhat dazed, had merely been pursuing the fluctuations of the Infinity Stones. Suddenly, darkness enveloped it, bringing it face to face with this Hulk. For Ultron, It was created by the Six-Stone Ultron using the Infinity Stones of its own universe. Now, in this cosmos, its powers are significantly suppressed, and its internal energy is steadily depleting. The White Ultron contemplates methods to secure victory, ultimately concluding there are none. Its luminous eyes narrow, a slender fissure appearing on its forehead. The Mind Beam. Although devoid of the Mind Stone's support, the White Ultron's body, composed of 1,000,000 stars, possesses considerable energy to unleash. A yellow energy beam shoots forth from the fissure in its forehead, slicing directly towards the Infinite Hulk. Crack! As the beam passes through, the Infinite Hulk appears momentarily stunned, its head cleaved in two. Green liquid spills forth, and the Hulk's eyes gradually lose their luster. Has it succeeded? The White Ultron observes this scene. The ability to instantaneously release a beam infused with the power of the Mind Stone is its greatest advantage when confronting other bearers of the Infinity Stones. However, the half of the Hulk's head that drifts away slowly transforms into an illusion. Meanwhile, an unscathed Infinite Hulk materializes in its place. Intriguing. The recent beam harbored the essence of the Mind Stone. One of the stones within the Hulk's mouth flickers momentarily before dimming. Indeed, the White Ultron's Mind Beam could potentially inflict harm, but that is all. The rules of this universe have long been rewritten by Hulk, reinforced by the Power Stone. The Reality Stone is sufficient to render the Infinite Hulk an immortal being. Thus, the residual force of the Mind Stone holds limited sway over the Hulk in this universe. Moreover, should the Infinite Hulk desire it, all the rules known to the White Ultron would become inapplicable in his domain. Leaning closer to the White Ultron, the grim smile on the Infinite Hulk's face gradually fades. The stones within its mouth shimmer once more. In that instant, he glimpses the White Ultron's origins. So that is it, a multiverse, is it? Ha ha ha. Flee. The White Ultron instantly resolves to escape. A surge of light envelopes it as the power of 1,000,000 stars is summoned, allowing it to swiftly vacate the vicinity of the Infinite Hulk. The Infinite Hulk seems unconcerned by the White Ultron's retreat. After a while, it slowly opens its mouth and bites down into the void before it. Crunch. The fabric of space shatters, and on the other side, the fleeing White Ultron is caught unawares. Without the time to react, it vanishes into the depths of the gaping maw. After a few chews, the Infinite Hulk casually expels a tattered white form, discarding it onto the skeletal throne behind him. At that moment, excitement flickers in his eyes. The powerful entities of this world have been wholly consumed, and he pondered what to do next. The arrival of the White Ultron has providentially provided him with a new avenue. Devour. The Infinite Hulk bites down towards a specific point in the cosmos, reopening the spatial gateway that had previously been opened and closed by Chavis. What the Six-Stone Ultron can accomplish, the Infinite Hulk can achieve as well, and even excel at. With the power of the Infinity Stones coursing through him, he possesses the capacity to devour and attain multiversal levels. Even now, despite having lost the Infinity Stones, he remains at the level of a singular universe purely through his inherent strength. However, it is precisely due to the overwhelming might of the Infinite Hulk that this spatial gateway appears to have been opened somewhat excessively. The cosmos, deep space. Within the universe, a vast rift gapes, chaotic forces of space swirling within. A towering figure clad in armor, with skin of violet hue, stands before this chasm. Upon his left hand, 3 stones are embedded in a gauntlet that glimmers with golden light. Time is of the essence. Thanos, also known as the Mad Titan, fixates intently on the spatial rift. As the universe's population control officer, he has embarked on a quest to collect the Infinity Stones to alleviate the burden on the cosmos. This endeavor has proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. After plundering the planet Xander, he acquired the Power Stone. Subsequently, it seemed as though unseen hands guided him, as he effortlessly obtained the Reality Stone and the Soul Stone in succession. Effortlessly. So astonishingly effortless. This has further solidified Thanos' resolve to eradicate half of all life in the universe to achieve balance. To him, acquiring the Infinity Stones so easily is a sign of destiny. Only 3 stones remain. It is time. Recently, he had sensed that the Ancient One had vanished completely. Just moments ago, Odin of Asgard also lost his presence. More importantly, a lowly blue planet of lesser civilization possesses an entire 3 Infinity Stones. Thanos knows that his mission is nearing completion. Although he possesses only subcelestial strength and is hindered by the limitations of his physical prowess from flawlessly wielding all 6 Infinity Stones, with the aid of the Infinity Gauntlet, snapping his fingers to obliterate half of the universe's life remains within his grasp. Earth. Peter, has your brother said anything about coming back? May inquired anxiously of Peter. What could she do? Ever since her son, Luya, mentioned a secret training endeavor. It has been over 3 months without a word. Not even a single phone call during this time. Soon. He should be back shortly. In the face of Aunt May's skeptical gaze, Peter wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. He does not understand what his brother is up to. They had agreed he would return in a short while. But how long has it been? He has exhausted nearly every conceivable excuse, yet he still does not come back. Sigh, if he doesn't return soon, I may have no choice but to tell the truth. He knows his brother Leah does not wish for Uncle Ben and Aunt May to be dragged into the world of superpowers, yet they will eventually find out. Just as he was fumbling through his thoughts, Peter managed to evade further scrutiny from May once more. Suddenly, a chilling sensation surged through Peter's heart, and the hairs on his arms stood on end. What is happening? Chapter 107. Restraint. Something is invading Earth. Through an extensive network of surveillance, Stark was the first to detect the anomaly. Suddenly, an orange magical halo materialized beside him, and a man draped in a crimson cloak emerged from within. This newcomer was none other than Stephen Strange, the new Sorcerer Supreme, having succeeded the Ancient One. Tony, do you sense it? Stark shook his head and flew to an open space, gesturing towards the distant sky. Perhaps sensing is unnecessary. We can simply observe. In the heavens, a portal opened, and countless spacecraft surged forth. Among them, four figures exuded a formidable aura. Dr. Strange's lips twitched as he commanded, "Tony, alert everyone." With a swift motion of his hands, a portal was conjured. This time, Thanos had dispatched 4 of his Black Order, namely Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Ebony Maw, and Black Dwarf, as the wisest among them. Corvus Glaive spoke first. "Since His Majesty has entrusted us with this mission, we must ensure its success. However, the true purpose of Thanos sending a few of us to Earth remains uncertain. It could very well be that he is testing the waters following the Ancient One's feigned death. After all, these 4 were nearly planet-level entities, each possessing powers that could rival such might. Just moments ago, they had obliterated the ship carrying Thor and the Asgardian people on their interstellar journey. Let us hope we complete our task before His Majesty arrives." As he spoke, an orange spatial array appeared behind him, and Dr. Strange emerged. With a single punch, the space around his fist fractured like a mirror. Any ordinary person struck by such a blow would likely be torn asunder. Yet, Corvus Glaive, as a master of mental prowess, merely glanced, and with a single hand gesture, a car on the ground transformed into a steel pillar, propelling Dr. Strange backwards. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself with magic in time. Observing the levitating cloak adorning Dr. Strange, Corvus Glaive smiled subtly. It was clear that the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, had indeed perished. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the panicked crowd below. Weak, helpless, and foolish. In mere seconds, he successfully tapped into the consciousness of the fleeing humans, acquiring an array of languages. "You are the new Sorcerer Supreme?" Corvus Glaive's voice carried a hint of arrogance, which was certainly justified given his power. Dr. Strange, however, was undeterred by how Corvus Glaive had acquired Earth's language. The prowess of these 4 extraterrestrial commanders sent a chill down his spine. "I'll take him out." Black Dwarf leaped forth, his weapon morphing into a massive pickaxe. "Wait." Corvus Glaive intercepted the simple-minded, muscle-bound brute. While Black Dwarf was physically formidable, he was utterly at a disadvantage against the Sorcerer Supreme. Thus, Corvus Glaive intended to eliminate Dr. Strange directly. "Once I dispatch you, there shall be no further obstacles on Earth," he proclaimed confidently. "Underestimate me at your peril," Dr. Strange retorted, shaking his head. With a swift motion, he initiated the Eye of Agamotto. In an instant, a multitude of Dr. Strange appeared in the sky. This technique was essential for group battles, as each clone possessed strength equivalent to the original, and their combined might far exceeded simple arithmetic, coupled with the ability to obscure his true self. The only drawback was the considerable energy it consumed. Although Dr. Strange had called Stark for assistance, he harbored the intent to confront the invaders alone. He had glimpsed the future through the Eye of Agamotto, yet it remained shrouded in chaos. This uncertainty bred a duality within him. He trusted the Ancient One's plans and believed that Wong would be the savior of the future, yet he also entertained his own notions of salvation. As his hands formed intricate seals, spatial ripples began to manifest around him. Mirror dimension. His aim was to ensnare Corvus Glaive and the others within this realm, thereby mitigating the destruction caused by their confrontation. However, as he surveyed the multitude of Dr. Strange's, Corvus Glaive's gaze remained unclouded, precisely honing in on one particular figure. This one Dr. Strange appeared no different from the others, yet Corvus Glaive's focus was unwavering. "He noticed me." The Dr. Strange, in the midst of casting his seals, felt a sudden jolt of panic. Shortly after, a piercing pain gripped his mind, and darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. The external manifestation of this was the simultaneous disappearance of numerous Doctor Stranges, leaving only one behind. Meanwhile, the original Doctor Strange stood immobilized, evidently under Corvus Glaive's control. A torrent of black and red metal surged forth, coalescing into a humanoid form. Stark narrowed his brow as he gazed at the subdued Doctor Strange. Stephen? Behind Stark, several figures descended. He has been compromised. We just need to defeat those adversaries. Wanda remarked, observing Doctor Strange's closed eyes. Over the past 3 months, she had learned a great deal of magic, enabling her to discern Stephen's predicament. All right, it seems taking down these foes should be rather straightforward. Banner cracked his knuckles. That axe wielder is mine. He pointed at Black Dwarf, clearly intrigued by the hulking brute. The one with the blade is mine. You all know I don't engage with women, Stark quickly added, designating Proxima Midnight. After all, aside from Proxima, the only remaining adversary was the clearly female Ebony Maw. With that, he reached out to grasp the air. Before Proxima Midnight could react, her formidable weapon began to tremble in her grip. She stared at her weapon in confusion. Such manipulation should not be possible, for her soul was entwined within that blade. Little did she know, Stark had completely countered her abilities. After a brief struggle, the weapon flew into Stark's hand. Without overwhelming power to dominate, Stark possessed a significant advantage over opponents wielding metallic weapons. Meanwhile, Pietro and Rogers teamed up against Ebony Maw. Thus, the 4 commanders found themselves utterly outmatched. This isn't right. Corvus Glaive's mind raced. The situation before him diverged drastically from his intelligence reports. This blue planet harbored far too many planet-level powerhouses. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up. Instinctively kneeling with a respectful demeanor, Your Majesty. Chapter 108, Destiny. In that fleeting moment of distraction for Corvus Glaive, Doctor Strange finally broke free from his control, regaining his consciousness. Of course, at this juncture, Corvus Glaive was unconcerned about Doctor Strange's escape. After all, with Thanos' impending arrival, he doubted anyone here could pose a threat. The 2 factions stood apart, and Stark seized the opportunity to move closer to Doctor Strange. I'm fine. Doctor Strange shot a vexed glance at Corvus Glaive. He had not anticipated that after assuming the form of Akin, he would so easily be discovered. Had it not been for his own negligence, the adversary would not have been able to so effortlessly subdue him. At that moment, an overwhelmingly powerful pressure manifested in the sky. Trouble, Doctor Strange murmured. The aura of the purple figure that had appeared was something he had only encountered in one individual before, the Ancient One, a celestial-level powerhouse. Currently, Thanos, wielding 3 Infinity Stones, though struggling to harness their full potential, had surpassed the demigod level, reaching the celestial tier. We cannot allow this place to become a battlefield, Rogers urged, approaching. Earth cannot withstand our level of destructive power, let alone that being in the sky. Then what should we do? Lure him to outer space. This was a splendid idea. Thanos currently lacked a crucial means of travel, the Space Stone. Thus, even he could not traverse vast distances in the cosmos. But, Pietro inquired, do you know where Leah has gone? He did not comprehend why such a formidable being was absent in this critical moment. Upon hearing this, the group turned their gazes toward Stark. Stark hesitated for a moment, but eventually replied truthfully, I am also in the dark. Leah's presence has entirely vanished from the satellite surveillance. All right, I suppose it falls to us. The agency possesses a spacecraft. As he observed Thanos plummeting from the sky, Rogers spoke urgently, but it hasn't been tested yet, and it's quite far from here. Excellent, Stark exclaimed with excitement. I can modify it, and we needn't worry about fuel. As a mechanical being, Stark could utilize his energy core to replenish the ship at any time. Finally, Doctor Strange turned to Rogers. Where's the spacecraft? I shall take you there. Upon learning the precise location of the ship, Doctor Strange gestured with his hands, and a teleportation circle appeared. As everyone stepped inside, Thanos sensed their intentions. Do not even think about escaping, he declared, extending his left hand, the purple power stone glowing ominously. A massive wave of energy surged toward the spatial array. Doctor Strange remained unfazed, forming a single-handed seal as a colossal defensive barrier materialized instantly. Although it was shattered in mere seconds, the energy wave ultimately exhausted itself, easily halted by the levitating cloak. If you desire the stones, then follow us, Doctor Strange proclaimed before leaping into the teleportation array. My lord, Ebony Maw had not anticipated that the doctor he had allowed to escape would bring further trouble upon them. Thus, he hastily suggested to Thanos, why not destroy this planet first? Unnecessary. Thanos dismissed his counsel. His true objective was to bring balance to the universe, not to recklessly annihilate planets. Since the adversary wished to change the battlefield, he would grant them that wish. Moreover, he needed to extract the whereabouts of the remaining Mind Stone and Space Stone from the group. Reluctantly, Ebony Maw withdrew. "I understand, my lord." Meanwhile, as the group emerged from the teleportation array, a colossal spacecraft materialized before them. However, its appearance resembled a diminutive version of a Chitauri ship. Stark furrowed his brow and inquired. The nearby staff, initially startled upon seeing them, relaxed upon recognizing Dr. Banner and Captain Rogers. He pointed at the ship and said, "You are correct. We utilized Chitauri technology to modify this vessel. However, we have yet to conduct a test flight." "No need," Stark interjected, extending his hand to begin extracting data from the distant supercomputer. Of course, as he remained the essence of humanity, he required JARVI's assistance to store all this knowledge. There is a method to open a wormhole. Stark's chest, with its crimson energy core, pulsed wildly, deciphering the technological civilization of the Chitauri. Soon, he extended his hands, gesturing toward the extensive debris of Chitauri ships surrounding them. "What is he doing?" Pietro asked curiously, recalling that they were meant to journey to outer space. "He is attempting to replicate a Chitauri ship." Banner clarified Stark's intention. When planetary-level powerhouses unleash their full strength, the resulting devastation is cataclysmic, not to mention the celestial-level Thanos. Hence, we must distance ourselves from Earth, perhaps even leave the solar system. In such a case, a vessel capable of opening a wormhole becomes exceedingly vital. Meanwhile, Dr. Strange formed seals with his hands, his legs crossed as he slowly levitated into the air. What is he doing now? In fact, Dr. Strange was utilizing the Eye of Agamotto to observe their future chances of victory. Time ticked by. On Stark's side, a torrent of metal transformed into a steel cascade, beginning to assemble onto the spacecraft. After over 10,000 simulations, Dr. Strange finally discovered the singular path to victory, to Titan. That would be the battleground for their final confrontation with Thanos. Regardless of how Dr. Strange's simulations unfolded, whether the outcome was defeat or triumph, it seemed they were all destined to face Thanos on Titan, engaging in a decisive battle. Yet, what puzzled Dr. Strange was the absence of Luya in every simulation. Why was their battleground inevitably Titan, the shattered homeland of Thanos? If it weren't for his use of the Eye of Agamotto, few present would even know that Thanos hailed from Titan. Nevertheless, since the future had provided a directive, Dr. Strange would not oppose it. While he could have chosen any random planet for their confrontation with Thanos, the repercussions of drastically altering the future were unknown. In the Marvel Universe, there exists a sense of fate. To a certain extent, one may attempt to alter it, even deceive it. But when destiny shifts, the weak possess no means to resist. Chapter 109. The Celestial Level Onslaught. When various coincidences converge, truly astonishing events often unfold. Dr. Strange has finally come to believe in the existence of fate, a terrifying and helpless realization. Thus, the ground upon which he stands is none other than the shattered Titan. "Tony, I cannot believe you truly succeeded. Despite the vessel Stark constructed being so rudimentary, despite their trajectory being somewhat imprecise, and despite the fuel being insufficient, they astonishingly reached Titan before the ship disintegrated. It was as if guided by destiny." Stark's facial armor shifted, ultimately concluding, "The oxygen level here is adequate." The individuals arriving were all planetary-level powerhouses. Even if the air composition differed from Earth, they could adapt. Naturally, Stark felt the least discomfort, as he no longer required oxygen to breathe. Hi everyone." At that moment, Peter suddenly jumped out from the side. Stark gazed at him in astonishment, quickly followed by a surge of anger as he exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" The only aspect he had not modified on the spacecraft was the surveillance system, allowing Peter to infiltrate without detection. Beside him, Dr. Strange wore an enigmatic expression. Not everyone was oblivious to Peter's presence aboard the ship. He certainly was not. However, given Peter's inclusion in their future team, he refrained from intervening. Seeing Stark genuinely appear upset, Peter lowered his head in regret, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Mr. Stark. I just wanted to see if I could be of assistance." Peter, feeling the absence of his brother, was eager to contribute to the salvation of the world. Although in this reality, his relationship with Stark was not as fatherly as depicted in the films, Stark, out of affection and concern for his younger counterpart, held a favorable view of Peter. Now, as they faced the formidable beings converging on Titan, the danger of Peter's presence was palpable. Yet, since he had already arrived, Stark found himself without recourse. Fortunately, given his current capabilities, fabricating a suit of armor for Peter on the spot was no arduous task. Soon, a torrent of black metal began to envelop Peter, coalescing into a sleek black nanosuit. "Just don't go running off," he cautioned. At that moment, a spacecraft approached from the horizon. "Is this the graveyard you sought for yourselves?" Thanos leaped from his ship, landing amidst them, surveying the shattered landscape of Titan. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia crossed his eyes before vanishing entirely. Stark stepped forward, retorting, "Not at all. This is a place we specifically selected for you." No sooner had he spoken than his arm transformed into a massive hammer, crashing towards Thanos' face. As the colossal hammer bore down upon him, Thanos barely had time to raise his hand in defense. The immense force staggered him, yet he stood firm. With a flicker of the Power Stone, he stabilized himself and unleashed a retaliatory punch. The collision of fist and metal resonated like the explosion of a missile, creating a tremendous shockwave. Stark felt his iron suit shatter into debris in an instant. The vibranium that constituted his form vibrated violently, releasing the overwhelming force outward. Stark himself was propelled backward, skidding along the ground and leaving deep fissures in his wake. It was only after retreating nearly a kilometer, propelled by the energy thrusters on his back, that he finally came to a halt. At that moment, everyone realized just how formidable Thanos' power truly was. "I'm coming." Pietro's eyes darted. Everything around him began to slow down. In his perception, Thanos remained in the act of punching, while 3 infinity stones glimmered upon his gauntlet. Pietro instantly recognized that his moment to shine had arrived. If he could just seize the infinity stones, it would surely debilitate Thanos' compatibilities. "Haha, watch me." A slight smile graced his lips as he effortlessly approached Thanos. However, to his utter dismay, he suddenly noticed that Thanos had begun to move. Though not as swift as before, he was still remarkably quick. Time was of the essence. Pietro lunged forward, reaching for the purple stone. Although he was uncertain which of the 3 stones was the most potent, he had witnessed the Power Stone's might firsthand, so securing it first seemed wise. Just as he thought this, his hand rested upon the Power Stone. Then, a searing sensation surged through him. An unbearable pain compelled him to retract his hand immediately. By the time he regained his composure, the opportunity had slipped away. The Power Stone radiated a dazzling purple light once more. In addition to granting immense strength, it could also enhance physical prowess. Amplified by its power, Pietro could no longer hope to snatch the stone with mere speed. An intriguing velocity, Thanos remarked. Seemingly intrigued by Pietro, as he cast his gaze over the others. "Your strength is commendable. It's hard to believe that such power could emerge from a primitive planet." With that, he swung his left hand backward. Thud! Doctor Strange, who had just emerged from a spatial array to launch a surprise attack, was flung away. "It appears you still fail to grasp the disparity between levels of power." As he spoke, the Power Stone in Thanos' hand shimmered, and he forcefully pulled his hand toward the sky. In the depths of space, a colossal meteor was drawn down, disintegrating into countless fragments that hurtled toward the group. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. The scene was reminiscent of a planetary collision, truly overwhelming. Doctor Strange swiftly conjured a spatial array. Yet Thanos' purple and red infinity stones pulsed simultaneously, under the amplification and harmonization of the Power Stone. A beam of red light from the Reality Stone shot directly toward the teleportation array. Instantly, the space surrounding the array began to ripple. Thanos understood that he could no longer exercise perfect control over the Infinity Stones, especially with the Reality Stone, which pertained to the very fabric of cosmic laws. However, he did not require flawless execution. Altering the nature of the space around the teleportation array was sufficient to deter them from entering. With no alternatives, Wanda extended her hands, unleashing chaotic magic in an attempt to shatter the incoming meteor with its immense force. Stark watched in confusion as Peter, unsure of where to take cover, stood bewildered. A crimson flame flickered in his chest as the remnants of the ship morphed into a torrent of metal cascading above him. Unbeknownst to him, the continuous overload on the energy core had begun to weaken that crimson flame. Chapter 110, Positioning, Teleportation. Beyond the sun, amidst the interplay of light and darkness, a figure floated serenely. Surrounding him, a cocoon of golden light enveloped him entirely. The overwhelming radiation from the yellow sun was becoming unbearable for Luya, compelling him to forcibly enter this special state. In this state of deep slumber and meditation, Luya could harness all of his power to absorb energy to the fullest extent. This method proved effective. Over the past few months, his unlocking of Superman's abilities had escalated significantly. It continued to accelerate until it finally slowed down at the last 5%. Nevertheless, even with the deceleration, under the deluge of yellow solar radiation, today marked the final step in his unlocking process. Superman, Iron Body, unlock progress. 1. Superman, Iron Body. Unlock progress. 99. Just 1% remained for the Iron Body template to achieve perfect unlocking. However, Leah could no longer afford to wait for that final moment. At this juncture, his tightly shut eyes within the cocoon fluttered open, a flash of golden red light flickering in his gaze. This was the yellow solar radiation energy that had yet to be absorbed. At that moment, Leah's body, enhanced and no longer bloated, appeared more proportionate than ever. Activating his supervision and super intellect, Leah quickly scanned a vast expanse of the earth. Stark and the others were missing, and the streets were in disarray. Leah swiftly deduced that Thanos had already been here. Titan, perhaps, through the contingency Stark had left behind. Leah also successfully learned that everyone had set off for Titan to confront Thanos in a decisive battle. However, it was indeed a decisive battle. At present, Earth possessed only a single time stone. Even if they were to be defeated by Thanos, he could not hope to snap his fingers successfully. Now, the only dilemma confronting Leah was how he could reach Titan to provide assistance. Titan was not akin to Jupiter's moon Europa, relying solely on his own flight. Even at the speed of light, it was utterly unrealistic to arrive there. Leah lowered his head slightly, his thoughts delving deep within himself. He could sense that his power had undeniably surpassed a planetary level, ascending to that of a demigod. In a flash, the figure before the sun vanished. At Stark Industries, Pepper Potts gazed sorrowfully at a photo album containing snapshots of her and Stark together. Just before Stark departed, he had entrusted her entirely with his assets. This was Stark's final gesture of care for Pepper. Should he fall to Thanos, should he fail to return, at least Pepper and their child could carry his hopes forward. For he believed that even if everyone else failed, Leah would remain. As Pepper was lost in thought, the space before her flickered. Who? Pepper instinctively raised her head, shielding her burgeoning belly with one hand. Jarvis, activate defense mode. Yes, ma'am. In the office, a multitude of black metal surged forth like a tide, enveloping every direction. Thanks to Stark's modifications, Jarvis's capabilities had dramatically improved. Yet, the spatial disturbance did not wane. Instead, it intensified. Jarvis. Pepper sought to issue further commands. Jarvis, disable lockdown mode. A familiar male voice resonated. The surrounding metallic defenses began to retract. Leah stepped forth, standing in the office. Leah, you're back. Pepper gazed at Leah in disbelief. Months had passed since his disappearance, and even Thanos' invasion had not occurred. Yes, Leah replied nonchalantly. Even he failed to notice the icy tone of his voice, devoid of emotion, akin to that of a lofty deity. Nevertheless, due to her concern for her boyfriend and others, Pepper did not dwell on this. Tony said to give this to you when you returned. With that, Pepper produced a USB drive. Through Jarvis's analysis, Leah successfully pinpointed the coordinates of Titan. Tony mentioned. Pepper said, her eyes brimming with hope, if you can, go support them on Titan. He said those confronting Thanos are Earth's mightiest. If you cannot reach there. As she spoke, Pepper's spirits began to falter. Stark and the others had departed in haste, and with insufficient materials. Only one spacecraft had been constructed, leaving no second ship for Leah. If you cannot reach there, he asked you to prepare for a showdown with Thanos. This indicated Stark had braced himself for sacrifice. After all, among the myriad futures Doctor Strange had foreseen, only one ended in success. Yet, Strange had never revealed which path that was. Perhaps speaking it aloud would alter the future, leading to failure. Perhaps he simply dared not disclose it. Leah, however, nodded resolutely. I understand. Leave it to me. The USB contained not only the coordinates for Titan, but also all known information regarding Thanos. 3 stones. Leah pondered. With Thanos' demigod-level strength, he could wield the stones to a significant extent, implying Thanos had already attained full godlike power. This was Leah's conclusion based on the information available. Yet, did it truly matter? Was he the only one at a demigod level? Leah extended a hand, summoning a yellow stone, the Mind Stone. He grasped it tightly, and upon reopening his palm, a blue glowing cube materialized, the Tesseract, the vessel of the Space Stone. Without uttering a word, Leah exerted tremendous force with his right hand. An immense power surged within, and had he not swiftly activated a biofield, merely his grasp could have obliterated everything in the vicinity. As Leah tightened his grip, the Tesseract began to fracture. Crack, crack, crack. As blue light erupted, shards fell between his fingers. Ultimately, a single gemstone floated within Leah's palm, the Space Stone, possessing the capability for long-range and short-range teleportation, along with formidable spatial destructive power. It could be said that with it in his possession, he was virtually invincible among his peers. I'm leaving. With those words, the Space Stone radiated blue light. Behind Leah, a portal opened, revealing a resplendent starry expanse. Chapter 111, Clash. Leveraging his demigod-level prowess, Rua could also wield the Infinity Stones to a significant extent. Thus, he felt no trepidation regarding Thanos. If the latter could ascend to demigod status through the Infinity Stones, so too could he. Traversing the vast distance, Rua swiftly arrived at his destination, Titan, now in ruins. Most of the group lay buried beneath a cascade of meteorites, while they were temporarily free from mortal danger. They had become easy prey. It wasn't that their planetary-level prowess was unfounded. Indeed, while the meteorites themselves were not overwhelmingly powerful, the pressure enhanced by the Power Stone rendered it difficult for even the planetary-level beings to withstand. Only Stark managed to protect himself and Peter by manipulating the metals within the meteorites. Thanos extended his left hand, a tremendous pulling force emerging. Purple light bathing the ruins below. Soon, Doctor Strange emerged from the debris, but he appeared as though grasped tightly, unable to move an inch. The eye of Agamotto on his chest began to shatter, and a green gem, as depicted in the film, soared forth. So beautiful. Thanos marveled sincerely. The Time Stone, capable of manipulating time and controlling the future. Whoever obtained it could turn the tide and alter destiny. At that moment, a distortion rippled through space. And beneath the Time Stone, a dark whirlpool manifested. In an instant, the space stone vanished within its depths. Thanos narrowed his eyes, seemingly sensing something, and glanced toward an empty space. His left hand's output of the Power Stone momentarily halted. Seizing this opportunity, everyone finally broke free from the meteorite confinement and gathered together. Stark breathed a sigh of relief. Although unsure of the circumstances, if Thanos did not withdraw the pressure from the Power Stone, even he would soon find it unbearable. Peter and Stark stood closest to each other, and it was Peter who first noticed something amiss with Stark. "Mr. Stark, how are you feeling? Are you all right?" The blood-red flames emanating from Stark's chest had visibly dimmed, as if a mere gust of wind could extinguish them. At that moment, Peter was engulfed in self-reproach. If only he were stronger, Stark would not have to expend so much energy. "I'm fine," Stark replied, masking his discomfort in order to alleviate the worries of those around him. Although he felt incredibly weak, his vision blurring as if his energy were waning, he maintained his composure. This was due to the fact that the energy core was a creation of Ultron from another universe utilizing the Infinity Stones. Its power was significantly diminished upon arriving in this world. Stark's current state was sustained only because Rua had infused it with the energy of the Mind Stone. At that moment, the group suddenly sensed the distortion of space behind them. Following Thanos' gaze, a figure emerged. Rua was manipulating 3 stones in his hands: the Mind, Space, and Time Stones. Upon observing the disheveled assembly and the weakened Stark, he remarked, "It seems that your situation is rather dire. You still know how to show up?" Stark felt a surge of emotion within, but replied tersely. Though he was unaware of Rua's current strength, Rua had never disappointed him before, had he? Rua extended his right hand, and the Mind Stone glowed brightly as a yellow beam shot forth, piercing directly into Stark's energy core. With this infusion of energy, Stark felt his strength returning. "Wow, this feels rather pleasant." Not far away, Thanos looked at Rua with a hint of confusion. He could not comprehend why such a formidable being would emerge from a primitive planet. First there was the Ancient One, and now this individual. However, having prepared for so long to achieve balance in the universe, he could not afford to relent. Gritting his teeth, his gaze turned icy. He raised his left hand, unleashing the full might of the Power Stone. A massive purple energy wave surged forth, crashing violently towards Rua. "Be careful." Unsure of Rua's abilities, the group sprang into action to intercept the attack. Wanda was the first to extend her hands, unleashing chaotic magic with great intensity. Yet, despite the potency of her powers, Wanda was still far from mastering the true essence of her chaotic magic. The purple tsunami overwhelmed the defensive barrier conjured by her magic, shattering it in an instant. Following that, Doctor Strange's Seraphim shield held for but a moment before it too was obliterated. Thanos' fierce gaze remained fixed on Rua. Then came Banner, who was immediately flung back by the energy wave as he drew near. Finally, Rogers and Stark attempted to defend, with one wielding a vibranium shield and the other manipulating the surrounding metals. Rua waved his hand, halting their movements. The Mind Stone then illuminated, bathing Rua in a cascade of yellow light. The sudden surge of mental power widened his eyes, and within his gaze, unprecedented waves of destruction began to manifest. In an instant, a concentrated heat vision erupted forth. The purple and red beams collided, Thanos on the left, Rua on the right. The two energy rays seemed to cleave the very fabric of reality asunder. An aura of annihilation saturated the vicinity. Any being below a celestial level that dared to enter the realm of these beams would be reduced to ashes. As the energy output persisted, it became apparent that Lua's heat vision was intensifying, slowly pushing toward Thanos. After all, Thanos wielded the raw power of the Power Stone, while Lua possessed an inherent celestial-grade heat vision, further augmented to a higher echelon by the Mind Stone. Incredible. The sight left the onlookers in awe. Pietro felt an unusual sensation within. When he first acquired super speed, he had hoped to one day compete with Lua, but it was now evident that he had been woefully naive. Stark descended slowly to the ground, though his expression suggested he had anticipated this outcome. He was inwardly astonished by Lua's current prowess. It seemed that some individuals were simply born to be saviors. Dr. Strange was right. Lua is indeed a unique entity. In all the countless timelines I have envisioned, he is the only constant and an eternal variable. As the beams of energy clashed concluded, the shattered Titan planet appeared to fall into a profound silence, with Lua and Thanos standing at opposite ends. As if orchestrated, their figures vanished simultaneously. In the depths of space, a cacophony of thunderous roars erupted. The onlookers could scarcely perceive the silhouettes of the two, unable to trace the origin of the sounds. They could only witness fragments of land disintegrating into dust in an instant. Chapter 112, A Step Beyond. Lua and Thanos, one fortified by the strength of his heritage and the form of a superhuman, the other bearing the altered bloodline of the Eternals. In their first close-quarters battle, both refrained from employing the power of the Infinity Stones, relying solely on their physical might. Bang, bang, bang. Where they tread, all was reduced to mere powder. Thanos, feeling the force of the strikes against him, gradually grew alarmed. He had fought for so long, and few beings could rival him in sheer strength. Yet, this human before him seemed to possess power that dwarfed his own. In truth, Thanos should be grateful he had arrived on Earth at this specific juncture. Had he been a moment later, Lua's superhuman physique would have reached its full potential, achieving a complete transformation. At that point, Lua's physical attributes would have reached the limits of celestial power. In mere seconds, their hundreds of exchanges culminated. At a certain moment, both delivered simultaneous punches. Thanos' eyes caught sight of the Power Stone on his left hand, and he considered using its enhancement to catch Lua off guard. However, pride as a warrior compelled him to abandon that thought in the blink of an eye. What he did not realize was that Lua had perceived all of Thanos' subtle movements and intentions. The notion that Thanos could surprise Lua with a sudden application of the Power Stone was fundamentally flawed. At that moment, as Lua began to unlock the potential of his super intellect, his reaction speed had reached its zenith. With the mental enhancement from the Mind Stone, his movements began to outpace his own thoughts. Finally, Lua's right fist collided with Thanos's, and everything seemed to freeze. A tremendous shockwave erupted, engulfing the shattered land beneath them, pulverizing it into dust, scattering it into the void. Thanos, with a serious expression, quickly retreated while simultaneously activating the Power and Reality Stones. Though he had confidence in his strength, the resilience of his flesh was not limitless. The formidable shockwave, even when met head-on, would inflict harm upon him. Under the activation of two gemstones' energies, the very direction of this space was instantaneously inverted. As the shockwave directed towards Thanos collided at an astonishing angle, it vanished without a trace. Thanos, having steadied his body, felt a searing pain emanating from his right hand. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on his discomfort. His gaze was fixed upon Lua. To his astonishment, Lua was not wielding the power of the gemstones. Instead, an invisible field had materialized around him, providing steadfast protection. Despite the countless meteors around Lua disintegrating into powder due to the shockwave, he remained suspended in midair, his attire untouched by even a hint of damage. Thanos narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already discerned during their earlier confrontation that Lua possessed an extraordinary strength, coupled with an unsettling force field that was difficult to endure. Observing Thanos' bewilderment, Lua smiled and inquired, "Curious, are we?" The outcome of their initial close-quarters combat was unmistakable. Lua had clearly emerged as the superior combatant. The tremor still resonated in Thanos' left hand. Lua was undeniably stronger than him. Rogers clenched his fists in excitement. He was acutely aware of Thanos' prowess. He had scarcely qualified to exchange a few blows before being knocked to the ground. However, the most perilous moments were yet to come. Dr. Strange's expression, however, was anything but relaxed. Primarily, Thanos wielded the Power Stone, which could amplify the abilities of other stones. Thus, although Lua possessed 3 stones, he was at a slight disadvantage regarding their powers. Just then, everyone sensed an approaching presence overhead. All heads turned skyward to witness a spaceship hurtling towards them at high speed. Before it had even halted, several figures leaped from its confines. The foremost two figures were instantly recognizable to Rua, with the one trailing half a body length behind being Thor. Thor wielded a colossal battle axe, evidently forged specifically to confront Thanos, the Stormbreaker. The other individual donned a jacket, and Rua surmised, if he were not mistaken, that this must be Star-Lord. At this moment, Star-Lord, his eyes ablaze with fury, hurled a punch at Thanos while demanding, "Where have you taken Gamora?" However, Star-Lord, being of half-human, half-Spartoi lineage, although at the pinnacle of human capabilities, was still limited. Among all present, even Peter, unarmed, could easily overpower him, let alone Thanos. Star-Lord's impulsiveness would inevitably lead him to pay a steep price. Had he been armed with his elemental gun, perhaps he might have stood a chance. Thanos extended his left hand and grasped Star-Lord's neck with a vice-like grip. Yet, Star-Lord's inquiry momentarily stunned him, preventing him from delivering a fatal blow. "Gamora," Thanos muttered softly. Gamora was a beloved kin, thus only through her sacrifice could he acquire the Soul Stone. He was reluctant to speak of her demise, for it was a decision he had made to preserve his emotions in exchange for power. Nevertheless, this revelation only fueled Star-Lord's rage. Even with his life in Thanos' grasp, he continued to question him. At that moment, Rua's voice rang out from behind. "Acquiring the Soul Stone requires the sacrifice of one's beloved." "Oh, what do you mean by the Soul Stone?" Star-Lord queried. "Ah, it is that orange stone he holds in his hand." Suddenly, the realization dawned upon Star-Lord. Thanos had killed Gamora for that very stone. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Thor soared high, wielding the Stormbreaker, and aimed a downward strike at Thanos. During their time aboard the spaceship, Rocket had analyzed that Thanos' right hand had sustained considerable injury. This moment presented the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. In vengeance for the remnants of Asgard, Thor roared, his muscles bulging with fury. An endless torrent of lightning surged forth from the void, casting him as a true god of thunder. Thanos, sensing the lethal intent behind him, reacted with godlike reflexes. He merely pivoted to seize Thor's axe with his right hand. However, due to the injury sustained in that hand, although he grasped the axe, he could not fully negate its power. The immense force from the axe sent tremors through him. Thor, now a far cry from his former self, was on the verge of godly might. "I will have your life," Thor bellowed. Chapter 113. Altering History versus Altering Reality. The pressure from Thor was so overwhelming that Thanos was compelled to relinquish his hold on Star-Lord. Yet, whether it was due to Gamora or Star-Lord, or perhaps Thanos' guilt over Gamora's death, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, merely tossing Star-Lord aside. With his hands now free, Thanos gripped the axe's handle, the Power Stone radiating a purple glow. Soon, Thor noticed the resistance in his axe increasing, until Thanos turned the tide, twisting the Stormbreaker with force until its blade was aimed directly at him. Cough! Thor exerted every ounce of strength. The lightning coursing through him seemed to flow like liquid. Yet it was all in vain. Empowered by the Power Stone, Thanos' right hand not only restored itself, but also saw a significant enhancement in strength. Boom! At last, the Stormbreaker was completely wrested from Thor's grasp, and he found himself in a similar predicament to Star-Lord, with Thanos' grip tightening around his neck. This entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. The onlookers, though eager to rush to their aid, feared injuring Thor and thus turned their gazes toward Rua. Thanos, holding Thor captive, also directed his attention to Rua. "Hand over the stones." What? Rua was momentarily taken aback by Thanos' words. What was he implying? Had they not yet engaged in battle? And he was already demanding the stones? Using Thor as a hostage to coerce him into surrendering the stones? Even Rua's super intellect took a moment to comprehend Thanos' intent. Primarily, the thought of being threatened in such a manner had never crossed Rua's mind. Thanos' voice resonated, laced with a hint of mockery and a touch of envy. "I know that you Earthlings place great importance on emotions, often leading you to make less than prudent decisions. Therefore, you may choose to exchange the stones in your possession for his life." As he spoke, Thanos gestured towards Thor. "What? With your pride, you would resort to such tactics?" Rua chuckled helplessly. Why would he assume that Rua would be intimidated by his threats? Surrendering the stones was tantamount to relinquishing his own life into another's hands. Rua had no desire to gamble on whether he could survive Thanos' snap. At this moment, all eyes were upon Rua, eager to discern the decision he would make. In truth, they all understood that abandoning Thor was likely the most prudent choice. Just as they pondered this, Rua's figure, suspended in midair, suddenly began to fade. It seemed as though something had occurred, Yet nothing had truly changed. Lua's form reappeared, as if his previous disappearance had been merely an illusion in the minds of all present. The crowd gazed ahead. Just moments ago, Lua had intervened, preventing Thor and Star-Lord from confronting Thanos in a desperate struggle, forcibly pushing them behind him. No, this is wrong. Stark shook his head, sensing something amiss. Why was there another memory lingering in his mind? What had transpired just now? Shouldn't Thor have been subdued by Thanos, used as leverage against Lua to exchange for the Infinity Stones? At that moment, Lua gradually released his right hand, revealing a gem emitting a green luminescence that slowly faded into the void. The Time Stone. No matter what, Lua would never allow himself to be coerced into surrendering the gem to Thanos. Thus, he had altered history. Though it was merely a matter of seconds, Lua felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was as if a colossal eye in the universe were watching him, ready to strike should he make any further audacious moves. Nevertheless, Lua successfully changed the course of history. The presence of Thor and Star-Lord behind him stood as irrefutable evidence. Thanos, too, was untouched by the effects of altered memories. He extended his hand, clearly recalling how he had utilized the Power Stone to enhance his injured right arm. Yet, Thor was no longer within his grasp. You have manipulated time. Thanos regarded Lua with unwavering certainty. Altering the timeline is an immensely perilous endeavor, fraught with terrifying possibilities. The worst-case scenario would be the disruption of the timeline, leading to chaos and destruction throughout the universe. Upon hearing Thanos' words, the crowd finally grasped the situation. Lua had indeed traveled back in time to change history. With this realization, an alternative memory began to surface in everyone's minds. This was one of the consequences of altering the timeline, resulting in a chaotic overlap of memories for those involved. Lua observed the 3 gems in Thanos' possession, remarking, "Your reality stone is quite remarkable." With a flick of his wrist, he thrust his hand into the void. Boom! Everything around them shattered like glass. It was then that they realized Titan had vanished beneath their feet. In its place blazed a sea of flames. Here stood a yellow sun. Had he utterly destroyed his homeland? Lua discerned that Thanos had used the reality stone to transform the shattered Titan into a sun. Moreover, this sun had reached the end of its lifespan, threatening to collapse and expand at any moment. Once it transitioned into a red giant, everything in its vicinity would be obliterated. From this, Lua recognized Thanos' adeptness in wielding the reality stone. Yet, was this all there was? As Doctor Strange conjured a vast protective array around them, Lua waved his hand, instructing, "You all should return." With that, the blue space stone flickered, and a series of small portals opened instantaneously. Thanos unleashed a red energy beam from his left hand, attempting to alter the nature of the portals to keep everyone from escaping Lua. However, as another Infinity Stone, the portals created by the Space Stone were not so easily influenced. Ultimately, only Lua and Thanos remained atop the sun. Thus, the playing field was leveled. Additionally, Lua said in a light-hearted tone, "Thank you for gathering those 3 stones for me. Otherwise, I would have found it quite troublesome to locate them." Thanos, unperturbed by Lua's condescension and surprisingly unfazed by the teleportation of everyone else, responded with a hint of persuasion. "The resources of the universe are finite. You see, the overpopulation of sentient beings has led to the depletion of universal resources, resulting in conflicts and wars everywhere. Eradicating half of all life to restore balance to the universe. Surely, that is a noble pursuit." Lua, however, had little patience for Thanos' theories. "You focus solely on our universe, never pondering the dangers that lie beyond it." Chapter 114, The Silver Superman. Without further ado, Thanos had no desire to continue debating moralities with Lua. He was aware that this universe was currently being invaded by others. Yet, how did that conflict with his goals? Once he possessed all 6 stones, he would no longer fear that entity from the other universes. Ultimately, whoever wielded the 6 Infinity Stones could become the master of this universe. Moreover, they would possess the means to confront the powerful beings from other universes. After all, everyone's power stemmed from the Infinity Stones, which could only unleash their full potential within their respective universes. After enduring countless battles across the cosmos, Thanos was not about to relinquish the 3 stones he had already obtained. Thus, the resolution between the two would inevitably come down to a contest of strength. Lua understood that mere words would not coax Thanos into surrendering the stones. Hence, his body began to descend gradually. With his right hand outstretched, the 3 stones materialized before him. The energy radiating from the yellow sun beneath him rapidly replenished his recently expended strength. Thanos, sensing something awry, realized that the very sun he had painstakingly created had become Lua's source of sustenance. However, He had little time to ponder this revelation. Before Lua, the time, space, and mind stones erupted in radiant brilliance. In an instant, 3 beams of energy powerful enough to rend the very fabric of space shot forth. Thanos raised his left hand, the power stone emitting a violet glow, amplifying the potency of the other 2 stones. Subsequently, he unleashed 3 beams of his own. Yet, as he released the beams, Thanos felt a sharp pain emanating from his left hand. This was a precursor indicating that his physical form could not withstand the high-powered use of 3 stones simultaneously. As a top-tier being of near-godlike status, Thanos had managed to elevate his power to that of a demigod through the use of the Infinity Gauntlet to control the stones. He believed that Lua, also a being of comparable status, was enduring significant suffering as well. At this moment, it became a contest of endurance. Lua, too, was experiencing similar sentiments. The excessive radiation from the Infinity Stones was causing him considerable distress. However, due to his prior absorption of the Mind Stone's energy, Lua's Superman Template, or rather, his Kryptonian blood, seemed to exhibit some peculiarities, allowing him to absorb not only the radiation from the yellow sun below, but also the energy emanating from the 3 stones simultaneously. In essence, the pain Thanos endured was vastly different from Lua's. Thanos was unable to tolerate the physical agony inflicted by the overexertion of the Infinity Stones. Conversely, Lua was merely feeling overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of energy from the 3 stones. Eventually, amidst the clash of energies, Thanos was the first to retreat. After retreating for several thousand miles, the fluctuations in energy began to subside. At that moment, he noticed that a small amount of 3-colored energy was beginning to ascend from his left arm. Gazing across, it was evident that Lua was not faring well either. Indeed, he was feeling quite uncomfortable. If Thanos did not relent soon, it would be his turn to retreat first. At this moment, the energy within him was overwhelmingly vast, almost threatening to burst him apart. This could very well be the first instance where he had pushed himself to such extremes. Meanwhile, a prompt emerged from the system panel. Superman, Steel Body, Template Unlock Progress increased by 1. Though it seemed a mere increment of 1% for the template, it completed the final segment. Superman, Steel Body, Template Unlock Progress at 100. Second template upgrading. Second template upgrade successful. Silver Superman Template Unlock Progress at 0. A flurry of notifications surged forth, and the Steel Body template successfully transformed into the Silver Superman template. Although the unlock progress of the Silver template was still merely at 0, the instant he ascended to the Silver phase, Lua felt astonishing changes unfolding within his body. First and foremost was strength. At that moment, he sensed his power surging at an unprecedented rate. This was no mere illusion, but a palpable reality. As he entered the Silver phase, even at its nascent stage, his strength began its inexorable ascent toward infinity. By the time the Silver Superman template reached full unlock, his power would transcend into the boundless. Not only strength, but every aspect of Lua was ascending at this moment. He felt as if every single cell in his body was magnifying, transforming into individual universes. Of course, at this stage, the nascent Silver template was somewhat exaggerated. It was merely a fleeting misperception amidst his rapidly increasing prowess. However, once the transformation ceased, Lua's fundamental strength had successfully reached the level of a celestial father. This was without the enhancement of the Infinity Stones. Otherwise, he would have been even stronger. Slowly raising his head, Lua emanated an overwhelming aura, a relentless pressure descending upon Thanos. In that instant, Thanos seemed to sense the shadow of the Ancient One emanating from Lua. The distinction lay in the fact that while the Ancient One was a supreme master, Lua was invincible in physical form. He could not comprehend how, after just one bout, his opponent had experienced such a tremendous enhancement. This was utterly contrary to reason. For a normal being, absent powerful external interference, their strength should rise steadily. Just as Thanos himself had ascended step by step to become a top-tier celestial father, Lua, of course, would not divulge that although he appeared to have progressed merely a single step, his entire realm had undergone a revolutionary leap. It was far more interesting to rely on his own power. Although with the aid of the Infinity Stones, he could attain the strength of a celestial father, Lua always harbored a sense of discontent, for that power did not wholly belong to him. Should he lose the Infinity Stones, he would revert to his true form. Thus, let me put it to the test. With that thought, Lua raised his right hand, concealing all 3 stones. Looking up at Thanos, the fervor of battle ignited in his eyes like never before. "This is troublesome," Thanos muttered, moving his lips. Raising his left hand, a purple light flared. Then, he he forcefully pulled downward. From afar, several medium-sized planets hurtled towards Luya, one after another. Empowered by the Power Stone, amidst Thanos' anguished roar, Luya lifted his head. The instant his eyes glowed crimson, the lined-up planets were swiftly severed, as if they were mere cakes. In a heartbeat, the planets hurtling towards Luya were reduced to fragments. Thanos did not despair. Instead, he gritted his teeth against the agony in his left hand and once more activated the Reality Stone. Chapter 115. Seeking the heart with the enhancement of the Power Stone, the might of the Reality Stone surged dramatically. As the shattered planets passed by Luya, they suddenly erupted. The magnitude of the explosion was such that it began to warp space itself, forcing Thanos to retreat in desperation. A powerful gravitational pull emerged at the explosion's center, wildly tugging at everything around it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In this space, a cacophony of mixed gases swirled with a howling wind. From the core of the explosion, an icy chill emerged, freezing everything from the inside out. The fragments of planets, various gases, and even the flames from the explosion seemed to freeze in an instant. It was only then that Luya concluded his freezing breath. Upon unlocking the silver phase, Luya had simultaneously mastered this technique. The upper limit of the freezing breath was exceedingly high. In the future, freezing time could become a mere trifle. At that moment, Thanos truly comprehended the extent of his defeat. He had exhausted all his strength, and the erosion of the Infinity Stones was severely affecting him. In stark contrast, his opponent was still utilizing his own inherent power. The prospect of escape had become a far-fetched notion, for his adversary possessed the Space Stone. As long as his opponent willed it, he would find no refuge in this universe. Luya sensed Thanos' spirit plummet instantaneously, and he too felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Leaning slightly back, he raised his arms and charged towards the frozen planets. After shattering everything in his path, he stood before Thanos. Thanos appeared to have relinquished all resistance, merely watching as Luya approached him. The space and time stones emerged, radiating light in Luya's hands. Yet this time, Luya did not experience overwhelming discomfort. Two beams of light intertwined and spiraled towards Thanos. This time, even if Thanos wished to utilize the Reality Stone to rewrite the rules, he would find it impossible. Soon, he vanished from Luya's sight. No, it would be more accurate to say that Thanos had now dissipated into the fabric of this space and time. Utilizing the two stones, Luya had crafted a temporal trap. Given his apprehension of Thanos' lineage, Luya did not intend to slay him directly. Instead, he would confine Thanos within this temporal trap until he aged into oblivion. In the unseen realms, a branch suddenly emerged in the time river of the cosmic continuum, albeit a brief one. Thanos beheld everything around him slowly fading away, only to witness it all reassembling into a desolate world. Within the temporal trap prepared by Luya, the entire universe lay barren. No matter when or where Thanos appeared, he would encounter no other beings. He would no longer worry about the depletion of cosmic resources, nor would he fret over the endless conflicts among sentient beings. For here, he would be the sole inhabitant. Returning to reality, the three stones floated in the air, emanating a soft glow. Luya reached out and grasped them all in his hand. With all 6 stones assembled, a wave of singular, universe-level power radiated forth. Luya realized that he was still unable to fully control this power. What constrained him was not the strength of his physical form. After all, even with his nascent silver Superman physique, he could barely withstand the energy radiation of the 6 stones. However, the true limitation lay within his heart. The power of Superman has never merely been a matter of the accumulation of physical prowess. The essence of Superman lies in his heart, which is the true key to unleashing his extraordinary potential, particularly from the moment of the Silver Superman's emergence. From this instant, the amplification of power will begin to pivot towards the realm of the mind. In other words, the strength of Lua's inner self will directly correlate with the magnitude of his abilities. Lua can perceive that his journey thus far has been remarkably smooth, with scarcely any setbacks. While this undoubtedly endows him with the heart of an invincible warrior, it also renders that heart incomplete. This can be observed in the transformation of Lua's character. As his strength escalates, he becomes increasingly aloof. While this may signify the hallmark of a true warrior, it does not embody the spirit of the Silver Superman. Lua has not traversed the path of a Superman, and his character, shaped by his compatriots, stands in stark contrast to that of Superman. Even for a villain, such a rapid enhancement of power is excessive. The gradual erosion of humanity may hinder the consolidation of a Superman's heart. Thus, Lua possesses the might of the Silver Superman, yet he lacks the essence of the Silver Superman's spirit. Contemplating this, Lua casts a meaningful glance at his own form. 6 gems swirl and hover at his chest, and his perspective begins to elevate. Is it possible that he is ascending automatically? No, it is not his body that rises, but rather his soul. Or perhaps, it is his consciousness. On Earth, all await the final showdown between Lua and Thanos. The outcome is all too predictable. Should Lua falter, half of all living beings in the world shall vanish. They can only hope that Thanos' annihilation is selective by race, lest humanity on Earth be obliterated in an instant. Yet, a month has passed since their departure, and doubts begin to creep in. Can a battle between such godlike beings truly endure for this long? However, that is not necessarily the case. Battles between formidable forces can indeed stretch across thousands, even tens of thousands of years. Ultimately, Stark employs Jarvis to commandeer the Guardians of the Galaxy spacecraft, venturing to the site of their initial confrontation in search of any trace of the combatants. Upon his arrival, he is met with utter devastation. Nothing else remains. What is this? Stark seems to have stumbled upon something significant as he approaches a region of fluctuating space. Suddenly, a fissure opens, and the 6 gems soar forth. At last, the Infinity Stones have been found, yet Lua remains elusive. A foreboding sensation grips Stark. He fears that Lua may have perished alongside Thanos. After all, when he departed with the others, he was unaware that Lua's essence had ascended to godlike power. Nevertheless, the absence of Lua's corpse breeds skepticism in Stark. How could Lua possibly be dead? He has never known defeat. Gradually, he draws the 6 gems closer to his chest. And instantly, 6 beams of varied hues begin to intertwine with Stark's energy core. Like Ultron, beings of his mechanical nature seem inherently designed to serve as vessels for the Infinity Stones. Time, space, reality, one by one. The gems commence their embedding into Stark's chest until he reaches the mind and soul stones, which he can scarcely endure. Interestingly, akin to Lua, Stark's spirit bears imperfections due to a lack of experiences. The power and heart of a warrior pose a profound dilemma. Chapter 116, The Farm Sunshine. Hay. The scent of unknown crops, and the aroma of horse manure. A haze envelopes him, rendering him nearly devoid of self-awareness, as if he can scarcely lift a hand. Who am I? Lua? Yes, I am Lua. As consciousness gradually returns, Lua strives to open his eyes, but his eyelids seem non-existent, rendering any movement impossible. What is wrong with me? Lua ponders, relieved that his mind remains intact, and scathed like his body. He recalls ensnaring Thanos within a temporal trap and subsequently acquiring the 6 gems. Then, it appears his soul became detached from his body. Now it makes sense. Could it be that he has fallen victim to the machinations of some higher dimensional being? Just as Lua contemplates this, the system template unfurls before him. Silver Superman Template Unlock Progress. 0. Method of progression. Please complete the game Injustice. Gods Among Us without killing. Injustice? Gods Among Us. Does this imply that I have been transported to the DC universe? This is troublesome. The matters of the Ultron universe in the Marvel realm remain unresolved. However, with Thanos vanquished, if Stark can wield the 6 stones, he might stand a chance against the 6-stone Ultron. I trust that once my power reaches a certain zenith, I shall return to the Marvel universe. The question is, are there any other leads aside from this Injustice? If it merely involves the ragtag group, led by Harley Quinn, I could easily conquer it right now. Yet, according to the system's description, Injustice, Gods Among Us suggests that even with a corrupted Superman at the helm, Lua feels confident in his current prowess. After all, while Superman's potential knows no bounds, his initial growth is relatively slow. Indeed, the system's stipulation regarding no kills is perplexing. Even if a no-kill run of Injustice could be deemed simpler, the prospect of a no-kill completion may still be manageable. After all, apart from Superman, the other characters in Injustice are hardly formidable. Should they prove obstinate, they can be swiftly dealt with. Of course, Lua understands that the situation is likely more complex than he envisions. Otherwise, what purpose would the system serve? Oh, Jonathan, perhaps you should come and take a look at him. Martha gazes in astonishment at the young man lying on the bed. What's wrong, dear? Jonathan, alerted by his wife's voice, rushes to her side. Martha points uncertainly at the young man's fingers. I think I just saw him move. The young man is none other than Lua, who appeared at the Kent farm 3 days prior. At first, he startled Jonathan Kent, who was about to head out to work, nearly sending Lua to his demise with the farming tool in hand. However, upon realizing that the young man appeared to be harmless, he summoned his wife, and together they carried Lua back home. 3 days have passed since then, during which Lua has remained in a state of unconsciousness. Although he bears no visible injuries, there are no signs of awakening. All right, Jonathan states. I have already called the town doctor. They should be here soon. If not for the recent busyness of the farm, Jonathan would have driven the young man to the town hospital himself. Soon, evening approaches. A young boy, or perhaps a youth, dashes rapidly towards home, illuminated by the glow of the setting sun. His speed is astounding, leaving behind mere afterimages. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Clark Kent reaches the doorstep just in time to see a car departing from beside their home, prompting his curiosity. Have we got visitors? Then, under the explanation of Mother Martha, Clark learned that it was the town's physician who had come to examine the unconscious young man. Perhaps we should notify the authorities and have the police assess the situation. We cannot allow him to remain here indefinitely, Jonathan tentatively suggested to his wife, for they were unaware of Lua's identity or character. Although he appeared quite handsome, there was the possibility that he might be a nefarious individual, which could lead to complications. However, Martha immediately rejected his proposal. No, dear, you know the state of the police in this town. If this boy remains unconscious, it would be tantamount to endangering him. The reality was that Smallville's law enforcement was rather scant, and resources were quite limited. It was simply not feasible to accommodate Lua long-term. All right, Martha. I was merely voicing a thought. After all, it's just an extra mouth to feed, albeit somewhat troublesome to care for. Aside from Martha's opposition, Clark had previously expressed a fondness for the young man. In truth, when Clark first uttered the word fondness, Jonathan and Martha nearly felt as if the sky had fallen upon them. Fortunately, once Clark clarified his intentions, they managed to resolve the misunderstanding. Just then, Clark, who had entered the room, suddenly exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, come quickly. He seems to be waking up." At that moment, Lua slowly sat up. Although he could move independently, he still felt quite unwell. As he moved, everything around him emitted a deafening roar, and all objects spun wildly. It was as if his soul had yet to fully synchronize with his body. Coughing a couple of times, Lua attempted to articulate something, but his lips moved slightly without producing any sound. His actions, however, led Jonathan and Martha to form other speculations. This boy, surely he can't be simple-minded, Martha remarked with concern. With a robust physique and golden locks, Lua's consciousness was, in fact, quite lucid. He was merely struggling to reconcile with his body, seeking to gain complete control over it. This is infuriating. Lua felt a surge of frustration. The system was utterly unreliable. He had traversed dimensions, and yet now his consciousness and body were at odds. Thankfully, it appeared that he had landed in a safe environment. If he had materialized in a perilous location, truthfully, anywhere would suffice. Given his current physical strength, he had no fear of any weapon on Earth. Well, with that thought, Lua gradually regained his composure. Oh, I almost forgot that I am a being of divine strength. Strenuously working to gain control over his body, Lua estimated that within 3 days, his consciousness would fully align with his physical form. Martha seated herself on a small stool beside the bed where Lua lay, her eyes filled with concern. How are you feeling, dear? Unfortunately, Lua was still unable to speak, but instinctively, he turned towards Martha and nodded. Alas, it seems his intelligence may indeed be somewhat. Jonathan shook his head in resignation. 3 days later, at the Kent farm, sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated Lua as he opened his eyes. With a deep breath, he sat up after lying in bed for 6 days and clenched his fists. At last, his consciousness and body were in complete harmony. During these 6 days, he had gleaned information about his surroundings and the time through the conversations of the 3 residents of the house. Indeed, he had arrived in the DC universe and fortuitously landed on Jonathan Kent's farm. At this time, Superman, or Clark, was still attending high school, indicating that he was in a typical DC world. The only anomaly was Lua himself, as he looked down at his body and approached the window, bathing in sunlight. He felt the lingering thirst for the yellow sun's radiation. However, he was certain that the yellow sun's rays did not continue to enhance his powers. Even the silver Superman could draw strength from the yellow sun. Moreover, Lua sensed a significant decline in his physical strength and capabilities. It was evident that the enhancements provided by the Superman template had dissipated. Nevertheless, Lua had a feeling that unlocking a certain achievement within the DC universe would enable him to reclaim Superman's powers. Yet, whenever he tried to contemplate this further, he could never grasp that crucial insight. Presently, Lua found himself with only the entirety of his native abilities remaining. It seemed he would have to adhere to the system's guidance and complete the Injustice storyline without any fatalities. What a predicament! Completing the Injustice saga as a native would surely be an unreliable endeavor. It was highly probable that the Injustice League would consist of a corrupted Superman, and he doubted he could even progress without resorting to lethal means. After all, The system itself had described Superman as a being akin to a god among men. Fortunately, Clark was still in his high school years. I must guide his development wisely. I cannot allow Clark to veer towards extremism. Although unsure of how to proceed, Leah resolved to take it step by step. After all, during Clark's high school years, his powers were still in their infancy, and Leah's native abilities could still suppress him. At that moment, Leah sensed a gaze upon him and looked down to see Jonathan, who was repairing a lawnmower. He paused his work and turned to face Leah at the window. Soon, Leah approached Jonathan's side. "Young man, you are awake?" "Yes. Thank you for your care during these days," Leah nodded, realizing he needed to devise a plan to remain and influence Clark. "Oh my goodness." Martha's astonished voice rang out from behind. "Child, you are finally awake." Frankly, it pained Jonathan and Martha to see such a handsome young man rendered unresponsive. "Now, dear boy, can you tell us about your situation?" Martha inquired, eager to learn about Leah's background and hopefully contact his family. Leah shook his head, feigning confusion. "I'm sorry, but I seem to have no recollection of my past." "Oh, but I do remember my name. Rua Parker." "Very well, Leah," Martha expressed sympathy, then cautiously asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Leah scratched his head, appearing quite pitiful. "I honestly don't know." Thus, his forlorn state of being homeless successfully stirred Martha's maternal instincts. Having never borne children of her own, she and her husband Jonathan had poured all their love into Clark. Now, seeing another handsome youth of similar age to Clark, Martha felt a strong desire to offer him shelter. She turned to her husband. "Jonathan, look at this child. We cannot let him wander alone." Jonathan knew his wife's character all too well, yet this was precisely the reason for their enduring bond. Considering the farm was currently quite busy, having an extra pair of hands would indeed be beneficial. Thus, Jonathan turned to Luther and remarked, "If you currently have no place to go, perhaps you might consider residing with us. However, the farm has been quite busy lately, and I would appreciate your assistance." Upon hearing Jonathan's willingness to offer shelter, Luther beamed innocently, exclaiming, "I am truly grateful to you. My name is Jonathan Kent, but you may call me Uncle." Jonathan introduced himself and also mentioned his wife's name. "Very well, Uncle Jonathan, Aunt Martha," Luther replied, perhaps believing that with his presence, Jonathan's fate might also take a turn for the better. For someone akin to a paternal figure, Luther could only express his inability to comprehend while maintaining his respect. To voluntarily face death in order to conceal the existence of Superman Clark was simply unfathomable. Nevertheless, now that he had his own identity, such a situation would surely not arise in the future. On another evening, Jonathan sat alone beside a mound of earth. Today, with Luther's assistance, the farm's tasks had been completed remarkably swiftly. Luther resembled an inexhaustible ox. Although he did not excel in delicate tasks, he performed the more laborious ones with astonishing speed. This left Jonathan somewhat troubled as he sat by the mound, waiting for his son Clark to return home, lost in thought. He had not disclosed to his wife the discovery of Luther, nor had he mentioned the peculiar response of the spacecraft that had been parked in the barn that evening. Although the response had been fleeting, a brief flash of blue light before extinguishing, it had nonetheless caught his attention. Ever since Clark's arrival, the spacecraft had remained dormant for an extended period. He found it hard to believe that Luther's arrival was merely a coincidence. Jonathan preferred to entertain the notion that Luther shared some connection with Clark, especially considering that today, Luther had aided with farm chores. How could a young man, no matter how strong, possibly work tirelessly without breaking a sweat? In reality, Luther did not disguise his strength. Thus, rather than sweating, he appeared entirely at ease throughout his endeavors. In truth, Jonathan was gripped by fear. He feared losing Clark, losing his son. Clark had arrived at the farm aboard that very spacecraft, and given the extraordinary abilities he had exhibited, it was evident he was not of this earth. If Luther was indeed of the same ilk as Clark, hailing from the same place, Jonathan shook his head, resigning himself to the uncertainty of the situation. He could only hope he was overthinking it. "Uncle Jonathan, do you have any troubles?" Luther inquired softly as he approached Jonathan from behind. He had just returned the tools to the farm and noticed Jonathan lost in his worries. Jonathan hesitated, unsure of how to respond. In the distance, a small whirlwind began to stir. It was Clark, racing toward their location. With Luther's extraordinary vision, he could see clearly. Oh no, Jonathan's heart tightened. He had explicitly warned his son not to reveal his abilities in front of anyone other than himself and Martha. Chapter 118. The conflict between father and son. Clark soon spotted the distant home, and with his newly enhanced vision, he discerned Luther's presence. Consequently, he slowed his pace and began to walk when he was still about a kilometer away from home. The whirlwind dissipated along with his speed. Jonathan exhaled in relief. His greatest fear was that his son would expose his powers, attracting the government's attention. To ensure that Clark could live as a normal person, he would rather sacrifice himself than allow Clark's secret to be uncovered. Turning around, he caught a glimpse of a slight smile on Luther's face. No, from such a distance, he surely could not have seen. Luther watched as Clark approached nonchalantly, secretly amused. Given Clark's current limited supervision, Luther had spotted him from several kilometers away without even trying to focus. Dad, and Clark suddenly realized that the young man who had been unconscious was now awake. This is Luther Park, Jonathan introduced them, then turned to Clark. This is my son, Clark Kent, he declared proudly. How are you feeling? Oh, I mean, you seem fine. Clark scratched his head, attempting to convey his thoughts. Completely normal. Indeed, Jonathan affirmed. Today, Luther was a tremendous help on the farm. At this point, Jonathan regarded his son curiously and asked, have you been returning home a bit later than usual? Clark's face momentarily flashed with panic and guilt. He was aware that the farm had been busy, and without his assistance, his father's workload would be quite burdensome. However, lately, Coach Wood at school had been urging him to join the football team, continually praising his considerable talent in the sport. Clark was indeed gifted. Although his abilities had only begun to manifest, they already surpassed many others. Football places a significant emphasis on an athlete's physical prowess, which is why Wood had taken notice of Clark. Jonathan detected the shift in his son's emotions, but did not connect the dots. He merely assumed that Clark was entering adolescence, and perhaps it was time for him to have his own secrets. Jonathan was not an overly traditional man. His strictness toward Clark stemmed from his son's uniqueness. All right, let us head back. At the dining table, Jonathan exchanged glances with his wife Martha before turning to Luther. Child, do you have any plans for the future? Perhaps regarding schooling? Of course, this suggestion was somewhat casual. At present, Luther was in a state of amnesia and could not ascertain his identity, rendering him unable to attend school. Moreover, Jonathan speculated whether there existed a certain connection between Luther and Clark. If you will permit me, I can stay and assist you with farm work or similar tasks. I do not require payment, just food and shelter, Luther proposed, eager to maintain close proximity to Clark. Luther seized this opportunity. After all, if he did not exert sufficient influence during this formative period for Clark, once he became a god among men, what chance would Luther have? Martha, feeling maternal instinct towards such a young man, was reluctant to see him leave. Child, we are not sending you away. If you wish, you may stay here indefinitely. Jonathan cast a helpless glance at his wife. Stay indefinitely? Well, after all, Clark is also our adopted child. Having one more child does not seem to be a burden. Jonathan and Martha were both unaware of why they felt such affection for this enigmatic young man. Though he was handsome, polite, and able to lend a hand, it was likely that anyone would be fond of him. Very well, Jonathan concluded. Since the farm is quite busy at the moment, you may assist with the work during the afternoons, and I will pay you a standard wage. There was no way he would forego compensation. Jonathan understood the weight of farm labor, and his character would not allow him to take advantage of others. Luoya smiled and expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, Uncle Jonathan and Aunt Martha. As long as I can stay, that's all that matters. As for wages, while I may not have any for the time being, I firmly believe that there are people in this world who will save money on my behalf. If worst comes to worst, I could always make a trip to Metropolis or Gotham to earn some funds. So, does this mean I will have another family member? Indeed. Luoya nodded earnestly, adding, Clearly, you will be gaining an older brother. How infuriating. Watching Clark and Luoya bond so effortlessly, Jonathan and Martha exchanged pleased smiles. Their primary concern, however, lay with Clark's attitude. After all, Jonathan had always maintained that significant family matters required the consensus of the three of them. They would be quite troubled if any discord arose between Clark and Luoya. By the way, Clark, Martha suddenly recalled something. I heard from your father that you've been coming home a bit late from school lately. Is there something going on at school? She looked at Clark with concern, eager to know if her son was facing any difficulties. Clark was not one to lie or deceive his parents. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. I joined the Ravens team. The Ravens team? Martha exchanged a glance with her husband. Is that the football team at your school? She had always known that Jonathan was quite opposed to Clark participating in the sport. For one, Clark's physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person, which could easily lead to injuries for others, making it inherently unfair. Furthermore, he did not want Clark's abilities to be exposed through football. Jonathan gazed at his son in disbelief. He had clearly expressed his disapproval regarding Clark joining the football team. Clark, I believe we have discussed this matter before. The atmosphere at the dining table grew tense, and Luoya leaned back slightly, bracing herself for the unfolding drama. It was during this period that Superman's powers began to grow and his character began to solidify. Perhaps Jonathan himself had not foreseen that his death and the ensuing events would lead Clark down an extremist path. Chapter 119. Take control of yourself. Noticing the growing anger on his father's face, Clark responded, "But I don't understand. It's just joining the football team. Why do you think I would harm others? I can control myself. I promise I won't hurt anyone, nor will I let anyone see my strength. Why must I always hide who I am when I have such incredible abilities? Why should my powers be limited to chores on the farm? Why can't I leverage my strengths to become a star and earn a living?" Clark held a profound respect for his family, yet he was not without grievances. However, Jonathan did not share Clark's perspective. Having lived with Clark for so long, he understood his son's character. Although Clark possessed extraordinary physical capabilities, his mentality was not vastly different from that of an average individual. This meant that he was susceptible to the same mistakes and emotional fluctuations that normal people experience. While Clark could assert he could control himself now, would he truly be able to maintain that control once he stepped onto the field? Jonathan was not a tyrant. He explained, "I was once a member of the football team myself, and I know all too well how, once the game begins, the atmosphere on the field, the cheers from the audience, and the thirst for victory can profoundly affect your emotions, often without you even realizing it." Jonathan did not finish his thought, as Luoya was sitting nearby, and he was unaware that she understood Clark's true nature even better than he did. However, Jonathan's observation was not unfounded. During his youth, Clark sometimes struggled to manage his temper, especially in such a highly competitive sport like football. Clark calmed down, recognizing the truth in his father's words. Yet, knowing did not equate to acceptance. Observing the father-son dispute, Martha interjected, "Old man, Clark is no longer a child. He certainly understands the nuances of right and wrong. I believe he can manage himself." Turning to her son, she continued, "Darling, your father is simply concerned for you. If you are confident in your abilities, I am certain he will support your decision." In truth, Martha did not wish to overly constrain her son. However, once the world's authorities learned of his extraordinary powers, as Jonathan had said, it would undoubtedly pose significant challenges for Clark. Luoya observed the exchange, noting that Jonathan's love for Clark was exceedingly comprehensive. Jonathan, being a fundamentally upright individual, was reluctant to see Clark become a villain due to his immense powers. However, it must be understood that continual repression would not resolve the issue. Should it ultimately backfire, the resulting damage would be even greater. Clark Kent bore the surname Kent due to Jonathan, yet, at his core, he was not of this earth. He was the son of Jor-El. His true name was Kal-El, bearing the bloodline of Krypton, the future hope of that world. Jonathan had always aspired for Clark to remain eternally upright and kind, which was commendable. But he could not treat Clark as if he were an entirely ordinary human. That was simply unrealistic. Of course, from Luoya's perspective, a benevolent Superman was far preferable to an extremist one. Her aim was merely to encourage Clark to temper his overly extreme emotions and help him learn to adapt. Perhaps this way, when Clark eventually became a god among men, she could navigate through challenges without resorting to violence. After hearing both his father's and mother's viewpoints, Clark found himself wavering in his desire to join the football team. Suddenly, he turned to Luoya, asking expectantly, "Luoya, what do you think? If, and I mean if, you possessed extraordinary talents far surpassing those of an average person, would you choose to join the football team?" Jonathan and Martha also looked to Luoya, eager to hear how this new addition to their family would respond. "Well," Luoya smiled, "I prefer to engage in endeavors where I can be assured of success. If I were unable to control my strength, I would train myself until I could." She refrained from expressing agreement or disagreement with Clark's intention to join the football team. The crux of Clark's dilemma lay in the mismatch between his abilities and his self-control. It was akin to a child suddenly endowed with immense power. He could promise not to err, but whether he could uphold that promise remained uncertain. Is that so? Clark pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps he had been walking into a dead end. Clarity washed over him. The reason his father opposed his joining the football team was rooted in a fear that he might lose control. "From this day forth, I will train myself. If I cannot manage my temper, I will never join the Ravens," Clark resolved. Jonathan sighed inwardly, although he conceded that Luther's perspective held considerable merit. He wrestled with his own reservations. Beyond his concerns about Clark's ability to manage himself, he believed that allowing his son to join the team would be an injustice to others, which constituted another facet of his dissent. Of course, at that moment, he was keen to avoid exacerbating the rift between himself and his son. For a young man, mastering one's temper is a journey that lies ahead. Martha, witnessing the easing of tension between the father and son, breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Luther, who reciprocated with a warm smile. As night fell, everyone retreated to their respective chambers. The makeshift attic where Luther had been temporarily accommodated was clearly no longer suitable for his continued stay. It required renovation at the very least. Thus, Luther temporarily settled into Clark's room, where an additional single bed had been placed. At that moment, Clark stood by the window, a telescope in hand. Occasionally, he would use this telescope to gaze at the starry sky, which brought him tranquility, as if the cosmos held an inexplicable allure for him. However, recently, Clark had spent less time stargazing. As he adjusted the angle of the telescope, it aligned with a distant house. That was Lana's residence. The stirrings of adolescence had ignited in Clark a burgeoning affection for the girl. Consequently, he found himself peering through the telescope towards her direction almost every evening. The reason for using the telescope was that his supervision was still in its rudimentary stages, incapable of discerning distant details with clarity. "What are you looking at?" Luther's voice suddenly broke the silence behind him. Startled, Clark's hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop the telescope. "Oh no, I forgot there was another person in the room." Fortunately, from such a distance, Luther likely remained oblivious to his true focus. Thus, Clark, suppressing his guilt, replied, I'm just checking to see if any wild animals have wandered onto the farm." "Is that so?" A peculiar smile crept across Luther's face. "I could have sworn I saw the silhouette of a girl across the way." "Clark, may I borrow your telescope for a moment? Can you see that from this distance?" Clark gulped nervously, reluctantly inching the telescope outward. "Well, spying on someone home isn't right. We shouldn't do such things, Luther," he declared earnestly. "All right then," Luther conceded, not pressing the issue. "Just don't let the teenage Superboy get too flustered." The following morning, Luther observed as Clark hurriedly dashed out the door, evidently late for the school bus. Since he was not required to assist Jonathan until the afternoon, Luther decided to explore some entertaining locales. Gotham. As if bound by a cosmic law, the skies of Gotham seemed perpetually shrouded in gloom, sunlight perpetually evading this city of vice. As Luther traversed the litter-strewn streets, he was surrounded by shards of glass, broken bats, and splatters of blood. Evidently, the area had recently witnessed a gang altercation. The few pedestrians that passed by were mostly in a hurry. Occasionally, someone would fixate their gaze on Luther, but most would merely shake their heads in disdain and abandon the thought. After wandering for over half an hour, Luther realized he had yet to engage in conversation with anyone, let alone encounter a robbery. It was worth noting that he had deliberately chosen to navigate through narrow alleyways. Even when crossing paths with individuals who clearly exuded a nefarious air, they remained indifferent to his presence. No wonder the phrase "seeing is believing" held such weight. It appeared Gotham's safety was not as dire as rumored. Yet, this situation was untenable. If no one sought to rob him, how could he experience the raw essence of Gotham's culture? And how could he replenish his coffers? After all, he prided himself on being a law-abiding citizen. If others did not provoke him, how could he justify stirring up trouble? Thus, after turning the corner of a diner, Luther finally identified his first target. Before him stood a man, his face marred by scars, flipping a small knife with practiced ease. Luther approached him with a smile. Isaac was in a particularly foul mood today, primarily due to a wound inflicted on his calf during yesterday's gang skirmish. While injuries were par for the course in his line of work, he was irked by the gang leader's inequitable treatment. Compensation had not been properly dispensed. He lingered at this corner, hoping to score some extra cash to recuperate his losses. Soon enough, he spotted a young man entering his line of sight. Although the lad appeared robust, Isaac felt secure, armed as he was while his adversary was unarmed. However, as the youth drew nearer, Isaac suddenly pinched his nose, his face contorting into a look of disgust. "Okay, I didn't see that clearly before. This kid is dressed in attire that seems fit only for farm workers. Reeking of fresh hay. Oh, the smell is positively nauseating." Isaac turned his head aside, losing all desire to rob him. Such a person, clearly from a farm, would be a waste of time to rob. What Isaac did not anticipate was that, despite his benevolence in sparing the youth, the young man would deliberately approach him. "Hey, buddy," Isaac growled menacingly, "I'm not in a good mood today. If you take one more step in my direction, you'll regret it." This provocation piqued Luther's curiosity. "Why?" he inquired, taking a couple of steps closer. "You're a gang member, right? Why not rob me? Should all gang members rob?" Isaac thought, internally lamenting the stereotype. Yet, recalling his misfortunes from the previous day, he drew his knife. "You asked for it, kid. Now, hand over everything valuable you have on you right now," Isaac shouted, feeling as though his fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. Robbery should be the domain of petty thugs, not someone of his standing. He was a man under Fish Mooney's employ. Oh great. The mere mention of Fish Mooney ignited a fire within Isaac. Just because of that traitor, Penguin, the repugnant scoundrel. Luther, relishing the situation, turned out his pockets. The clothing he wore, a set that Clark donned while working on the farm, sported 2 large pockets. Yet they held nothing of value. Isaac stared in disbelief at the scene before him, feeling as though he was indulging in a farce with a fool. Ugh, he spat to the side, venting his frustration. Get lost. It's bad enough I've sunk to robbery. If anyone finds out I targeted a pauper like you, I'd be the laughingstock of the underworld. Moreover, it was evident that the youth possessed nothing worth stealing. Would he seriously rob him of his clothes? Good heavens. Only just now did I notice that there was a patch on the waist of that garment. Observing this inexplicably distressed individual, even Lure was rendered somewhat flustered. It is often said that Gotham is home to a multitude of talents, and it seems this adage holds true. Hey Isaac, how did you find yourself reduced to this act of robbery? At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Isaac, one he had not anticipated. You? Isaac exclaimed in terror as he turned around. How are you still alive? The Penguin. He should have been drowned by Fish Mooney. What? My continued existence disappoints you. The Penguin wore a confident smile, limping closer to Isaac. Of course not. Isaac fervently shook his head, gripped by fear. Who wouldn't be terrified with a gun pointed at them? Isaac had no desire to uncover how the Penguin had survived. He could merely envision the substantial reward he would receive once he reported this news to Fish Mooney. However, unbeknownst to him, the Penguin had returned to Gotham some time ago and was now a prominent lieutenant under Maroni's command. Were you pondering how to sell my whereabouts to that fishy fellow? Fish Mooney? The Penguin had been servile to her for so long, and now the opportunity had arisen for him to seize the reins of power. It seems your information is indeed quite outdated. The Penguin chuckled wickedly as he observed Isaac fumbling for words, but chose not to dwell on the topic. Instead, he turned his attention to Lure. Kid, would you like to earn some serious money? Join me. The Penguin's keen observational skills had quickly detected Lure's current predicament. Chapter 121. The little golden retriever Lure, witnessing the Penguin's self-assured demeanor, felt a slight smile creep onto his lips. Yes, sir, if you could offer me a respectable job, I might be inclined to serve you. As he spoke, Lure showcased his robust physique to the Penguin. Clark's ascension to godhood would require a considerable amount of time, perhaps several years. Meanwhile, the system had hinted at the necessity of completing the Injustice League without resorting to lethal force. It remained uncertain whether this meant refraining from killing members of the Injustice League or from killing altogether. Thus, Lure sought to find some amusement during this interval. Relishing the unique culture of Gotham seemed quite appealing. The Penguin, observing Lure's muscular build and his seemingly gullible expression, chuckled with delight. Excellent. He nodded vigorously, handing Lure the long-handled umbrella he held in his other hand. From this day forth, you shall be my attendant. Your sole responsibility will be to hold the umbrella for me when I venture outside. No problem, sir. Lure accepted the umbrella, suddenly feeling as if he were immersed in a role-playing game. This sensation was rather pleasant. All right, I shall set a goal for myself, to navigate the narrative of Gotham's king, the Penguin. On the Penguin's end, upon hearing Lure's agreement, he swayed his body joyfully. Ha! I now have an umbrella-wielding underling, and he even refers to me as sir. In his excitement, the Penguin clumsily retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket and stuffed it into Lure's. Go buy a well-fitting suit and join me for work tomorrow. He then cast a sly glance at Isaac. Let us be on our way, Isaac. Despite Isaac being merely a minor character who had once mocked him, the Penguin was unwilling to let him off easily. Sir, Lure casually remarked, for a powerful individual like yourself, sparing his life is the true mastery of life and death. Upon uttering this, even Lure was somewhat astonished. In the past, such a scoundrel would have been swiftly dispatched by his hand. I am truly a paragon of virtue now. Nevertheless, his words had indeed struck a chord with the Penguin. For the sake of my new subordinate, I shall let you off this time. By the way, what is your name? Amusingly, the Penguin had acquired a new underling yet remained oblivious to Lure's name. Lure, sir. Very well. The Penguin nodded approvingly. You may now refer to me as Mr. Cobblepot. In the afternoon, upon returning to the farm, with Lure's assistance, Jonathan exceeded the day's tasks. I must say, Lure, you are the most diligent young man I have encountered. In truth, the hardest worker was his son Clark. However, Jonathan excluded him from consideration due to his awareness of Clark's super abilities. The following day, owing to Lure's remarkable performance on the farm, Jonathan granted him a day off. Gotham. Following the Penguin, Lure arrived at a nightclub. Do you know where this is? The Penguin asked, displaying his signature sinister grin while gesturing towards the establishment. Lure, of course, had no idea. He merely speculated that it might be a hideout for some minor characters. This is Fish Mooney's establishment. Oh, I should refer to her as Fish. With that, the duo entered the club. Upon entry, several towering bodyguards conducted a thorough search, confiscating all weapons. Naturally, their primary focus was on Lure, who appeared significantly more imposing than the Penguin. Before long, they entered the club proper. As it was daytime, the place was nearly deserted, save for a table where a woman who seemed to be the boss sat, accompanied by her bodyguards. The woman was dressed in an alluringly provocative manner, yet her gaze towards the Penguin was decidedly menacing. Once the Penguin settled in front of her, the negotiations commenced. Though termed negotiations, it was essentially the Penguin seeking reconciliation with Fish Mooney. "Miss Fish, please accept this humble gift from me." As he spoke, the Penguin presented a long rectangular box, within which lay a brooch that appeared to be quite valuable. A look of surprise blossomed on Fish Mooney's face. "Little Penguin, you truly astonish me." The moniker Little Penguin was clearly a derogatory reference, harkening back to when he was merely her umbrella-wielding subordinate. The fact that she still used it now suggested that she had yet to fully come to terms with his betrayal. Indeed, the corners of the Penguin's eyes twitched momentarily, but he concealed it well, revealing nothing. Today, he was there to seek peace. If a mere taunt could achieve his goal, he would gladly endure it. Seeing the Penguin's composure in the face of her provocation, Fish Mooney grasped the long brooch. She then turned to a curly-haired underling behind her and remarked, "Did you know? He used to be my umbrella-wielding subordinate, standing right where you are now. Who would have thought he could sit with me now?" With that, she transformed the brooch into a sharp weapon and thrust it into the Penguin's palm, pinning it to the table. "That might sting a bit." Lure stood behind the Penguin, observing the dismal state of his leader, and could not help but shake his head. It must be said that the Penguin, a figure of considerable stature, despite the dire circumstances, managed to wear a smile on his face, save for his initial shock. A cadre of bodyguards, all loyal to Fish Mama, had surrounded them, ready to rend the Penguin and Lure to shreds at a mere command. "Do not think you can intimidate me with Maroni. Maroni is the very overlord whom the Penguin currently serves. Believe me when I say I could ensure you do not leave this place today." The Penguin, of course, believed him. Although Fish Mama's superior, Falcone, had instructed that the Penguin be spared, the Penguin could not be certain whether Fish Mama would heed his words. Thus, he knelt before her, just as he had in times past, without the slightest hesitation, and pressed a kiss upon her feet to convey his submission. Little Penguin. Once again, the Penguin's lack of boundaries lulled Fish Mama into a false sense of security. She glanced at the young lackey behind him. "Hey, little blonde. Look at how useless your boss is. Why not join me instead?" Little blonde. Lure admitted that he was teetering on the edge of breaking his vow. Chapter 122. A modicum of interest in response to Fish Mama Fish's insolence. Lure remained silent, casting a deep gaze her way while standing by. However, Lure's lack of overt reaction did not escape Fish Mama's keen perception. From the intensity of Lure's earlier glance, she sensed a murderous intent akin to a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Such a sentiment was something she had never witnessed in the eyes of any gang leaders before. Fortunately, Lure's aura had only briefly manifested. Observing Lure's seemingly innocuous demeanor, Fish Mama began to doubt whether her previous perceptions were mere illusions. One thing was certain, Lure was no ordinary individual. Where did this little Penguin find such a lackey? Indeed, the audacity to meet her alone suggested he possessed his own confidence. Fish Mama sighed inwardly as she gazed at the Penguin, who knelt before her. "Begone, little Penguin." In a place unseen by her, the little Penguin bowed his head, his eyes brimming with a boundless murderous intent. Upon hearing Fish Mama grant him permission to leave, he raised his head, a fawning smile returning to his face. "So, I shall take my leave." In those 3 brief words, the Penguin had already plotted his revenge against Fish Mama. As the Penguin turned to depart, Lure cast a glance toward the distant counter. The business here seemed prosperous. The revenue must be substantial. Lure made his way towards the exit, intending to return later. Just as the Penguin stepped through the threshold, a robust, even corpulent figure advanced a step forward. At Fish Mama's silent signal, he suddenly struck toward Lure's shoulder with a mighty hand. Lure continued forward, seemingly oblivious to the impending attack. Smack! Ugh! The burly man's palm struck Lure's shoulder, and he felt as if he had struck a solid iron plate. No, there is no iron plate this hard. In an instant, all of Fish Mama's subordinates erupted into chaos, drawing their weapons. Wait! Fish Mama, witnessing Lure's unwavering stride, managed to rein in her men. "Let them leave. The boss instructed me not to harm the little Penguin. A bit of humiliation is harmless, but if we were to kill his lackey, it would escalate matters." Lure turned back, observing the dispersing crowd, the flicker of crimson light in his eyes gradually fading. Though he had no intention of killing them, sometimes, death could indeed be a release. Noticing Fish Mama's gaze upon him, Lore's lips curled slightly upward. Is he provoking me? Yet, Lore's bone-deep confidence rendered Fish Mama hesitant to act rashly. Who were you with before? At this moment, the penguin finally grasped that the lackey he had recruited was no ordinary individual. That very afternoon, Fish Mama's nightclub fell victim to an unidentified attack, suffering significant losses. Not only the cash from the counter vanished, but even the money hidden within 2 safes in her office had completely disappeared. It was one thing to lose the funds in the first safe, as that was her personal money. Losing it would merely be a painful loss. However, the second safe contained a portion of the boss's wealth. Currently, Fish Mama Fish stood before her boss Falcone, her face a mask of terror. Boss, the only one who came here today was the little penguin. It must be his doing. In truth, she had no idea who was responsible for the mischief. But someone needed to take the blame, and the little penguin was the perfect scapegoat. Falcone, however, was not particularly concerned about the money lost that day. Over $1 million was hardly a significant sum. Yet, the fact that someone dared to steal from him, especially from hidden safes within Fish's establishment, was a direct affront. His face darkened. It couldn't possibly be Capote. He lacked the capacity for such an operation. In reality, Falcone was certain it was not the penguin simply because the penguin was one of his own planted within a rival gang. Thus, he viewed the penguin as one of his own, and as he had said, the penguin lacked the cunning to stealthily abscond with such a substantial amount of money. Regardless, I demand you recover my funds within a week and deliver that individual to me. With that, Falcone turned and left. A week. Fish Mama managed a wry smile and nodded in agreement, for she had no grounds to refuse. Yet, lacking any leads, how was she to locate the culprit? Even the surveillance cameras in the club proved ineffective. It was as if the individual had materialized from thin air. Surely, she couldn't report this to the authorities. That was simply not realistic. Suddenly, a smiling visage appeared in her mind, growing ever clearer. Could it be him? That blonde youth who accompanied the little penguin today? Meanwhile, Lore returned to the farm, clutching the money he had procured. Indeed, this method of earning was swift. This time, Lore had no intention of establishing a company for profit as he had in the Marvel Universe. The funds he had acquired would likely suffice for a considerable duration. Upon reaching the attic, it had been renovated. Of course, the modifications were minimal, comprising merely a new bed and a fresh cabinet. Lure placed all the money at the bottom of the cabinet, which Jonathan had specially crafted for him. One must commend Jonathan's impressive life skills. In the distance, a whirlwind approached. It was Clark returning from school. He was home early today, likely having declined the coach's suggestion to join the Raven team. What an obedient child. Lure observed Clark, who slowed his pace as he neared, approximately 1,000 meters away. Indeed, he was fortunate to have been raised by parents like Jonathan, which contributed to the unique charm of Superman Clark, rather than being merely a Kryptonian, Kal-El. Perhaps Jonathan's parenting approach was not flawless, and maybe Clark's character was too gentle for a superhero. Yet, one cannot deny that it was a stroke of luck for the people of this world. The only regret was that Jonathan had not contemplated whether Clark would change after his demise. An extreme shift in character would merely give rise to another extreme. Luya perceived a striking resemblance between the two brothers, akin to Peter, yet Peter lacked the formidable strength of Clark. In times of critical peril, others often shielded him. Clark, however, stood as the pinnacle of power on Earth, rendering the other members of the Justice League mere adjuncts in his presence. This posed a significant challenge for Clark, as every action of his would resonate deeply with those around him, invoking admiration, envy, and fear. Chapter 123. The divergence. Clark's mood today was rather dismal, likely stemming from his refusal to join the Ravens. Although his father's counsel was undeniably sagacious, the inability to engage in a sport he cherished and to bask in the spotlight left him somewhat discontented. Particularly, he had witnessed Lana and Whitney strolling together, with Whitney, the jock from the football team, by her side. Initially, he had intended to join the Ravens himself. Upon returning to his room, he noticed that Luya had vacated his quarters. Ascending to the attic, he found Luya there. "What's wrong? Feeling down?" Luya inquired, smiling and nodding at Clark's evident desire to confide. Indeed, Clark did not conceal his emotions. At his age, he was entrenched in a phase of rebellion, though his upbringing by Jonathan tempered his more defiant tendencies. Nevertheless, he felt somewhat embarrassed to discuss his emotional setbacks with his parents. Thus Luya became his confidant. "Perhaps you could share your thoughts with me. We might be able to offer some advice," Luya suggested. Subsequently, Clark subtly expressed his affections for a girl, only to reveal that she had become the girlfriend of a football player from another school. Why is it always like this? Why must you all fall for the girlfriends of football players? Peter is like this, and now you are too, Luya exclaimed. Ahem, he continued. Are you referring to the girl next door? The one you spied on with binoculars? As he spoke, Luya gestured towards a distant house. Clark stared at Luya in shock, his face gradually flushing. How did you know? No, I mean, it's not her. Then who else could it be? Luya scoffed at Clark. How about this? I could give your rival a good thrashing tomorrow. What do you say? Luya aimed to make Clark realize that kindness is not synonymous with endless concession or perpetual self-deprecation. I think I'd rather not, Clark replied, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. He took a moment to scrutinize Luya and was surprised to note that Luya's physique was rather impressive, indeed, quite robust. It was only now that Clark had truly recognized this aspect. Nonetheless, he was unwilling to endorse Luya's proposition. If he desired to confront Whitney, he was more than capable of doing so himself. Yet Clark did not wish to indiscriminately assault another boy merely due to his affections for a girl. All right. If you're not interested, then forget it, Luya acquiesced, not wanting to press the issue, as resorting to violence was not his nature. Ultimately, there was no real conflict between Whitney and Clark at present. However, Clark had not anticipated that his intersection with Whitney would arrive so swiftly. In the morning, Clark earnestly questioned Luya. Is it true? Are you really coming to town with me today? Jonathan generously waved his hand. Well, I suppose I can grant you a day off. While he had to admit that Luya was an exceptional assistant, consistently exceeding expectations in farm tasks, he had not forgotten the original intent behind taking Luya in. He did not truly aim to employ a laborer. Rather, he had taken him in due to Luya's amnesia. Observing Jonathan's concerned demeanor, Luya felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving him. He swallowed the last sip of milk, remarking to himself that the milk from the Kent farm was indeed delightful. He had never enjoyed milk so much before. I think I'll venture into town to seek some work. After all, I can't just sit idle all day. The farm work had its own cyclical nature, and it was typically completed by Jonathan alone. Luya's excuse was quite reasonable, though in truth, he merely sought a justification to earn some money. Jonathan was reluctant for Clark to use his abilities to earn additional household income, but Luya had no such qualms. Clark cheerfully suggested, perhaps you could catch a ride with our school bus. Suddenly, he recalled that the school bus seemed ready to depart. He hastily rose, pulling Luya along towards the bus's direction. No need. You go ahead. I'll head to town on my own later, Luya politely declined. When Clark tried to tug Luya along, he found himself unable to budge him. Surprised, he glanced at Luya, but there was no time for further thought. He swiftly grabbed his backpack and dashed outside. Clap. Luya clapped his hands. I'll set off first then. Take care, Uncle Jonathan, Aunt Martha. Be careful on the road. Luya, perhaps you can wait for Uncle Jonathan to finish and drive you to town? Martha said kindly, eyeing Luya affectionately. Although Kent Farm was situated within Smallville, it was neither too close nor too far from the bustling downtown area. Luya shook his head slightly. Thank you, but I prefer to walk. Stepping outside, Luya opened his eyes wide and gazed towards the town. Meanwhile, Clark sat on the school bus beside his friend Peter, while in front of them sat Lana with her boyfriend, Whitney. In truth, Clark and Peter were somewhat different. Having awakened his superpowers at a young age, Clark had concealed his abilities but did not lack for friends. Although he had faced bullying, the desire to retaliate differed fundamentally from the inability to do so. Lana turned around from her seat and asked, Clark, I heard you were going to join the school team. What happened with that? Lana, vibrant and self-assured, had always been a good friend to Clark. He shyly shook his head. I think I'm probably not suited for football. Implicitly, this indicated that he had not joined the Ravens. Well, that's quite unfortunate, Lana replied, a hint of regret in her voice. She had always believed Clark could become a football star if he played. Whitney, turning his head, added with a hint of mockery and jealousy, Clark? That bookworm could become a football player? You shouldn't say that. Whitney, Lana interjected, looking at her boyfriend. In truth, Lana had harbored feelings for Clark, but his own timidity regarding romance led her to mistakenly believe he did not share any romantic interest in her. Thus, she had accepted Whitney as her boyfriend. Due to Whitney's bravery, strength, and tenderness towards Lana, she was encouraged to attempt to navigate the tumultuous waters of youthful romance. However, Whitney's recent reckless remark stirred an unsettling feeling within Lana. Chapter 124. Exposed Clark. I apologize, Lana. It was just a thoughtless comment. Whitney immediately expressed his regret to her. Nonetheless, despite his words, he harbored an unfounded anger towards Clark. At times, the line between good and evil is perilously thin. Whitney possessed admirable qualities, yet equally significant flaws lurked within him. Clark cast a furtive glance at Lana before lowering his head again. This was his own choice, and he could not blame anyone else. Just then, the school bus jolted violently, as if it had run over something. Suddenly, the bus veered sharply to the right, and to the right lay a rushing river. Thud! Thud. The sounds of collision echoed within the bus, and chaos erupted as students began to scream in terror. Help! Break the windows and get out. Someone shouted, attempting to escape. However, the bus descended rapidly, and amidst the collisions, everyone was disoriented, unable to act. Clark swiftly steadied himself, grateful for his nascent superhuman strength. While all around him descended into panic, he vanished. When he reappeared, he stood at the rear of the bus. Clang. Fortunately, the rear of the bus was reinforced. Clark grasped the exterior crossbar tightly, exerting all his strength. With a muffled grunt, his arms and muscles bulged. His jaw clenched tight. Clark had overestimated his power. Although he had always known he was different, with superhuman speed and strength, he realized that his current capability was insufficient to haul a bus teeming with students up a steep incline. Creak. The crossbar groaned under the strain, and worse yet, Clark felt his body slipping downward. This meant he had not fully secured the bus. Within mere seconds, the front of the bus began to submerge in the water, and Clark sensed his strength waning. The shrieks within the bus dwindled, a harbinger of dire circumstances. Many had been thrown against the front when the bus careened down the slope, and now they were submerged. The town's population was sparse, especially on this road, which today saw no passers-by. Even if there were, it would make little difference. By the time help arrived, the bus would be long gone. Clark continued to pull with all his might, trying to delay the bus from sinking beneath the surface. At that moment, his thoughts were solely focused on saving lives, oblivious to the risk of revealing his true identity. Inside the bus, the majority had lost their ability to move due to the initial impact. Only Whitney remained conscious, his robust physique allowing him to retain awareness. He glanced fearfully upwards towards the rear of the bus, where he thought he glimpsed a figure. Was it Clark? Impossible. He had no time to ponder further and glanced at Lana, relieved to see she was buckled in. Though unconscious, she had not fallen into the water. What to do? Whitney yearned to take action, but the swaying bus and lack of stable footing rendered him nearly powerless. Outside, Clark recognized that he could do no more. Most of the bus was already submerged. The only option left was to let go, allowing the bus to sink completely, so he could rescue his classmates one by one. If only he could move swiftly enough. Though Clark was aware of his dwindling strength, he was determined not to allow Pete and Lana to succumb to the rising waters within the bus. As the water surged in, Clark struggled fiercely, nearly losing his grip on the crossbar. Just as he prepared to relinquish his hold, another hand appeared beside him. Creak. That hand was incredibly strong, bending the protective crossbar instantly. The bus, under the immense force, was yanked from the depths, and then, boom. The vehicle, which had nearly submerged, was lifted into the air and swiftly brought to the bank. Clark did not even register that on this steep slope, there was no solid ground for the other person to stand upon. Luoya? Clark's mind was a whirlwind. He had forgotten the bus entirely. Fixated on one singular thought. I have found my kindred spirit. How did you do that? Clark stared at Luoya, his voice barely a whisper. Luoya shook his head, saying, shouldn't you check on your classmates? Inside the bus, torrents of river water gushed out. All the students sat by the roadside, awaiting their parents, each one drenched and shivering. Soon, Jonathan arrived with Martha, and several ambulances were on the scene, administering urgent care to those who had nearly drowned. Officers emerged from their cars, surveying the area. Jonathan and Martha rushed to Clark's side, their relief palpable as they beheld their son unharmed. They seemed to understand everything. I'm sorry, Dad. I broke our agreement. Clark apologized to Jonathan. They had previously agreed that Clark must not use his abilities in front of ordinary people. No, son. Jonathan and Martha embraced Clark simultaneously. You did the right thing today. Martha glanced at her husband and quickly added. Jonathan, though not fully endorsing Clark's actions, nodded in agreement. He harbored a sense of justice, but his love for his son surpassed all else. If today's events led to the revelation of Clark's powers, Jonathan feared the repercussions would be unbearable. Never mind, I'll discuss it at home. Clark intended to tell his parents that it was Luoya who had helped save the bus, but with so many people around, he decided to wait until they were home. Instead, he turned to Luoya, gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you for today, Luoya. It was nothing. Just a simple effort. Luoya shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Had this not been the main road leading to the town center, he likely would have missed the rescue altogether. Concurrently, Luoya vaguely recalled a scene from the original narrative where a school bus had plunged into the water, and a few classmates had glimpsed Clark's abilities. Luoya's attention shifted to the surroundings, and indeed, two individuals were covertly stealing glances at Clark. Chapter 125, You Can Fly? One was Whitney, who continuously stole furtive looks at Clark, evidently having witnessed something earlier. The other was Peter, who also sensed Clark's presence but remained uncertain. At this moment, his parents had arrived, leaving him no choice but to set aside his lingering questions for another day. Meanwhile, Lana pressed her hands against her temples, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. She couldn't help but lament her misfortune, and as she observed her boyfriend, Whitney, casually surveying the surroundings, her opinion of him diminished further. Perhaps agreeing to date him was indeed a regrettable decision? Due to the incident with the school bus today, the school had declared a day off. The police, after examining the scene, concluded that the driver had been negligent, losing control of the bus while attempting to avoid falling rocks on the road. At Kent Farm. Rhea, could you fetch some potatoes from the warehouse? Jonathan gestured toward the distant storage facility. He had some matters he wished to discuss with his son, Clark. Dad. Before Rhea could respond, Clark interjected, eager for Rhea to join them. Ever since he learned that Rhea might share his kind, he had been buzzing with excitement. And now he finally had the opportunity to inquire further. Jonathan, however, appeared puzzled. Clark, while he didn't believe Rhea to be a bad person, he advocated against testing human nature. He was reluctant to let anyone know about Clark's extraordinary abilities, particularly since Clark's identity could not withstand scrutiny. After all, he had arrived on Earth aboard an alien spacecraft. Rhea saved everyone today. Clark simply stated the facts to Jonathan. He then turned to Rhea. Is it all right to mention this? After all, Rhea did pull the bus up without avoiding me. Rhea had no objections. He never intended to conceal his true self from Clark. Jonathan's gaze sharpened, and he regarded Clark with a serious expression, struggling to comprehend what he meant by Rhea saving everyone. Clark shrugged. It's the truth. I intended to help, but I lacked the strength. Rhea directly pulled the bus out of the river. As he spoke, Clark gestured animatedly. Boom. He just yanked it up like it was nothing. He must be immensely stronger than I am. At this, Clark's excitement surged. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to discover who was more powerful between him and Rhea. Jonathan and Martha exchanged astonished glances at Rhea, their disbelief palpable. Is what Clark said true? Indeed, Rhea nodded. It's truly unbelievable, Martha exclaimed, recalling the moment they first encountered Rhea. It was reminiscent of the day they found Clark with a massive hole in their farm's ground. Yes, this means there are others like me in this world. Clark could no longer contain his exhilaration. Perhaps I can find my biological parents. He noticed the ambiguity in his statement and quickly clarified. No, Dad, Mom, you know I will always love you. Martha cast a wry smile at her husband, her eyes filled with questions. Finally, Jonathan turned to Rhea. May we witness your abilities? He sensed it might be time to reveal Clark's true origins, but first, he needed to ascertain Rhea's powers. Absolutely, Rhea replied without hesitation. Then, Clark eagerly looked at Rhea. Are you fast in addition to being strong? What? Do you want to race? Rhea chuckled. It seemed that these years had truly stifled Clark. Though he possessed superhuman abilities, he had to masquerade as an ordinary person, with no one of his kind to confide in. Can we? Clark had already risen from his chair. All right. Rhea gazed out the window, casually pointing toward a distant hill. Let us see who reaches there first. Truth be told, Rhea was also eager to witness the true strength of the authentic Superman. Moreover, if he couldn't reclaim the powers of the Superman template soon, relying solely on the abilities of the Earthling template would eventually see him surpassed by Clark. Let us begin, Clark declared, striding toward the door. Be careful not to let anyone see, Jonathan and Martha cautioned. Rest assured, I just scanned the area for several kilometers. Aside from Lana and her aunt, there's no one else around. You can see that far? Jonathan was taken aback. Can you really see several kilometers away? Come on, Rhea. Outside, Clark was already growing impatient. Let us go see. Martha turned to her husband, her expression reflecting her concern, understanding his thoughts. Soon, Rhea and Clark stood side by side. Ready? Go. Whoosh. As Clark's voice faded, he took off, sprinting toward the distant hill with all his might. Never before had he wished so fervently to increase his speed, to go faster than ever. With his current nascent strength, covering a few kilometers would still take him over 20 seconds. Aren't you running? Jonathan questioned, puzzled by Rhea's stillness. Haha, Rhea chuckled lightly, bending his legs. Rhea soared into the air. Boom. A tremendous sonic boom echoed through the sky, reminiscent of thunder. Jonathan and Martha stood frozen, astonished. He could fly. They had assumed Rhea would merely be as fast and strong as their son Clark, but they never anticipated that Rhea could actually fly. Atop the distant hill, Clark raced ahead, reaching the summit in no time. His speed was so great that the wind surrounding him masked the sound of the sonic boom. When he reached the top and looked back, he was astonished to find no sign of Rhea. Haha, it seems I'm faster. He was certain he couldn't match Rhea's strength, but at least he could take pride in his superior speed. What are you laughing at? Suddenly, Rhea's puzzled voice echoed above him. Clark's smile froze as he slowly looked up. Was this a joke? Rhea was floating effortlessly above him, without any assistance. You can fly? Clark's throat constricted in disbelief. Chapter 126. The past in that moment. Witnessing Rhea fly, Clark felt an unfamiliar wave of inadequacy wash over him. Indeed, inadequacy. Until now, he had always heeded his father Jonathan's advice to remain humble, and even more humble. As a result, he had faced bullying during his school years. However, the inability to resist and the capacity to conceal oneself were two entirely different matters. Although Clark had been taught by Jonathan to be modest and kind, he sometimes felt a sense of pride when he looked at his robust physique, his super speed, and his immense strength. Yet today, that pride was shattered by Rhea. Flying well? Clark suddenly realized that he occasionally experienced a sensation akin to wanting to soar. However, he could only utilize his first-tier super physique for high jumps, unable to hover in midair. Thus, could it be that Rhea truly belonged to the same kind as him? Clark pondered thoughtfully. Primarily, the abilities they possessed were strikingly similar. Should he truly attain the power of flight in the future, it would undoubtedly validate this notion. With this thought, a fierce determination ignited in Clark's eyes as he glanced up at Rhea. What do you wish to practice? Rhea inquired with a smile. Clark nodded, his muscles tensing in anticipation. He yearned to discern the extent of the disparity between himself and Rhea, and thus, combat presented itself as the most effective method of evaluation. After all, he had seldom sustained injuries throughout his life. Rhea gradually descended from the sky, standing before Clark. Are you prepared for injury? What? Clark was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Rhea with a hint of confusion. What met him was a fist poised just before his eyes, uncertain of the current extent of Clark's Kryptonian prowess. Rhea moderated his strength to avoid inflicting severe harm. Thud. Nevertheless, despite Rhea's restraint, the punch landed squarely on Clark's face, producing a dull thud. Clark's head involuntarily snapped back, the impact rendering his mind momentarily blank as his body was propelled backward at an alarming speed. After skidding nearly 100 meters along the ground, he collided with a massive tree, which finally halted his momentum. Ugh! Clark shook his dazed head, gingerly rubbing his nose. Having taken Rhea's punch head-on, he felt as though his nose had been rendered foreign to him. Fortunately, Clark was not merely an ordinary Kryptonian. The life code within him endowed him with all the remarkable talents inherent to his kind. Thus, while immense strength could overpower him, it was difficult to inflict substantial injury. Now regaining his composure, Clark's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on Rhea, who appeared somewhat nonchalant. He then forcefully planted his right foot on the ground. In that instant, Clark transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging toward Rhea with all his might, aiming to collide with his shoulder. Rhea squinted slightly. Through his superhuman vision, Clark's speed seemed no swifter than that of a tortoise. However, he had no intention of evading. In the blink of an eye, Clark, enveloped in a cloud of dust, collided with Rhea. Boom! The very fabric of space seemed to freeze, and under the tremendous force of the impact, Rhea did not yield. Not even the slightest tremor in his body. Clark, caught in Rhea's embrace, shook his head. This time, he felt the damage was more severe than from the previous punch. As his surroundings gradually came into focus, he sensed his shoulders seemingly restrained. Huh! Clark looked up in confusion, only to be met with Rhea's smiling face. Though this smile instilled in him an unsettling premonition. Are you ready? Ready? Clark cautiously inquired. Of course, before he could finish, Clark felt an overwhelming force emanating from his shoulders, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. The sound of wind roared like thunder in his ears. The faint biological force field surrounding him could not withstand this ferocious power. Rhea propelled him forward at an astonishing speed, exceeding 10 Mach. Had it not been for the thin layer of biological force field surrounding Rhea, they would have ravaged everything in their path. In a mere second, as Clark finally grasped his surroundings, he found himself back in front of his own house. Ugh! For reasons unknown, Clark felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. He was likely suffering from motion sickness. What incredible speed! Yet despite this, he felt an exhilarating rush. I hope to attain your level of strength one day, Rhea. You will undoubtedly possess such power, Rhea mused internally. The energy you will wield in the future will surpass your wildest imaginings. Such might is sufficient to bring down entities revered as deities. Clark, Rhea, are you both well? Of course, Mom. Clark replied, taming his disheveled hair. I've never felt better than I do today. Mom, I've finally found my kind. I am not the only one in the world with superpowers. Your kind? Alas, not quite. If anyone could be considered Clark's true kin, It might be the likes of General Zod or Supergirl Kara in the future. Congratulations, my son. Martha's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a twinge of fear gripping her heart, for Clark was not her biological child. He was not even of earthly origin. Might there come a day when his kin would seek him out and take him back? Could it be that Rio was here to welcome Clark's people? Martha's fears were rooted in the possibility of losing Clark. Mom, what's wrong? Clark asked, puzzled as to why his discovery of kin seemed to sadden her. Did she think that upon finding his true family, he would forsake his adoptive parents? That was inconceivable. Clark approached Martha, embracing her gently. I will always love you, regardless of my origins. Clark, Jonathan seemed resolute. Perhaps there are some truths obscured by time that I ought to share with you. He then turned to Rhea. Rhea, why don't you join us? Perhaps what lies within can help you reclaim lost memories. Reclaim lost memories? Fine. He had nearly forgotten that he was supposed to be the amnesiac. Chapter 127, Abandoning the Truth. Beside the Kent farm, Lana stood by the window, her eyes wide with disbelief as she rubbed them. What had she just witnessed? Why was Clark running so fast? And then there was that blonde youth she had seen earlier today. Was he a relative of Clark's? As she dried her freshly washed hair, she pondered the matter. Lana, are you feeling better? Came her aunt's voice from outside the room. Her aunt was quite protective of her, and upon learning of the school bus incident, she had rushed to the scene to bring Lana back home. As for why Lana was staying with her aunt, it stemmed from Clark's involvement. It was the meteor shower that had brought him to Earth, which also caused the tragic demise of Lana's parents. Hearing her aunt's voice, Lana quickly replied, Much better. Aunt Nell. That's good to hear, Nell Porter responded, a noticeable sigh of relief escaping her. She continued, Shall we take a moment and visit the Kents? I heard Clark was on the bus too. As neighbors, it was only fitting that they check on one another. Sure, I'll be right there. Lana had always harbored feelings for Clark, and now, having seemingly uncovered a secret regarding his relative, visiting seemed like a splendid idea. In the basement of the warehouse, Rhea gazed at the spacecraft before him, a fleeting expression crossing his face. Since Uncle Jonathan mistakenly believed he and Clark hailed from the same origin, it was only natural for him to bring Rhea along to view this Kryptonian vessel. The spacecraft was not particularly large, especially considering it had once merely carried the infant Clark. What astonished Lua, however, was the inexplicable sense of a bloodline calling that he felt as Jonathan cleared away the debris on the Kryptonian ship, revealing its complete form. Although faint, Lua was certain he had not misperceived it. Perhaps this was a testament to the enduring reality of the Kryptonian bloodline within him. Nonetheless, possibly due to the system's suppression or other factors, such as the discrepancies between the Kryptonian blood bestowed by the system and that of true Kryptonians, the call he felt from the ship was exceedingly weak. In contrast, Clark's reaction was far more intense. Not only did he perceive a strong call from the ship's bloodline, but he was also confronted with the staggering realization that he was, in fact, an extraterrestrial being. After years of living on the Kent farm, he had come to terms with his uniqueness, even embracing the possibility of being a freak. Yet now, he was being told that he, Clark, was not even human, more precisely, not of this earth. He turned to his father, Jonathan, seeking the truth from him. Jonathan, nestled close to his wife Martha, reminisced about the past. The truth is as it stands, Clark, he said with resignation. This spacecraft is indeed the one you arrived in. If you wish to return, Martha. Martha stepped forward, extending her hand to reveal a silver polyhedron. Perhaps this can aid you in uncovering the secrets of this ship. While Martha was unaware of the true nature of the silver polyhedron, she was certain it was linked to the ship. For all these years, she and Jonathan had kept this hidden from Clark, hoping to allow him more time by their side. Jonathan continued, Since your mother and I brought you down from the ship, it has remained dormant. If you wish to uncover your heritage, Clark, open it. Heritage. This was something Clark had longed to understand, to discover the reason for his uniqueness. He took the silver polyhedron from Martha's hand, and at the moment of contact, a surge of warmth enveloped his hand, followed by an innate sense of bloodline connection. It was the key to unlocking the spacecraft. Simultaneously, the ship seemed to respond, stirring to life after years of silence, finally reacting before Clark. Blue and yellow lights illuminated, casting their glow upon the four of them. Ultimately, the radiance faded upon Jonathan and Martha, remaining solely with Lua and Clark. This further solidified their belief that Lua and Clark indeed hailed from the same origin. Holding the key, Clark realized that he might uncover the secrets of his heritage, and perhaps even seize the opportunity to return to his home planet, an ancestral land he had never seen. He glanced at Lua, only to find no excitement reflected upon his face, nor any anticipation. Lua, aren't you curious? Perhaps you could soon recover your lost memories. Not at all. Lua shook his head. I am quite content with my current life. Why must I uncover my origins? After all, I am no longer a true Kryptonian, and to Earthlings, Clark's biological father, Jor-El, is hardly a paragon of virtue. Lua's tone bore no pretense. Clark could discern that he genuinely did not care about his lineage. At this realization, he turned to his parents, whose expressions were tinged with reluctance, and the excitement in his eyes began to fade. He extended his hand, returning the key to Martha. Lua is right. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that this is my home. A classic dilemma. Who holds greater significance, biological or adoptive parents? Clearly, Clark chose the latter. Child, Jonathan and Martha were deeply moved. They could not fathom the prospect of losing Clark in the future. You won't blame me, will you, Lua? Clark looked back at Lua, believing that his decision not to unlock the ship would also hinder Lua's chance of recovering his memories. In truth, I am not particularly eager to know, Lua replied. Jonathan and Martha approached, offering Lua a comforting embrace. It's all right, child. This will also be your home from now on. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, the spacecraft became agitated, trembling violently. Lua understood that this was Jor-El expressing his fury. He regarded Clark as Krypton's hope. Yet his son chose to remain a native of this insignificant planet. Alas, without the key, he could not project his consciousness. Hello, is Mr. Kenton? Chapter 128. The necklace Nell, Lana's aunt, arrived with her niece, and upon discovering the Kent family's door ajar yet empty, they proceeded to the warehouse, calling out from outside. Oh, it's Mrs. Nell and Lana. Martha recognized the voices. Quick, hide the spaceship, Jonathan urged, as he began to shovel dry hay onto the spacecraft with a pitchfork. Once the ship was thoroughly concealed, the four of them stepped outside the warehouse. Good afternoon, Mrs. Nell, Martha greeted as she approached, casting a concerned glance at Lana. How is Lana doing? I heard she fainted on the school bus today. Thank you for your concern, Aunt Martha. I'm completely recovered now, Lana replied dutifully, turning to indicate she was fine. I think we should let the young ones converse on their own, Jonathan said with a smile, subtly indicating he wished to usher Nell and Lana away from the warehouse. Speaking of which, Nell turned her attention to Lua. Who is this handsome young man? This is my distant nephew, Lua. He'll be staying on the farm for a while. Jonathan quickly fabricated an identity for Lua. In truth, Lua's background would unravel with even a casual inquiry, but fortunately, Nell was not one to pry. Back in the room, Clark kept his head slightly bowed, his peripheral gaze fixed on Lana. Lana approached and gently touched the hem of his shirt, then gestured toward Lua. Aren't you going to introduce me to your cousin? Her suspicions about the two possessing superpowers were growing stronger. Clark suddenly found himself stammering, feeling somewhat weak. He surmised it was likely due to Lana standing so close. Oddly enough, he did not consider himself the type to feel weak in the presence of girls. Yet with Lana, it seemed to occur consistently. Clark? Lana repeated, noticing his dazed expression, her brow furrowing in confusion. Lua also observed Clark's awkwardness, as if all his bones had turned to jelly. Subsequently, Lana took a couple of steps closer to Lua, tossing her hair. Handsome, are you really Clark's relative? What? Does it not seem so? As Lana drew nearer, Lua sensed something was amiss. The girl seemed to possess an inexplicable charm, causing a peculiar discomfort within him. However, unlike Clark, although Lua felt a twinge of unease, it did not affect him significantly. Instead, Lua's attention was drawn to Lana, who today donned a vibrant blue dress complemented by a striking green necklace. The necklace, which emitted a faint luminescence, captivated Lua's gaze. It seemed to pulse with an enigmatic energy. Unbeknownst to him, his lingering stare could easily be misinterpreted. For instance, Lana, feeling the heat of his gaze, took a step back, shyly crossing her arms. What I meant to convey was that I find your necklace quite beautiful, he finally managed to articulate. Is it? Lana queried, her skepticism evident as she lowered her gaze to the necklace, lifting it slightly. This was a gift from my mother. She passed away during the meteor shower that struck our town years ago. My sincerest apologies for bringing up painful memories, Lua replied with an apologetic gesture. At that moment, he became certain that the green stone adorning her necklace was indeed a piece of kryptonite. This revelation clarified the source of his discomfort. After all, the Kryptonian bloodline bestowed upon him by the system had not dissipated, thus naturally inciting a revulsion toward green kryptonite. Yet, as his powers now stemmed entirely from a human template, his strength remained unscathed. Meanwhile, Lana observed that as she raised the necklace, Clark appeared increasingly uncomfortable. Clark, are you all right? She inquired, unaware of the connection to the kryptonite necklace, and stepped closer to him with concern. Suddenly, Clark, caught off guard, felt the weight of the kryptonite suppressing much of his power, which forced him to stagger to the side. Clark. Lana rushed forward, catching him just before he could fall. In that intimate proximity, Clark finally understood the cause of his weakness. Lana's green necklace was emanating a light that subdued his abilities. However, he hesitated to disclose this to Lana, pondering how a normal person could be affected by a mere necklace. Instead, he cast a pleading glance toward Leah, only to see him retreat a few steps, showing no inclination to assist. Wait, if that green stone can suppress my powers, and Leah hails from the same place as I do, wouldn't he also be affected? Clark's mind raced with possibilities, imagining scenarios where the two of them had fled to Earth from some dire pursuit, landing in different locations. Himself at the Kent farm, while Leah roamed until destiny reunited them recently. If Leah were aware of Clark's vivid imagination, he would likely dismiss it as mere fanciful thinking. Lana, still cradling Clark, looked at him uncertainly. How do you feel, Clark? Leah, come check on your brother. She remembered how Uncle Jonathan had introduced the blond young man. Well, Leah chuckled. Perhaps he hasn't eaten today and is experiencing low blood sugar? Low blood sugar? Lana was taken aback, suddenly aware of the muscular build of Clark nestled in her arms. She had not realized how strong he truly was beneath the somewhat loose-fitting attire he typically wore. Of course, if he weren't strong, he wouldn't have caught the eye of Coach Watts from the Ravens. What am I thinking? Lana shook her head, propping Clark against the window. She stepped back, intending to find something for him to eat. No need, Lana. As the necklace moved away, Clark felt his vitality swiftly returning. I'm feeling much better now. Once again, Lana began to question whether the Clark and Leah she had seen that day were merely figments of her imagination. After all, how could such superhuman beings experience low blood sugar? Chapter 129. Lex Luthor. Not long after, Neil departed with his niece Lana. In the room, Leah smiled at Clark, teasing. So, Clark, how was it being held by that girl? Cough. It felt quite pleasant. No, I meant, Clark quickly retorted, you felt it too, right? Felt what? That green stone, the one set in Lana's necklace. Leah still refrained from giving a direct answer. What about that stone? Hey, Clark emphasized, stop pretending. It's just the two of us here. I saw your expression change when Lana raised the necklace. Clark was certain the green stone had also affected Leah. Perhaps. Leah nonchalantly waved a hand. It does induce a bit of discomfort, but unlike you, it doesn't diminish my strength. Once I overcome the psychological unease, it poses no issue. Clark continued to muse aloud about Lana's statement regarding the necklace being a gift from her mother, who had perished during the meteor shower. As he spoke, a realization struck him. Everything seemed interconnected. The meteor shower, his descent to Kent Farm in a spacecraft, the town's transformation due to the meteors, the death of Lana's parents, and the green stone. Clark's voice grew frantic. So, my arrival was the catalyst for the tragedy that befell the town? He was well aware of the meteor shower from over a decade ago, which had brought notoriety to the town, yet it had also inflicted significant harm upon its residents. Leah, he said, stepping closer, you needn't feel responsible for events beyond your control. You were just an infant during that meteor shower, correct? It's not your fault. You can't expect an infant to dictate whether such an event occurs. You make a valid point, Clark nodded, seemingly absorbing Leah's words. However, he suddenly raised his head in perplexity, questioning, did I ever mention that I was an infant during the meteor shower? Leah realized he had misspoken, unaware of Clark's keen attention to detail. Well, I inferred that from your previous comments, he hastily clarified. Is that so? Clark remained skeptical, feeling as though Leah was harboring some hidden knowledge. Nevertheless, Clark finally understood why he often felt uncomfortable around Lana. It was her necklace that affected him whenever she wore it. As time passed, the following morning, a striking young man with long hair stepped onto the soil of Smallville. I hear there are meteors from beyond the stars here? Lex Luthor surveyed the somewhat outdated town, turning to his assistant for confirmation. Yes, sir, the assistant replied, years ago. A meteor shower struck here and reportedly destroyed several homes. I am aware. Then let the new research project be established here. However, young master, it is likely that the master would not agree to spend excessively in such a small town. Lex Luthor, one of Clark's future adversaries, is currently a dapper yet somewhat inexperienced young man. Yet, from the slightly receding hairline he bears, it is evident that his future baldness is not without foreshadowing. Lex pays no heed to his assistant's caution. After all, how would he know if one does not speak of it? As an individual of exceptionally high intellect, he even holds a certain disdain for his own father. This is rather understandable, as Lex possesses one of the most prodigious minds in the universe, and such unparalleled intellect will arm him in his future confrontations with Superman. At school, Clark notices that his classmates regard him with peculiar gazes today. Hey, Hercules. Peter gently taps him on the shoulder from behind. Beside Peter stands another blonde girl, Chloe. In fact, Within the school, Clark, Peter, and Chloe form a small clique. When Peter refers to him as Hercules, Clark is perplexed, wondering why such a title. Chloe, however, sizes him up and explains, "Some say that yesterday, when the school bus nearly plunged into the water, they saw you hold it back. Has his ability been discovered?" A shock runs through Clark, but his expression remains unchanged. Do you believe that?" "Not really." Peter shakes his head. "Yet, how did the bus manage to reach shore yesterday? There seems to be no clear explanation. It couldn't have flown up by itself, could it?" Peter places his trust in Clark, merely puzzled about how the bus was saved, as he too was aboard it yesterday. Chloe casts a knowing glance at Clark, secretly harboring a hint of doubt. She has known Clark for quite a while, witnessing his growth and transformation over time. Nevertheless, Chloe does not pry into Clark's secrets. Soon, two students are seen tugging at each other nearby. One is Lana, and the other is Whitney. Their relationship is still in its infancy, and just that morning, Lana officially broke up with Whitney. The reason is simple. During yesterday's bus incident, Whitney did not exhibit sufficient concern for Lana. Of course, this is not the crux of the matter. At such a young age, her feelings are often capricious. After her conversation with Clark yesterday, she merely felt that Whitney might not be the right fit for her, nothing more. However, Whitney does not share this perspective and is quite vexed. Thus, their quarrel escalates, nearing the point of physical confrontation. "Hey, stop it, Whitney." Surprisingly, it is not Clark who intervenes first, but Chloe. Noticing that someone has taken notice of the situation, Whitney begrudgingly halts his actions. Yet, his annoyance at Chloe's meddling is palpable, especially as he is particularly irritable today. "I don't think this concerns you." Whitney threatens Chloe, towering over her as he approaches. Just then, to everyone's astonishment, Clark positions himself in front of her. "Calm down, Whitney." Chapter 130. Fragments of kryptonite. Seeing Clark stand protectively before her, Whitney's eyes twitch. In the past, he would have dismissed Clark, but this time is different. Rumors have circulated among classmates that Clark possesses extraordinary powers. Most of them are mere jests. But few have actually witnessed him holding back the school bus. However, Whitney knows all too well. He has seen Clark in action. Consequently, he begrudgingly glances at Chloe and ceases to pursue Lana. Lana exhales a sigh of relief. Is it just her imagination, or has Whitney's temper been exceedingly volatile lately? Starkly contrasting the person she first met? Perhaps this is truly his nature, revealing itself now? "Thank you, Chloe and Clark." Yet, as Lana approaches, Clark is once again overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue. The kryptonite necklace she wears emits a faint, green glow. Thus, Clark raises his hand to shield himself from Lana's proximity. It's really nothing." With that, he rushes toward the classroom. The sensation of weakness that follows is profoundly unsettling, filling him with a sense of unease. As Clark departs, Lana furrows her brow slightly. She can sense Clark's emotions. Yet why does he always choose to evade her when faced with her presence? "Hey," Peter whispers to Chloe, "did you see that?" "See what?" Chloe replies, somewhat bewildered. "Just now, Clark dashed in front of you in a flash. Would a normal person possess such speed?" "Really?" Chloe had been startled by Whitney and had not noticed Clark's unusual reaction. Furthermore, she was not on the bus that day, so she is unaware of the specifics. However, Chloe realizes that since Peter has brought it up multiple times, there must be some truth to it. Upon encountering Lana's Kryptonian necklace, Rua suddenly comprehends that he might have discovered a swift method to tap into the powers of a god. How could I forget Kryptonite's effect on Superman? Indeed, during his time in the Marvel Universe, he had completely overlooked Superman's vulnerability due to the absence of kryptonite, nearly erasing it from his memory. In this small town, there are indeed scattered pieces of kryptonite, remnants from Clark's arrival. As Rua begins to search for kryptonite, he finds it remarkably effortless, stumbling upon a location that houses at least 3 pieces, each the size of 2 fingers. A wave of weakness emanates from deep within him. Although he knows this is merely a psychological effect stemming from his heritage, Rua still regards the kryptonite with trepidation. Luthor. He finds himself in a laboratory, seemingly an establishment belonging to the Luthor family. Moreover, it appears that this laboratory is newly established. It is more of a storage facility than a proper lab. Speaking of Luthor, could it be that infamous individual? Rua quickly deduces that the owner of this laboratory is none other than Lex Luthor, Clark's future arch-nemesis. So he has already begun researching kryptonite at this point in time. "Hey, who are you?" Just as Rua gazes upon the 3 pieces of kryptonite, he hears a warning from the laboratory's security personnel behind him. "Hands on your head, and get away from there. Do you have any idea whose property this is?" "This is Luthor's asset. You would do well to exercise caution." Rua must concede that he has been a tad careless, just a tad. The reason he failed to notice the presence of a mere human was entirely due to the influence of the kryptonite. Bang! A single punch shattered the glass case housing the kryptonite, and Lua, suppressing his discomfort, grasped them all in his hand. Bang! In the next instant, Lua had vanished from the scene. You mean to say that someone took the meteorite fragments right before your eyes and then disappeared with a bang? Lex, arriving at the laboratory upon hearing the news, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. He had come to this small town solely for the meteorites. After painstakingly collecting 3 fragments, he had yet to commence his research, and you tell me they are gone? No matter how Lex raged within the confines of the laboratory, Lua had already returned to the attic with the kryptonite. Without drawing anyone's attention, Lua produced a lead box he had conveniently purchased from the roadside. Gently placing the 3 luminescent kryptonite fragments into the box, he closed its lid. At last, the disconcerting sensation that had plagued him dissipated. Remarkably, one substance can neutralize another. Who would have thought that lead could shield against the energy radiation of kryptonite? A vision flickered through Lua's mind. In truth, Superman could attain invincibility on Earth. He merely needed to don a custom-made suit of lead armor, enveloped in a biofield. Thus, not only would kryptonite fragments be rendered harmless, even a mountain of kryptonite would not diminish Clark's powers. Should I truly be on guard? Lua murmured to himself. However, Clark is not particularly known for his intellect. He likely would not conceive such a brilliant idea. Lua picked up a fragment of kryptonite, eager to test his hypothesis. Although he would not suffer genuine weakness like Clark does in proximity to kryptonite, it was imperative to ascertain whether the kryptonite could inflict harm upon him. He aimed the sharp edge of the fragment at his palm and drew it across with force. Crunch! Under Lua's vigorous effort, fine powder erupted from the fragment's edge, indicating its inability to withstand the pressure. The experimental conclusion was clear. Kryptonite could not breach his physical defenses. It merely caused psychological discomfort. With this realization, Lua felt an immense sense of relief. Primarily, there would soon be someone who delights in prowling at night, ever keen on probing others' vulnerabilities. He eagerly anticipated the moment when Batman, sensing a threat and seeking to utilize kryptonite to subdue him, would present such a delightful spectacle. Lua placed all 3 kryptonite fragments into the lead box. One can only hope he would never have to employ them. After all, the very necessity of kryptonite might signify that he and Clark had become adversaries. An entire nation of Kryptonians versus a seasoned Superman? How amusing. Chapter 131. The impact of meteor showers in the cheerleading locker room. A tall figure stealthily approached a row of metal lockers. Whitney located the one marked with Lana's name, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, and reached for the doorknob. However, despite the locker room rarely experiencing theft, Lana had the prudent habit of locking her locker. Whitney tugged at the door, but it did not yield. He grimaced upon noticing the small lock on the locker door, having overlooked it in the dim light of the room earlier. In the past, such a lock could have deterred him, but now, his right arm's muscles bulged suddenly, and with a decisive snap, he yanked the door open, twisting the handle as the metal lock shattered and flew away. A smile crept across Whitney's lips. Inside Lana's locker, there were no personal belongings. Everything had been stowed in her bag. Of course, Whitney's intentions were not of a depraved nature, despite his occasional mischief. Found it. He reached in and pulled out a beautifully crafted plastic box, within which lay a green necklace. Clark, how amusing. Whitney had previously noticed that when Clark was near Lana, he exhibited signs of weakness. Initially, he had not pondered it deeply, until he became aware of the existence of superpowers. A glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes as he seized the green kryptonite necklace. On his finger, a red gem ring emitted a faint glow. When the cheerleading practice concluded, the group returned to the locker room, and the first sight that met their eyes was the now ragged locker door belonging to Lana. Goodness, could there be a pervert lurking among us? Lana furrowed her brow and hurried to her locker. Around her, some looked on with sympathy, while others bore expressions of schadenfreude. Lana paid little heed to their reactions. After rummaging through the locker, she ultimately discovered that her necklace was missing. To be honest, this was the last thing she wished to find. For the meteorite fragment necklace was a cherished gift from her mother. Even more regrettably, the surveillance outside had not captured anyone entering, and the locker room window was ajar. Lana could not fathom why someone would want to steal her necklace. After all, to an ordinary person, it should not be considered valuable. It was merely a fragment of a meteorite, and in Smallville, one could still find remnants of meteorite fragments if they wished. Could it be a crazed admirer? But that seemed unlikely. Thus, for several days, Lana felt increasingly unsettled. Lana, is my class truly so dull for you? In class, Diesel observed Lana lost in thought and accurately tossed a piece of chalk onto her desk. I apologize, teacher, Lana quickly admitted her fault. Diesel's precise throw had also captured the attention of several boys in the classroom. Diesel was the new biology teacher, possessing an alluring figure and an innate ability to captivate everyone. "Hey, wake up." Chloe, witnessing Peter's drooling expression, could not help but roll her eyes while prodding him with a pen. "Ouch." Peter rubbed his back, unable to suppress his complaint. "This isn't my fault. I dare say no one can resist Ms. Diesel's charm. She is simply stunning." Peter's assertion held truth. Since Diesel's arrival, several couples had broken up. It was rumored that even other male teachers had grown envious of Ms. Diesel's allure. Unfortunately, no man who had boldly approached her had garnered her favor. Chloe, somewhat dissatisfied, pointed in a different direction. "Don't paint everyone with the same brush. Look at Clark. He hasn't been swayed by her." In truth, Chloe had wanted to use the term swayed, but being a teacher, she opted for a more diplomatic expression. Ahem. Peter glanced at Clark, who was now gazing at Lana with evident concern. "I believe he may simply be too deeply enchanted by Lana." At the end of class, Clark could no longer restrain himself and approached Lana. "Lana, have you encountered any difficulties these past few days?" He rarely saw Lana in such a state, especially since her condition had not improved over several days. "It's nothing, just that my meteorite fragment has gone missing." "Is that so? That's terrible." Clark realized he almost revealed his true thoughts and quickly corrected himself. He had been quite displeased with that necklace for a considerable time. Although Clark was aware that it was a cherished gift from Lana's mother, the oppressive nature of his own feelings was exceedingly vexing. Lana, too, recognized that Clark seemed to harbor a certain aversion towards her necklace, and thus, she merely waved her hand and began to gather her belongings in preparation to return home. It appears our classmate Clark has faced rejection from a girl." At that moment, Diesel, clad in her high heels, approached Clark's side, seemingly inclined to lean closer to him. "I have heard that you are the brightest in this class. Would you care to join me in the office for a discussion on some topics?" Diesel was also a witness to the meteor shower, but unlike many others who suffered harm, she had gained mysterious powers due to the kryptonite. In simple terms, she possessed the ability to enchant. Consequently, she embarked on a quest to conquer the hearts of men. The sole reason she targeted Clark was that he was one of the few who could overlook her beauty. "I'm terribly sorry, but I must return home to assist with chores." Despite the faint red glow in Diesel's eyes, Clark remained unaffected and firmly declined her advances. "Well, that is truly unfortunate. Perhaps I should conduct a home visit to learn more about my students." With that, she turned to leave, her heels clicking crisply against the floor. Unbeknownst to Clark, Whitney watched Diesel's departing figure with a glint of avarice in his eyes. The red glow in his gaze intensified, almost materializing into substance. He lowered his head and pulled out a sheet of white paper, tearing it into strips with casual ease. On one of these, Whitney scrawled, "Want to reclaim Lana's necklace? Tomorrow night, I'll be there." Seizing the moment while Clark was yet to return to his seat, he feigned passing by and slipped the note into Clark's desk. Chapter 132. The home visit. Clark soon discovered Whitney's note, but the scrawl was so hasty that he could not discern who was playing this prank. Indeed, Clark assumed it was merely the jest of a classmate and did not suspect anything nefarious. The day was still young, and according to the note's appointed time, Clark decided to return home first and address it after dinner. However, just before he was about to leave, he received a request from Chloe. "Please, you are the only one among my acquaintances with such exemplary grades. These 2 press releases are crucial for me, as you know." This was not an idle statement. While Clark's superintellect was still in its nascent stages of development, it allowed him to absorb knowledge with unparalleled prowess. Although he seldom displayed this ability, his closest friends, Pete and Chloe, were well aware of it. Chloe sought Clark's assistance in drafting a press release to showcase her capabilities to the newspaper ahead of time. Admittedly, this approach bore a hint of deceit, but time was of the essence, and Chloe could not afford to be concerned with such matters. After an hour and a half spent aiding Chloe in completing her press release, Clark hurried home amidst her profuse gratitude. As he approached his house from a distance, he heard what seemed to be a visitor in the living room. Was it a woman? It was Diesel. Had she truly come for a home visit? Clark was utterly perplexed. He knew Diesel had a somewhat audacious demeanor, but he never anticipated she would pursue him to his own home. This led him to question whether she had ulterior motives, perhaps concerning Lana's necklace. Upon opening the door, Clark found his mother, Martha, conversing amicably with Diesel on the sofa. They appeared to be enjoying a delightful chat, both wearing smiles. Meanwhile, his father, Jonathan, was busy preparing dinner. "Clark, you're back. Look who has come to visit." Martha, unaware of Diesel's fixation on her son, was thrilled to see the new teacher so invested in Clark's academic progress. In truth, given Clark's intellect, there was no one in the entire town of Smallville capable of being his teacher if he so desired. However, Clark had always been a humble individual, and despite sensing something amiss, He greeted Diesel with sincerity. Diesel's eyes sparkled with excitement. Haha, to teach a remarkable child like Clark, one must surely possess formidable lineage. The term formidable struck Clark as somewhat peculiar. He sensed something was off, especially as Diesel's gaze shifted towards his father, Jonathan. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, another tall figure descended from the upper floor. Lua, so you are home? Jonathan remarked, turning to face him as he prepared lunch. Lua had a tendency to wander off, often to unknown corners of the town. Although Jonathan felt concerned for Lua's safety, he set aside his worries, considering Lua's abilities. Moreover, Lua appeared far more mature than his son Clark, and perhaps venturing out would aid in restoring his lost memories. Initially, it had been agreed that Lua would stay on the farm in a capacity akin to that of an employee. However, upon discovering that Lua and Clark likely hailed from the same origin, Jonathan had begun to regard Lua as a junior. Undoubtedly, Lua's unabashed display of superhuman abilities allowed him to complete farm tasks with remarkable efficiency. Today, Lua had opted to remain home purely out of boredom, having basked in the sun all day. On the Gotham side, the Penguin had yet to ascend as the King of Gotham, the Joker was still in development, and Bruce Wayne had not yet returned. Truthfully, such a mundane existence was rather tiresome. Thus, Lua had settled for sunbathing, finding comfort in the warmth, even if it did not currently enhance his powers. Regarding Diesel's visit, Lua had sensed her presence long before she approached the farm, primarily due to a unique energy within her. Yet, as she was there for Clark and exhibited no inappropriate behavior, Lua paid her no mind. Smallville was not as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. The meteor shower from over a decade ago had granted a small fraction of its residents superpowers. However, most were feeble, resulting in little commotion within the town. Who is this? Diesel exclaimed, astonished as she beheld Lua. This young man exuded a certain vigor, with a robust physique and a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Diesel's desire to conquer surged within her. He is my distant nephew, Jonathan replied, recycling an earlier excuse. Lua, is it? I am Diesel, pleased to make your acquaintance. Diesel giggled as she rose from the sofa, striding over to Lua and extending her hand. Her demeanor lacked the decorum expected of Clark's teacher. Lua raised an eyebrow. This behavior was distinctly characteristic of Diesel. He had some recollection of the name. Recognizing her as a superhuman possessing the ability to enchant, Lua extended his hand in return, shaking Diesel's grasp while nodding in acknowledgement. Regarding such a woman, Lua was not particularly enamored, despite her undeniable beauty. However, Diesel lacked this self-awareness. After grasping Lua's hand, he found himself reluctant to release it. Their eyes locked, and a hint of rosy light flickered within Diesel's gaze, as if an endless allure resided there. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have succumbed to an overwhelming infatuation under the influence of such supernatural charisma. Yet Lua, of course, was not one to be swayed by conventional reasoning. Confronted with Diesel's abilities, Lua furrowed his brow. This was a skill devoid of lethal force, but he despised the notion of being manipulated by another. Thus, he exerted a slight force, withdrawing his hand. Simultaneously, a faint crimson glimmer sparked in his eyes, and a wave of murderous intent surged around Diesel, only to be swiftly retracted. In that fleeting moment, Diesel felt an icy chill creep down his spine. Was he also a superhuman? Such a tyrannical aura of malice. Chapter 133, Stubbornness. Diesel had never anticipated that one day, his charm would be met with complete immunity. Concurrently, Lua's gaze, as searing as it was palpable, instilled within Diesel a peculiar sensation. Fortunately, as Lua's murderous intent was but a fleeting manifestation, Diesel quickly regained his composure. The day was waning. Perhaps it was time for her to depart. As she prepared to leave, she cast a glance back at Lua, who, however, remained oblivious to her presence. After dinner, within the attic, Lua observed Clark hesitating at the doorway, amusement dancing in his eyes. What troubles you? Or perhaps you're preoccupied with your mentor Diesel. This was merely a jest on Lua's part, for Diesel's slight powers could hardly ensnare Clark's attention. No. Clark's face flushed as he shook his head. I wanted to say that I need to step out for a bit and would appreciate your help in covering for me with my parents. So, this was a clandestine outing? Lua regarded Clark with mild surprise. Forgive me, but are you planning to go on a date with that girl next door? Lua. Clark's voice suddenly rose in volume. Be serious. I have genuine matters to attend to this evening. What kind of matters require an evening excursion? Lua inquired, curiosity piqued. The days spent waiting for Clark to mature had grown increasingly tedious. Clark hesitated, reluctant to divulge the secret of the kryptonite necklace. If it's too difficult for you, I don't need to know, Lua said, shaking his head. I'm merely curious. Yet Clark seemed to come to a realization. After all, Lua was from the same world as he was. Why should he not trust him? Thus, he handed the note to Lua. So, this is your concern? Lua regarded Clark with a hint of disdain. Is it merely a matter of jealousy over a girl? Though Lua could not ascertain the identity of the puppet master behind the note, it was evident that this was but a typical rivalry among adolescents. This is not jealousy, Clark retorted. This is someone playing a prank. Suit yourself, Lua waved dismissively. If you wish to go out, I will help you cover your tracks. Thank you. Clark sincerely expressed his gratitude. He did not descend the stairs, but instead leaped from the attic window, making his way towards the woods indicated in the note. Now, the sun had fully set, and the woods were cloaked in darkness, adjacent to the town's cemetery. A gust of wind stirred, producing eerie sounds throughout the trees. An ordinary person might have felt a shiver of fear, yet Clark, possessing immense power, remained unfazed. I have arrived. Noticing no sign of life around him and lacking X-ray vision, he resorted to calling out to summon any presence. From behind a dilapidated gravestone, a tall figure emerged. Clark. Whitney's face bore a hint of confident amusement. Whitney, it truly is you. Upon seeing Whitney, Clark confirmed his suspicions. Only Whitney, who had previously tossed a note onto his desk, could harbor such animosity. Whitney, give me Lana's necklace, cease your antics. Even now, Clark naively believed Whitney's actions to be mere mischief. Whitney scoffed. Return it to you? What connection do you have with Lana? Clark was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Regardless, you must give me the necklace today. With a light laugh, Whitney abruptly changed his demeanor. Give it to you? Sure. As he spoke, a necklace emitting a faint green glow was tossed towards Clark. It was indeed Lana's kryptonite necklace. And upon landing in Clark's embrace, the green luminescence intensified. Only then did Clark realize he had fallen into Whitney's trap. Under the radiance of the green kryptonite, the blood of his Kryptonian lineage was swiftly suppressed. His formidable strength waned rapidly, and a sense of weakness enveloped him. Ugh! Clark emitted a muffled groan, gradually sliding down to lean against the gravestone. How does it feel, Clark? Whitney observed Clark's agony, a thrilled smile spreading across his face. Not pleasant, is it? Clark, perplexed by Whitney's sinister grin, wondered how he had known that Lana's necklace would suppress his powers. Yet, contemplating this now was futile. As Clark's strength began to fade, Whitney clenched his fists and charged at him. Superpowers? Bang! With a single punch, Clark raised his arm to shield himself, but Whitney's strength seemed to have surged, nearly toppling him to the ground. Now, I have it too, Whitney declared, his smile twisting into something more deranged as he gazed at the pained expression on Clark's face. Bang! 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 A flurry of punches rained down on Clark, forcing him to stumble backward. Whitney, what do you intend to do? Clark felt his arm, which he had used to block, throbbing painfully, as if it might snap at any moment. After so many years, he was finally experiencing the sensation of an ordinary person. Yet, even without his Kryptonian blood, Clark's physique remained remarkably robust. He recognized this truth, but in the heat of the moment, he found himself powerless. Whitney's eyes grew increasingly red, intoxicated by the thrill of his newfound strength. Clark. Another punch landed squarely on Clark's chin. This time, as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Clark forced himself to concentrate and swung his left fist upward. Smack! Whitney made no attempt to evade the blow, absorbing it fully. That hardly tickles. Whitney chuckled dismissively, delivering another punch to Clark. Hey, I say. In his dazed state, Clark seemed to hear Lua's voice. Could you not have discarded that necklace first? Must you cling to it while engaging others? Do you wish to be struck down in such a manner? With a hint of exasperation, Lua remarked upon witnessing Clark, who, despite having been thoroughly beaten, still clutched the necklace tightly. Truly, he was quite stubborn. Chapter 134. Expressing gratitude, Clark cast a glance at the kryptonite necklace in his grasp, although he felt as if he might fall apart at any moment. His grip remained resolute. Ironically, the tighter he held on, the more he was weakened by the kryptonite. You? Whitney also noticed Lua's presence. I remember you. After that incident with the school bus, you came with Clark's rather unrefined parents to fetch him. Unrefined indeed. Lua shook his head helplessly, recognizing that Whitney had likely been influenced by something, such as the red ring adorning his finger. Upon hearing Whitney's description of his parents, Clark's eyes filled with fury. I want to allow it. He erupted, rising to his feet and delivering a punch aimed at Whitney's nose. You shall not speak of them in such a manner. Thud. In response, Whitney's fist met Clark's face. Under the pressure of the kryptonite, Clark now appeared merely as a robust young man, lacking the strength to contend with superpowered beings. Clark, Lua interjected, unable to bear the scene. Step aside. Allow me to handle this. Clark had already acquired Lana's necklace, and he was indifferent as to who would deal with the troublesome Whitney. Fine, but just give him a mild reprimand. Do not be excessively harsh. Clark hesitated briefly before voicing his thoughts. To him, Whitney hadn't inflicted any significant harm, although he felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate when Whitney insulted his parents. He had calmed down and hoped Lua would refrain from being too severe. After all, no one understood Lua's formidable strength better than he did. To put it bluntly, if Lua wished, the term to obliterate would hardly be an exaggeration. How confident of you, Whitney thought, observing Clark's concern for his well-being despite the beating he had just received. Cautiously, he picked up a thick stick from the ground and swung it violently towards Lua's head. Crack! Unsurprisingly, Lua effortlessly deflected the wooden stick, causing it to splinter into several pieces. As Whitney was left with only a short, jagged fragment, he discarded it aside. The opponent's speed and strength were formidable. Moreover, he seemed to be a friend or relative of Clark's. Could it be? While apprehensively eyeing Lua, Whitney retrieved a small lead box from his pocket. I stumbled upon this. It seems the lead box can block the energy from these meteorite fragments. Meteorite fragments? A sense of foreboding washed over Clark. When Whitney opened the small box, a thumb-sized piece of green kryptonite lay quietly within, glowing with a vibrant green light, seemingly enhanced by its proximity to Lua. Lua! Clark exclaimed in alarm. He knew that, like himself, Lua would be suppressed in the presence of such meteorite fragments. Indeed, Whitney chuckled softly. Both of you are quite fearful of this stone, aren't you? Lua furrowed his brow. The green kryptonite indeed made him feel uneasy. Honestly, you've managed to irritate me. Lua's gaze sharpened, recalling that his heat vision, oh, now it should be referred to as laser vision, had once lashed out. But he recognized that he could not act recklessly this time. And what if I have? Whitney retorted with a boastful grin, clutching the green kryptonite tightly before charging at Lua. Damn it! Clark's expression darkened as he contemplated discarding the necklace in his grasp, though he was reluctant. He could not bear to see Lua harmed because of him. Yet, Lua appeared remarkably composed. As Whitney charged towards him, Lua's form flickered, appearing before him in an instant. He grasped Whitney's hand and twisted it. Crack! Whitney was taken aback, unaware of what had transpired as a sharp pain surged through his hand that clutched the kryptonite. Let go, let go! He was desperate to retract his hand, fearing that if he lingered any longer, it might be reduced to a pulpy mass. In his other hand, the red kryptonite began to glow more fiercely, reacting to Whitney's heightened distress. Whitney screamed, torn between rage and the agony coursing through his body. Lua, growing impatient, interjected. Scream all you want. Are you calling for help? He raised his right hand and delivered a resounding slap to Whitney's face. Smack. Scream. Smack. Smack. Care to scream again? Wah. Smack. 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 After delivering 3 consecutive slaps, Lua suddenly paused. Had Whitney not been making any noise? Looking down, he saw Whitney gazing at him with wide, terrified eyes, his right cheek swollen. Meanwhile, the transformation that had begun within Whitney's body had reverted back to normal. In short, Lua's actions had successfully conveyed to Whitney the extent of his own limitations. Ahem, Lua cleared his throat. You see, had it not been for me, you would have transformed into a monster today. So, tell me, shouldn't you express your gratitude? Gratitude? To you? Whitney's eyes burned with defiance. What do you mean? Smack. Thank you. Wah. Good boy. Lua nodded in satisfaction. He then reached out to take the kryptonite from Whitney's hand, along with the red kryptonite ring. Although Whitney was reluctant, he ultimately refrained from resisting. It appeared that violence was not the only means of resolving conflicts. Lua mused, softly muttering to himself. Is that not violence? What then constitutes violence? Whitney felt on the verge of tears, convinced that this fellow was even more pretentious than himself. Little did he know that had Lua truly resorted to violence, he would have already been reborn. Chapter 135, The Experiment. So, how did you manage to remain unaffected by those meteorite fragments? In the attic, Clark inquired curiously of Lua. Well, let us just say you're simply too weak. Once you grow stronger, the influence of the kryptonite will naturally diminish. Is that so? Clark felt a tinge of skepticism. Although Lua was aware that the reason he was unaffected by kryptonite was not as simple as he stated, his words held a measure of truth. Once Clark's powers awakened to a certain level, or even transcended to a higher state of consciousness, would he not become impervious to kryptonite? At that point, it would merely be a trivial matter, a swift and conclusive victory. The green kryptonite was not of primary concern. Lua perused the red kryptonite ring in his hand. In fact, it was this object that piqued his interest more. Was this the very catalyst behind Whitney's drastic personality shift? Clark leaned in curiously towards the red kryptonite ring. Indeed, Lua nodded. However, It would be misleading to claim that it simply alters a person's essence, while it does affect mental faculties. It does not transform one into an entirely different individual out of thin air. Much like the symbiote in the Marvel Universe, it amplifies a person's inner desires, which can, in certain individuals, lead to a complete moral degradation. Yet for Peter, it merely incited him to cast a bit of dust in your eyes. Whitney was not inherently malevolent. Thus, while his actions may have been extreme, under Luya's guidance, he could regain his rationality. Luya sensed the peculiar energy emanating from the red kryptonite, and, with a flicker of thought, adorned his finger with the ring. What? Clark initially froze. Then an expression of alarm crept across his face. He stammered, "Luya, how can an ordinary Whitney possess extraordinary power under the influence of this ring? And you, being far stronger than I, if you lose control." Clark dared not contemplate further and could only pray that Luya's recklessness would not lead to consequences too dire to bear. With a long sigh, Luya felt an inexplicable surge of energy envelop him. He was certain that the red kryptonite indeed magnified one's innermost desires. For instance, a red glow ignited in his eyes at that moment. Clark leapt from his seat, regarding Luya as if facing a formidable adversary. He recalled that Whitney exhibited similar traits before. What? Hearing a chuckle from within the room, Clark appeared perplexed. "It's merely a ring. Surely I am not susceptible to its influence." Luya nonchalantly removed the ring from his finger. "Is everything truly fine?" Upon witnessing Luya place the ring into a lead-lined box, Clark finally exhaled in relief. The red kryptonite undeniably amplified desires, yet for Luya, if he wished, he could achieve anything on Earth. Those who possess the capability to attain everything no longer require red kryptonite to fuel their ambitions. In simpler terms, the power of the red kryptonite is insufficient to instill greater aspirations in Luya, such as conquering the entire universe. Once I unlock the perfected silver Superman template, conquering the cosmos will merely be a thought away. On this day, within Lex Luthor's laboratory, a humanoid being lay peacefully asleep inside a vast incubation chamber. Outside the chamber, several tubes connected to it, with the source of these tubes being streams of green gas. "Sir, the number 7 experimental subject has exhibited signs of life." An astonished lab technician clad in a white coat stood beside Lex Luthor, gazing at the incubation chamber in awe. "This is nothing short of miraculous. I dare say, if we release this technology, it will undoubtedly cause a global sensation." The significance lay not in anything else but the fact that the figure within the chamber had once been merely a corpse. Yet now, through experimentation, it had regained its life signs. Excellent. Lex nodded in satisfaction. He had not anticipated that the meteorite fragments from Smallville would possess such extraordinary properties. It seemed this place was a treasure trove, buried for over a decade. The concept of resurrection was indeed tantalizing. "Continue recording," Lex commanded. Merely obtaining life signs was only the first step. The experiment would not be complete until the subject awakened. Lex had hastened his experiments primarily because Luya had taken 3 of his kryptonite fragments, prompting the intellectually gifted Lex to realize that these meteorite fragments must hold some exceptional value. Hence, after acquiring new kryptonite, he eagerly initiated the experiments. Just as he reveled in the prospects of a promising future, the technician suddenly exclaimed once more, "Sir, he has opened his eyes. He has awakened." Lex rushed to the side of the incubation chamber in astonishment. Indeed, the individual within had opened his eyes, yet they appeared vacant, lacking any semblance of awareness. "Continue infusing," Lex ordered. "But sir, this is the last fragment of meteorite we have. Trust me, infuse it nonetheless." Yes, under the technician's operation, streams of green gas flowed once more through the tubes into the incubation chamber. Coupled with the special liquid inside, the green gas was absorbed rapidly. Soon, the eyes of the number 7 experimental subject began to move. "It's working." Yet almost immediately, the subject began to thrash about, a glimmer of consciousness appearing in his eyes only to vanish instantaneously. Wait, his heart rate is accelerating. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythmic sound of his heartbeat resonated through the laboratory like a war drum. "This is not right. This is not right." Lex frowned. "Administer a sedative to calm him down." "Why yes." Clack, clack, clack. Just as the technician intended to act, cracks began to form on the glass dome of the incubation chamber. "What is happening? Stop." Boom. Before Lex could issue further commands, the chamber exploded. Countless clouds of green vapor filled the room, forcing everyone to cover their mouths and noses as they retreated. Cough, cough, cough. Lex's eyes widened as he perceived a figure emerging from the mist. It had escaped. Whoosh. A sharp gust of wind surged, and in an instant, Lex realized that one of his companions had vanished from in front of him. Damn! As the mist gradually dissipated, a creature towering over 2 meters, covered in bone spurs, appeared before them all. It was clear that the experiment had failed. Chapter 136. It is evolving. It is no wonder that Lex's intellect is extraordinary. In the absence of Kryptonian technology, and with only kryptonite to work with, he had managed to create such a monstrosity. If Leo were present, he might recognize that the appearance of this number 7 experimental subject bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Doomsday. However, the creature did not exude the terror associated with Doomsday, for it lacked the core technology of Krypton. Even as a failed specimen, the number 7 experimental subject could only be classified as a superpowered monster gone awry. Sir, we must evacuate immediately. The technicians, in a state of panic, did not forget to drag the seemingly dazed Lex towards the exit. Their loyalty was not entirely selfless. They could easily abandon Lex and flee, but they knew that Luthor would ensure they understood the consequences of leaving him behind. How beautiful it is. Lex, pulled along by the technician, fled the laboratory. The 7th experimental subject was rampaging wildly, exhibiting an apparent lack of intelligence, only an overwhelming capacity for destruction. With the laboratory door securely shut, Lex halted the experimental personnel who sought to flee with him. Enough. I believe the laboratory door can contain him. Now, let us see what his combat capabilities truly entail. As he spoke, he glanced at the individual beside him, the one who had attempted to drag him away moments earlier. Lex, however, was indifferent to such matters. With a forceful push, he commanded, grab the gun and eliminate him. In previous experiments, while all subjects had met with failure and demise, many of these failed specimens had nonetheless undergone evolution. Some exhibited bulging muscles, others developed resilient skin, and a few, like the 7th experimental subject, sprouted protruding bone spurs across their bodies. The sole distinction was that only the 7th subject had survived. The personnel, aware of their lack of authority to refuse, grimaced as they reluctantly took up a handgun and opened the laboratory door. At that moment, the entire laboratory lay in ruins, having been devastated by the 7th subject, with shards of instruments and mysterious fluids strewn across the floor. Fortunately, the experimental data had already been uploaded. The loss now amounted to merely a financial setback. As the door opened halfway, the technician raised the handgun and fired repeatedly, emptying the magazine. Daunted by the prospect of confronting the beast directly, he hastily closed the door again, casting a nervous glance at Lex. Lex, however, paid no heed to his subordinate's anxiety, fixated instead on the 7th experimental subject. To the naked eye, numerous holes had erupted in the creature's exterior under the close-range gunfire. Yet, rather than blood, a greenish liquid oozed from the wounds. After swaying unsteadily a few moments, the 7th subject collapsed to the ground. Could it be that the creature had been successfully dispatched? Lex furrowed his brow. He preferred the subject to remain intact rather than appear so pathetically vulnerable. Suddenly, a sharp metallic sound resonated within the laboratory, though the others outside were oblivious. Lex took note. From the gaping wounds on the 7th subject, fluid continued to surge forth, while the injuries began to visibly heal at an alarming rate. Something was amiss. It was recovering. An experimental technician shouted, his expression tense, as if facing an imminent threat. My word, its body appears to be swelling? Look at its skin. Before their astonished eyes, the numerous openings in the 7th subject's body had completely mended, and its skin began to undergo a transformation. Scales, fine as fish scales, emerged across its surface, and within mere blinks, these scales enveloped its entire form, even surrounding its eyes with a shimmering silver layer. A miracle. It was adapting to its environment. It was evolving. It was unfathomable that a capability, which would ordinarily require protracted periods for ordinary organisms to achieve, unfolded within a mere few minutes in the laboratory. Excellent. Lex realized he might have inadvertently stumbled upon something extraordinary. Enough. Destroy it. He gestured dismissively. Having acquired all the data, this failed specimen no longer warranted survival. With that, Lex turned on his heel, hands clasped behind his back, and departed with a satisfied grin. Once everyone had vacated, the half-submerged laboratory suddenly trembled, and a thick plume of black smoke billowed forth. They had long been prepared. In critical moments, they would initiate the detonation of explosives. Sir, we have exhausted all the meteorite fragments. I understand. Have you discovered any other locations that were severely affected by the meteor shower? Lex's method for seeking kryptonite was notably efficient, directly investigating areas most devastated by the meteor shower. Yes, the nearest site is known as Kent Farm. Investigations confirmed that meteorite fragments landed there. Excellent. Lex nodded in satisfaction. However, as he left the laboratory en route to Kent Farm. The technicians still within failed to notice a dark figure emerging once more. Its scales were shattered, flesh torn, yet it remained alive. Following the explosion, the seventh experimental subject had not perished. Instead, as the flames within the laboratory were extinguished, its body began to heal anew. Simultaneously, it seemed to undergo another transformation. Sniffing the air before sprinting off in a singular direction, Kent Farm. Jonathan had just finished his tasks for the day and was heading home alongside Luther. Recently, the farm's productivity had declined, and many instruments required repair. Thank goodness for you, Luther. Jonathan lamented the hardships of life. If you wish, you could easily live a comfortable life thanks to Clark. No, that is not the life I desire. Jonathan shook his head, rejecting the notion. Perhaps I could assist you? No, Luther. Jonathan reiterated his refusal. I will not allow my son to expose himself, and you should do the same. You both possess extraordinary abilities. Yet you must also protect yourselves. The world is not as benevolent as you might envision. Jonathan implied that revealing their powers could incite the envy of certain individuals. Luther offered no rebuttal, merely nodding in agreement, though his thoughts were another matter altogether. Indeed, this world was vast, far exceeding Jonathan's imagination. Chapter 137. Lex's Arrival. It seems a stranger has arrived at the farm? Luther observed as a young man with long hair parked his vehicle at the farm's edge and approached. Is that so? Jonathan, not having noticed anyone, recognized Luther's keen eyesight. Upon returning to the exterior of the house, he finally spotted the unfamiliar face Luther had mentioned. Young man, do you require assistance? Jonathan assessed Lex, whose expensive attire suggested he was likely the scion of a wealthy family, lost in this rural locale. Excuse me, is this the Kent family farm? Lex's inquiry was somewhat superfluous, as arriving here already indicated he was aware of the location. And you are? Jonathan scrutinized Lex more closely. Realizing the young man had evidently come seeking him, Lex smiled, stating, I heard that a meteor shower occurred here over a decade ago. As an astronomy enthusiast, I wanted to explore the area. Lex refrained from revealing his true intentions at the outset, opting instead for this pretext. Jonathan felt an inexplicable discomfort upon hearing Lex's self-introduction. This place was not only a landing site for the meteor shower, but also where his son Clark had first emerged. He was reluctant to divulge too much, lest he reveal any information regarding Clark. I'm sorry, but this is a private farm and does not accommodate external explorations. I must ask you to leave. Regardless of Lex's intentions, Jonathan was determined to dismiss him. Jonathan had not anticipated that the elderly gentleman before him would not inquire about anything, but would instead demand his departure outright. Perhaps we could engage in a transaction. I am willing to offer a sum of money to purchase your farm. Jonathan's cautious demeanor only served to heighten Lex's suspicion that the farm harbored deeper secrets. After all, if mere meteorite fragments possessed such extraordinary capabilities, what if the meteor shower from over a decade ago had included something else? Perhaps extraterrestrial technology. Lex suddenly realized that such a scenario was not entirely implausible. Thus, he made a direct offer. $1 million. How does that sound? He surveyed the surroundings. Although the crops were still growing, they appeared to lack significant value. $1 million far exceeded the actual worth of this farm. No, I have no intention of selling my farm, Jonathan replied, shaking his head in refusal. Lex smiled faintly, thinking that Jonathan was merely attempting to inflate his asking price. For who would not appreciate money? Of course, if the other party truly had no interest in money, it could only imply that something of immeasurable worth resided within the farm, something that could not be quantified in monetary terms. Therefore, he sweetened the deal, offering not only the cash, but also a house in Metropolis. Additionally, I can arrange a job for your son at Luther Corp, surely? That would offer him a brighter future than remaining in this modest farm. Clearly, Lex assumed that Luther was Jonathan's son. However, Jonathan's focus was elsewhere, as he inquired, Luther Corp? Are you of the Luther family? Indeed, I am Lex Luthor, he replied. Oh, stop right there. Jonathan interrupted him politely, his tone sharp. Since you are of the Luther family, we have nothing further to discuss. Please leave my farm. His voice boomed, emphasizing the words my farm. Jonathan, what is the matter? Martha, startled by the commotion outside, emerged. Upon seeing Lex's polished demeanor, she cast a mildly reproachful glance at her husband. Why are you raising your voice at a young man? In truth, Jonathan had long harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Luther family, a sentiment that had reached its zenith following their manipulation of Congress for their own gain. Meanwhile, Luther regarded the situation with intrigue as he observed the young man. Is this the brilliant bald-headed adversary who would one day challenge Clark? He seems utterly unassuming, though that may also be attributed to his youth. Taking his wife's advice, Jonathan tempered his tone but still firmly declined. I am sorry, but I have no intention of selling my farm. If that is your purpose here, you may as well abandon it. Lex recognized that his father's actions had likely fostered this man's resentment. Yet, Lex himself was not particularly fond of his father. After all, his childhood had been far from pleasant. Realizing that Jonathan's stance was unyielding, he turned his attention to the work-clad Luther. And what about you? Do you not desire to live in Metropolis? Or are you already content to wither away on this farm at your age? Surely, no young person would wish to remain in such a desolate, lonely place. No, Luther replied with a smile, shaking his head. In fact, I quite enjoy my current life. He speculated that Lex's intent to purchase the farm was likely motivated by the kryptonite, given that his own collection had originated from them. Faced with Luther's nonchalant attitude, Lex felt exasperated. As a young man, are you truly willing to be confined to this farm by your father? Yes, you are correct. Luther replied just as Lex was about to respond further. Hey, are we receiving guests today? Clark returned from school. Are the Kent's twins? Lex mused internally. From the findings of his investigation, he turned to Luther. Are you not Clark? No. Do you know me? How do you know Clark's name? The three voices echoed simultaneously, with Jonathan's face contorted in anger. Now he understood that this young Luther was no mere astronomy enthusiast, but rather had ulterior motives. The fact that he had even inquired about his son's name confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, those of the Luther family were not to be trusted. Lex, realizing his slip of the tongue, cast a furtive glance at everyone before preparing to leave. Whether or not they sold the farm mattered little. His desire to acquire it did not necessitate their consent. Lex was ready to leverage his connections to forcibly obtain the Kent farm. Chapter 138. Evolution again. Despicable. Unprincipled. Greedy. The Luther family was deserving of the most contemptible descriptors in existence. Jonathan prided himself on not being a rude individual, yet the Luther family warranted the harshest of condemnations. What is it, Dad? Clark asked, puzzled by Jonathan's fury. In his recollection, he seldom witnessed his father so enraged, especially towards a stranger, who typically received his polite demeanor. So you are Clark, Lex realized. Then who is this blonde youth? Enough. Jonathan, having somewhat quelled his anger, commanded, please leave this place. All right. Lex placed his hands over his chest and waved dismissively. As he turned to depart, a strange roar echoed from a distance. Is there a wild animal on the farm that makes such a sound? Jonathan mused, taken aback, as the noise did not seem close at all. Upon hearing the roar, Lex's face drained of color. How is that possible? What kind of creature could withstand the blast of a bomb at such proximity? Luther and Clark simultaneously turned towards the source of the sound. Clark, lacking the strength to discern clearly, vaguely saw a massive humanoid figure. What is that? What do you see, Clark? Jonathan, gripping Martha's hand tightly, inquired. I can't see clearly, but it looks like a humanoid monster, Clark responded. Upon hearing this description, Lex's expression grew increasingly tense. Could it truly be Subject 7? He also noted Clark's gaze. Despite the obstruction of trees, how had he discerned Subject 7? Connecting the dots, Lex recalled that this was one of the sites where the meteor had fallen, and he felt he was grasping an elusive clue. You two should head back inside. Luther urged Jonathan and Martha. In his view, the humanoid creature was charging towards them. With a whoosh, when a thicket was cleared, a figure emerged. Cloaked in darkness and adorned with protruding black bone-like spikes, revealing itself to all. Subject 7. Lex's heart sank. It was indeed that creature. Luoya cast a glance at him. Although Lex's mutterings were barely audible, they nonetheless registered with Luoya. Thus, it could be inferred that this monster originated from his hands. Or perhaps the laboratory he had previously observed was, in fact, a site for the creation of such creatures? Luoya did not recognize the identity of Subject 7, for while it appeared terrifying, it was merely so in the eyes of ordinary individuals. Its capabilities bore resemblance to those of Doomsday, yet in terms of size, evolutionary speed, and regenerative abilities, it fell significantly short. This was the reason Luoya found it difficult to ascertain its true nature. You're right, Clark said, casting a worried glance at his parents. You two should hurry back inside. Leave this to me and Luoya. No, Clark. Jonathan firmly shook his head at the suggestion from his son and Luoya. At a time like this, how can we let the children face danger while we retreat? With that, Jonathan signaled to the two with his eyes. Lex, an outsider, was still watching from the sidelines, and he was reluctant for their abilities to be witnessed by an ordinary person, especially one from the despicable Luther lineage. Should he discover the powers possessed by Luoya and Clark, Jonathan was certain that it would not be long before a specialized department arrived to take the two children away. Therefore, while urging his wife to retreat into the house, Jonathan retrieved a hunting rifle from within. Despite the rifle being self-assembled and appearing somewhat worn, its power was formidable enough to bring down a medium-sized wild boar. Exiting the house with the rifle in hand, Jonathan positioned himself in front of Luoya and Clark. "Listen, children," he said in a low voice. "The car is parked behind the house. If things go awry, quickly take your mother and Luoya and leave." His intent was clear. Jonathan would rather sacrifice himself than allow the others to reveal their powers. Clark's face was a mask of reluctance. "No, Dad. I can't just stand by and watch you, Clark." Jonathan interrupted, halting the words about to spill from his son's lips. He then turned to Luoya, pleading, "I implore you, Luoya, do not let your powers be exposed." Without waiting for Luoya's response, he glanced back at Lex. "Why are you still here?" At that moment, Subject 7 was already less than 300 meters away from them. Lex, of course, dared not flee, for he had every reason to believe that the creature was targeting him. If its arrival was indeed for revenge, running away would be tantamount to courting death. Jonathan, unaware of the intricacies at play, hesitated momentarily before signaling again for them to leave promptly. Just then, Subject 7 drew near. Its entire form was not only pitch black, but also bore an uneven texture, resembling something that had been subjected to an explosion, with cracks sprawling across its surface. Within those fissures glowed a faint orange light, suggesting some unknown energy coursing within. Jonathan raised his hunting rifle. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. The large caliber bullets successfully piercing its outer shell and releasing 2 gouts of dark green liquid. Roar! With a furious bellow, Subject 7 collapsed. One of its legs shattered. Phew! Jonathan exhaled, relieved. It appeared that this monster could indeed be dealt with using firearms. Thus, the crisis of the day seemed to be resolved. As he contemplated this, he swiftly reloaded the rifle. From a distance behind Jonathan, Lex's expression did not lighten. Instead, he fixated intently on the injured leg of Subject 7. What was he observing? Luoya followed Lex's gaze, noticing that the flesh of Subject 7's wounded leg was writhing, the bleeding soon ceasing. Such remarkable regenerative abilities. Luoya was taken aback. He then released the constraints of his X-ray vision. To his astonishment, he saw not only the flesh writhing on Subject 7's severed leg, but also the bone at the joint swelling. With a pop, a black bone swiftly broke through the surface, extending outward. A flash of insight illuminated Luoya's mind. He finally recognized its characteristics. It was a weakened version of Doomsday. Good heavens! Luoya marveled internally. Lex truly is an individual of extraordinary intellect. He is indeed a prodigy. Without any Kryptonian technology, he managed to develop a diluted version of Doomsday. If he possessed Kryptonian knowledge, who knows what heights he could achieve. At this moment, it would be a simple matter to obliterate Lex with a single blast from his heat vision, thereby eliminating any future threats. However, unfortunately, he could not resort to murder. Thus, he must find a way to reform him. Luoya squinted at Lex, pondering whether this character in the original narrative could withstand a beating. Just then, the gunfire erupted again. Jonathan had not anticipated that the monster would rise so swiftly after having its leg shattered. He fired 2 more shots at Subject 7's leg. Yet this time, he was appalled to find that when the shotgun bullets struck the bone spurs of that leg, they merely sparked and left a mark. At this juncture, it was too late to reload. Jonathan realized he was likely to perish here, but he did not feel fear. Over the past decade, he had long been prepared for this possibility. Indeed, he had contemplated the day he might need to sacrifice himself to protect Clark's secret. The only difference this time was the presence of Luoya. As he charged towards Subject 7, he turned his head to glance at Clark and Luoya. As he had expected, Clark was already preparing to rush toward him. Fortunately, it appeared that Luoya had heeded his words. Jonathan extended his hand, firmly halting Clark's advance. Upon meeting his father's resolute gaze, Clark understood his father's determination. He was genuinely willing to sacrifice himself rather than allow Clark to be exposed. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Clark was on the verge of abandoning his action, his face a mask of despair, Luoya made his move. Of course, he did not rush forward. In an instant, heat coalesced in his eyes. Luoya instinctively aimed at Subject 7's head, but hesitated for a moment before diverting from its vital points. Zing, 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 zing. In a rapid succession, Luoya controlled the speed of his heat vision, severing the limbs of Subject 7 before anyone except Clark could comprehend what was happening. In Jonathan's view, the monster was about to pounce on him when suddenly, a small explosion erupted at the junction of one of its arms. Then came the other arm, then the legs. The black-bone spurs could withstand the assault of firearms. Yet they could not halt Luoya's heat vision, not even for a fraction of a second. Thud, thud, thud. The severed limbs of Subject 7 fell to the ground one after another, followed by its body, which lost its support. A foul odor of grilled meat permeated the air, causing Lex to halt his stealthy retreat. Bewildered, he gazed at the writhing and lamenting experiment number 7 on the ground. What had transpired? Did the Kent household harbor some advanced weaponry? He recognized that experiment number 7 had been subjected to an extraordinarily violent and rapid energy surge, resulting in the loss of its limbs. But from whence had this energy emanated? Was it from him? Lex regarded Jonathan with uncertainty. No, not him. Lex then furtively glanced at Clark and Luther. Could it be one of them? Though lacking definitive evidence, Lex felt he was inching closer to the truth. What are you staring at? Luther inquired, fixing his gaze on Lex. Nothing. I wasn't looking at anything. Lex stammered, startled at being caught eavesdropping. Jonathan, look at it. Martha's voice echoed from within the house, breaking the tension among the group. Jonathan cast his eyes upon the creature. At that moment, experiment number 7's limbs were eerily absent. Yet simultaneously, the flesh across its body began to writhe. Disgusting. Terrifying. Before everyone's eyes, its body began to shrink. This was a true contraction. Its height diminished to just over 2 meters, and the price paid for this transformation was the regrowth of its limbs. It was as if some primitive creature, when faced with bodily trauma, chose to sacrifice other parts to preserve its integrity. Indeed, such a remarkable degree of evolution. Luther marveled. However, his eyes soon glimmered with renewed intensity. Since you can sacrifice your body to restore your limbs, I shall continue severing them. Let us see how many times you can be reborn from limb loss. As for whether it would suffer fatal consequences from the loss of blood and flesh while regrowing its limbs, that was of no concern to him. After all, if experiment number 7 perished by its own doing, it wouldn't be his hand that struck the fatal blow. Luther thought to himself, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet, just as Jonathan braced himself for the worst, experiment number 7 made an unexpected move. It fled. However, the one who felt the most fear and chill was Lex. For this creature had initially possessed little intelligence. Was it not merely a being of instinct? Or had its intellect evolved alongside its self-healing? In that instant, Lex recognized the gravity of the situation. If that were indeed the case, experiment no. 7 could potentially transform into a genuine catastrophe for humanity. Yet, as a failed product primarily composed of green kryptonite, it was improbable for experiment no. 7 to evolve infinitely from nothing. With the immediate crisis at the farm seemingly averted, Clark exhaled a long sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had nearly lost his father forever. He then turned to Luther. That was you, wasn't it? Unlike Lex, Clark knew that if anyone present could have achieved that feat, it was Luther. Wait, Clark exclaimed suddenly, looking in the direction of experiment number 7's escape. That direction? Lana? His voice faltered in urgency. Jonathan also noticed, casting a complex glance at his son. At that moment, he wished to be selfish. However, Clark had already vanished from sight. Oh no, Clark. The only solace Jonathan found was that Lex had not been looking in that direction. Heh, Uncle Jonathan. I'll go find something to take care of this. Luther offered an excuse, intent on pursuing Clark. Only then did Lex's expression gradually calm. Although he remained oblivious to the specifics of what had occurred, with experiment number 7 suddenly severing its limbs, at least he was spared from death. In that moment, beads of sweat dripped from Lex's brow, his face revealing a somewhat morbid smile, a testament to his relief at having survived. There was undoubtedly something amiss at this farm. Just wait, I shall return, Lex vowed internally. Meanwhile, the now considerably shrunken experiment number 7 instinctively sprinted towards Lana's home. An inexplicable sensation surged within it, causing its body to tremble as it ran. Unbeknownst to it, this inexplicable feeling was known in the realm of humans as fear. This also indicated that Lex's previous concerns had been justified. Experiment number 7 was beginning to evolve a more refined intelligence. Ahead, Lana's house was within reach. And at that moment, Lana had just returned home, setting down her backpack. Lana, Nell asked cheerfully, how was your day at school? Well, you know how it is. Lana replied, having just finished cheerleading practice, massaging her arms. School is pretty much the same every day. As she spoke, Lana's gaze suddenly caught sight of an unfamiliar creature racing towards her home. What is that? Lana furrowed her brow. What? Nell also glanced outside. Outside, Clark was sprinting with all his might, desperate to intercept experiment number 7 before it reached Lana's home. Given that his father Jonathan forbade the exposure of his superpowers in front of ordinary people, this naturally included Lana. But as long as he was quick enough to prevent Lana from seeing him, it would suffice, wouldn't it? Before long, he spotted experiment number 7 ahead. At that moment, the creature, having just regrown its limbs, appeared somewhat uncoordinated and was not running very fast. Moreover, It occasionally utilized the bushes to conceal its body. "Get away from me," Clark growled, his throat emitting a low roar, and with renewed determination, he quickened his pace. With a resounding thud, he collided with experiment number 7, gripping one of its legs and dragging it recklessly into the nearby woods. To Lana and her aunt, it appeared as though an unknown creature had suddenly entered the thicket, only for another figure to emerge from within and pull it into the forest. Fortunately, as dusk fell, Clark successfully obscured his presence. "Goodness, is there a wild boar out there?" Nell observed with concern as she peered towards the distant woods. "Perhaps I should go take a look." A peculiar glint flickered in Lana's eyes. For reasons unknown, she felt a sense of familiarity with the figure that had emerged, almost as if it resembled Clark. Coupled with the rumors of Clark's extraordinary strength at school, curiosity stirred within her. "No, Lana," Nell decisively countered, "we don't know what is happening out there. You can't go." As an adult, she could discern danger, unwilling to place herself in jeopardy under uncertain circumstances. But Lana was different. She was young, bold, brave, and possessed an insatiable curiosity. She sensed that perhaps hidden within that forest lay the secret of Clark. However, in the presence of her aunt, she nodded in agreement, saying, "I understand, Aunt." After uttering those words, she clutched her belongings and made her way to her room. Once the door was closed behind her, she leaned against it, straining to listen to the sounds outside. Confirming that her aunt was busy preparing dinner, she quietly opened the window. She was unsure why she felt this way today, but that fleeting shadow she had seen earlier was undeniably familiar. In the forest, Clark exerted all his strength to grasp the leg of Subject 7, sprinting with fervor. Though Subject 7 struggled relentlessly, its half-suspended state rendered it incapable of gaining any leverage. Only when Clark felt that the trees behind him were completely concealing his presence did he muster the strength to hurl Subject 7 away. Crack! After crashing into a tree the thickness of a bowl, it finally regained its balance. Meanwhile, Subject 7 rose to its feet, a flicker of rage igniting in its greenish eyes. Despite being dragged and flung by Clark, it had sustained no injuries. In its nascent intelligence, it simply labeled Clark as bad, a designation it also attributed to Lex from before. Roaring, Subject 7 crouched low, preparing to attack. Just then, a voice called from behind Clark, "Do you need my assistance?" Clark refrained from turning around, replying, "No, Luya, stay out of this. I want to test my own strength." What boy hasn't he harbored dreams of saving the world? Clark had long suppressed his desires, but today, in this secluded place, he yearned to indulge himself just once. Then, "Do take care." Luya assessed that the outcome of the confrontation between Clark and Subject 7 was likely to be evenly matched. Although Subject 7 had diminished in size, Luya could discern that its overall prowess still surpassed Clark's. However, Clark's identity bore similarities to that of a chosen one, which led Luya to believe he would not be defeated. "Focus," Luya cautioned. At that very moment, Subject 7 propelled itself forward, launching an attack on Clark. "Come on," Clark shouted, seemingly rallying himself. He swung his fists downward towards Subject 7's head. However, Subject 7 displayed remarkable agility, colliding with Clark before his fists could reach their target. Boom. Clark felt as though he had been struck head-on by a speeding vehicle. No, its strength was even greater. Subject 7 resembled a porcupine, its body adorned with black bone spikes. It was a near miss. Clark felt the black spikes almost piercing through him. Yet, that final fraction of an inch allowed him to endure. With both hands gripping the spikes on its shoulders, Clark summoned all his strength to push Subject 7 aside. Coughing, he staggered back a few steps. If only I could fly like Luya, he mused, the thought suddenly emerging in his mind. Chapter 141, The Transformative Power of Love. If I could fly, dealing with this would be a breeze. Shaking his head, Clark redirected his focus back to Subject 7. Luya watched the unfolding battle with keen interest, confirming his earlier assertion that he had no intention of intervening. With his discerning eye, he could clearly see that Clark's defenses were just sufficient. Or could it be that he is indeed the chosen one? At that moment, he noticed a movement, turning to see a girl approaching. Is that Lana? Should I inform Clark? Perhaps not. If she were an ordinary passerby, Luya would have chosen to keep Clark's secret for the time being. However, Lana had been intricately woven into the fabric of Clark's life for quite some time. Now, letting her in on his identity seemed inconsequential. While Jonathan might worry about Clark's identity being exposed and attracting government attention, Luya was unfazed. Even if it were to be revealed to the entire world, it would merely result in the emergence of a deity in this realm. Lana hurried through the woods, the sounds of battle growing increasingly distinct in her ears. Her heart raced with a mix of trepidation and curiosity as she pushed aside the branches. Suddenly, A flash of gold appeared before her. Lana blinked in astonishment at the young man standing before her. Are you Leah? Did you just, see what is happening in this forest? As she spoke, she turned her body to catch a glimpse of the fray, where the sounds of combat intensified. Luya stepped aside, allowing Lana to pass. Care to witness the spectacle? He asked with a smile. You certainly haven't encountered a battle of this magnitude before. Lana followed Luya's gaze, and, indeed, there was Clark. At that moment, he was locked in a brutal exchange with another monstrous foe, each landing blows upon the other. Trees toppled around them in the chaos. Clark seized a nearby trunk and swung it forcefully at Subject 7. Crack! The trunk splintered upon impact. Lana gasped, astonished as she beheld Clark. Isn't it remarkable? This world, this tangible reality. Yet, it isn't entirely real. For the people of Earth within the DC universe, witnessing the extraordinary is enough to be deemed real. After the initial shock wore off, curiosity overtook Lana as she turned to Leah. You've known about all of this for some time, haven't you? Indeed, Leah replied casually. The battle between Clark and Subject 7 raged on. At this point, Clark was wholly oblivious to his surroundings, even unaware of Lana's arrival. With the passage of time, he sensed that the creature seemed to be growing stronger. Damn it! Clark cursed as he narrowly evaded an attack, glancing at his arm where a blood mark had appeared. There was no blood oozing from it, just a superficial wound. Nevertheless, the weight of the moment bore heavily on him. This was the first time he had bled in the course of this fight. The opponent's strength was undeniably increasing. Meanwhile, Luya remained unfazed. Theoretically, no one is immune to injury. He himself was no exception. Not being injured merely indicated that one had yet to encounter a stronger adversary. That was all. Luya, Lana called from behind. It seems like Clark is at a disadvantage. Shouldn't we call for help? In truth, she had considered calling for help earlier, but had been deterred by Luya. No need, Luya shook his head. Even at this moment, he had no intention of intervening. Clark continued to struggle valiantly, and the struggle grew increasingly arduous. Flash. A deeper gash appeared on Clark's chest as his shirt tore open, blood beginning to trickle down, though it was minimal. It seemed Batman would never have the opportunity to ask, "Do you bleed? Why do I feel like that creature is getting stronger?" Even Lana had begun to notice Subject 7's peculiarities. In the next instant, Clark suddenly materialized beside them. "Lua, I can't take it anymore. Help me." He gasped, panting heavily. Then, he caught sight of Lana. Clark looked at Lua in astonishment and confusion. Indeed, he turned his gaze towards Lua. He was well aware that Lua, with his abilities, would have sensed Lana's approach beforehand and certainly possessed the means to prevent her from witnessing the unfolding events. "Clark, revealing your powers is hardly a monumental affair. There is no need to look at me as if the sky is falling." In truth, many residents of the town had acquired superpowers due to the presence of kryptonite. Even if Clark chose not to reveal his abilities, a portion of the town's secrets would still be impossible to conceal. Moreover, exposing one's superpowers was not as catastrophic as it seemed. Jonathan's mindset was rather extreme, and it subtly influenced Clark. Lua was uncertain whether the change in Clark was for better or worse. However, considering the potential emergence of an unjust superhero in the future, it couldn't possibly get worse. Could it? "Clark, despite your current disheveled state," Lana's eyes shimmered with admiration. She had always harbored a significant fondness for Clark, and now it was coupled with a newfound sense of reverence. Meanwhile, the creature known as Experiment Number 7 did not charge at Clark, but remained in place, growling ominously. Lua, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Lana's admiring gaze, shifted the topic onto Lua. "It's your turn now. You really deserve to be single." Lua rolled his eyes. "Clark, do you know what the greatest power in this world is?" Lua spoke cryptically. "What is it?" Clark asked, curiosity etched on his face. Could it be that he possessed abilities unknown to Clark? Indeed, the creature had its limbs severed earlier, which must have been due to Lua's intervention. Lana, intrigued, looked at Lua, eager to uncover the identity of this ultimate power. Then, they witnessed Lua stride directly towards the creature, with his back to them and his pace steady. The Experiment Number 7 crouched low, continuously growling, poised to pounce. As Lua approached, the tension in the air reached its zenith. "Good boy," he uttered. 3 simple words that stunned everyone. What? Clark and Lana stared at Lua in utter bewilderment. They watched as Lua gently placed his hand upon the creature's head, and astonishingly, the creature let out a whimper and slowly lowered itself to the ground. "Love is the most potent force in this world." Lua's voice resonated. Facing the Experiment Number 7, his eyes radiated with a fiery intensity. The creature's legs buckled, and it submitted, lying prostrate on the ground. In Chapter 142, "Can't you just keep quiet?" Lua felt a sense of satisfaction at the creature's submission. Had it resisted, the ensuing chaos would have been quite unsightly. Observing the subdued creature, Clark's eyes widened in disbelief. "How did you do that?" he inquired, gazing at Lua's nonchalant silhouette. The creature appeared rather dim-witted, and yet it seemed to have been relentless in its confrontation with Clark. Lua did not turn around. He could not afford to do so. The intense energy in his eyes had yet to dissipate, and turning would reveal his secret. However, that did not preclude him from speaking. "Did I not just say? It's love, Clark." Lua replied with a serious tone, albeit nonsensical. "Is that so?" Lana pondered behind him, nodding contemplatively. "Is that so? What do you mean? Did you really believe love could tame it?" "Huh. Here, only strength prevails. Otherwise, even a future superhero could be at risk of capture." Lua redirected his attention back to the experiment number 7. This creature, adorned with black spines and resembling a human form, posed a dilemma. Killing it was not an option, yet containing it was equally challenging. Fortunately, they were on the Kent farm, relatively secluded from the outside world, making it feasible to keep it there while Lua monitored its behavior. Lua was eager to test whether the experiment number 7 could indeed be tamed without resorting to force. Of course, this confidence stemmed from his own abilities. Should the creature prove untamable, he could always return it to Lex's estate, perhaps even surprising Lex in the process. With this thought, Lua not only maintained his laser focus, but intensified the energy within him. He approached the experiment number 7 and extended a hand. Unsurprisingly, the creature made no attempt to resist as Lua placed his hand upon its head. "Excellent." The creature let out a low growl, finally collapsing completely to the ground, allowing Lua to disperse the gathered energy. Meanwhile, Lana, though curious about the experiment number 7, was more preoccupied with Clark. "Clark, the ability you exhibited earlier?" Clark had displayed strength and speed that far exceeded that of an ordinary human. Lana even recalled the rumor from school that claimed Clark had rescued everyone by pulling the school bus from the river. Clark scratched his head, searching for an excuse. Yet, before Lana, he found it impossible to fabricate a story. He could only shoot Lua an accusing glance. "Lua, you should have warned me sooner. Had you done so, our secret would not have been uncovered, and I wouldn't have broken my promise to my father." Feeling a bit disoriented, Clark gradually realized that he had utterly disregarded Jonathan's admonition and exposed his superpowers. "Clark," Lewis said, looking at the dejected young man with mild exasperation. "Exposing your powers is hardly the end of the world, is it? Then, I suppose I shouldn't be here?" Lana interjected, recognizing that the secret she had stumbled upon was one Clark evidently wished to keep from others. "Oh no, Lana, you know I'm not blaming you," Clark hastily clarified. "So, you are blaming me?" Lua crossed his arms. "Just as you said, revealing abilities might not be that serious." Clark wanted to argue that it was indeed quite serious. However, now that Lana knew, she would likely keep it a secret, wouldn't she? "All right, so you really did pull the bus from the river?" Lana asked, somewhat incredulous. "Of course," Clark replied, though a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. After all, he had noted how, during the fight, his strength, while extraordinary, did not seem sufficient to haul the bus out of the water. Reports from conscious classmates in the bus had indicated that it was nearly submerged. Then, an unknown force had propelled the bus onto the shore. It was important to note that there was a substantial difference between dragging the bus to safety and simply tossing it ashore. The requirements for power in each scenario were vastly different. And so it was. Clark cast a glance at Luther. Although Luther had not revealed his abilities earlier, one should not expect mercy if they themselves are unmerciful. Clark decisively betrayed Luther, though it was Luther who had summoned the school bus. In truth, Luther's powers far surpassed his own, by much more than yours. Clark's words, while affirming Lana's suspicions, also left her in a state of confusion. What exactly was the relationship between Clark and his distant cousin? All right. Luther was unconcerned about the exposure of his abilities, especially given that Lana, being the protagonist, would inevitably learn of Clark's secret in the future. "I believe I heard your aunt calling for you. Perhaps you ought to return home." Luther gestured towards Lana's house. Upon hearing that her aunt was searching for her, Lana scarcely had time to ponder how Luther could hear her family from such a distance. I snuck out, so I need to hurry back before my aunt finds me. Rest assured, I will keep your secret." On the way home, Clark continued to voice his grievances. "Luther, you really should have stopped Lana. You shouldn't have let her see our secret. If my father finds out, he would surely be heartbroken." Luther regarded him with a puzzled expression. "Do you not trust Lana to keep your secret?" "Of course I do," Clark quickly nodded. "But it's not just my secret. It's our secret." At that moment, Clark felt somewhat exasperated with his extraterrestrial relative. Perhaps he was also a troublesome youth on his yet-to-be-seen home planet? Luther continued, "Well, that's just splendid. As long as you remain silent, Uncle Jonathan will never discover that you've exposed your superpowers. Moreover, Whitney is already aware of your secret, isn't she? Clark was momentarily taken aback by Luther's words. While they were indeed accurate, they left the innocent Clark feeling somewhat guilty, as if he were a thief. It appeared that change would require more time. Luther, of course, would not mention that the appearance of Ms. Diesel foretold the impending proliferation of superpowers in the town. Chapter 143. Bruce Wayne. After Luther's persuasion, Clark still felt somewhat unsettled. Yet, after a night of contemplation, he suddenly found clarity. Lana was not one to gossip frivolously. So as long as he kept quiet, no one else would know. Upon realizing this, a sense of secret delight filled him. After all, he had made an impression in front of the girl he admired. Subsequently, after a day of classes at school, Clark was once again summoned by Diesel. Today, Diesel donned professional attire, her white shirt accentuating her curves and allure, leaving several boys in the class breathless. Upon seeing Clark being called away once more, envy and jealousy flickered in the eyes of some boys. Sigh. Clark has a new crush and no longer walks home with us, Pete remarked, a hint of acidity in his tone. Is that how you use the term new crush? Chloe discerned Pete's thoughts. He was merely envious of Clark. As for Chloe, she firmly believed that Clark would never act indiscreetly. All right, I was just speaking offhandedly. Pete raised his hand. Who doesn't know that Clark is one of the most honest and rule-abiding students in class? Oh, of course, he may sometimes be a bit tardy. After all, no one is perfect, which is understandable. On the other hand, when Clark arrived at Diesel's office, it was not at all like others had imagined. After expressing concern for Clark's academic performance, Diesel promptly concluded this topic. The truth was, Clark's academic capabilities were exceptional. He no longer required additional tutoring. And she finally circled back to the crux of the matter. The young man who accompanied you during my home visit. That's right, the one named Luther. Does he not attend school? Or has he already begun working? Although Diesel feigned casualness in her inquiry, Clark immediately became wary. Why was she asking about Luther? Clark regarded Luther as a brother and his only kin on Earth, hence he approached Diesel's question with caution. Unlike other students, Clark sensed a hint of danger emanating from Ms. Diesel. Thus, he replied vaguely, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps you should ask him directly? This response clearly indicated his desire to steer clear of the topic of Luther, yet Diesel seemed oblivious to Clark's implications and nodded in agreement. It seems I ought to inquire directly. Clark was momentarily taken aback. Gotham. After some time away, the atmosphere here seemed largely unchanged. The only notable shift was the intriguing rise of a minor figure, the Penguin, who had inexplicably gained status. Indeed, despite Fish Mooney's prior humiliation of the Penguin, his survival suggested he had secured the protection of a crime lord. Otherwise, Fish would never have spared him. Luther returned to Gotham to seek out the Penguin. Eager to immerse himself in the city's unique culture, the Penguin's experiences were nothing short of surreal. After narrowly escaping death, his thoughts were not on mere survival, but rather a desire to return to Gotham. And upon his return, he became an undercover agent for the police while simultaneously infiltrating his former crime lord, Dalcon's, operations. Strolling through the streets, crime flourished, with theft and violence rampant. At times, the perpetrators and their victims belonged to rival gangs, leading to chaotic brawls. Luther stood still, admiring the primal nature of their combat. Soon, the melee began to ensnare the innocent, causing bystanders to scream and flee. Some oblivious individuals approached Luther, and he effortlessly seized a weapon from one of them, tossing it aside as he passed. Once the twisted metal rod lay discarded, several individuals around him were left groaning on the ground. Are you a harbinger of justice? A small boy, nearly caught in the fray, gazed at Luther with admiration. That was so cool. Just a few swift moves. And that big brother took all the bad guys down. Not quite. In this isn't a safe place. You should head home. Luther replied with a smile, gently ruffling the boy's hair and urging him to leave. You're certainly not a harbinger of justice, or perhaps you are just like them, a criminal as well? Who speaks so boldly? Luther turned in confusion only to find himself face to face with the Dark Knight, the Batman. Luther suddenly realized that Batman was not supposed to appear at this moment in time. How could Bruce Wayne have already returned when the Joker was still in his formative stages? Or perhaps it could be said that the world in which he finds himself is not the primary realm of DC. Nonetheless, it matters not, for Batman remains Batman, provided he does not devolve into some grotesque manifestation akin to the Laughing Bat. However, must all the villains of Gotham inevitably transform into mere jesters? Emerging from the novice village to confront the formidable bosses, it appears that victory is hardly within reach. Observing that Leah remains silent, Bruce mistakenly assumes he is in agreement with his perspective. After all, he has conducted thorough investigations into the principal figures among the recent gang members. Although this individual before him is still a nameless entity, he is nonetheless a key focus of Bruce's attention, the Penguin's lackey. This is precisely why he claims Leah is akin to those individuals. Even witnessing Leah's adeptness today, Bruce, now embodying Batman, begins to suspect that this golden-haired youth harbors deeper intentions. Yet, it is indeed a grave misjudgment to accuse Leah. He is merely an audience member yearning for an immersive experience of the narrative. Thus, as Leah gazes at Batman's cool demeanor, suppressing a smile, he inquires, "You claim I am a criminal. What do you intend to do about it?" Bruce, perplexed by Leah's mirth, replies in a low, somber tone, "I shall personally apprehend you. By the way, isn't it exhausting to suppress your breath to deepen your voice? Am I making you uncomfortable, Mr. Uniformed Anomaly? Oh, and I must commend you. Your muscles appear quite robust. Turns out you are a lunatic." Bruce interrupts Leah's playful banter. Chapter 144. The Defeated Batman in Bruce Wayne's Eyes. Youths like Leah are invariably enticed by the myriad temptations of gang life. Thus, his notion of apprehending Leah transcends merely escorting him to the precinct. It encompasses a form of education in his own ideological sense. All right, Mr. Suit," Leah chuckles softly. "I am quite curious to witness how you plan to apprehend me. It seems you have been deeply corrupted by Gotham's gangs. Perhaps a larger dose is required." A flicker of sternness crosses Bruce's gaze. Leah, in turn, finds himself genuinely intrigued, eager to discover how this fledgling Batman will confront him. Bruce, choosing silence, prepares beneath the taut fabric of his black bat suit. Muscles bulging to the point of straining the material, one must concede the quality of his bat suit is commendable. In a heartbeat, Bruce vanishes from his location, reappearing before Leah, delivering a punch aimed at his abdomen. Despite Leah previously showcasing remarkable physical prowess, to Bruce, he remains merely a typical young man engaged in street brawls, at best, somewhat robust. Thus, Bruce refrains from employing weapons. As Leah observes the punch hurtling toward him, it appears to unfold in slow motion under his superhuman vision. Boom. Bruce gazes incredulously at his fist, realizing that what he once deemed a source of pride, his strength, now pales in comparison to the golden-haired youth before him. Leah firmly grasps Bruce's attacking right hand, squeezing gently, causing a cacophony of cracking bones. Ugh! Bruce lets out a muffled groan, his face betraying his discomfort as it reddens beneath his mask. What formidable strength! Bruce internally marvels. He must now adopt a serious demeanor, his left hand sweeping behind his cloak to reveal a bat-shaped shuriken. In a bid to swiftly extricate himself from Leah's grasp, he thrusts the bat-shaped projectile toward Leah's right hand. Seemingly compliant, Leah releases his hold, allowing Bruce to retreat 2 steps. However, upon regaining his footing, Bruce notices that the bat-shaped shuriken has mysteriously vanished from his left hand. Glancing up, he discovers Leah toying with the very weapon he had just wielded. When did this happen? Bruce's pupils constrict. He felt nothing as the bat-shaped shuriken slipped into Leah's possession. Having trained under a master ninja, he had honed formidable skills, particularly in assassination and combat. Logically, he should not have suffered such a considerable setback at the hands of a mere youth, especially since he had not even perceived how Leah had executed the maneuver. This implies that had Leah aimed for something other than his bat-shaped shuriken, say, his throat, Bruce might well have already met his demise. The thought sends a chill down Bruce's spine, as he realizes that despite all his bravado and stoic demeanor, he is still, in essence, a young man. Leah, casually twirling the black bat-shaped shuriken, remains oblivious to Bruce's shifting emotions. "This toy is rather splendid. It now belongs to me," Leah declares with a smile. Toy. Bruce's anger flares. The bat-shaped shuriken was meticulously crafted to combat criminals. And how dare it be referred to as a mere plaything? Frustration clouds Bruce's mind, causing him to forget the tenets of a ninja's discipline. Bang, bang, bang. Enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his right hand, Bruce relentlessly unleashes a barrage of punches toward Leah. This time, he holds nothing back, targeting Leah's vital areas, particularly his eyes and throat. Alas, his strength proves insufficient against Leah's prowess. Despite Bruce's fervent desire to vanquish him, such a feat remains unattainable. Leah watches Bruce's fervent onslaught with a tinge of disappointment. Is this truly the calm and ruthless Batman from his memories? He appears merely as an immature child. It is little wonder, for Bruce endured the trauma of his parents' demise at a tender age, followed by the chaos of Gotham. Although raised under the guidance of a butler, labeling him as a troubled youth does not seem far-fetched. When Bruce lunges at Leah once more, this time Leah retaliates with a punch to his abdomen. Boom. The tremendous force sends Bruce spiraling into a nearby lamppost and garbage bin. As he rises from the debris, he discovers that the golden-haired youth has vanished. Ugh! Bruce lets out a pained wail, realizing the intense agony coursing through his fists, particularly his right hand and his lower back. Master Bruce, are you all right? Alfred's voice crackles through the communication device hidden beneath the mask. Alfred has been vigilantly monitoring Bruce's battle, utilizing surrounding surveillance to witness everything unfold. He now harbors concerns that Bruce, upon returning to Gotham, might lose confidence in himself due to this defeat. Alfred, I'm fine, Bruce replies, forcing the words out. Given his access to advanced medical technology, mere fractures and bruises pose little issue. What truly occupies his thoughts is the enigmatic golden-haired youth. What lies beneath the guise of the Penguin's lackey? No, he cannot possibly be as simple as that. Though their encounter was brief, Bruce can discern that Lua's combat abilities are undoubtedly of elite caliber, perhaps even beyond. In reality, Lua has not intentionally studied any combat techniques. He relies solely on his agility and strength, nothing more. Alfred, assist me in monitoring the movements of that individual we just encountered. Bruce, feeling a profound sense of dissatisfaction after suffering such a significant setback in his first confrontation, was determined to pursue Lucius further. Master, I cannot comply with your request. Came Alfred's voice through the earpiece, resolute in its refusal. Alfred, you must return. From my observations, your injuries are quite severe and require urgent attention. Bruce recognized the validity of Alfred's concerns. Despite their master-servant dynamic, Alfred had bestowed upon him the gifts of nurture and education. Very well, but I must ascertain the identity of that individual. His background is undoubtedly complex. Bruce relinquished his pursuit of Lucius, just as the roar of an engine echoed around the corner of the street. Welcome home, Master Bruce. Alfred appeared before him. Chapter 145, The Villain Rehabilitation Scheme. Having extricated himself from the confrontation with Bruce, Lucius felt a genuine sense of disappointment. Although Batman had made an early appearance in Gotham, he was currently lacking the requisite strength and resolve. The true power of Batman lies not merely in his physical prowess, but in his unparalleled intellect. He possesses an uncanny ability to identify the weaknesses of formidable foes and exploit them to secure victory. At this juncture, Bruce had yet to attain such a level of mastery. If confronted by Superman, he would likely succumb in a mere second. In a restaurant, the Penguin leisurely savored his lunch. Yet beneath his calm exterior lay a deeper yearning. While his current status was considerably elevated compared to his former life as a mere thug, he was acutely aware that his newfound respect was granted by others, and many acquaintances still looked down upon him. The Penguin understood that to earn true respect, one must cultivate their own power. The door to the restaurant creaked open, and Lucius entered. Despite having engaged in battle with Bruce, he bore no signs of conflict. Lucius, where have you been of late? The Penguin's voice carried a hint of displeasure, clearly expressing his frustrations towards his often absent subordinate. Nevertheless, he addressed Lucius with respect, for he had once stood by him in dire times. Shall we share a meal? He suggested, gesturing towards his pizza. Lucius surveyed the sparse clientele in the restaurant, noting that the few patrons present were clad in black suits and sunglasses, likely members of a gang, or perhaps the Penguin's own subordinates. Mr. Cobblepot, do you not find this restaurant rather desolate today? Lucius seated himself beside the Penguin, offering a light-hearted reminder. At Lucius's impudent remark, several thugs nearby rose, ready to intervene. Oh, hold on. Allow me to introduce him, the Penguin interjected, calming his eager subordinates. This is my capable subordinate, Lucius. From now on, you shall treat him with the same respect you afford me. Any offense towards him will not be tolerated. The Penguin cherished Lucius's willingness to accompany him in perilous ventures, recognizing that such loyalty distinguished him from others. As he leaned in closer, the Penguin quietly addressed Lucius's earlier comment. You see, we are merely working for others. Regardless of how prosperous this restaurant may be, the profits do not belong to us. In reality, should the restaurant thrive, the Penguin would indeed benefit financially. Yet, his focus was not on this modest gain. The true fortune lay in securing the nightlife of Fish Mooney, which would yield substantial rewards. To build his own power and establish a personal enterprise, significant financial investment was required. However, Gotham was rife with turmoil. Whispers of a young man named Jerome, whose reckless audacity had earned him notoriety, circulated throughout the city. Alongside him emerged the insidious Maniacs gang. The Penguin firmly believed that he was fundamentally different from these criminals. For his ambition was to become the king of Gotham, a figure worthy of respect, Mr. Cobblepot. In stark contrast, the Maniacs gang sought not to govern the city, but to obliterate it. This reality was intolerable to the Penguin. Gotham, chaotic and rife with crime, was still his home. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced the air outside the restaurant. The Penguin swiftly rose, limping towards the entrance. Through the window of one police car, he recognized an old acquaintance, Gordon. Moments later, an explosion reverberated in the distance, and thick smoke billowed from a nearby shopping mall. Those maniacs again. At this rate, Gotham will surely fall to their hands. Even the gang members understood that inciting chaos was not a sustainable means of generating income, particularly for such an emergent force. I will deal with them in due time. The Penguin's teeth clenched, his expression turned steely. Lucius raised an eyebrow in surprise at his fervent resolve. Do you not believe in me? The Penguin's gaze met Lucius's, revealing a hint of uncertainty. Of course, I do not doubt you, but are you not, in your own way, a bit of a madman? Lucius contemplated this internally, yet outwardly responded, perhaps we should take action against them now, Mr. Cobblepot. If you successfully thwart the Maniacs gang, the citizens of Gotham will surely express their gratitude. Reflecting on the adage that to win the hearts of the people is to seize the realm, Lucius encouraged. Becoming the King of Gotham would be but a call to arms. The King of Gotham, what a splendid title. The Penguin seemed to revel in the vision of the promising future Lucius painted. However, hesitation crept back into his demeanor. Did he truly desire to confront them? Was he capable? The opposition wielded a plethora of weapons and had strategically placed explosives. How could they hope to stop them with such a small force? Yet, as the Penguin glanced around, he found all his subordinates, including Lucius, looking at him with eager anticipation. In that moment, he realized that even in his fear, he could not voice the doubts that plagued him. Cursed be this situation. A peculiar expression crossed the face of the individual known as Luya as he cast a glance at his companion. Has he truly been thrust into this predicament? Ahem. Several individuals cleared their throats. Perhaps it would be prudent to assess the situation before proceeding further. Well done, Mr. Cobblepot. The citizens of Gotham in the future shall surely idolize you. How amusing, indeed. Transforming the Penguin into a hero of Gotham? Perhaps we should simply call it the Villain Rehabilitation Initiative. Chapter 146, Making a Name? At this moment, across the street from the shopping mall, Gordon anxiously scrutinized the few individuals standing before him. These figures appeared as though they had escaped from a psychiatric institution. Oh wait, they indeed had. Leading the group was Jerome. His face adorned with a manic grin, the characteristics of a clown fully manifesting in him, save for the distinctive crack at the corners of his mouth. In his raised right hand, he held a rather rudimentary button, yet it was this very button that, when pressed, detonated the bomb within the mall. What do you truly desire? Gordon's countenance was as dark as a stormy sky, his eyes betraying an uncontainable fury. What do I desire? Jerome cradled his head with one hand, spinning in place as though pondering an exceedingly philosophical query. Let me think. Ah, I've got it. Jerome burst into laughter. Noticing the several police officers fixated upon him, Jerome's eyes darted mischievously. Yes, I seem to have forgotten. Gordon's expression visibly darkened. Enough. Put down your remote and surrender now, or you may yet have a chance to breathe the free air of Gotham before you perish. In truth, for Jerome, wreaking havoc and instilling fear in Gotham held no particular objective. There was no need for a motive. He was merely a child seeking attention. Avenging Gotham as a side note, nothing more. Finally, Jerome slightly reined in his sinister smile. How about this, Sheriff Gordon? Let us play a game. He waved the remote in his hand. I've heard that Bruce Wayne has returned. You wouldn't want to acquire this remote from me, would you? Then deliver him to me as a trade. He gestured towards a nearby office building. If I continue pressing this remote, that building will suffer the same fate as the mall. Now, Sheriff Gordon, how will you choose? How did he know Bruce Wayne had returned to Gotham? Gordon pondered Jerome's words silently. Of course, he could not trade Bruce Wayne's life for the lives of those within the office building. Thus, time seemed to freeze. Jerome shook the remote once more. You have half an hour to bring him before me. Not far away, Luya, who had just arrived, overheard the conversation and suddenly felt a sense of confusion. Goodness, the timeline of this endeavor seems somewhat disordered. Logically, Bruce Wayne should still be under Jerome's torment at this juncture. Naturally, Jerome could not fathom that the current Bruce Wayne had officially assumed the mantle of Batman. In terms of raw combat prowess, he was likely no longer Jerome's equal. However, Jerome was no ordinary foe. In a prepared confrontation, the outcome of a clash between the two could very well be uncertain. The Penguin boldly strode ahead of Luya, approaching Gordon's side. Hey, officer. This is your well-behaved citizen, Cobblepot. How may I assist you? He stood with a pronounced limp, his earnest demeanor appearing somewhat comical. Of course, the situation was exceptionally tense, and no one dared to mock him at that moment. Gordon looked at the Penguin with exasperation. What are you doing here? If you wish to avoid a few days in confinement, I suggest you leave promptly. Though Gordon had spared the Penguin's life in the past, it was merely due to his principle of not killing. It did not imply forgiveness for the Penguin's criminal activities. One Jerome was already enough of a headache. He had no desire to entertain the Penguin further. In stark contrast to Gordon's annoyance, Jerome regarded the Penguin with a palpable curiosity. Oh, look, what do we have here? A limping fool. Are you here to amuse us? Oh, no, no, no. I remember now. I know you. You seem to be quite well known here, don't you? What is your name? The Penguin? The Penguin was no longer a nameless entity. Yet the reputation he had cultivated was decidedly unfavorable. Simultaneously, he now despised being referred to as the Penguin, and in an instant, his gaze turned menacing. And what about you? A genius performance artist? An artist of self-proclaimed superiority? No, no, no. You are a clown. A clown meant to entertain in a circus. The term clown was certainly not a flattering description, causing Jerome's smile to gradually fade. Watching the two antagonize each other, Gordon's expression grew increasingly weary. Just when one problem seemed to settle, another arose. He was uncertain whether the collision of these two would result in new troubles. Jerome, sneering, fixed his gaze on the Penguin. If you're capable, repeat what you just said. The Penguin sauntered boldly before him, unconcerned. What of it? What difference does it make? Just as tensions reached a boiling point, with all eyes upon the two, the Penguin suddenly sprang into action. He lunged toward the remote control in Jerome's hand. And in a flash, before Jerome could react, he had indeed seized Jerome's wrist. What are you doing? Jerome bellowed furiously at the Penguin, who was wrestling for control of the remote. You madman, I won't allow you to destroy Gotham. The Penguin's face bore a twisted smile. Today would be the day he made his name in Gotham. If he could thwart Jerome's terroristic scheme, the name Cobblepot would echo throughout the city. At that moment, who would dare derisively call him the Penguin? It would be Mr. Cobblepot for all. The audacity of the Penguin's maneuver left the onlookers stunned, and Jerome's gang members rushed to aid him in reclaiming the remote. Stop them, Gordon shouted, charging forward alongside his colleagues. To their astonishment, the Penguin's own lackeys surged forward as well. When did gang members aspire to be upstanding citizens? Gordon mused, bewildered, yet the urgency of the situation demanded his attention. Ultimately, amidst the melee, the Penguin, hindered by his limp, was unable to wrest the remote from Jerome's grasp. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Truly delightful. Jerome held the remote aloft, the red button prominently displayed. Let us all witness this magnificent moment together. Chapter 147. Penguin, why are you grabbing me? Jerome laughed triumphantly, yet from a distance. A rush of wind heralded an incoming presence. Bathed in sunlight, an unknown dark object hurtled directly towards Jerome's hand, where he clutched the remote. Crack! Jerome noticed just in time to release his grip, only then realizing it was a bat-shaped throwing dart. The remote control was pinned to a nearby lamppost by the dart. Who could it be? Jerome glared menacingly in the direction from which the dart had come, only to behold a towering figure clad entirely in a bat suit. Although the current Bruce Wayne had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from a frail youth into a robust and formidable young man, Jerome seemed to possess an instinctive awareness. He lifted his head and laughed heartily, exclaiming, I know who you are. It's you, Bruce Wayne. You've returned. In that moment, he exhibited no sign of regret for his failed actions and appeared utterly unconcerned about being encircled by so many individuals after losing his means of intimidation. What do you mean? He is Bruce Wayne. Some officers exclaimed in astonishment, casting incredulous glances at the man in the bat suit, while only Gordon maintained his composure. Long before Bruce's return, he had already met with Gordon and disclosed his identity. Upon first encountering Bruce, Gordon had been genuinely surprised, but after witnessing Bruce's capabilities as Batman, he felt immense joy, for Bruce had promised to assist him in apprehending Gotham's criminals and thwarting various nefarious activities. Oh, Bruce, Jerome chuckled lightly. Do you really believe that donning such attire will elevate you to the status of a hero? Do you think this is merely child's play? Clearly, Jerome failed to recognize Bruce's transformation, and Bruce was disinclined to engage in further conversation. As he cast a sidelong glance, he spotted the blond man who had recently caused him distress. His fists still throbbed with pain, despite having treated and bandaged his injuries at home with the help of his butler, Alfred. Yet, being but a mortal, no matter how advanced his medical technology, he could not heal physical wounds in an instant. This was precisely why he chose to reveal himself only when he assessed that Gordon could no longer handle Jerome. How is he even here? Does he have any connection to Jerome's crew? Bruce pondered inwardly, feeling perplexed about Luyu. Although he had learned from the surveillance that the Penguin was attempting to thwart Jerome, he failed to consider the Penguin's motives as being justifiable. instead perceiving it as a clash between two lunatics, incomprehensible to ordinary people. However, now was not the time for such deliberations. Bruce refocused his attention on Jerome. Jerome, equally deranged, laughed maniacally at Bruce, and as the scene fell silent, both men charged toward each other with great haste. Jerome's right fist was raised high, seemingly poised to strike Bruce's face, while Bruce, due to his injured fist, opted to retaliate with his elbow. Bang! Just as the two were about to collide, the sharp report of a gunshot shattered the surrounding stillness. The crowd turned in alarm to see Jerome's left hand resting on his waist, brandishing a firearm significantly smaller than a standard pistol. The gun's muzzle emitted a faint wisp of smoke, confirming that the sound had emanated from it. Turning his gaze back to Bruce, he noticed that Bruce was clutching his side, retreating a few steps while jumping sideways, appearing injured but not gravely so. "Oh, oh, oh," Jerome exclaimed, his excitement unabated despite the lack of substantial impact from his surprise shot. "Bruce, you've grown so much since your childhood. This is what makes it interesting. Ha ha." Bang, bang, bang. As Jerome cackled with glee, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Bruce. However, this time, Bruce, having anticipated the attack, adeptly evaded the bullets and escaped unscathed. Click, click. Soon, Jerome exhausted the ammunition in his firearm, carelessly tossing it aside. He then turned to his companions, proclaiming, "All right, it's time to leave." After which, he glanced back at Bruce, adding, "Goodbye, we'll meet again." Among the onlookers, Liu was curious about how Jerome intended to escape. Suddenly, Jerome produced several gray, unidentified objects and hurled them to the ground, resulting in a violent explosion. A dense cloud of grayish-white gas enveloped the area, instantly obscuring everyone's vision. This smoke appeared to possess the ability to disrupt thermal tracking, preventing Bruce from identifying the silhouettes of those around him through his mask. However, Liu discerned clearly that beneath a nearby stone slab lay a passage resembling a sewer. Under the cover of the fog, Jerome and his cohorts hastily made their retreat, each leaping into the passage before resealing the stone slab. As the white haze gradually dissipated and visibility returned, Jerome and his crew had vanished without a trace. "TSK, TSK, TSK. How unrefined," Liu remarked, shaking his head. Such methods of escape and concealment seemed rather undignified. Yet, considering the nature of these villains, it was evident that they lacked formidable superpowers. Without resorting to such unseemly tactics, how could they truly disappear? With Jerome's crisis averted, Bruce's mission remained unfinished. He turned his attention to the Penguin, reasoning that while he could not contend with the minions, he could certainly handle the Penguin himself. Bruce's intention was straightforward, to capture the Penguin and ascertain Liu's motives. Thus, he approached the Penguin, forcefully pushing him toward Gordon. "Hey, you can't do this to me." The Penguin shouted indignantly, feeling utterly wronged. "I merely wished to be a good citizen and came here to thwart Jerome's actions. Why am I being arrested while Jerome escapes?" Unbeknownst to him, it was Liu, his recently recruited accomplice, who had led him into this predicament. Naturally, Liu would not passively allow the Penguin to be taken away, as he still harbored ambitions for a villain rehabilitation plan. Silently, he approached the Penguin, fixing a steady gaze on Bruce without uttering a word. The atmosphere grew tense. Gordon observed Bruce, who remained silent and appeared to be trembling slightly, scratching his head in confusion. Chapter 148, Transformation Ultimately. It was the kind-hearted and honest Gordon who mediated the unspoken conflict. "If I catch you engaging in wrongdoing on the streets again, I will personally see to your arrest," Gordon declared to the Penguin, effectively offering both parties an exit. Although the Penguin remained resentful, feeling unjustly labeled a criminal despite his intentions to prevent Jerome's actions, he acknowledged that, while he was indeed a gang member, his purpose in this instance was genuine. On the opposite side, Bruce seized the opportunity presented by Gordon's intervention. He was there to prevent crime, not to instigate a new war. Even if he disagreed, he understood that he could not apprehend the Penguin in front of Liu. Fortunately, due to his mask, others could not discern his expression, allowing Bruce to maintain his aloof persona without uttering a word, regardless of how awkward the situation became. Liu chuckled softly but chose to remain silent. Gordon regarded Rhea with a peculiar gaze. The young man's actions were quite strange, and he appeared more like a leader than the Penguin himself. One could only hope that Gotham was not about to welcome yet another troublesome figure. Oh, the misfortunes of this beleaguered city. Once the crowd dispersed, the Penguin cast a grateful look at Rhea and exclaimed with palpable excitement, "I knew I was right about you." His sentiment conveyed that, in the face of Bruce's animosity, Rhea had stepped forward, which deeply moved him. Rhea responded, "Boss Cobblepot, this illustrates the detriments of preconceived notions. We came here to do good, yet Bruce has branded us as criminals." Upon hearing Ryua's remarks about the earlier incident, the penguin's expression darkened. You're right. I understand your point. What? What do you mean by understanding me? What did I say? Ryo was momentarily bewildered by the penguin's sudden realization. No, what exactly have you comprehended? The penguin stomped his unharmed foot and declared, this is precisely why being a good person in Gotham is futile. Only the wicked can thrive. I shall become the most nefarious of them all. Ah, you've completely misinterpreted my words. Ryo remained unruffled and patiently continued. However, I must remind you, if it's merely a contest of malevolence, you might not even surpass Jerome. After all, he truly dared to devastate Gotham, while you, at best, merely aspire to be the king of the underground. The penguin's countenance fluctuated between various emotions upon hearing Ryua's dismissal of his aspirations. Ryu, seemingly oblivious to the penguin's turmoil, continued, moreover, Gotham has never lacked rulers. Of course, I refer to those infamous villains who have reigned over the city throughout the ages. If you wish to be remembered and earn the respect of all, you might need to forge a different path. Becoming Gotham's savior is undoubtedly the most effective shortcut. The penguin instinctively sensed something amiss, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How did my goal suddenly shift to becoming Gotham's savior? Wasn't he to be the king of Gotham? Yet, upon reflection, Ryua's words did seem to hold merit. He realized that there was indeed little difference in the challenge of becoming either Gotham's king or its savior. However, what the penguin truly yearned for was the respect of all. Becoming Gotham's king would only garner him the respect of gang members, whereas becoming its savior would earn him the admiration of everyone. The choice between the two seemed quite clear. But as you well know, Ryu, Gotham is synonymous with evil. The enemies one must face to become its savior are innumerable. The penguin appeared somewhat intimidated. Wasn't it a daunting journey for you to ascend from a mere umbrella-wielding lackey to your current stature? Did you not face a multitude of adversaries? The aspiration to be Gotham's savior does not conflict with your past goals, does it? Ryu continued his persuasion, thinking that even if the penguin ultimately resisted, he could at least enjoy a game of virtuous development. The penguin paid little heed to Ryu's words, but as he reflected on his own arduous journey, one that nearly cost him his life, he recognized that he had long since cast aside all fear. Ryu was indeed correct. Rather than seeking the respect of gang members, it would be far more worthwhile to earn the esteem of all Gothamites. If he could garner everyone's support, perhaps he could even vie for the position of Gotham's next mayor. At this thought, the penguin's eyes sparkled with an infinite glow. What a splendid and desirable scenario that would be. Ryu observed the penguin's sudden daze with a sense of resignation, yet he had grown accustomed to it. Were all villains in this city inherently eccentric? It seemed that madness was their normal state. Thus, under Ryua's encouragement, the penguin truly began to strive towards becoming Gotham's savior. A month later, a new restaurant opened in Gotham City. Of course, the ebb and flow of establishments here was quite commonplace. However, this newly established eatery was particularly intriguing. Named the Iceberg Lounge, with the penguin as its proprietor, no one knew how he amassed such a fortune in a mere month. It was evident that when the penguin set his mind to a goal, he would stop at nothing to achieve it. The most astonishing aspect of the Iceberg Lounge was that every day at noon and dusk, all the city's homeless and downtrodden souls could receive a free meal. It was genuinely free, requiring no cost whatsoever. They merely had to express their gratitude by saying, "Thank you, Mr. Cobblepot." Cobblepot was the penguin's surname, one of the 4 prominent families, and one of the few precious legacies he possessed. In a room filled with medical equipment, Bruce descended from a large apparatus. After a month, he had fully recovered from his injuries. During this time, he also successfully upgraded his gear. The new bat suit, equipped with shock-absorbent material, along with the bat signal and Batmobile, had all been developed. It was clear that Bruce was wary of Ryu, which was why he hastily and extensively updated his equipment. He now resembled the mature Batman that people had come to envision. Alfred, did you say that guy, along with his boss, started a homeless assistance center in Gotham? Indeed. Master Bruce, to be precise, they appear to be aiding the homeless on the surface, though what they might be doing behind the scenes remains uncertain. Alfred was also perplexed. When had Gotham's rogues morphed into altruists? However, since Bruce had departed to hone his skills, he had focused his attention primarily on Metropolis. Moreover, the surveillance on the streets was far from infallible. Frankly, he had not detected any covert actions by the penguin and the young man named Ryu. As for Ryu's name, it was easily traced by Alfred, as Ryu himself had not taken measures to conceal it. Did you find out where this Ryu hails from? He seems to have appeared out of nowhere, Bruce inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Master Bruce, there are some leads, Alfred replied, handing Bruce several photographs. So he is not from Gotham, but rather hails from a quaint town named Smallville? Where is this Smallville located? Let me see. Oh, In the countryside near Metropolis? Bruce's interest peaked as he raised his gaze. So he is the son of a farmer? The top photograph depicted the exterior of Kent Farm. Alfred shook his head. Not quite. That is precisely the peculiar aspect. This young man, Rhea, seems to have materialized out of thin air, suddenly appearing at Kent Farm some time ago. Prior to that, there was no trace of him whatsoever. At this moment, Alfred had no inkling that Lua had indeed materialized out of thin air, possessing no identity in this place. Bruce furrowed his brow and remarked, I understand. Perhaps I should seek him out for another discussion. Alfred opposed this notion, saying, But Master Bruce, your injuries have only just healed. It might be prudent to conduct further investigations before deciding to take action. Very well, I comprehend, Bruce replied, yet on the other side. He was already donning the bat suit with precision. In the small town, Lua did not venture into Gotham today, primarily because Clark seemed somewhat off. From the morning, he had been expressing discomfort in his body. Jonathan and Martha exhibited considerable concern, and Lua found it peculiar that he was experiencing such a condition without the interference of kryptonite. Finally, just before the first class of the afternoon, Clark skipped school. Coincidentally, the first class was taught by Diesel, who appeared quite intrigued by Clark's absence. At the farm, Clark dashed toward home, and if he were to examine his experience closely, he would realize that his current speed surpassed that of before. However, as he approached the farm, although the pain somewhat subsided, an overwhelming sense of discomfort intensified. With no other option, Clark turned back toward town, aware that even with the sparse population, the prospect of others discovering his abilities in a moment of loss of control was a potential complication. At this point, Clark felt an intense heat emanating from his chest, as if a searing iron were branding him. Yet, even if it were a true red-hot iron, it would not inflict significant harm upon him. Clark was in a state of disarray, feeling ill without understanding the source of his ailment. Just then, he perceived a familiar presence nearby. Lua? He exclaimed in joy, thrilled to encounter a fellow being at such a time. Lua's arrival brought a moment of calm to Clark, although the burning sensation in his chest remained unabated. Clark, what is your current condition? Lua inquired softly, observing Clark's pained expression. I sense that something is summoning me, and my chest feels as if it is ablaze, as though it is about to be torn apart. Clark unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a distorted red mark slowly manifesting on his chest. This design resembled a shield-like S-shape, unmistakably its emblem. Lua recalled a fragment of this process, but could not quite remember the specific circumstances that led to this mark appearing on Clark's skin. No, I can feel it. The entity that calls to me originates from the farm. As Clark drew nearer to the farm, the pain diminished, yet the discomfort intensified. Yes, I understand now. It is the spaceship. It is calling me. He looked down at his chest, where the shield-like S was becoming more pronounced, transforming into a deep red scar. Finally, at the peak of his agony, the sensation of summons inexplicably vanished. Huff, huff, huff. Clark gasped for breath, and along with the disappearance of the call, the pain in his chest subsided. This mark, was it not the emblem of the spaceship key? Connecting the dots, Clark turned to Lua. Lua, we hail from the same origin. Have you felt any discomfort? To Clark, if something were indeed summoning him, Lua, sharing the same lineage, might experience a similar call. Regrettably, Lua shook his head, providing a negative response. However, within himself, Lua understood that perhaps Jor-El had sensed his son's prolonged absence and had thus sent a warning through the spaceship. After all, Krypton was no more, and Jor-El harbored hopes of resurrection through his son. Please, let a deceased person refrain from causing further disturbances, Lua thought, somewhat exasperated. Yet, from the perspective of the other party, seeking to restore his planet and preserve the bloodline seemed justifiable. However, for the inhabitants of Earth, his intentions might not bode well, positioning Lua naturally in opposition to him. But evasion was futile. Clark would ultimately engage with his father. And today's events were merely an indication of that inevitability, just a matter of time. Since you seem to be all right for the moment, shall we return and ascertain the truth? Lua suggested, observing Clark's hesitance. Indeed, perhaps this will illuminate our origins. Although Clark professed his love for his adoptive parents, it did not preclude his curiosity regarding his biological progenitors. Chapter 150. Jor-El Lua had already comprehensively grasped Clark's situation, hoping that upon meeting his biological father, he would not be too disillusioned. To be precise, his father Jor-El had long since perished. What remained aboard the spaceship was merely an artificial intelligence carrying his memories. Soon, the two returned to the farm, where Jonathan and Martha awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Lua return with Clark, they both exhaled in relief. Jonathan looked at the now-recovered Clark with concern. Clark, the school called to inform us that you skipped class. Are you feeling unwell again? Martha, 2. Anxiously scrutinized Clark. Knowing that her son had never been one to fall ill. Clark, do you still feel any discomfort? No. Dad, Mom, I feel much better now. Clark ultimately refrained from mentioning the mark on his chest, but did not conceal the fact that he had been summoned by the spaceship. Jonathan took a moment to process Clark's description, then nodded slowly. All right, I will fetch the key for you. Once the four of them gathered in the barn, Jonathan once more cleared away the clutter and hay concealing the spaceship. This time, they discovered that the exterior of the ship emitted a faint glow. Concurrently, the uncomfortable sensation within Clark surged again, only to vanish in an instant, as if it were merely a figment of his imagination. Soon, Clark accepted the key from Jonathan, casting a glance at the others as if seeking their approval. Clark, you have the right to uncover your origins. Unlock it, Martha encouraged. Yet her slightly reddened eyes betrayed her trepidation. Although Clark was her adopted child, she had always treated him as her own. However, if the spaceship harbored secrets that could lead Clark back to his homeland, she would fear losing him forever. Clark seemed to sense his mother's apprehension, and his indecisive nature resurfaced. No, Mom, perhaps I need not open the spaceship. You would support my decision, wouldn't you, Rua? Upon hearing his words, Jonathan felt a wave of discontent wash over him. He envisioned his son as a resolute individual, steadfast in his beliefs, rather than a hesitant, indecisive weakling. Listening intently to his son, Jonathan gazed sternly at Clark, stating, Your mother and I are delighted that you are considering us at this moment. You are a good boy. However, you are no longer a child. It is time for you to mature. Unlock the spacecraft, uncover your origins, and perhaps you can return to the place from whence you came, where your family may be awaiting your return. Despite these words, the thought of potentially losing his son Clark filled Jonathan's heart with profound sorrow. Moreover, he continued, even if you are reluctant to discover your heritage, you must also consider what it means for Leah. No, do not consider me, Leah interjected, aware that he bore little connection to the Kryptonians. Yet, it would be inaccurate to say he was entirely disconnected, as he too possessed the Kryptonian bloodline granted by the system. Though he remained uncertain whether it was entirely congruent with Clark's authentic Kryptonian lineage. After absorbing Jonathan's counsel, Clark finally resolved to bring the key closer to the spacecraft. Outside the vessel, a radiant beam of light emerged, scanning the four individuals present. Subsequently, the key in Clark's hand began to levitate unexpectedly, soaring toward a recess outside the spacecraft. An inexplicable energy surged through the warehouse. While Clark and Leah remained unaffected, Jonathan and Martha experienced a profound discomfort. Dad, Mom, Clark exclaimed in alarm, witnessing his parents nearly fainting. He rushed forward to support them. Leah, contemplating the energy surrounding them, speculated that this was likely a deliberate act by Jor-El, intended to hasten their departure. Indeed, once Clark assisted his parents outside the warehouse, the discomfort they felt gradually dissipated. By the time they returned to their room, both had fully regained their composure. Jonathan seemed to come to an understanding, nodding at Clark. Go ahead. Later, as Leah and Clark re-entered the warehouse, they found it bathed in a vast expanse of blue-gold light. Hovering above the spacecraft that had brought Clark to Earth was the apparition of a middle-aged man. When he turned around, a man with slightly curly hair and an air of refinement appeared before them. Jor-El sighed, addressing Clark, My son, Kal-El, we have finally met again. Clark felt a resonance within him, realizing that this robust, yet somewhat cultured middle-aged man must indeed be his father. However, regarding his name, he stubbornly replied, I'm sorry. My name is Clark, not Cal. To Clark, his father was solely Jonathan. The man before him was merely a biological connection devoid of emotional ties. No, my child. Jor-El responded, his demeanor shifting to one of irritation upon hearing Clark reject his surname. You are my Jor-El's son, the legitimate bloodline of Krypton, the prophesied savior of its future. You are not merely a descendant of this primitive planet, Jor-El proclaimed loudly, revealing Clark's heritage. But what do you mean by this primitive planet? Leah retorted, displeased. Yes, your Krypton is indeed advanced, explosively so. Jor-El, having noticed Leah's change in mood, turned his attention to him. We can sense that Kryptonian blood flows within you, thus you too do not belong here. Excuse me, I am a pure earthling, Leah replied disdainfully. Huh, Jor-El chuckled lightly. No matter how you deny it, it does not alter the fact that Kryptonian blood courses through your veins. Though he was uncertain, given Leah's age, he believed that only 2 children escaped Krypton before its destruction, and Leah was evidently not among them. Nonetheless, Jor-El could sense that Leah's mastery of abilities far surpassed Clark's. Chapter 151. I am a pure earthling, however, aside from Kryptonian blood. It seems you possess another lineage strikingly similar to ours, Jor-El stated uncertainly. After all, he was merely a specter now, not the original Kryptonian scientist Jor-El, and thus could not assert the correctness of his deductions with absolute certainty. Meanwhile, Luya felt a tinge of surprise. It was no wonder Jor-El was renowned for his perceptiveness. Very well, Jor-El's apparition turned to Luya. Your name is Luya, is it not? As a member of Krypton, you bear the responsibility to aid in its revival. Reviving Krypton? What do you need me to do? Luya asked with a hint of amusement. Clark too perked up, eager to hear what his biological father would say next. Although this planet is backward, it is indeed an ecologically complete environment, exceptionally suitable for the revival of Krypton. Are you truly considering Earth? Luya scoffed. Krypton has long been bathed in the light of a red giant, which has not only prevented Kryptonians from absorbing the radiation of a yellow sun, but has also gradually suppressed their abilities. In contrast, Earth, orbiting a yellow sun, possesses far greater potential. Luya had long been aware of Jor-El's intentions, but Clark remained oblivious. He asked, perplexed, reviving Krypton on Earth? What does that mean? Yet, he silently began to piece together the implications. Naturally, it means establishing a new ecological system for Krypton on Earth. Jor-El's voice grew fervent. At that time, my son, Cal, you shall be the sovereign of the new Krypton, the new god of creation. He also sought to entice Luya. And you, Luya, will serve as the Grand General of the new Krypton, second only to none. Very well, but I must say, that is a rather small ambition, Luya remarked, unimpressed. Why not aim to be the ruler of the universe? Oh no, during his time in the Marvel Universe, he had already reached a level akin to that of a celestial being. Here, he merely needed to complete system tasks to unlock his silver Superman abilities. While he was uncertain of the extent, it would likely be comparable to a singular universe. Thus, the promises Jor-El had made were utterly valueless to Luya. Moreover, upon hearing his biological father's desire to reconstruct Krypton on Earth, Clark erupted in fury. Rebuilding new Krypton on Earth. Does that not equate to the destruction of Earth? I will never agree to such a thing. With that, Clark turned to leave. This encounter had completely extinguished his hopes for his home planet and left him with deep disappointment toward his biological father, Jor-El. No, my son. This is your destiny as a child of Krypton. You cannot refuse it. You must not refuse it. I cannot fathom how your adoptive parents could have raised you to be such a failure. Now, it seemed Jonathan had struck a nerve with Clark. Luya understood that for Clark, the first thing that could not be insulted was his parents, Jonathan and Martha. In fact, even a direct insult aimed at Clark himself mattered little in comparison. As expected, Clark roared in anger. How dare you? He charged at the spacecraft with all his might, unleashing a powerful punch. A glimmer of crimson light began to coalesce in his eyes, signaling the imminent unlocking of his heat vision. Luya mused to himself. It seems that Superman's strength indeed escalates with emotional fluctuations, albeit this notion is rather idealistic. Jonathan, witnessing the surge of power in his enraged son, felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, this was merely a primitive planet, and it appeared that reform was necessary. With that thought, Jonathan pointed at Clark, and an inexplicable force filled the entire hangar of the ship. At that moment, Clark's speed visibly slowed. Yet he remained oblivious for a fleeting instant, still aiming his punch at the spacecraft. Clang! With a resounding crash, Clark clutched his right hand in pain, staggering back 2 steps. For a brief moment, it felt as though his right fist might shatter. Your abilities stem from me. Whenever I choose, I can reclaim them, Jonathan stated coldly. Clark clenched his fist. Indeed, the once powerful force in his hands had turned feeble. You truly have taken back my powers? Clark felt a sense of loss, yet contrary to Jonathan's expectations that he would beg for mercy, he raised his head after a brief moment. If the price of my powers is the destruction of Earth and the loss of my parents, then I would rather forego my abilities. Luya observed this paternal and filial exchange with a hint of amusement. He surmised that Clark's powers had not truly vanished. After all, the essence of life encoded within him still existed, containing the entirety of Kryptonian genes and infinite potential. Currently, it appeared that he had merely been sealed by Jonathan. And perhaps when Clark's powers grew to a certain level, he would be able to reclaim them, even without Jonathan's intervention. At this juncture, Jonathan, seeing that he could not sway his son for the time being, shifted his gaze to Luya. And you? What is your decision? Luya casually took a couple of steps towards him. Me? I have already stated, I am a purebred earthling. To Jonathan. This statement implied that Luya stood opposed to him, unwilling to acknowledge the Kryptonian bloodline. Very well, very well. A glint of malice flickered in Jonathan's eyes. If he could not take action against his son, then he would use Luya as an example to instill fear in Clark. Jonathan intended to demonstrate the consequences of defying his commands. Once again, an enigmatic energy emanated from the spacecraft, this time directed at Luoya. I will reclaim your powers. Boom. At the moment the energy surged towards Luoya, a torrent of energy converged in his eyes, and he unleashed a powerful beam towards the spacecraft in one fluid motion. Under the immense impact of his heat vision, the spacecraft was sent tumbling, crashing into a wall of the hangar before finally coming to a halt, while Jonathan's phantom flickered in response. Luoya paid no heed to the pitiful figure of Jonathan, instead turning to the dazed Clark. Apologies, I momentarily lost control. I will repair the hangar. It's all right, Clark muttered vacantly. Just now, did you shoot 2 beams of laser from your eyes? Although Clark had sensed the buildup of energy in his own eyes earlier, he had not fully grasped it. In that instant, he recalled the creature that had attacked the farm. Of course, it was now known as Little Seven, residing in the woods behind the farm, typically hiding during the day. Back then, Little Seven had seemingly had its limbs severed by some energy, and Clark had wondered if Luoya was behind it. Now, he was almost certain. Even more astonished than Clark was the reformed phantom of Jor-El nearby. Heat vision, yet it feels somewhat different. Jor-El's mind raced. Although he currently existed in the form of artificial intelligence, he too experienced emotions. He instinctively sensed that Luoya possessed something distinct from the Kryptonian bloodline. For instance, his earlier attempt to suppress Luoya's lineage had ended in failure. Realizing this, Jor-El understood that he could no longer control Luoya in his current state. Given Luoya's exhibited combat prowess, he was already nearing that of an adult Kryptonian warrior. All right. Jor-El ultimately decided to momentarily yield to Luoya, hoping he could persuade Clark. Luoya, I concede that your strength is commendable, but are you truly satisfied? If you are willing to assist Cal, I will reiterate. Clark abruptly interrupted him. My name is Clark, not Cal. Jor-El felt a headache coming on, as if he were dealing with a rebellious child. Ignoring Clark's outburst, he continued addressing Luoya. The Kryptonian blood within you is clearly experiencing some anomaly, but it is certainly not normal. I can feel that you are unable to absorb energy from the yellow sun at present. Am I correct? This was indeed true. Ever since he had been brought here by the system, basking in the sun had merely provided a pleasant warmth. Noticing a change in Luoya's expression, Jor-El smiled with satisfaction. Though I am unsure of the cause of this issue, I suspect your potential has reached its limit. I can endow you with the talents of a stronger Kryptonian warrior, aiding you in breaking through this limit. Luoya was not inclined to accept Jor-El's tempting offer, for he understood that his Kryptonian bloodline had been sealed by the system. If the restrictions were completely lifted, with the initial Silver Superman's power, he would have no fear of Jor-El at his full strength. After all, even in defeat, he would not suffer a humiliating loss. Seemingly perceiving Luoya's skepticism, Jor-El pondered briefly before making a decision. Perhaps he should first demonstrate his abilities to let this young man taste a modicum of sweetness. After all, with Krypton now destroyed, even if he enhanced Luoya's strength and the latter turned against him, he would have nothing to lose. Thus, Jor-El smiled at Luoya, raising one hand. Since you do not believe me, I shall first grant you greater potential. Without waiting for Luoya's reaction, a green light flickered within the spacecraft, transforming into a shockwave that enveloped Luoya's body in the blink of an eye. What is this? Luoya furrowed his brow, clearly feeling a shift within him as the green light passed through his body. Impossible. Could Jor-El's abilities surpass the system? Well, when you experience it for yourself, you will find that my words are not mere fiction. Jor-El nodded in satisfaction. What do you mean? What have you done to Luoya? Clark regarded his biological father, Jor-El, with suspicion. Having had his powers stripped away, he did not wish for Luoya to encounter similar issues. Moreover, he was equally concerned that Jor-El's words might hold a kernel of truth. If he could truly enhance Lua's potential, assisting him in becoming more formidable, one could only wonder if Lua would acquiesce to such an arrangement. Given Lua's prior prowess, Clark was already no match for him, especially now that his own abilities had vanished while Lua grew stronger. The thought sent a chill of sweat down Clark's spine. He could hardly fathom a day when no one could thwart Lua. Although Joe's ambition was to reconstruct Krypton, Clark was resolute in refusing to allow the cost to be borne by the annihilation of Earth. Silence. Clark thundered, striding towards the spaceship, and with a decisive motion, he dislodged the key. Consequently, the spacecraft gradually lost its power, while Joe's apparition, bewildered, began to dissipate. Observing Clark's sudden frenzy, Lua questioned, "What is happening with you?" "Lua," Clark asserted sternly, positioning himself before Lua, "you cannot heed that man's nonsense. You would never consider obliterating Earth to reconstruct Krypton, would you?" "But," Lua gestured towards Clark's chest, "the man you speak of is your biological father." "Well, It was no surprise that the ever-optimistic Clark would renounce even his own father for the sake of Earth. That is inconsequential, Clark shouted. You must promise me. He genuinely feared that Lua might be swayed by that man's temptations, willing to destroy Earth for the sake of power. In response, Lua could only shake his head in resignation. Do I truly appear to be such a villain? Clark fixed his gaze on Lua's face, recalling the violent measures Lua had taken with Little Seven, and nodded firmly. Lua felt unjustly accused. Since arriving here, he had not taken a single life. In fact, he had not even harmed a monster. To adhere to his principle of non-killing, he would carefully watch his steps, lest he accidentally crush an insect. With Clark still scrutinizing him intently, Lua relented. Rest assured, I would never commit such an atrocity as destroying Earth. Rather, you should ensure that you do not cause too much trouble for Earth in the future, he mused internally. Upon hearing Lua's vow, Clark seemed to exhale with relief, as though convinced Lua would not deceive him. Well then, are you satisfied now? Lua gestured towards the disarrayed warehouse. Would you lend a hand in tidying this up? Of course, Clark replied with a cheerful smile. He then grasped one side of the spaceship, attempting to drag it back into the warehouse. Alas, with a forceful tug, he realized he could hardly move it. It dawned on him that his powers had indeed vanished. Sigh, perhaps this is for the best. I had once envisioned a life as an ordinary person, and now it seems that wish has come true. Chapter 153. Is it good or bad? Clark's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Under his father Jonathan's strict guidance, he had often entertained the thought of simply being an ordinary individual. Yet now that his powers were gone, he found himself feeling a twinge of reluctance. Outside the warehouse, alarmed by the commotion, Jonathan rushed over. Clark, Lua, are you both all right? What transpired? Nothing to worry about, Dad, Clark called out. By the time Jonathan entered the warehouse, the spaceship had been concealed beneath a pile of clutter, leaving only a sizable hole in one wall. Lua stood to one side, appearing quite unremarkable. However, Clark leaned against a pillar, sweat beading on his forehead, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. It was evident that the recent effort to clear the warehouse had taken a toll on him. Clark, are you feeling unwell? Jonathan inquired with concern. Lately, Clark had been experiencing physical discomfort far too frequently. When did this begin? It must have started after encountering the spaceship. Jonathan glanced at the hidden vessel, puzzled as to why this ship, which had brought Clark to Earth, would be the source of his continual troubles. Dad, I'm fine, Clark acknowledged, feeling the fatigue, a novel sensation for him. Even when under the influence of kryptonite, it had merely been a pure feeling of weakness. Then, Jonathan hesitated. Your condition seems evidently abnormal. He turned to Lua, hoping to glean some insight from the seemingly composed individual. Lua, could you share any clues you discovered from the spaceship? Certainly, Lua replied, dismissing Clark's pretentiousness. Inside the spacecraft was an essence of Clark's biological father. To ensure Jonathan understood, Lua had opted for the term essence. Yet, Clark was not entirely in accord with Lua's depiction. Lua, that so-called biological father, is merely one side of the story. Who truly knows what the reality is? Admittedly, Clark's argument was somewhat specious. He himself could sense the truth of his parentage. Jonathan chose to trust Lua's words. After all, the emergence of extraterrestrial civilizations could only be expected. So, what did your biological father convey to you, my child? Jonathan inquired as Martha entered the warehouse. Clark nodded at his typically gentle mother, then shook his head. It's all right, son. Your father and I will always support you, Martha assured him, then turned to Lua. Lua, you too. Feel free to consider this place your home. Lua smiled. Indeed, I am quite content living on the farm. Primarily, a Kent farm. There are vast expanses where one can leisurely bask in the sun, far preferred over the concrete confines of a city. What a good child. Martha beamed. At that moment, Clark decided to voice his thoughts. Dad, Mom, I think I might join the school's football team. Observing his son's seemingly off-kilter demeanor, Jonathan refrained from uttering any words of denial this time. As long as you are happy, your father and I will support you. Seizing the rare moment without her husband chastising their son, Martha quickly added, my abilities have vanished. I can now become an ordinary person. Clark declared. What does losing your abilities mean? Jonathan and Martha exchanged puzzled glances. Clark's abilities were innate. How could they suddenly disappear? The fellow from the spaceship took my powers. So I no longer need to worry about revealing my true self, Clark expounded, as if shedding a great burden. Jonathan and Martha exchanged glances. While they did not view their son losing his abilities as a cause for celebration, if their son was content, then they too found joy in it. In that case, congratulations, son. You can finally lead the life you desire. Jonathan had always known that Clark sometimes did not wish to inherit the family farm. Martha, seizing the opportunity, suggested. Perhaps we could hold a party at home to celebrate today? Excellent idea. Lua smiled in agreement. Could we invite the Lana family? After all, they are our neighbors. No. Clark suddenly flushed. Why are we inviting Lana? Hey, Clark. Jonathan feigned seriousness. It is both correct and necessary for neighbors to support one another and foster connections. How can you display such reluctance? No, I do not have a father, Clark stammered, but I believe it would be nice to invite Lana's family. Then it is settled. I shall prepare dinner for tonight. Martha exclaimed with enthusiasm, casting a knowing glance at her husband. They certainly noticed that Clark seemed somewhat dejected, as it appeared that his interactions with his biological father were far from joyful. Being able to divert the topic and assist Clark in overcoming this burden brought them a sense of relief. Outside the warehouse, Luther intended to search for some boards to repair the wall he had inadvertently damaged. However, upon stepping into the sunlight, he suddenly sensed a peculiar change within his body. Buzzing. Under the radiant yellow sun, Luther distinctly felt his long stagnant power gradually beginning to swell. Joel had not been lying. He had indeed aided him in breaking through his potential. Wait, something still felt amiss. Luther concentrated on the sensations within him, and after a considerable moment, his expression darkened. Jonathan approached him, carrying several wooden planks. Noticing Luther's grim demeanor, he asked, Luther? I'm fine, Uncle Jonathan, Luther replied, forcing a smile as he effortlessly accepted the planks from Jonathan's shoulder. As he placed the boards against the gaping hole in the warehouse wall, Luther's gaze sharpened. Through his recent introspection, he realized that Joel had not lifted the seal on his Kryptonian lineage. Instead, it seemed that the Kryptonian template had absorbed attributes of his Kryptonian heritage after being illuminated by that green light. Although it had always been said that Azura bore the title of Little Superman, theoretically, the Kryptonian template was also bestowed upon him by the system. How could it be influenced by Joel? What was even more concerning was that although he could once again harness the sun's energy to enhance his strength with the Kryptonian characteristics, he was uncertain whether he would be susceptible to the effects of kryptonite. One can only hope. Chapter 154. A return visit. Luther was uncertain whether the changes to his Kryptonian template were beneficial or detrimental, but he could only wish for the former. If the cost of harnessing kryptonite resulted in continued growth and strength, so be it. He could simply test its effects back in the attic, where he still had 3 pieces of kryptonite. After assisting Jonathan in repairing the warehouse wall, Luther made his way to the attic and retrieved a lead box from beneath his bed. Click! The lead box opened, and 3 shards of green kryptonite emitted a brilliant green glow, illuminating the entire box. Ugh! Luther clenched his teeth in agony. The sensation was unbearable, as if a hand were grasping his heart, leaving him gasping for breath. However, it seemed that the green kryptonite did not exert complete suppression over him. Luther's eyes flickered as he turned to gaze out the window. At that moment, the sun was setting, casting a fiery glow across the horizon. Boom! Clutching the 3 pieces of green kryptonite, Luther gritted his teeth and accelerated. The deafening sound of sonic booms echoed as he circled the farm several times before returning to the attic. Jonathan, did it sound like thunder outside? Martha inquired from downstairs, hearing the distant rumble. But the weather didn't seem to indicate any rain this morning, Jonathan replied as he stepped outside. Although it was dusk, the sky showed no signs of impending rain. Luther released the 3 shards of green kryptonite, exhaling a long breath of relief. The situation was better than he had anticipated. The kryptonite did indeed affect him, but not in a manner that suppressed his abilities. Rather, when in proximity to the green kryptonite, the energy field within him was slightly disrupted, leading to a lack of perfect control over his powers. Just like during his recent flight. Despite enveloping himself in that faint biofield, he still produced a significant sonic boom. Well, it was certainly preferable to having all his powers suppressed by the kryptonite. Luther mused that the slight loss of control over his strength was a fair trade for the continued development of his Kryptonian template. Moreover, this meant he could bask in the sun's warmth every day. With a contented expression, Luther leaned out of the attic window, relishing the last rays of the setting sun, when suddenly a graceful figure in the distance caught his attention. Was that Diesel? Luther wondered what business this woman had at Kent Farm at this hour. However, the answer soon revealed itself, as Diesel promptly knocked on the Kent's front door. Oh, welcome, Miss Diesel. Martha greeted her warmly as she ushered the visitor inside. Although she found Diesel's attire, a form-fitting skirt and high heels, somewhat inappropriate, it was after work hours, and she felt it would not be right to criticize a young woman who wished to look beautiful, would it? I apologize for the inconvenience, but I was worried about Clark's well-being after he left without notice before class today, Diesel said, fiddling with her hair. Ah, I see. Martha quickly concocted an excuse, glossing over the matter. After a brief conversation, dinner time arrived. Would you like to stay and join us for dinner? This suggestion was, in essence, a polite way of ushering her out. Under normal circumstances, Martha would never have said such a thing, but today was a significant day for Clark, and she wished to spend more time with her son. Yet, Diesel seemed oblivious to Martha's underlying meaning and cheerfully responded, "Is that all right? I happen to have nowhere to eat." Just then, as Jonathan called for Clark and Luther to come down for dinner, an unusual roar echoed from outside the house. It sounded like some unknown beast, and Diesel looked at the door in surprise. "Mr. Jonathan, do wild animals frequently wander onto the farm?" she asked, noticing a hunting rifle hanging on the wall. "Not really. It's nothing to worry about. It will leave soon enough," Jonathan replied. In truth, he was inwardly lamenting the situation, as during dinner, Little Seven would typically come to the door in search of food. Unlike a wild beast, Little Seven, having been tamed by Luther, generally did not consume raw food. Diesel wanted to inquire further, sensing a familiar energy fluctuation as Little Seven approached, though she had yet to see it. "Ms. Diesel, as our guest, please remain comfortably seated. I will handle matters outside." Luther's voice reached her ears, and she realized he had silently appeared behind her. Luther placed a reassuring hand on Diesel's smooth shoulder, gently guiding her back into her seat. The immense strength he emanated seemed to have intensified, exuding an even more ferocious aura. Diesel pondered this, crossing her legs beneath the table and shifting slightly. Her complexion flushed, and her gaze grew dreamy, as if lost in thought. Luther's lips twitched slightly. Surely this woman did not possess some peculiar proclivity? After dinner commenced, Diesel seemed to forget the purpose of her visit to Kent Farm, falling into a contemplative silence. However, her occasional glances at Luther were imbued with an inexplicable significance. Once dinner concluded, Diesel timely suggested her departure. Standing at the threshold, he turned back to look at Diesel. "Aren't you going to see me off, handsome? The sky is growing a bit dark." Indeed, she had ulterior motives. Leah had already surmised that Diesel had come to Kent Farm with a specific intent, yet he was taken aback to discover that her target appeared to be none other than himself. The atmosphere around them felt curiously charged, and just then, Martha interjected, "Well, what do you think, Leah? It is indeed unsafe for Ms. Diesel to leave the farm alone at this hour." Martha harbored no ulterior motives. Leah was the best option to escort her away, given the circumstances. All right. This way, please, Ms. Diesel." Leah extended a hand towards the door. As they stepped outside and he closed the door behind them, Diesel turned back and smiled softly. "Leah, you truly are unlike any other man. It would be more accurate to say he was unlike anyone else." Leah shrugged indifferently. "So your reason for coming to Kent Farm couldn't possibly be to see me, right? Why not? Why couldn't I have come specifically to see you?" Diesel licked her lips, a hint of seduction in her demeanor. "Enough with your antics. I recall warning you that this charm of yours won't work on me." Feeling the allure emanating from Diesel's eyes, Leah found himself somewhat agitated. He recognized this was a result of Joe's influence in altering the templates of his homeland. Chapter 155, The Peculiar Man in Uniform? Hearing Leah's threatening words, Diesel felt her legs weaken. This was the sensation. The innate charisma of a powerful individual was intoxicating. Naturally, Diesel's state did not escape Leah's keen observation, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Was she deliberately seeking trouble? Leah harbored serious doubts that if he were to strike her now, it would only fulfill her desires. "So, what exactly do you want?" Leah found himself feeling somewhat helpless. "How about this? You become my man, and I shall let you go?" Under the influence of the kryptonite, Diesel's abilities had evolved beyond mere charm. She too was affected by this newfound power. When her attempts to charm certain formidable targets failed, she would instead become infatuated with them, something she could not even control herself. As she spoke, Diesel leaned closer to Leah, her hand softly resting on his shoulder. Just as Leah was about to respond, he suddenly sensed a commotion in the distance. They had now reached the roadside outside the farm, and aside from the faint, frantic howls of wild beasts, the surroundings were eerily quiet. At that moment, Leah glanced up at a nearby lamppost. "My apologies, I hope I'm not interrupting anything," Bruce exclaimed, surprised as he observed the two. "So, he prefers women with such striking figures?" Although Bruce wore a mask, Leah could discern a strange expression in his eyes. "Are you imagining things?" "No, I am not," Bruce quickly denied. "By the way," Diesel queried, tugging at Leah's sleeve and pointing at Bruce, "is this peculiar man in uniform your friend?" A vein throbbed on Bruce's forehead. Peculiar man in uniform. Why do some people always choose such cutting descriptors? No wonder these two could find common ground. Simultaneously, he felt quite frustrated. As a man who had never lacked female attention, it was the first time he had been mocked so openly by a beautiful woman. At that moment, Leah had spotted a Batmobile parked in the distance, fully aware that Bruce had come for him this evening. Dismissing his scattered thoughts, Bruce turned his attention to D-Cell and inquired, "Do you know who this person beside you truly is? What is his identity? Just a young unemployed drifter?" Bruce's words piqued D-Cell's curiosity, and she looked at him expectantly, hoping he would reveal Lua's true identity. Hee, Bruce chuckled softly, his laughter low and magnetic. "No. Why do you keep forcing that throaty laugh? Is it necessary to showcase your rich vocal resonance? How repulsive," Lua remarked with disdain, emitting a clicking sound with his tongue. Although Bruce was clueless about the meaning behind Lua's clicking, his expression and tone suggested clear disdain. This guy is indeed a lunatic, Bruce reaffirmed in his mind, while simultaneously comforting himself. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself and said to D-Cell, "Did you know that in Gotham City, he is a minor gang leader?" To be precise, although Lua was affiliated with the Penguin had not assigned him a specific role. Nonetheless, as the newly emerged leader of Gotham, it was not unreasonable to refer to Lua as a minor leader under his command. D-Cell turned in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, how cool." Ugh, Bruce covered his face. "Enough, Bruce, you didn't come here just to spout this nonsense, did you?" On either side of your thighs are two metallic alloy plates designed to withstand external impact. Your combat suit's chest and back are similarly reinforced with these plates. And the elbows of your suit have been specially treated to appear remarkably sturdy. Oh, and there's more. Lua rapidly enumerated all of Bruce's updated equipment, leaving nothing out and specifying precisely where each piece was installed on his body. Bruce was left dumbfounded, realizing that his painstakingly updated gear had been so effortlessly seen through. Humph, what does it matter if you can see through it? Bruce's voice remained magnetic as always. Hidden beneath his cloak, a hand grasped 3 bat-shaped projectiles. Sensing the palpable tension in the air, D-Cell seemed to instinctively step aside. At that moment, Bruce made the first move, having learned from past experiences. He swiftly hurled the 3 bat projectiles. Regardless of whether it was 1 or 3, as they approached Lua, they encountered an invisible barrier, falling harmlessly to the ground. Just as Lua revealed a contemptuous smile, Bruce began to wave his hands vigorously, launching a barrage of bat projectiles from his cloak. If quality was lacking, Bruce would rely on sheer quantity, surely. Such a multitude of bat projectiles would be enough to overwhelm Lua. Unfortunately, despite Lua's biological force field being somewhat fragile and unstable due to Joe's influence, it was not something mere bat projectiles could breach. On the cement ground, the sound of numerous projectiles clattering echoed like rain. Bruce's gaze sharpened. Yet he did not lose heart. He had anticipated such an outcome. Reaching out, he produced 2 grappling guns, simultaneously pulling the triggers. 2 dark gray ropes, as thick as his thumbs, shot forth, swiftly ensnaring Lua. Lua did not evade. It was not that he lacked the reflexes, but rather, he possessed absolute confidence in his own strength. To deal with someone like Bruce at this moment required cunning. If he revealed his true power right away, it would only frighten him off. Indeed, for Lua, battling Bruce was merely a light-hearted game after a meal. Only Bruce himself had yet to realize this. Still playing the role of Batman. Here we go. Bruce gazed upon Lua, ensnared by the ropes. A jubilant expression spreading across his face as he delivered a punch to Lua's abdomen. The glimmering silver of his gauntlets was conspicuously evident. These gauntlets were meticulously crafted to shatter even the hardest materials, designed specifically for Lua. Yet, before the smile could linger on Bruce's face for even a second, the sound of snapping ropes echoed from Lua's form. Crack, 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 boom. Unsurprisingly, Bruce's fist was once again seized by Lua. However, this time, Bruce remained unperturbed, a triumphant grin illuminating his gaze. Snap, snap. Chapter 156. The embryonic form of the Justice League, a cacophony of crackling electricity erupted from Bruce's gauntlets as he activated them in response to Lua's grip on his fists. With a triumphant glint in his eyes, Bruce addressed Lua. "How do you like that? This current is potent enough to stun a bull." But as he spoke, the smile on Bruce's face gradually faded, replaced by an expression of disbelief. "Impossible, it cannot be true," he murmured. Such a formidable current should incapacitate even the most robust of beings. It was inconceivable that his adversary remained completely unaffected. Indeed, Lua maintained his smile, tightening his grip around Bruce's fist. Crack, crack. The jarring sound of bones grinding against one another resonated once more, causing Bruce to snap back to reality, his expression twisting in agony. With a swift release, Lua let go, and Bruce recoiled, clutching his injured hand, devoid of the confidence he once exuded. Meanwhile, Diesel exhibited no surprise. She had long since recognized the uniqueness of Lua's strength. Additionally, being in a town affected by meteorite fragments, she found Lua's extraordinary abilities to be no source of astonishment. "How about it, Lua? Do you need my assistance?" Diesel inquired, licking her lips. "Assistance? Do I appear to be in need of help?" Lua retorted, contemplating her abilities with a slight smile. Diesel wasted no time, her gaze fixed upon Bruce, a pink hue blossoming within her eyes. Suddenly, Bruce perceived the world around him transform from dimness to a vibrant expanse of blooming flowers. "Mom, Dad." It seemed he had succumbed to the illusion crafted by Diesel, tears streaming down his face as he called out for his parents. Lua looked at Diesel in astonishment. Her powers were not merely seductive, but bore such remarkable efficacy. It was crucial to note that Bruce was no ordinary individual. Although spectators in his previous life jested about his powers being merely monetary, it was undeniable that even in his normal state, he possessed strength that reached the pinnacle of human potential. Furthermore, under the tutelage of a ninja master, his willpower was undoubtedly at the apex of this world. The fact that he could be enchanted by Diesel meant that, with further training, Diesel's potential could reach even greater heights. At this moment, a thought that had been taking shape in Lua's mind ignited. He had contemplated establishing a Justice League in anticipation of facing the Injustice League in the future. Based on Diesel's performance this evening, she had already earned a provisional place in his team. "All right, Diesel, enough of the charade. Release him," Lua commanded. As his words fell, the pink hue in Diesel's eyes gradually dissipated. Bruce blinked in confusion, as if awakening from a childhood reverie where he had reunited with his parents in an open field. Why had it all vanished in an instant? Surveying his surroundings, Bruce's expression soured. The searing pain in his fist incessantly reminded him that he had been ensnared in an illusion. Fixating on Diesel, he realized his miscalculation. This alluring woman was, in fact, a superpowered individual. His intelligence gathering had been woefully inadequate. Yet, adhering to the adage of losing the battle but not the war, despite the intensifying agony in his fist, Bruce maintained a steady tone. "Lua, we shall meet again." With that, he retreated, swiftly finding himself beside his Batmobile. He shut the door, the roar of the engine echoing down the rural road. "Are you not going to keep him here? It seems you two are hardly on amicable terms," Diesel remarked, sidling up to Lua and brushing against his clothing. "Your meddling is unnecessary," Lua replied, watching Bruce's retreating figure. Given Bruce's strategic prowess, he was indeed qualified to join his team, though further refinement was necessary. Moreover, engaging in playful banter with Batman now and then would add a touch of amusement to an otherwise monotonous existence. "Humph, how ungrateful. He just assisted you," Diesel huffed. Lua looked down at her, gently grasping her chin and applying slight pressure. Diesel winced at the pain, yet wore an expression of unexpected enjoyment. "You truly astonished me tonight," Lua sighed, releasing her chin. "Thus, I shall extend an invitation for you to join my team." This was not a consultation. Lua was confident Diesel would not refuse. Upon hearing Lua's invitation, Diesel's face lit up with excitement. "Really? You have a team?" "Oh no, now it's our team." "What shall we call our team? Who are the other members?" She bombarded him with questions, leaving Lua feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "The Justice League," he finally replied. "From now on, our team shall be known as the Justice League, and presently, it consists solely of the two of us." The rationale behind forming the Justice League was not solely to combat the Injustice League, but rather to recruit members and mitigate potential adversaries from within the ranks of the Injustice League. If all villains were to become part of the Justice League, who would then constitute the Injustice League? If the Injustice League were to consist solely of Clark, handling the situation would undoubtedly be far simpler than dealing with a multitude of foes. Upon hearing the name of the team, Diesel gazed at Lua with mild astonishment. "I never would have expected you to possess such a strong sense of justice. So, our team's name signifies a commitment to combating crime and upholding justice?" "Not quite," Lua countered, shaking his head. "Who says a name like the Justice League must embody righteousness? You shall understand in due course." "Very well," Diesel replied, a hint of disappointment in her nod. Yet, she soon perked up. "So, what is the first mission of our Justice League?" Lua shot her a glance. "All right. Your first task is to refrain from bothering me at the Kent farm for the time being. Otherwise, I shall expel you from the Justice League." Diesel's mouth fell open in surprise, her expression slightly dazed, but she resignedly replied, "Fine." However, in her heart, she mused, "If not at the farm, there were plenty of other places to pester you." Chapter 157, The Expansion of Power Upon Returning Home. Bruce swiftly shed his outer gear and removed the gloves from his hands. At that moment, his right fist was visibly swollen and bruised, with traces of blood seeping from the crevices of his nails. Master Bruce, you've injured yourself again. Alfred lamented, his heart heavy as he gazed at Bruce. He had hoped that after his training outside, Bruce would exhibit a degree of maturity, but it appeared that little had changed. Even now, despite his transformation into Batman, Bruce's reckless nature remained largely unaltered. Yet, Bruce felt a sense of injustice. He was convinced he had prepared thoroughly, only to find the outcome unchanged. It's all right, Alfred. That fellow wasn't too severe. Please, let us get on with the treatment. Bruce gritted his teeth, striving to conceal his discomfort. After 2 encounters, he had come to realize that Lua was no ordinary adversary. His physique seemed to have undergone some form of enhancement, bestowing him with extraordinary strength and an immunity to electric shocks. As Alfred led Bruce into the medical room, Bruce's mind was already racing with strategies to counter Lua. He believed that everything in the world harbored its own weaknesses. The challenge lay in uncovering them. Time passed swiftly, and before long, several months had elapsed. During this period, the music scene remained chaotic and disordered. However, one particular event continued to captivate the public's attention. 2 months prior, the Penguin had shed his undercover identity and returned to the fold of Falcone. Now, 2 months later, the Penguin, oh no, he should now be referred to as Mr. Cobblepot, had amassed considerable power in Gotham. Since the opening of the Iceberg Lounge, many of his rivals had mysteriously vanished, allowing the Penguin to effortlessly seize their enterprises. This progression was astonishingly seamless. The Penguin's influence expanded rapidly, to the extent that he could now stand on equal footing with his former boss, Falcone. Presently, the Penguin's enterprises spanned various industries, yet conspicuously absent were any illicit ventures. This was not due to a lack of desire on the Penguin's part, but rather the sudden disappearance of the previous owners of these underworld enterprises, which rendered him hesitant to pursue them further, forcing him to pivot entirely. Meanwhile, Lua was rising in prominence alongside the Penguin, his reputation steadily solidifying in Gotham as Mr. Patriot. Mr. Patriot, is there anything I can assist you with? A boy who appeared to be no older than 11 or 12 approached Lua, carrying a toolbox. Noticing the dust on Lua's shoes, he promptly produced a towel and, applying shoe polish, began to polish Lua's leather shoes with great enthusiasm. At present, Lua seemed to revel in this role-playing game, gradually altering the trajectory of the Penguin's fate with unabashed delight. Thank you, Lua replied with a gentlemanly smile, producing a $100 tip to place beside the boy. It was akin to having a cheat code in a game, as Lua began to explore an alternative lifestyle. However, the boy declined the bill, despite its sufficiency to last him for several days. He gazed earnestly at Lua and declared, Mr. Patriot, please allow me to follow you. I can hold an umbrella for you. Everyone knew that Mr. Patriot had achieved his current status by serving as an umbrella holder for Mr. Cobblepot. Lua, with his keen memory, recalled that this boy had been among the fleeing civilians during their previous street confrontation. He understood the boy's desire to ally with him. But you're so small. Are you truly capable of holding an umbrella for me? Lua inquired, a hint of amusement in his tone, despite having no intention of accepting him. Mr. Patriot, I am still growing. If you take me in, one day I will surely be able to hold an umbrella for you, the boy asserted with determination. Nevertheless, Lua shook his head. Child, Mr. Cobblepot is establishing a free school in Gotham. You will be able to attend there. Ignoring the boy's pleas, Lua turned to depart. On the surface, it appeared that the Penguin had transformed entirely. Regardless of his motives, he was indeed engaged in commendable endeavors. At that moment, Lua's phone rang. Upon answering, the Penguin's voice resonated. Lua, hurry to the lounge. Something exciting is about to happen that you want to miss. Iceberg Lounge. Upon entering, Lua discovered that the restaurant was devoid of patrons, while several customers attempting to enter were unceremoniously ushered out by the Penguin's henchmen. Hey, wait. Stop. The Penguin admonished his subordinates, his voice raised in disapproval. How can you treat the citizens of Gotham so rudely? Apologize to them. He turned to the visibly startled elderly couple. I sincerely apologize for the fright you've endured. It's quite all right, Mr. Cobblepot, the couple replied. Though they were clearly shaken, the Penguin's reputation had grown so favorable that there were even murmurs suggesting that if he were to run for mayor, Gotham would surely flourish under his leadership. This was precisely why the Penguin had become so courteous. He was already scheming for the mayoral position. As he closed the restaurant door, the Penguin approached Lua, excitement evident on his face. Lua, do you know what's about to happen? His other subordinates looked on enviously. Their boss had never been so amiable with anyone else, save for Mr. Patriot Lua. Lua glanced outside the restaurant as a vehicle approached, the figure within instantly revealing what was about to unfold. I suspect Fish will arrive shortly, and then kneel before you? It was no longer appropriate to refer to her as Fish Mom or Muni. Simply calling her Fish was more fitting given her current predicament. "Oh, how did you know?" the penguin exclaimed, astonished. Given his newfound status, now equal to Falcon's, the Fish Mom's standing had plummeted, particularly now as the penguin's power swelled. The vanished gang members had all returned to his ranks, buoyed further by the support of Gotham's ordinary citizens. To mend relations with the penguin, Falcon had dispatched Fish to exact revenge. Rua chuckled, gesturing toward the entrance. "Well, here she comes." Chapter 158, The Shift in Status Outside. Fish approached the lounge with an impassive expression, accompanied by her newly recruited long-haired, umbrella-holding subordinate. As they gazed upon the iceberg lounge, the subordinate's lips twitched slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. Despite wearing a mask, Fish's rigid face revealed her own anxiety. Who could fathom the rapid disappearance of so many gang leaders in such a short span of time? By the time she and her boss, Falcon, grasped the situation, the Penguin had already emerged as a pivotal figure in Gotham. At present, the Penguin has not explicitly indicated a severance from Falcon. However, it is paramount for one to possess self-awareness. Clearly, given the Penguin's current influence, it is inappropriate for Falcon to continue perceiving himself as the paramount leader. Nevertheless, Falcon is equally reluctant to bow before his former subordinate's underling, which has left Ma Fish in a precarious position. With a soft click, the long-haired underling closed his umbrella and followed Ma Fish into the restaurant. A few burly waiters stationed at the entrance scrutinized the pair intently, uttering not a single word. Yet Ma Fish could sense an indescribable gravity emanating from them. As she beheld the immobile figure of the Penguin seated ahead, she forced a smile upon her face. Initially, she intended to use her old pet name for him, Little Penguin, but upon noticing the fierce undertone in the Penguin's smile, she hastily amended her address to Mr. Cobblepot. "Ah, look who has arrived. It's you, Fish." This marked the first occasion on which the Penguin had directly referred to Ma Fish by her name in such a tone, filling him with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Turning to look at Rua, he exclaimed, "Rua, did you see that? Do you recall the first time you encountered him?" With that, the Penguin erupted into laughter. "Come, Fish, have a seat, let us converse." Neither of them had ever envisioned life could be so splendid, with the once most feared and revered Ma Fish now beneath them. "All right, fine." Ma Fish removed her sunglasses, but her slightly trembling hands betrayed her unease. The long-haired underling stepped forward, positioning himself behind Ma Fish. Suddenly, the Penguin's expression shifted, and he bellowed in anger. "Oh, wait. You, long-haired golden retriever. Who permitted you to enter my restaurant?" It was reminiscent of Ma Fish's earlier taunts directed at Rua. The Penguin quickly turned to Rua to clarify. "Of course, Rua. You know I am not referring to you." Rua shrugged nonchalantly. "As long as you're happy, Mr. Cobblepot." The Penguin continued to glare at the long-haired underling. "What are you lingering for? This place is not for you. Get out." Ma Fish, witnessing her underling's reprimand, refrained from uttering a word. How could she dare to speak? The long-haired underling's face oscillated between shades of green and white. He had accompanied Ma Fish to the iceberg lounge, betting on her resurgence and the Penguin's eventual fall from grace. However, the current reality rendered future hopes unnecessary. The once formidable and respected Ma Fish had undeniably lost her standing. Consequently, the long-haired underling discarded his umbrella and slowly approached the Penguin, kneeling on one knee. "Mr. Cobblepot, please allow me to follow you. I can hold your umbrella." Ma Fish gazed at her underling in disbelief. She wanted to utter venomous words to this traitor, but the sight of Rua standing nearby, half smirking, extinguished that thought. Rumors circulated in Gotham that Rua was the Penguin's chief enforcer, responsible for dealing with all those vanishing gang leaders. There were also claims of witnesses seeing Rua discipline a group of gangsters, the scene being overwhelmingly one-sided. Regardless of whether these rumors held any truth, every illogical occurrence necessitated a rational explanation, and Ma Fish dared not gamble. The Penguin, observing the long-haired youth kneeling before him, gently patted his face and coldly remarked, "No one understands the terror of a traitor better than I do. Thus, you may leave." With that, the Penguin had spoken. He was no longer the derided clown of yore, and the long-haired youth could only flee the restaurant in dismay. Upon pushing open the restaurant's grand doors, his pace quickened. He realized that by attempting to align with the Penguin and offending Ma Fish, he had become a traitor with nowhere to hide in Gotham. Inside the iceberg lounge, Ma Fish forced herself to engage in conversation. "Mr. Cobblepot, you have accomplished quite a lot recently. I almost thought Gotham was on its way to becoming an idyllic haven." While her words seemed to laud the Penguin's recent achievements, they were laced with an unmistakable note of sarcasm. The Penguin, unfazed by Ma Fish's flustered speech, merely clapped his hands and said, "It appears my shoes are a tad dirty." An affront. A blatant humiliation. Mawfish fixated on the penguin's mismatched shoes, which were, in fact, spotless. She comprehended the penguin's intent. Having gained power, he sought to reclaim his lost dignity at her expense. Rising slowly, she resolved to match his adaptability. Approaching the penguin, she bent down before him, lifting his lame leg and kissing his shoe. Ha! The penguin erupted into maniacal laughter. Feeling as though he had reached the zenith of his existence, liberated from the shadows of his past, he found himself less resentful of being called the penguin. It was only in weakness that one concerned themselves with such derogatory labels, yet now he was strong. Just as the penguin reveled in his internal elation, Mawfish, kissing his shoe, harbored a glint of malice in her eyes. In a swift motion, a dagger was drawn from her shoe, and, before the penguin could react, it was pressed against his throat. Now, little penguin, tell me, who is the boss? Mawfish's gaze brimmed with animosity. She was acutely aware that this action could very well lead to her demise within the Iceberg Lounge, yet failing to act would mean losing all her standing in Gotham, even if she managed to escape. What? The penguin's eyes reflected confusion. What had transpired? The recent comfort of his life had dulled his vigilance, causing him to overlook Mawfish's initial, subtle maneuvers. Meanwhile, Rhea, standing off to the side, had been oblivious to the penguin's plight, absorbed in admiring the restaurant's exterior scenery, which consisted of the blooming flora outside. Listen, Fish, the penguin, now a figure of authority, no longer displayed the panic he once did when faced with danger. He spoke softly. If you kill me now, I assure you, you will not exit the restaurant alive. Not killing you. I find myself unable to leave the restaurant as well. Mawfish was no fool. The moment she brandished the dagger at the penguin's throat, she had forfeited her options, committing herself to a singular path. Hesitation would only hasten her demise. She understood that Falcone would not spare her for the penguin's sake. No. The penguin's eyes darted, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Yet with the dagger pressed to his neck, firmly against his skin, the prospect of relying on those around him for rescue seemed utterly futile. Thus, he smirked. I can promise you, as the owner of the Iceberg Lounge, I assure you, if you release the dagger, I will ensure your safe exit from the Iceberg Lounge, and I will never command my subordinates to pursue you. Never. To be candid, the penguin carried little credibility in the eyes of the public, particularly in Mawfish's perception. This former subordinate, she knows all too well. In the pursuit of his own objectives, he possesses no boundaries and lacks even the most basic sense of trustworthiness. Yet, at this very moment, Fish Mom is compelled to wager her very life, hoping that the penguin, now in possession of his current standing, will not resort to betrayal. As her psychological defenses begin to falter, her grip gradually loosens. The sound of the dagger clattering to the floor is unmistakably clear, causing Fish Mom to retreat 2 hurried steps. However, the penguin appears to have genuinely honored his promise, refraining from instructing his minions to take action against her. You know, Fish, the penguin asserts, regaining his confidence now that he is out of danger. What position do I hold now? I will certainly fulfill the promises I made to you. 1Ti Lure? His gaze inexplicably shifts towards Lure. Amused, Lure comprehends the implications of the penguin's words. While he has indeed promised not to have his subordinates pursue Fish Mom, he is still free to command them to act. Presently, within the Iceberg Lounge, approximately 10 men clad in black have fallen under Lure's domain, despite Lure having never mobilized them or engaged in extensive dialogue with them. Nevertheless, in name, they are indeed his subordinates. On the other hand, upon hearing the penguin's repeated assurances, Fish Mom's unease diminishes slightly. So, Mr. Cobblepot, may I take my leave now? She inquires with a hint of trepidation. Of course, replies the penguin, gesturing toward the door. It's right over there. Please, go ahead. As he speaks, he subtly signals Lure with his peripheral vision. Upon receiving the penguin's affirmative response, Fish Mom immediately rises from her seat and hurriedly makes her way to the entrance, fearing that even a second's delay might result in her being rendered into pieces. Her intuition proves correct. Just as she pushes open the restaurant's door, a chilling command resonates behind her. You lot, go after her. At the penguin's persistent urging, Lure issues orders to his nominal subordinates. Oh dear. Why do you speak so lightly? What do you mean by catch up? The penguin retorts, somewhat displeased. I believe terms like hunt down, slay, or crush would be far more appropriate. Lure observes the penguin's fierce countenance and lets out a faint sigh. Mr. Cobblepot, given your current status, do you not feel that employing such violent measures tarnishes your identity? I believe forgiveness is a virtue. If you could learn to forgive, I think. Are you suggesting that I was nearly slain just now, and I should now simply let her go? You call that forgiveness? That is a virtue? Lure has inadvertently spoken out of turn. Truly, your reasoning is quite compelling. I cannot find a rebuttal at this moment. if the roles were reversed and he were in the Penguin's position. Even if he could restrain himself from unleashing his laser vision, he would at least feel compelled to administer some form of punishment. However, when engaging in character development, one cannot simply abandon the endeavor due to minor difficulties. The journey ahead is indeed arduous. Transforming such a character into a virtuous individual is no simple task. Yet, if it were easy, what significance would it hold? Would it be worthwhile to threaten him with a blast of laser vision, declaring, "If you dare to act immorally, I shall obliterate you"? That would lack any intrigue or finesse. Thus, the entirety of Gotham became aware that the patriotic man had initiated a pursuit against Fishmom. Fishmooney. Although Lure himself had never explicitly declared a manhunt, he had merely instructed his subordinates to catch up to her. Consequently, Fishmom became akin to a rat scurrying across the street. Indeed, compared to the comically grotesque Penguin, the reputation of the patriotic man sounded far more fearsome. Wherever he roamed, there were always those eager to abduct him to the Iceberg Lounge for the reward promised by the patriotic man. I never mentioned there would be a reward, Lure mused. Regardless of the interpretation, it was evident that both gangsters and civilians harbored a deep-seated disdain for Fishmom, until she encountered a certain individual, an enigmatic man garbed like a bat. So, can you enlighten me on the nefarious deeds the patriotic man has committed behind the scenes? With a smirk, Bruce inquired, observing Fishmom's dark complexion. For all his relentless investigation into Lure, he had yet to uncover any illicit actions. All surveillance seemed to fail in capturing Lure's misdeeds. Yet, Bruce found this implausible, if his intentions were not malevolent. What could possibly be the purpose of aligning with a criminal syndicate? Surely, it was not to assist the Penguin in becoming a paragon of virtue, was it? Bruce was well aware that during this period, the Penguin had been undertaking numerous benevolent acts and was even in the process of establishing a free school. His approach to Fishmom was also driven by the desire to extract internal information regarding Lure. Should he manage to extract some compromising material about Lure, it might be leveraged to publicly threaten him, transforming it into his vulnerability. Fishmom hesitated. What knowledge did she possess regarding Lure? All the information she had was merely hearsay. Chapter 160, The Bleeding Superman. On this day, news spread throughout Gotham that the illustrious Bruce Wayne would host a gathering at his residence for the city's prominent figures. Who is Bruce Wayne? Perhaps there are a few in Gotham unfamiliar with him, yet the surname Wayne resonates with everyone. It is said that the Wayne family never regards money lightly, not merely due to their immense wealth, which is indeed considerable, but primarily because, regardless of how much the Waynes spend, that money invariably returns to them. For instance, if Bruce purchases an item from you for $1,000, the majority of businesses you observe on the streets are likely under Bruce Wayne's domain. Consequently, when you spend money in the future, that same $1,000 will likely return to Bruce Wayne in various forms. Now that Bruce Wayne has announced a gathering for Gotham's notable figures, those who are not invited must be deemed insignificant. Instantly, the city of Gotham buzzed with excitement. Some individuals even went so far as to spend lavishly to obtain an invitation. Amidst the tumultuous fervor enveloping Gotham, Lure returned to the farm. Clark, I believe you should firmly remember that you are currently unable to utilize your superpowers if you continue to act recklessly as before. It may one day result in. Lure did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. A mortal attempting to emulate a Superman would find death to be their only destination. Oh, all right. Lying in bed, Clark, with one arm heavily bandaged, nodded reluctantly. Earlier that day, on his way to school, he had encountered a runaway car barreling towards a child. In a moment of desperation, Clark rushed forward and rescued the child. However, having temporarily lost his powers, he overestimated his speed and physical prowess, resulting in the child being saved. But his own arm suffered a fracture from the collision. All right, Clark, I will call the school to excuse you. You should stay home and rest today, Martha said, her gaze a mixture of concern and mild reproach as she addressed her son. No. Clark abruptly leaped from his bed, a sharp pang in his injured arm eliciting a couple of muffled groans from him. Nevertheless, he raised his head, exclaiming, "No, Mom, I cannot miss school today." Clark, while I commend your eagerness to learn, you are injured today and you need to rest, my son, Jonathan said softly, a rare gentleness in his tone. Since Clark had lost his abilities, it seemed that Jonathan's expectations had diminished as well. Perhaps this was the love of a stern father. Now that Clark had become an ordinary person, there was no longer a need for secrecy, and he could lead a life akin to that of an average individual. Clark hesitated, his voice lowering slightly. Actually, the Ravens have a game today. I was supposed to participate, but now that I'm injured, even if I can't play, I should still be there to encourage my teammates rather than act as a coward. Martha was not entirely convinced. But Clark, it's merely a simple school match. Not a significant competition. Clark's expression twisted, knowing he couldn't admit that he felt obligated to attend because he had promised Lana he would watch the game with her. How frustrating. He could have enjoyed the spectacle of Lana cheering him on as an athlete, but now he would only be a spectator. Actually, it doesn't matter, Clark. You can wait until the game starts this evening, and perhaps we can accompany you, Jonathan suggested. Clark looked at his father in disbelief. He had never expected his dad to utter such words or to acquiesce to such a seemingly excessive request. Jonathan understood his son's feelings. Having once been captivated by the exhilarating violence of the sport himself, his previous prohibition on Clark participating in football was solely due to Clark's immense strength, which could easily harm others and, in turn, himself. Thank you, Dad, Clark exclaimed, then turned to his mother, Martha. All right, since your father agrees, Martha said with a hint of resignation. She had always believed that Clark's fractured arm was no trivial injury and required ample rest. However, since both her husband and son shared this sentiment, attending the football game seemed harmless, especially as the school games were always open to the townsfolk. With this thought, she turned to Lucas. Lucas, will you join us this afternoon to watch? Lucas, who had often been absent since revealing his superpowers, did not decline, as he had no other pressing engagements. As for Gotham, most of the small-time gang leaders had been dispatched to mental institutions, leaving him with no viable means to assist Penguin in expanding his influence. Henceforth, it would depend on Penguin's own efforts. Otherwise, if everything relied on Lucas, he might as well demolish Gotham and hand it over to Penguin outright. Before long, it was around 4 in the afternoon, and the family had gathered their belongings. Jonathan drove his old Ford, and the 4 of them headed to the school. At the school gate, numerous parents were making their way toward the playground. As local entertainment was scarce, and a football match piqued the residents' interest, Clark, a delighted voice called from behind them. Lana first greeted Jonathan and Martha before turning her concern to Clark. Is your arm feeling better? I heard you were hit by a car this morning while trying to save someone. This query had lingered in her mind all day. With Clark's physical prowess, how could a mere brush with a car result in a fractured arm? Moreover, she was aware that Clark's parents had always opposed his participation in the football team. And although she had never inquired, today's events led her to sense that something had changed within Clark. Clark stammered, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead as he faced his crush. He leaned closer to her ear and blurted, "It's mainly because my powers have vanished." Chapter 161. Coach. What sometimes, Lucas thought that Clark's super intellect resided within his muscles. However, since Clark had lost his powers, he had altered his perspective. Perhaps, without the Kryptonian bloodline, a Clark devoid of his super intellect could indeed appear adorably foolish. Lana stared at Clark incredulously. Lost your abilities? What does that mean? Quite literally. Lana, Clark replied, casting furtive glances. He then remembered his promise that his parents would not reveal his abilities to others. Lana understood immediately, nodding and exclaiming, "All right. Just remember to be safe when doing good deeds. By the way, the game is about to begin. Shall we head inside?" Together, the 5 of them made their way to the viewing platform. The school's stands were quite spacious, and since not all students and parents had arrived, Jonathan's family managed to find a relatively empty spot. Lana, however, veered off to the locker room to prepare for the cheerleading performance. "Hey, Clark, don't keep staring at the girls. It's rather impolite," Martha admonished as she noticed her son's gaze following Lana's retreating figure. Jonathan observed Clark with an amused expression, fully aware of his son's infatuation. He then turned to Lucas, this young man from the same origins as Clark, who possessed a markedly different demeanor. Meanwhile, in the boys' locker room, Coach was engaged in a heated argument with the principal. A group of players, led by Whitney, were eavesdropping by the window. The principal raised his voice. "Coach, these children's academic performance is abysmally low. Even if they wish to gain admission to college through special recruitment, their academic scores must meet basic standards." What was acutely aware of his players' academic standings, which was precisely why he held Clark in such high regard. Only Clark excelled both academically and physically, while the others consistently failed their exams. How can this be? What knew that if he didn't placate the principal, the afternoon's game would undoubtedly be jeopardized, a notion he could not abide. "I promise you, if you allow the game to proceed this afternoon, I will ensure they study and that they all pass their next exams." Coach Wood offered his assurance. The principal regarded him with surprise. "Do you even hear what you're saying? Your players can barely perform basic addition and subtraction without using their toes." Yet, he also recognized Wood's unwavering commitment to the team's games. Since the coach made a promise, he deemed it unwise to push too hard. "I can agree to that, Coach Wood," the principal replied, "but with a caveat. However, if even half of them fail their next exams. You can forget about hosting any further football games. Upon concluding his remarks, the principal stepped out from the lounge, hands clasped behind his back, and surveyed the lively group huddled by the window. With a resigned shake of his head, he pondered the futility of their aspirations. While it was commendable to aim for college through football, one must first ensure a fundamental level of academic proficiency. Not everyone possesses the robust physique of Whitney or Clark. How could they possibly guarantee admission to a university? The principal genuinely cared for his team, yet the youthful players remained oblivious to his concerns, perceiving him solely as an obstacle to their training and competition, casting him disdainful glances as he departed. At that moment, Coach Wood emerged from within, urging the team to prepare as the match was imminent. If you dare lose to the Mammoths today, your training load next week will be doubled. The Mammoths had traveled from another city to engage in a friendly competition with their team, the Crows. A loss would be a blow to Coach Watt's pride, which he, with his fiery temperament, could hardly bear. As the players filed into the lounge, Coach Watt scoffed and followed in the direction the principal had taken, a flicker of orange light pulsing in his palm. In the stands, spectators awaited the commencement of the game, with the cheerleaders taking the field first. Amidst a throng of vibrant young women, Lana proudly swayed her figure, embodying youth and beauty. Just as the crowd was captivated by the cheerleaders' performance, an explosion erupted from the upper floors of a nearby building. Boom! Flames and thick smoke billowed forth from that level. What was happening? Had there been an explosion at the school? What classroom was that? If memory served, it appeared to be the principal's office. Lua's eyes widened as he instantly perceived the unfolding situation. A middle-aged man, bald and grinning triumphantly, dashed down the stairs, flames still flickering in his grasp. An individual with superhuman abilities? Another victim of Kryptonite's influence? Lua momentarily forgot the storyline involving Coach Watt's fiery confrontation with the principal. As he turned his attention to the principal's office, a commotion erupted nearby, accompanied by Clark's anguished groans. Ouch! Jonathan and Martha hurriedly helped their son to his feet. In a moment of panic, Clark had leaped from his seat, tumbling down several steps. Lua recognized that Clark had once again forgotten his loss of powers. Despite the pain coursing through him, Clark fixed his gaze on Lua and said, "Lua, that's the principal's office. Only you." Jonathan and Martha shared a concerned look with Lua, though Jonathan secretly wished to prevent Lua from acting. He didn't want Lua's abilities exposed to the public, just as he had once shielded his own son, Clark. However, in the blink of an eye, Jonathan realized Lua had vanished. When Clark saw this, a relieved smile spread across his face. Lua was known for his swiftness. With Lua's capabilities, Clark thought, surely he could resolve the fire. In reality, the situation was simpler than Clark had anticipated. Enveloped in a faint aura, Lua swiftly transported the principal to an open area behind the building, returning to the stands in mere seconds. Chapter 162. A modest punishment before anyone could fully comprehend the events. Lua reappeared in the stands. What just happened? Am I seeing things? Amidst the panicked crowd, some noticed a gentle breeze passing through. Clark, aware of Lua's speed but taken aback by its extent, approached with concern, asking, "How is the principal, Lua? Is he all right?" Having lost his superpowers, even a few hundred meters felt insurmountable to Clark. "He's fine. It seems the principal was merely startled," Lua reassured him. At that moment, the principal, still reeling from the shock, had no idea how he had transitioned from his burning office to the open space behind the building. In fact, he was unaware of how the fire had even ignited. Coach Watt, unwilling to confront the principal directly, had merely set the office ablaze using his fire-controlling abilities. Meanwhile, Coach Watt remained oblivious to the fact that the principal had narrowly escaped, urging his players to take the field. The fire in the principal's office had nothing to do with their sports department. They merely needed to extinguish the flames. However, an unexpected figure soon caught Watt's eye. The principal, disheveled and singed, appeared at the edge of the field. His outer garment bore scorch marks, yet he seemed relatively unscathed, as no significant injuries marred his form. The principal was directing a group of teachers in an effort to salvage the office. Fortunately, Coach Wood hadn't descended into madness by igniting the entire building. Under the collective effort of the teachers, the flames in the office were swiftly extinguished, even before the fire department could arrive. On the other side, students and parents, witnessing the fire being quelled, speculated that perhaps some careless individual had misused electrical equipment, causing a short circuit. Their attention shifted back to the field, where the cheerleading performance had concluded, and players from both the Crows and the Mammoths began to take the field. Visibly, the Crows players appeared more robust than those of the Mammoths, granting them a distinct advantage in this physically demanding sport. As the match commenced, The unfolding events mirrored public expectations. The Crows seized an early lead, though it was not a commanding one. Coach Watt, anxious and irritable, found it intolerable that the game remained closely contested. When Whitney made a misstep and lost possession of the ball, he could barely contain his frustration, edging closer to the fence as an orange glow emanated from his hands. Clark lamented Whitney's blunder, while Lua quickly discerned Watt's unusual behavior. Under the influence of superhuman abilities, the heat radiating from Watt was unmistakable. How brazen of him to act so recklessly in plain view. As a mammoth player approached, Watt abruptly pressed down with one hand. Slap. A stronger hand grasped his wrist, and he looked up in bewilderment to see a golden-haired youth he had never encountered before. Who are you? Disrupting the order of the game. Get out of here. Though uncertain whether his covert actions had been detected, Watt instinctively tried to deflect blame onto Lua, attempting to expel him from the stands. Simultaneously, he struggled to free himself from Lua's grip. Having gained the ability to manipulate flames from kryptonite, his physique had also been enhanced to a degree, granting him increased strength and speed. Yet, despite his efforts, he remained immovable. Lua surveyed the surroundings, chuckling softly. Your control over fire seems rather underdeveloped. If Watt had been proficient, he wouldn't merely have ignited the principal's office, but would have precisely set aflame the principal himself. What are you talking about? I can't comprehend. A flicker of panic crossed Watt's eyes, yet he vehemently denied the accusation. While he took considerable pride in his creativity, he dared not reveal it to others, particularly to certain specialized departments. He had no desire to become a lab rat. Lua merely smiled. Oh, an arsonist? The moment those words escaped his lips, Watt realized his previous misdeeds had been exposed. However, before igniting the principal's office, he had thoroughly surveyed the surroundings and found no one else present. How could this fellow have seen him? Yet, Watt quickly reassured himself. Even if the other party was aware of his arson, what did it matter? As long as he concealed his abilities for a while, who would believe that a mere human could manipulate flames? Thus, a sinister smile reappeared on his face as he said, I see. But what evidence do you possess to prove that I started that fire? Who would believe you? Lua's lips twitched, and he let out a long sigh. All right, Mr. Watt, judging by your tone, it seems I have no means to contend with you. Lua waved his hand dismissively. Bang! A resounding boom echoed, and the two vanished from their location. Wasn't Coach Watt just standing there talking to someone? How did he suddenly disappear? High above, the sound of roaring explosions reverberated, audible even to the students and parents in the audience. Clark tensed up, turning to look at his father, Jonathan, and his mother, Martha. Their eyes met, and they all understood the significance of the noise above. Particularly for Clark. He was aware that Lua could control the noise generated during flight, and such sonic booms typically occurred only when he was engaged in combat, like when he had once pummeled Clark himself. He hoped that Lua wouldn't harm any innocent bystanders. Clark was not concerned that Lua would resort to murder, for since meeting him, he had rarely witnessed Lua in a fit of rage. High above, Lua indeed had no intention of killing Coach Watt. Instead, he was aimlessly soaring through the skies at great speed. Watt, enhanced by the department's modifications, was not in danger of death, but he was engulfed by intense pain, which grew increasingly acute. For a full minute, he was unable to utter a word, nor could he open his eyes. And by the time he felt the ground beneath him, he was already frothing at the mouth. Consider yourself fortunate, Lua mused, pondering whether he had been too lenient. Indeed, he was far too soft-hearted. Such punishment was utterly insufficient for this scoundrel. He should take him flying again whenever he had the chance. Chapter 163. The unfortunate Penguin Man. Ultimately, Coach Watt's fixation on the competition results led to his disappointment. When he awakened from his stupor, he discovered that the Ravens had lost to the Mammoths. This was not entirely surprising, as the Ravens players were equally blameless. Their coach had vanished without a trace at the start of the match, leaving them without encouragement or strategic guidance, resulting in their defeat. However, at this moment, Coach Watt likely lacked the energy to concern himself with the Ravens' fate, for he realized that his sense of balance seemed compromised, causing him to sway unsteadily as he walked, unable to stabilize himself. Eventually, he discovered a rather useful tool to remedy this predicament. It was called a wheelchair. In Gotham City, a gathering of individuals convened at Bruce's residence, engaging in animated conversation, while the host himself was notably absent. Alfred, has Lua arrived yet? Bruce inquired of the butler. Yes, master, this marks the fourth time you have asked me in the past half hour. Did you deliver the invitation to him? Bruce pressed once more. What invitation? Alfred responded, puzzled. For was it not meant for his boss, the Penguin? Bruce quickly grasped the situation and countered. Who do you think appears more like a leader, Lua or the Penguin? Alfred hesitated, unsure whether to speak candidly. It was not his intention to dampen Bruce's enthusiasm, but honestly, did the Penguin not seem more akin to a gang leader? Conversely, Liao appeared merely as a bewildered youth who had stumbled into Gotham. A bewildered youth? Have you ever encountered a confused individual capable of taking on a dozen gang members? He can even withstand my electric shocks and evade my batarangs. Alfred shot Bruce a quizzical glance, astonished that his master would embellish the truth so. In fact, I recall, Master, that you should have been utterly defenseless against him. Alfred, Bruce raised his voice. Is this truly the crux of our discussion? You really have a knack for bringing up irrelevant topics. At this point, sending him the invitation was futile, there was no time left. And a phone call would have to suffice. Alfred remained uncertain about his master's intentions, given that the guest list consisted of Gotham's gang leaders and government officials. In truth, Bruce's aim was simple. He was marking these individuals for future reference. Just then, Bruce heard a commotion from the hall below, prompting him to temporarily set aside his plans to call Luya and hasten to the front. He spotted Jerome laughing boisterously at the center of the crowd, though Bruce distinctly remembered not having sent an invitation to that lunatic. Such a character required no marking. He would be closely monitored instead. How had he gained entry? Simultaneously, Bruce was perplexed. One would assume that without an invitation, he could not breach his home's threshold. Alfred remained composed, contemplating for a moment before stating, "Perhaps we should simply look at who is absent to deduce the answer." Clearly, the only one missing from the gathering was the Penguin. Leading to an obvious conclusion, Jerome had pilfered several invitations and brazenly entered Bruce's residence. Bruce furrowed his brow, unwilling to allow his own oversight to place the Penguin in jeopardy, for this could precipitate an early confrontation between him and Leah. Of course, this was merely a misinterpretation on his part. Leah harbored no belief that any conflict existed between himself and Bruce. A dragon might appreciate the performance of ants, but would remain indifferent to their offenses. To Leah, Bruce was akin to an ant. He still had much to learn. As Bruce and Alfred reviewed the nearby surveillance footage, tracing Jerome's entrance back through time, they soon uncovered the truth. 3 streets away, they saw the Penguin, alone and clad in a tailcoat, approaching the house with a cane in hand. Then they witnessed Jerome springing from the shadows, delivering a punch that sent the slightly portly Penguin crashing to the ground before dragging him into a nearby alley. Upon witnessing this, Bruce felt his anger boil over, prompting him to dash downstairs. As the guests parted to clear a path for their host, he exclaimed, "Jerome, how dare you show your face in my home? You should know that in America, I could execute you right here without consequence." Jerome, however, appeared unfazed, his erratic and reckless nature rendering him unafraid. And he certainly did not believe that Bruce would resort to murder. From his investigation into Bruce, also known as Batman, it became evident that this enigmatic figure has resolutely adhered to his ludicrous vow of non-lethality. Thus, I find myself here, and you could effortlessly end my life with a single bullet. Jerome, emboldened, harbored no fear. He even believed that sacrificing his life to shatter a person's cherished creed would be worthwhile. At this moment, Bruce had yet to mature fully. Upon hearing Jerome's provocation, a surge of fury ignited within him. He swiftly advanced towards Jerome, delivering a single, powerful punch. Bang! The tremendous force sent Jerome's entire body reeling backward. Once he regained his composure, blood streamed from his nose, and his nasal bridge appeared slightly misaligned. Yet Jerome seemed unfazed, audibly cracking his nose back into place. As he glanced at Bruce, who was poised to strike again, he produced a remote control. Bruce, of course, recognized this small device all too well, for it had previously detonated an entire shopping mall at Jerome's command. "Mr. Bruce, shall we continue?" Jerome laughed maniacally. The moment the remote was revealed, the surrounding patrons erupted in a frenzy, fearing that Jerome had planted a bomb within Bruce's home, threatening to obliterate them all. However, Bruce's mind stirred with a question: "Where have you hidden the Penguin?" Jerome waved the remote, taunting, "Guess. But should I press this button, it will be kaboom. However, if Mr. Bruce agrees, I could detonate the bombs surrounding your abode and spare that little Penguin. Heh. Save a gang leader or endanger everyone. What will you choose?" For an ordinary person, the answer would be to forsake the Penguin. But Bruce was different. He would strive to save everyone if possible. Chapter 164, Scarecrow Hello? Is anyone there? The Penguin opened his eyes, greeted by an enveloping darkness, his hands and legs tightly bound. Where was he, and what was his purpose? After some time, he finally recalled that he had been invited by Bruce to a banquet. The surroundings were eerily silent. The Penguin could only hear his own breaths and heartbeat. He attempted to struggle, but the ropes were bound too tightly, rendering his formidable strength useless. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, startling the Penguin, followed by a deep voice. "Don't waste your energy, Penguin. The Penguin could not identify the voice, which was remarkably low. Perhaps it was Bruce, the Batman? He speculated, knowing that Bruce had invited only Gotham's criminal elite to the banquet, perhaps intending to ensnare Gotham's wrongdoers in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, Lucius received a call from Bruce. "Why should I attend your banquet? I have no fondness for money. To me, it is but refuse." "Do you know what refuse is?" Lucius spoke with a hint of disdain, questioning why he, a person of stature in Gotham, needed validation from others. However, Bruce's subsequent words narrowed Lucius's eyes. "Are you aware that the Penguin has been kidnapped? Do you not wish to rescue him? Who took him?" Lucius frowned, incredulous that someone of the Penguin's standing could be abducted. This seemed to underestimate Gotham's underbelly. "Jerome," Bruce replied succinctly. Lucius shook his head, surmising that the Penguin must have been living too lavishly lately. Otherwise, given his prowess, he should not have been taken so quietly. Fine, I'll bring him along," Lucius replied casually before hanging up. Their relationship was evidently unusual, Bruce mused, wondering if a typical subordinate would address their superior in such a manner. The moment the call ended, Bruce turned to his butler, Alfred. "Alfred, connect to the police station surveillance. I need to track Lucius's movements." Although vexed by the abduction of his guest, the Penguin, Bruce recognized this as a prime opportunity to uncover Lucius's secrets. "Very well, sir. However, the Kent farm is somewhat remote, with limited surveillance, so we may not promptly discern his complete route," Alfred replied, fingers deftly maneuvering the keyboard. "No matter," Bruce insisted, focusing intently on the screen. "The Penguin is within Gotham City. As long as we monitor the critical entrances, we will surely find his trail." Theoretically, this surveillance method would be entirely effective against ordinary individuals, but Lucius was far from ordinary. Even if Bruce monitored all significant entrances into Gotham, including the insignificant ones, it would ultimately prove futile. High above, Lucius hovered in the night sky, concealed by the darkness and clouds, employing his supervision and X-ray vision to scan the expanse of Gotham City. Really, raising a hero is such a hassle. "Penguin, oh Penguin, why are you so unreliable?" Yet Lucius understood that there was indeed a disparity between the Penguin and Jerome. After all, the madman Jerome had no regard for his own life, making him infinitely more reckless. In Lucius's line of sight, Gotham City was nearly transparent, save for a few indistinct shadows obscuring his view. Troubling. This weakness to lead must be overcome. Finally, after several seconds, Lucius pinpointed the Penguin's location. He was suspended above a vast pool of chemical solution in a dilapidated chemical factory, encased in a black bag and writhing incessantly. Fortunately, the quality of the bag was high. Otherwise, had the Penguin managed to free himself, he would have likely plummeted into the caustic pool, a fate most unpleasant. In true Joker fashion, Lucius then vanished from his position, reappearing within the crumbling factory. Hey, who are you?" Lucius did not conceal his form, and thus his presence was quickly detected. Before him stood a tall, slender figure with spindly limbs, wearing a tattered cloth across his face, perhaps a mask of scarecrow. Such distinctive features made it easy for Lucius to identify him as Jerome's accomplice. "Scarecrow, let us negotiate. How about you lower him down? This way, we can avoid conflict. And no one will be harmed here today," Lucius suggested with a smile. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Countryman. Here to rescue the Penguin, are you?" Scarecrow's voice was unsettling, evoking discomfort. The Penguin, suspended above, clearly heard Lucius's voice and cried out, "Oh, Lucius, my dear brother, hurry and save me." Scarecrow slowly approached within 10 meters of Lucius, and without warning, unleashed a flurry of darts. Lucius remained unmoving, standing his ground as the darts halted midair before him, having adeptly utilized his biofield for simple defensive maneuvers. The Scarecrow widened his eyes, pondering the nature of this peculiar ability. However, the hollowed darts, now immobilized, began to quiver slightly, with several of them starting to fracture, releasing a cascade of iridescent gas. "Yet, fear not, Mr. Patriot. Allow yourself to experience the deepest terrors that dwell within your heart." The voice of the Scarecrow emanated from beneath his mask. The fear toxin, it ensnares individuals in their most profound fears, rendering them incapable of escape. "Fear toxin, you say?" Lua smiled faintly, loosening his biotic field just enough to allow a portion of the toxin to permeate his being. "I, too, am curious about what truly terrifies me." As the fear toxin spread, Lua began to attune himself to its effects. Upon reopening his eyes, his expression shifted to one of sheer horror. "What is this?" The Scarecrow's laughter echoed. "No one can withstand the onslaught of the fear toxin. No. Hee. Chapter 165. The Clown What? Did the Scarecrow's ears deceive him? It seemed he heard the Patriot laughing. Looking up, he realized he had not misheard. How could this be? At that moment, Lua's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze devoid of fear, and even tinged with a hint of excitement compared to before. Could it be? A troubling thought crept into the Scarecrow's mind. No one could resist his fear toxin. Could it be that this individual, like Jerome, was simply a madman? Wiping the smile from his face, Lua sighed in disappointment. I'm afraid your fear toxin appears to be ineffective. I truly wish to know what I fear. A series of bizarre images had flitted through Lua's mind moments ago, figures like Sadako and Kayako, but it seemed these phantoms held no terror for him. If he were to unleash his current abilities, he could likely obliterate them with a single punch. Shaking his head, Lua continued, Enough of this game, I tire of it. With a slight bend of his knees, he propelled himself, sending the Scarecrow tumbling out of the factory, though his entire body ached. The Scarecrow's primary concern was how he had ended up outside. He suddenly noticed the ground around him was littered with broken darts, which seemed to resemble his own weaponry. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he pondered this, dozens of darts erupted simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of fear toxin. At Bruce's residence, Jerome and Bruce remained locked in confrontation, with Jerome already counting down. Mr. Bruce, make a decision. You have 3 seconds remaining. If you fail to act, not only will that penguin fellow perish, but this place will be engulfed in flames. Despite being in Bruce's home, the penguin appeared utterly unconcerned for his own safety. Bruce felt a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. He was reluctant to abandon the penguin, but found himself at a loss for how to resolve both matters simultaneously. He contemplated using a batarang to replicate their previous encounter, yet feared detonating the bomb prematurely, leading to a fiery catastrophe. At that moment, the gate to the yard swung open, revealing a man in a tailcoat, leaning on a cane as he entered with a relaxed smile. It was the penguin, recently rescued by Lua. How had he ended up here? How could the Scarecrow have failed so miserably in such a simple task? Jerome maintained his smile, though inwardly he began to curse. What's wrong? Do you find my presence surprising, you clown? The penguin's eyes glinted coldly. He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of this madman. Jerome ignored the penguin, believing that despite the penguin's newfound power, he was still unworthy of comparison. However, upon glimpsing the golden-haired youth behind the penguin, Jerome's smile twisted into an exaggerated grin. It's you. I recognize you, Patriot. He raised the remote control in his hand and, shaking it, said, Could you demonstrate to me how you managed to rescue this grotesque little penguin? Moreover, you only have 10 seconds to perform this demonstration. Failure to do so will result in this place being blown to smithereens. Had Jerome glanced at his phone at that moment, he would have noticed a message from the Scarecrow, but he needed one hand to grasp the bomb's remote. His attention wholly focused on his surroundings. If, within 10 seconds, you boom. With a gunshot, the remote in Jerome's hand shattered into fragments. Jerome looked up in bewilderment to find the penguin holding a pistol, the barrel still emitting wisps of smoke. Everyone around was taken aback. Their lives hung precariously on that small remote. Yet, with the remote's destruction, it appeared the surrounding bombs were not triggered. Aren't you afraid of dying? That remote was connected to the lives of everyone here. Jerome queried, perplexed, although he hadn't managed to plant any bombs in the vicinity. After all, this was Bruce's property, monitored by cameras. Even with his skills, he couldn't have set everything up in such a short time. The penguin scoffed confidently, Your plan remains incomplete. Thus you would never allow yourself to perish here, would you? His expression exuded self-assurance, as though he had already discerned the truth. What a fool, that penguin! Jerome muttered in disbelief. In reality, he had considered the possibility of taking everyone down with him. He was not as reluctant to sacrifice his own life as others might believe. Lua was equally astonished by the penguin's decisiveness, though he seemed a touch reckless. The penguin, indifferent to the opinions of others, turned his gaze toward Bruce and the nearby Gordon, stating, Mr. Commissioner, how many years in prison do you suppose a terrorist attack would garner this fellow? Perhaps a life sentence or a stay in a mental institution, haha. However, it was Jerome who spoke. It had been proven that in Gotham City, neither the police station nor the asylum could contain him. Gordon temporarily excused himself, taking Jerome with him. Regardless, he was about to lose his freedom. On the balcony of the second floor, two similarly youthful figures stood facing each other. Bruce inquired, So what is your purpose in Gotham? Tell me. The more he investigated Lua, the more perplexed he became. Who in their right mind would travel such a distance to join a gang in a place like Gotham? Yet Lua chose to disregard the inquiry, instead scrutinizing Bruce's face with a mocking tone. Has anyone ever mentioned that your jaw muscles are quite well developed? Lua, answer me. Bruce reiterated firmly. I have collected your fingerprints. Yet neither I nor Gordon can ascertain your identity. It is quite an incredulous situation. Where did you emerge from? Bruce was confident that if he wished, He could uncover anyone's identity. If he could not, it was merely due to insufficient payment. However, Leah is truly exceptional. There is simply no way to trace any evidence of his existence prior to his arrival at Kent Farm. Chapter 166. Crumbling the Tiny Kryptonite Fragments. Bruce asserted emphatically, "Where on earth did you come from, Leah?" Leah felt a twinge of surprise. Bruce's tone suggested that he regarded him as a mere captive. "Hold on, my friend. Do you seem to be misreading the situation? Are you interrogating me, Bruce? It feels as if I have lost to you in our previous encounters." Leah sometimes found it perplexing how Bruce could possess such unfounded confidence. Was the uniform making him foolish? Bruce, realizing that his tone was somewhat inappropriate, inadvertently projected Leah into the category of criminals he had previously encountered. Seeing that he was unlikely to extract any information from Leah, Bruce sighed with a hint of reluctance but maintained his stubborn demeanor. Fine. Even if you want to tell me, I will uncover it myself." Leah chuckled lightly, unfazed by the prospect of his identity being revealed. He smiled and said, "Actually, it wouldn't hurt to tell you. I hail from another dimension, which is why you cannot trace my identity. Are you satisfied now?" "Satisfied? Not in the slightest," Bruce exclaimed, his frustration evident. "Why don't you just claim to be an extraterrestrial? That would at least sound somewhat credible." However, at that moment, Bruce suddenly furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Leah from head to toe. With his remarkable physique, unique abilities, and peculiar behavior, could it be that he truly was from another world? This thought crossed Bruce's mind, increasingly convincing him of its possibility. Leah smiled, remarking, "You see, even when I speak the truth, no one believes me, making it even more improbable for anyone to uncover my true identity." In fact, Bruce had already begun to perceive the peculiarities of Smallville, particularly after discovering the superpowers of both Leah and Diesel, prompting him to intensify his scrutiny of the town. He had even located a fragment of the meteorite that crashed there over a decade ago, which he was currently studying. Presently, he carried a small piece of it, a kryptonite fragment. Instinctively, he sensed that this green stone might be linked to the source of Leah and Diesel's superpowers. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a small piece of the green stone, cautiously extending it forward while intensely observing Leah's reaction for any signs of weakness. However, Leah's response was far more intense than he had anticipated. The moment Leah caught sight of the kryptonite fragment, his eyes narrowed. Had Bruce really deduced so quickly that he should investigate kryptonite? Simultaneously, the previously dull kryptonite fragment began to emit a vibrant green glow. A slight discomfort stirred within Leah, causing his brow to furrow. He sensed that his powers were becoming somewhat erratic due to the influence of the kryptonite. Bruce, adept at discerning opponents' vulnerabilities, immediately detected Leah's change in demeanor. He gazed in astonishment at the small meteorite fragment in his hand, and then looked up at Leah, asking, "Are you afraid of this meteorite fragment, Leah?" Could it be that his suspicions were indeed correct, that Leah's abilities were genuinely related to the meteor shower that had struck Smallville over a decade ago? Leah concentrated, suppressing the discomfort within him. "Bruce, that's quite excessive. While this thing may cause me a slight discomfort, to say that I fear it is rather laughable. After all, my abilities were altered by Joe, and encountering kryptonite merely disrupts my powers, rather than suppressing or eradicating them. Do you really think I would find it frightening?" Bruce wore an expression of disbelief, convinced he had finally discovered a method to counter Leah. In the face of any potential threat to society, Bruce sought relentlessly to uncover their weaknesses, and now, Leah's vulnerability was apparent. Suddenly, Bruce blinked. Looking down, he realized the meteorite fragment had vanished from his hand. Where did it go? He looked up at Leah, who was now toying with the kryptonite in his hand. Leah pinched the small green kryptonite between his thumb and forefinger. "Don't overthink it, Bruce." With that, he exerted a slight pressure with his fingers. Crack! The green kryptonite was instantly crushed to powder under the force, clearly demonstrating that Leah had not deceived Bruce, reinforcing his claim with tangible action. As the kryptonite dust drifted from Leah's fingertips, he regarded Bruce with a hint of mockery. "Batman, I await your continued pursuit of my weaknesses. Why the sudden personal attacks?" Bruce thought to himself, feeling that the patience he had cultivated under the tutelage of the Ninja Master was utterly ineffective against Leah, who effortlessly ignited the flames of his anger. "Hey, Leah, why are you hiding here alone?" Penguin's voice called from behind. Despite having experienced a kidnapping earlier that day, his spirits remained high. After satisfying his hunger, he set out to locate the missing Leah and made his way to the second floor. It was then that he noticed Bruce standing diagonally opposite Leah. A smile crept across Penguin's face. "Thank you for your hospitality today, Mr. Bruce Wayne. I believe you could become my friend in the future." Bruce cast a blank stare at Penguin, entirely uninterested in engaging with him. He would only befriend those who stood for justice. How could he possibly befriend a gang leader? Clearly, Penguin still had not shed the labels of his past. Despite all his efforts and the charitable initiatives he undertook, others still viewed them with suspicion, suspecting ulterior motives. However, Leah felt compelled to defend Penguin, considering the considerable effort he had expended in nurturing him. How could Bruce's disdainful expression negate all that? Bruce, you see, the prejudice between people is like an insurmountable mountain. Can't Mr. Cobblepot's malevolent exterior conceal a heart of compassion? Are his charitable schools not genuine? Just as beneath your ostentatious Batman suit, there might lurk a heart with less than noble intentions. Veins bulged on Bruce's forehead. Leah, let us not discuss that damned Batman suit anymore. Why do you always fixate on that cursed costume? But you're the one who constantly wears the Batman suit. Aren't you? At times, Bruce felt utterly helpless. The villains of Gotham were indeed diverse, and the path to purging the city remained long and arduous. Chapter 167. Arrival of Supergirl. After the conclusion of the gathering at Bruce's residence, even Penguin sensed something was amiss with Leah. Why had his life trajectory become so smooth since he became Leah's subordinate? It was as if everything was sailing along without a hitch. Nevertheless, Penguin possessed a remarkable trait. He could endure a few twists and turns in the pursuit of his goals. Therefore, even though he sensed something was off, he refrained from directly questioning Leah. On a day of rest, Leah and Clark basked in the sunlight on the farm. Although Clark's powers had temporarily waned, the warmth of the sun still enveloped him with a comforting sensation. The two lay together atop a haystack, and after an indeterminate passage of time, Clark turned his head and inquired, Leah, there is something I have longed to ask you. Even without turning, Leah could perceive the awkwardness radiating from Clark. Clark, has your loss of powers rendered your demeanor so bashful? Well, all right, Clark stated candidly. I've noticed that while the household has been financially abundant, I have scarcely seen you engage in any form of employment. It seems implausible to accumulate such wealth in such a brief span, don't you think, Leah? In truth, Leah had no intention of concealing the matter of his financial contributions, and as long as he kept the cash tucked within his bag, Jonathan and Martha would not press him about its contents. It was only Clark's former supervision that allowed him to glimpse the bills peeking through a seam in the bag. Leah regarded him with an expression of utter astonishment, exclaiming, Clark, I never imagined you to be such a voyeur. Have you forgotten the time you used binoculars to spy on Lana next door? Hey, Clark exclaimed, springing to an upright position. Forget I asked that question. Shall we? In that moment, Leah felt a keen insight into Clark's vulnerabilities. Had he not just uncovered Clark's Achilles heel? As they exchanged playful banter, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a tempest, echoed through the sky. Clark, taken aback, looked up and then turned to Leah. The sound was hauntingly familiar. A peculiar sonic boom that occasionally accompanied Leah's flights. Had Leah not been right beside him, he might have believed that Leah had soared into the heavens again. But if it were not Leah, whom could it be? Leah activated his supervision, piercing through the clouds to discern a figure plummeting rapidly towards the farm. Supergirl, Kara? Leah murmured. The figure clad in a crimson cape, azure bodysuit, adorned with an emblem on her chest, and flowing golden locks was unmistakably Kara. Yet, what could have brought her here at such a time and place? Before Leah could ponder further, Kara descended swiftly towards the farm, and with a resounding crash, a considerable crater manifested before the house. Had it been a mere meter closer, the house would surely have suffered. Jonathan and Martha were startled by the tremendous noise, hastily pushing open the door to investigate. Good heavens, this is the third time, Martha muttered as she stepped outside. The first was when a meteor struck the farm, leading to the arrival of their son, Clark. The second was Leah's descent onto the farm. Who could this be now? Another unfortunate pilot? As Jonathan and Martha beheld the figure in the crater, they were left speechless. Hey, how are you feeling, girl? Martha asked, observing Kara as she gradually rose. Still somewhat disoriented. A normal individual would likely be reduced to a pulp after creating such a massive impact, yet Kara appeared almost unscathed. And Jonathan and Martha were not particularly surprised. Perhaps they had simply grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Where am I? Kara queried, clutching her head in distress. At that moment, Jonathan was astonished to notice an emblem on her chest resembling the one on the spacecraft in the warehouse. He gently nudged Martha. Look at her. Just as the couple pondered Kara's identity, Leah had already approached with Clark. Upon seeing Clark, Kara's eyes lit up, exclaiming, I finally found you. Pardon my candor, miss, but have we met before? Clark asked, examining the emblem on Kara's chest with a hint of speculation. I am your cousin Cal? Kara replied, carefully choosing her words. Upon hearing the name Cal once more, Clark furrowed his brow. I'm sorry, there is no Cal here. My name is Clark. No, Cal. The Kryptonian blood running through your veins cannot be false. We share the same lineage. We are both from Krypton. Kara's words caused Jonathan and Martha to gasp in shock. Had Clark's family finally come to find him? Was their greatest fear about to materialize today? Despite Clark's adamant denial, Kara seemed unwaveringly confident, though she turned her gaze toward Laya. But who are you? I can sense Kryptonian blood within you as well, albeit it appears to be somewhat unique. Although both Laya and Clark possessed Kryptonian heritage, Kara could immediately discern that Clark was her true brother, indicating that Laya's Kryptonian blood indeed bore a distinctive quality. No. Kara suddenly clutched her head, visibly pained. Krypton has been destroyed. Did you escape in a spacecraft as well? Kara felt as though she had lost many memories, particularly those from before her 16th year, which had largely vanished. Would you like to come inside and rest for a while? Despite her concern that her son Clark might be taken away, the kind-hearted Martha extended an invitation to Kara. Jonathan, meanwhile, contemplated the situation, noting that this girl claiming to be Kara bore some resemblance to Laya, as if both had experienced memory loss, though Laya seemed more profound. While Clark refused to accept he was Cal, he, like Kara, could sense a similar essence of bloodline emanating from her, even more distinctly than from Laya. Observing Kara's contemplative silence, Laya seized the opportunity to inquire, "So, do you remember your purpose? To protect Clark?" Kara instinctively replied, "And now? Clark is quite safe and does not require your protection. Beyond that, I am uncertain." Kara had not been entrusted with the task of reviving Krypton. She merely understood that ensuring Clark's growth was her primary duty. Chapter 168. This is Supergirl. Do you remember where you came from? Laya asked, observing Kara, who seemed somewhat dazed. Moreover, she appeared slightly younger than Clark, suggesting she, like in the original tale, had veered off course upon arriving on Earth, resulting in Clark's later arrival. Kara pondered Laya's question intently, yet the more she thought, the more acute her headache became, leading her to cry out in despair. Where do I come from? Where do I come from? Ah, it seems we have another poor soul suffering from amnesia. Jonathan and Martha exchanged resigned glances. Is it now fashionable for aliens to descend upon Earth and lose their memories? Clark regarded Kara with skepticism, questioning the girl who claimed to be his cousin. So you only recall your name and our relationship, but nothing else? Is that not rather peculiar? This left Clark grappling with doubts about her intentions in approaching him, especially after encountering his biological father, Jor. No, whether that man was truly his father remained another matter altogether. Kara, sensing Clark's skepticism, exhibited a flash of irritation. She extended her fist and gently tapped Clark's chest. What nonsense are you spouting? I am undoubtedly your cousin. How can you speak to your elder in such a manner? It must be said, given Kara's current stature and her fierce tone, she bore little resemblance to Clark's cousin and appeared more akin to his younger sister. And then boom. Oh no, Clark. Jonathan and Martha gasped in unison. In the present day, Kara had gradually begun to awaken the powers of her nemesis. Her seemingly gentle punch was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Meanwhile, Clark, whose powers were temporarily sealed by Jonathan, was sent hurtling backward by Kara's blow, crashing through the door of the house. Frankly, even Leo was caught off guard, for in his subconscious, he could not fathom Clark being so feeble, having forgotten that Clark had momentarily lost his abilities. Clark. Kara stared, wide-eyed, at her own fist. Surely, she hadn't inadvertently killed her cousin on the very first day of their reunion? Her mission was to protect Clark's growth, yet here she was, having struck him down with a single punch. Oh heavens! Perhaps she should just end her own life to atone for this mistake. As the others rushed outside, they found Clark sprawled on the ground, clutching his chest in agony. Goodness, I feel as though several ribs have broken. Although Clark's expression was one of pain, there was also a hint of curiosity. So this is what it feels like to be severely injured, an experience he had never encountered before. Leah sighed internally. Never mind the sensation of severe injury. If I don't intervene, you might soon experience what it feels like to be dead. Kara hurried to Clark's side, her face etched with remorse. Clark, are you okay? I didn't mean to. I had no idea you would be so, she struggled to find an appropriate term, feeling it inappropriate to describe her cousin in such a manner. Yet, why was this the case? Her cousin appeared to be far more robust than herself, by Kryptonian standards. Given Clark's inherent talent and the greater amount of sunlight he absorbed, he should possess more strength than her. Ignoring Kara, Leah gently assisted the prostrate Clark to his feet. Shall I take you to the hospital, Clark? However, using his X-ray vision, Leah could discern that the injuries Clark sustained from Kara's punch were not as severe as one might imagine. In fact, his ribs were not broken. He only suffered from minor fractures, and, remarkably, Leah could see that these injuries were healing at a visible rate. This indicated that Jonathan had not completely sealed all of Clark's powers, His superhuman constitution still retained a portion of its strength. Coughing a couple of times, Clark became aware of his body's peculiar state. I feel strangely better. Upon hearing this, Kara rushed forward, her petite frame effortlessly lifting him. Oh, ouch, ouch, ouch. Stop. Please stop, Clark shouted. Leah regarded Kara with a bemused expression. This Supergirl certainly didn't seem to be a compliant individual. How could she stir up so much trouble? Hearing Clark's cries of pain, Kara released him once more, exclaiming, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Thud. Clark fell heavily to the ground, a pained wail escaping his lips. Are you certain you came to protect Clark and not to assassinate him? Leah exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Jonathan and Martha watched their son with concern. Although they refrained from scolding Kara, they instinctively positioned themselves in front of her, slowly helping Clark to his feet. Clark, I'll go get the car and drive you to the hospital in town, Jonathan offered. No, it's not necessary, Dad, Clark replied, drawing a breath. The tingling sensation in his chest indicated that he was healing, perhaps suggesting that his powers had not entirely vanished. Seeing Clark's determination, Jonathan relented. Back at home, Martha emerged from the kitchen carrying a platter of roasted potatoes. The recent potato harvest had been overwhelming, and it seemed they would be eating them for quite some time. Clark, would you like me to feed you? She asked. No, Mom, I'm not really hungry right now. You all can eat, Clark replied, his complexion having regained some color as he waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Kara's gaze fixated on the large platter of roasted potatoes, her eyes sparkling with desire as if to say, I want to eat those. One could only marvel at her ability to maintain an appetite after causing such chaos. Truly, she was Supergirl. Martha, with a mix of exasperation and sympathy, remarked to Kara, if you want to eat, then go ahead, dear. Yet, she quickly realized she had misspoken. She assumed Kara was merely hungry, unaware of just how ravenous she truly was. 3 minutes later, the once full bowl was now empty, and everyone stared, dumbfounded, at Kara, whose mouth still bore remnants of potato debris. Leah's lips twitched. This Supergirl not only lacked sense, but also appeared to be a bottomless pit when it came to food. Then, they heard Kara ask, is there more? What? Despite the jest, Leah understood that Kara's voracious appetite was likely due to the immense energy expenditure within her, having not had enough time to replenish from the yellow sun's radiation. What could possibly have drained her energy so significantly? After all, the villains had yet to make their appearance, hadn't they? Leah's thoughts wandered, pondering many possibilities, yet he remained at a loss. Chapter 169. This Supergirl is a bit stubborn. Thus, Kara settled into the Kent farm, transforming the family of 4 into a family of 5. To accommodate Kara, Jonathan devised a plan to modify part of Clark's room, connecting it to a nearby hallway to create a new bedroom. It's perfectly fine. I can sleep on the roof, Kara insisted, her eyes watching as a section of Clark's room was dismantled. She felt a twinge of guilt, as though her arrival had caused Clark considerable inconvenience. Fortunately, with Leah's assistance, the room was completed in just one night. The bed would have to wait until tomorrow. For tonight, she would have to settle for the sofa. Leah was adamant about not relinquishing his own bed, so within moments, the sofa was transported into Kara's new room. The next morning, what? Are you saying your father took away your powers? Kara exclaimed in shock. Clark covered his ear that was facing her, coughed lightly, and replied with resignation. Hey, that's just what he claims. I never said it. He is my biological father. After all, but he is your father, Kara replied, somewhat perplexed. Why would the one who had high hopes for reviving Krypton want to strip Clark of his abilities? I'm off to school, Clark said, wishing to change the subject as he stood up to address Jonathan and Martha. Be careful on the road, Clark. And remember not to miss the school bus again, Jonathan warned. With Clark temporarily powerless, if he missed the bus, there would be no shortcuts available for him to take. Jonathan hesitated, glancing at Kara, who was still savoring her breakfast. So, Kara, do you have any thoughts? Perhaps about school or something? Although Kara claimed to be Clark's cousin, she appeared significantly younger than him. However, it seemed that Kara shared a common issue with Leah. Neither possessed any form of identification. Of course, Leah had already secured a legitimate identity through channels in Gotham. Kara, however, had no intention of attending school. She turned to Leah and asked, So what do you have planned for the day? You haven't lost your powers, have you? Given that Leah had single-handedly torn down a wall in Clark's room the previous night, Kara was well aware of his formidable strength. Leah rolled his eyes at the thought. Such a foolish demeanor paired with immense strength could indeed wreak havoc on the surroundings if this person were to accompany him. You may as well stay at the farm and bask in the sun. Or have you noticed that patch of pasture over there? If you find yourself with nothing to do, perhaps you could till that land, he casually suggested, assigning Kara a reasonable task. With a brief farewell to Jonathan and Martha, Lua soared into the sky, heading towards Gotham City. Left behind, Jonathan and Martha exchanged bewildered glances with Kara. "Don't underestimate me," Kara declared, her fist clenched in determination as if rallying her own spirits. With that, and to the astonishment of Jonathan and Martha, she thrust her fists forward and shot off in the direction Lua had taken. While the tale may seem lengthy, in truth, Lua's speed allowed him to reach Gotham City just as Kara finished her statement. Thud. Mere seconds after Lua landed, Kara descended from the sky behind him. It was careless of him. He had not anticipated that at this stage, Supergirl's abilities had developed to such a degree that she could keep pace with him. Clearly, she had unlocked a significant portion of her lineage's powers, her flight speed now surpassing the sound barrier. Lua turned back, somewhat exasperated. Why not accompany Clark to his school? Isn't your mission to protect him? Yet, Kara remained silent, simply trailing behind him. What fun could there possibly be at school? Instead, this fellow named Lua, who was shadowing her cousin, appeared far more suspicious. Rest assured, I will not intrude upon your work, she thought to herself, even as her words conveyed something entirely different. Suit yourself. Even if Kara intended to stir trouble, Lua was confident he could swiftly send her away. Approaching the Iceberg Lounge, he pushed open the grand doors, and the muscular waiters in tailcoats immediately bowed in deference. "Welcome, Mr. Cobblepot." How vexing. This fellow was indeed suspicious. Kara observed the group of brawny waiters, some bearing scars on their faces, clearly not the sort one would deem virtuous. And seated at the center of the restaurant was a man who appeared to be limping, resembling a villain more than anything else. So this unknown kin had been engaged in such dubious dealings behind the scenes. Despite having lost many memories, Kara's essence remained steadfastly rooted in justice. "Ah, you have arrived, Lua." The Penguin did not even raise his head, as his relationship with Lua had become markedly more congenial. At times, he even felt Lua bore a resemblance to a father figure. Oh no. Surely, he was losing his mind. "Today we have a fundraising event. Primarily to support various electrical facilities for the school," the Penguin outlined the day's agenda. Given his current influence, he had already established a notable presence in Gotham. What he lacked was merely a touch of renown. The public school he funded would serve as the perfect vehicle to bolster his reputation. In truth, the school had already been established, and what value could the electrical installations possibly hold? The fundraising was merely a means to amplify his name throughout Gotham once more. "No worries. I am sure Bruce would be more than willing to contribute some seed money for the school. If he hesitates, I shall ensure he complies," Lua silently resolved. "That's splendid. Then I shall leave that matter in your capable hands," the Penguin replied, seemingly oblivious to the fact that even he regarded Bruce with disdain. "Hey, what nefarious schemes are you plotting?" Kara interjected, slamming her hand on the table. She had initially intended to eavesdrop on their conversation using her super hearing, but it appeared Lua's biological presence had shielded the area from her. Staring at the audacious girl, even the Penguin was momentarily taken aback. "Boss, I'll throw her out right now," the muscular waiters gasped, rushing towards Kara. Chapter 170. The Consequences of Superspeed. The Penguin glanced at Lua, noticing a peculiar expression on his face, and inquired, "Do you know this girl? Is she a relative of yours, Lua? If so, I shall overlook her rudeness." Lua sighed and called out to Kara, "So your method of discerning good from evil lies solely in their appearance?" He felt compelled to speak out, lest those waiters suffer at the hands of Kara, who was already poised to strike. "So, you imply they are all virtuous?" Kara's expression was one of skepticism. "You see, I told you the waitstaff here appear far too intimidating, severely tarnishing the restaurant's reputation," Lua remarked to the Penguin. "Surely, the future mayor of Gotham cannot be flanked by a cadre of individuals who look like villains." Meanwhile, the muscular waiters felt utterly aggrieved. They had done nothing wrong yet found themselves unjustly scrutinized. "Fine, fine," the Penguin conceded with a nod, recognizing that he was not the same man he once was. Perhaps a change to more attractive female servers would be more befitting of his current status. "I will keep an eye on you all. If you dare to engage in wrongdoing, I shall stop you," Kara declared, hands on her hips, resembling a defiant child who had run away from home. "Suit yourself. If you can manage it," Lua waved dismissively. At that moment, Lua sensed a peculiar disturbance outside the restaurant. How strange. Was it merely an illusion? He peered outside. No, it was not an illusion. The air outside shimmered with waves, indicative of something or someone traversing at high speed. But who could possess such velocity? Furrowing his brow, Lua reflected on his current prowess. After spending time basking in the sun, he could now reach speeds of approximately 40 Mach, which paled in comparison to his capabilities upon first unlocking the silver Superman template. Yet, in the current timeline, that should suffice. Nevertheless, He could only vaguely sense the presence of this entity, unable to pinpoint their exact location. Indeed, Lewis surmised that even at the height of his former strength, capturing their silhouette would have proven challenging. What on earth could it be? Hey, Lua, did you see that? Kara seemed to have noticed the anomaly as well. Though she lacked Lua's reflexes, she too sensed that something unusual was passing outside the restaurant. What? What are you talking about? I don't quite understand, the penguin queried, bewildered. Glancing between Lua and Kara, rising from his seat, Lua declared, I will discuss matters with Bruce, but it seems I must step outside for a moment. With that, he exited the restaurant. The mysterious figure or entity that had passed through appeared to have already made its escape, yet the lingering scent of their presence remained. As the scent lingered in the air, Leah was able to discern its direction, despite its utterly decayed and intricate nature. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated through the atmosphere, and Leah vanished from sight. You won't escape me, Kara exclaimed, launching herself into the sky. Enveloped by the biofield, Leah soared at an astonishing speed, nearing a velocity of approximately 42 Mach. Yet, despite such swiftness, he had been pursuing the source of that scent for nearly half an hour without success. He soon realized he seemed to be circling back. No, that couldn't be right. Leah suddenly perceived that the aroma he was tracking emanated from two distinct entities. The pursuers were two individuals, one in front and the other behind. He quickly formulated an analysis, which led him to other conjectures. Could it be the Flash, who possessed such remarkable speed? Although at this stage, the Flash should not have wielded such power. It was conceivable that the wielder of the Speed Force might inadvertently breach into a parallel universe due to their excessive velocity. Frowning, Leah continued his pursuit of the scent. After an hour, he finally caught up to the two figures ahead. Perhaps they had simply halted, allowing Leah to draw near. At last, he confirmed his suspicions. The two individuals clad in red costumes were indeed one youthful figure and another with gray hair, bearing the marks of age. Stop. You've created utter chaos. Do you wish to bring about the world's destruction? The elderly Flash grasped the young Flash's arm, shouting urgently. No, who are you? The young Flash replied, bewildered and furious, perceiving the older man as a poor imitation of himself. I am you. You are me. I am Barry Allen, the visage of your future self. You must cease at once. With your incessant returns to the past, countless parallel universes have been spawned, some teetering on the brink of collapse. But the young Flash protested. But this is my first time traveling to the past. He was utterly confounded. How could this man claim to be on the verge of annihilating the world when he had only just crossed back in time? Well, that means I have arrived at the crucial moment. The elderly Flash exhaled with relief. As I mentioned earlier, I am you. If you continue to run, it will intertwine all parallel universes, leading to the obliteration of countless realms. I only comprehended this issue at the very moment before the universe's destruction. Barry, halt. The deceased cannot be resurrected. No. How can this be? What purpose does my time-traveling ability serve? The young Flash gazed at the elderly Flash in disbelief. If the price of resurrecting my loved ones is the destruction of the entire universe, Leah found himself at a loss for words. What a farce. The DC universe he inhabited had been thrown into disarray by the Flash's meddling with the timeline. Just as Leah contemplated intervening, the two Flashes once again took off, vanishing before his eyes. Chapter 171. Zod. As Leah pondered whether the disturbance in his universe's timeline might lead to unforeseen consequences, Kara finally descended behind him, arriving somewhat late. Cough, cough, cough. Upon landing, she gasped for breath, clearly burdened by the strain of prolonged high-speed flight. Even if you can fly like that, you shouldn't sustain such a long journey, Kara complained. Upon seeing her, Leah had a sudden epiphany. Perhaps Kara's existence was also a product of another timeline, having entered his universe. Otherwise, her extraordinary abilities and significant memory loss would be inexplicable. Just then, Leah's phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered two simultaneous calls from Penguin and Jonathan. Without hesitation, he connected with Jonathan's call. Leah, a strange group has arrived in the town, wreaking havoc and seemingly searching for Clark. Jonathan's tone was urgent. I understand. I will return immediately. The peculiar group seeking Clark. Could it be that these two Flashes had thrown his universe into chaos and fled without addressing the situation, leaving behind such a mess? Glancing at Kara, who was still catching her breath, Leah instructed, There's a special situation in town. Come with me back to the farm. As he spoke, without waiting for Kara to respond, he grasped her shoulder. Hey, wait. Let me catch my breath. In an instant, they returned to the farm. Once inside the house, Leah breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Clark safe and sound. What happened in town? Please explain in detail. After a night of rest, Clark's chest had largely healed. Yet he spoke with a hint of trepidation. Those individuals wore black armored suits and bore a symbol identical to that on our ship. Lua's suspicions were confirmed. General Zod had arrived here prematurely, influenced by the Flash. I hope he's not too formidable. If Zod were at his peak, his inherent Kryptonian warrior bloodline would make him exceedingly powerful once freed from Krypton's constraints. However, it was unlikely he would be excessively overwhelming. Otherwise, Clark would have been discovered long ago instead of hiding at the farm. Are you referring to Zod? I think I know him. Who is he again? Kara pondered deeply. Clark ignored her and turned to Lua. But wasn't Krypton supposed to be destroyed? How could others still reach Earth? Lua replied somewhat tersely. Well, didn't you land safely on Earth as well? And that delightful character behind you. Who? Delightful character? Me? Kara retorted. Lua, are you implying that Clark's family has found their way here? Do they wish to take him away? Jonathan's expression grew complex. Martha's demeanor shifted to one of sorrow. For she had been living in constant fear of losing her son. In their concern, they had forgotten Lua's own amnesia. Not necessarily. Perhaps they harbor other intentions. However, Lua was aware of General Zod's true goal, the revival of Krypton. In the original narrative, Zod had been willing to sacrifice everything for this ambition, even laying down his life in the end. Regardless of his motives to resurrect his home planet, from the perspective of the Kryptonians, Zod undeniably deserved more respect than Clark. This was not a matter of morality, but rather one of allegiance. Just as they were engaged in conversation, a sudden, violent sonic boom erupted from outside the farm. They've arrived, Lua's gaze sharpened. Stay inside the house. I shall venture out to assess the situation. No sooner had the words left his lips than a furious roar erupted from outside the dwelling. An unmistakable cry from Shao-Chi, who had detected the intruders on the farm. Oh, what an unsightly creature it was. General Zod's minion, Ether, cast a disdainful glance at Shao-Chi, clad in the standard armor of the Kryptonian army. General Zod's eyes glimmered with a hint of delight. Indeed, this is the place. I can almost scent his presence, Clark. General Zod understood that the codex of life resided within Clark's very being. Thus, to resurrect his home planet, he must locate Clark. Should Clark choose to ally with him, they could forge a partnership. If not, he would have no choice but to eliminate him and extract the codex for his own purposes. I'll take care of this. As he observed Shao-Chi, who was desperately attempting to drive them away, another of General Zod's subordinates, Nam, volunteered. This individual appeared to have been modified by the inhabitants of this planet using green kryptonite. Be cautious. It seems he possesses some form of accelerated growth. Nam nodded. Possessing the basic physique of an adult Kryptonian warrior, making him a formidable force on Earth. With swift strides, he approached Shao-Chi and delivered a powerful punch to his cheek. Boom. Although Shao-Chi attempted to raise his hand in defense, he was still sent flying by the force of the blow. What was that? Mediocre strength at best. Nam chuckled derisively. Despite observing that the wounds he inflicted on Shao-Chi were healing rapidly, he thought that as long as his attacks were swift enough, he could pulverize his opponent. As heat began to coalesce before him, Nam's heat vision, while not particularly potent, would likely leave Shao-Chi gravely injured if struck. Sizzling. Just as the beams of heat vision surged toward Shao-Chi, a figure descended in front of him. It was Lua, who shielded Shao-Chi with his own body. Nam regarded Lua with confusion before exchanging glances with General Zod. No, you are not Clark. General Zod shook his head, then continued. Yet I can sense the rich Kryptonian blood coursing through your veins. Another survivor from a destroyed planet? Join me, and in the future, I can bestow upon you the status of a high-ranking citizen. Although Krypton had yet to be rebuilt, General Zod seemed to be already painting a rosy picture of the future. With all due respect, why not submit to me, and then I shall grant you that status? Lua replied with a teasing smile. Chapter 172. A minor inconvenience. General Zod's expression darkened. His ambition to resurrect Krypton was, in part, driven by his own desires. How glorious it would be to reign as the sovereign of Krypton. There was no way he would relinquish the throne to another, especially not to this brash young man. Moreover, after spending such a long time in confinement, everything that lay ahead was rightfully his. It appears we have nothing further to discuss. Bring Clark out. Boom. A figure darted swiftly past Lua and positioned itself at his side. Lua regarded Kara, the Supergirl, with exasperation. Had she truly lost her wits since arriving here? Why was she so obstinately unresponsive? In General Zod's eyes, Kara now belonged to the same faction as Lua, opposing his reign, yet he sought one final attempt at persuasion. Kara, is this how you protect your cousin, Clark? General Zod questioned, his voice tinged with reproach. Kara looked puzzled. But I am protecting him, aren't I? As far as her memories served her, she knew that General Zod and his compatriots hailed from the same origin, yet she had lost recollection of his true identity. So, Kara, Are you certain you wish to stand against me? General Zod's countenance grew grim. Losing patience, he commanded his subordinates, Ether and Nam, you two handle them. To General Zod, Leah and Kara's identities did not warrant his personal involvement. Understood. However, Zod clearly underestimated both Leah's strength and Kara's capabilities. As Nam surged forward, Kara's eyes ignited with heat vision, ready to unleash her power. Sizzling. Yet Nam was no slouch. His own eyes glowed crimson. The two beams of heat collided, and neither Kara nor Nam attempted to evade, opting instead to absorb the impact with their bodies. Inside the house, Clark watched anxiously from the window, regardless of the circumstances. General Zod's imposing presence was undeniably formidable. All right, Leah scoffed. It seemed that he would indeed have to engage in a confrontation. Just as Kara was entangled in a clash of heat vision with Nam, Leah's form vanished from the spot. Boom. As General Zod's expression shifted to one of surprise, Nam was propelled backward several dozen meters. Of course, that distance was not Leah's limit. It merely marked the boundaries of the Kent Farm's crops. If Nam were to fly further, he would inevitably damage the crops. Thud. Coming to a halt, Nam writhed in agony. Leah's punch had struck him squarely in the abdomen, and he felt as though his intestines had been shattered. The intense pain surged through him, a sensation he had never contemplated before arriving on Earth. General Zod's expression finally turned grave. He had to admit that he had underestimated his adversary. The primary reason for his miscalculation lay in the fact that Leah's Kryptonian lineage diverged from what he was accustomed to, leading to his misjudgment of Leah's strength. After sending Nam reeling, Leah felt a sense of relief. If Zod's underlings possessed such meager prowess, it was likely that Zod himself was not much stronger. With such paltry strength, you dare speak of resurrecting Krypton? Leah scoffed. At that moment, General Zod unexpectedly regained his composure and once again extended an invitation to Leah. If you are willing to join me in rebuilding Krypton, I can promise you a position second only to mine. Clearly, even at this juncture, Zod failed to grasp the situation, still mistaking Leah for a pure Kryptonian eager to join his ranks. I reiterate my previous statement, Leah declared, stepping forward and unleashing a burst of speed exceeding 40 Mach. Why not submit to me? In a moment of incredulity, Ether watched as his most revered leader, General Zod, was abruptly sent flying backward. Ugh! Zod grimaced in pain, experiencing the same treatment as Nam. However, his strength far surpassed that of Nam, allowing him to maintain his footing even as he was forced back. Coughing, Zod could scarcely believe the magnitude of Leah's strength. He had thought he had sufficiently recognized Leah's capabilities, yet he had still failed to anticipate the impact of that punch. Leah, feeling somewhat bored, observed that Zod's prowess was rather unimpressive. Perhaps he had been overly cautious prior to their encounter. Thus, he stepped closer and addressed Zod. Now, I present you with an opportunity. Submit to me. What do you say? Primarily, it is the recent emergence of Kara, the Flash, and Zod that has increasingly unsettled Rhea. The Injustice League and Superman, as mentioned by the system, is it truly what he perceives as that League in Clark? The DC Universe and the Marvel Universe bear striking similarities in certain respects. If the timeline within his universe has become chaotic, could it be possible that other Supermen may eventually materialize? Despite Zod being vanquished by Rhea, his pride forbids him from conceding. Why? Zod's expression appears tinged with melancholy. Why do all of his kin seem to oppose him? Why do they choose to protect such a primitive planet? They all hail from Krypton. Is his resurrection of their mother planet not intended to benefit all Kryptonians? Why? Why impede me? Is Krypton not also your world? General Zod inquires of Rhea and Kara. Really? He might have a point, Kara muses, her eyes gleaming with insight as she turns to Rhea. I have stated before, I am not a Kryptonian. I am an unblemished Earthling. Nonetheless, both General Zod and Kara believe that Rhea's words merely reflect a desire to protect Earth. Then, traitor, today I shall cleanse my mother planet of your presence. The glint of menace ignites in General Zod's eyes. It seems there is no room for negotiation. For Rhea, defeating Zod poses no challenge. The true difficulty lies in restraining him. However, he soon devises a plan. In the astonished gaze of Zod, Rhea dashes back into the house and swiftly returns. The singular distinction being that when he stands before Zod once more, a leaden box now rests in his grasp. You shall find it to your liking. As the box opens, an intense green light radiates forth. All present feel an overwhelming weakness wash over them, except for Rhea. The strength of the others swiftly dissipates. Chapter 173, The Love from a Shattered Mother Planet. Feel the power of love from your mother planet. How do you find the suppression of Kryptonian fragments, Zod? Kara remarks. General Zod. Typically, the higher the development of a Kryptonian's bloodline, the greater their resistance to kryptonite. Yet, regardless of strength, kryptonite remains inherently suppressive to those of Kryptonian descent. Of course, this excludes the exceptional supermen of some unique universes, as well as certain mutated supermen who are not affected by kryptonite. However, among all present, aside from Rua, none, including General Zod, belong to these exceptional cases. Zod gazes incredulously at Rua, who clutches the kryptonite shard. He coughs twice, struggling to ask, "How have you escaped its suppression? It is utterly inconceivable. How is it possible that you remain virtually unscathed while I feel the full weight of kryptonite's hold?" Indeed, in Zod's view, as long as his power is not extinguished, he does not perceive himself as being suppressed. The only discernible difference lies in his fighting style, which has shifted from measured to frenzied, nothing more. "Even if you were to surrender now, I would not grant you a second chance," Rua replies with a smile. At this moment, Kara, who has been standing half a step behind him, trembles and retreats. "Hey, could you inform me sooner the next time you bring out kryptonite?" "All right, Kara, I promise," Rua responds ominously. "From tomorrow onwards, I shall ensure you find a school to attend." Rua suddenly realizes that although Supergirl may possess a mature exterior, her inner self remains that of a child. Turning his gaze back to Zod, Rua presses the kryptonite shard against his chest. "You cannot. You must not do this." As the kryptonite draws nearer, General Zod feels his strength fading, and he raises his fist for a final strike. Thud! His right fist lands with barely a sting against Rua's chest, the recoil making Zod believe his arm might shatter. Soon, Zod and his two subordinates find themselves bound together, with a shard of kryptonite held in Rua's mouth to suppress his abilities. To prevent any thoughts of rebellion from the trio, Rua employs a rather unique binding method, which might even resemble, what was it called again? Ah, yes, the tortoiseshell. Cough. General Zod emits muffled sounds with the kryptonite shard lodged in his mouth, and for reasons unknown, he feels an overwhelming sense of humiliation in his current posture. Why must his hands be bound behind his back and tied together with his legs? "Rua, how do you intend to deal with them?" Kara calls out from a distance. The captured trio, now subdued by Rua, prompts Clark, Jonathan, and Martha to emerge from the house. Clark casts a peculiar glance at Rua. "I believe I've seen this binding technique in a magazine once." "Oh, the cover of that magazine must have been yellow, right? Clark, after losing your abilities, you've turned mischievous." Cough, cough, let us change the subject. "So how shall we handle these three? Should we turn them over to the authorities?" Clark gestures towards General Zod and his companions. "That is a splendid suggestion, Clark." Zod's gaze fixates on the nearby Cal, or Clark, who traversed such a vast distance to revive his mother planet, Krypton. Yet, upon finally meeting Kyle, he finds himself in the position of a prisoner. Having only recently escaped the Phantom Zone, he has yet to savor the taste of freedom. "I loathe this identity. It reminds me of a past I wish to forget." Zod can only silently lament, the shard of kryptonite in his mouth even causing him to struggle with saliva control, a common occurrence known as drooling. Though Zod and his companions are now subdued, it is under the coercive suppression of kryptonite. Kara is affected by its presence, and while Clark's abilities are sealed, he still feels considerable discomfort in proximity to kryptonite, preventing them from approaching the trio. As for Jonathan and Martha, Rua would never entrust them with guarding General Zod, a creature who has lived for countless years. After a moment of contemplation, Rua realizes that unless he keeps a vigilant watch over them, he might need. "Shao-Chi, come here." In no time, the fully transformed human-like Shao-Chi bounds over to Rua, the only distinction being the numerous scales on its skin and the retracting bone spurs beneath. "Abba Abba." Shao-Chi opens its mouth, uttering incomprehensible sounds. "Shao-Chi, take these three to your lair and keep a watchful eye on them day and night. Do you understand?" Given the prowess of Zod and his companions, they pose no threat to Rua, thus requiring only Shao-Chi to supervise them. Even if Zod were to devise an escape plan later, capturing him again would not present an insurmountable challenge. By the way, Rua seems to remember something. Turning to Shao-Chi, "You are forbidden from consuming the kryptonite shards in their mouths. Understood?" Shao-Chi nods vigorously, reluctantly averting its gaze from the three kryptonite shards. Fascinating. Kara leaned in once more, her eyes blinking as she fixated on Shao-Chi. A peculiar expression flickered across Clark's face. One might wonder if his intellect was undergoing an evolution. Was he not initially devoid of such cunning? Clark vividly recalled the first encounter with Shao-Chi, during which he resembled a feral beast, or perhaps even less than that. Unlike a beast, which possesses at least rudimentary thoughts beyond instinct, Shao-Chi was consumed solely by hatred and the thirst for bloodshed. The evolution of the flesh, however, pales in comparison to the potential terror of an evolved mind. Such power transcends mere destruction. Clark's apprehension grew. After all, Xiaoqi was a product of the laboratory. Might he pose a threat to humanity in the future? With this thought, he turned to Luya and inquired, is it truly safe for Xiaoqi to remain in a constant state of evolution? Luya cast him a glance and shook his head. Such a scenario would never transpire. It was simple. One need only ensure they remain stronger than him. Soon after, Zod and his companions, filled with reluctance, were dragged into Xiaoqi's lair. Unless Luya intervened, it seemed they would never again bask in the sunlight. Thus, General Zod's dreams of Kryptonian resurgence came to an abrupt end. While outside the Kent farm, the air trembled once more. Chapter 174, The Laughing Fallen Bat. Recently, Gotham City's crime rate had plummeted dramatically, primarily due to two individuals, Jerome and the Penguin. One had been incarcerated, while the other had reformed. This transformation significantly improved the atmosphere in Gotham, almost depicting a scene of flourishing vitality. Consequently, Alfred suggested that Bruce take a respite. After all, the Penguin was preparing to run for mayor of Gotham City. This led to the former gang member taking an increasingly aggressive stance against rival factions. The principle of those who are righteous receive support, while the unjust find themselves isolated applies equally in Gotham, whether in the name of justice or villainy. The immense prestige garnered by the Penguin and his followers ensnared them in a web of influence. Perhaps, judging by his actions, he had indeed turned over a new leaf. Alfred mused. There was no need to concern oneself with the thoughts of others. As long as his actions were just, he was a man of justice. Batman remained non-committal to the butler's remarks, but he found himself devoid of a valid reason to apprehend the Penguin. Thus, Bruce found himself in a rather unfortunate situation, seemingly unemployed in Gotham City. Metropolis. Metropolis was a bustling locale, vibrant even beneath the cloak of night, its skyline illuminated. Atop a towering edifice, a figure reminiscent of a bat descended upon the highest level. As the fierce winds whipped across the rooftop, the dark cape billowed behind him. Were anyone to behold his visage at that moment, they might mistake him for Batman. However, his mask bore a resemblance to rusted iron, mottled with decay. Hiss! Batman gazed down at the pedestrians bustling below, his mouth curling into a sinister grin. Within, rows of teeth gleamed like sharp, crimson spikes. The laughing fallen bat. He could not fathom why he found himself in this familiar place, Metropolis. In his memories, Metropolis had been laid waste by the entity known as the Laughing Bat. The eyes of the fallen bat darted wildly, reflecting a chaotic and agitated state of mind, indicative of a troubled psyche. Ever since his encounter with the Laughing Bat, he had been reduced to this wretched state, losing his home and becoming one of the Laughing Bat's minions. Yet, upon seeing the familiar Metropolis once more, the fallen bat felt a flicker of warmth within. He opened his blood-red maw, the corners stretching unnaturally to his ears, exuding an eerie terror. What a beautiful and warm place, Metropolis. You harbor my cherished memories, thus I shall consume you, hee. Under the bright moonlight, a colossal bat plunged from the heights of the skyscraper. Breaking news. Breaking news. Alfred gazed at the newspaper in his hands, his expression frozen in disbelief. He could scarcely believe the report that Batman was on a rampage in Metropolis. How could this be possible? Yet someone had captured what was deemed evidence and published it in the daily paper. The silhouette indeed bore a striking resemblance to his master. Trembling, Alfred reached for the phone and dialed Bruce's private number. Beep, beep, beep. Alfred, as you mentioned, this is my first morning of rest. Bruce's voice, laced with grogginess, suggested he had only just awakened. Simultaneously, Alfred discerned a faint female voice emanating from the other end of the line. Hearing this, Alfred felt a wave of relief. Since his master was out on a date last night, he surely could not have been involved in any killings in Metropolis, could he? Master, I believe you should take a look at today's newspaper. I have sent you its contents, Alfred stated in a grave tone. Regardless of whether this incident involved Bruce, the evidence captured by the so-called witness pointed unequivocally in his direction. Given Bruce's character, he would undoubtedly seek to clear his name, leading to an inevitable confrontation with this counterfeit version of Batman. Thus, Alfred commenced gathering intelligence, a task he had consistently undertaken in the shadows for Bruce. Bruce hung up the phone, his gaze fixed upon the document sent by Alfred. Well, it appears I have a lowly imitation tarnishing my reputation. Bruce's expression darkened. He prided himself on being the embodiment of justice and order. Encountering such a predicament, as Alfred surmised, he was determined to unearth the identity of that individual. With his companion still sound asleep, Bruce swiftly donned his gear. Given the daylight, he opted to wear his portable battle armor beneath his suit, rendering his physique imposing. At that moment, the fallen bat, having found little excitement after dispatching a few individuals, grew weary of the slow pace of his killings. he required assistance. By some unseen force, he crossed paths with Lex, instantly recognizing him. After all, in his own world, Lex epitomized the archetype of a villain with unparalleled intellect. Lex was currently presenting shards of kryptonite to the fallen bat. The elongated, serpentine tongue glided over his crimson teeth as the fallen bat grinned from ear to ear. How intriguing that you have already begun collecting kryptonite. Lex paused momentarily upon hearing this. So this fragment of meteorite is called kryptonite? Simultaneously, Lex searched his memory for any prior encounters with this Batman-like figure, but the conclusion was clear: there had been none. So, what do you intend to do? The fallen bat was not to be equated with the laughing bat. The laughing bat possessed near-omniscient powers, able to traverse time and alter timelines at will. However, the fallen bat was merely a victim of the laughing bat. To achieve the annihilation of Metropolis, or even the world, he required greater strength. Lex spoke with a hint of pride, declaring, with the aid of kryptonite, I have successfully crafted a specimen. This once ordinary individual, through the power of kryptonite, now possesses the potential for almost limitless growth. It was evident that Lex had concealed his experimental data when he initially created the entity known as Little Seven. It was merely a relentless killing machine. However, the fallen bat, oblivious to Lex's deceit, erupted into ecstatic laughter. Excellent. Now assist me in my transformation, or I shall consume you. Chapter 175. Bruce, a calamity unforeseen. Lex regarded the fallen bat with a mixture of bemusement and contemplation, internally labeling him as rather dim-witted, prompting caution in his dealings with him. Furthermore, Lex was aware of the recent atrocities committed by the fallen bat in Metropolis. Even someone as seasoned as he felt a profound discomfort witnessing such scenes. Yet, in the presence of his counterpart, Lex maintained a facade of amiability. Very well. Please lie down in this apparatus. Lex gestured towards the experimental chamber behind him, where numerous transparent tubes extended from a colossal device into the chamber, reminiscent of the site where Little Seven was initially created. A considerable amount of kryptonite debris had fallen in Smallville, and over time, Lex had gathered most of the fragments. The remaining shards were either scattered within the homes of residents or in the possession of a rogue meteorite merchant conducting his own research. Unbeknownst to Lex, as he turned his back, the fallen bat's blood-red eyes fixed upon him with unwavering intensity. It must not be forgotten that regardless of their form, all bats are ultimately Bruce Wayne, and Batman excels at discerning the weaknesses of others to find ways to counter them. Meanwhile, the true Batman in this world had become a pariah. Just as some individuals derive a peculiar pleasure from shattering beauty, a clandestine force was maligning Batman's reputation, branding him as a symbol of evil. In a shadowy alley at the street corner, Bruce could scarcely fathom that after a single night, he had found himself on the run. Alfred, his loyal butler, was correct. Someone was indeed imitating his criminal exploits. The surveillance equipment he once employed to track down criminals had now been repurposed to monitor the police, ensuring his evasion of capture. The narrative of a hero's downfall proved to be a captivating headline, and thus the inhabitants of Metropolis and Gotham were informed that Batman had revealed his true nature. At Smallville High, Chloe perused her peculiar wall, a compilation of bizarre occurrences that had transpired in the town over the years, meticulously affixed with documents and photographs. Akin to a diary. Presently, she was attaching a new photograph to a blank page, capturing the silhouette of the fallen bat. The individual who had taken the photo appeared flustered, resulting in a blurry and chaotic image, yet the atmosphere it conveyed was unexpectedly chilling. Hey, Chloe, are you once again tinkering with your odd wall? Peter inquired, peering curiously over her shoulder. While most regarded Chloe's obsession with disdain, a select few, including Peter, supported and believed in her pursuits. After all, the town had recently witnessed an increasing number of strange events, such as a school bus that had inexplicably lifted into the air. Chloe, with her keen investigative skills, had long suspected something amiss with Clark. Not everyone would accept that Clark, who frequently missed the bus each morning yet arrived at school on time, was merely taking a shortcut. What? Is that shortcut a wormhole? Can it transport one directly from the Kent farm to school? However, due to the friendship among Chloe, Peter, and Clark, Chloe's observations remained discreet and devoid of malice. Casting a sidelong glance at Peter, Chloe subtly closed her peculiar wall. So, haven't you seen today's Daily Planet? Or any other newspaper, for that matter? They all report on Batman's alleged crimes. Remarkably, this obscure photograph had been disseminated to every newspaper, all published on the same day. While no one believed there was any foul play involved, the general public remained oblivious to the truth. Peter shook his head. You know I never read the papers, Chloe. But did you just say Batman is harming people? What a peculiar choice of words. He found it hard to discern whether Chloe was jesting. Meanwhile, Lana and Clark, having overheard their conversation, approached with curiosity. "Did you just say Batman harmed someone? I must have misheard." Clark's eyes widened. Though Batman had only recently emerged, he had already garnered significant notoriety in Gotham and Metropolis. Despite the official stance being somewhat ambiguous, no one truly believed Batman to be a villain. Chloe shrugged. "The facts are as I stated. Every newspaper has reported this news, and there are confirmed eyewitnesses who have captured his image. This cannot be refuted." Peter appeared somewhat exhilarated. "So, if Batman has committed crimes, can he still be referred to as Batman? Shouldn't we call him Batmonster or something similar?" "But, Peter, I believe the photo only shows his silhouette. Perhaps it was merely someone who resembles him committing these acts?" Lana challenged Peter's hasty conclusions. Clark, nodding in agreement with Lana, added, "I think she's right. Mr. Batman wouldn't act in such a manner. If we only consider the silhouette, it's possible someone is framing him for these crimes." Peter non-committally nodded, "Perhaps. For these young individuals from Smallville, who were just transitioning from adolescence to adulthood, Batman's heroism resonated more closely with their understanding." Clark pondered over the news regarding Batman that he had encountered that morning in his father Jonathan's newspaper. Honestly, it was rather astonishing. If he still possessed his superpowers, perhaps he could uncover the truth? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Clark shook his head again. He had only recently liberated himself from the constraints of his powers to embrace a life of ordinariness. Matters of world-saving were best left to those with the abilities to do so, such as Luthor. Reflecting on this, Clark shook his head once more. Just as he had wished to keep his powers concealed, how could he expect Luthor to willingly expose his abilities? Not even if it were a possibility. At that moment, Luthor was at the Kent farm, already aware of Bruce's unfortunate predicament. He believed wholeheartedly that Bruce would never engage in such behavior, having the perspective of a god. Yet, the question lingered. Who could that figure in the newspaper photograph possibly be? Chapter 176. A call for help. Bruce's current plight stemmed primarily from a slight breach of his identity. It appeared that the version of Bruce in this timeline was somewhat immature, failing to adequately conceal his true self. Even during that banquet, many in Gotham became aware of the situation. Fortunately, the Wayne family's enterprises were remarkably prosperous, allowing for a powerful narrative to be crafted almost instantaneously. Batman remained the one being hunted, yet Bruce Wayne swiftly distanced himself from any association with the Dark Knight. After all, how could the young scion of the Wayne family possibly engage in such nefarious deeds? Strangely enough, even the citizens of Gotham began to ponder whether the Bruce Wayne they knew could indeed be the Batman. Intriguingly, this incident of framing and deceit ultimately severed the connection between Bruce and the Batman identity. Is it truly beyond your resources to uncover any clues? Luthor inquired with keen interest, observing Bruce basking leisurely in the sun. In truth, Bruce had not been devoid of leads. However, the deeper he delved into the investigation, the more alarmed he became. The methodology and outcomes of the perpetrator's actions suggested that this was no ordinary individual, but rather a being with extraordinary abilities, and their powers appeared to be formidable. Thus, Bruce's thoughts immediately turned to Luthor, prompting him to seek his assistance. "And if I recall correctly, we are not exactly friends," Luthor remarked with a hint of amusement. "Perhaps I had misjudged you before, but that individual has caused considerable chaos in Metropolis, and I genuinely require your aid now." Bruce was compelled to momentarily set aside past grievances. Moreover, the Batman's reputation could not be sullied. He needed to extricate himself from suspicion post-haste, lest he be forced to adopt an entirely new moniker. The devastation wrought by the fallen Bat in Metropolis was not particularly extensive in scope, yet the motives and methods employed were exceedingly malevolent. Without any information, even Luthor would struggle to trace the source in a short span of time. After all, he was not the peak Silver Surfer or Golden Surfer, capable of discerning the intricacies of causality with a mere thought. In fact, I have unearthed some clues. It seems that once he departed, he engaged in some exchanges with LexCorp, Bruce divulged, sharing his findings with Luthor. "LexCorp, you say?" Luthor nodded thoughtfully. LexCorp was under the stewardship of Lex Luthor's father. If an individual with superhuman abilities sought out Lex, it was likely that they intended to leverage Lex Luthor's intellect for some ulterior purpose. Based on the clues provided by Bruce and his own conjectures, Luthor recalled the previous appearances of the Flash, who had exhibited super speed. He began to suspect that perhaps no one was merely cosplaying as Batman to exploit his name for destruction. It was possible that this individual hailed from an alternate timeline or parallel universe. Luthor's expression darkened, the earlier mirth evaporating. In the world he inhabited, he felt confident in his ability to maintain control. However, beings from other dimensions or parallel worlds could disrupt everything, potentially leading to a loss of command over the situation. The power dynamics among the denizens of this world remained relatively stable, yet there was no telling what entities with conceptual powers from other universes could infiltrate here. Since you allege there is a connection to LexCorp, why not approach them directly? With your family's influence, one would presume you harbor no fear of them, Luthor proposed. Both entities were titans in their own right. LexCorp was on the verge of becoming the foremost conglomerate in Metropolis, and its power should not be underestimated. The Wayne family, boasting a history of over 3 centuries, had once dominated Gotham City. Presently, with Lex Luthor yet to ascend beyond his father's shadow, the Wayne enterprise appeared somewhat more formidable. Bruce shook his head. It is not that simple. I cannot instigate a clash between 2 super families, as it would spell irrevocable disaster for both Metropolis and Gotham. Bruce harbored his own reservations. While seeking to clear his name, he was unwilling to entangle ordinary citizens and both cities in turmoil. However, now that they had identified the direction of their inquiries, Luthor felt less urgency. With a smirk, he turned to Bruce. Then, should I assist you? What recompense might you offer me, Mr. Batman? Though he found himself in need of Luthor's help, Bruce felt a surge of irritation whenever Luthor invoked that title. Yet, this time, he restrained his frustration and vowed, perhaps we may not have any inherent conflict. I can see that our objectives align closely. Through the course of their investigation and analysis, Bruce's perception of Luthor had significantly improved. He had scrutinized Luthor's known activities and discovered that, indeed, Luthor was engaged in acts of justice. From the moment he entered Gotham, Luthor had established ties with the Penguin, who at that time was merely an aspiring gang leader, yet already harbored ambitions. Remarkably, under Luthor's influence, the Penguin gradually transformed his demeanor, even embarking on numerous charitable endeavors. Perhaps Alfred, the butler, was correct, regardless of motivation. Righteous actions would not be swayed. Thus, facing Luthor's demands for benefits, Bruce did not dismiss them as a jest. Instead, he earnestly inquired, "What do you desire? Is it shares in my enterprises? I would be willing to allocate a portion to you." Having resolved to forge a quasi-alliance with Luthor, Bruce was not averse to offering gifts. Yet, Luthor had long since lost any desire for wealth. He chuckled and shook his head. "No, Bruce. I recollect stating that money holds no value for me. What then do you seek?" Bruce inquired, perplexed. In terms of physical prowess, he could not rival Luthor. Beyond monetary gain, what could he possibly offer of worth? "I want you to promise me one request in the future, Bruce." "An unconditional promise," Luthor articulated. "Agreed. I can pledge that, but your request must not contravene my sense of justice," Bruce stipulated, as he believed he could never forsake his moral compass. Otherwise, he would cease to be Batman. "Of course, then let us proceed with this collaboration," Luthor smiled. Chapter 177, The Fallen Bat at the Door at Times. Bruce found himself grateful for the decisions he had made in advance, such as seeking Luthor's assistance. Within Lex's laboratory, instruments lay scattered in disarray, with an unknown green liquid flowing and splattering everywhere. The laboratory staff, who should have been diligently working, had vanished, along with the fallen bat who had been undergoing modifications at Lex's hands. When Lex arrived at the laboratory in response to the commotion, he was taken aback. What the foo? It seemed that every time he conducted an experiment, he ended up destroying a laboratory. Yet, given his current financial standing, such losses were minor in the grand scheme of things. But where had the fallen bat gone? Had he abandoned their agreement after undergoing modifications? Yet, excitement flickered in Lex's eyes. Regardless of the outcome, this indicated that his experiments had achieved preliminary success. Enhancing the human body with green kryptonite while preserving rational thought would mark a revolutionary advancement in technology. No, if I can effectively promote this on a grand scale, the future of the entire world will rest in my hands. The only predicament lies in the seemingly insufficient quantity of green kryptonite. Its origin remains a mystery. Could it truly be that I must rely solely on the fragments of meteorite that fell upon Smallville? This thought troubled Lex considerably. Yet even he could not conceive of a more effective means to replenish such an otherworldly material. Shaking his head, he resolved to set aside this dilemma for the time being. The missing fallen bat, however, was quite easy to track. There was no need to invoke his father's corporate connections. Given that creature's bloodthirsty nature, it was certain to reappear. Smallville, a figure clad in a tattered bat suit, stepped into the town as dusk descended. The fallen bat. One could assert that Lex's success in transforming him surpassed even his own expectations. At this moment, the fallen bat's appearance bore little difference from before, save for the transformation of his pupils. After absorbing a substantial amount of mixed green kryptonite powder, his eyes had turned a vibrant green, a mysterious energy coalescing within them. He chuckled darkly. Is this a superhero of the current era? He must still be in his youth. How delightful it would be to devour him. He. As he raced toward the direction etched in his memory, the tattered cape of the fallen bat billowed in the fierce wind, gradually morphing into enormous black wings. Astonishingly, he soared aloft, having successfully mastered the art of flight. With the attributes of kryptonite merging within him, the fallen bat seemed to possess the ability to sense kryptonite. Soon, en route to the Kent farm, he discerned another figure in the distance. Lana bid farewell to her friend and headed homeward. In times past, she might have harbored concerns about encountering wild beasts along this stretch of road. However, now, with the presence of Little Seven, who had formed a friendship with her, Lana felt no such trepidation regarding her safety on the journey home. Indeed, after a brief while, a peculiar, human-like whimpering sound emerged. Abba abba. Lana beamed at the rustling figure in the bushes. Little Seven, stop hiding. I know it's you. As anticipated, a humanoid creature covered in scales soon stood up. Little Seven appeared to have evolved further, now capable of comprehending human dialogue, though he still struggled to articulate his own words. With animated gestures, Little Seven greeted Lana in his own unique manner, and the two proceeded together toward home, as though he were her devoted guardian. Suddenly, Little Seven seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly bent low, his scales standing on end like a prickly porcupine. What is it, Little Seven? Lana inquired, glancing back with uncertainty. What could provoke such a reaction from him? Before long, she discovered the answer. A bizarre figure clad in a bat suit emerged from the shadows, the dying sunlight casting a sanguine hue upon his form. Batman. Lana recalled the topic discussed earlier in class. Now she realized that the incident was undoubtedly not the work of the genuine Batman. The true perpetrator now stood before her. Interesting, the fallen bat mused, tilting his head slightly. Lana, is it? How remarkable that his memory was so sharp, recalling Clark's childhood neighbor and secret crush. He approached her slowly, and the green kryptonite necklace adorning her neck emitted a faint, captivating glow, precisely what had drawn the fallen bat to her. How delightful. Before I feast upon Clark, a little appetizer will do quite nicely. With that, the fallen bat's mouth widened, revealing sharp, blood-stained teeth. Just as Lana found herself paralyzed with fear, Little Seven roared beside her, his emerald eyes ablaze with fury. In a sudden rush, he lunged at the fallen bat. Yet despite his formidable strength, the creature effortlessly restrained him in midair with a single hand. A failed experiment, indeed. I detect a familiar scent emanating from you. The fallen bat's jaws worked as he spoke. Then, with a powerful squeeze, he crushed Little Seven's shoulder, sending shards of scales flying as a massive imprint appeared upon his skin. Little Seven writhed in agony within the clutches of the fallen bat. But the disparity in their strength was insurmountable. He was merely an ordinary failed specimen, while the fallen bat had already reached the pinnacle of human capability before his transformation, now augmented with the powers of Kryptonian blood and the ability to absorb. With a series of sickening crunches, the fallen bat sank his teeth into Little Seven's dangling arm, chewing with vigor. Ugh, disgusting. He spat, expelling scales as he grimaced in disdain. From a distance, Clark, peering through binoculars from the Kent farmhouse, bore witness to this horrific scene. At that moment, he was grateful for his habit of spying on Lana with his telescope. Chapter 178. The Successful Experiment. Upon seeing his longtime crush in peril, Clark's instinct was to rush to her aid. However, as he set down the binoculars and took a step forward, he stumbled, his foot catching on the steps. Ouch! The sudden pain jolted him back to reality. He had lost his superpowers and was now just an ordinary man. Turning back, he realized to his dismay that neither Ryan nor Kara was home today. Lana. The essence of Clark lay in his resolve. Despite his lack of abilities and uncertainty about how he could help, he leaped from the second-floor balcony. Thud! The ground was soft, and Clark winced as he rubbed his aching ribs, striding purposefully toward Lana. At that moment, Little Seven, having temporarily escaped the fallen bat's grasp due to a severed arm, was unable to regenerate in time. Without a continuous supply of green kryptonite, he could not achieve endless purification. In the distance, Clark could almost see the fallen bat's hand reaching for Lana, causing his mind to surge with urgency. He ran faster, faster, faster. A pang of regret washed over him. Perhaps being an ordinary person was not as idyllic as he had once envisioned. He watched helplessly as the fallen bat yanked the green kryptonite necklace from Lana's neck, then opened his maw wide to swallow it whole. The fallen bat's razor-sharp teeth then advanced toward Lana's head. Clark could see Little Seven frantically clawing at the creature, but to no avail. Let her go? Clark bellowed in desperation. Boom. It felt as though something within him shattered, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that coursed through his limbs. At this moment, an immense surge of emotion allowed Clark to break through the seal imposed by his father, Jor-El, on his Kryptonian heritage. and all of his powers returned in full force. No, he was even far stronger than before. In the astonished gaze of the fallen bat, Clark, who had just been desperately running from a distance, suddenly ascended from the ground and covered the long distance to appear right in front of him. With a fist filled with rage, Clark struck the fallen bat's mask. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal resonated. This time, the fallen bat was finally pushed back 2 steps by the force of Clark's blow, but it was merely 2 steps. After delivering that punch, Clark sensed something amiss. The opponent's strength surpassed his own, and it seemed as though the opponent's body was suppressing him. This was indeed the result of Lex's successful kryptonite enhancement experiment. Although Little Seven had absorbed the green kryptonite, he did not possess the property of counteracting Kryptonian bloodlines. Meanwhile, the fallen bat, as a successful experimental subject, constantly emitted a faint radiation of green kryptonite. This suppression did not render Clark entirely powerless, but it significantly limited his strength. "Clark!" Lana exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement, though the brilliance dimmed slightly soon after. She recalled the first time she witnessed Clark's superpowers. Back then, he had a fair exchange with Little Seven. Now, however, Little Seven was being unilaterally crushed by that bizarre Batman. Could Clark truly gain an advantage over him? The fallen bat paid no heed to Lana's changing expression. He merely smiled at Clark and said, "Long time no see, Clark." His voice, reminiscent of a long-lost friend, was filled with nostalgia and reflection, disregarding his gaping maw and blood-stained, sharp teeth. In truth, the fallen bat did feel a pang of nostalgia for his life before his descent. During that time, he had been devoted to finding ways to counter Superman, that is, Clark. Until that man, the Laughing Bat, appeared and shattered everything. The Laughing Bat, upon his emergence, was at his apex, his abilities completely overwhelming everyone at the time, including Clark. Clark, puzzled by the fallen bat's greeting, warily asked, "Do we know each other?" It was evident that they did not. The opponent wore a suit somewhat akin to Batman's, yet it was unmistakably not Batman himself. "You're the one who was in the newspaper a couple of days ago, aren't you? You're impersonating Batman, right? What does it matter who Batman is?" Facing an old acquaintance from another world, the fallen bat seemed willing to exercise a bit of patience. "As long as I am the only one in this world, I am the one true Batman. Am I not?" Now Clark understood. The good news was that the opponent's intention was not solely to attack Lana. The bad news was that this fellow harbored a desire to annihilate the world. "As long as I am here, I will not allow you to succeed." Clark clenched his fists. Casually, "Let me devour you, and I wonder if you will still be able to say that." The fallen bat chuckled nonchalantly. As he spoke, his right hand morphed into 5 sharp claws, glowing with a green luminescence, and slashed towards Clark. Sizzle! Despite Clark's attempt to dodge backwards, his chest was still raked with 5 deep gashes. It was evident that Clark's combat prowess was being utterly overwhelmed by the fallen bat, something even Lana could discern. "Damn it, where's Lua? Why hasn't he returned yet?" Clark growled. "Lua?" The fallen bat looked at Clark with some confusion, and his movements momentarily paused. In his memory, since he had known Clark, the latter had never relied on anyone else. Compared to the companions in the Justice League, they seemed merely like ornaments on Clark. Why would he expect someone else to come to his rescue at this moment? Who was Lua? Why did he have no recollection of him? The fallen bat, of course, was unaware that Lua was an extraordinarily unique existence in this world. Among all the parallel universes and timelines, only this singular world bore his presence. Unless a being of greater than universe-level power caused a temporal disturbance, Lua's existence acted as an anchor point, not easily altered. Meanwhile, Lua, whom Clark was eagerly anticipating, was leisurely flying towards Kent Farm in the sky. Behind him trailed a despondent Kara. "Damn it, I don't want to deal with identity paperwork. Why don't you want a legal identity?" "Because once I have it, Lua will force me to go to school." Chapter 179. Are there Kryptonians who fear no kryptonite? At Kent Farm. Although Clark was being thoroughly overwhelmed in physical prowess by the fallen bat, thankfully, with his powers restored, his defense remained relatively intact. Thus, despite being mercilessly pummeled by the fallen bat, he was not in immediate danger of losing his life. Little Seven was also assisting. When he was flung 100 meters away, Clark was pressed into the soft earth by the fallen bat, and at long last, Lua and Kara's figures appeared in the distance. "Huh," Kara exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the battered figure ahead. "Lua, look over there. Isn't that Carl?" Lua, not accustomed to activating his supervision and hearing at all times, had not noticed the situation over 1,000 meters away. He merely scratched his ear and disdainfully replied, "Kara, I recall reminding you that there's no one named Carl at Kent Farm, only Clark." Kara felt a bit frustrated. "All right, Lua, but look there. Isn't Clark being beaten up?" Upon hearing this, Rua finally turned his gaze towards the woods ahead and confirmed it. The fallen bat struck Clark's face once more, and the radiation from the green kryptonite was continuously sapping Clark's strength. Thud! This punch was powerful enough to make Clark's head tilt involuntarily as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Having endured until now, Clark's stamina was nearly depleted. Little Seven fared even worse. As a support, he had suffered the brunt of the fallen bat's most ferocious attacks. His body sustained extensive damage, rendering his self-healing abilities painfully slow. The fallen bat, seemingly having had his fill of the game, grasped Clark's head and drew it close, saying, "Clark, my friend, farewell." As he spoke, his sharp teeth bared, the fallen bat's maw opened to an astonishing degree. Superman flying kick. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. Kara made her dazzling entrance, propelled by the force of her high-speed flight, delivering a powerful kick to the fallen bat's face. Under the tremendous impact, even the fallen bat stumbled back several steps. This demonstrated that Kara, at this stage, possessed greater strength than high school-aged Clark. Kara rushed to Clark's side, helping her cousin to his feet. Observing the myriad of wounds covering Clark's body, Kara's fury was nearly uncontrollable. However, at the same time, a sharp pain akin to needles pricked at the soles of her feet. Although her kick had successfully repelled the fallen bat, the radiation from the green kryptonite had caused her to recoil and sustain injury as well. However, as the saying goes, one may lose their allies but not their stance. Kara fully exploited her characteristic of leveraging power through association. She shouted at the fallen bat, "Do you have any idea who protects my cousin? How dare you treat him this way? Oh, who might that be? Surely not you?" The fallen bat remained unfazed by the arrival of a new Kryptonian. After all, infused with the powers of green kryptonite, he naturally posed a threat to all Kryptonians. "Humph." Kara scoffed lightly, then gestured dramatically behind her. "Of course it is him. Could it possibly be me?" "TSK." Luthor grimaced. Naturally, he was quite intrigued by this figure clad in attire reminiscent of Batman. "Are you the one who imitates Bruce and then goes around killing people?" Reflecting on Bruce's request, Luthor was now convinced of the identity of this individual. "I am Bruce. Why would I need to imitate him?" The fallen bat grinned widely, yet he felt a considerable curiosity towards this newly emerged blonde youth. He was familiar with Clark and Kara, but who was this newcomer? Could he possibly be another Superman from an alternate timeline? Although the fallen bat was deranged, he could distinctly sense the Kryptonian bloodline pulsating from Luthor, thanks to the green kryptonite energy he wielded. Likewise, Luthor, observing the fallen bat's gaping mouth, began to form his own conjectures. The appearance of Batman, his tattered battle attire, and that grin that extended to his earlobes. Could it be the laughing bat? Luthor's expression grew solemn. The power of the laughing bat should not be underestimated, especially if he were indeed the individual from his memories. However, that didn't quite add up with the laughing bat's abilities. He could traverse the multiverse without needing to draw near. He could likely eliminate Luthor with a mere wave of his hand. Not to mention, he had just been sent staggering back by Kara's kick. On the opposite side, the fallen bat was visibly taken aback upon hearing the name of the laughing bat from Luthor's lips. After all timelines and parallel universes exist as independent entities. Unless the laughing bat had traversed this universe, how could Luthor possibly know of his existence? And if the laughing bat had already visited this universe, how could Earth still exist? How do you know of that fellow's existence? Wait, am I the one asking you questions, or are you asking me? Luthor retorted impatiently. His dismissive demeanor only served to ignite the fury within the fallen bat. "Do not think of playing tricks. Once I devour you, all truths will be revealed." His double rows of sharp teeth clicked ominously. From a distance, Lana observed Luthor's arrival and felt a slight sense of relief. Although she was uncertain of the identity of the other girl, she appeared formidable as well. At this moment, Clark had somewhat recovered, weakly leaning against a nearby tree. Cautioning Luthor and Kara, "Be wary of this creature. His teeth and claws possess the effects of green kryptonite, capable of suppressing our bloodline abilities." No wonder he seemed so confident. It was due to this reason, Luthor realized. However, he was not overly afraid of the suppression from the green kryptonite, much to the fallen bat's disappointment. "No wonder my foot hurts so much. Did this guy ingest kryptonite? Isn't he afraid of indigestion?" Kara frowned slightly, retreating behind Luthor. Hearing Kara's banter, the fallen bat, unwilling to prolong the conversation, abruptly unfurled his cape and lunged toward Luthor amidst a howling gale. "I shall consume you all." Crack! Just as the fallen bat's enormous maw lunged toward Luthor's head, a fist struck his teeth with lightning speed. When the punch retracted, the fallen bat's two longest incisors flew out. Hiss! Huh! The fallen bat stared in disbelief, feeling the air escaping from his mouth. What manner of being was this? A Kryptonian unafraid of kryptonite. Chapter 180. The misfortunate General Zod. The initial wave of probing exchanges had allowed Luthor to gauge the fallen bat's general strength. Thus, as the fallen bat retreated, injured, Luthor had no intention of letting him escape. He dashed forward in a flurry of movement. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists meeting flesh reverberated through the forest as Luthor's punches fell upon the fallen bat like a tempest. Simultaneously, the continuous radiation of green kryptonite emanating from the fallen bat left Luthor feeling increasingly agitated, causing his powers to become erratic. Of course, this was not a fortuitous development for the fallen bat, as the disruption of Luthor's strength did not weaken him. Rather, it made Luthor less conscious of the force behind his strikes. Within mere moments, the fallen bat's initial wails had morphed into mere whimpers, now tinged with the influence of the laughing gas he had been injected with. This laughter only served to further agitate Luthor's already tumultuous nerves, prompting him to strike even harder. Yet, the most critical factor was that the fallen bat possessed an exceptionally high tolerance for pain. Thus, those observing the gruesome spectacle stood in stunned silence. MWA haha. Ah. MWA haha. Ah. Hiss. Lana gasped. Realizing that this creature was not only insane but also perverse, was he actually reveling in Luthor's attacks? Kara blinked, perhaps. Yet at that moment, a flicker of fear unexpectedly took root in the fallen bat's heart, a sentiment that ought not to have surfaced within him. But alas, Luthor's punches were far too punishing. Finally, unable to endure the pain any longer, the fallen bat seized an opportunity amidst Luthor's flurry of blows, gathering green energy in his eyes. Boom! Instantly, two beams of green light shot forth, infused with a considerable amount of green kryptonite radiation. Sizzling. As Luthor swiftly dodged, his heat vision was activated and ready. The green beams on the left and the red beams on the right collided violently. Although Luthor's heat vision now encompassed the capabilities of heat rays, it was somewhat subdued by the fallen bat's green beams. However, in terms of energy levels, Luthor's heat rays vastly surpassed the opponent's, thus forcing the fallen bat to retreat step by step. Of course, being able to withstand Luthor's heat vision had already achieved his goal of buying time to escape. Simultaneously, with the ongoing intense influence of the green kryptonite radiation, Luthor found it increasingly challenging to control the strength of his beams. Therefore, as the fallen bat swiftly turned to flee, he had no choice but to pause and catch his breath. Luthor, are you feeling all right? Clark, despite enduring physical pain, approached Luthor with concern. I'm fine. Luthor waved his hand dismissively. The primary issue was that under the influence of green kryptonite radiation, his control over his powers was deteriorating. He feared that if he continued to engage with the fallen bat, he might inadvertently kill him. It could only be said that the fallen bat was incredibly unfortunate. While others were growing weaker, Luthor was only becoming stronger. Just then, from a distance, the sounds of General Zod's struggles echoed from the cave. That guy, Luthor fumed. That scoundrel managed to abduct Zod while fleeing. Though he is indifferent to the fate of General Zod, the potent bloodline of a Kryptonian warrior within him could pose significant complications. I must pursue him, Leah declared solemnly. He then slightly bent his legs, and with a thunderous roar, a faint biological force field barely enveloped his body, yet it still produced a tremendous sonic boom. Moments later, as Leah shook his head to regain his composure, he found himself in an unfamiliar city. Cursed be this chaos. The turmoil within him had propelled Leah at such an astonishing speed that, even after a few moments of realization, he had already lost track of the fallen bat's presence. In Metropolis, within the laboratory, Lex was directing newly recruited personnel to arrange the new instruments in their designated places. Thank goodness for my habit of maintaining backup data, Lex mused, admiring his own foresight. Just as he pondered the whereabouts of that enigmatic fallen bat, the laboratory's sealed door was abruptly forced open. Clang. Lex turned to witness. To his astonishment, the battered fallen bat returning with another man in tow. What on earth happened? And who is this individual in your grasp? Beneath the rusted mask, the fallen bat exhaled a frustrated breath. Ignoring Lex's inquiries, he unceremoniously tossed General Zod onto the ground. Is there any way to modify this fellow and erase his rationality? Do you harbor a grudge against him? Lex hesitated, but upon seeing the predatory glare of the fallen bat, he quickly swallowed his words. Lowering his gaze to observe General Zod, he noted the peculiar manner of his bindings. One would hardly expect such a ruthless killer to exhibit such an artistic flair and restraint. The fallen bat noticed Lex's peculiar scrutiny and inquired, "What are you staring at?" Cough, cough, nothing at all. Lex cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment, and resumed his feigned examination of General Zod. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that Zod was clutching a green glowing kryptonite crystal in his mouth. As the emerald stone emitted its eerie luminescence, the armored man on the ground displayed unmistakable signs of anguish. Growing impatient with Lex's prolonged examination, the fallen bat asked, "Can you do it or not?" A wise man does not suffer foolish losses. Faced with the fallen bat's threat, Lex realized he had little room for negotiation. It should be feasible. He began instructing the surrounding staff to lift the furious Zod into the experimental chamber. At that moment, Zod felt deeply humiliated. To be bested by a fellow Kryptonian was one thing, but now he was to be toyed with by these feeble beings from a lesser planet. Unfortunately, his rage was futile, as the glass shield of the experimental chamber swiftly sealed shut. Lex did not remove the kryptonite from Zod's mouth, allowing dozens of syringes to pierce his skin with ease. Green gas began to flow incessantly into his body. Chapter 181. The Birth of a Monster. Wailing. Within the experimental chamber, General Zod struggled violently, acutely aware of the gas infiltrating his being, progressively sapping his strength. Visibly, his exposed skin exhibited bulging veins, their hue shifting to a sickly green as the kryptonite-infused gas continued to invade. Concurrently, Zod's struggles grew feebler, and due to the kryptonite lodged in his mouth, he could not even emit a whimper. The green gas coursed through his veins, plunging deeper into his body until it reached his heart. Thump, thump, thump. Hearing the frantic rhythm of Zod's heart, Lex glanced at him in confusion, for the source of the sound did not seem to emanate from Zod himself. It was only when he turned to look that he discovered the fallen bat mimicking the heartbeat with his mouth. Thump, thump, thump. Upon catching Lex's gaze, the fallen bat offered a slight smile. Time passed, and Zod felt his consciousness beginning to fade, the rhythm of his heartbeat slowing. Is this the end? His eyelids grew heavier, and at last, he succumbed to the urge to close his eyes. The subject's heartbeat is fading. Attention! The subject's heartbeat is diminishing. Decreasing the gas injection. Decreasing the gas injection. No, his life signs are continuing to weaken. His heart has ceased beating. As the heart rate fluctuations on the monitor disappeared, Lex felt a sinking sensation in his chest. How could this be? I had optimized the data. Just then, he sensed a profound malice behind him. Turning, he found the fallen bat's icy gaze fixed upon him. Lex, what I require is a successful specimen, not a lifeless corpse. Do you understand? If you cannot bring him back to life, then you shall join him. To the fallen bat, Lex's greatest asset was his unparalleled intellect. Should that vanish, Lex would become utterly expendable. Lex understood that the creature before him was a capricious beast. Failure to succeed in the experiment would leave him with no hesitation in turning against him. Accursed. Yet, when he turned back to General Zod, he appeared to have completely lost the ability to breathe, his pallid face faintly glowing with an eerie green light. This was the very visage of failure. The overpowering kryptonite gas seemed to have rendered Zod's body incapable of absorption, leading to his demise. Boss, the experiment has failed. One of the lab technicians approached Lex, delivering the disheartening news. You dimwit. Lex glared fiercely at him. Did he believe that he alone could survive in this room? Inject the red gas. Lex contemplated for a moment before issuing the command. The red gas, a concoction of a small quantity of red kryptonite mixed with other materials, theoretically followed a similar production method as the green kryptonite. However, Lex was acutely aware that the abilities exhibited by the two distinctly colored kryptonites were vastly different. Moreover, due to the rarity of red kryptonite, it had only been tested once, resulting in a laboratory mouse entering a frenzied state before succumbing to its rage. Yet, Lex had no other options. Soon, the red kryptonite gas replaced the green gas and was injected once more into General Zod's body. As the gas flowed in, the unnatural hue of his skin began to normalize. Thump, thump. This time, it was not the fallen bat mimicking the sound. The heartbeat resonated genuinely from General Zod's chest, pounding fiercely like a drum. It truly, truly works. A miracle. We have resurrected the deceased. The current batch of experimenters is no longer the same as the original group. Hence, they are unaware that Lex has successfully created Subject 7. As General Zod's heartbeat quickens, his eyes snap open, gathering a multitude of crimson light within. With a roar akin to that of a wild beast, it seems as though some forbidden shackles have been shattered. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, General Zod's body begins to contort, as if an array of unknown entities is striving to burst forth from beneath his skin. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless bone spikes protrude, transforming the entire experimental chamber into a sieve. Has it failed again? Lex, momentarily disoriented, recalls that the emergence of Experiment 7 resembled this very scene. No, the fallen bat strides beside him, gazing at the continually transforming General Zod as though admiring a magnificent work of art. Lex, you have succeeded. As the words fall, Zod's body begins to swell with the bone spikes, and in an instant, he threatens to fill the entire laboratory. Boom. Lex feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. He senses his feet leave the ground, violently yanked away to an unknown location. His feet touch down, only to find that the fallen bat has transported him outside the laboratory. Just as Lex is about to utter something, a tremendous explosion erupts where the laboratory once stood, followed by the entire structure beginning to collapse. As long as you remain of use to me, I will not allow you to perish, the fallen bat declares, as though bestowing a favor upon Lex. Lex's expression darkens, yet he refrains from retorting, silently awaiting the emergence of the creature beneath the laboratory. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, boom. A creature nearly 3 meters tall, covered in bone spikes, soars into the sky. He has transformed entirely from the General Zod they once knew into a monstrous being. Ah! The fallen bat gazes with satisfaction at the chaos wrought by the creature, then produces a bomb from his hand. The timer activates, commencing a countdown from 3 seconds. Aiming at the creature, the fallen bat hurls the bomb with precision, landing it beside its right calf just before the final second elapses. Boom! Roar! The thunderous explosion mingles with the creature's furious roar when the smoke dissipates. The creature's right calf appears seemingly unscathed. No, this cannot be. Lex fixates intently on its right calf, where a mass of black flesh is growing. It is evolving. Chapter 182. Diana gazing upon the creature he has wrought. Lex's countenance reveals no joy. The rate of its recovery is alarmingly swift. Even within these mere seconds as the smoke clears, it has already mended the damaged flesh, continuously reinforcing the wounded area. It is evident that it surpasses the original Subject 7 by an immense margin, visibly stronger. Although the fallen bat claims his experiment has succeeded, for Lex, it is undoubtedly a complete failure. An uncontrollable entity can only be deemed a monster, rather than a weapon at his disposal. Yet he is powerless, as his life hangs precariously in another's grasp. Lex, his face darkened, inquires of the fallen bat. So, what shall we do next? Shall we allow it to wreak havoc nearby? Despite the laboratory's proximity to the outskirts, observing the creature's speed, it seems it would not take long to reach the metropolis. All it requires is patience. For the fallen bat, the unleashed Zod mutation, driven by instinct to find Clark or to rampage through the metropolis, fulfills his objectives. He knows that Clark will not stand idly by as the metropolis faces destruction. Should the Zod mutation be capable of evolving infinitely to annihilate the world, it would save him considerable effort. Beside him, Lex is increasingly eager to protest. The metropolis houses most of his family's enterprises, and any destruction would equate to significant financial loss. Before long, the Zod mutation behaves exactly as the fallen bat anticipated, obliterating everything in its vicinity before heading directly toward the heart of the metropolis. The metropolis. A tall woman clad in a white shirt enters a cafe, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Beneath her long, dark hair lies a finely sculpted visage, with strikingly deep-set features, naturally. It is her athletic legs that draw the gazes of the gentleman. Diana adjusts her glasses, unfazed by the attention, and settles into an unoccupied seat. Since the conclusion of the war, Diana has concealed herself among the populace, retiring from her role as Wonder Woman to live as an ordinary person. However, although she presents herself as a commoner, she invariably rises to confront extraordinary dangers when they threaten the world. Her visit to the metropolis is to investigate reports regarding the fallen bat. Coincidentally, various newspapers have dubbed him the Fallen Bat, implying a fallen Batman. Mind if I sit here? A voice, rich with charisma, interjects. Diana turns to find a well-built man, whom she recognizes. Through her recent investigations, she identifies him as the wanted Batman, Bruce, heir to the Wayne family, which holds the economic lifeblood of Gotham City. I would have thought you would be preoccupied with your troubles at this hour, Diana remarks casually. Bruce smiles with his muscular jaw. In fact, I have successfully cleared my name, have I not? His expression then shifts to seriousness. May I inquire about your identity, beautiful lady? Though Diana's disguise may deceive the ordinary, her every movement betrays her immense power. Bruce, having undergone training from a master ninja, easily perceives the strength she possesses. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Diana, dedicated to addressing extraordinary events within this world, and I am here specifically for the fallen bat, she states, gently adjusting her disguise glasses. Given that, shall we consider ourselves allies? Bruce muses. He remains skeptical of Diana, but verifying her identity will have to wait until he returns. As their conversation unfolds, Diana's ears perk up, and she gazes in astonishment toward a distant direction. It seems that the recent tranquility of the metropolis has been disrupted. What do you mean? Bruce inquires, still unaware of the unfolding events. At that moment, the butler Alfred conveys urgent news. Master, a 3-meter-tall monster is charging toward the metropolis's center. Be cautious. It is less than a kilometer away. Batman springs to his feet, and after listening intently, he can indeed feel the subtle vibrations of impending destruction even through the buildings. Meanwhile, Diana's expression grows serious. Judging by its aura, this creature possesses formidable strength. As the Zod mutation draws closer, 2 figures, one gold and one black, burst forth from the cafe. At this moment, clad in her armor, Diana cast a surprised glance at Bruce beside her. How did you accomplish that? What? Bruce replied, raising an eyebrow. I mean your bat suit. How did you manage to don it so swiftly? However, the light-hearted banter between the two quickly dissipated as a towering 3-meter creature, as described by Alfred, materialized before their eyes. What is this? They beheld the monstrous entity as it wreaked havoc upon the surrounding structures, reducing steel and concrete to mere rubble in its grasp, as if they were but soft clay. Easily bent and crushed, Bruce stepped forward, brandishing a bat-shaped dart that flew with precision towards the creature's throat. Clearly, this beast could not be assessed by normal standards, compelling Bruce to strike with lethal intent. Crack! Crack! The sharp bat dart sliced through the creature's throat, releasing a torrent of crimson. Yet, astonishingly, the monster seemed unaffected. With a thunderous roar, its wound began to heal, and a thicker layer of scaled armor sprouted forth around its neck. Both stood in stunned silence, witnessing the spectacle. Meanwhile, law enforcement had begun to arrive on the scene, their focus diverted from the wanted Batman to the far greater threat posed by the creature. Rat-tat-tat-tat. A barrage of ammunition rained down upon the monstrous body. Initially, the projectiles seemed to inflict some measure of harm, but within mere moments, the creature's skin began to sprout additional scales, and bone spurs re-emerged, rendering it impervious to the gunfire. Good heavens, it's evolving. The experimental subject, based on General Zod, exhibited an evolution rate and strength far superior to that of the lesser being known as Little Seven. Chapter 183, Rapid Evolution. Yet, despite the impressive display of evolution from the Zod mutant, it was still a relatively trivial matter for Diana, who possessed demigod lineage. She turned to Bruce and inquired, "What now, Mr. Bat? Do you possess any alternate strategies?" Bruce's expression behind his mask was grave, unprepared for such a formidable foe. The sheer size of Zod's mutated form was daunting, particularly since conventional firearms were proving ineffective, and the creature's defenses appeared increasingly insurmountable, its size continuing to expand. "Then it is my turn to take the stage," Diana proclaimed confidently. With a powerful thrust of her right leg, she propelled herself forward, landing before the Zod mutant. Her fists, adorned with the protective silver bracelets, aimed squarely at its chest. Crack! Crack! A series of shattering sounds echoed as, despite the creature's awareness of imminent danger, it attempted to evade. Nonetheless, Diana's blow shattered the scales and bone spurs that had proliferated on its chest. What an opportunity! A smile graced Diana's lips as her fists unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Boom! 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 The defenses at the creature's chest began to crumble under the onslaught, fragments flying in all directions. However, as it staggered backward, Diana felt her fists grow heavier. To her astonishment, she witnessed the shattered bone spurs and scales on its chest regenerate at an alarming rate, far exceeding the pace at which she could destroy them. So that when she struck again, her fists collided with the scales, producing a resounding thud. With the might of her demigod heritage, she found herself unable to breach the creature's defenses, a terrifying rate of evolution unfolding before her eyes. Before she could comprehend the situation, a massive claw struck her abdomen, sending her soaring into the air. Fortunately, Diana's own resilience allowed her to regain her footing mid-flight, landing gracefully beside Bruce. Bruce regarded the woman beside him, who resembled a goddess of war, with a peculiar expression. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was starting to grasp the profound truths of this world. Noticing Bruce's astonishment, Diana sought to demonstrate her prowess. A lasso shimmering with golden light appeared in her grasp. The lasso of truth, said to be forged from the belt of the earth goddess Gaia, compelled those ensnared to speak only the truth. However, the lasso was not merely a tool for interrogation. Its binding capabilities were equally formidable in combat. Observing the creature's frenzied behavior, Diana doubted its capacity for rational thought. In Bruce's astonished gaze, Diana shouted and instantly sent the lasso of truth spiraling toward the Zod mutant, ensnaring one of its arms. Thus began a contest of strength. As Diana's muscles tensed, she began to pull the Zod mutant, forcing it to stumble toward her. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, the Zod mutant crashed to the ground. Yet, Diana also realized with a tinge of frustration that her capabilities seemed limited. Although her strength surpassed the creature's, it was not without bounds. Currently, she found herself unable to breach its defenses or to pull it away from Metropolis. Regrettably, she had not brought her mighty weapon, the Sword of Hephaestus, to conceal her identity. Diana felt a pang of regret. Had she foreseen this predicament? Before she could ponder further, the downed Zod mutant underwent another astonishing transformation. Beneath its obsidian scales, its muscles began to convulse violently, swelling. In the next instant, its already towering form surged upward, rendering the lasso's grip ineffective. With a forceful motion, it sent Diana reeling back. It can evolve its strength too. Bruce stared wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. Unbeknownst to them, the primary distinction between General Zod and Little Seven lay in the exceptional Kryptonian warrior blood coursing through Zod's veins. Following Lex's experimental enhancements, the current form of the Zod mutant bore a striking resemblance to Doomsday. Yet, no one had yet discerned its limits. Indeed, its limits might well be non-existent. The optimal strategy to combat it would have been to obliterate it with overwhelming force from the outset. Otherwise, incrementally increasing the damage would merely provide sustenance for its evolution. As long as its body remained intact, the greater the harm it endured, the more rapid and potent its evolution would become. Just as Bruce and Diana found themselves at an impasse, the Zod mutant abruptly halted its actions. Its colossal form stood still, turning to gaze in a certain direction. It appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, prompting it to hastily stride towards that location. What lies in that direction? Diana queried, perplexed, turning to Bruce. Regardless, it's better for it to wander the outskirts than remain in the city center. Bruce replied, to put it mildly, should the creature venture into a desolate area, at least some heavy weaponry could be deployed. At this moment, the piercing roar of fighter jets sliced through the sky. See you later, Mr. Bat. Diana waved her hand and immediately sprinted in the direction of General Zod. Watching Diana vanish from his sight in mere seconds, Bruce had never felt such an intense yearning for power. Each of his comrades, having trained under the masters of ninjutsu, believed they had reached the pinnacle of human capability. Yet, reality was swift to reveal that humanity's limits were far from definitive, as the emergence of superhumans began to unfold before them. Gritting his teeth, Bruce climbed into his Batmobile, pressing the accelerator as he too headed towards the direction of Zod's monstrous form. Lex, observing this scene on the monitors, was equally astounded by the power of the creature he had created. Witnessing the path of destruction it left in its wake, Lex turned to the fallen bat beside him and inquired, what exactly do you require him for? With the ability to evolve at such speed and intensity, if left unchecked, won't he soon reach a level capable of annihilating the Earth? Chapter 184. Facing choices, the fallen bat, confronted with Lex's question, merely smiled without offering a response. The destruction of the world, wasn't that precisely his objective? As one who had lost his homeland, the fallen bat was consumed by a twisted hatred, yearning to obliterate everything, shatter the happiness of others, and extinguish the entire world. Kent Farm. Kara lay half-slumped on the couch, her eyes glued to the large television screen. Since she first indulged in a film on this device, she had remained in that position for an entire day without budging. Even her daily ritual of sunbathing had been entirely forsaken. When Clark returned home from school and pushed open the door, he was taken aback at the sight of Kara. You can't be serious. Have you been in that position since I left this morning? Yet Kara did not even glance back, casually exclaiming, wow, this monster is incredible. Even on our home planet, I doubt anyone could defeat it. Clark shook his head in disbelief, thankful that there was no computer at home. Otherwise, he could only imagine how engrossed Kara would become. As he made his way upstairs, glancing at the television, he asked, what about Lua? Is he still sunbathing on the roof? Kara mumbled, yeah, I think so. One spent the day watching television while the other basked in the sun. Wasn't that life just a tad too idyllic? At that moment, a banner on the television caught Clark's attention. Urgent notification. Damn it, Kara. This isn't a movie. Clark exclaimed in anger. It was clearly a news broadcast reporting an actual event. That monster was real. No wonder this film felt so short and more realistic than others. Kara said, suddenly enlightened. Thwack. Clark smacked his forehead in frustration. Was this really what they should be focusing on? Clark had completely regained his powers, even unlocking his ability to fly. He turned to Kara, saying, Kara, we have to do something. The footage clearly showed that the monster was impervious to gunfire, and even after sustaining injuries, it appeared to continue evolving. Continuous evolution? Clark paused, suddenly realizing, wasn't he that similar to Little Seven? With this thought, he raised his voice towards the roof. Lua, are you there? I know you can hear me. No need for further explanation. That creature is almost here. Lua's voice responded, and soon he appeared before the two. What is coming? Kara asked, but her question went unanswered by Lua. By the way, Clark glanced at his mother Martha, who was busy in the kitchen. He suddenly remembered. Where had his father gone? After a quick inquiry, Martha leaned out from the kitchen and replied, Your father went to town today. He should be back soon. Clark's complexion visibly paled. Just as he was about to dash out the door, a figure moved even faster than he could. I'll go get him. With that statement, a sonic boom echoed, and Lua had vanished into the sky. As his supervision scanned the area ahead, Lua clearly spotted Jonathan making his way towards them. Approximately 2 kilometers away, the creature resembling Doomsday had entered Lua's sight, and at its speed, it would arrive in mere seconds. Boom. As Lua suddenly landed before him, Jonathan instinctively glanced around. Lua, what are you doing here? In that brief moment, the mutated form of General Zod had detected the commotion and was approaching swiftly. I'll take you back. Boom. Jonathan felt as if the scenery around him had dissolved into illusion. When calmness returned, he found himself back in his home. Dad. Clark sighed in relief. Jonathan sensed the unusual atmosphere among the three. What is happening? However, there was no need for explanation, as the mutated form of General Zod seemed to detect the Kryptonian blood within them. Or perhaps it was a remnant of its past life. It had accurately pinpointed Kent Farm and was now less than a kilometer from the house. Lua's gaze remained fixed on the massive figure of General Zod. Each step it took covering almost 100 meters. He understood that he absolutely could not allow this creature to approach their home. In an instant, Lua vanished, appearing before the monster like a wraith. Unlike Diana and Bruce, Lua was aware that this doomsday-like beast possessed a unique ability. When it sustained damage, it would trigger its evolution. Therefore, Lua decided to employ a special strategy to counter it. His internal strength surged, enveloping him in a formidable biological force field, which he swiftly extended to encompass the area surrounding General Zod. This way, he could minimize the likelihood of the creature misinterpreting the situation as an attack, thereby reducing the chances of triggering its evolutionary mechanism. Boom. Within mere seconds, Lua had dragged it to a desolate expanse. Soon, Kara and Clark landed behind him. Why does this guy seem somewhat familiar? Clark pondered, scratching his head in confusion. Kara, having a clearer sense of Zod's bloodline, hesitantly remarked, Is he General Zod? What? Clark stared in shock at the towering creature before him. Though he held no fondness for General Zod, he was nonetheless a fellow Kryptonian and perhaps one of the few remaining of his kind in this world. The thought of him dying and transforming into a monster stirred a tinge of sorrow within Clark. Ugh, Lua remarked, noticing Clark's sentiment. He is merely a criminal from your planet. Why mourn for him? What do you mean your planet? ISN, T Krypton, your homeworld? Kara has an uncanny ability to utter the most inopportune remarks at the most inappropriate times. Leah had grown accustomed to this, and thus refrained from responding to her. Now, he found himself at a crossroads, contemplating whether to unleash his full power and obliterate this creature with his laser vision. Perhaps utilizing kryptonite could restrain it, but it might also provoke further evolution. The most prudent course of action would be to utterly annihilate it into oblivion. Chapter 185. A decision to make. Leah pondered quietly. Perhaps General Zod had already transformed into Doomsday. In the intricate tapestry of the DC universe, there exists a multitude of versions of Doomsday. Certain iterations unequivocally assert that Doomsday emerged from the metamorphosis of General Zod's body. The classic version, modified by Lex, depicts Lex conducting experiments on Zod's corpse aboard a Kryptonian spacecraft, employing Kryptonian technology in a manner befitting Lex's extraordinary intellect, thereby birthing the terrifying entity known as Doomsday. Leah softly uttered the name Lex, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. He recalled the moment when the fallen Batman had taken General Zod away and couldn't help but speculate whether these two had indeed allied to harness Zod's remains in the creation of Doomsday. The more Leah contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, especially as he gazed upon the grotesque form of the creature before him. Although it differed slightly from the conventional understanding of Doomsday, the aura of destruction it radiated, along with its chaotic and frenzied state, mirrored that of Doomsday itself. It was undoubtedly Doomsday. Leah solidified this thought within himself. Though current indications suggested that the genesis of Doomsday may not have employed the orthodox technology of the Kryptonian spacecraft, it was likely that Lex, with his prodigious intellect, had already charted an alternative course to discover other sufficient means. Thus, the Doomsday standing before him, while perhaps slightly inferior to its original form, was still a formidable foe with an evolutionary capacity that was astonishingly beyond imagination. At this moment, Leah struggled to reach a resolution. Why had he come here? Was it to enhance the unlocking of his silver Superman template? Was it truly worth the risk of failing the system's mission merely to confront this creature? Meanwhile, Kara and Clark found themselves engaged in a perilous standoff with Doomsday. The creature had nearly lost all semblance of reason, its eyes ablaze with fury, unleashing mindless roars akin to a beast thirsting for vengeance as it charged recklessly towards the trio. Realizing the impending danger, Kara and Clark hastily ascended into the sky, attempting to distance themselves from Doomsday. However, it was evident that Doomsday was relentless. It leaped from the ground with such force that each jump caused the earth to tremble violently, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Despite its repeated falls, both were astonished to witness that with each descent, Doomsday's subsequent leap reached greater heights. The steadily increasing elevation seemed to proclaim its astonishing evolutionary speed. "Stop!" Leah suddenly shouted, halting Kara and Clark's ascension. "If we continue to fly upward, Doomsday may very well evolve the ability to fly as well." Clark and Kara exchanged apprehensive glances, realizing the implications. "So that's why it's called Doomsday?" "The name fits rather well," Clark remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. Having possessed extraordinary abilities since childhood, his evolution had been gradual and painstaking, taking considerable time and effort to finally achieve flight. Yet, here was Doomsday, poised to rapidly gain the ability to fly simply due to its insufficient jumping height. Such a terrifying rate of evolution was enough to make even the steadfast Clark feel a twinge of dread. "What should we do now?" Kara's voice trembled with fear. She suddenly noticed that the creature seemed to be shifting its direction toward the farm. "Get away from there." Clark's eyes flared with rage as he recognized this perilous trajectory. At that moment, his only thought was to protect his mother and father. In a surge of urgency, he felt a powerful force building within his eyes, which began to itch and swell. The next instant, crimson beams erupted from his eyes, shooting forth like twin searing swords toward Doomsday. The beams sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. There was no gradual evolution process. Clark's heat vision, unleashed for the first time, proved formidable as it precisely struck Doomsday's legs. In an instant, Doomsday's legs were severed, its massive form losing balance and crashing to the ground in a fit of furious roars, sliding several meters and kicking up a cloud of dust. However, before Clark could even exhale in relief, an astonishing scene unfolded. Under Clark's incredulous gaze, the severed stumps of Doomsday's legs began to twist and writhe at a visibly rapid pace. In mere seconds, two brand new legs sprouted forth, appearing even more robust and powerful, adorned with dark, scaly armor. "What on earth did Lex inject into it? This is excessive," Leah exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. He suddenly realized that he had significantly underestimated the terror of the Doomsday before him. The evolutionary speed of this incarnation was likely even swifter than he had previously imagined. Such an extraordinary capacity for regeneration and evolution was truly unprecedented. "Watch this," Kara cried out, her eyes gathering red beams once more. At this juncture, her heat vision was indeed stronger than Clark's, and she intended to incinerate Doomsday to ashes. Yet, Leah extended his arm, blocking her. "Do not attack recklessly." Leah's voice carried an undeniable authority. While Kara's abilities might currently surpass Clark's overall, it was doubtful she could entirely eradicate Doomsday. If her heat vision caused it to evolve once more, it could render any future intervention futile. At this moment, Leah understood that perhaps it was time for him to make a choice. "Allow me to handle this," he declared, slowly descending toward the ground. Chapter 186, Incinerated to Oblivion. In his second journey to the DC universe, Leah had always navigated life as if he were an observer in a game, approaching everything with an attitude of enjoying the experience. However, deep within, he was acutely aware that this was a tangible world. Jonathan, Martha, Clark, and others, each of them was a living presence to him, perhaps on the path to fulfilling the tasks set forth by the system. There exists a shortcut directly leading to the conclusion. This shortcut entails adopting a laissez-faire attitude toward the rampant force of Doomsday before him. One could simply stand by, observing with a cold gaze as this entity, endowed with an almost limitless capacity for evolution, continues to grow ever more formidable. With its astonishingly rapid evolutionary pace, it would not be long before it becomes a harbinger of annihilation. At that juncture, the entire Earth would succumb to its madness, rendering even kryptonite incapable of posing a substantive threat. Rather, it might very well serve as sustenance for its further evolution, aiding it in transcending all limits. Once the Earth is utterly obliterated by doomsday, the so-called unjust league would naturally cease to exist. In such a scenario, wouldn't the tasks assigned by the system be effortlessly accomplished? Alas, my heart remains too tender. Leah tilted his head slightly toward the sky, softly voicing this lamentation. He could have chosen the easier path, devoid of any risk. What do you mean by too tender? Clark's naive voice rang from behind Leah, filled with bewilderment as he hurried to stand beside him. Confusion flickered in Clark's profound eyes regarding Leah's words, but soon, his gaze was drawn to the distant doomsday. Racing toward the farm, his expression shifted to one of urgency as he exclaimed, "If we don't stop it, it's going to the farm. Leah, please, think of something." Leah nodded slightly, comprehending Clark's anxiety and recognizing how vital his family was to him. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "Remember, you owe me a favor, Clark." With that, he slowly turned, directing his gaze toward the raging doomsday below. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy pulsated around Leah's form, the powerful aura igniting the very air, creating a cacophony of crackling sounds. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Leah transformed into a blur, charging toward doomsday. This time, he held nothing back. Every muscle in his body was taut, veins bulging as he swung his fists down upon doomsday with the ferocity of a tempest. Each blow encapsulated his full strength and fury, the heavy impacts reverberating through the air like the tolling of a death knell. Under the onslaught of Leah's relentless strikes, Doomsday's armored body began to fracture, limbs and torso splintering apart, shattered remnants flying in all directions, accompanied by a spray of black blood. Boom! Just as signs of regeneration flickered within Doomsday's body, two thick beams shot forth from Leah's eyes. The searing light, akin to twin blazing swords, began to dissolve Doomsday's shattered form from top to bottom. Doomsday let out a pained roar, filled with despair, thrashing its remaining body in a final struggle. At this moment, the flesh of its body had been nearly obliterated by the rays, leaving only a mass of bones barely upholding its faltering life. So tenacious? Leah scoffed coldly, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. In a mere second, he traversed to and from the farm at a speed exceeding 40 Mach. Upon reappearing before Doomsday, Leah clutched 3 glowing green kryptonite stones. When General Zod was transformed by Lex, it was the gas mixed with green kryptonite that caused his initial demise, only to be bizarrely resurrected by the red kryptonite's influence. Although Leah was unaware of this, it did not deter him from conceiving the notion of using green kryptonite against it, a fortunate stroke of serendipity. Now, confronted with the 3 green kryptonite stones in Leah's grasp, Doomsday instantly displayed a fearsome countenance, even momentarily disregarding the laser beams Leah directed at it. "Give it to me. Die!" Leah roared, his gaze brimming with savagery. Without hesitation, he thrust the 3 kryptonite stones directly into Doomsday's head, unleashing the laser once more. Bang! The kryptonite detonated, erupting into a cloud of green powder. As Leah was enveloped by the kryptonite dust, the intensity of his laser beams did not wane. Rather, they surged even further. Under the formidable suppression of the green kryptonite powder, Doomsday's extraordinary regenerative and evolutionary abilities were finally momentarily halted. Consequently, as its form was incinerated by Leah's laser, it could no longer regenerate and evolve as before. In mere moments, the once massive and terrifying silhouette of Doomsday had vanished, entirely scorched to nothingness, as if it had never existed in this world. Leah descended gently to the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief as he stood quietly, awaiting the system's announcement. However, after a prolonged silence, the familiar voice in his mind did not materialize. A flicker of confusion arose within Leah's heart. Odd. Could it be that the system does not consider the death of Doomsday as a kill? Or perhaps Doomsday is merely a manifestation of the deceased General Zod. Thus, it is not classified as a living entity. Or could it be that this iteration of General Zod does not belong to this universe, having been brought here due to the spatio-temporal disturbances caused by the 2 Flash characters? Of course, all of this remained an enigma to Leah, for Doomsday had been rendered to oblivion. Nonetheless, it was a relief that the task seemed not to have failed. That was, in any case, a positive outcome. Below, Kara gulped nervously. Gulp. She turned stiffly to Clark, inquiring, "Is Leah usually this ruthless?" At that moment, Kara began to ponder if she had ever inadvertently offended Leah. Well, Clark, too, appeared somewhat dazed, as this ferocious side of Leah was a sight he had never witnessed before. Chapter 187. The Return of Power. After Doomsday was scorched to nothingness by Leah, it seemed as though nothing had been altered. the once ravaged metropolis returned to tranquility, and a week passed in such a manner. Have you yet to locate that individual? Lex Luthor furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and impatience as he questioned those below him. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, he could not conceal the restless aura emanating from his increasingly chaotic situation. Ever since the experimental subject had departed, he only knew that it had fled to Smallville. Yet its precise location remained elusive. Now, with a week gone by, Doomsday appeared to have evaporated from existence, inciting considerable wrath in the fallen bat. Within the fallen bat's vision, Doomsday, in its future evolution, could potentially rival the Joker, a being who had irrevocably altered his fate. A creature capable of near-infinite evolution, imbued with chaotic tendencies. Should it reach the multiverse level, the inevitable clash with the Joker loomed on the horizon. Yet now, all plans were thrown into disarray by this sudden disappearance, his inner fury nearly impossible to contain. I'm afraid, my lord, one of his subordinates responded with trepidation. We have already dispatched individuals to search that area. However, aside from the signs of road damage leading towards Smallville, we have uncovered no further clues. In fact, due to the swiftness of Doomsday's emergence, the military had yet to mobilize before he fell into the hands of Rua. Moreover, the desolation surrounding Kent Farm rendered it devoid of surveillance. Thus, from the public's perspective, Doomsday's whereabouts have become an enigma. Surely, you do not expect me to believe he simply vanished into thin air? A glimmer of malice began to surface in the eyes of the fallen bat. His voice low and frigid, he paced in the darkened corner, his black cloak fluttering slightly with each movement, the oppressive aura intensifying. The location where that fiend ultimately disappeared was less than a few hundred meters from Kent Farm. If anything had indeed caused the experiment to vanish, it would be prudent to inquire with the owner of Kent Farm. Lex reluctantly offered a solution that was not truly a solution. Yet for the fallen bat, having witnessed Rua's prowess, that near-terrifying strength still lingered in his mind, leaving him hesitant to return to Kent Farm. For an entire week, Bruce Wayne and Diana Prince had been tracking Doomsday. As their investigation unfolded, they too discovered that Doomsday had mysteriously vanished after nearing Kent Farm. At this moment, outside Kent Farm, the five gathered. Rua stood quietly, the only one among them unfamiliar with the tall woman. However, upon Bruce's introduction, the name Diana swiftly piqued Rua's interest. Wonder Woman, is it? This marked Rua's first encounter with Wonder Woman of this era, and it was undeniable that, much like Clark's glasses, Diana's disguise bore a significant difference from her semi-divine visage and battle armor. Hey, wait a moment, Bruce. Are you implying that he was the one who defeated that nearly infinitely evolving creature? Diana inquired, her gaze filled with uncertainty as she looked at Rua. The azure depths of her eyes sparkled with confusion. She struggled to fathom how one might utterly obliterate something as formidable and uniquely terrifying as Doomsday. She had faced countless powerful foes in a previous war where the world seemed to be drenched in gunfire, yet the might and peculiarity of Doomsday left her astounded. Bruce was not one to speak lightly, prompting her to turn to Rua, seeking a definitive answer. Does the truth truly matter? After all, that creature is dead now. Rua replied nonchalantly, his tone devoid of gravity, as if it were merely a trivial matter. Indeed, for Rua, dispatching Doomsday was not the challenge. The real difficulty lay in the resolve he had summoned that day. It's you. Bruce had reached a conclusion. His gaze bore into Rua, as though attempting to see through him entirely. Despite having approached Rua previously to express intentions of an alliance, the ever-strengthening superhuman continued to gnaw at his sense of unease. He was obstinately convinced that unchecked power would only herald endless calamity. Much like those past villains who had succumbed to their avarice for strength, charting their paths toward destruction. He has grown stronger. Bruce contemplated inwardly. He recalled his previous encounters with Rua. Each meeting seemed to reveal new transformations, his power ever increasing, a growth rate that filled Bruce with trepidation. If Rua's abilities were indeed on the rise, could he become even more fearsome than the previous monster? This question swirled in Bruce's mind, prompting him to reevaluate his relationship with Rua and the impending crisis confronting their world. Much like Diana beside him, who too possessed capabilities beyond the ordinary. As superpowered criminals grew ever more formidable, Bruce began to envision uniting the superpowered individuals around him. The nascent concept of an alliance began to take shape in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, Rua had already commenced preparations for establishing the Justice League. However, for Bruce, uniting everyone would not prove to be an easy task. His doubts regarding Rua, the enigmatic nature of Rua himself, and the ongoing emergence of superpowered criminals weighed heavily on him. Shaking his head, Bruce suddenly realized he might be overthinking. His purpose in seeking Ruaya was not to discuss the perils of superhumans. Besides, at present, Ruaya stood as the most formidable superhuman in Bruce's eyes. Had Ruaya been privy to Bruce's thoughts, he might have instructed him, through a fist, on the virtue of not overthinking matters. Just as Ruaya was about to articulate further thoughts, an inexplicable surge of emotion surged within him. Observing Ruaya abruptly fall silent, the other four turned their gazes toward him. "Ruaya, are you unwell?" Clark inquired with concern. Yet, with no kryptonite in proximity, how could someone of Ruaya's strength experience discomfort? Achievement unlocked. Injustice League cleared. A voice resonated within Ruaya, shocking him. It was the long-absent system notification. Why had the success notification for the mission appeared a week after defeating Doomsday? Ruaya was uncertain which of his actions had led to this success, but he felt an overwhelming force returning. Chapter 188. Breaking the Limitations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A tempest roared to life. And immense waves of energy erupted from Ruaya, surging outward with fervor. The violent energy swirled around him like an enraged dragon, provoking a fierce storm. The tempest expanded in a spiral from Ruaya, and wherever it passed, sand and stones flew, and the heavens themselves seemed to change hue. What on earth is happening? The others stood aghast at this sudden turn of events, their eyes glued to the epicenter of the storm. This gale bore a power that mere mortals could not contend with, particularly Bruce, as Ruaya and Kara were Superman and Supergirl, and Diana boasted divine lineage. He, however, was merely a robust human. Amidst this maelstrom, he struggled to brace himself against the ground, leaning forward with all his might to shield his face from being swept away by the wind. Ruaya had his eyes tightly shut as the system's voice echoed incessantly within his mind, the cold, mechanical tone reverberating in his consciousness. The path of the strong extends beyond mere slaughter. The system's words resonated like a great bell in Ruaya's mind. Compassion towards the weak is also a virtue of the strong. You have completed the Injustice League. Upon your return to the Marvel Universe, rewards will be granted. Countdown to return, 3 days. TSK. Ruaya clicked his tongue. Hearing the system's declaration, he scoffed. You speak true, yet I choose to disregard it. Although the reward pertaining to the Silver Superman template had yet to be dispensed, the powers of the Silver Superman template surged back to him like a tide at that moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Ruaya's form was instantly enveloped in a resplendent glow, radiating brilliance akin to that of a deity. Amidst the astonishment of the others, Ruaya vanished from his original position as if teleported. His speed was unparalleled, so swift that even Clark and Kara, endowed with extraordinary vision, could not discern his movements. In the blink of an eye, a fleeting shadow passed, and then Luya vanished without a trace. When Luya re-emerged, he stood before the radiant yellow sun. The vast expanse of the cosmos, a realm fraught with the unknown and peril for humanity, was rendered inconsequential in the face of the sun's searing heat, which could reduce everything to ash. Yet, for Luya, these formidable barriers had become mere trifles. He floated serenely, feeling the solar winds rush past him, the scorching energy particles dancing around him as though they were sustenance. Releasing his limitations, the power within him ignited like a barrel of gunpowder, rapidly ascending. Planetary, subdivine, divine, he broke through each barrier, his every surge in strength accompanied by a dazzling display of energy radiating from his form. Ultimately, he successfully returned to the divine tier. In that moment, Luya appeared as the sovereign of this universe. Exhaling softly, a contented smile graced his face. The sensation of being unshackled was simply exquisite. He stretched out his arms as if to embrace the entirety of the cosmos, reveling in the exhilarating freedom bestowed by this boundless power. Is it true that I have but 3 days left in this world? Luya furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing something amiss. To the average person, 3 days equate to 72 hours. However, with the existence of the Flash's superspeed, this peculiar power could very well extend time without limit. Moreover, the two Flashes, one old and one young, had already disrupted the balance of the multiverse with their presence. Now, as Luya, embodying the essence of the Silver Superman, calmed himself and attuned to the flow of time, he realized that in this heightened state, he sensed no semblance of divine speed. This clearly indicated that his power adhered to the rules of strength originating from the Marvel Universe, devoid of any unique forms of speed. Thus, should those two Flashes choose to stir trouble once more, he would be left without the ability to reverse time, potentially placing himself in a precarious situation. Yet, this was not mere paranoia. Having attained a divine level of power, Luya could now distinctly perceive the presence of those two individuals. For reasons unknown, they had not departed this universe, continuing their pursuit, with layers of spatial rifts forming around them. Some healed automatically, while others remained, serving as connections within the multiverse. Fortunately, the Elder Flash seemed to retain some semblance of rationality, consciously preventing the fabric of this world from being ravaged. Very well. If they dare to cause chaos in these final 3 days, let them find eternal rest in this universe. A glint of resolve and ferocity flashed in Lua's eyes, and a powerful aura radiated from him, distorting the surrounding space ever so slightly in response to his determination. And now, Lua cast a malevolent gaze towards the earth. At that moment, the fallen bat, still in the company of Lex, was lost in contemplation regarding the disappearance of Doomsday. Suddenly, his body stiffened, as if an invisible force had gripped his soul tightly. He clearly sensed the violent fluctuations of power surrounding him. It was a horrifying force, as if some dreadful entity was observing him from a distant horizon. The sensation of being scrutinized like an ant by a deity sent chills down his spine, causing cold sweat to break out on his brow, dampening his disheveled hair. Boom! In that instant, an explosive sound erupted without warning, reverberating like thunder in Lex's ears and causing his eardrums to ache. A tremendous shockwave crashed over him like a surging tide, instantly toppling Lex. He felt as though he were a mere leaf, swept away by a ferocious wind, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. As he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain and struggling to rise once more, the fallen bat, who had been beside him moments ago, had vanished. Lex's eyes widened in terror and confusion as he scanned his surroundings, only to find chaos, smoke, and dust, with no trace of the fallen bat to be seen. What is happening? This world, why is it becoming increasingly surreal? Lex lamented helplessly within himself. Meanwhile, the fallen bat had materialized in the cosmos, before Lua. At that moment, Lua's biological force field unfurled, allowing him to survive in the starlit void. You? Lua chuckled. To hell with compassion. He reached out, grasping the air. Crack. Chapter 189. Black Lightning. One must acknowledge that the fallen bat was indeed a tough character. Even in death, he remained silent. Little did the fallen bat anticipate that his misfortune would lead him to the singular world where Lua existed. Had he ventured into another universe, his foreknowledge of the future could have potentially enabled him to create a cataclysmic doomsday. In a remote corner of Earth, cloaked in the shadows of time, the Elder Flash felt an exhaustion unlike any he had ever experienced, as if he could collapse into slumber at any moment. Yet, he pressed on, chasing the embodiment of youthful recklessness that was the young Flash. Time had drained some of his stamina, yet it had also bestowed upon him a deeper understanding and mastery of super speed. His strength should have granted him the upper hand, yet he was simply too fatigued. With every sprint of the young Flash, a fissure tore through the fabric of time and space, connecting to the void, which could lead to destruction or another timeline-esque universe. The Elder Flash, with no choice but to pursue, poured all his energy into mending these rifts, making his steps increasingly heavy as he failed to close the gap. They say that no one knows oneself better than oneself. However, the Elder Flash could never have anticipated being ensnared by his own actions. Barry, you can't keep running. The Elder Flash called out, his voice a pained admonition steeped in regret for past missteps, tinged with a flicker of hope for a chance at redemption. He understood that the grave errors he had committed were eroding the very foundation of the multiverse. Only by stopping the young Barry could he hope to restore balance. If only he could prevent his younger self from continuing down this path, perhaps the situation could stabilize. In this long and harrowing chase, the Elder Flash, utilizing his more refined command of super speed, finally bridged the distance between himself and the young Flash, successfully closing in behind him. He reached out to grasp the young Flash's shoulder, demanding, "Stop." However, just as his fingertips were about to make contact, a force from the depths of darkness seized one of his legs like a cold iron clamp. "You stop." A raspy voice, filled with rage and despair, thundered from behind him. In the next moment, an irresistible surge of power crashed over him like a tidal wave, causing the Elder Flash to lose his balance and fall heavily to the ground. At the moment of a violent collision with the ground, he instantaneously lost his grip on the speed force, the expansive realm he had summoned dissipating in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the young Flash, unbalanced without the guidance of the elderly Flash, plunged recklessly into a rift in space-time that radiated an ominous, profound darkness. Struggling to lift his head, the elderly Flash beheld a figure seemingly coalesced from shadows and despair. This being, cloaked in an obsidian hue, appeared as the very embodiment of dark power. While purple lightning pulsated across its inky form, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. The essence radiating from this figure bore a familiar decay that resonated deeply within him, as if the suppressed darkness within his own soul was crying out. When his gaze fell upon that haunting visage, a wave of profound shock and terror surged within the elderly Flash. The face burned with a fierce desire for vengeance, its features grotesquely contorted by agony and hatred, evoking an inexplicable thought in the depths of his heart: that creature is me. The Speed Force endowed the Flash with unparalleled velocity, establishing him as one of the swiftest beings in existence. Yet, time and again, the swiftest among us seem to bear an inherent tragedy. No matter how fast one runs, they cannot outrun their destiny. Under the sway of mistakes and ignorance, the Speed Force in his hands had devolved into a harbinger of chaos and destruction. In the universe inhabited by Black Lightning, the world had fallen under the dominion of General Zod. To reverse this grim reality, the Flash was compelled to run, to return to the past, and alter the present. However, the multiverse operated under a rigid and inviolable set of laws. Each universe functioned like a meticulously crafted grand clock, its timelines and destinies precisely predetermined since the dawn of creation. Any attempt to forcibly alter this order was akin to recklessly tampering with the gears at the core of the clock. A single misstep could precipitate a catastrophic collapse of the entire cosmic structure, reducing everything to nothingness. Poor Barry, time and again, harnessed the Speed Force to reverse time, altering events of the past. Yet, each modification birthed temporal paradoxes, triggering a cascade of unforeseen repercussions as fresh calamities surged forth like a relentless tide. Within this endless cycle of turmoil, disparate timelines intertwined like a labyrinthine vine, giving rise to various incarnations of the Flash, each bearing distinct fates and missions, yet all ensnared in the cosmic storm wrought by temporal paradoxes. The Black Lightning standing before the elderly Flash was a manifestation of himself evolved and twisted in an alternate future. This future was rife with suffering, regret, and despair. Black Lightning had been ensnared in an endless vortex of time alterations since his youth, perpetually obstructed by his future self. Thus, unlike the elderly Flash, who had traversed a series of experiences, his form had not aged in accordance with a normal timeline. Instead, he remained trapped in a state of youthful resilience, yet ravaged by torment and hatred. Gazing upon this simultaneously familiar and alien version of himself, the elderly Flash felt his defenses crumble. He had believed he could prevent the recklessness and ignorance of his youth, yet now even his future self had become an uncontrollable variable. He collapsed helplessly to the ground, his eyes filled with confusion and despair. Black Lightning, like a frenzied beast, with eyes aflame, tightened his grip around the elderly Flash's throat, squeezing ever harder. "I could have changed everything, but why do you stop me?" Each time he was on the verge of altering the past, restoring the world to its rightful path. A future version of himself thwarted his efforts. The elderly Flash struggled to speak. "We cannot arbitrarily alter the timeline. It could lead to the collapse of the universe. I have experienced this firsthand." Chapter 190. Get out of my universe. In this realm crafted by the Speed Force, the elderly Flash faced the nearly maddened Black Lightning with a heavy heart filled with exhaustion and resignation. Black Lightning resembled a wild beast, his eyes ignited with fury and obsession, roaring madly, "That is because you don't run fast enough, nor are you strong enough." His deranged demeanor threatened to ignite the entire universe. "Look at me. Your failures do not dictate my capabilities. I will surely excel beyond you." As he deepened his mastery of the Speed Force within his own universe, he had reached the ability to run at speeds multiples of light. The sole belief sustaining him was to alter the past and save his family, stubbornly convinced that if he were powerful enough, he could shatter all obstacles and reconstruct the shattered trajectory of fate. In his distorted perception, the reason other versions of himself failed repeatedly was merely due to their inadequate strength, while he, Black Lightning, would be the sole savior to break the shackles of destiny. Have you ever considered that altering the past is a paradox in itself, entirely unrelated to the swiftness of your speed? At that pivotal moment, as the tension reached a breaking point, a youthful voice suddenly echoed from behind them. The unexpected sound caused both the elderly Flash and Black Lightning to freeze. Black Lightning turned to see a golden-haired young figure hovering effortlessly in the air, emanating a mysterious and unique aura, the prior words having escaped his lips. Regaining his composure first, Black Lightning was soon overtaken by a chilling realization. This was his exclusive domain, crafted through his ultimate command of the Speed Force, where any outsider should have been ensnared by its rules, moving with great difficulty, as if mired in quicksand. Yet, this golden-haired youth floated effortlessly, unaffected by the Speed Force's constraints. In reality, possessing the silver Superman template, Leo was still far outpaced by Black Lightning in terms of speed. Compared to Black Lightning, who could traverse the universe at multiples of light speed. Even the elderly Flash's time-honed velocity was beyond his current reach. After all, in the DC universe, he was still at the nascent stage of the silver Superman template, yet to truly claim the rewards of the system. Of course, speed alone did not equate to superiority in power. The Flash, despite his ability to exceed light speed, lacked matching strength in other aspects. Without the protection of the Speed Force, his corporeal form was merely that of an ordinary superpowered individual. What do you mean? Black Lightning gritted out through clenched teeth. Suppressing his unease and doubt, Leo raised his chin slightly, shrugging his shoulders as if to say that for both individual and multiversal contexts, no matter how fast you are, you cannot alter the past, for that is the essence of time's paradox. If you change the past, then the future cannot unfold. Since the future cannot happen, how could you even contemplate returning to the past? Thus, while the Flash could rely on his Speed Force to repeatedly return and alter the past, each change ultimately spawned new disasters. That was the fundamental truth. He possesses the ability to alter the past, yet lacks the capacity to mend the fractured timeline. Leo paused for a moment before continuing. Whether you desire to change the past or to obliterate the world, it bears little relevance to me. At this juncture, his expression turned icy. However, if you insist on fighting, I kindly ask that you do so in your own universe. Do not bring devastation to mine. Upon hearing Leo's merciless words of expulsion, Black Lightning instinctively filtered that segment. His mind was currently entangled in Leo's explanation of temporal paradoxes, plunging him into a profound state of distraction, his gaze vacant and bewildered as he murmured, "Are you implying that no matter how powerful one may be, they cannot change the past? Does that mean my mother is destined to die?" No. I did not say that," Leo interjected hastily, waving his hand to interrupt Black Lightning's despairing musings. "I did not assert that the mightiest cannot alter the past. For the concept of temporal paradoxes is insignificant to true powerhouses." Although Leo was merely at the level of a celestial father at that moment, he maintained a clear understanding of the hierarchy of strength. Once one transcends to the level of a cosmic overlord, standing atop the pinnacle of omnipotent cosmic power, altering the timeline becomes astonishingly effortless, devoid of any lingering repercussions. At that exalted realm, rewriting the past is akin to an author revising their own narrative. With a mere flick of the pen, one can erase previous content and recreate it according to their whims, the entire process flowing seamlessly and unhindered. Furthermore, Leo extended his long and powerful finger, pointing directly at Black Lightning. "Your destinies are of no concern to me, but should you fail to vacate my universe, then you shall meet your demise." As these words left his lips, an overwhelming sensation akin to a cosmic tempest surged forth from him, resembling an enraged sovereign of worlds, sweeping towards Black Lightning and the elderly Flash. This force was Leo's biological field, which, akin to how his speed could not perceive the Speed Force, was also something absent in the DC universe. In the state of the silver Superman template, his biological field had even transformed into a domain. This elucidated why Leo could maneuver freely within Black Lightning's Speed Force domain. Black Lightning bowed his head in silence. His life had been a struggle against fate, striving to outrun a dismal past. Now, someone was telling him that the past could indeed be changed, but only if one possessed sufficient strength. How could he possibly reconcile with that? Observing Black Lightning raising his gaze once more, Leo chuckled softly. "It appears you have made a grave error in judgment." Meanwhile, the elderly Flash stood to the side, quietly watching the unfolding events. He could sense Leo's strength, realizing that aside from speed, he was utterly outmatched in every other aspect. Perhaps it was amusing, yet at that moment, he thought, maybe he can stop me. Black Lightning shook his head. "I still wish to give it a try? Then prepare to die." Without further ado, Leo erupted into action. Chapter 191, Biological Field versus Speed Force Die. As this final word detonated within the confines of this space, the azure of Leo's eyes ignited with a fervent energy, akin to surging magma coalescing. The radiance intensified until it reached a peak, subsequently erupting like a volcano, unleashing two beams of devastatingly high-temperature heat vision, darting forth with astonishing swiftness. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The terrifying heat seemed to emanate from the most searing core of a star deep within the universe. No, it was far more potent. Wherever it traversed, the fabric of space appeared to be manipulated by unseen hands, rippling with twisted distortions. Black Lightning held an undeniable advantage within the Speed Force. Hence Leo unleashed his attack without reservation, pouring all his strength into the heat vision. However, what caused Leo to furrow his brow was that those two beams, capable of effortlessly annihilating the Earth, passed through Black Lightning's seemingly corporeal form without any subsequent feedback. In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze, with only the residual warmth of the heat vision causing the air to quiver slightly. Something is amiss. Leah squinted, and at that moment, Black Lightning's once clear figure began to dissipate like a fleeting dream. It turned out the entity he had pierced was merely an illusion he left behind. Black Lightning's speed was extraordinarily formidable. Utilizing his speed force, he created a false image at multiples of light speed the instant the heat vision was unleashed. Meanwhile, his true self had silently shifted to Leah's flank. A black fist flew directly towards Leah's face, a smile creeping across Black Lightning's lips. Whoosh! Just as Black Lightning's right fist was mere millimeters from Leah's visage, it struck an invisible barrier. He felt as though his fist was ensnared by a viscous and powerful force, as if trapped in an immensely thick mire, rendering any exertion futile. At that moment, Black Lightning's heart brimmed with shock and confusion. He had never encountered such a scenario. In his past battles, he could effortlessly breach any foe's defenses with his speed force, striking at their vulnerabilities. Yet this golden-haired youth shattered his comprehension. In the instant Black Lightning was momentarily dazed, Leah's eyes once again erupted with two scorching beams of heat vision. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The crimson light cleaved through space, its searing temperature capable of instantaneously vaporizing all existence. Nevertheless, thanks to his speed of multiples of light, Black Lightning adeptly evaded the attack. What on earth is happening? After stabilizing his stance, Black Lightning was filled with inquiries. His gaze remained fixed on the golden-haired youth, Leah, as he pondered inwardly. He discerned that while Leah was indeed significantly slower in terms of speed, his neural reflexes were extraordinarily heightened, enabling him to accurately track Black Lightning's movements and react defensively in a timely manner, even amidst attacks delivered at multiples of light speed. At the same time, Leah recognized the troublesome nature of Black Lightning's speed force. After all, the speed force is a mysterious power that transcends conventional physical realities. Based on Leah's current strength, if his speed could reach the speed of light, he would have ascended to the level of a singular universe. Not to mention that Black Lightning was moving at multiples of light speed. Leah's ability to barely keep up was indeed at the limit. However, Leah made an unexpected discovery during this confrontation. He realized that his biological field exhibited a remarkably potent restraining effect against the speed force. Theoretically, Black Lightning, having activated his speed force domain, should possess enough power to traverse time and space at will. Under such circumstances, it should be relatively effortless for him to strike Leah. Yet, the reality was that his attack, initiated at multiples of light speed, was firmly kept at bay by Leah's biological field, unable to breach even a fraction. So, could it be that this is due to a clash of two differing sets of rules? In the depths of Leah's gaze flickered the light of contemplation as he began to scrutinize the underlying reasons with meticulous care. Regardless of whether it was the speed force or the biofield, both exhibited a remarkably critical commonality. When the host velocity reached an exceedingly terrifying threshold, they effectively maintained the stability of both the host and the surrounding environment, thereby averting self-destruction due to rapid motion. Take the Flash, for instance. Were it not for the otherworldly presence of the speed force, his body would have disintegrated into nothingness under the immense pressure of high-speed movement. Even before reaching the speed of light, much like a spacecraft traversing the atmosphere at high velocity, without specialized heat shielding and pressure-resistant mechanisms, it would be torn to shreds by the intense heat and pressure in an instant. Thus, all these phenomena seem to find reasonable explanation. In the context of a singular universe, both the speed force and the biofield represent a unique existence that transcends the conventional laws of physics. They resemble a mysterious code hidden within the cosmos, only triggered and revealed under specific conditions, as exemplified by the Flash and the Kryptonian lineage. However, this realization left Leah acutely aware that the dynamics of the battle had grown increasingly complex. While he possessed the capability to obliterate Black Lightning with a single strike, the issue lay in his inability to match the latter's speed. Similarly, Black Lightning, when confronted with Leah, held only speed as his singular advantage. Even if Leah relinquished the biofield, his opponent would find it utterly impossible to breach the formidable physique of the Silver Superman template. It is worth noting that while Superman may be somewhat lacking in magical defenses, his physical defenses are maximally fortified. At that moment, Black Lightning, after launching a series of relentless attacks on Leah, found himself unable to even graze Leah's form, and a sense of retreat began to blossom within him. He perceived that his absolute advantage in speed rendered prolonged engagement with this suddenly appearing golden-haired youth unnecessary. His objective was to eliminate his future self, not to become ensnared in a protracted struggle that could lead to his own downfall. Meanwhile, the elderly Flash seemed to sense Black Lightning's intentions. A flicker of determination crossed his weathered visage as he abruptly swung his arms, causing a dazzling display of electricity to illuminate his surroundings like a serpentine dance. As Black Lightning focused all his attention on Luya, the elderly Flash erupted with all his might. Swiftly seizing Black Lightning's legs in a manner so rapid it was akin to a flash of lightning, his frail, yet powerful arms clenching tightly. The elderly Flash understood that allowing Black Lightning to escape through speed would render any future attempts to locate and thwart him nearly impossible. He had to eliminate him. Chapter 192, Brain, think of a solution. In this desolate world distorted by the speed force, the figure of the elderly Flash appeared exceptionally solitary and forlorn. Once, he had a blissful family, like-minded friends, and as a guardian of justice in a vibrant world filled with hope, he was a hero. Yet, he had lost everything. The laughter of his family echoed in his ears, and the memories of comrades fighting alongside him remained vivid, but now, he wandered alone in this shattered timeline. After dedicating his life to the pursuit of justice, the elderly Flash realized he was exacerbating a mistake into a greater catastrophe. He had to stop Black Lightning. This was his sole mission now. Gripping Black Lightning's legs tightly, the elderly Flash summoned the remnants of the speed force within him, striving to counter the formidable and near-terrifying power of his adversary. His hands bulged with veins from exertion, his face etched with resolve and determination. Every muscle tensed. Every cell roared with defiance. He would fight for the beautiful world he once knew, even if this power was minuscule. Without a moment's hesitation, Luya's eyes glinted with icy resolve as two searing beams of heat shot forth towards Black Lightning. Wherever the beams passed, the desolate land crafted by the speed force was instantly obliterated into nothingness, a massive circular crater forming amidst swirling dust. Regrettably, the Flash did not possess the ability to grow stronger with increasing rage. The elderly Flash had overestimated his own strength. As Black Lightning continued his dark transformation, his physical form had already far surpassed that of a typical Flash. His muscle tissue, bone density, and nervous system had mutated under the insidious influence of the speed force, rendering him nearly indestructible and incredibly responsive. With a mere flick, he broke free from the elderly Flash's grasp, his body darting aside like a streak of black lightning, evading the lethal heat vision. Perhaps you were right. At that moment, Black Lightning did not feel anger towards Luya's lethal intent. Instead, his eyes reflected profound weariness and resignation. He had resolved to depart, to pursue the flicker of hope that remained within him to reclaim his family. Thus, he found himself strangely tranquil, indifferent to the devastation he might inflict upon other worlds. All he desired was the return of his loved ones. In truth, Black Lightning bore a striking resemblance to Luya in certain respects. He cared little for the fates of other universes. If sacrificing others could restore his own, he would do so without hesitation. Deep within, he longed for the world where his beloved family resided, where familiar streets and buildings echoed memories of his life. Now, all of that had been ruthlessly stripped away, leaving him with nothing but an endless yearning and a desire to return to the past. Luya furrowed his brow, his silver-grade superbrain whirring into action. Within his mind, torrents of data, information, and past battle experiences surged forth, tirelessly analyzing the current predicament. At present, neither his formidable super physique, which could withstand various physical assaults while exhibiting extraordinary strength and speed, nor his destructive heat vision seemed capable of imposing any substantial limitations on Black Lightning. The latter's speed force had reached an almost grotesque level, his body appearing to merge with the speed force itself, allowing him to react instantaneously and evade any attack. What means exist to restrain him? Luya incessantly queried his own mind, every neuron racing to uncover Black Lightning's weaknesses. Suddenly, his superbrain appeared to devise a solution, as power surged within him, birthing a brand new ability in his consciousness. Freeze breath. Luya's Superman template was far more complex than portrayed in films. Each of his abilities corresponded to peak power at the appropriate moment. This freeze breath, a potential unleashed amidst adversity, was the perfect amalgamation of his internal energy and the silver Superman template. As he observed Black Lightning attempting to carve open a rift in space-time to escape, Luya opened his mouth and exhaled forcefully. Whoosh! A tempest of frigid winds erupted before him. This storm was unlike any ordinary cold breeze. It harbored a terrifying power capable of freezing all in its path. From the ground beneath him, the desolate world sculpted by the speed force began to freeze layer by layer. Wherever the freeze breath reached, it was as though space had been paused. and the flow of time slowed to a crawl. The once soaring dust was instantaneously transformed into ice particles, suspended motionlessly in the air. The frozen breath, not merely capable of freezing tangible objects, under the impetus of the Lua's silver Superman template power, could even halt the very fabric of time and space. Soon, under the astonished gaze of black lightning, the rift he had cleaved through time and space became encrusted with frost, ultimately becoming as solid as an entity, completely encased in ice. The rift, once radiating a piercing brilliance, was now sealed by layers of ice, reminiscent of a venomous serpent trapped in amber, its toxicity rendered impotent. A gentle tap with his hand produced a crisp crack. A chilling force, as if intent on solidifying the very soul, emanated from the ice block. What manner of power is this? Black Lightning gazed up, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He had never fathomed the existence of such a force capable of countering his speed force. When he surveyed his surroundings once more, everything had transformed into an icebound world. Even the crackling arcs of electricity that once symbolized his unparalleled speed were now sealed by this extreme chill. Lua offered no response, as the frozen breath continued unabated. Crack, crack, crack. At last, the frost began its ascent from Black Lightning's feet, and this time, even with his speed force, he could no longer run. In this endless cycle, the Black Lightning, who had perpetually raced without respite, finally found himself able to pause and rest. I'm sorry, everyone. Perhaps my strength is truly insufficient. I ought to have done better. Mother. Black Lightning uttered his final words, his gaze seemingly traversing time and space, returning to the past. The elderly Flash silently observed the unfolding scene before him, embodying the profound solitude that Black Lightning felt. He too shared in that desolation. After all, he was the past of Black Lightning, yet he was also the future of the young Flash. Everything had come to an end. Chapter 193. Kara, are they trying to kill me? In that peculiar realm shrouded by the speed force, the elderly Flash resembled a weary old man, half kneeling despondently on the frigid ground. Surrounding him, Black Lightning had just been encased in ice by Lua's frozen breath. The once tumultuous speed force now losing its source and gradually receding from this realm. As the speed force dissipated, everything around them began to lose its essence, becoming increasingly ethereal and indistinct, the entire domain crumbling away in a manner that seemed almost hopeless, dissipating like a magnificent dream on the verge of conclusion. When everything finally reverted to its former state, the ice-encased body of Black Lightning began to resemble a mirage, becoming faint and insubstantial. Lua approached the elderly Flash, a hint of reflection in his gaze. He extended his hand and gently patted the elderly Flash's trembling shoulder, softly stating, "It seems your future has been altered." The elderly Flash, a superhero who had dedicated his life to running tirelessly for his family and friends, slowly lifted his weathered head. His eyes revealed boundless fatigue. Yet there was a flicker of resolve, as if he had never truly relinquished hope throughout this lengthy journey through time. His voice was hoarse and deep, echoing from the depths of time. "It is time for me to depart." After a brief pause, he added, "I know he is still attempting to alter the past. My mission is not yet complete." The he here undoubtedly referred to the young version of himself. Despite Black Lightning's current absence, the younger Barry continued to struggle against the currents of time, striving to rewrite his predetermined fate. Lua nodded slightly, his demeanor calm as he replied, "Of course. Do as you wish." Yet, a glint of warning flickered in his eyes as he cautioned, "But remember, no matter which universe you wish to disrupt, do not return here." The elderly Flash involuntarily shuddered, the chilling power that Lua had displayed earlier flashing through his mind. The ability to freeze even space itself was indeed daunting. He did not fear death, yet he had no desire to court it either. Clearly, the universe of Black Lightning possessed a significantly higher combat prowess, and their actions within this realm could unleash irrevocable calamities. Just as General Zod had prematurely shattered the tranquility of this universe, and the fallen Batman, who should not exist here, brought forth unknown terror and chaos. Moreover, the preemptively created Doomsday, a terrifying entity capable of annihilating all in its path, left only desolation and despair in its wake. Suddenly, a brilliant thought struck Lua. It seemed he had recalled something of utmost significance. Doomsday? His mind began to race, gradually realizing the profound connection between the Doomsday that General Zod had transformed into and the impending emergence of the Injustice League. The very source of all this turmoil might well stem from the Flash's meddling with the timeline. Due to the disruption of the timeline, every action he took could potentially trigger a series of unforeseeable consequences, akin to the butterfly effect. However, this no longer concerned him. Black Lightning was dead. and thus his final obstacle within this world had been removed. Luya mused inwardly, his gaze fixed intently on the elderly Flash. The elderly Flash summoned the Speed Force once more, and beside him, a rift in time and space slowly opened. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the rift, continuing his pursuit of the young Flash. If my future power is sufficient, perhaps I shall assist you in rewriting your fate. So now, Barry, pursue, chase after your destiny. Luya gradually withdrew his gaze, refocusing on the direction of the Kent farm on Earth. A faint hum of energy vibrations resonated, and Luyua's figure dissipated like a wisp of smoke, gradually vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself in the attic of the Kent farmhouse. Oh, I wonder if the green kryptonite's debilitating effects still persist against me, Luya pondered. Previously, the kryptonite had been unable to fully suppress him due to his heritage not being purely Kryptonian, having undergone a unique transformation by Joe. Yet now, with his silver Superman template restored, he was theoretically no different from a Kryptonian. It was then he suddenly recalled that the 3 pieces of kryptonite he had originally possessed had long since been utilized in his battle against Doomsday. But that is of no consequence. A faint smile graced Luyua's lips. He gently closed his eyes, and upon opening them, activated his supervision. In an instant, the entire landscape of Smallville unfurled like a painting within his mind. Every street, every building, and even every fragment of kryptonite concealed in the corners of his awareness was vividly etched within his consciousness. He slowly opened one hand, and an immense, intangible force surged forth from his palm. Instantly, all the kryptonite seemed to be drawn by an invisible power, rapidly detaching from their original positions and hurtling towards Luyua's grasp. Cough. As the kryptonite approached, Luya could palpably sense a familiar and oppressive sensation overwhelming him. Although these shards of kryptonite could no longer significantly suppress his abilities, the deep-seated discomfort remained. This was, after all, to be expected, for the potency of kryptonite should never be underestimated. Nevertheless, the fact that they could be drawn to him was indicative of his greatly diminished control over the silver-tier Kryptonian bloodline. What on earth is happening at home? At that moment, Kara's terrified voice echoed from below. She had been leisurely seated on the couch, indulging in chips while watching television. However, when she inadvertently glanced upwards, she was left dumbfounded by the sight of kryptonite swirling above her. Good heavens, one doesn't need this much kryptonite to kill me. Chapter 194. A farewell before parting fortunately. The storm of kryptonite above Kara flickered momentarily before being drawn upwards towards the attic by an unseen force. For a brief moment, the air seemed to solidify, leaving only the howling sound of kryptonite slicing through space. Cough, cough, cough. Kara was struck by the radiation emitted from the kryptonite, prompting a few coughs. Then it struck her. Why were these shards flying towards the attic? The answer was clear. Luya, despite the fleeting experience with Black Lightning in the Speed Force realm, time in the real world had not ceased its relentless march. Several days had quietly slipped away, precisely mirroring Luyua's initial concerns. In the realm shaped by the Speed Force, time was suspended and distorted, utterly diverging from the normal timeline of the outside world. If several speedsters continued their sprint, he might indeed find himself unable to return to the Marvel Universe. At that moment, Kara, battling both physical and emotional discomfort, charged towards the attic like a whirlwind. She forcefully pushed open the slightly weathered wooden door. With a creak, the scene before her shattered all her previous perceptions and imaginings in an instant. What is happening? Kara gasped in astonishment. She understood better than anyone the lethal effects of green kryptonite on Kryptonians. Each step closer brought an agonizing sense of pain and helplessness that could drown a Kryptonian. Yet at this moment, she watched in disbelief as the kryptonite, like fervent worshippers, fervently congregated towards Luyua's palm. But her astonishment did not end there. Luya resembled a deity from an unknown dimension, casually toying with the shards of kryptonite. Suddenly, despite no real sound reaching Kara's ears, she distinctly perceived in her mind the sound of fabric being torn asunder by a razor-sharp blade. Following that, a pitch-black, profound fissure slowly materialized where Luyua's fingers had traced. Luya, you. Kara was left speechless, her mind flooded with an array of questions like a dam bursting. She wanted to inquire why the kryptonite was responding to his call, what the sudden fissure led to, and how many more secrets and abilities he possessed. Yet, overwhelmed by the multitude of inquiries, she found herself at a loss, unsure of where to begin. Luya appeared to see through Kara's inner turmoil and confusion, and without any intention of concealment, he candidly stated, Kara, I am soon to depart. What do you mean? Kara stood frozen, her eyes betraying a glimmer of confusion and misunderstanding. In that instant, a flicker of joy surged within her. She mused. Could Leah be returning to Gotham City? Or perhaps to some other place? Regardless, as long as he left, she would no longer be under constant scrutiny, nor would she be coerced into attending school. I must return to the place that rightfully belongs to me. Leah's voice remained calm. Although both the Marvel and DC universes initially appeared to him as a fantastical tapestry woven of light and shadow, within the Marvel universe, he held cherished family and friends, along with the warmest and most precious emotional bonds that resided deep within his soul, known as family. Upon hearing this, Kara was momentarily taken aback, but then, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, she snapped back to reality, her gaze fixated intently on Leah, swiftly correlating the astonishing abilities he had just exhibited with his words, deepening her confusion. But hasn't our home planet been destroyed? How will you return? Clearly, she had misunderstood once again, thinking that Leah's departure meant he was heading back to Krypton. No, Leah gently shook his head. I have already stated that I am not a Kryptonian, nor do I belong to this world. Everything here is, to me, more akin to a marvelous adventure and journey. Perhaps one day in the future, when I possess the power to rewrite the story, I will return here to reshape a world filled with hope and beauty for all of you. Kara furrowed her brow, evidently struggling to grasp Leah's words. Isn't our world beautiful as it is? Why must you change it? Upon hearing Kara's retort, Leah was momentarily taken aback. Then he sighed and nodded with a wry smile. You speak the truth, Kara. I have long been overly fixated on pursuing perfection, wishing to mold everything according to my desires. Yet I have overlooked that. For you and the people here, while life may be fraught with challenges, it also possesses its own beauty and warmth. Even if I could rewrite history to create a seemingly flawless world, it would ultimately be a mere figment of my imagination. Perhaps not the place where you truly wish to reside. Leah lowered his gaze slightly, silently reviewing the system interface within his mind. He discovered that he still had some time before returning to the Marvel Universe. After exiting the Speed Force realm of Black Lightning, he would have at least 2 more days to remain. Although brief, these 2 days would suffice for him to properly address all matters here and bid farewell to his friends. After all, in this DC universe, Clark and the others were also his friends. Leah was unwilling to allow this world to descend into chaos and crisis again after his departure due to factors beyond his control. He knew that with his current abilities, he was far from capable of completely rewriting the narrative of the entire DC universe. It would likely require him to attain the legendary Gold Supreme level, possessing the transcendent power to alter time and space without being ensnared by fate. With these thoughts in mind, Leah raised his head once more, directing his gaze towards a certain direction. Subsequently, his form was as if caressed by a gentle breeze, instantaneously transforming into a fleeting shadow of light, vanishing from the spot, leaving only a bewildered and perplexed Kara standing within the loft. Kara gazed at the place where Leah had disappeared, scratching her head in utter confusion, muttering to herself, Today, Leah is rather peculiar. What on earth was he saying about leaving? At the Iceberg restaurant, the Penguin was savoring his afternoon tea, the happiest meal he had enjoyed since being nominated for the mayor of Gotham City. Indeed, just this morning, Mr. Cobblepot, the Penguin, had appeared on the candidate list for the upcoming mayoral election. Chapter 195, The Death Sentence. In the chilly streets of Gotham City, Leah's silhouette appeared somewhat ethereal, yet exuded an air of inscrutable mystery, standing quietly outside the Iceberg restaurant. Even the biting cold wind seemed unable to disperse the unique aura surrounding him. His gaze pierced through the restaurant's glass, directly observing the interior, as he pondered silently. Perhaps, for the Penguin, this is the best conclusion after all. In just a few days, the speed at which the Penguin had risen within Gotham City was astonishing, as he had successfully positioned himself among the mayoral candidates. This city, interwoven with darkness and crime, was on the brink of a new transformation. Leah had no intention of stepping into the Iceberg restaurant. Instead, he gently raised his hand, reaching into the air, and a document appeared in his grasp as if drawn by invisible threads. Opening the folder, he found it contained a detailed account of all the competitors in Gotham's mayoral race. His eyes scanned the information rapidly, and he realized that the Penguin had few rivals. In the Marvel Universe, the cosmic universe had undergone monumental changes over the passage of time. After Leah's departure, the entire universe had descended into endless chaos. The once serene cosmic expanse was now filled with vibrant colors, yet these dazzling lights did not symbolize hope. For the beings residing here, they heralded death, representing the invasion and merging of the multiverse. The current cosmic universe had collided with 2 other universes, and at the chaotic confluence, 3 sovereigns emerged, each representing their respective universes. Among them, the Infinity Hulk, seated upon his throne, radiated a chilling aura, his power seemingly capable of tearing everything asunder. In a state of ultimate eruption, he could barely graze the threshold of multiversal level, a force potent enough to make the entire universe tremble. Each of his roars resonated like thunder from the depths of the cosmos, echoing in the boundless void. Slightly inferior to Infinity Hulk was Infinity Ultron, also known as Six-Gem Ultron. His cold mechanical form shimmered with a metallic sheen under the cosmic light, endowed with unique thoughts by the Soul Gem, granting him an extraordinary starting point from the moment of his inception. His power soared to the level of a singular universe. Infinity Ultron secured his place amid the tumultuous clash of the three universes. However, while the Infinity Gems served as the source of his strength, they also shackled him from breaking through his limits. Advancing from singular universe level to multiversal level proved exceedingly arduous, as if an invisible wall loomed before him. Lastly, there was the mechanical new god of the cosmic universe, or rather his other name, Tony Stark, the genius who had once wrought countless miracles in mortal form. After inheriting the 6 gems left by Rua, Stark successfully elevated his power to supercelestial level. His form was no longer purely humanoid, but had morphed into a peculiar existence that fused machinery and gem power. In his standard state, he towered nearly 100 meters high, resembling a metallic monolith, radiating an immense aura. Unless he deliberately shrank himself, that colossal figure remained his hallmark on this cosmic battlefield. Beneath Stark, Wanda, empowered by the Infinity Gems, had successfully evolved her scarlet magic. Her own strength had ascended to celestial level, becoming Stark's companion in battle. At this moment, she gracefully descended, landing lightly before a mechanical being that emanated a myriad of colors, which was Stark. Leader. Intelligence from the guard team indicates that the Hulk gang has clashed with Ultron's mechanical minions again. Wanda's voice rang out, crisp yet tinged with concern. Stark slowly opened his eyes, his golden-hued pupils resembling the distant stars of the universe, revealing a semblance of divinity. His gaze seemed capable of piercing through the cosmic mists, perceiving the smoke of battle on a far-off battlefield. Their two factions clashing may not bode well. Stark's voice was deep and magnetic, resonating in the vastness of space. How so? Inquired the curious Bruce Banner, his green skin appearing somewhat odd under the illumination of the Infinity Gems. They have been at odds for far too long. I have a premonition that this time they may unite to annihilate our universe first. A flicker of worry crossed Stark's metallic visage, a concern for the fate of the cosmic universe. Although supercelestial level could equate to singular universe level at its lower limit, it did not imply he could face a fully realized singular universe powerhouse head-on. Without relying on the 6 gems' power within their own universe, the cosmic universe might have already been conquered, reduced to mere cannon fodder for other universes. At that moment, Stark's towering form suddenly erupted with radiance, akin to the most brilliant star in the universe bursting forth. Following this, the light gradually receded, and his body slowly shrank to a normal human size. He fixed his gaze intently on the 6 gems before him, murmuring, "Rua, where on earth have you gone?" In truth, Stark understood that given Rua's displayed strength at that time, he might not even be able to confront Infinity Hulk and Infinity Ultron directly. Yet, Rua's invincible figure had been deeply etched into everyone's hearts. In this perilous moment, he couldn't help but think of that individual who once brought hope and miracles. In the distant realms of the other 2 universes, amidst an abyss of darkness, Infinity Hulk and Infinity Ultron towered like indifferent deities, coldly observing their subjects engaged in fierce combat below. On the battlefield, the cacophony of battle echoed thunderously, energy beams crisscrossed, and explosions illuminated the dark cosmic expanse in flickering light. Yet, in the eyes of the 2 sovereigns, this was merely an inconsequential farce. As beings possessing supreme authority and strength akin to that of a creator god, the live struggling, fighting, and even dying amid the flames of war were nothing more than expendable pawns to them. Their gazes were cold and hollow, as if life held no more value than mere chess pieces to be manipulated at will. With their extraordinary abilities and realms, they required no formal meetings or exchanges. In this vast and boundless cosmic dimension, an invisible yet potent connection bound them together. Merely through the fluctuations of thought, they could accurately perceive each other's intentions. Thus, in that profound and silent realm of thought, their ideas swiftly converged and collided, soon arriving at a consensus powerful enough to shake the 3 universes, the annihilation of the cosmic universe. These 4 succinct words heralded the death sentence. Chapter 196, Power, Enhancing. Enhancing. In the DC universe, Rua suddenly sensed an inexplicable energy surging within him, intensifying like a vortex. Simultaneously, as his power escalated, He felt his body becoming increasingly ethereal. The DC universe is rejecting me. Although the system had granted him 3 days, it seemed the DC universe was unwilling to prolong the matter any further. Luoya now felt akin to an aberrant virus, being fervently expelled by the DC universe. Time is of the essence. He attempted to resist this intangible force, yet found it utterly ineffective. This power represented a cosmic scale far beyond Luoya's current capabilities. Nevertheless, it seemed that when I returned next, it might threaten some unseen existence, perhaps a deity or a creator. That entity appeared to be incensed by Luoya, and the rejection reaction intensified dramatically. As his body grew more insubstantial, Luoya realized it was time to return. However, before departing, he extended his hand towards a distant point in deep space, summoning a tremendous pull. Suddenly, a golden stone materialized in his grasp, the golden kryptonite. The existence of this golden kryptonite could completely nullify Kryptonian abilities, yet at this moment, Luoya's powers belonged to an entirely different paradigm. The DC universe had expelled him, meaning that any lessons from it could no longer affect him. In the classroom, Clark heard Luoya's voice resonate beside him, prompting him to look up from his notes in bewilderment. Luoya, where are you? Could this be a newly unlocked ability of yours? How vexing. I'm so envious. Clark, there's no time. I've left you a gift, right on your bedside table. But remember, do not open that box lightly. It possesses the capability to erase your Kryptonian heritage. If you ever encounter a desperate fellow like yourself in the future, it might lend you some assistance. Luoya was uncertain when he would return to the DC universe. Perhaps the worst-case scenario would require him to become a cosmic being of omnipotence first. I don't understand, Luoya. Perhaps we can talk after school? There's no time, Clark. Until next time, remember to bid farewell to Uncle Jonathan and Aunt Martha for me. Wait, Luoya. Clark's heart raced, wanting to say more. However, Luoya's voice had already vanished entirely, leaving Clark with an unsettling feeling that Luoya had truly departed. As Luoya sensed his body becoming increasingly insubstantial, upon reaching a critical threshold, his form reverted to reality. Simultaneously, the surge of power within him intensified rapidly. Silver Superman Template Unlock Progress 10. Silver Superman Template Unlock Progress 20. The system's announcements echoed in his mind, and with each notification, Luoya felt his strength erupting at an astonishing rate. Silver Superman Template Unlock Progress 99. Ultimately, the unlocking of the Silver Superman template halted at 99%. Divine energy manifesting within Luoya. Where am I? He realized he had returned to the Marvel Universe, yet was oblivious to his exact location within it. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With a thought, he reappeared on Earth. The ultimate power of the Silver Superman, within a singular universe, where thoughts become reality. At that moment, Stark felt a familiar sensation and lifted his gaze towards a particular point in the void. Suddenly, a figure materialized, and like an old friend reuniting, Luoya waved. Long time no see, Tony. Stark, faced with this familiar visage, found himself momentarily at a loss. Just as Luoya had departed silently all those years ago, his reappearance was equally abrupt. I can't be dreaming, can I? Despite having imbued himself with the divine essence of a singular universe, Stark felt as if he had reverted to his former human state when facing Luoya. Nice armor. Is this the latest model of the Mark suit? Luoya jested, pointing at Stark's form. Stark finally regained his composure, realizing that the Luoya before him was indeed real. Hey, Stark chuckled. Do you know who you're talking to right now? The ruler of the world, the master of the cosmos, the new god of machinery. Even in this form, Stark, you're still such a show-off. Luoya could clearly sense Stark's ultra-celestial power. Stark's human soul limitations prevented him from directly ascending to the status of a singular cosmic entity like Infinite Ultron. Of course, it was possible that Stark's future potential could reach even greater heights. It seems you've encountered quite the predicament, Luoya observed, gesturing to their surroundings. At that moment, he perceived that although Stark stood on Earth, he was actually situated within a peculiar domain. Outside this realm, ordinary individuals appeared oblivious to the happenings beyond the universe. Stark chuckled ruefully. I'm afraid, Luoya. Perhaps I really am not cut out to be a leader. The 6 stones in my possession do not exert much power. Thus, I had to completely shield Earth from existence. Luoya nodded in understanding. Even with the same infinity stones, individual strength could still vary significantly. Stark extended his hand to his chest, and the 6 stones detached from his body. Perhaps they should return to their rightful owner. Luoya, you can surely wield them better than I. With Luoya's return, Stark felt it was time to set down the burden he had carried. The 6 infinity stones represented an absolute enhancement of his power, Yet they also bore a monumental responsibility concerning the entire universe. No, Tony, you should keep them. I have no need for them now. As he spoke, Luoya raised his hand, pushing the 6 stones back into Stark's body. Feeling this irresistible force, Stark's eyes widened in astonishment. Luoya, you've grown stronger. He was certain that Luoya could now completely suppress him while wielding the stones. Meanwhile, with a thought, Luoya expanded his consciousness, reaching the outer edges of the universe. To be precise, he found himself at the intersection of 3 universes. Sensing the presence of Infinite Hulk and Infinite Ultron, Luoya chuckled softly. Troublesome opponents have arrived. Infinite Hulk, I hope he can take a beating. Chapter 197, Freeze Everything. Now, the 3 of them, all singular cosmic-level powerhouses, could naturally sense one another's presence. With Luoya's arrival, the battle between Infinite Hulk and Infinite Ultron immediately ceased, rendering their prior decisions moot with the entry of this new singular cosmic-level powerhouse. Luoya, can you tell me your true strength now? Although Stark had his suspicions, he still wished to hear it directly from Luoya himself. Haven't you already guessed? Luoya slowly opened one hand, and a vortex swiftly formed within it, soon giving rise to a starfish-like life form. What do you think? Luoya gestured towards the starfish in his hand. In truth, I had envisioned crafting a humanoid figure. Yet my familiarity with the 99 unlock level of the Silver Superman template is not sufficiently profound, resulting instead in the creation of a starfish. The ability to conjure life from thin air? Stark's expression bore a hint of astonishment. Such prowess undoubtedly reached the echelon of a singular universe. Would you like to return and take a look? Everyone misses you, Stark inquired, recovering from his astonishment. Just as Luo was about to nod, a torrent of pheromones suddenly permeated the void. Yes, please hold on a moment. With the final word uttered, everything around Luo began to freeze in place, with Stark being the sole entity allowed to move. What manner of ability is this? A suspension of time? Stark queried, curiosity evident in his tone. Indeed, Luo affirmed. Within this singular universe, I have fashioned an absolute realm of stillness. To be candid, the 99 unlock level of the Silver Superman template merely grazes the limits of singular universe capability, and Luo found himself less than satisfied. Fortunately, only 1% of the unlocking remains. According to the system's customary patterns, vanquishing either the Infinite Hulk or Infinite Ultron should suffice to achieve completeness. With a soft snap of his fingers, Luo and Stark traversed the endless expanse of space. By the time Stark perceived the surrounding stillness, they had arrived at a vividly colorful juncture of realms. Beyond this point lies that being's universe. Tony, please wait for me here. Stark's power emanates from the 6 infinity stones of his own universe. As the 3 universes have yet to fully merge, should Stark venture into Infinite Ultron's universe, his abilities would be significantly diminished. Should he be instantaneously annihilated by an attack of singular universe caliber, Luo could not guarantee his retrieval. However, Luo's situation was markedly different. His strength derived from the Silver Superman template, allowing him to navigate any singular universe with equal prowess. Stark nodded in agreement, but reiterated, "It would be prudent to bring the stones. They may offer you some assistance." Luo shook his head, his form beginning to shimmer ethereally. He had already reached the pinnacle of singular universe strength. Augmenting with the Infinity Stones would yield no alteration in his power, a notion Stark failed to grasp. As Luo's essence solidified once more, he found himself facing Infinite Ultron, whose body was adorned with the 6 stones. "Greetings, Luo." Infinite Ultron seemed to recognize Luo's name, a fact not surprising given that he, too, was an omniscient entity within the singular universe. Yet, Luo paid little heed to Infinite Ultron's greeting, surveying the surrounding area. It was evident that within his universe, all semblance of soul had nearly vanished. Perhaps only Iron Spider remained as the last survivor. Nevertheless, this posed no concern. By eliminating him, Luo could restore this universe to its former glory. Luo had no intention of meddling in the affairs of other universes, yet regrettably, Infinite Ultron had provoked his ire, rendering it an effortless task. At that moment, Infinite Ultron increasingly resembled a deity, unperturbed by Luo's words, instead offering counsel. The universe harbors countless mysteries. There are innumerable universes akin to ours. Thus placing our strength within that multiverse renders us mere ants. Clearly, Infinite Ultron had begun to touch upon the zenith of singular universe capabilities, likely due to his consumption of a portion of primordial cosmic energy. He continued, "Perhaps we need not become adversaries. By stepping outside our universe, the world shall expand." Luo scoffed, "Such eloquence. Pray tell, do you possess the capability to transcend your universe? Or rather, do Do you dare to venture beyond it? Infinite Ultron's power was entirely contingent upon the 6 Infinity Stones. Thus, should he detach from his universe, his annihilation would be imminent. Yet, his demeanor remained composed. You speak truthfully, but I can consume my universe, merging it into the multiverse. This notion had long occupied Infinite Ultron's thoughts. He had yet to devise a solution for the weakness posed by the Infinity Stones. Thus, he contemplated merging his essence with his universe, a feat requiring monumental strength. After all, there exists considerable disparity between singular universe levels. That is inconsequential, Lua declared, extending a hand. An invisible cage materialized around Infinite Ultron as the fabric of space began to fracture. Within my universe, I am immortal, Infinite Ultron confidently proclaimed. Subsequently, his form fragmented into thousands of silhouettes, dispersing around Lua. The figures within the cage were crushed into oblivion, yet this bore no consequence. As long as I desire, I can manifest anywhere within the universe, unless you obliterate my universe alongside me. This conviction was the cornerstone of Infinite Ultron's confidence. His flawless utilization of the 6 stones had irrevocably bound him to his universe, and it was impossible to annihilate an entire singular universe at the singular universe level. Perhaps Lua could, with a mere thought, extinguish all life within the cosmos, but to obliterate the entire universe presented a challenge of immense proportions. Lua remained silent, consulting his superintellect for a solution. Ultimately, the superintellect's resolution remained, obliterate everything. Perhaps I shall proceed in this manner. A chilling breath of frost was exhaled once more. Yet this time, the potency of the frost far surpassed that which he had unleashed against black lightning. Surroundings began to freeze, extending outward at an unfathomable pace. From the vantage point of the multiverse, the entire singular universe appeared akin to a frozen orb, with all aspects, time and space, encased in ice. Chapter 198. Remove the Stones. At the vast cosmic juncture, Stark's figure appeared remarkably diminutive, yet strikingly prominent. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the apocalyptic tableau before him. Directly ahead, the universe inhabited by Infinite Ultron had been enveloped by an endless expanse of ice crystals. The entire cosmic space seemed ensnared by an invisible hand, dragged into eternal winter. Whether it be the resplendent rivers of stars, or the colossal, diverse planets, or even the formless streams of energy traversing the cosmos, all were ensconced in a layer of chilling, crystalline ice. Stark could acutely sense the penetrating cold emanating from the alternate universe, akin to the most frigid specter of the cosmos. Despite the seemingly infinite distance separating him from the frozen universe, the chill was profoundly palpable and real. It felt as though, with merely another moment's pause, he would succumb to the freezing grip of this other-dimensional frost, his very soul at risk of eternal confinement within this frigid abyss. Is this truly Lua's ability? Stark marveled internally. His thoughts drifted back to every moment since their acquaintance, each encounter invariably leaving an indelible impression. This instance, without a doubt, elevated that astonishment to unprecedented heights. Deep within the universe, ensnared by impenetrable ice, Infinite Ultron resembled a solitary statue imprisoned in an icy cell. However, his body was firmly restrained by the chilling forces of the frozen cosmos, rendering him utterly immobile. Yet, his cognitive framework, meticulously crafted from machinery and intelligence, continued to operate at a remarkable velocity. The 6 Infinity Stones, once emblematic of unparalleled power within the universe, now flickered beneath the icy shackles, emitting a feeble and impotent glow, as if they were desperately striving to break free. Nevertheless, when assessed from the elevated perspective of cosmic power dynamics, Lua had already ascended to a pinnacle beyond compare. Presently, the entirety of the universe lay encased in ice under Lua's absolute dominion, signifying that the entire energy network upon which the 6 Infinity Stones relied had been completely frozen. They had transformed into super machines devoid of power, their residual energy merely a faint echo, incapable of interacting or merging with the external cosmos. In this moment, the Infinite Ultron found himself ensnared within his own labyrinthine thoughts. He could conceive countless strategies in his mind to combat Lua and escape the icy confinement. Yet, within the tangible expanse of the cosmos, he resembled a soulless husk, unable to translate any abstract actions into reality, helplessly watching as he slid inexorably towards the abyss of annihilation. Crack, crack, crack. The 6 crisp and chilling sounds resonated like the death knell tolled by the Grim Reaper. Lua extended a hand, ruthlessly prying each of the 6 Infinity Stones from the chest of Infinite Ultron, one by one. As the final stone was removed, Infinite Ultron's body appeared to lose its core support, instantaneously draining away vitality and thought. Particularly, the departure of the Mind Stone and the Soul Stone siphoned away the most critical essence of life and the spark of wisdom from his being. The once vibrant body, glimmering with metallic sheen and technological allure, began to decay at an observable pace, fading into a dullness reminiscent of ancient relics eroded by time. The brilliance that once shone in his eyes like burning stars flickered for a brief moment before extinguishing rapidly, leaving behind an expanse of unending darkness and silence. You are indeed correct, but you have forgotten that your own body is exceedingly frail. Rua, with the 6 stones in his grasp, felt a torrent of ideas surge through his mind regarding the perfect utilization of these artifacts. He slightly raised his arm, and with a gentle wave, the stones seemed to receive an unspoken command, erupting in a radiant light bright enough to illuminate the entire universe. Under this dazzling brilliance, the planets that had been transformed into mechanical puppets by Infinite Ultron shed their cold, metallic exteriors in the blink of an eye, reverting to their original natural splendor. Simultaneously, the beings who had been altered and slain by Infinite Ultron returned to their rightful places as if time itself had reversed, their souls summoned back from distant shadows, reinvigorated within their bodies, as the breath of life once more permeated the universe, akin to the conclusion of a harrowing nightmare. In the laboratory, the Iron Spider and Peter were deeply engrossed in the subsequent research of human enhancement serums. The Iron Spider's distinctive metallic suit shimmered with a cold and unyielding luster under the bright laboratory lights, while his mechanical eyes flickered with complex data and intricate analytical charts. Peter, furrowing his brow, clutched a research report tightly, his gaze fixated on deciphering the patterns within the data and exploring potential avenues for improvement. Yet, amid this tranquility, the Iron Spider seemed to be stirred by an invisible force. His mechanical eyes, previously focused on experimental data, suddenly shifted, revealing a glimmer of alertness and uncertainty. He slowly lifted his head, fixating on a particular direction in the void, as if he could see some disturbance deep within the universe beyond the laboratory walls. What's wrong? Peter, sensing the Iron Spider's anomaly, turned his head in curiosity towards his metallic counterpart. In that instant, the Iron Spider's gleaming form began to tremble violently, as if manipulated by an unseen force. Before Peter could react, a shocking scene unfolded within the laboratory. Iron Peter regained his corporeal form. "You!" Peter exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief, his expression a mixture of astonishment and wonder. This sensation was utterly surreal for him, akin to seeing his reflection in a mirror suddenly step forth and stand before him. However, before they could exchange further words, Peter Parker from the Infinite Ultron universe was abruptly yanked by a powerful temporal force, vanishing in an instant, transported back to his original universe. Rua, observing the 6 Infinity Stones, flicked his fingers, sending each stone to the 6 extremities of the universe. These points were the most potent sources of cosmic energy, and by placing the stones there, anyone attempting to locate them in the future would face formidable, universe-level obstacles. For after Rua's sealing incantation, acquiring these 6 Infinity Stones would necessitate a power level exceeding that of a singular universe. However, for those who had already attained such strength, the power boost offered by the Infinity Stones was relatively limited, rendering the pursuit of them an unnecessary endeavor. Returning to the cosmic dawn, Rua gazed upon the long boundary line stretching across the cosmos. With his current capabilities, he could not yet delve deeper into the merging singular universes for further intervention and control. To completely separate 2 converging singular universes was a power reserved for multiversal entities, a feat far beyond the limits of his singular universe capabilities. After much contemplation, Rua erected a formidable seal at this boundary, providing a relatively reliable barrier for the temporary stability of the universe. The moment Rua returned, Stark appeared beside him as if conjured from thin air. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "How did it go?" His voice carried a note of eager anticipation, despite having already surmised the outcome. Rua smiled gently and replied, "Rest assured, the Infinite Ultron of that universe has been utterly vanquished." However, Rua's gaze did not linger on Stark for long. He turned slightly, directing his attention once more to another cosmic boundary, that of the universe inhabited by Infinite Hulk. He could distinctly sense the unique essence and existence of that universe, and also keenly noted that its expanse seemed significantly diminished compared to normal conditions. He murmured to himself, "Has it been consumed?" Infinite Hulk appeared to sense something as well. From across the cosmic boundary, he perceived the demise of Infinite Ultron, after which all information from the opposing universe was severed. Interesting. On his throne, Infinite Hulk's expression bore no trace of fear. Instead, he grinned widely, exclaiming, "How fascinating! Ha ha ha!" Queens. Since Lua's departure, everything appeared unchanged. The familiar streets and buildings remained, and the people continued their ordinary yet bustling lives. The once feared alien invasion now felt like a distant and hazy memory. Chapter 199, The Weakness of Infinite Hulk. Just like any other day, Peter concluded his busy schedule and returned home. He deftly pushed open the familiar door to his home. Yet an unsettling sensation quietly spread within his heart. Peter was oblivious to the cause, but he sensed that something in the world was subtly shifting. Perhaps it was the ironclad companion, who had been his steadfast ally, now mysteriously absent. This thought stirred a profound sense of loss and unease within him. Upon entering the house, he found Uncle Ben still away, while Aunt May sat alone on the sofa, dozing. Since Luya's departure, the home seemed to lack its usual vibrancy. Peter gazed at Aunt May, her face etched with fatigue and weariness, the passage of time increasingly evident upon her features. It had been far too long since he had seen Luya, and thoughts of him lingered in Peter's mind. Cautiously, he treaded lightly across the living room, wary of disturbing Aunt May, before retreating to his own room, gently closing the door behind him. Leaning against the door, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling that only within this small sanctuary could he truly unwind, he approached his bed, lying down on the narrow yet comforting mattress, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Lost in thought. Though Peter was a household name as a superhero in the outside world, it was within this home, in this confined space, that he could truly experience a singular warmth. "Mr. Stark, there are matters I must bring to your attention. Iron Peter has vanished today," Peter murmured into the emptiness. Since Mr. Stark had acquired the 6 Infinity Stones, Peter knew he possessed extraordinary abilities, capable of communicating with him at any moment, simply by uttering his name. For Stark, this was merely a trivial skill, as he had ascended to become a mechanical demigod, wielding immense power capable of altering the fate of the universe. However, this time, his call echoed into the void, met with silence. A knot tightened in Peter's chest, marking the first occurrence of such a phenomenon in a long while. A flicker of panic crossed his gaze as he sprang from the bed, raising his voice involuntarily, calling out, "Mr. Stark, are you there?" Yet, the only response was an oppressive silence. At that moment, Stark found himself on the precipice of the cosmos, his figure flickering amidst the vast energies of the universe. Before him lay a mysterious and unknown cosmic landscape, emanating a formidable and perilous aura that left Stark no room for complacency. His focus was entirely absorbed by the opposing universe, rendering him oblivious to Peter's entreaties, as the pressure from the Infinite Hulk weighed heavily upon him. Beside him, Luya stood amidst a dazzling array of energy, and Stark, with a grave expression, cautioned, "So, will you employ the same method to confront that being?" However, his strength likely surpasses that of Infinite Ultron. The memory of the battle following the collision of the 3 universes still haunted Stark. It marked his first brief encounter with Infinite Ultron and Infinite Hulk. In Stark's estimation, while Infinite Ultron's power was formidable, his intellect and abilities had allowed him to hold his ground. After all, their powers were fundamentally aligned, based on advanced technology and energy systems, both drawing from the Infinity Stones. Stark understood his own power's limitations. Though he was merely a transcendent being, he could still compress his strength to protect a portion of the universe when the moment demanded it. However, Infinite Hulk existed on an entirely different plane. Recalling their confrontation, Stark felt the overwhelming force wash over him once more. He began to suspect that Infinite Ultron may have covertly assisted during that battle. Otherwise, given Infinite Hulk's terrifying power, escaping unscathed would have been impossible. Speak of his condition, Luya's voice interrupted Stark's reverie. Luya too sensed the cataclysmic energy radiating from Infinite Hulk. "Let me ponder." Stark's mechanical visage betrayed a flicker of human trepidation, his eyes revealing a glimmer of fear and reverence. That being seems capable of shattering a corner of the universe with each punch. It is as if he obliterates a segment of universal space rather than merely fracturing it. Stark emphasized the distinction, understanding that the implications of both scenarios on the universe were starkly different. If one were to envision a singular universe as a leaf, the ordinary fracturing of space would leave the leaf's overall structure intact. In contrast, Infinite Hulk's assault would tear a portion from the leaf itself, resulting in permanent damage. And as this destruction accumulated, the entire leaf would ultimately face annihilation. Of course, considering Infinite Hulk's current power, it was inconceivable to obliterate the entire universe in one blow. Yet each of his strikes inflicted irreparable harm upon the cosmic structure. "I comprehend," Leon nodded slightly. This aligned with his previous conjectures. Perhaps Infinite Hulk had reached a level comparable to his own, both standing at the pinnacle of singular universe power. Should they advance further, they would enter the realm of the multiverse, a new and far more formidable tier of strength. Rua contemplated strategies to counter this. Knowing that if Infinite Hulk had indeed attained such a threshold, many of his past combat techniques might prove ineffective. For instance, his freezing breath would be futile against an adversary of equal might, as they could easily shatter his icy grip with sheer force. Unless he voluntarily exited his own universe, Infinite Hulk, bolstered by the 6 Infinity Stones, remained an invincible force within it. Stark's words resonated once more in Rua's mind, clarifying his thoughts. The crux of the matter now lay in devising a method to draw Infinite Hulk out of his universe, thereby diminishing the efficacy of his Infinity Stones. Stark suddenly paused, as if a light had sparked in his mind. He had been so engrossed in finding a solution to the Infinite Hulk dilemma that he had inadvertently overlooked the primary objective of merely safeguarding his own universe. However, this was not entirely Stark's oversight. After all, confining Infinite Hulk within his own universe was a strategy that became viable only upon Rua's return, a task that had previously seemed insurmountable. As the two conversed, Rua abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with a golden light that surged like a tidal wave. "What is it?" Stark inquired, observing the gravity of Rua's countenance, a flicker of curiosity and unease stirring within him. He was acutely aware that Rua had always been composed in the face of adversaries, yet at this moment, the tension that enveloped him, as if he were confronting an insurmountable foe, was unprecedented, even in the presence of the Infinite Hulk. What extraordinary entity could evoke such a palpable anxiety in Rua? At this juncture, he was wholly immersed in his own sensory realm, automatically silencing all external sounds, including Stark's inquiries. He concentrated all his attention without reservation, radiating outward from his core, extending into the vastness of the universe beyond. His consciousness, akin to delicate spider silk, traversed every corner of the boundless cosmos in search of something. "Something is watching me," Rua resolutely affirmed in his mind. This was no mere baseless illusion. Given his near-omniscient status and capabilities within the singular universe, such a fundamental misperception was inconceivable. Yet, undeniably, a mysterious force lurked in the shadows, scrutinizing him, and he remained blissfully unaware at the outset. Could it be a being of multiversal caliber? The thought flashed through Rua's mind, though he quickly dismissed the notion, sensing that matters were far more complex than they appeared. "How intriguing that you were able to detect me," a voice abruptly reverberated within Rua's mind, akin to thunder clapping in a silent, dark abyss. This voice was profoundly peculiar, as Rua attempted to discern its tonal qualities, to ascertain its gender and age. He found his superintellect ensnared in a chaotic fog, rendering any effective analysis impossible. Whether male or female, old or young, was obscured by an intangible force, leaving him in the dark. Who could it be? Rua's superintellect began to operate at a speed that transcended ordinary comprehension. To possess such comprehensive power over him, allowing for surveillance while he remained defenseless, could not merely be attributed to multiversal strength. Surely, it could not be a being of hypercosmic magnitude? How could such an entity observe him at this moment? This scenario was more absurd than an ordinary human pinpointing a singular cell in the world. "I have been observing you for quite some time. You are truly an intriguing human, distinctly unlike the other inhabitants of Earth." As Rua remained silent, the enigmatic voice echoed again, tinged with a playful mockery. Observation. Rua seized upon this pivotal term, his mental faculties accelerating further in an attempt to extract more meaningful information from this scant clue. However, the reality was that the leads were far too sparse, rendering him incapable of formulating any substantial analysis. "Then who do you believe I am?" The voice seemed to detect Rua's inner turmoil, laced with amusement. "He can perceive my thoughts." Rua felt a sudden chill. The sensation of his innermost musings being laid bare to another was profoundly unsettling. This implied that the entity's abilities could penetrate the myriad barriers of the universe to scrutinize him and delve into the realm of his thoughts as if it were a domain unguarded. Indeed, the voice resonated once more, seemingly affirming Rua's astonishment, almost reveling in its own formidable prowess. "This is increasingly problematic." Rua's brow furrowed deeply, yet a flicker of clarity crossed his gaze. He was not without recourse. "When I contemplate, no entity can intrude upon my thoughts," Rua silently affirmed, his words transforming into an ethereal force, reverberating through the depths of the cosmos. In a mystical sense, it felt as if an ancient, arcane power had been stirred, subtly altering the fabric of cosmic rules. The mysterious voice in the unknown realm emitted a sound of surprise and confusion. "Why, Why can I no longer perceive your thoughts? For the first time, a hint of perplexity emerged within the voice. As Lua had previously explained to Stark, within the singular universe, he was an omniscient being. Though the Silver Surfer's abilities did not belong to the Marvel Universe, and thus were constrained to the singular universe level therein, his unique capacity remained intact. When this ability impacted him, its potency was such that not even multiversal or hypercosmic beings could forcibly alter it. This was a power rooted in an alternate worldview. With only beings of omnipotent cosmic caliber, such as the one above all and higher, capable of influencing it. From this, Lua could preliminarily conclude that the entity's capabilities resided beneath the one above all. Yet, to some extent, this was almost a redundant assertion. For those who attained such a transcendent level were exceedingly rare within the grand architecture of the Marvel Universe. Very well, I propose we engage in a game. The voice resonated again, still only audible to Lua. As if in response to this call, an enormous hand, colossal beyond measure, abruptly materialized from the cosmos, obscuring the light as though it could effortlessly grasp entire stars. Then, Lua sensed the surrounding scenery shifting, as if caught in a vast temporal vortex. When he regained his bearings, he found himself removed from the infinite expanse of the cosmos, standing upon a desolate and lifeless terrain. There was no sign of vitality. The ground was fissured and cracked. Opposite Lua, a furious roar thundered across the barren landscape. What creature is this? Show yourself. The infinite Hulk loomed like a mountain, his massive form dominating the desolate land, his eyes aflame with rage as he scanned his surroundings, seemingly searching for the entity that had brought him to this place. Haha. Chapter 201, A Unique Existence. In the unfathomable void, akin to an endless abyss, the mysterious voice erupted in laughter once more. Lua's gaze fell upon the towering figure of the infinite Hulk before him. Yet the circumstances had drastically changed. The 6 gems embedded in Hulk's chest, once radiant, were now dimming at a visible pace. This indicated that the Infinity Stones were being unnaturally suppressed, a phenomenon that should not occur even when traversing into other universes. It was evident that they had indeed been transported away from their previous universe under the control of that earlier entity. Lua mused, his expression clouded with gravity and uncertainty. He attempted to concentrate, to sense Stark's presence, but to no avail. The once tightly woven bond of their minds appeared severed by an imperceptible yet indomitable barrier. No matter how earnestly he endeavored to reach out, not a trace of Stark could be discerned. This unmistakable sign confirmed that he had strayed far from the familiar realm of the initiating universe, stepping into the unknown. Nevertheless, Lua was not without his strategies. Within this intricately woven cosmos, he was aware of a straightforward method to discern the hierarchical level of the universe he occupied. Raising his hand slightly, palm facing down, an invisible force swiftly drew a fragment of stone from the ground. Lua softly intoned, "Creation." In an instant, countless beams of light flickered within his grasp, as that once unremarkable fragment of stone seemed to be infused with the vigor of life, rapidly twisting and reshaping itself. Like a living entity, it gradually reformed under his command. Before long, a palm-sized starfish materialized in his hand. Observing this, Lua felt a slight sense of relief, as it confirmed that he was still ensconced within some unknown singular universe. For, as far as he understood, should he detach from a specific singular universe, the formidable power of thought and manifestation bestowed upon him at the silver level would face suppression. At this moment, it was the infinite Hulk standing opposite him who should be contemplating their current predicament. The significant diminishment of the Infinity Stone's powers indicated that he had lost his top-tier singular universe-level strength, which meant a considerable reduction in his current capabilities. Lua pondered the mysterious individual's intentions, surmising that this enigmatic figure likely wished to witness a life-and-death duel between lower-tier combatants, with himself and the Hulk as the chosen protagonists. From the prior words and tone of the mysterious figure, Lua keenly discerned a profound interest in humanity on Earth. Both he and the Hulk, despite the latter being corrupted by darkness and power, fundamentally belonged to the human race, a fact that remained immutable. At this moment, the Hulk, though enveloped in a tempest of rage, his crimson eyes wide with fury, could not conceal a measure of caution. He fixed his gaze intently on Lua, his stare palpable, as if fearing that Lua might suddenly erupt and strike him down. The Hulk had evolved into a terrifying being capable of existing independently, without reliance on Dr. Banner, possessing a high degree of intelligence after consuming a multitude of life forms. He was no longer merely the Hulk who fought on instinct and fury. He had become a life form that combined both intellect and strength. Yet, he remained a powerful entity within a singular universe. For the hierarchy of the Marvel cosmos was vast, and a universe as strongest could easily be rendered insignificant beyond its confines. Moreover, Leah harbored no intention of slaying him. This was not out of compassion, for the Hulk's hands were stained with blood, undeniably a creature of malice. Rather, he simply refused to acquiesce to the will of that mysterious figure in the void. Unwilling to be a pawn manipulated at will in a game where others dictated the terms of life and death. Thus, time flowed slowly amidst their standoff, until the mysterious voice from the void, seemingly unable to contain its impatience, broke the silence once more, resonating throughout the unknown space. Is this arena too rudimentary for your taste? Fear not, for we shall change the battleground. As the words fell, Leah felt the surroundings begin to twist and warp violently, as if the entire world were being drawn into a colossal vortex. Light and darkness intertwined in a dazzling display, and when tranquility was restored, the scene before him had transformed yet again. Towering skyscrapers rose around him, resembling a forest of steel piercing the heavens, yet these edifices exhibited signs of decay, their walls marred by jagged cracks. Massive vines slithered like serpents over the buildings, their thick tendrils tightly coiling around the structures. Was this yet another new universe? Leah expanded his perception and soon received a plethora of information. Consistent with the visual spectacle, his senses conveyed that the living beings on this planet were exceedingly scarce. However, those that remained exhibited formidable strength, each nearly at the level of a singular universe. What manner of universe was this? What type of planet could harbor so many powerful entities? Leah found himself perplexed. In truth, the mysterious being in the void was equally filled with confusion and disbelief. He reveled in controlling obedient fighters, orchestrating their battles upon stages of his own design to satiate his lofty desire for dominion. Yet Leah was a remarkable anomaly, akin to a singular star that shone amidst a multitude of celestial bodies, and upon reaching the pinnacle of singular universe status, he was easily discerned by the enigmatic figure. In all known and unknown universes, Leah was a singular existence. This phenomenon itself contradicted the mysterious individual's understanding of universal order and the laws of life. What further frustrated him was that when he attempted to wield his immense power, capable of influencing and altering the very fabric of the universe, to affect Leah, he was astonished to find himself utterly powerless. For in the blink of an eye, he could annihilate or resurrect a universe, determining the fate of singular universes as if they were mere insects. Yet now, before a being of singular universe caliber, he found himself utterly incapable of imposing any rules upon him. This peculiar relationship resembled a subtle game of strategy. Leah believed himself ensnared within the mysterious figure's grasp, unaware that the latter lacked the ability to destroy his essence, merely utilizing the asymmetry of information to create an illusion before him. As for the Hulk, he was but an innocent pawn in this intricate game, unwittingly drawn into the fray, serving as an expendable piece in the confrontation between Leah and the enigmatic force. Chapter 202, The Abnormal Zombie Universe. After the enigmatic figure transported Leah and the Hulk to this unfamiliar planet, his ghostly voice seemed to dissolve into the endless depths of the universe, leaving no trace of echo. At this moment, even in the absence of that figure's presence, Leah could keenly perceive that several entities, exuding an unusual aura, were rapidly approaching his location. This aura bore no resemblance to any life form he recognized. It was cold, decayed, and imbued with an insatiable desire for destruction. Buzz! A faint tremor shattered the brief silence. In an instant, several tattered figures materialized like phantoms atop the towering buildings flanking the street. Their appearance was sudden and seemingly driven by some predetermined mission. The term tattered aptly described these uninvited guests, as their bodies exhibited extreme disrepair. Clad in ragged garments, with mutilated limbs, some even bore faces grotesquely distorted, revealing grinning skulls and luminescent, ghostly tissues. Yet, despite their condition, their movements were unaffected, exuding an odd agility and coordination. Zombie forms, perhaps? Leah mused inwardly. Based on his reconnaissance of the surroundings, he formulated a preliminary hypothesis regarding this universe. It was highly likely that this was akin to a zombie universe. However, judging by the intensity of the aura emanating from these entities, their combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary zombies. Merely the silhouettes atop the rooftop revealed several familiar faces to Leah. Hawkeye, his arrows seemingly lost, bore hollow, vacant eyes. Black Widow, her form still agile, had her once enchanting visage replaced by a ghastly countenance. Hulk, his massive form riddled with cracks and decay, made the ground tremble with each step. Even Peter was among them. Yet, they all existed in a zombie state, and the power surging within them intrigued Rua immensely. This power was infinitely close to that of a singular universe, indicating that this was no conventional zombie universe, nor was the planet beneath his feet an ordinary one. Rua swiftly reached a conclusion in his mind. To withstand the terrifying pressure exerted by so many singular, universe-level beings, the structure and essence of this planet must undoubtedly surpass the bounds of imagination. Under such immense strain, any ordinary planet would likely have crumbled into cosmic dust long ago. Yet, this is not the moment for pondering these cosmic mysteries. For the horde of zombie-like superheroes has surged towards Rua and the Hulk King with the ferocity of ravenous wolves. A deafening roar erupted, unlike any creature's cry Rua had ever encountered. It seemed to pierce through the barriers of matter, reaching deep into the soul, instilling within Rua a fleeting illusion that his very spirit was on the verge of being forcibly stripped from his corporeal form. Rua raised his hand slightly, and a pale blue biotic force field unfurled before him like a translucent shield. The solution was straightforward. All he needed to do was to manifest a silver-level biotic force field. In stark contrast, the Hulk King found himself in a dire predicament. Initially believing this to be merely a PvP contest between himself and Rua, he was taken aback as the situation abruptly shifted to a PvE scenario. What was even more absurd was that all these minor adversaries had been upgraded to boss level. Each zombie-like superhero possessed the power to obliterate everything, and their relentless assault plunged the Hulk King into unprecedented turmoil. Weakened significantly by the effects of the Infinity Stones, his strength was severely diminished. As he faced the frenzied onslaught of the zombies, he appeared somewhat overwhelmed. Despite his utmost efforts to resist, his body was riddled with deep and shallow wounds, green blood gushing forth and pooling on the ground, exuding a noxious odor. "Help me." Ultimately, amidst endless struggle and despair, the Hulk King could no longer restrain himself and called out to Rua for assistance. Deep down, he was uncertain why Rua would choose to aid him. After all, under the cruel laws of the universe, the strong often opt to remain passive or exploit the misfortunes of others for their own gain. However, when one is on the brink of drowning, there arises an instinctual urge to grasp even the last straw of hope. In this moment, Rua represented the Hulk King's sole hope for survival. The Hulk King had not refrained from attempting to escape. He endeavored to utilize his understanding of spatial rules to tear open a rift and flee this terrifying planet. However, he soon discovered that the rules here appeared to diverge significantly from those of the universe he once knew. Simply put, the spatial structure here was infinitely more resilient than that of the normal universe, as if fortified by an invisible, formidable force. Given the Hulk King's currently diminished power, he was utterly incapable of creating even the slightest fissure in this rock-solid spatial barrier. Upon hearing the Hulk King's cry for help, Rua turned his gaze slightly. He saw the Hulk King pinned beneath the weight of numerous zombie-like superheroes. A flicker of emotion stirred within Rua's heart as he waved his hand lightly, an invisible force extending outward instantaneously. In an instant, several of the zombies assailing the Hulk King were yanked towards Rua, as if they were kites severed from their strings. "Perhaps this form is mere torment for you. Allow me to liberate you." Rua gazed at the struggling zombie-like Peter, a complex emotion swelling within him. He felt a fire igniting in his heart, slowly clenching his fist as the surrounding space began to morph in accordance with his will. The once stable spatial structure began to compress infinitely under his power, as if the weight of the entire universe was converging upon this small realm. The space twisted and deformed, gradually transforming into an invisible cage that began to squeeze inward. Rua may not have comprehended the rules of this universe, but utilizing the abilities he possessed, he did not need to delve into the intricate details of these rules. He merely needed to temporarily replace them with those he was familiar with and could control. Within the domain of rules he created, he was the sovereign, and everything would operate according to his desires. At that moment, the Hulk King, still lying on the ground, gasped for breath. His body had remarkable regenerative abilities, and in this brief interval of respite, his injuries had been completely mended. However, the immense psychological pressure he experienced was not so easily alleviated. He looked towards Rua, his eyes filled with complexity. "Thank you," the Hulk King managed to utter with great difficulty. Chapter 203. A conversation with that guy in the original two universes. The Hulk King and Rua maintained an adversarial relationship. Thus, the Hulk King found himself entrenched in a deeply contradictory mindset, as he was compelled to seek assistance from Rua. This transformation represented a significant psychological shock for the typically dominant and brutal Hulk King. Simultaneously, Rua's display of precise control over the powers of rules in addressing the present predicament left the Hulk King astonished. Initially, He believed Luya, like himself, had ascended to the singular universe-level realm through the Infinity Stones. However, the reality before him shattered his preconceived notions entirely. Luya's fluid manipulation of the powers of rules resembled that of a true creator, unbound by conventional constraints. At this moment, Luya had no inclination to speculate on the Hulk King's inner thoughts. His perception once again spread like a tide, slowly permeating every corner of this zombie planet. He sought to explore the specifics of life on this planet, while silently pondering, had all living beings here transformed into zombies? Was there not a single living soul remaining? However, the images relayed back by his perception weighed heavily on his heart. He distinctly sensed that all ordinary life forms had been utterly extinguished, even failing to attain the status of becoming zombies. They were like candles in the wind, mercilessly snuffed out, dissipating into the currents of the cosmos. The remaining zombie-like superheroes also puzzled Luya. He had expected to encounter a more lethal threat, yet these zombified superheroes seemed less formidable than anticipated. These guys don't appear as strong as I imagined, Luya muttered to himself, harboring doubts about the mysterious figure who had cast him and the Hulk King onto this planet. If it were merely to have them confront these zombie-like superheroes, such an arrangement seemed to underestimate them. For Luya, these adversaries were simply too weak, beyond the confines of this universe. A pair of eyes hidden in the darkness fixated intently on the zombie planet where Luya resided. The owner of these eyes expressed astonishment upon witnessing Luya's response. For this zombie planet had been specially crafted for Luya, a unique celestial body endowed with an entirely new set of cosmic rules. In his design, even someone as powerful as the Hulk King would barely maintain his singular universe-level combat capability within this realm, akin to a beast trapped in a cage, unable to unleash its full potential. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Luya possessed such extraordinary abilities, capable of disregarding the rules construction process and forcefully replacing them with his own in a nearly brazen manner. Moreover, the most significant issue is that the rules here are entirely of one's own creation. How intriguing indeed. Of course, the realm of the undead is not solely populated by the weak. Luya's keen perception detected at least 3 presences that were not markedly inferior to his own. Soon, one of these auras surged forth like a bolt of lightning, swiftly traversing the space between them, accompanied by the flicker of flames. A figure clad in tattered crimson armor gradually descended before Luya. That distinctive silhouette, despite its zombified state, was instantly recognizable to Luya as the undead Iron Man. A flicker of confusion stirred within Luya. He could not fathom why the zombified Stark insisted on donning his battered armor. To him, it seemed that Stark, now a zombie, no longer required such external apparatus to augment his strength. Transformation. Without a moment's hesitation, Luya extended a finger towards the zombified Stark, silently invoking the words in his mind, attempting to revert him to his original human form. In Luya's estimation, this transformation should proceed relatively smoothly, for he held considerable confidence in his abilities. Yet, he overlooked a crucial factor. Even in his undead state, Stark retained a primal awareness. Stark would not passively allow Luya to transform him. His body began to thrash violently. As Stark's struggles intensified, Luya's attempt at transformation predictably culminated in failure. At this juncture, the Hulk King had fully recovered from his earlier state. He retreated several steps, his gaze filled with wariness and caution, fixated on the scene. This adversary is formidable, nearly on par with my former self. A tremor laced Hulk King's voice, revealing his palpable apprehension towards the strength of the zombified Stark. Luya cast a nonchalant glance in his direction, but remained silent. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura radiating from the undead Stark, akin to that of a singular cosmic pinnacle. However, he also understood the implications of nearly, which signified a vast chasm of difference. A true singular cosmic pinnacle denotes boundless power within the universe, akin to a sovereign of the cosmos, capable of manipulating all at will. Yet, even a minuscule disparity implies that the strength of the zombified Stark is ultimately finite, not infallible. Devour. A peculiar green light flickered in Stark's eyes as he fixated on Luya, a viscous green liquid oozing from the corners of his mouth. Observing this scene, Luya deduced the nature of Stark's shortcomings, mindlessness. Given this, he resolved to employ a more straightforward and brutal method. As the zombified Stark lunged toward him, Luya felt no sympathy. He unleashed a breath of frost. The power of the ice breath surged forth, instantly encasing the undead Stark in a massive block of ice. At this moment, Hulk King recognized that his previous neighbor, Ultron, had been vanquished by Luya's very technique. As he stood nearby, acutely aware of the might of the ice breath, he finally comprehended that it represented not merely coldness, but an overarching rule of freezing all. Pushing the frozen Stark aside, Leah grew increasingly impatient. He gazed skyward, his vision piercing through to the edge of the universe. Come forth and speak. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? He chuckled softly. I shall await your arrival here, a being as fascinating as you will undoubtedly find a way. Chapter 204, Shattering a Corner of the Universe. Upon the utterance of his last words, the voice within the void extinguished like a snuffed candle, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Leo waited quietly for the entity to respond, yet the voice did not return. He sensed that the spectral presence that had haunted him for so long seemed to have truly departed. The oppressive feeling of being observed had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and tranquility. However, Lua's brow furrowed. How was he to escape this cursed planet? More critically, how could he depart from this universe? This was indeed a vexing dilemma. Ever since the entity's aura dissipated, Lua perceived a marked enhancement in his ability to sense beyond the confines of the planet. As if an invisible shackle had been silently removed, he began to explore this newfound power to survey the surrounding cosmos, only to be astonished by what he encountered. This universe appeared to be a temporary construct created by the entity. Apart from this planet, all else was a chaotic expanse, reminiscent of a forsaken wasteland, devoid of twinkling stars or radiant light, swallowed by an endless void of darkness and the unknown. Nevertheless, faced with such a predicament, it seemed to Lua that there was but one viable solution. That was to violently shatter a corner of the universe's edge, thereby exiting this singular universe and entering another. He had already reached the pinnacle of a singular universe. As soon as he attained a multiversal level, he could precisely locate his original universe. Yet, this approach appeared somewhat troublesome, for he had no certainty regarding which specific singular universe he might enter. But at this juncture, Lua had no alternative. Resolving himself, he fixed his gaze in a determined direction and vanished from his spot, like a streak of lightning slicing through the darkness, hurtling toward the unknown. Within the chaotic universe, Lua's form soared at an almost incomprehensible speed toward a designated point. The rules of this universe were exceedingly disordered, akin to a disrupted chess game, devoid of any semblance of order. Altering the entire universe's rules would be excessively complicated. It was far simpler to rely on sheer speed and strength to attempt reaching the universe's edge. After his departure, a chorus of furious roars erupted from the zombified planet. As if every shackle had been shattered, multiple terrifying auras surged toward the Hulk King like a torrential tide. The Hulk King's colossal form trembled as he sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from these auras. Each presence seemed capable of effortlessly tearing him apart. Wait for me. Fear surged within Hulk King. Having once set aside his pride, it seemed he had opened the floodgates for countless subsequent instances. Without hesitation, he followed the direction Lua had taken, propelling himself swiftly onward. He understood that facing those terrifying entities alone in this perilous and enigmatic world was tantamount to courting death. To survive, he had no choice but to remain closely behind Lua. He did not wish to perish. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lua felt as though he had left everything behind. His speed gradually diminished as he sensed the surrounding space beginning to thicken, akin to sinking into a viscous swamp. Ahead, the chaos receded, revealing an infinite array of shadows. These silhouettes loomed like a colossal curtain, obstructing his view. Yet, Lua was acutely aware. He had arrived at the edge of the universe. A flicker of excitement and tension danced in his eyes. This was the crux of his departure from this singular universe. Lua accelerated forward, his gaze ignited with a fierce crimson glow. In an instant, the thermal beam surged forth at full power, its searing light resembling a rushing fire dragon, surging ahead with tremendous force. Boom! Everything that the ray traversed was thrown into tumult, akin to a placid lake disturbed by a massive stone. The very fabric of space began to warp, distort, and ultimately shatter, emitting a series of bone-chilling sounds. The fractured space scattered like shattered glass, piece by piece, until it reached the membrane that separated the singular from the multiverse. Lua maintained the release of the thermal beam, and soon, the membrane before him emitted a sound of impending collapse. Crack, crack, crack. The sound was akin to ice cracking under immense pressure, enough to instill fear in even the most formidable beings of the singular universe. At last, a corner of the cosmos was utterly obliterated. Though it was but a small fragment, it connected the multiverse with the singular. A surge of elation welled up within Lua, yet this joy was fleeting. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression from beyond the singular universe, as if a colossal mountain pressed heavily upon his heart. Something was amiss. Theoretically, Upon breaching a singular universe, another singular universe should lie beyond. Yet, to Leah, the universe outside bore an unsettling aura of higher hierarchy. A vast universe, perhaps? A vague suspicion flickered in Leah's mind, possibly due to the fact that the universe he currently occupied was entirely crafted by that enigmatic being. Thus, this universe did not connect to any other singular universes, and upon breaching its barriers, one would directly enter the vast universe. Meanwhile, Leah sensed that by fracturing the integrity of the universe, he had inadvertently initiated a collapse of the entire cosmos. He observed as the space behind him crumbled like a cascade of dominoes, the spectacle both magnificent and suffused with an air of death. Time was running short. Leah understood that he had no alternative. This universe was rife with chaos. Even entering any other singular universe would undoubtedly be preferable to his current predicament. Therefore, witnessing the collapse behind him, Leah resolutely soared toward the breach. His figure appeared diminutive in this precarious universe, yet he shone as the sole beacon of light. Boom! After Leah dashed through the breach, the figure of the Hulk King finally arrived, following in the direction Leah had departed. Escape! Escape! The Hulk King lacked the power to arbitrarily alter the rules, but possessed enough strength to forcefully shatter the chaos obstructing its path. Just before the entire zombie universe collapsed, the Hulk King burst forth from the breach. Chapter 205, The Cosmic Realm. As Leah emerged from the zombie universe, it felt as though he had stepped into an unknown and forbidden domain. In that instant, an enigmatic and ineffable aura surged from all directions, enveloping him in its grasp. This essence felt palpable, cold and unfamiliar, emanating a power capable of sending shivers through the very soul, as if silently proclaiming the uniqueness and majesty of this universe. Concurrently, Leah experienced a profound sense of weightlessness, realizing that an invisible force had brutally severed his connection to the surrounding world. The exquisite mastery he once held over all rules felt as though it had been stripped away by unseen hands. The ability to fly at will, once effortless, seemed rendered ineffective in this universe. Leah was acutely aware that this was not the time for him to tread here. He felt akin to an unwitting intruder in a foreign land, profoundly out of place. In the next moment, a colossal and powerful suction force surged from below, prompting Leah to instinctively glance downward. In the endless distance, he beheld a vast and boundless black eggshell, its edges fading into the horizon. He instantly comprehended that this was yet another singular universe, currently drawing him into its fold. Weighing his circumstances, Leah recognized the challenges he faced and concluded that resisting this formidable pull was unwise. Thus, he relinquished his struggle, allowing the force to guide him swiftly toward the black eggshell. Unlike his previous experience of shattering the barriers of a singular universe from within, Leah keenly sensed that, under the persistent influence of this overwhelming pull, the seemingly impenetrable barrier began to soften and yield, reminiscent of metal melting under intense heat. Moments later, his entire being felt as though it had succumbed to a viscous, gelatinous substance, gradually immersing him in this new universe. The moment Leah fully entered this universe, the intense discomfort that had plagued him dissipated, replaced by an inexplicable sense of familiarity, akin to returning home. He slowly closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy outward from his core, as if casting an invisible web of psychic influence across the cosmos. However, mere moments later, Leah opened his eyes in astonishment. Muttering to himself, "Strange." From his perception of the universe, it was evident that this realm was strikingly different from the conventional universe he had known. He noticed that everything around him seemed shrouded by an invisible veil. All entities were concealed within a dense fog. No matter how Leah strained to comprehend, he could not find suitable words to encapsulate this phenomenon. Whenever he attempted to recall the aspects his mental probe had touched upon, his mind felt blank, as if a force had stealthily erased those memories, leaving only chaos and confusion. The peculiarity of this place surpassed that of the previous zombie universe. Leah forced himself to regain composure, arbitrarily selecting a direction, and softly murmured, "Arrive, Earth." He attempted to utilize his power of thought to alter the surrounding rules and instantaneously command his arrival on Earth. Yet, as his words left his lips, the surrounding space remained utterly unchanged, devoid of any transformation. Leah recognized that just moments ago, he had successfully engaged and altered the surrounding rules. Yet, at that critical juncture, everything abruptly reverted to its original state, all rules contorting and transforming into an incomprehensible, ineffable existence. In resignation, Leah sighed, since instantaneous travel was unfeasible. He had no choice but to resort to the most primal means of flight. Fortunately, irrespective of the strange and shifting rules of this universe. Lea's essence retained a unique resilience, impervious to its influence and alteration. After a prolonged period of flying at the speed of light, Lea finally discerned the outlines of several star systems shimmering at the periphery of his vision. However, as he scrutinized the planets within these star systems, he discovered that their forms starkly contrasted with the circular or irregularly spherical shapes etched in his memory. Many of these celestial bodies exhibited a peculiar common feature, tentacle-like structures. The tendrils, slender as threads or robust as pillars, undulated freely around the celestial bodies, swaying with a graceful elegance, as if they were the sensory appendages of these planets, or perhaps conduits for some extraordinary form of energy. Yet, within the depths of his heart, Lea understood that this might merely be the superficial manifestation perceived by his naked eyes. In this universe, rife with enigma and deception, the truth often lay hidden beneath the surface. In certain spatial coordinates where planets should undoubtedly exist, Lea's gaze could only discern an expanse of emptiness and void. However, through his exceptionally keen perception, he was convinced that those seemingly barren spaces must harbor the traces of celestial bodies. For reasons unknown, his vision could not penetrate the veil obscuring their true existence. As he continued his journey deeper into the cosmos, a faint, low, and melancholic whisper began to resonate in his ears. The sound seemed to traverse the endless darkness and distant realms of time, ghost-like, weaving its way into his consciousness. Echoing in his mind, instinctively, Lea concentrated, attempting to discern the message concealed within that voice. Yet, each time he neared the brink of comprehension, an inexplicable haze would wash over him, shattering the nascent fragments of memory and leaving behind a blank void. Seal it, Lea silently commanded himself. Since he could not alter the external environment for the time being, he would transform himself instead. He issued a new directive to his ears, successfully sealing off his hearing. Remarkably, even after he had effectively muted his auditory senses, the whisper remained, hauntingly clear within his consciousness. The voice persisted, not entering his mind through the conventional auditory channels. Simultaneously, he sensed an alluring quality to the sound, gradually lulling him into a stupor. Yet, Lea soon realized that as he approached a particular planet, the whisper would diminish. Let us investigate, he mused, unperturbed by concerns for his safety. If it came to pass, he would annihilate this entire universe, and in doing so, ascend to supreme levels of power. Chapter 206. The normal world in the unfathomable depths of the cosmos. Lea dove toward a nearby planet like a meteor. As he drew closer to his target, the peculiar aura that had initially enveloped him began to recede like a tide. His speed was unparalleled, distorting the starlight around him into slender, elongated beams, while the planet rapidly magnified within his sight. As he approached this celestial body, astonishing phenomena began to manifest in the surrounding void. Light and shadow appeared to be manipulated by invisible hands, frantically oscillating between shades of black, white, and gray at a dizzying pace. At the same time, Lea perceived that his senses seemed to be shrouded by an intangible barrier, rendering his vision indistinct. His hearing felt muffled, capturing only faint, ephemeral sounds, while his olfactory, gustatory, and tactile senses fell into a chaotic state, as if isolated from the external world. Serenity, Lea mentally intoned, invoking the power of manifestation. In an instant, a gentle yet potent energy surged from within him, rapidly spreading along his neural pathways throughout his body. As this energy permeated him, his senses gradually regained clarity, his once blurred vision sharpened, and the world around him blossomed with vibrant hues rather than remaining in dull monochrome. Just then, a cacophony of car horns pierced the air like sharp arrows from behind him. Lea turned to survey his surroundings, only to discover that he had unwittingly found himself on a wide street. Towering buildings lined the thoroughfare, adorned with a myriad of colorful shops. At that moment, vehicles flowed ceaselessly and pedestrians bustled about, creating a scene of lively chaos. How intriguing, even my senses can be obscured, Lea marveled inwardly, recognizing that this was no ordinary occurrence. Clearly, the current environment surrounding him was the true visage of this planet. The discomfort he had earlier experienced was likely a result of the unique rules governing this universe. Greetings, stranger. Welcome to Queens. Are you ready to accept a task? A voice suddenly resonated beside him. He turned to see a construction worker, clad in a dust-covered vest, standing before him. The worker was robust, his bare arms muscular and imposing, yet his face resembled a lifeless statue, devoid of expression, with hollow, mechanical eyes. How can this be the behavior of a normal person, who approaches strangers in such a manner? Lea pondered, choosing to ignore the construction worker's inquiry. Upon realizing Luya's lack of response, the worker, resembling a programmed machine, repeated the same phrase, "Greetings, stranger. Welcome to Queens. Are you ready to accept a task?" At this moment, Luya recognized that the world he inhabited was likely still not the genuine reality. The construction worker persisted in his relentless questioning, seemingly bound to repeat his query until the end of time unless Luya accepted the task offered. Silence. Luya could no longer contain himself, his eyes ignited with a fierce, crimson glow. In the blink of an eye, his fiery gaze shot forth. This beam of heat harbored enough destructive energy to obliterate anything in its path, slicing through the atmosphere to form a colossal, crimson pillar of light that spanned the heavens. Wherever the light traveled, space warped, and the air was instantaneously heated to extreme temperatures. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the planet trembled violently under the onslaught of this overwhelming force. The planet's crust, fragile as an eggshell, fractured into countless massive crevices, from which scorching magma and billowing smoke erupted. As the tremors intensified, the terrestrial landscape began to crumble, its structure disintegrating under Luya's fiery gaze. Yet, just as everything seemed destined to conclude, a voice once more reached his ears. "Hello, sir. Welcome to Queens. Are you ready to accept a task?" Luya jolted, turning sharply to see a tall, rotund chef, donning a lofty chef's hat and stained apron, clutching a gleaming spatula in his right hand. Simultaneously, the entirety of his surroundings morphed once more. The shattered vision of the planet vanished, replaced by the bustling interior of a lively restaurant. Tables were meticulously arranged, diners relished exquisite dishes, and waitstaff hurriedly catered to the patrons. Was it the peculiar rules of this universe altering reality? Did it desire to render everything around him abnormal, yet appear normal? Since you insist on asking, I shall respond. However, if I declare that I do not accept the task, what then? Luya turned to the chef and proclaimed loudly, "I do not accept the task." Yet, the chef's reaction was entirely unexpected for Luya. He resembled a robot devoid of autonomous awareness, responding with no reaction to Luya's refusal, mechanically reiterating, "Greetings, sir. Welcome to Queens. May I inquire if you are ready to commence your mission?" At this moment, Luya comprehended that everything here seemed to have morphed into a meticulously crafted gaming realm, and the chef appeared akin to an NPC, programmed with fixed protocols and predetermined rules. The only option he presented seemed to be acceptance of the task. No matter how the player responded, it could not alter his behavioral pattern. "Very well, I accept." Luya sighed in resignation, initially intending to unleash his power to obliterate this planet once more. Yet, even if he did so, it would likely merely trigger the peculiar rules of this universe again, causing everything around him to revert to the starting point, ensnared in an endless cycle. Upon hearing Luya's affirmative response, the chef's previously rigid expression melted away like ice, becoming joyful. A spark of excitement flickered in his eyes as he proclaimed, "Iron Man and Captain America are at odds, and your assistance is required. Which faction do you wish to join?" "Iron Man," Luya replied casually, lacking substantial interest in the task, merely curious to observe what would transpire next. "Excellent. You are now part of the Iron Man faction. Please endeavor to find a way to eliminate Captain America." After uttering this command, the chef appeared to have fulfilled his purpose, his demeanor returning to its previous indifference as he silently retreated to the kitchen's back area. Chapter 207. The Iron Man faction. What does it mean to join the Iron Man faction and eliminate Captain America for victory? This rule sounded somewhat peculiar, as if this universe had succumbed to a vortex of madness. Luya was filled with disdain for this bizarre task assignment. However, since he had been ensnared in this extraordinary situation constructed by the universe's unique rules, and was fully aware of the mission's objective, what outcome would ultimately result from adhering to the absurd regulations imposed by this universe? Or, during the course of executing the mission, could he uncover the deeper cosmic laws concealed behind it all? Luya swiftly gathered his focus, leveraging his formidable abilities to accurately pinpoint his current coordinates. Under the comprehensive scan of his perception, the geographical information and energy distribution of the entire planet unfolded in his mind like a clear map. Soon, he locked onto Iron Man's location within Stark Tower. Without further hesitation, he summoned the energy within him, his form flickering slightly as the surrounding space rippled with imperceptible waves. And then, he vanished completely from sight. Inside Stark Tower, Tony Stark was wholly engrossed in updating and upgrading the Mark VI armor. This was no ordinary suit of armor. Its design and functionality clearly indicated it was a superweapon meticulously crafted specifically for Captain America. At this moment, The laboratory was aglow with the bright red lights of various grayish-white instruments, a myriad of wires resembling veins connecting to the armor undergoing modification. Stark stood beside the armor, his gaze intense and fervent, skillfully manipulating an array of precision tools to meticulously adjust and optimize each component of the suit. Suddenly, Stark seemed to keenly sense an unfamiliar presence approaching from behind. His body tensed instantly, years of combat experience and heightened vigilance prompting an immediate reaction. He spun around abruptly, his eyes fixed intently on the figure behind him. "Hey, who are you? How did you enter my private lab?" Rua understood that in this world shaped by the universe's peculiar rules, the Tony Stark before him was merely an NPC-like character, fundamentally different from the Iron Man he was familiar with, and thus would not recognize him. He slightly raised his head, gazing at the somewhat anxious Stark, quickly recalling the chef's earlier words, and calmly spoke. "Aren't you supposed to be eliminating Captain America? Tell me his location, and I can assist you in dealing with him." In truth, during his recent scan of the planet with his formidable perception, Rua had already explored every nook and cranny. However, he found it perplexing that while he had located Stark, there was no trace of Captain America. This situation was utterly absurd. Unless Captain America did not exist on this planet at all, it was inconceivable that he could not sense his presence with his abilities. Upon hearing Rua's intention to assist him against Captain America, a bright smile spread across Stark's face, akin to a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Indeed, it was a fitting description. Stark's smile was radiant. "Wonderful. I knew there had to be a savior in this world," he exclaimed excitedly, stepping aside to reveal the Mark VI armor he was developing in its entirety to Rua. As Rua's gaze fell upon the Mark VI armor, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. The entire suit was constructed from an array of white, unidentifiable bones, which appeared exceedingly bizarre in shape and texture, exuding a cold and twisted aura. At the joints, there were large masses of flesh, presenting a grotesque dark red hue, seemingly pulsating slightly, instilling a profound sense of discomfort. To be honest, even though Rua had reached such an advanced level, well-versed in various experiences, he was still taken aback by the peculiar and terrifying appearance of the armor. A wave of unsettling feelings surging within him. Suppressing his inner discomfort, Rua urged, "So please tell me, where is Captain America? I will help you take him down." However, Tony Stark slowly shook his head, then pointed toward the ceiling, leisurely stating, "Captain America only appears during the full moon." "Why only during the full moon?" Rua instinctively blurted out. Could it be that Captain America in this world was a werewolf, transforming and appearing only on full moon nights? This thought, while ludicrous, did not seem entirely implausible in this universe governed by bizarre rules. Stark regarded Rua with a bemused expression, as if perplexed by the question, and countered, "Why not on the night of the full moon?" Rua sighed in resignation. "Fine. For these characters, set as NPCs by cosmic rules, such unconventional questions likely transcended their comprehension. They merely acted according to predetermined protocols and rules, never questioning or contemplating the essence of those rules. Thus, Rua had to change his inquiry, and continued, "Then tell me, when is the next full moon?" "The next full moon is tonight." Tony Stark provided the answer. Goodness, the pacing of this game is quite brisk. Rua mused inwardly. This series of task arrangements and time constraints made him feel increasingly as though he were immersed in a meticulously designed gaming world. What he is currently experiencing is merely a series of levels and narrative missions within a game. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, regardless of whether this Captain America is an enhanced being or, as he previously speculated, a werewolf, once he appears, he shall be obliterated into nothingness by his formidable power. At that moment, perhaps this peculiar game, governed by the laws of the universe, will finally reach its conclusion. With this thought, Rua prepared to turn away. However, just as he was about to do so, an exceedingly strange sensation surged within him. Rua involuntarily turned his head to observe Tony Stark, who was still tinkering with his bone armor, his gaze laced with curiosity and inquiry. He softly asked, "Tell me, who are you?" Stark flashed a confident and charming smile, replying, "Have you forgotten? I am Tony Stark." Chapter 208. The heat vision is indeed useful. In a normal universe, on a regular planet, perhaps Rua could simply will the night to descend. Yet in this bizarre universe, he could only exercise patience and wait. It's not that he could not alter the rules. Rather, the universe here seems to constantly change its own system of rules. Even if he were to change it tonight, it would likely revert to day in an instant. Gradually, the sky darkened, and a luminous moon rose into the heavens. Rua slowly opened his eyes atop a certain skyscraper, his consciousness cascading outward like a waterfall, radiating from himself to the surroundings. The entire planet was encompassed within Lua's mind, with nowhere to hide. However, upon processing all the information with his superbrain, Lua found that he still had not spotted Captain America's figure. Why was that? At present, there are only two possibilities. Either the game rules of this world are malfunctioning, or Stark has deceived him. If the operational rules of this world are indeed faulty, Lua would have no means to untangle them. Thus, the only course of action available to him was to seek out Stark for clarification. Soon, Lua discovered Stark's presence atop Stark Tower. At this moment, Stark had donned his Mark VI armor, the white skeletal structure appearing particularly eerie under the moonlight. He exuded a solemn aura as if preparing for a decisive battle against Captain America. Suddenly, Lua appeared before him, directly questioning the fully armored Stark. So you said Captain America would appear on the night of the full moon. Now that the moon has risen, where is he? Stark smiled slightly, his helmet's mouthpiece lifting as he said, "Do not fret. Under the gaze of the Master, Captain America will surely appear." With that, Stark spread his arms and slowly began to levitate from the ground. Lua did not observe any flames or similar phenomena emanating from his armor, so how was he flying? Bathed in moonlight, Lua felt as if he had forgotten something. What could it be? Suddenly, Lua's expression turned cold as he gazed at Iron Man. Entranced by the night sky, he softly inquired, "So who are you?" Stark lowered his head, a faint red glow appearing in his eyes. "I am Iron Man." "Is that not quite evident? But you are not clad in the iron suit." Lua countered. "Who decrees that Iron Man must wear the iron armor?" Stark retorted. "Very well." Lua nodded, quickly pointing out the flaw in his words. "But how do I recall you saying during the day that you were Tony Stark?" Stark shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course. I am Tony Stark. Then who is Captain America?" A dangerous glint appeared in Lua's eyes. Heh. An odd chuckle escaped Stark's lips. He pointed towards the moon in the sky, saying, "Sir, allow me to introduce you to our master." This was the first time Stark had not answered Lua's question, diverting the topic entirely. "So you are Captain America, right?" No one had stipulated that the Stark before him could not be Captain America. Nor was there any rule stating that Iron Man could not also be Captain America. In the infinite local universe, anything is possible, especially in this bizarre universe in which he finds himself. Thus, this game had misled him from the onset, making him believe that Captain America and Iron Man were two distinct individuals. Had he not recognized this in time, then no matter when he searched, Captain America would fundamentally not exist. Interrupted by Lua, Stark did not exhibit any anger. He gently removed the armor covering his face, then smiled slightly. "You discovered it. So come and kill me. Come and kill me." It seemed Stark did not regard life and death with any seriousness. "Play your tricks, satisfy yourself." The heat vision erupted forth in an instant, and the bone armor adorning Stark provided no defensive efficacy whatsoever. In an instant, both he and Stark were reduced to ashes. With the disappearance of Captain America, Lua quietly awaited the conclusion of this game. No, who said this was a game? After a prolonged wait, Lua realized that there was no abnormality in his surroundings. Simultaneously, he heard no hints akin to a level completion. Could it be that I have been deceived by this universe once more? Just as Lua pondered this, everything around him began to change. Everything was shattering. When all had been obliterated, at an unknown moment, the surroundings seemed to revert to normal. Lua discovered himself seated in a vast office, surrounded by familiar faces. "Hooray! You have completed the level." The first to speak, congratulating Lua, was Spider-Man, Peter. His face beamed with joy, genuinely pleased for Lua's success in the game. "Finding that key information must have taken you considerable effort. Now that everything is over, you can take a break." The second speaker was Dr. Banner, but unlike everyone else, who wore smiles, Banner's expression, though smiling, seemed oddly melancholic, as if tinged with sadness. "So, the planet has returned to its original state, has it? After I concluded this game? That was clearly impossible." Lua had not forgotten that upon entering this universe, everything was bizarre. How could a single Earth be normal? He coldly regarded Peter Parker. "Tell me, what is my name?" "What?" Peter Parker was taken aback by Lua's question. "So do we know each other? You all act as if we are so familiar." Lua patted Peter Parker's shoulder, then unleashed his heat vision from his eyes. Zzz. Everything around began to disintegrate under this violent power. Alas, in the end, it seemed that violence was the only solution to the problem. Lua directed a reproachful gaze at his own mind, questioning, "Why can't you muster some resolve?" Suddenly, he became aware of Banner, who was intently observing him. "Is there still a fish that slipped through the net?" No. Banner bellowed, and his physique began to gradually swell, transforming back into the formidable form of the Hulk King. It's me. Chapter 209, The Awakening of the Universe. The return to normalcy, the vast and boundless cosmos, had long since witnessed the conclusion of a confrontation capable of unraveling countless timelines. Meanwhile, in Stark's perspective, another parallel universe resonated with their own, adhering to its unique set of rules. It was within this universe that the Hulk King, a being who had previously unleashed cataclysmic devastation across the cosmos, unexpectedly ceased to exist. It was as if a pair of invisible, transcendent hands, surpassing conventional cosmic understanding, had obscured both him and Leah within an unfathomable abyss of the universe, shrouded in mystery. Now, with the departure of two colossal threats, the Infinite Ultron and the Hulk King, Stark finally found himself presented with a long-awaited opportunity for respite. For an extended period, his mind and body had been akin to a taut bowstring, perpetually prepared for an imminent assault from the Hulk King and Infinite Ultron. At this moment, he could finally relinquish the weighty burden that felt as heavy as a mountain, allowing himself to rejuvenate and return to the trajectory of his life and the pursuit of his future. Few remembered that he was once a notorious playboy, a jaded individual. Now, after so long as a savior, even Stark found it somewhat difficult to recognize himself. Harnessing the power of the Infinity Stones, capable of rewriting the rules of the universe and distorting reality, Stark gradually closed his eyes, channeling his entire consciousness like a gentle stream, delving deeper into the Infinity Stone, which resembled the core of the universe's primordial energy. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance erupted, illuminating his entire being with a radiant glow that encompassed the essence of life's rebirth and transformation. As the light began to wane, the imposing figure of the mechanical new god, towering at 100 meters and exuding an aura of cold metallic sheen and boundless authority, dissipated like a fleeting dream. In its place emerged the true, corporeal Tony Stark, vibrant and full of life. He flexed his body slightly, relishing the warm sensations and the authentic rhythm of his heartbeat that his long-lost flesh had afforded him, a smile of genuine joy blossoming on his lips. This smile was not merely an expression of delight at regaining his physical form, but also a reflection of his hopeful anticipation for a future brimming with infinite possibilities. If given the choice, he would gladly embrace the life of an ordinary man, or rather, an ordinary wealthy man. At this moment, Stark was seated in his office. Although he stood at the precipice of cosmic power, revered and awed by countless civilizations across the universe, his fervent passion for technological exploration and innovation burned within him like an undying star. To him, the boundaries of technology mirrored the vastness of the cosmos, endless and filled with the unknown, with countless mysteries awaiting his unraveling. The key to transcending his current celestial-level prowess and achieving a more potent, singular cosmic dimension perhaps lay hidden within some undiscovered technological node. As long as he could uncover this pivotal breakthrough, he might truly comprehend the laws governing the universe, positioning himself among its true sovereigns. If that were the case, he might no longer need to endure the perpetual wait for Leah's assistance, feeling like a mere tool in the process. "Hey, Mr. Stark, you're back?" As Stark immersed himself in contemplation and research, a vibrant and spirited voice, akin to a refreshing breeze, suddenly wafted through the office door. He lifted his gaze slightly to see the familiar figure of Peter Parker pushing the door open, his face alight with excitement. Since Stark had transformed into the mechanical new god and designated his office as accessible only to select individuals, Peter had been one of the fortunate few granted free entry. Their relationship was steeped in a profound bond akin to that of mentor and mentee, especially as Peter's burgeoning talent had become increasingly evident. His intellect was truly remarkable. At that moment, Peter gazed at Stark in astonishment, his eyes wide as if he had witnessed something defying the laws of the universe. "Mr. Stark, have you returned to normal?" He stammered. Have you transformed back into a human?" "Not quite." Peter's surprise had rendered his speech somewhat disorganized. After all, Stark had long since abandoned his corporeal form, evolving into a mechanical entity, reminiscent of the previous Iron Peter. Yet Stark understood Peter's intent. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, Peter, it's all over. The Infinite Ultron and the Hulk King are unlikely to threaten our universe any longer." Although he had not witnessed the demise of the Hulk King firsthand, he held unwavering faith in Leah's abilities. In Stark's mind, as long as Leah was present, no challenge was insurmountable. However, Peter misconstrued his meaning, believing that Stark himself had resolved the matter. "Oh my goodness, Mr. Stark, I knew you could do it," Peter exclaimed, leaping in excitement, his eyes filled with admiration and reverence for Stark. In his heart, Peter now believed that as long as Stark was around, no difficulty was too great to overcome, reminiscent of the comfort his brother had once provided. Ahem. Stark gently rubbed his nose, somewhat abashed, actually. The one who dealt with those two was your brother. He patiently explained to Peter. Upon hearing Stark's words, Peter froze momentarily, his face revealing a mix of surprise and confusion. You mean, my brother has returned? He instinctively glanced around the office, hope and longing evident in his gaze. Yet, it was clear that Luya was nowhere to be found, and based on his understanding of Luya, he knew he was not the type to hide away for a surprise. Stark observed Peter's reaction with a sense of helplessness. He was uncertain how to clarify everything to Peter, as even he himself was puzzled about Luya's whereabouts and why he had vanished alongside the Hulk King. All he knew was that Luya had likely departed from their current universe for some unknown time or realm. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to speak candidly. Luya, after dealing with the Infinite Ultron, for reasons unknown, disappeared along with the Hulk King. His voice bore a tinge of resignation and concern. You mean, my brother? Peter looked at Stark incredulously, a hint of sadness and disappointment creeping into his expression, clearly misunderstanding the situation. No. Stark hastily gestured to clarify. I didn't say Luya perished with the Hulk King. He must still be alive. He has merely ventured to an unknown universe for the time being. Chapter 210, Silver Superman Template Unlocked, at 100. Krypton Universe. Once, the Hulk King, empowered by the Infinity Stones, wielded immense strength at the pinnacle of a singular universe. At that time, he was not merely the Hulk King. He was the Infinite Hulk, bolstered by the 6 Infinity Stones. Within this universe, the Hulk King found himself ensnared in a game world reminiscent of Ruya's. Despite his utmost efforts, he could not uncover the key to breaking through, leaving him trapped within the confines of the first layer of that game world, struggling in vain. Although he was freed alongside Ruya when the latter shattered the entire illusory realm, he was left without any means of escaping this bizarre world. Ruya, however, paid little heed to the Hulk King's plight. His attention was captivated by the rapid transformations occurring around him. Everything in his vicinity was disintegrating at an astonishing pace, resembling a magnificent painting being torn apart by an invisible giant hand, scattering into countless fragments in the void. Unlike previous experiences, these shattered remnants did not reassemble into a coherent world. Ruya gazed intently at this spectacle, a hint of confusion and contemplation flickering in his eyes. At some point, a sudden disorientation enveloped Ruya, as if time and space had distorted in that fleeting moment. When he regained his composure, the once broken fragments had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. He found himself adrift in the vast cosmos, reminiscent of his initial arrival in this universe. The myriad experiences of entering a certain planet now seemed like a fleeting dream, devoid of any sense of reality. Turning slowly, Ruya beheld the Hulk King standing behind him. A look of bewilderment etched upon his face. The Hulk King's eyes were filled with confusion and uncertainty, as he too grappled with the enigma of their situation. What a peculiar universe. Was everything from the very beginning merely an illusion? Ruya murmured, his voice echoing in the silent cosmos, as if questioning the mysteries of this enigmatic realm. At that moment, Ruya seemed to sense an inkling of understanding. He realized that perhaps from the instant he entered this universe, its unique and mysterious rules had subtly begun to shape his perceptions and cognition, ensnaring him in a labyrinth of intertwining illusions and realities. Could it be that I am still ensconced within this universe's illusory construct? A strange conjecture surged within Ruya's mind. The successive reversals and transformations of worlds had instilled profound doubt regarding the very fabric of this universe. In this realm rife with uncertainty, he hesitated to trust anything easily, even that which he had witnessed with his own eyes and heard with his own ears. For it could all be a meticulously woven web of lies and deceptions crafted by this universe. As this realization dawned upon him, Ruya's gaze turned frigid, akin to a cold star shimmering with a ruthless light. He slowly cast his eyes towards the Hulk King behind him, contemplating. Could it be that this creature is also a fabrication of this world? After all, Ruya had not witnessed the Hulk King escaping alongside him from the zombie universe, rendering his suspicion not entirely unfounded. At that moment, the Hulk King seemed to sense the murderous intent emanating from Ruya's gaze. Terrified, he noticed the surrounding space growing sluggish and heavy, as if an invisible pressure was gradually descending upon him. I exist. Do not kill me. The Hulk King's voice trembled. For the once mighty Infinite Hulk now found himself in such a dire predicament, evoking a sense of tragic irony. Anger had once been the source of the Hulk King's power. Yet now, fear washed over him like an overwhelming tide, eroding his spirit and rendering him increasingly feeble. In this strange and perilous universe, Ruya appeared remarkably composed and indifferent. seemingly unconcerned with everything around him, wearing a faint smile that carried no warmth. "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity," Rua spoke slowly, his voice calm and chilling, reminiscent of a decree from the depths of hell. "Prove to me that you are indeed the Hulk King of old, and not a mere deception conjured by this universe to mislead me." As the words left his lips, a searing intensity began to coalesce within Rua's eyes, emanating an aura of annihilation that shimmered brilliantly against the backdrop of the dark cosmos. The Hulk King, now stripped of his singular universe-level might, understood all too well that should Rua's full-power heat vision strike him, he would instantaneously dissolve into nothingness, vanishing from this universe entirely. Despair etched itself across the Hulk King's visage as he desperately racked his brain, seeking a means to validate his identity. Yet, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, he felt an overwhelming sense of isolation and helplessness, devoid of any way to substantiate his authenticity. His heart was a tumult of struggle and anguish, the stark contrast between past glory and present downfall causing his very soul to tremble. Boom! In the stillness of the universe, a brilliant crimson flame erupted violently, radiating like a dazzling star in the darkness. The flame illuminated the surrounding void, creating a peculiar phenomenon. This time, however, this anomaly was not interfered with by the universe's rules, nor did it revert to its original state. This signified that the Hulk King, slain by Rua, had indeed been a genuine entity, not an illusion conjured to deceive him. But what of it? For Rua, the Hulk King had never been a friend from the outset. His intention had been to eliminate him. The Hulk King naively believed that if he could prove his identity to Rua, he might survive. Yet, he failed to realize that even if he could provide proof, his fate had long been sealed in Rua's eyes. In this unfamiliar, cruel, and indifferent universe, power and self-interest reigned supreme, while notions of friendship and trust were mere fantasies of the weak. Rua gazed quietly at the dissipating flame, his expression betraying no emotion, as though the events that had transpired were entirely irrelevant to him. With the complete demise of the Hulk King, Rua's mind was graced with the voice of the system. Silver Superman Template Unlock Progress 100. Chapter 211. Ascension, Supreme Superman. In the endless, profound mysteries of the cosmos, Rua resembled a solitary explorer, steadfastly traversing the enigmatic path of his own power evolution. As he had previously surmised, the final 1% of the template's unlock progress indeed stemmed from the slaying of the Infinite Hulk and Infinite Ultron. With the Supreme Superman template fully activated, the trajectory of power ascension Rua experienced starkly contrasted with his past encounters. The once-peak Silver Superman template had granted him godlike authority to rewrite the rules within the confines of a singular universe. At that moment, he could effortlessly reshape the very laws and order of the singular universe with the slightest gesture, becoming the absolute sovereign within it. However, when the Supreme Superman template was unlocked, Rua did not immediately experience the overwhelming surge of power akin to a tidal wave. There was no explosive eruption of energy within him, like a volcano, nor the intense impact and shock associated with a sudden leap in strength. Instead, a peculiar and indescribable sensation began to slowly permeate every subtle aspect of his being, as if gentle raindrops were softly, yet resolutely seeping into the depths of his soul. It resembled twinkling starlight, flickering and dancing within the vast ocean of his consciousness, gradually coalescing into a magnificent and resplendent nebula. It felt as though he stood before a mysterious portal leading to a new realm filled with infinite possibilities, which slowly opened to release an aura of profound and enigmatic power capable of overturning his previous understanding. At the apex of the singular universe's strength, Rua needed only to stir his thoughts to effortlessly shatter a corner of the singular universe, as fragile as glass. Now, as he ascended to a truly multiversal level, he gradually raised his left hand. In that instant, the once tranquil and profound starry sky around him seemed to be recklessly stirred by an invisible but immensely powerful hand. In a heartbeat, chaos ensued, as a multitude of bizarre and unfathomable creatures, so strange they defied accurate description in any earthly language, began to materialize from the depths of the cosmos, as though ancient demons awakened from their slumber. Some were as colossal as mountains, yet floated effortlessly in the void, seemingly unbound by any physical laws. Others were as minuscule as specks of dust, yet radiated a terrifying aura capable of devouring stars. Concurrently, a cacophony of peculiar sounds surged forth like a tumultuous tide, directly assaulting the depths of Rua's soul, desperately attempting to breach his consciousness and drag his spirit into an endless abyss of darkness. Yet, at that moment, Rua had successfully ascended to a higher status, his existence transcending the confines of the singular universe. The deadly assaults that would have been devastating to beings of the singular universe level were rendered utterly impotent before his godlike power, which now loomed over them like a deity surveying ants. Instead, he gently clenched his outstretched right hand, and in an instant, an invisible and colorless cyclone, infused with the power to obliterate stars, erupted in his palm like a nascent cosmic singularity. This cyclone resembled a self-aware miniature cosmic storm, which began to spin frantically at an astonishing speed, rapidly expanding as it did so. The pace of its expansion was so swift that it seemed poised to consume the entire universe in the blink of an eye. Wherever it passed, all matter, energy, and even the very concepts of space and time were mercilessly drawn in, becoming the nourishment for its relentless growth. From a distant external perspective, the current state of the universe appeared dreadfully chilling, resembling a planet whose internal structure was rapidly collapsing. The once stable internal framework was torn asunder and shattered under the onslaught of this tremendous force. At this moment, the universe struggled desperately, attempting to summon all its power to mend this imminent collapse. However, in the face of Rua's dominion over the rules of the multiverse, all such efforts were as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. The rule of multiversal power, akin to an absolute decree issued by the supreme ruler of the cosmos, comprehensively suppressed the rules of the singular universe. It rendered the singular universe powerless in this uneven contest of strength, helplessly watching as the cosmic order it had constructed gradually crumbled and disintegrated under Rua's gentle grip. Boom! With a deafening roar that reverberated through the very fabric of time and space, the entire universe finally succumbed to the terrifying, devouring, and crushing force of the cyclone in Rua's palm, losing all remaining resistance. It began to disintegrate from its core, and soon the outer edges of the universe shattered like a colossal balloon pierced, dissipating at an almost despairing speed. Rua now floated serenely at the very center of the universe, surrounded by the fractured forces generated by the collapsing space and dimensions, which merely rippled around him without advancing further, incapable of inflicting any substantive harm. In this moment, Rua resembled a detached observer, transcending the cycles of life and death within the universe, witnessing the complete destruction of a singular universe as merely a commonplace cosmic firework display. He did not even need to activate his most adept biological field to safely witness the unfolding and conclusion of this event. Before long, the universe was entirely transformed into endless cosmic dust and fragments, dissipating into the vastness of the super-universe as if it had never existed in the annals of cosmic history. Once again exposed to the profound void of the super-universe, Rua felt none of the discomfort and confusion that had accompanied his initial arrival. Although his current strength was insufficient to alter or intervene in the supreme and unfathomable rule system of the super-universe, he could still wield the power of rules pertaining to his own essence with remarkable finesse. He resembled a solitary and eternal star, quietly suspended in the boundless void, finally possessing a moment of respite to calm his mind and gaze upon the vast expanse of the super-universe surrounding him. Within his line of sight, spheres radiating a gentle glow floated serenely in this infinite space. They appeared smooth and tranquil on the surface, yet each was a complete and independent singular universe. Chapter 212, Partitioning the Singular Universe. In the depths of the vast and profound super-universe star map, Rua stood as a transcendent existence, having traversed multiple layers of universes to reach the multiverse. His perception extended like an invisible net, leisurely reaching toward the endlessly distant boundaries. Suddenly, from an unimaginable distance away, he seemed to catch a whiff of a unique yet elusive essence, the exclusive pheromone emitted by the initiating universe. It was in that direction. Rua felt a surge of certainty within him, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a gossamer phantom, akin to a streak of light piercing through ancient darkness. Propelled by boundless power as he sped toward the initiating universe like an arrow released from its bowstring. At this moment, Rua's speed had surpassed conventional limits. Even relying solely on pure flight, after a seemingly lengthy yet brief passage of time, the hazy outline of the initiating universe gradually came into view. Before Rua lay the initiating universe, deeply ensnared in the swirling core of a cosmic collision, interwoven and colliding with two other equally vast universes. As if three colossal cosmic nebulae were engaged in a breathtaking embrace of life and death. Gazing from the vast cosmos, one is met with a breathtaking spectacle, a dazzling display that leaves one breathless, as brilliant light bursts forth like countless stars exploding simultaneously. Endless waves of energy ripple forth like the tumultuous tides of the universe, while space itself contorts and warps under the might of this force, potent enough to obliterate all in its path. Yet, for the countless indigenous beings inhabiting the three realms of the universe, this is far from an occasion for jubilation. Rua slowly raised an arm, and in that instant, an immense force, seemingly capable of tearing through chaos and forging new realms, materialized without warning. This power seemed to carry the primal essence of the universe's inception, imbued with an overwhelming aura capable of subverting all, akin to an invisible yet indomitable blade, pressing swiftly toward the chaotic juncture of the three universes. Crack! A terrifying sound echoed, reminiscent of the cosmic spine fracturing, as if the very membranes of heaven and earth were shattering, reverberating like thunder across the vast cosmos. Following this, the three universes, once tightly intertwined and fused, began to separate slowly, as though being forcibly drawn apart by an unseen hand from the depths of the cosmos. Under the influence of this formidable force, the previously tumultuous cosmic energy tides gradually calmed, and the distorted space began to restore its normalcy, granting the planets and civilizations, precariously teetering amid the collision, a fleeting chance to breathe. Although many had suffered unimaginable devastation, the flicker of survival's hope had yet to extinguish. Meanwhile, within the realm of Chi universe, in a serene and tranquil resort, Iron Man Tony Stark was relishing this rare moment of warmth with his wife Pepper and their infant daughter Morgan, who could only utter simple babbles due to her tender age. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Stark's previously relaxed countenance suddenly tightened, his piercing gaze, akin to that of a divine eye, seemed capable of penetrating layers of cosmic matter, directly surveying the seemingly tranquil sky above. Unbeknownst to those around him, who remained blissfully unaware, Stark, with his superhuman perception, sensed the violent tremors occurring within his universe. It felt like a heartbeat from the cosmos itself, as if the entire order and rules of the universe were being reshuffled and redefined by this invisible force. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Stark, as if a shadowy figure beyond the distant and mysterious cosmos was faintly emerging, an entity intricately linked to his past, in ways he could scarcely articulate. "Darling, what's wrong?" Pepper immediately noticed her husband's unusual demeanor, her eyes filled with concern and worry as she gently inquired. Stark, slowly emerging from his contemplative trance, grasped his wife's hand tenderly and affectionately caressed their daughter's small head, attempting to soothe their inner turmoil. Then, with a mere thought, 6 radiant infinity stones appeared in his palm, shimmering with boundless light. Witnessing her husband's extraordinary actions, a wave of panic surged within Pepper. "Is there an invader in the universe again?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. A faint smile graced Stark's lips as he reassured her, "Do not worry. I believe I can sense Rua's presence." His tone was resolute and unwavering, emanating a confidence and responsibility that stemmed from deep within. Before the words had left his lips, the 6 infinity stones erupted with a brilliance magnificent enough to illuminate the entire cosmos, enveloping Stark in layers of radiant light. Under this illumination, his corporeal form gradually dissipated like a fleeting dream, replaced by a mechanical body exuding a metallic sheen, imbued with high-tech essence and boundless power. In this formidable new form, he surged toward the edge of the universe he sensed, racing like a comet through the cosmos. As he flew, Stark opened numerous deep azure wormholes before him, each leading deeper into the cosmos, significantly accelerating his speed. After what felt like an eternity, Stark finally pierced through the thick cosmic fog and arrived at his sensed destination. However, the sight before him left even the seasoned Iron Man, who had witnessed countless cosmic wonders, momentarily stunned. In one corner of the universe, it appeared as though an immense, invisible hand from beyond the cosmos had torn open a colossal rift, revealing the boundless darkness and mystery lying beyond. Through this fissure, Stark's mechanical eyes could discern a multitude of softly glowing spheres scattered in the far distance. These spheres represented independent universes, akin to brilliant pearls set against the vast expanse of the multiverse, each radiating its unique charm and essence, forming a dreamlike yet strikingly real tapestry of the grand cosmos. "Be cautious, Stark. Do not approach this place." Rua's voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing from beyond the cosmic edge in the stillness of space. "Rua?" Stark exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 213. What? Am I not welcome back? In the hierarchical structure of the vast cosmos, Luoya's ability to stand firm was entirely reliant on his ascension to the multiverse level of power. This strength served as a cornerstone, granting him the means to navigate and act within this higher-dimensional cosmic space, allowing him to confront the complex and stringent rule systems of the vast universe without being repelled or crushed. Stark's situation, however, was starkly different. Although he was the master of the 6 Infinity Stones, once he stepped away from the Chi universe and ventured into the grander and deeper realms of the vast cosmos, his powers would suffer near-catastrophic diminishment. Stark was acutely aware of his predicament. He could genuinely feel the relentless force from the vast cosmos pressing down on the very essence of life. It was a terrifying power that transcended all his previous understandings and experiences, akin to a dark abyss from the depths of the universe, poised to engulf his insignificant existence at any moment. Each energy fluctuation seeping in from the vast cosmos felt like the scythe of death, carving deep marks of fear within his soul. He understood that, given his current level of power, he held no right to enter this unfamiliar vast cosmos. Otherwise, Luoya would scarcely have time to extend a helping hand before he would be reduced to fragile foam, directly dissolved into nothingness by the overwhelming forces of this higher-level universe, leaving no trace of his existence behind. Yet, precisely because of this, when Stark perceived that Luoya could freely wield his abilities beyond the deathly aura of the vast cosmos, his shock was beyond words. In his mind, this was nearly an act that transcended the limits of imagination. At that moment, even if someone were to tell him that Luoya was the creator of it all, and that he himself was crafted by Luoya's own hand, Stark would wholeheartedly believe it without hesitation. For Luoya's growth had been nothing short of extraordinary. Each time he departed and returned after a journey, his power would undergo a qualitative leap. Due to the terrifying pace of growth, Stark profoundly realized that the secrets and powers concealed behind Luoya had far surpassed his comprehension, verging on the realm of the creator, a concept both transcendent and ineffable. Furthermore, Luoya's remarkable feat of separating 3 universes did not signify the conclusion of all things. Rather, it was merely the commencement of a new chapter, where subsequent maintenance remained equally vital. At this moment, he was exerting every effort to stabilize the rifts created by the collision of the 3 universes, allowing them to gradually restore vitality and order within a relatively secure environment. Fortunately, as long as exploration was not conducted from within the universes, merely addressing external rifts, the unique infinite gem systems of each universe would automatically activate their repair mechanisms, akin to miraculous self-healing factors, gradually mending the damaged cosmic barriers. At present, within the Chi universe, the 6 infinite gems adorning Stark's chest shimmered with a deep azure luminescence, guiding him as he painstakingly filled in the fractured barriers at the universe's edge caused by the collision. In stark contrast, the conditions of the other 2 universes appeared rather dire. The destructive turmoil and warfare instigated by Infinite Hulk and Infinite Ultron had inflicted catastrophic blows upon the life forms within. Now, vast expanses of these 2 universes were dominated by the robust and savage figures of the Hulk tribes, alongside the cold shells of various mechanical life forms created by Ultron. These beings struggled to survive amidst the ruins and desolation, their once thriving civilizations now reduced to mere dust of history, dissipating in the cosmic currents. Yet, when one expands their perspective to encompass the entirety of the megaverse, it becomes apparent that such disasters, while devastating for individual universes, seem insignificant against the grand backdrop of countless others. In the megaverse, new individual universes emerge like mushrooms after rain, splitting from different timelines, brimming with fresh vitality and infinite possibilities, making their debut on the cosmic stage. Concurrently, numerous universes undergo automatic or passive annihilation due to various internal or external factors. This cycle of cosmic birth and death unfolds perpetually, governed by the immutable laws of the universe, unperturbed by any lower-level will. Luoya gazed quietly at the scene before him, harboring no intentions of rescuing the 2 afflicted universes. He gently extended his hand, a gentle yet formidable force surging within his palm, and with a soft push, he redirected the 2 stricken universes towards other realms of the megaverse. He held little concern for their future. Perhaps, in countless years, fate would smile upon them, allowing these universes to rejuvenate and civilizations to rise anew. Or perhaps they would succumb to the relentless trials of the cosmos, ultimately perishing and joining the ranks of countless lost civilizations, submerged within the river of time. After all, in this vast and boundless universe, the ebb and flow of life and civilization, akin to the twinkling and extinguishing of stars, is a commonplace occurrence, too trivial to capture the attention of the grand will of the megaverse. Rua simply knew that he could finally take a moment's respite. He gradually approached the edge of the invisible cosmic membrane, each step seemingly traversing infinite distances of time and space. Upon his body making contact with the membrane, a familiar and comforting aura enveloped him, as if he had traversed a gateway through time and space, re-entering the Chi universe. In the Chi universe, on the streets of Queens, New York, sunlight bathed the bustling thoroughfares, where throngs of people moved to and fro. Rua strolled along the familiar street, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Just then, a rustling sound from above shattered his reverie. He glanced up to see a familiar figure darting swiftly between the towering edifices. It was his brother, Peter. At that moment, Peter was wholly engrossed in pursuing a pickup truck that had just robbed a bank. Although his powers had grown formidable, the presence of hostages within the truck tempered his actions with caution. Truly, after all this time, this place felt the most comforting, Rua mused to himself. At that instant, Peter also noticed the familiar golden-haired figure below, his heart momentarily racing in disbelief. "Brother?" he murmured, his voice imbued with surprise and confusion. In that fleeting moment, his distraction caused his control to falter. What would have been a seamless flight trajectory abruptly spiraled into chaos, and he careened towards a wall like an uncontrolled projectile. Just as he was on the brink of collision, Peter's body instinctively reacted. His limbs clung to the wall like a gecko. He then gracefully leaped down, landing steadily before Rua, his eyes fixed on him, still brimming with incredulity. "Am I dreaming, brother?" Peter whispered. Rua's face broke into a smile. "What? Are you not welcoming me back?" Chapter 214. Home. Peter regarded Rua, familiar yet subtly changed, the flicker of reproach in his gaze intertwined with deep-seated longing and concern. "You just disappeared without a word, leaving me to cover for you before Aunt May and Uncle Ben." Yet, despite his words, Peter's eyes shone with an unmistakable joy and relief, for he understood that in this world, the bonds of family are an unbreakable essence of humanity. Rua tilted his head slightly, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes as he softly sighed. "It was not my desire to depart. Often, one cannot fully control their destiny." His thoughts drifted back to the DC universe. "I merely traveled for a time, yet under Tony's leadership, you managed everything quite well. Did you not?" His voice was steady and reassuring. Tony, wielding the might of a cosmic being, had navigated the challenges posed by those two universe-level entities during Rua's absence, undoubtedly achieving remarkable feats. At this point, Peter's gaze slowly shifted toward home. "Aren't you going back? I'm sure Uncle Ben and Aunt May miss you dearly." The corners of Rua's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a genuine and radiant smile. "Of course. Let us go." As they walked along the familiar street, at last, the door to his memories came into view, standing silently before him. Rua gently pushed it open, the hinges creaking softly as if to celebrate their long-awaited reunion. Inside, warm light illuminated every corner, casting a glow upon the weathered faces of the two elders. "Peter, home from school so early today?" May's voice first pierced the tranquility within, gentle and affectionate, with the passage of time etching deep lines upon her visage. Her movements slightly more deliberate. She turned, her gaze searching the air for Peter's form. At first, she did not perceive Rua's return, her expression a mix of curiosity and anticipation. "Oh, my heavens!" As the gazes of Aunt May and Rua converged, a subtle tremor coursed through her body, as if struck by a formidable current of electricity. Instinctively, she clasped her mouth, her eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief, the tears glimmering within them akin to the brightest stars in the night sky. Rua, her steps, albeit slightly faltering, moved forward with unwavering resolve, each stride imbued with determination and persistence, as though traversing the vast expanse of time and infinite longing. With tears welling in her eyes, she tremulously inquired, "Is it truly you, my son?" In truth, Peter had always believed that through clever deceit and meticulous concealment, he had adeptly shielded Uncle Ben and Aunt May from the truth about Rua. However, he had grossly underestimated the profound awareness that the elderly couple possessed regarding the myriad changes surrounding them. Rua's extraordinary feats, his astonishing strength, nimble agility, and unique insights into the mysteries of the universe, had gradually unveiled to Uncle Ben and Aunt May that their child was indeed a being apart from the ordinary. Despite the seemingly plausible excuses woven by Peter and Rua during Rua's absence, an inescapable shadow of doubt had lingered in the hearts of the two elderly souls. They had resigned themselves to the most disheartening conclusion, fearing that Rua may have perished in the distant and perilous depths of the cosmos. "Ben, Aunt May's exultant cry resonated throughout the room, as if striving to disseminate the joy of their reunion to every corner of the world. At that moment, Uncle Ben sat at the far side of the room, newspaper in hand, yet his thoughts had long since drifted away from the newsprint before him. Hearing Aunt May's call, he slowly lifted his gaze, allowing it to traverse the edge of the newspaper toward the doorway. Upon beholding Luya's familiar, albeit somewhat weathered, silhouette, a warm smile blossomed upon his typically stern visage, reminiscent of the gentle rays of spring sunlight. "Welcome home, Luya," Uncle Ben's voice resonated, deep and resonant. Luya found himself grappling with a complex array of emotions. It has been far too long, Dad, Mom. In Luya's heart, the Marvel Universe had always been a sanctuary for his spirit, a realm rich with the imprints of his growth and the warmth of loved ones. Conversely, although he had encountered intriguing individuals within the DC Universe, it invariably lacked the profound bonds of familial love and the comforting embrace of home. "Will you depart once more?" May's gaze lingered with traces of concern and unease as she gently approached and clasped Luya's hand. Since Luya's graduation, May had sensed her son's diminishing presence at home. She had long understood the unspoken truth, though she had never voiced it aloud. She feared that this reunion might merely be a fleeting interlude. Dreading the prospect of once again enduring the long, drawn-out days filled with endless yearning, Luya lowered his head slightly, gazing at May's face, lined with wrinkles yet radiating affection. And a wave of warmth surged within him. Tenderly, he pressed her hand against his cheek, murmuring softly, "No, Mom. From now on, I shall remain by your side." This promise was not born of momentary impulse or superficiality. Rather, it was the most earnest vow of Luya's heart. Even if the day were to come when he might be compelled to temporarily depart for the cosmos due to unforeseen circumstances, a part of him would forever reside with his family. In the days that followed, Luya reveled in the warmth and happiness of familial bonds. Gathered around the dining table, the family shared laughter and joy, exchanging snippets of their lives. Uncle Ben recounted tales from his youth, stories of courage, perseverance, and struggle. Afterward, tranquility seemed to envelop the universe once more. With Luya at the helm, the world was devoid of any significant threats. Even the 6 Infinity Stones, in his presence, appeared diminished, especially considering they were currently in Stark's possession. Until one day, Luya sensed a shift occurring within the vast cosmos. It was an unusual sensation. Yet he understood that this change was intrinsically linked to him, for he could feel an enigmatic force drawing him in. Perhaps the key to elevating his powers to that of the supreme Superman lay within the depths of this grand universe. However, for the original Luya, his current strength was already sufficient. Possessing multiversal power, he generally faced no threats within a singular universe. Yet, the presence of that unknown entity loomed ominously. Standing beneath the grandeur of the cosmos, Luya was haunted by a singular question. Where would the limits of his power enhancement lie? Would he attain the lofty pinnacle of Supreme Superman, or perhaps the exalted realm symbolized by the Golden Superman? Or was he destined to transcend imagination? Akin to the thought Superman, he understood that as long as external threats lingered in this multiverse and beyond, he could never cease his quest for strength. Each elevation of power was a means to safeguard all that he cherished, to shield those dear to him and the world from harm. Only by mastering every variable and rendering potential threats null could he perhaps find solace, relishing in a moment of tranquility and respite. Thus, Luya anchored a portion of his consciousness and power within the earth of the Marvel Universe. Upon his return, he had yet to reunite with his erstwhile friends, choosing instead to devote the majority of his time to Uncle Ben and May. In his heart, the warmth and companionship of family were indispensable on this endless journey. The fragment of himself he had set apart would fulfill his duties in the singular universe, safeguarding that familiar land and his cherished ones. In a mere flicker of thought, Luya transcended the boundaries of the Marvel Universe, entering the vast expanse of the grand cosmos. On Earth, the only one capable of sensing Luya's departure was Stark. Though he could discern that another version of Luya remained on the planet, he understood that it was not the true essence of Luya. Stark merely shook his head slightly, saying nothing, and returned to his engrossing experiments filled with exploration and innovation. Bound by the power of the Infinity Stones, he would forever be unable to transcend the constraints of the singular universe. Thus Stark yearned to pursue higher levels of power, relying solely on himself. Beyond the Marvel Universe, Luya shone like a brilliant star, suspended within the intricate interplay of endless darkness and radiant brilliance of the grand cosmos. His gaze fixed upon a peculiar entity ahead, resembling a colossal wheel. Though termed a wheel, it was merely a visual manifestation within the grand cosmos, its actual expanse dwarfing that of the singular universe, akin to a vast vessel harboring innumerable mysteries. The vague, soul-stirring call emanating from that will beckon to him ceaselessly. Luya furrowed his brow, pondering the nature of this existence. Was it a novel cosmic structure? Just as Luya immersed himself in contemplation, the wheel began to undergo remarkable transformations. From the depths within, a gradual fissure emerged, as countless delicate discs surged upwards like spring shoots. Their movement was swift, imbued with an enigmatic order and harmony. Soon, these discs coalesced into a form reminiscent of a small tower. At this juncture, the myriad discs had transformed into a unique geometric structure, gracefully suspended amidst the vast cosmos, radiating an extraordinary and captivating luminescence. Concurrently, the mysterious voice that had echoed in the void once again reverberated in Lua's ears. Would you care to come in and take a look? Should you prevail, I shall grant you the privilege of meeting me. There was a hint of lofty arrogance in the speaker's tone, as if the mere act of encountering him was the pinnacle of earthly glory, a gift so profound that it could drive any being to madness and yearning. However, Lua distinctly sensed within this tower-like entity a precious informational element that could elevate his supreme template. The master of the voice in the void perhaps could not fathom that upon Lua's victory, when he stood before him, the enhancement of his template might enable him to reach a level equal to, or even surpass, that of the speaker. Thus, Lua exhibited no hesitation or reluctance, promptly affirming, "I will." He then soared towards the small tower. The moment he entered the tower, a formidable and intricate force assailed him. The complex rules that interwove around him resembled layers of an invisible spider's web, rushing towards him. This set of rules felt oddly familiar. Drawing his thoughts back to the universe he once inhabited, he realized that these were evidently rules crafted by the enigmatic entity in the void, utilizing a power of a higher order. A multitude of runic inscriptions floated in midair, pulsating with a peculiar rhythm, seemingly conveying some ancient and mysterious message. Lua endeavored to decipher these runes with his mental prowess, yet he found their complexity far beyond his imagination. The information they harbored appeared to constitute a vast cosmic repository of knowledge, encompassing the mysteries of the universe's birth, evolution, and various profound theories concerning power, life, and the fabric of time and space. As his research deepened, Lua gradually discerned a subtle connection among these runic inscriptions. They seemed to be arranged in a specific sequence and combination, forming an elaborate runic matrix. This matrix was not merely decorative or symbolic. It served as a functional device for energy conversion and information transmission. Lua speculated that this runic matrix might be intimately connected to the core power of the small tower or the master of the voice in the void. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged that the path ahead remained fraught with peril. Yet, there was no trace of fear or retreat in his gaze as he proceeded in the direction indicated by the runic matrix, ready to embrace new challenges and the unknown. As he observed the multitude of runes and the surrounding area, he finally uncovered a term from his memory that aligned with these entities. Arena. Indeed, although these runes were difficult to comprehend and their combinations exceedingly intricate, Lua sensed that the isolated regions formed a series of arenas designed for dueling. Just then, the voice from the void resonated once more. Welcome to the battleground. At that moment, Lua comprehended the identity of the speaker, the Beyonder. However, due to the ever-evolving nature of the Marvel Universe, Lua was unaware of which version of the Beyonder this was, whether it was the one who became a Beyonder by accident, a juvenile from the Beyond Gods, or perhaps something entirely new. Regardless, Lua's heart finally found solace, as he understood the essence of his opponent. Chapter 216. Confrontation with Zeus. Just as Lua was lost in contemplation, everything around him suddenly descended into a state of extreme chaos and violent upheaval. Countless unfathomable runes appeared to be drawn by an unknown force, detaching from their original positions and gradually vanishing into the depths of the void. Simultaneously, the space seemed to be manipulated by unseen colossal hands, rapidly severing and tearing apart, resulting in irregular fragments. In the blink of an eye, Lua found himself standing upon a shattered planetary continent, exuding an aura of desolation and death. The immense rock formations lay exposed, resembling the grotesque wounds of a riven earth. Arid riverbeds crisscrossed the landscape, whispering tales of bygone ages, while the remnants of walls silently witnessed the former prosperity and civilization of this place. At that moment, the voice of the Beyonder echoed through the void once more. Let me see what remarkable potential lies within these two newcomers. For the Beyonder, Lua's rapid ascension in strength was genuinely astonishing. He had initially estimated that Lua would require a protracted period and countless trials to ascend to the multiversal level. However, Lua's growth exceeded all expectations, completely diverging from the conventional trajectory. Lua, however, paid no heed to the surrounding tumult, pondering, "Am I the newcomer he speaks of? If so, this battleground must have existed for a long time, not hastily constructed due to our presence." As he contemplated, the space ahead suddenly erupted with a powerful disturbance, akin to a tranquil lake disrupted by a boulder. Subsequently, a figure radiating brilliant golden light gradually materialized within this realm. It was a robust middle-aged man, exuding an innate aura of authority. He donned resplendent golden half-armor, intricately engraved with mysterious patterns, each line seemingly imbued with boundless power and ancient tales. In his hand, he wielded a scepter, the tip of which crackled with golden arcs of electricity, proclaiming its extraordinary strength. "Where's this?" The man's voice was deep and resonant, tinged with a hint of wariness and unease. His piercing gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, ultimately settling upon Lua. Perhaps sensing Lua's shared predicament, he raised his head slowly, gazing into the vast, boundless void, and roared, "How dare you treat the god of gods in such a manner?" "God!" The Beyonder's laughter erupted, resonating through the void as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. His laughter was filled with disdain and mockery, as though the gods were but mere ants in his eyes. "Oh, esteemed deity, if you wish to survive, there is but one path available. You must take the life of the golden-haired youth standing before you." The Beyonder's voice echoed again, cold and merciless, akin to the decree of death itself. "Oh, and Lua, you too have no choice. Killing Zeus is also your task." Regardless, from the Beyonder's utterances, Lua had gleaned a clear understanding of the identity of his opponent, a Zeus from some universe. This revelation struck him as absurd and comical. It is likely that this Zeus, possessing extraordinary prowess, successfully transcended the confines of his own universe, thereby attracting the attention of the transcendents and becoming embroiled in this inexplicable conflict. At this moment, Zeus acutely felt the overwhelming and suffocating pressure emanating from the transcendents in the void. He understood that to resist such terrifying power would be akin to throwing a fragile egg against a stone, offering no chance of victory. Perhaps, as the transcendents suggested, the only way to seize a glimmer of hope lay in eliminating the young man before him. Contemplating this, his gaze transformed into one of ferocity and danger, akin to a predator poised to pounce on its prey, fixated intensely on Lua, for he did not wish to meet his demise. Simultaneously, layers of clouds began to billow above the sky. These were not mere vapors of water, but radiated a mysterious and wondrous glow. Amidst the swirling mist, two colossal viewing platforms materialized as if conjured from thin air, resembling mirages. The architectural grandeur of the platforms was breathtaking, akin to ancient relics shaped by the passage of countless ages, adorned with intricate carvings of various patterns and symbols. Shortly thereafter, the platforms became densely populated with figures. Lua's casual glance revealed numerous familiar faces: Iron Man, Hulk. Lua understood that these individuals did not hail from his own universe. They were likely contestants forcibly abducted by the transcendents from other realms. At this moment, the onlookers directed their attention to Lua and Zeus, igniting a flurry of discussions. "Zeus, such a formidable being, has also been captured," exclaimed an individual clad in peculiar attire, astonished. "Who do you think will emerge victorious in this contest?" Another inquired, anticipation gleaming in their eyes. "It must undoubtedly be Zeus. Is there any doubt?" replied a tall, muscular man. "Do any of you dare to assert that you can defeat Zeus?" In the eyes of these spectators, Lua, an obscure figure, was clearly underestimated. After all, their inquiries yielded no knowledge of Lua's name, leading them to perceive him merely as an insignificant pawn devoid of background or strength. However, Lua remained oblivious to the external discourse, his entire focus concentrated on Zeus before him. If the Zeus across from him was indeed of multiversal caliber, he needed to meticulously consider his strategy for confrontation. Zeus, too, refrained from hastily launching an attack, scrutinizing Lua with equal care. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from Lua. Though seemingly ordinary, it concealed boundless potential. This sentiment instilled a sense of unease within him, yet for the sake of survival, he had to cast aside all distractions and concentrate solely on how to overcome Lua. The clamor among the spectators quieted, their attention fixated on the two combatants below. Among them, one observer mused that the individual they might soon face in battle could be determined by their careful observations. Chapter 217. Maximum resistance upon this shattered arena. The tension of the standoff stretched taut like a bowstring, poised to snap at any moment. This tranquility was swiftly shattered by Zeus. Standing tall like a golden war god, he gradually raised his lightning scepter. In that instant, the entire space seemed to respond to his movement, energy coalescing furiously towards the scepter. Subsequently, countless golden bolts of lightning erupted like a raging tide, intertwining and coiling with the power to obliterate a singular universe, akin to a host of furious golden dragons lunging towards Rua. As these bolts tore through the surroundings, the continent was rent asunder, emitting a chilling wail, as if the very land lamented this nearly uncontrollable force. Yet, Rua faced the onslaught with an unusual calmness. In the vastness of the multiverse, where the strong abound, even among those of multiversal caliber, each individual's abilities varied widely, like a brilliant tapestry of stars, each exuding its unique radiance. Rua understood this well. So as the golden lightning threatened to engulf him, he merely raised a hand with a seemingly casual gesture, imbued with boundless confidence. In an instant, a transparent barrier radiating a cold, azure light swiftly coalesced before him. Crack! The golden lightning crashed against the barrier like a herd of frenzied bulls. In a flash, light erupted, the dazzling gold and cool blue intertwining, culminating in a spectacular energy display. The spectators instinctively squinted against the blinding brilliance. As the light waned, they were astounded to discover that the bolts capable of reducing a singular universe to dust had vanished without a trace, as if drawn away by an unseen hand into Rua's barrier. Then, from a distance of 10,000 meters behind Rua, an earth-shattering roar erupted, akin to the explosion of a star. The crowd turned to witness that area engulfed by golden lightning, the tremendous energy shockwaves causing the ground to undulate like ocean waves, billowing dust and debris that obscured the sky, lingering long after. What is happening? This Rua has effortlessly withstood Zeus's lightning assault? Exclaimed a figure clad in an unusual silver battle suit, his face etched with disbelief. His voice trembled with incredulity, unable to accept the reality of what he had just witnessed. Perhaps Zeus is not as formidable as we envisioned. Another concurred, confusion evident in their gaze. Maybe we truly underestimated him. The spectators buzzed with discussion, transforming the previously quiet platform into a cacophony. Zeus, witnessing this scene, felt a weight of gravity in his gaze. He pondered, could this be the power to alter space? In the forest of multiversal powerhouses, ascending to multiversal status and wielding the ability to command space was a fundamental skill, as commonplace as the act of eating or drinking. However, the arena they inhabited was not a typical multiversal space. It operated under a set of mysterious rules belonging to an ultra-universal tier. Under such constraints, attempting to manipulate the spatial rules with basic multiversal abilities would be an insurmountable challenge for Zeus. Rua possessed a superhuman template, which granted him one of the formidable abilities to alter rules at will, his innate talent. This allowed Rua to leverage the power of rules to redirect the lightning attacks to a safe zone, thereby effortlessly diffusing the crisis. Zeus soon realized that relying solely on these remote lightning assaults was unlikely to inflict substantive harm on Rua. Thus, he swiftly resolved to alter his tactics and engage in close combat. He contemplated that even if he could not alter the rules of this realm, his formidable strength might allow him to disrupt the spatial laws during close combat, thereby exposing Rua's vulnerabilities. With his mind made up, Zeus brandished his lightning scepter, soaring towards Rua like a golden comet. His speed was astonishing. Wherever he passed, the very fabric of space contorted and twisted, as though it were a pliable dough being whimsically kneaded. Close combat. Rua regarded the lightning like Zeus rushing towards him, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The prowess of the physical body was indeed his forte. When confronted with Zeus's scepter, imbued with overwhelming majesty, descending upon him with a mighty force, Rua stood firm and unflinching, his feet anchored to the ground like an ancient tree deeply rooted in the earth. He crouched slightly, his body taut, swiftly raising his hands to cross above his head, forming a robust defensive posture. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the arena, the shockwaves spreading like a surging tide, causing the surrounding space to ripple. At that moment, Zeus, closest to Rua, was struck by a flicker of disbelief. He could scarcely trust his own eyes. In his understanding, his lightning scepter possessed cataclysmic power. How could anyone possibly withstand it with mere physical might? Was this strength truly at the multiverse level? Was it not a bit excessive? In stark contrast to Zeus's astonishment, Rua was musing internally. Is this Zeus truly so weak? Have I perhaps been overly cautious? Initially, Rua had indeed approached Zeus, a being of the same multiverse caliber. With considerable trepidation. After all, he had only recently ascended to the multiverse level and was still navigating and adapting to this newfound realm of power. Yet now, it appeared that the powers bestowed upon him by the supreme Superman template far exceeded his imagination, endowing him with an unexpected advantage in this battle. Seeing that his golden scepter could not subdue Rua, Zeus steeled himself, unleashing the electric force within him like a volcanic eruption. Crackle! The golden lightning enveloped Rua entirely, almost taking on a tangible form. These bolts of lightning slithered across Rua's body like countless tiny golden serpents, discharging powerful currents in an attempt to penetrate his being and disrupt his bodily functions. This time, Zeus's assault finally bore some fruit. Rua began to feel a slight prickling sensation coursing through his body, as if innumerable fine needles were gently piercing his skin. It seems that in terms of equivalent levels, Superman's magical resistance is somewhat lacking, Rua mused quietly. Unbeknownst to him, the onlookers in the observation area were already left in stunned silence by his display. Many gasped in awe. Goodness, his physical and magical resistances are maxed out. How on earth can he be defeated? Chapter 218. Defeating Zeus within the battlefield, the clash between Zeus and Rua continued unabated. The multiverse-level power surged within Rua like a roaring tide. The physical prowess he exhibited was far beyond mere numerical superiority. Each muscle, each bone, seemed forged from the most resilient materials, teeming with boundless energy, having reached an unparalleled pinnacle among beings of his caliber. At this moment, Zeus, wielding his scepter radiating destructive light, sought to subdue Rua with the might of a mountain pressing down. He swung his scepter with all his might, and the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. A terrifying energy coalesced into a thick bolt of lightning, crashing down upon Rua. Where the bolt struck, the very fabric of space was torn asunder, creating gaping black fissures, as if the cosmos itself were lamenting in agony. However, Rua merely raised one hand. His arms' muscles tensing instantaneously, veins bulging like coiling dragons, as he effortlessly braced against the full force of Zeus's assault with a single hand. This scene elicited gasps of astonishment from the multiverse-level spectators surrounding them. What extraordinary physical strength is this? Rua's other hand, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the void, suddenly shot forth with an unstoppable momentum aimed directly at Zeus's chest. Zeus's psychic awareness could distinctly perceive the trajectory of Rua's strike. Panic surged within him as he attempted to activate his body's defensive mechanisms. Yet his physical reflexes appeared sluggish and clumsy in the face of Rua's exquisite speed. Subsequently, a series of sharp, chilling cracks echoed from Zeus's chest, each sound reminiscent of death's footsteps, methodically shattering his dignity. His visage paled in an instant, the divine radiance that once adorned his face now waning. As pain and shock intertwined in his eyes, the instinct for survival compelled Zeus to retreat, seeking to distance himself from Rua, hoping to find an opportunity to counterattack or catch his breath. But Rua would not grant him such a reprieve. He pursued Zeus like a shadow. As Zeus's front became alarmingly exposed in his panic, Rua's palms unleashed a tempest of strikes, each imbued with the power to shatter stars. The surge of this force rippled outward like waves, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, creating a chaotic yet magnificent spectacle as spatial ripples collided and intertwined. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Zeus's body was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, propelled by Rua's relentless barrage. He spat forth torrents of golden divine blood, which transformed into dazzling starlight mid-air, dissipating into the void. Zeus could keenly sense his life force ebbing away like a flood breaching its dam. His divine form grew cold and numb, strength draining from his body bit by bit. More tragically, the rules of this battlefield were cruel and unique. The deceased could not be revived. This meant that Zeus's remarkable regenerative abilities, which were legendary across the multiverse, could not be fully exercised here. His heart brimmed with despair and unwillingness. When had he, who once traversed the multiverse, ever faced such dire straits? As Rua delivered his final strike, that palm seemed to embody the curtain call of the universe. Zeus's eyes lost their luster, his consciousness gradually blurred, and he instinctively stumbled back 2 steps before collapsing heavily to the ground like a fallen divine mountain. With a clang, the scepter symbolizing his supreme authority plummeted to the earth, the golden lightning entwined around it slowly dissipating into the air like a lost soul. The audience on both sides of the arena was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence, the once expectant and excited spectators now left wide-eyed in shock. Zeus had been felled by this youth named Rua, an outcome they had never anticipated. In that moment, a singular thought surged through the minds of the crowd. From whence did such formidable physical power originate? The gazes of the multiverse-level spectators converged upon one figure among them, a robust man with 4 arms. This man was Hulk, his imposing form resembling a moving fortress, exuding an aura of dread. A voice in the crowd could not help but murmur, "Who do you think possesses greater physical strength, Hulk or that fellow down below?" In comparison to the Hulk, "I believe the Hulk would undoubtedly prevail," remarked an individual with blue skin. "Not necessarily. We must witness both of them in action to ascertain the truth." A venerable elder with profound eyes slowly articulated. Following Ruya's triumph in this battle, everything around seemed to be orchestrated by an invisible hand, initiating a cataclysmic transformation once more. The observation platform was shrouded in a thick mist, alive and sprawling, wrapping around it tightly before gradually dissipating, as if it had never existed at all. The fractured land beneath Ruya's feet and the surrounding space began to twist and morph, resembling a painting crumpled into a ball, now slowly unfurling. Soon, Ruya felt the very fabric of space extending outward, akin to an ever-expanding universe. When the chaos subsided, he discovered a multitude of contestants had materialized around him, hailing from the farthest reaches of the multiverse, each one distinct in form. A being, resembling a mass of black fog, floated towards Ruya, exuding an aura that was both enigmatic and frigid. It took the initiative to elucidate. All who await battle converge here, until they perish in the skirmishes or ascend to the next tier of the arena. This is the law of the combat realm, the ultimate fate of every participant. To survive, one must engage in ceaseless combat and attain victory. Each battle is a life-and-death struggle, with no room for complacency. The voice of the black mist reverberated in Ruya's ears, resembling a decree from the depths of the abyss. Ruya nodded in acknowledgement and casually inquired, "If one consistently achieves victory, can one ultimately leave this place?" The black mist scoffed, its tone laced with self-derision and resignation. "Who can say? Moreover, who can guarantee perpetual triumph? The battles here are fraught with unpredictability and peril. Every opponent could possess an insurmountable strength. Understand that failure equates to death. All participants are acutely aware of this, hence they strive to prolong their existence. Unless chosen by a transcendent, they typically refrain from challenging others. After all, survival is paramount." Chapter 219. A New Challenge, the Emperor Thanos. Just as the black mist was explaining, Ruya found himself momentarily distracted. The system's voice echoed anew in his mind. Supreme Superman Template Unlock Progress. 2. A sudden surge of formidable power erupted within him, akin to a magnificent cosmic tempest, sweeping through every vein and cell. It allowed him to distinctly and profoundly perceive his strength ascending, as if stepping onto a celestial staircase leading to the boundless heavens. Achieving a precious elevation once more, Ruya pondered. The defeat of Zeus had granted him a 1% increase in his template unlock rate. Could it be that with each victory in this combat realm, the unlock rate would perpetually rise? If so, by simple calculations, he would require nearly 98 more battles to reach the ultimate limit of the Supreme Superman Template. What realms might lie hidden beyond this multiverse? Is it the fabled superuniversal level that commands vast cosmic spaces and order? Or the nearly omniscient and omnipotent universal level that transcends all cosmic laws and concepts? Ruya briefly sketched these vague outlines in his mind, dismissing further contemplation. He casually raised his arm, his elongated fingers resembling a sharp sword, pointing decisively at an individual in the crowd, as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. His voice resonated like a thunderous bell in the tense silence of the space. "You, come and fight me." This succinct yet commanding proclamation sliced through the oppressive stillness of the combat realm like a bolt of lightning. In Ruya's heart, every being remaining in this combat realm, regardless of their past strength or glory, flickered like a candle in the dark, destined to extinguish in the face of relentless battles and cruel fate. Thus, he deemed it fitting to allow their lives to illuminate a final flicker of value and brilliance in his hands, contributing to his grand journey towards that ultimate realm. Once he successfully stepped into that final domain, he would seek to vanquish the transcendent. In this way, it could be seen as avenging the participants brought here against their will, could it not? The ever-drifting black mist nearby trembled at Ruya's sudden and provocative declaration. Its voice, concealed within the depths of the fog, resonated with evident anger and confusion as it retorted, "Did you not grasp the meaning of my previous words? Here, winning a battle does not guarantee your safe departure from this cursed place. If you continue to fight, you will inevitably encounter a foe so powerful that you cannot prevail. At that point, only death awaits." This pronouncement, for the vast majority of ordinary contestants, was akin to the tolling of a death knell, a chilling and brutal reflection of reality. Of course, this warning was only pertinent to typical participants, for under the constraints of this super-universal level, they could not swiftly and effectively enhance their strength through combat. Yet, Rua was entirely different. With the enhancements provided by the template, his power could soar through the levels like a rocket. All he needed to do was engage in battle and defeat those who stood in his way. At that moment, the unfortunate individual targeted by Rua's fateful finger seemed still ensnared in the fatigue and daze of his recently concluded battle, yet to fully awaken from the lingering echoes of blood and smoke. As he remained in this stupor, the fragmented land, which had witnessed countless battles and deaths, appeared to awaken under the influence of a mysterious and potent force, beginning to reconstruct and coalesce beneath their feet. Massive stones emerged from the void like living beasts, quickly assembling with a series of thunderous and awe-inspiring rumbles. Those who relished watching battles, seeking thrill and enjoyment from the fray, were inexplicably drawn, aligning once more in the towering observation platforms flanking the sky. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, excitement, and bewilderment, resembling a pack of hungry wolves awaiting a new hunting feast. As the crowd's attention focused on the gradually forming arena, some sharp-eyed spectators astutely discerned the unusual atmosphere enveloping the stage. "That blonde youth is called Rua, right? I recall he just finished a match," inquired one spectator. Endowed with 3 eyes and a physique resembling a small mountain. Did no one inform him that after each battle, one can rest for 3 days? This is an unwritten rule in the combat realm. Another entity, radiating a blue glow and sporting transparent wings, echoed the sentiment, their voice equally filled with confusion and curiosity. Amidst the crowd, a cacophony of bewildered murmurs arose until a dark mist materialized, slowly drifting before the onlookers. "Though I too am perplexed by this situation. He is the one who desires to enter the arena." This explanation left the diverse array of beings from various corners of the multiverse exchanging incredulous glances, their faces a canvas of disbelief. Could it be that someone is innately drawn to combat? Is he not afraid of death? Who was the last individual akin to him? Perhaps the goddess of death? Amidst the fervent discussions, the individual unwittingly chosen by Rua stood in utter dismay. When he finally emerged from his chaotic stupor and grasped the reality before him, his visage darkened considerably. The unfortunate soul, selected by Rua, bore purple skin, a hue and an imposing presence that unmistakably identified him as an elderly version of Thanos. However, in contrast to the conventional perception of Thanos, he appeared more as an enhanced version of the Titan Emperor from a singular universe. His physique was grander, his muscles as hard and bulging as steel, each sinew seemingly harboring the strength to obliterate stars. His eyes shimmered with a profound and frigid violet light, akin to 2 chilling celestial bodies nestled deep within the cosmos, exuding an aura of infinite majesty and dominance. This Titan Emperor had only just concluded his own battle moments prior. "You shall pay the price for your choice." His thunderous roar reverberated across the arena. Chapter 220, the apex of physical confrontation. Within the combat realm, a confluence of powerful beings from various dimensions and universes convenes. A battleground transcending conventional understanding, where all who tread upon this ground are mere playthings of the transcendence. Yet, irrespective of their fervor for battle, even those who command storms in their respective realms find their prowess curtailed within the combat realm, subdued by the formidable hierarchy of power that prevails here. After all, in this unique circle, the baseline is comprised of multiversal-level entities, and the strength painstakingly acquired through trials in their own universes may merely equate to mediocrity here. Amongst the multitude of strong beings, the imposing and regal figure of the Titan Emperor Thanos was particularly striking. His presence seemed to carry an inherent sense of oppression, his eyes concealing an abyss of unfathomable darkness, deep and enigmatic. At this moment, his gaze was firmly fixed upon Rua, a mixture of wrath for the impending battle and scrutiny toward his opponent evident in his expression. Rua stood resolutely, his inner self akin to a profound and tranquil lake, patiently awaiting the Transcendence Declaration to commence the match. In this void, Rua's proactive challenge indeed took the Transcendent by surprise. A fleeting flicker of astonishment crossing the countenance, shrouded in solemn majesty. The Transcendent regarded Rua, slowly articulating, "You are truly exceptional. Since you are so eager for combat, let the match begin." In his eyes, these contestants were merely toys plucked from the vast multiverse, their lives and struggles mere spectacles for his amusement. Amidst the boundless cosmos, the strong are as numerous as the stars. Even if participants were to fall, he would simply procure new contenders. With the Transcendence command, the Titan Emperor Thanos surged into action. He took a single step forward, ripples emanating from him, causing the very fabric of space to quiver. Simultaneously, a deep darkness began to swirl rapidly in his eyes, forming two enigmatic vortices. An invisible wave erupted from his gaze, exploding in the surrounding space like ripples, swiftly converging upon Lua, ultimately targeting his mind. This wave harbored formidable psychic control, attempting to invade Lua's thoughts and dominate his actions. Lua raised an eyebrow, a knowing expression gracing his features as he mused softly. Psychic control, is it? However, he had long been prepared for such an eventuality. Long ago, Lua had issued an absolute command to his mind. The external rules could not penetrate his thoughts. Thus, despite the Titan Emperor's aggressive psychic assault, it ultimately floundered at the periphery of Lua's consciousness, unable to breach the invisible barrier and retreating without success. Seeing that his psychic control had failed, the Titan Emperor's eyes flashed with determination. He swiftly began to spin the colossal and imposing blade of the tyrant, the air slicing through with a resounding whistle, as if proclaiming its extraordinary nature. Subsequently, the Titan Emperor darted toward Lua with blinding speed. Embedded within the center of the tyrant's blade was a transparent orb, which, upon closer inspection, resembled the vast and boundless singular universes outside. In truth, this was a masterpiece created after the Titan Emperor annihilated his own universe, merging it with the blade. The blade, infused with the power of a singular universe, was formidable beyond comprehension, distorting the space it traversed, as if it feared the edge of its might. Confronted with the unmatched power of the tyrant's blade, Lua remained remarkably composed. He did not draw any weapon but instead raised his hands slowly, welcoming the oncoming strike. Just as the blade was poised to cleave Lua, a resounding clang echoed as he caught the immensely powerful weapon with his bare hands. His grip was steady, an immense force surging through his arms, counterbalancing the strength of the tyrant's blade, leading both combatants into a stalemate. Noticing that his weapon could not inflict harm on Lua, a glint of ferocity crossed the Titan Emperor's eyes. He abruptly tilted his head back, mimicking a hammer's motion, and, leveraging his body's momentum, collided fiercely with Lua. This strike encapsulated his formidable physical strength, akin to a meteoric onslaught. A thunderous explosion resonated between them as absolute power erupted. The immense shockwave propelled the Titan Emperor skyward, tracing an arc through the air before he steadied himself. Meanwhile, Lua found his body partially embedded into the barren arena beneath him from the force of the impact. Coughing up a breath of stale air, Lua marveled internally at the Titan Emperor's physical prowess, which was indeed formidable, nearly rivaling his own. Yet neither exhibited the slightest inclination to retreat. Almost simultaneously, they surged toward each other once again, like arrows released from their bows. This time, they abandoned elaborate techniques and abilities, opting for the most fundamental and direct method of combat, bare-knuckle fighting. Their fists collided like raindrops, each impact accompanied by a deep thud, reminiscent of thunder reverberating through the cosmos. As their fierce exchange unfolded, the disparity in physical strength gradually became apparent. Each of Lua's punches bore the weight of a tidal wave, while although the Titan Emperor was no slouch, Lua's physicality ultimately surpassed his. As the battle persisted, the arena, constructed from shattered continents, seemed unable to withstand their might, being overturned time and again. Dust swirled, stones scattered, and the energy fluctuations in the space became increasingly chaotic. Time slipped away unnoticed, and after countless fierce collisions, Lua seized the moment, delivering a final punch that struck Emperor Thanos' head like a bolt of lightning. Bang! Crack! Accompanied by this resounding noise, Thanos' body flew backward like a kite with a severed string, collapsing to the ground, devoid of all vital signs. Lua gazed at the fallen Thanos, shook his head gently, and sighed. Alas, this is the battle realm. You have no means to restore yourself. Thanos' defeat stemmed from his lack of external energy to rejuvenate his body, combined with his inferior physical strength compared to Lua, sealing his fate from the very beginning. Chapter 221. Now it's 8 against 4. Around the arena in the battle realm, spectators bore witness to yet another once-renowned powerhouse falling at Lua's hands. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted into fervent discussions. However, at the center of this storm, Lua's gaze remained remarkably serene, undisturbed by the tumult. In his eyes, these multiversal-level beings had ceased to be vibrant, flesh-and-blood entities and had transformed into mere nourishment to enhance his own template. He sighed softly, a wave of complex thoughts surging within him. He began to grasp the profound significance of the system's directive for him to adhere to a no-kill principle in the DC universe. as he progressed toward a godlike realm. The lower-tier life forms appeared to lose their warmth of existence in his perspective, becoming emotionless, cold digits. Not only the ordinary lower-tier beings, but even the multiversal Emperor Thanos and the previous Zeus had been slain in their encounters with him. Yet, Lua silently pondered that this could not be entirely attributed to him. Within the brutal battle realm, it was either they died or he perished, a survival battle with no retreat. With Thanos' fall, Lua felt the unlocking degree of his supreme Superman template rise by another %. A surge of even greater power flowed and coalesced within him, and he could distinctly perceive the growth and transformation of his own strength. This realization fortified his resolve. Death was not an end, especially in the Marvel universe of infinite possibilities. As long as one could ascend to that supreme existence, perhaps everything could be rewritten and anything could happen. As Lua immersed himself in contemplation, suddenly, the arena before him trembled violently. The already cracked surface could no longer withstand the impact of the force, shattering completely. A deep, powerful voice echoed, "I wish to challenge you." Lua, taken aback, displayed a hint of astonishment. He had actively initiated challenges to elevate his template level. How could someone purely seek to battle him? Upon discerning the identity of his challenger, a complex expression flickered in Lua's eyes. It was Hulk. No, more precisely, Forearm Hulk. However, Lua quickly reconciled his thoughts. The opponent's desire for death might alleviate some of the guilt he felt for slaughtering contestants. After all, in this battle realm, it was either you die or I live. There was no room for excessive mercy. The spectators erupted with excitement upon witnessing Forearm Hulk's challenge to Lua, nearly bursting into cheers. They were acutely aware of the terrifying prowess possessed by both combatants. Although Lua had only engaged in 2 battles, the strength he had exhibited was enough to capture everyone's attention. Meanwhile, Forearm Hulk had already amassed 9 victories on the arena prior to Lua's arrival. Should they remain in this tier of combat, the onlookers would inevitably meet their demise at the hands of either fighter. A voice, filled with manic excitement, resonated from the void. "In this match, whoever among you survives will enter the next tier of the arena." The voice seemed to carry an invisible enchantment, reverberating throughout the battle realm and intensifying the already tense atmosphere. Before the announcer formally declared the match to commence, Forearm Hulk could no longer contain his fighting spirit. A power more extreme than that of the fallen Emperor Thanos erupted from him. Despite his massive physique resembling a mountain, his speed was astonishing. Under the immense cosmic-level rules, his form on the arena morphed into multiple afterimages, dazzling to behold. With no mercy, he unleashed 4 fists simultaneously, each punch accompanied by a howling wind and enough destructive force to obliterate stars, hurtling toward Lua. Observing this, Lua could only swiftly raise his fists to meet the oncoming assault. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the battle realm, as if the birth and annihilation of the universe unfolded in that instant. In this clash, Lua found himself at a disadvantage, propelled backward by the overwhelming force. His feet skidded violently against the ground, sliding nearly 10,000 meters before he managed to stabilize himself. TSK. Lua felt a surge of dissatisfaction within. Raising his gaze to fixate on Forearm Hulk, he understood that his defeat in this collision was solely due to the fact that his opponent possessed 2 additional arms. 2 extra arms conferred a significant advantage in terms of attack frequency and angles, allowing for swifter and more elusive strikes. However, there were still ways to counter this. As if manifesting his thoughts, a mysterious power enveloped his body. He began to expand rapidly, his muscles and vitality swelling like steam, bones cracking audibly. Subsequently, 3 additional pairs of arms sprouted from his sides. In that moment, Lua boasted 8 arms, creating an 8-to-4 scenario against Forearm Hulk. He slightly moved his newly formed arms, feeling the power within him evenly distributed among the 8 limbs. Forearm Hulk, witnessing Lua's sudden augmentation, displayed a fleeting moment of surprise, quickly replaced by a fervent gaze, as if he had encountered a worthy adversary. Without a hint of retreat, he roared once more, his colossal form charging toward Lua like a cannonball. Lua, now with 8 arms, waved them through the air, each arm harboring the might to annihilate worlds. Every collision of their fists erupted into radiant bursts of energy, akin to the explosion of a supernova in the cosmos. This time, with Lua's enhanced strength and Hulk's extreme might, the arena space created by the Overseer began to destabilize. Forearm Hulk, clearly sensing Lua's transformation, roared in fury, attempting to employ even greater strength to disrupt Lua's attack rhythm. The 2 titans of power clashed once more. However, Lua's physical strength did not signify that he possessed only brute force. The 8 arms granted him a more agile combat style. As his 4 arms locked onto forearm Hulk's 4 limbs, the remaining 4 limbs secured Hulk's body, while 2 restrained his head. Meanwhile, within Luya's piercing gaze, the energy of intense heat converged. Chapter 222, Unbroken Victory. At this moment in the battle realm, the once mighty Hulk, a paragon of intellect and strength, possessed a mind that surpassed even the most sophisticated supercomputers, capable of deciphering nearly any intricate situation. Yet, the merciless rules of this vast cosmic arena acted like a relentless blade, gradually dulling the edge of his wisdom. Through his experiences in the battle realm, Hulk had long understood that no matter how exquisite a scheme might be, under the overwhelming pressure of such formidable regulations, it felt akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, its impact rendered infinitesimal. Consequently, in the midst of fierce confrontations, competitors gradually abandoned elaborate tactics, reverting to the most primal and unadulterated form of combat: one strike from you, one strike from me, determining victory solely through raw power and speed. As Hulk's 4 arms were utterly ensnared, Luya's eyes erupted with 2 crimson beams. These rays brimmed with devastating heat and annihilative force, causing the space they traversed to contort and warp as if ignited paper. Hulk had no time to mount any effective defense. In that fleeting moment, his mind was besieged by the onslaught of this ferocious heat vision. The searing energy surged like a tumultuous tide, instantly vaporizing his brain into nothingness. With a resounding thud, Hulk's colossal form collapsed, stirring a cloud of dust. Luya had successfully achieved his 3rd consecutive victory. Above, the observation platform fell into a profound silence. Gone were the gasps of astonishment. All eyes were fixated on the lifeless body of Hulk. A sense of melancholy washed over them, a poignant mixture of grief for the fallen. They had witnessed Hulk's unparalleled strength, recognizing him as one of the peak figures in this tier of the arena. Yet, before Luya, he was rendered utterly impotent, succumbing to defeat and death in such a brief span of time. This stark reality illuminated for them the harsh truth of the battle realm. Regardless of one's strength or weakness, the ultimate fate awaiting all might only be death. Even if one could manage to secure victory after victory, who could guarantee that in a future battle, they would not encounter an opponent against whom they stood no chance? In that moment, the only consolation they found was that Luya, having vanquished Hulk, would soon ascend to the next tier of the arena. This signified that, for the time being, they need not worry about being singled out by Luya as his next adversary. The voice of the Overseer resonated from the void at an opportune moment. At this juncture, he remained blissfully unaware that Luya's prowess was quietly ascending, surpassing the normal pace. His heart brimmed with joy at having discovered such an intriguing plaything in Luya. He extended a finger into the void, and instantly, the runes surrounding the lowest tier of the arena surged forth, shimmering with light as Luya's form gradually blurred, until he completely vanished from the sight of all in that tier. As Luya departed, the inhabitants of this tier collectively exhaled, their taut nerves finally experiencing a moment of relaxation. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that their relieved demeanor was a profound disappointment to the Overseer. The Overseer, who had established the battle realm, had envisioned witnessing these exceptional beings from disparate universes showcase their distinctive charms and flair, striving amidst adversity to unleash boundless potential. Instead, they now resembled cowering weaklings, a stark deviation from the very essence of his initial vision for the battle realm. The Overseer's gaze swept over the gathered figures below, a hint of derision lacing his voice as he proclaimed, "From this moment forth, we shall alter the rules of the game." A palpable tension gripped the audience. Their hearts raced. You all shall engage in a free-for-all melee, and only the one who emerges victorious shall live to enter the next tier of the arena. His words fell like an icy decree, seemingly lowering the temperature of the very air. Now, let the performance commence. This sudden announcement rendered nearly everyone speechless. They stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across their faces, as if unable to trust their own ears. Time seemed to freeze in that instant, and the space was engulfed in a fleeting silence. Yet, swiftly, those with quick reflexes shattered the stillness. In that moment, hesitation equated to death. Without a second thought, they launched attacks upon their neighbors. Instantly, bursts of energy illuminated the arena, as various techniques and skills erupted like fireworks. The cacophony of battle cries and screams intertwined, heralding the onset of a bloody tempest. Those competitors of lesser strength swiftly became the targets of aggression. They fled in all directions, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Though they were once formidable beings of the multiverse, now reduced to the fragility of their earlier, weaker selves, The savage onslaught rained down upon them like a torrential downpour, tearing their bodies asunder. Meanwhile, the more powerful participants remained vigilant, watching their surroundings for enemies while seeking opportune moments to strike. High above the arena, the Overseer stood silently, regarding all life as merely a component of his amusement. As the battle raged on, the number of corpses on the arena floor multiplied, the ground stained a deep crimson. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, inducing nausea. The remaining contestants gradually lost the spark of humanity in their eyes, consumed by an insatiable lust for slaughter. They were no longer the elite from distinct universes. Instead, they resembled a pack of beasts blinded by bloodshed. In this merciless free-for-all, every individual fought tooth and nail for that singular chance at survival. They remained uncertain of who would ultimately prevail or whether they would be the fortunate one. Yet, they were acutely aware that to refrain from fighting meant certain death. In this realm governed by ruthless laws, their fates were no longer theirs to command, and they could only await the final judgment of destiny amidst the endless carnage. Time passed unmeasured until the surrounding commotion ceased, leaving only a solitary mist of blood. It was the same dark fog that had once conversed with Luya, now entirely drenched in various shades of red. His survival to the end did not stem from strength. On the contrary, he ranked among the weakest within this assembly of multiverse-level beings. He had endured solely due to one factor: sheer luck. Chapter 223, Breakthrough, Cosmic Level. The Overseer, as an absolute sovereign, regarded the unfolding battles with a near-mocking demeanor. To him, all this conflict, strife, and struggle amounted to a game devoid of suspense. He was akin to a puppeteer manipulating marionettes from above, whimsically orchestrating the fates of each contestant, while they toiled on the stage he had crafted, desperately grappling for the elusive prize of survival. Yet, the Overseer remained oblivious to the fact that Luya, too, viewed the turmoil within the battle realm through a unique lens. It was, indeed, a game. He activated a chilling, unparalleled mode, embarking on a relentless harvesting spree upon the arena. The meticulously crafted layered arena combat system of the Transcendence was originally designed to prolong the allure and thrill of this game. However, it inadvertently provided Lua with an exceptional opportunity for growth and development. Each battle transformed into nourishment for Lua's ascension towards the pinnacle of his supreme Superman template. Upon successfully stepping into the second tier of the arena, he officially embarked on his path of carnage. On this stage, teeming with multiverse-level powerhouses, Lua resembled a merciless harvester, wielding his blade with ferocity against those once regarded as formidable elites. In a remarkably brief span of time, Lua decisively defeated 10 opponents, thereby advancing to the third tier without hindrance. At this juncture, the Transcendent finally sensed an unusual aura. His acute perception indicated that Lua's rate of power enhancement far exceeded normal bounds, even in this universe brimming with miracles and uncertainties. While some individuals are inherently gifted at rapid growth in combat, Lua's meteoric rise in strength instilled a subtle unease within the Transcendent. He began to realize that the entity he had previously dismissed as an ordinary toy was gradually slipping from his grasp, evolving into an unpredictable variable. In response to this sudden shift, upon entering the third tier of the arena, the Transcendent boldly declared new rules in the presence of Lua and 100 other competitors. A 1-on-99 format was established, wherein the victor would gain access to the next arena. This alteration in rules instantly stirred a tempest within the tier. For the 99 participants, this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They secretly plotted that if they could eliminate Lua, they would all escape their current predicament and attain the coveted ticket to ascend to higher tiers, thus continuing their grim survival game. Consequently, as the Transcendent signaled the commencement of the match, the entire third-tier arena seemed ignited, erupting with unprecedented waves of energy. The scene resembled the apocalypse, with brilliant light, powerful energy shocks, and deafening roars intermingling to create a profoundly striking tableau. The competitors who ascended to this tier were all paragon figures from various universes, having mastered the manipulation of the rules governing their existence. Here, mastery implied the ability to wield a modicum of rule-based power, albeit under the immense suppression of the grand cosmic laws, enabling them to exhibit capabilities far beyond the ordinary in combat. However, they overlooked a critical aspect. Given the varying types of rule-based power possessed by each participant, coupled with their intense repulsion towards one another, the number of individuals capable of launching effective assaults on Lua at any given moment was exceedingly limited. This circumstance afforded Lua an exceptional opportunity to counterattack. Thus, the slaughter commenced anew. The lives on the arena transformed into mere cold numbers. As the first competitor fell to Lua's onslaught, the shadow of death began to spread among the ranks of the 99. They were horrified to realize they had gravely underestimated Lua's prowess and intellect. At that moment, with each opponent he successfully vanquished, Lua's supreme Superman template would increase by 1% in unlock rate. Therefore, as the battle progressed, Lua's strength continued to ascend. Upon slaying 37 foes within this tier, the unlock rate of his template finally reached 50%. At this instant, it felt as though time itself had paused, and space began to subtly warp. Lua distinctly sensed his life tier elevating at an unimaginable pace, an exhilarating transformation surging from the depths of his soul. In a mere instant, a brand new rule system surged within Lua like a torrential tide, completely replacing his original rule-based power. A faint aura of omnipotence began to emanate from him, akin to the first ray of dawn piercing through the clouds. In the face of the nearly absolute suppression from the grand cosmic rules, what kind of being could genuinely embody omnipotence? This astonishing phenomenon not only instilled terror within the competitors on the arena, but also left the transcendent, observing from the void, utterly astounded. His eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a canvas of confusion and shock. How could the realm he meticulously controlled descend into such chaos? Why had his carefully selected toy suddenly unleashed such formidable power? Seemingly on the verge of breaking free from the boundaries he had established for the arena, the speed at which Lua's strength escalated was alarmingly rapid. From a 49% to a 50% unlock rate of the Supreme Superman template, it appeared a mere step, yet represented a monumental leap, akin to crossing an unfathomable chasm. At that very moment, as his body trembled gently, a force powerful enough to shatter all constraints surged from within him, directly breaching the layered limitations of the combat realm. Lua's figure ascended slowly, like a deity unshackled, floating freely into the vast cosmic expanse. His gaze penetrated the infinite depths of the cosmos, as though heralding the arrival of a new sovereign. In the wake of Lua's sudden breakthrough, the combat realm plunged into chaos and astonishment. Those competitors still engaged in fierce combat, with Lua gazed at his receding silhouette, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Once mere pawns alongside them, Lua had now transformed into the player orchestrating the game. Was this the true power at the grand cosmic level? Lua spread his arms wide, as if asserting dominion over everything within the vast universe. Chapter 224, Omnipotent Cosmic Being. In that moment, as Lua entered the grand cosmic tier, he finally became aware of the Transcendent's existence. It was an extraordinarily peculiar sensation, one he had never before experienced. It felt akin to stepping into another dimension, and Lua was now on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of Marvel-level power. The strength he wielded was sufficient to upheave the entire grand universe. Even the prospect of rebooting the cosmos seemed within reach. Just one more step. Merely one step. At this very moment, Lua could almost perceive the existence of a wall. It felt as if some entity encased him within the grand universe. Was that the wall? What lay beyond the true universe? Was it the world he once inhabited? How could he break through this wall to ascend to the next tier? However, now was not the time for such musings. He had yet to contend with the transcendent. With a hum, Lua pinpointed the transcendent's location and materialized before him. "Do you find this game of slaughter enjoyable?" Lua inquired, observing the bewildered expression on the transcendent's face. While there may be many transcendents in the world, Lua vowed that the one standing before him would be reduced to mere dust. Without excessive verbal confrontation, the two locked eyes in a cold stare before unleashing the full force of their beings simultaneously. Lua and the transcendent stood opposing each other, as the cosmos around them rapidly evolved, fractured, and underwent cycles of destruction and rebirth, only to be annihilated once more. Within their clash, even the slightest fissure that emerged held the potential to obliterate an entire singular universe. This was a collision of two top-tier powerhouses, where even those beneath their echelon who dared to gaze upon this spectacle would be rendered to naught. However, Lua had only just ascended to the ultra-universal level, and his mastery of the rules appeared to fall short of that of the transcendent. In battles of such magnitude, any minute disadvantage would be magnified beyond measure. Soon, the space representing Luya's side began to falter, gradually dissipating into nothingness, along with Luya's form becoming increasingly insubstantial. Boom. Luya felt the oppressive force surrounding him intensifying, to the point where even his formidable corporeal body seemed unable to withstand it. A faint sound echoed, and under this immense weight, Luya's body exploded into countless fragments. Was this the end? The transcendent gazed at the gradually vanishing shards of Luya. The destruction of the physical form did not signify death. At this moment, Luya acutely sensed his body succumbing to demise, yet it mattered not. For concurrently, he found himself drifting within this ultra-universe in an alternate form of existence. I must have transcended mortality. As this thought barely took root, the rules instantaneously coalesced. Ability, immortality, Luya's corporeal form reconstituted itself. Supreme Superman Template Unlock Level 51. Remarkably, this near-death experience had propelled Luya's template unlock level by another percentage. Let us see how many times you can survive. The current might of the Transcendent still vastly surpassed Luya. Thus, when the force of the rules bore down once more, it was expected that Luya's body would shatter yet again. Supreme Superman Template Unlock Level 53. In an instant, he returned to reality, and this time, the unlock level of the Superman template surged by 2%. At last, the Transcendent grasped the situation. It appeared the opponent was augmenting his strength through rebirth following death. How intriguing. The Transcendent extended his hands and pressed inward, conjuring an entirely new rule. As he maneuvered, invisible barriers emerged in all directions, ensnaring Luya and rendering him immobile. This was akin to a spatial realm of a higher tier, perfectly designed to confine Luya and restrict his actions. Nevertheless, Luya remained unperturbed, despite his incapacity to move within this constricted space. Supreme Superman Template Unlock Level 56. Supreme Superman Template Unlock Level 60. No, it was not merely the rebirth after death that was enhancing his power. A qualitative change was being spurred by the quantitative accumulation. This was the innate gift of the Supreme Superman, propelling the unlock level of his template to ascend. Much like how a Superman experiences explosive growth upon reaching a certain threshold, Luya found himself in a similar predicament, with his unlock level accelerating at an unprecedented pace. Soon, it reached 99%. Then, Supreme Superman Template Unlock Level 100. Title, Golden Supreme. Golden Supreme. Before the Transcendent could react, Luya had transcended the ultra-universal level, arriving at the omnipotent universe tier. All-knowing, all-powerful, everything lay within his grasp. At this juncture, the system's voice resounded once more. So, Luya, what do you wish to do now? Luya paused momentarily, suddenly feeling somewhat at a loss. For this time, the voice of the system was no longer frigid and detached. It's all right. Take your time to ponder. Now, erase the Transcendent. The Transcendent, who had intended to say something, found himself utterly erased from existence within this world. He had been obliterated. Luya gazed around in confusion, pondering whether this fellow had truly perished or simply been erased. Quite effortless, isn't it? Didn't you just say you would reduce him to dust? So, I have now attained the omnipotent universe level? Indeed. What then lies beyond this universe? Is it the universe I once knew? Perhaps. Who are you? Not telling you, haha. Can I now enter the next level of the universe? Certainly, at any time. But, are you truly certain you wish to step into my realm? Here, you are the sovereign of all. Perhaps this place is more suited for you. You can achieve everything you desire. Of course, if you insist, I shall respect your choice. I believe, I still wish to witness the true world. Thank you. You're welcome. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this, please subscribe and give a thumbs up to support us. Until we meet again in the next tale.